Who understands family? I crossed over and was sentenced to death by Arlong, and Nami smashed 100,000 berries to save me. 1 second I was moved, and the next second the system gave me the Supreme Mage profession boom. I directly blew Nami's sofa away. Let me tell you, I almost met my end right after I crossed over. In front of me was a guy who looked like a shark that had come to life, lazily waving his hand and saying, "Just kill him." What the hell? Kill me? Just because I didn't pull out 100,000 berries? Who understands family? I just got trucked here, and apart from seawater, I don't have a single coin. Watching a fish-headed monster raise a spiked club to hit me on the head, I only had one thought in my mind. This opening is destined to be a quick death. Sigh, this story has to start from the beginning. 1 second I was in close contact with the curb back home, and the next second I plopped down and became a drifting bottle at sea. That feeling was both salty and cold. I drank several mouthfuls of the free life water and almost went to meet SpongeBob. Finally, heaven took pity on me and let me see an island. I paddled with all my might to get there, and as soon as I collapsed on the beach, ready to relax, my collar was grabbed, and I was dragged away like a sack. I was stunned, and when I turned around, I was scared stiff. Big brother, with your skin color, even Avatar would call you senior. What's on your head isn't hair, it's alive. It wriggles. And even Cthulhu would hand you a cigarette. That guy didn't listen to my explanations at all with a whoosh. He tossed me into a yard. Then I heard him shout, "Boss Arlong." My heart sank. Arlong? It can't be that nemesis of orange farmers, right? I looked up and sure enough, that toothy-nosed fishman who had "I'm strong, come fight me" written all over his face was lying there. My mood felt like a roller coaster. 1 second I was thinking, wow, I've crossed into One Piece. And the next it turned into, wow, I've just stumbled into the Arlong chapter. Then came the opening scene. No money, one life, but they insisted on money. Just when a spike club was 0.01 centimeters from my forehead, a crisp voice shouted, "Wait. Oh my gosh, my savior has arrived." I turned my head desperately and saw her short orange hair. About 14 or 15 years old, this is my childhood goddess, Nami. Although Nami didn't know me back then, her kindness was truly ingrained in her bones. That Arlong guy even taunted her, saying, "Rules can't be broken." I could see Nami was distressed about the money, her little face twisted like a pretzel. 100,000 berries, how many wallets would she have to steal? How much risk would she have to take to save up that much? Just when I thought she was going to give up, she gritted her teeth and really pulled out the money. At that moment, I can tell you, I had 4 words in my heart. A fairy descended. I was saved, but the price was that Nami directly entered emo mode. She slumped over the table like she had been drained of energy, mumbling, 100,000 berries. Berries. Rise. I had just eaten half of her bread, caught my breath, and hurried over to flatter her. "I won't forget your great kindness. I will definitely repay this money. Double." And guess what? Nami's eyes lit up. She sat up and started a bargain with me. No way. At least 3. No, 5 times. Wow, as expected of you. Little money-loving Nami. I of course agreed wholeheartedly and casually boasted 500,000 berries as a loan. And as for saving my life, how about I help you get rid of Arlong? This stirred up a hornet's nest. Nami's face darkened, and with a slap, she put an IOU in front of me, her expression serious. "Sign it." The aura she radiated was intense. I figure my image in her mind was probably equivalent to Usopp. Why did I dare to boast like this? Hey, because while I was munching on bread, I heard a ding, and those in the know would understand me cheat code had arrived. Even though Nami punched me on the head right after, "Shut up. Do you want to die?" And to be honest, that punch from little Nami hurt quite a bit. But inside I was overjoyed. I shamelessly asked for shelter, and Nami, true to her money-loving nature, said, "Fine, 1 extra day will cost you 1,000 berries." I thought at this price, I could stay until the end of One Piece. As she angrily went back to her room, I immediately opened my golden fingered achievement system. Family, the turning point of the world, appeared quietly at the moment Nami saved me. Let me tell you, as soon as the system interface popped up, it was packed with achievements like arrived in the One Piece world, first battle, and even drank this bottle of vodka. What the heck? Anyway, I got some achievement points right from start. Then, the key point came: the system randomly assigned me a profession Supreme Mage. Wow. So, I'm supposed to cast fireballs in the world of pirates? This style is too mixed. Next, the system gave me a newbie gift pack, an elementary magic mark, directly giving me 5 to my mental attribute. I felt my brain clear up instantly, like I had just downed 3 cans of energy drink after an all-nighter. Then, it let me draw a rune. Ding, I got a wind rune. How does this thing work? The system didn't provide a manual, just let me figure it out. I guess I had to visualize it in my head. So I closed my eyes and started to draw, but halfway through it collapsed. However, it seemed like a slight breeze picked up. There's hope. I put that 1 achievement point into mental, feeling my memory sharpen a bit. This time I was fully prepared, took a deep breath, and began to construct that complex rune in my mind, stroke by stroke. Hey, you wouldn't believe it. I actually drew it out. I was feeling proud, like it's not that hard after all, but then I felt that what I drew didn't quite match the original. The next second, with a loud bang, wow, I was blasted off, along with the sofa, by a gust of wind, crashing into the wall. Let me tell you, at that moment I was completely dazed, feeling my head buzzing like I had just been hit by some genius with a subject 3 face to face. Then, the entire living room was like it had been sucked into a washing machine. Cups, papers, and sea charts flew everywhere, filling the room with paper, like it was snowing. As I just got up from the ground, I saw Nami's door open. Wow, when she came out and saw the mess, she looked completely dumbfounded. Then, that look in her eyes, that murderous aura, I'm telling you, she instantly transformed from a sweet girl into a vengeful Shura. My mind went blank, and I could only force out a smile that was uglier than crying. They'll clean up right away, right away. Nami clenched her little fists, gritting her teeth, and walked towards me step by step, looking like she was about to give me a military training routine. But when she reached me and saw my injuries, she suddenly stopped. Family, who understands, her expression was one of regret, deep regret, regretting saving such an obvious troublemaker. In the end, she took a deep breath, pointed at my nose, and shouted, "Next time I come out, make sure to restore everything to normal, and pay an additional 5,000 berries for cleaning." With a bang, she slammed the door shut. I stood there dumbfounded. Cleaning fee? I have to clean up and still pay? What kind of reverse cleaning is this? But since I was in the wrong, I had no choice but to silently squat down and pick up those precious sea charts one by one. At that moment, I heard a ding in my head. Hint, achievement first training achieved, awarded 1 achievement point. Oh, is this considered training? Well, it has to be. I immediately allocated that 1 achievement point to spirit without a second thought. As a mage, the focus is on maximizing intelligence points. Everything else is just fluff. After more than half an hour, I finally tidied up the room. This time, I learned my lesson and ran to the window, looking out at the sea, and began my second attempt. Let me tell you, adding that 1 point to spirit made a difference this time. The progress bar shot straight to halfway. But it became increasingly difficult. I had to maintain the front while constructing the back. And if I lost focus for just a moment, it would poof and scatter. This time, thankfully, I didn't create a tornado, just a small breeze that kicked up some dust. Let's go again. I wasn't going to give up. 3rd try, 4th try, 5th try. I failed almost 10 times in a row, and I felt my head go blank, the world spinning, and I plopped back down on the sofa. Spirit power depleted. Leaning back on the sofa, I closed my eyes to clear my mind, and then something strange happened. I entered a wonderful state of being half asleep and half awake, feeling like my soul was floating. Could this be the legendary meditation? Wow. With 7 points in spirit, I've evolved from a mortal to a mage. This feeling was like having a 24-hour automatic idle script running from my brain. The fatigue gradually faded, and my spirit power surged back up. Once my spirit power was fully restored, I could feel it slowly and steadily growing stronger. I pondered for a moment. Although leveling up while idling felt great, the most important thing now was to have an attack skill. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to fight pirates, let alone defeat Nami. I immediately opened my eyes. Wow, that meditation session lasted a full 2 hours. Nami even came out in between and saw that I was asleep, so she didn't disturb me. All right, let's continue. With my spirit power fully charged and the experience from the previous attempts, I went all out this time. In the spiritual realm, I meticulously outlined that complex rune, and for the last third, I was completely focused, even holding my breath. I did it. The moment the rune was completed, I felt, oh, people strive for higher places. Master Zhang came on his own. It has nothing to do with me. Let me tell you, these two people are really thick-skinned. His son, Yang Tianxiong, saw that I wasn't here with good intentions and wanted to quickly send me away. All right, if you have nothing else, just leave. We won't hold you accountable for your trespassing this time. If they want me to leave, fine. I stretched out a hand and smiled, saying, I won't mention Master Zhang's matter, but you guys have learned my fast food model. You have to pay some tuition, right? Here it comes, focusing on a physical business war. Yang Tianxiong looked at me warily. How much do you want? I stretch out 5 fingers. 50? I shook my head. 500? He frowned. I still shake my head. 5,000? Are you kidding? I continue to shake my head, then slowly uttered 2 words. 50,000 silver dollars. Good heavens. The expressions on the faces of that father and son were like they had seen a ghost, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. 50,000 silver dollars was about a quarter of their family's fortune, which was no small amount. Yang Tianxiong turned pale. Do you think we're joking? Do you think I have the leisure to joke with you? The smile on my face instantly disappeared. And you have to give me this money. Otherwise, I hadn't finished speaking when I gently stomped my right foot down. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The marble floor beneath their feet instantly exploded into a shallow pit centered around my foot, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading out for several meters. I thought they might not understand reason, so I had to give them a little bit of Superman shock. The father and son stared wide-eyed, their mouths open enough to fit an egg inside, and cold sweat instantly poured down. I looked at them and said word by word, "I hope the money can be delivered to my home tomorrow. Of course, you can also choose not to. As someone who has nothing to lose, am not afraid of those who have something to lose. It's like eggs hitting a rock. The eggs will definitely break. Think carefully about the consequences before making a decision." After saying that, I swayed slightly and disappeared from the spot. Really, it was just like teleportation. By the time they reacted, there was no trace of me left in the study. Early the next morning, I was basking in the sun in the yard when Yang Tianxiang and his son arrived, both with long faces, followed by their servants carrying several large boxes. You see, the communication cost has instantly dropped. "Young Master Su, we have brought the money to you." Yang Tianxiang forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. I didn't even raise my eyelids. "Well, just leave in the yard. I don't have any good tea here, so I won't keep you too." After sending them away, I opened the box to take a look, and it was full of brand new silver dollars. My two maids, XuHong and Xiaomei, were completely stunned. They had never seen so much money in their lives. I laughed and casually grabbed a big handful and stuffed it into their arms. "Take this and go buy some beautiful clothes, rouge, and powder. Make yourselves look pretty. It will be nice for me to look at you." Let me tell you what's the most satisfying. I had Uncle Fu take this sum of money and buy back all the properties I previously sold to Yang Tianxiang at the original price, using his money to buy his store. Who among my family understands this? This operation is simply too smooth. When Yang Tianxiang received the news, he must have been furious. That night, the father and son were in the study plotting how to take revenge on me. They really can't afford to lose. Yang Tianxiang said he had a friend he met while studying in the West who can contact a sorcerer in the South Seas to cast a spell and kill me from afar. When that stingy Yang Tianxiang heard it would cost 5,000 silver dollars, he was in agony. But his son convinced him with one sentence: "Dad, spending 5,000 to get rid of him means that 50,000 will come back, right? All his assets will then be ours." The old fox's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he immediately decided, "Let's do it." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and I was still doing the same thing, soaking up the sun during the day. That night, after taking a stroll and preparing to sleep, I suddenly heard a crisp sound of bells coming closer. As soon as I heard the noise, the corpse-reviving bell, good heavens, is that the dragon slayer delivering goods to Yang Tianxiang? I couldn't even be bothered to change my clothes and directly rolled over onto the courtyard wall. Sure enough, a man dressed as a Taoist priest was shaking a bell and scattering paper money on the street, followed by 6 corpses that were hopping along behind him. Without saying a word, I flashed my figure and landed directly in front of him. The guy was startled, thinking he had bumped into a ghost. But the next second he realized I was human. He opened his third eye to look at me. Goodness, I almost blinded him with my yang energy, like a little son, and he was completely shocked. "Who are you, and why are you blocking my way?" he asked, one hand quietly reaching behind him. I smiled slightly and said, "I am XuHong, and I mean no harm to you, Taoist. I won't beat around the bush with him and get straight to the point. You're here in Juchuan town to deliver something to Mayor Yang, right?" Tu Long's expression changed, and he didn't deny it. "That's correct. I told you, this guy is quite single-minded. He just admitted it right away." I thought to myself, great, saves me from rambling. So I asked him on the spot, "How much did the one named Yang offer you?" He quoted a price, 500 silver dollars. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Good grief, 500 bucks, and you dare to do this kind of risky job where your head is on the line. "Buddy, do you have some misunderstanding about your own life?" I directly multiplied the price by 10, 5,000 silver dollars. "I have a business deal for you. Are you in?" The Dragon Slayer Taoist's eyes widened at that moment, but he didn't rush to agree. I understood. He was afraid I would betray him. To put him completely at ease, I smiled and nodded towards the pile of corpses behind him. "Hey, I say, your brothers don't need to pretend anymore. Holding their breath must be exhausting. I feel sorry for them." This one sentence shattered his psychological defenses. Let me tell you, the expression on his face at that moment was more spectacular than seeing a ghost. Even from over 10 meters away, I could hear his brothers holding their breath. Try not to make a sound. He was standing right in front of them, and they couldn't hear him. He knew very well the gap in strength. He realized he had run into a tough opponent today. With a wave of his hand, the pile of corpses instantly came back to life, stretching and cracking their backs. Only family members understand that playing dead is truly a skill. The Dragon Slayer finally completely softened and asked me what I really wanted to do. I said my request is simple. I'm interested in your skills and want to learn. 5,000 yuan, consider it tuition, and you can take me as a beginner. This guy was quite straightforward, directly telling me that he was just a side branch of Mao Shan, not a true orthodox practitioner. His skills were average. He could handle minor spirits, but when it came to tougher opponents like iron-armored corpses, he had to think twice. If he encountered a copper-armored corpse, he would apologize and say that running away was the only option. Then he started to explain to me that ghosts are divided into 9 ranks, and zombies into 8 levels. Goodness, it felt like he was giving me a product presentation. I directly interrupted him. That's not important. Just tell me, can you teach me that technique of yours? At first, he hesitated a bit, mentioning something about sect rules and fearing repercussions. But his little brothers were even more anxious than him and exploded right away. Boss, 5,000 silver dollars. We wouldn't be worth that much even if we sold ourselves. Yeah, boss, this deal is right in front of us. Let's do it. In the end, Long took a deep breath and thought of a win-win solution. He said, in name, I'll accept you as a registered disciple. So there's an explanation to the outside world. But in reality, it's just a transaction between us, with no strings attached. I thought to myself, isn't this perfect? Who really wants to be your disciple? I made the decision on the spot, and we sealed the deal. Let me tell you, this Dragon Slayer is quite the character. Once the deal was settled, he immediately took his people and burned the batch of goods that was supposed to be delivered to Mayor Yang, making a decisive resignation on the spot, without any hesitation. Then, with the money I gave him, he settled his gang at the inn and happily followed me back to the courtyard. The teaching officially began. He passed me a cultivation method called Huang Ting Jing, claiming it primarily focuses on the body. He recited it while shaking his head, and I immediately said, got it. Next section. The expression on his face was like a robot stuck in a loop, probably regretting whether that 5,000 was too little. Perhaps stimulated by my talent. He later taught with great dedication. I also picked things up quickly. After a night of intensive learning, it was almost dawn. Before leaving, he handed me several books he had kept hidden, like Complete Guide to Basic Talismans and Complete Taoist Techniques. Seeing him so enthusiastic, I generously gave him an extra 1,000, making it a total of 6,000, telling him to enjoy it. As soon as he left, I sat cross-legged and began my cultivation. No joke. My physical quality and perception were maxed out. While others might take 10 days to sense spiritual energy, I locked onto it in less than 3 minutes. After another 2 hours, I successfully drew the energy into my body. Just like that, I officially stepped into the realm of cultivation and became a beginner Qi practitioner. In the next 3 days, I continued to bask in the sun during the day while simultaneously running the cultivation method within my body. The efficiency was incredible. The Dragon Slayer told me that it took him 3 years to go from beginner to mid-level Qi practitioner. Me? 3 days. The speed of my cultivation was like I was cheating. Even more explosive was what I discovered next. The bit of magical power I cultivated within me could actually merge with the energy I absorbed from the sun. Let me tell you, it felt like installing a nuclear reactor in a tractor. Originally, if my magical power was 1, after merging, it skyrocketed to 10, even hitting 100. At this point, I was completely excited and quickly pulled out the complete Taoist techniques that the Dragon Slayer gave me. I learned all 56 spells in 1 hour, directly downloading them into my brain. Then, I snuck out to a small grove outside the town to test my results. First, I tried the wind riding technique, the pure magical power version, which lasted about 5 or 6 seconds like a gentle breeze, pathetically weak. Then I switched to my mixed energy version, and wow. I took off from the ground like a martial arts master, gliding smoothly in the air. The most powerful was the fireball technique. When I cast the regular version, it was only as big as a grape, and when thrown, it made a small popping noise that barely scratched the surface. Then I upgraded to the mixed energy version, and a fireball larger than my face formed, which I hurled with a bang. The explosion sounded like a cannon, creating a massive pit over a meter wide in the ground, all charred. Now I was completely confident. With this power, any iron-armored corpse or fierce ghost that came my way, I could easily handle. What excited me the most was the object control technique. Wasn't this the prerequisite for flying with a sword? Once I leveled up a couple more times and had enough magical power, I could fly up to bask in the sun. The efficiency, wow. Satisfied with my test results, I strolled back to the courtyard as if nothing had happened. XuHong and Xiaomei had just returned from grocery shopping, and XuHong was busy in the kitchen preparing lunch. As soon as I smelled the aroma, I realized I was hungry, so I washed my hands and got ready to eat. I tell you, when the food was served, it was incredibly fragrant. I sat down, and XuHong immediately picked up a piece of stir-fried meat for me with her chopsticks. The sparkle in her eyes was so bright. It was as if she was about to praise me right there on her face. I took a bite, and hey, it was indeed good, much better than before. I had to encourage her, so I gave a 3-part compliment on the spot. Not bad, not bad. Our XuHong's cooking skills are really improving. My goodness. When she heard that, her little face lit up like a flower. Next to her, Xiaomei wasn't having it. She shot XuHong a glare, as if to say, "You little show-off." Then she immediately leaned over and said, "Young master, look at the yard I cleaned today. Is it clean or not? Not a speck of dust anywhere." Family, who understands? These two girls are always vying for my favor. What can I do? I can only treat them equally, saying yes, yes. Our Xiaomei is also the most capable. This little yard is tidied up like a 5-star home. Only then were the two girls satisfied and started to dig into their food. Halfway through eating, XuHong suddenly looked up and mysteriously said to me, "Young master, I went out to buy groceries today and heard that the Zhao family's winery in town is haunted. Do you think there are really ghosts in this world?" As soon as I heard it, my heart skipped a beat. Zhao Taigong, a haunted distillery? My DNA stirred. Wasn't this just the beginning of the plot of Exorcist Priest? That Zhao Taigong, I'm familiar with him. He's the greedy and lecherous old man in the movie who gets killed by the female ghost in the end. His heart as dark as ink. It seems that although the plot has been slightly swayed by my butterfly wings, the main quest is still here. I became serious at that moment, put down my chopsticks, stared at the two of them, and said word by word, regardless of whether there are ghosts or not. You both remember this. That distillery is absolutely off limits, understand? Not a single step closer. XuHong was startled by me and quickly said, "Hey, young master, why are you being so serious? We're not going out tonight. We're really timid." I nodded. There were some things I couldn't tell them yet. After dinner, I started to think it over. I needed to go to Uncle Gio's place and test the waters. Without hesitation, I took XuHong and Xiaomei with me, locked the door, and headed to Uncle Gio's ancestral hall. It was only a 10-minute walk. As soon as I entered the hall, I saw Uncle Gio's disciple, Xing, burning incense. When he turned around and saw me, he was about to greet me, but his gaze immediately shifted to XuHong and Xiaomei behind me. I tell you, his eyes nearly popped out. Well, I picked those girls. How could they not be good-looking? After some dressing up, they were truly a feast for the eyes. At that moment, another girl came out from the inner room. She should be Uncle Gio's female disciple, Xiaoya. When she saw me, she was also taken aback. Her eyes filled with amazement. As a result, the two girls behind me were not having it. They quickly stepped in front of me like two little bodyguards and even huffed at her. Xiaoya then came back to her senses, probably recalling who I was, and mumbled, "Isn't that the Su families?" Just as the words were about to come out, she reacted and swallowed them back down, leading to a rather awkward moment. I thought to myself, the reputation of this prodigal son is truly deeply rooted in people's hearts. I couldn't be bothered to argue. So I directly asked, "I'm here to find Uncle Gio. Where is your master?" As soon as I finished speaking, Uncle Gio came out from the inner hall. When he saw me, he was about to ask what was going on, but suddenly, wow, his expression changed instantly. His brows furrowed tightly, staring at me as if he were looking at a walking nuclear reactor. I am well aware that this guy must have opened his third eye and seen the immense young energy and vitality radiating from me, comparable to the sun. Hey, if you can open it, why can't I? On the spot, I also formed a seal and opened my spiritual eye to respond in kind. Wow, the faint yellow aura of righteous energy around Uncle Gio is indeed from a prestigious lineage, much stronger than the faint glow coming from Xing beside him. Xing, still foolishly, asked me, "Young Master Su, why are you buying yellow paper, talisman brushes, and cinnabar? Can you draw talismans?" Uncle Gio immediately scolded, "Xing, go prepare what Taoist Su needs." Did you hear that? Taoist Su. The title has been upgraded directly. Uncle Gio is acknowledging my strength. He invited me into the inner hall, and as soon as I entered, he got straight to the point. "Taoist Su, may I ask who you are apprenticed to?" "The dragon-slaying Taoist." I replied directly with my name. After hearing this, Uncle Gio slightly frowned, clearly unimpressed by the dragon-slaying Taoist style of getting paid for services. But he didn't say much more. What shocked him even more was the tremendous vitality I possessed, which seemed almost inhuman. I chuckled and got straight to the point. "Master Gio, I came here for the matter regarding the Zhao Gongyan distillery. That old dang is not a good person, and you definitely don't intend to get involved in this, right?" Master Gio nodded, looking righteous. "He deserves to die. But that female ghost has killed someone and will surely become a vengeful spirit. When the time comes, she will bring disaster to the village. And I cannot just sit back and do nothing. Isn't that settled then?" I slapped my thigh and said, How about this? Leave it to me. I promise not to kill him, but I can make him feel worse than death. Just think about it. What would happen to a person who is used to a life of luxury, suddenly becoming a destitute? Upon hearing this, Master Gio's eyes lit up. Isn't this what they call a mouth substitute? With someone to do the dirty work for him, he agreed on the spot. Since you, my friend Sue, are willing to take this on, then I will entrust this matter to you. After the deal was settled, I paid the money and left with the two girls. Back in the courtyard, I sent them off to sleep and got straight to work. I laid out the yellow paper and red cinnabar I bought from Master Gio, along with the book Basic Talismans Encyclopedia, and prepared to work late into the night. I first tried to make a cut on my hand with a small knife to draw blood, but with a snap the knife broke, leaving a white mark on my hand. Well, my defense just got higher. In the end, I had no choice but to bite my finger and let a few drops of blood mix into the cinnabar. With the preparations complete, I began to draw the talismans. For the first one, I put pen to paper and infused it with mana. 10 seconds later, poof, the yellow talisman spontaneously ignited. Failure. No worries, let's try again. The second one ignited again. I thought to myself, am I drawing talismans or lighting cigarettes? After calming down and analyzing, I understood that the mana output was unstable. It had to be consistent. The third attempt failed. The fourth attempt succeeded, although it was just a basic exorcism talisman with a pitifully weak mana fluctuation. At least I succeeded. With experience gained, my success rate skyrocketed, one after another, getting smoother as I went along. However, the talismans drawn with ordinary mana were just weak. If I was going to do it, I might as well go big and use my mixed energy. This stuff had explosive energy, but the controlled difficulty was hellish. The first attempt failed. The second attempt failed. I had failed nearly 20 times in a row, and I was running out of yellow paper. My mindset was about to break. Just at this critical moment, I took a deep breath, steadied my mind, and wrote swiftly, completing it in one go. Success! A faint golden light flashed across the talisman paper. This exorcism talisman in my hand contained energy that was definitely more than 10 times that of an ordinary talisman. With this success, everything flowed smoothly afterward. I quickly drew 5 more, followed by a talisman for pacifying evil spirits and a protective talisman, and I was on a roll. It wasn't until I used up the last piece of yellow paper that I finally stopped, still feeling unsatisfied. I told you at that moment, I felt that my talent was simply remarkable, like a rising new star in the world of talismans. I just stuck 2 protective talismans on the courtyard gate and the back wall, and that was it, time to sleep. But after just 2 hours of sleep, the roosters started crowing, so I had to get up to welcome the first rays of the morning sun, focusing on wellness. When XuHong and Xiaomei got up, I casually handed each of them a set of the protective and spiritual talismans I drew last night. These things are incredible. The protective talisman provides automatic defense and can save your life in critical moments. The spiritual talisman wards off evil, and if you wear it, all sorts of demons and monsters will steer clear of you. Xiaomei covered her mouth and laughed at me, saying, "Young master, you didn't secretly buy these from Uncle Gio and pretend you drew them yourself, did you?" Wow, I just gave her a light smack on the head and said, "What are you talking about? Do you think your young master needs to buy them? Hurry up, keep them close, don't lose them." Seeing how carefully they stored them, I knew they understood my intention. What I gave them was meant to provide peace of mind. Originally, I wanted to soak up some more sun in the courtyard, but suddenly the sky turned overcast and dark clouds completely covered the sun. All right then, time to go out and get things done. I happened to run out of yellow paper, so I first went to Uncle Gio to restock, then I was going to meet that liquor factory owner, Zhao Gonyan. Just as I set off, I ran into a group of people dressed entirely in black, carrying 2 large coffins. The atmosphere was quite eerie. As I sniffed the air, I caught a faint whiff of decay, and it seemed that one of the coffins had someone inside, making muffled sounds. The middle-aged man leading the group had a smile on his face, but it was more grotesque than a cry, and the malicious glint in his eyes was impossible to hide. We exchanged glances, and in that moment we both understood. Isn't this the so-called in-corpse sect that Uncle Joe mentioned? Given their demeanor, they seem to be heading towards the church in town for the 3 evil spirits. Forget it. Let Uncle Gio deal with this headache on his own. It's his territory, and I'll focus on my own business for now. I was thinking of going to the ancestral hall of Master Gio to pick up some yellow paper, and I could casually mention this matter. But as it turned out, neither Master Gio nor Xing was there. Only his female disciple, Xiaoyu, was at the shop. The way that girl looked at me, wow. There was something in her gaze, sparkling and completely different from before. But I didn't have time to chat with her, so I took the yellow paper, paid, and left faster than a rabbit. Next, I headed straight to the tea house to find Boss Zhao, who was having ghost troubles at his distillery. Guess who I saw? That naive young Tianxiong. He was there haggling like crazy, trying to bring the price of the distillery, which was 15,000, down to 5,000. He was really trying to force them into a corner. The moment I walked in, young Tianxiong's face turned green, like he had swallowed a fly. I ignored him completely and got straight to the point, telling Boss Zhao, "I've heard about the ghost problem at your distillery, and I'm taking the job." When Yang Tianxiong heard I was getting involved, he didn't dare say a word and quickly found an excuse to leave. Then I sat down with Boss Zhao and signed a contract. Let me tell you, there was a little trick of mine in that contract. It clearly stated in black and white that I would help him exorcise the ghost, and he would pay me. But if I couldn't resolve it within 3 days, I would have to buy the distillery for 12,000. He thought he was getting a great deal, not knowing that this immense fortune was about to come my way. That night, after the two girls had gone to bed, I took the new talisman I had drawn and headed out. With a swift wind control technique, I flew straight to the distillery. Let me tell you, that place was filled with heavy yin energy like an ice cellar. It was summer, and not a single insect could be heard. I opened my spiritual eye and saw that the sky above the distillery was shrouded in dark energy. Mixed with malevolent aura, this ghost had definitely killed someone. It was a tough character. Just as I was about to enter, I heard some familiar voices nearby. It turned out to be the group from the Yin Corpse sect. They were discussing how Master Geo had taken his disciples out today and hadn't returned yet. And tonight was a perfect opportunity to take some blood corpses to the three killers' position for ritual refining. As soon as they finished speaking, a white figure stumbled into the distillery, followed by a bunch of people in black. Great, they all gathered together. These guys dared to wreak havoc on my territory and wanted to capture people to refine corpses. This would affect my business, so I had to intervene. I silently floated to the eaves like a ghost and watched the show from above. Inside, those two brothers from the Yin Corpse sect completely ignored the woman who had run in, their eyes gleaming as they stared at a large coffin in the middle of the distillery. Hey, they were eyeing this fierce ghost too, wanting to claim it as their own KPI. The guy named Ding Wang pretended to stick a few broken talismans on it, but it was useless. He called a few younger brothers to open the coffin, and they all used their strength, but the coffin didn't budge at all. Now they were stumped and directly threatened to set the coffin on fire to force whatever was inside to come out. I was still watching the commotion from the roof when I suddenly heard a woman scream from inside the coffin, chilling to the bone. "You filthy men should all die. You will all die." As soon as the words left her mouth, there was a huge bang. The entire coffin exploded. Wooden splinters flew everywhere. And three of their younger brothers were taken out on the spot. Some with broken arms, some with broken legs, and one with a dent in his chest. Clearly not going to survive. Then, a female ghost in red floated in midair, her face pale and her eyes fierce, overflowing with resentment. The smiles on the faces of the two leaders of the Yin Corpse sect froze, realizing they had hit a brick wall this time. I tell you, those two guys at the time were almost overheating their CPUs. They were staring at that red-dressed female ghost, and her resentment was practically materializing, spraying out like a pressurized pump. They knew very well that this wasn't tea about catching ghosts. It was purely about sending heads to the ghosts. Those three little brothers on the ground? If they were dead, then so be it. To them, they probably weren't even as important as a dog by the roadside, playing it cold-blooded and ruthless. As for me, I was crouched on the eaves, munching on sunflower seeds while watching the show. Hey, I have to say, this female ghost was way more thrilling than those in movies. The special effects, the aura, wow. The budget was burning. Scared? No way, my friend. I'm not an ordinary person anymore. To me, this thing, aside from being a bit ugly, holds no deterrent power at all. My gaze quickly shifted from the female ghost to the beautiful woman on the ground. Wow, family, who understands? Isn't this the wife of the Kung Fu Emperor, Brother Jie? Li Ji? Although I know this is another world, this face is too recognizable. Crying in a coffin during the day, so it's really her. Just look at her figure and demeanor, combined with her identity as a cultivator. It's simply amazing. A thought flashed through my mind, and I immediately identified her. Bai Ro, the heir of the Mai sect from ghost-catching family fun. Over there, the guy named Ding Wang has already started fighting with the female ghost, but I don't have time to watch them peck at each other. I lightly tapped the roof tile with my toes, and like a feather with no weight, I executed a stylish aerial somersault and silently landed between Bai Ro and the two little minions from the Yin Corpse sect. I directly stunned all three of them with my sudden appearance. The two minions were probably still wondering which film crew had mistakenly entered the wrong set. Before they could say anything, I had already taken action, with one in my left hand and the other in my right like I was picking up little chicks. I grabbed their shoulders, then exerted force from my waist. And hey, I swung them out like a big windmill. Bang, bang, two loud crashes. Those two guys were smashed into the stone wall of the distillery, instantly turning into two pools of unrecognizable mosaic, blood mist exploding everywhere. The scene was, wow, really appetizing. This was my first time killing someone, but I felt not a single ripple of emotion. There's no helping it. After brain enhancement, a person becomes this rational. Besides, dealing with scum like them, I am the law, I am justice. Killing them is what I call purifying the air. Bairuru beside me was already dumbfounded. Her little mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. She probably had never seen such an outrageous entrance and such a violent rescue method in her life. I looked down at her from above, wearing a gentle smile, and softly asked, "Beautiful, can you still move?" Let me tell you, my handsome face probably had a halo effect under the moonlight. Bairuru's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. She lowered her head and quietly said, I should be able to. How could I not understand her little thoughts? Being handsome allows me to do as I please. If someone ugly looked at her like this, she would have slapped them already. But facing my stunning looks, she could only feel shy. And I bet her heart was blooming with joy. She struggled to stand up, but her whole body was weak and soft, clearly under my spell. The commotion on our side, of course, did not escape the notice of those two leaders. The one named Ding Xing shifted his gaze from the two puddles of rotten flesh on the wall to me, his expression filled with apprehension, as if the words "Big Brother, run" were written all over his face. He probably thought he was facing the Hulk after seeing someone turned into mush from dozens of meters away with that kind of power. This guy was tough too, after a moment's thought. He turned and ran without saying a word. Before he ran, he threw a small black ball in my direction, which exploded with a bang, a cloud of black mist instantly spreading out. He shouted to his brother, "Lao Lu, forget about that ghost. Let's get out of here." Well, these villains sure were decisive in their retreat. The other one, named Ding Wang, hearing the command, forced back the female ghost with a talisman and also fled without looking back. Once they ran, the female ghost had no one to deal with her anymore. She turned her head, and that cold, killing intent locked onto me and Bairuru. I thought to myself, just right, I came here tonight to deal with you. I opened a spiritual eye to prevent her from playing any vanishing tricks. The next second, I gathered my strength and whooshed away from my original spot. By the time Bairu and the female ghost saw me again, I had crossed a distance of several meters and appeared right in front of the female ghost, holding a gleaming talisman in my hand. With a sizzling sound, I pressed the talisman against her face. It felt like pouring hot oil on snow. The female ghost let out a piercing scream, and her entire ghostly form became much less substantial. Did she want to run? No chance. I swiftly cast a fireball spell and slammed it into her chest. Boom! A blaze instantly engulfed her, and amidst her cries, she was burned to the point of losing her soul, leaving not a trace behind. From the moment I struck to the end, it took no more than 3 seconds. A complete takeout, efficiency maxed out. Bairuru behind me was utterly petrified. As a cultivator herself, she knew how troublesome fierce ghosts could be, but in my hands, the ghost was like a paper doll, shattering at a mere touch. She probably had never seen such ferocity in her life. After dealing with the female ghost, I turned around and walked back to her, still wearing that gentle smile. "Can you walk by yourself now?" She weakly shook her head. I nodded to show I understood. The next moment, I directly picked her up in a princess carry, lifting her off the ground. Wow, those solid chest muscles. She must have felt them through the clothes, and her face turned so red it looked like it could bleed. A woman in her 30s, this was probably her first time being so close to a man. I held her tightly and asked, "Do you know what those two guys are doing in Juchuan town?" My warm breath brushed against her face, causing her to shiver slightly. But she obediently replied, "They brought a blood corpse here and want to use my spiritual blood to feed it. They're definitely at the 3 evil positions in the town. As long as we find that, we can find them." The 3 evil positions, huh? I happen to know about that. As I spoke, I lifted her into the air, going full speed. Bairuru could only feel the howling wind by her ears and the scenery rushing by on both sides, almost making her dizzy. She was weak and shivering from the cold. As soon as I saw it, I realized I had forgotten about this. I have a good constitution and am not afraid of the cold, but she is not the same. I immediately took out a talisman I had just drawn and handed it to her. With a flash of golden light, a transparent shield appeared, instantly blocking the cold wind. Bairuru held the talisman, looking stunned. She recognized its value at a glance. This was a high-level spiritual talisman, containing a terrifying amount of energy. Such a thing is a priceless treasure in the spiritual realm, and here I was casually giving it to her to block the wind? The look in her eyes shifted from shock to admiration and curiosity. and I could guess she had already imagined me as some kind of holy son from a hidden sect. While we were talking, the two who escaped had already rushed back to the church in a panic. Just as they reached the door, a scream echoed from inside, and a dark figure shot out of the church, followed closely by a blood-red, foul-smelling monster. It was the Blood Corpse. Their boss, a middle-aged man named Dingren, walked out of the church with a face as black as the bottom of a pot. Seeing them, he shouted, "Where are you?" They didn't have time to explain and quickly said, "Boss, run." A strong guy, saved by Ruru. "That guy is not human. He's a monster." Upon hearing this, Dingren's expression suddenly changed. Not good. The Blood Corpse is out of control. It was messed up by that Western zombie in the church. Good grief. It turns out a missionary had died in the church and transformed into a vampire, wiping out their stronghold. These guys were really out of luck. I happened to arrive while holding by Ruru and saw that the out-of-control Blood Corpse had stopped chasing the vampire and was about to rush into a nearby house. I couldn't let it succeed. I placed Bairuru on the roof and quickly threw out a high-level corpse-restraining talisman. With a loud slap, it hit the target accurately, and the fierce Blood Corpse immediately froze in place, as if it had been paralyzed. I turned around and handed Bairuru 3 fireball talismans. "Stay here for now. I'll go deal with that flying thing and be back soon." After saying that, without waiting for her reaction, I transformed into a shadow and disappeared. Meanwhile, the vampire John, who had just escaped from the church, was still unaware that I had him in my sights. As he flew, he excitedly thought about how if he drained the life from everyone in this town, he would become stronger. Damn God, from now on, I'm going to create my own bright future. But before his bright future could even begin, with a snap, I came crashing down from the sky. I told you. At that moment, I was like an eagle catching a chick, stepping directly on his back and bringing him down for a free fall. Bang! He hit the ground so hard that it created a pit. This guy probably shattered all his bones, but he just wouldn't die. His vitality was simply like that of a cockroach. Just as he was about to struggle, I grabbed the back of his neck with one hand. My grip was like a hydraulic clamp, and he couldn't move at all. I grabbed him like I was holding a ragged sack and teased him on purpose. "You're all bones and still not dead, huh? But don't vampires fear silver?" Well, as soon as I said that, he immediately cowered, begging for mercy with a tearful voice. "Please, don't kill me. Sir, I can talk. I'm willing to be your servant and do anything for you." Oh, he can still speak. Isn't that guy in the movie a fool? But that's fine. It saves me trouble. I smirked and said, "All right, if you want to be my dog, you need to make a blood oath first. Come on, let us go take care of some business." Saying this, I grabbed him and flew directly towards Yang Tianxiong's house. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Ding brothers, who were playing with corpses, discovered that their prized Blood Corpse had gone out of control and rushed out in a panic. This thing was the heart and soul of the eldest brother Dingrun. He had nurtured it for a long time, just waiting for it to upgrade into a bronze-armored corpse. If it got lost, he would be heartbroken. They followed the traces and saw the Blood Corpse standing there like a wooden stake, completely motionless. Dingren leaned in for a closer look, and his face turned pale. There was a talisman stuck to the back of the Blood Corpse. When he touched it, he was shocked, muttering, "High-level spirit talisman. Family members who understands." This thing in their line of work is like an SSR, something rare and hard to come by. Moreover, my talisman had subdued a nearly upgraded Blood Corpse just by being stuck to its back. How profound must my magic be? Dingren's mind raced, and he instantly realized that this was definitely the work of that formidable person his 2 brothers had encountered before. He quickly peeled off the talisman and tucked it into his pocket, while his 2 brothers stared wide-eyed, not daring to make a sound. Dingren decisively said, "That guy must have gone after the Western zombies. We need to hurry and run. Now." He immediately assigned tasks, sending one brother back to call for help while he took the other brother, hoisting the Blood Corpse and preparing to escape. This scene was clearly observed by Ro, who was hiding on the roof. She wished she could take care of these people right then and there, but she knew she didn't have the strength at the moment. If her talisman missed, she would be exposed, and it would be over. So she held back and decided to wait for my return. She calculated it just right. The Ding brothers had barely left for 2 minutes when I came back. That vampire John? He was already used up by me. I had him deal with the Yang father and son, and then I used a Samadhi true fire to turn him to ashes, nice and clean. As soon as I landed, I noticed the bloodied corpse was gone, and I had a clear understanding of what was happening. Without saying a word, I picked up Bairuru again. This time, she was much more at ease, her little hands even wrapping around my neck on their own. She pointed me in a direction, and with a push off my toes, I soared out. In midair, she curiously asked me if I was really human, how I could fly, and was so strong. I laughed and said, "Of course I'm human, just born with great strength. As for flying, it's just a wind manipulation technique. I'm simply far ahead." She looked doubtful, probably thinking that her version of wind manipulation could only manage to ruffle her hair. With my speed, are you kidding? Even if those two brothers had 8 legs, they couldn't outrun me. In no time, I made a stylish landing with Bairuru right in front of them. When Dingren saw it was me, his face turned pale with fear, and he still wanted to negotiate with me. "Your Excellency, let's talk it out. Just name your price." I laughed. "All right. My request is simple. You all can go die." As soon as I finished speaking, Ding Ren's expression turned fierce, and he shook the corpse-controlling bell. The blood corpse let out a howl and lunged towards me, spitting out a mouthful of black corpse energy. I held on to Bairuru, not moving an inch, and with a flick of my finger, a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, blowing away the corpse energy completely. In the next second, I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. My figure flashed, and I was in front of the blood corpse. Bang! A powerful kick directly created a large dent in its chest, and the entire corpse flew back like a cannonball, landing over 20 meters away. The two brothers from the Ding family had their eyes nearly popping out, probably starting to doubt life itself. The blood corpse they raised, which had immense strength, was like a piece of paper in front of me. Before they could react from their shock, I was already in front of them, begging for mercy. Too late. I crossed my hands, and with 2 cracking sounds, I crushed all the bones in their hands and feet. The screams instantly rang out, but that wasn't the end. The blood corpse that I had kicked away, having lost its master, went out of control again. It got up from the ground, its crimson eyes turned, and instead of charging at me, it lunged towards the howling Ding Run and Ding Xing on the ground. I held Bairuru and stepped aside, watching. All I could hear was the crackling sound as those two brothers were drained into 2 human corpses by their own cherished pets. Evil begets evil. It's simply outrageous. After sucking the blood of their 2 masters, the wounds on the blood corpses instantly healed, and their aura surged even more, as if they felt invigorated again, turning around and charging towards me once more. I shook my head, embraced Bairuru, and soared into the sky, jumping directly to a height of several dozen meters. Then, like a meteorite, I fell from the sky. With a loud bang, the ground was directly crushed by me, creating a big pit with a diameter of 5 meters. And that blood corpse was completely obliterated, reduced to a puddle of flesh. I casually threw a few fireballs and cleaned up the scene. After a quick glance, I noticed one had escaped. I immediately flew back to the church with Bairuru, but unfortunately, that guy Ding Wong had already slipped away. Well, if he ran, then he ran. I doubt he has the guts to come back. After returning to my small courtyard with Bairuru, I set her down and used a healing spell on her. Instantly, the poison in her body was cured, and her strength returned. She was momentarily stunned, then shot me a glance, and that charm, TSK, TSK. She complained, "Since you have this ability, why didn't you use it on me earlier?" I grinned and said, "I would have used it earlier. Where would I find a reason to hug you?" She let out a laugh, her cheeks turning red. We exchanged playful banter, and she even joked about dedicating herself to me. I looked her up and down seriously and said, "It's not impossible." After a while, she wanted to return the talisman I had given her earlier, but I waved my hand and said, "Keep it. It's just a little doodle I made. I have plenty." Seeing that it was still early, I suggested she rest in my room first. The girl was clearly exhausted. When she entered my room, she sniffed the scent on my blanket, blushed slightly, and then crawled in and fell asleep. As for me, I still had one last thing to deal with. The bodies of the Yang father and son were still lying in the Yang residence. I told you, this matter has to be handled quickly and efficiently, resolved in no time at all, with clean and precise actions. By the time I strolled back to my little courtyard, it was almost dawn, and Bairuru was already sound asleep in my room. Fine, I wanted to compete with her for space. So I just sat cross-legged in the courtyard and began a big session of photosynthesis. To be honest, after fighting with that Western zombie, I realized that my body is practically a BUG. Just basking in the sun makes me stronger, while cultivation is merely a bonus. But I shouldn't get too carried away, right? It's always good to have more methods. Just like that, before I knew it, the sky was brightening. My 2 precious girls, XuHong and Xiaomei, came out of the house yawning. When they saw me, they weren't surprised at all. They were already used to their young master waking up earlier than them, the maids. XuHong bounced over like a little rabbit, resting her small hand on my shoulder, and began to massage it, grinning as she asked, "Young master, what is for breakfast today?" I rolled my eyes, a bad idea came up, leaned back in the chair, and lazily said, "Same as usual." "All right, make an extra portion today. We have guests at home." "Guests?" XuHong was taken aback. "Where are they?" I gestured towards my room and said, well, she's in my room. You can go wake her up. Goodness. As soon as I said that, XuHong's eyes widened in surprise, and her mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg. Xiao Mei, who was in the kitchen, also heard it. She had just poured water into the pot, and like a rabbit, she rushed over. The two girls exchanged a glance, and their expressions were simply unbelievable. Like two cats that had discovered their owner hiding a beautiful woman in a golden house, tiptoeing towards my room. I was sitting in the yard watching a show. Guess what happened? They pushed the door open, and Ruru had just woken up, lying on the bed in a daze. The two girls, upon seeing a beautiful woman lying on the bed, were instantly stunned, their little faces dropping, and the air was filled with a hint of jealousy. Ruru was quite perceptive too. Seeing the expressions on the two girls' faces, how could she not know what they were thinking? She quickly lifted the blanket and sat up, and lo and behold, she was dressed neatly. The two girls immediately let out a huge sigh of relief. Ruru smiled and explained, hello, I'm Ruru. Your young master saved me yesterday. Don't misunderstand. At this point, the two girls' faces turned bright red, like cooked shrimp, and they turned to look into the yard, just in time to meet my mischievous grin. The young master is so naughty. The two of them exclaimed in unison, stamping their feet. I laughed so hard I couldn't stand up straight. Once the misunderstanding was cleared up, the atmosphere immediately became harmonious. Ruru didn't act aloof at all. After washing up, she went straight to the kitchen to help. In no time, she bonded with XuHong and Xiao Mei, calling her sister Ruru affectionately. After dinner, the two girls proactively tidied up another empty room. Anyway, in this muddled way, she ended up living in my house, and no one mentioned anything about her leaving. Who could understand that unspoken feeling among family? Then let me tell you, the next day, the town was in an uproar. The young father and son had vanished without a trace. The servants in the mansion discovered it and reported it to the authorities, but when they investigated, there were no clues at all, no signs of a struggle, and money and antiques were untouched. It was just that two living people had disappeared into thin air. This caused quite a stir, and then another incident broke out. The old church at the edge of town, which had been abandoned for a long time, was mysteriously opened. Now everyone in town was panicking, saying that the church had bad feng shui and that opening it would lead to trouble. And look, the mayor and his son had disappeared, hadn't they? Everyone wanted to consult Uncle Gio for advice, but Uncle Gio's apprentice said, unfortunately, Uncle Gio had gone out with a Xing on business and wouldn't be back for a couple of days. The townsfolk were at a loss, so they had to seal the church up again and wait for Uncle Gio to return. As for the young father and son, since no clues could be found, the matter eventually faded away. Let me tell you, with their disappearance, people in town were practically setting off firecrackers in secret. That old scoundrel sold opium and ruined countless families. He was already hated by heaven and earth. Before, no one dared to touch him, but now, heaven had directly taken him away. What a relief. You say they committed so many crimes. Why didn't a ghost come to claim their lives? Oh, what are you thinking? It's not that easy. When a person dies, the underworld's messengers come right away to meet their KPIs, taking you away to handle the paperwork, not giving you any chance to roam around in the living world. The Yang family's assets were soon divided up by other wealthy people in town, and as for me, I had no interest at all. Money is only good if it suffices. After that, life was quite comfortable. I spent my days lying in the yard soaking up the sun, while Ruru was busy starting a class to teach XuHong and Xiao Mei Wing Chun. Hey, you wouldn't believe it. They were practicing quite well, making the yard lively. As I basked in the sun, I accidentally made another breakthrough and entered the later stages of Qi training. It was as easy as drinking water. Ruru looked at me with eyes that seemed ready to roll to the heavens. She must have been thinking, is this person cheating? Her own skill, which was a spiritual technique, took several minutes to heal a superficial injury, while mine could fully revive you in the blink of an eye. As long as you weren't missing an arm or a leg, there was no comparison. Just as I was pondering whether to go back inside and draw a few talismans for fun, someone knocked on the courtyard door. I got up to open the door. Goodness, it's Uncle Gio. Lin Daoyu, what a rare visitor. I invited him into the courtyard. Uncle Gio had a serious expression on his face. As soon as I returned, I heard so many things have happened in the town. Others couldn't get to the bottom of it, so I came to ask you. I poured him a cup of tea and thought to myself, this old guy has quite a keen sense. Of course, I can't say it was me. I directly gave him a script that was 7 parts true and 3 parts false, talking about how the Yin Corpse Gate wanted to refine blood corpses, which made Jiushu so angry that he slapped the table. Then I started to deceive him. Jiushu, you don't know, a Western zombie popped out of that church. The kind that can fly. I exerted a tremendous amount of effort to deal with it. Those two unfortunate Yang family members just happened to run into trouble, and I was actually helping them collect the bodies, doing good deeds. After hearing this, Jioshu was silent for a long time, and his eyes clearly showed that he didn't believe me at all. However, he didn't expose me, as he was happier than anyone else about the death of the Yang father and son. Then this old brother changed his tone and said, "Daoist Su, actually, I came this time to ask you for a big favor." It turned out he had gone to Tong Town in Guangxi a few days ago for a junior disciple of his. There had been a group of horse bandits there, led by an evil cultivator from the Seven Kill sect, who had turned his subordinates into invulnerable poison magic beings, committing all sorts of atrocities. He was worried that his junior disciple couldn't handle it alone and wanted to invite me to go with him. To persuade me to come out of retirement, Jioshu directly played his trump card, saying that as long as I was willing to help, I could freely choose from the high-level Maoshan spells, formation methods, and artifact refining insights in his collection. As soon as I heard that, what else is there to say? It's about eliminating harm for the people, so I must go. I made the decision on the spot. Lin Daoyu, even if you don't offer any benefits, I still have to take care of this matter. When Uncle Gio heard what I said, his gaze towards me became much more affectionate. He immediately decided to set off in the afternoon, without a moment to lose. I hurried home to explain to my 3 family members. Let me tell you, the scene at that moment was something else. I pulled out a stack, a stack of high-level talismans, just like dealing playing cards, and handed a small pile to Bairuru, XuHong, and Xiaomei each. Bairuru was stunned on the spot, holding that stack of talismans with trembling hands. Her expression was as if she had seen someone using $100 bills as scrap paper. I told her, "I have plenty of this, don't hold back. Just use the talismans directly when needed. Keep an eye on the 2 of them at home, don't wander around." After giving my instructions, I went straight out to meet Uncle Gio, and we were getting ready to go to Guangxi to run a dungeon. I tell you, this journey is really not easy. This era is truly challenging. The spiritual energy is as thin as anything. Here we are, 2 foundational stage experts, and we still have to ride horses when we go out. It's ridiculous. Back in the day, the ancient masters could fly with swords in the chi refining stage. And what about now? Friends without money have to rely on their 2 legs to get around. At most, they can stick on a teleportation talisman, mainly focusing on physical endurance. On the way, I actually ran into Uncle Gio. Goodness, when we stood together, anyone who didn't know us would think it was an AI-generated image that forgot to swap faces. We look exactly alike. Uncle Gio just looks a bit more weathered. His hair has turned quite a bit white. Who told him to bite off more than he could chew? Learning formations, feng shui, talisman crafting, and weapon refining. As a result, he's worn himself out and aged prematurely. I have a pair of words, and I found that the situation at home is similar. My 2 apprentices, a Xing and Xiaoyu, clung to my thigh before going out, crying and shouting that they wanted to come with me to see the world. As for Uncle Gio, even more outrageous. XuHong said his aunt was going to the provincial capital to buy goods, so he had to watch the store. That reason was somewhat acceptable. But that one Kai, upon hearing that this time we were going to fight against evil cultivators, turned pale and said, "What if no one watches the ancestral hall?" Let me tell you, with just one glance from Uncle Gio, he knew this kid was scared and afraid of dying. The master goes out risking his life, and the apprentices at home are slacking off. This incredible fortune is truly something they stumbled upon. As soon as the master left, they probably ran to town to look for girls. So we kept complaining and hurrying along, and by the time it got dark, Uncle Gio and XuHong, 3 people on 3 horses, finally entered Guangxi territory and arrived at a place called Tanja Town. Our agreed-upon junior brother, Huang Yanhai, was in a nearby village, but it was too late to go there, so we thought we'd find an inn in town to rest for a bit. Just as we sat down and ordered a few dishes, the chatter from the next table drifted over. "Hey, have you heard? The Tan family has invited a Taoist to their new house to catch ghosts. Is that true? It's not another scam, is it? This time's different. My nephew works at the Tan residence and saw the Taoist palm on fire. It was incredible. Let us go. Let us go. Let us see the excitement. If he is really a great master, it will be good to ask for a talisman." I exchanged a glance with Uncle Gio, and my heart skipped a beat. Tan family town. Isn't that the territory of our junior brother Huang Yanhai? Could it be him? XuHong, on the other hand, seemed unfazed and cheerfully said, "Since we're just sitting around doing nothing, why not go take a look? If it happens to be your junior brother, it would save us some trouble." I thought it made sense, quickly shoveled a few bites of rice, and XuHong paid the bill. The 3 of us headed straight to the new Tan residence. When we arrived, there was already a crowd of onlookers outside the new house, packed in layers. At the entrance stood a chubby man, probably the real Tan Baiwan, nervously rubbing his hands. Next to him was a middle-aged man dressed in ordinary clothes, calmly, encouraging himself. I saw this guy take a deep breath and suddenly strip off his clothes, turning them inside out. I couldn't hold back. The clothes were actually reversible. The other side was a yellow robe adorned with a Tai Chi diagram. This move was quite flashy. Dressed in his battle attire, he pulled out a peachwood sword and a yellow talisman from his waist pouch, and with a mysterious expression, he said to Tan Baiwan, Old Master Tan, "Please wait a moment. Let me go in and confront that evil creature." After saying this, he confidently strode into the grand residence. The three of us waited outside for half a day, and that guy finally came out swaying. Tan Million quickly approached him. "Daoist, how is it? Did you catch it?" The Daoist shook his head, looking troubled. "Sigh, this ghost is very cunning. It knows my skills are profound and dares not come out. I'm afraid that if I leave, it will come back to cause trouble, which would be problematic." Upon hearing this, 10 Million became anxious. "What should we do then?" The Daoist's eyes darted, and he came up with a plan. "There's a way. This house is yours, and while the ghost is afraid of me, it is not afraid of you. How about this? You go in as bait to lure it out, and I guarantee I can defeat it in one move, ensuring it never gets reborn." At that moment, I couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this just sending the boss to take the bullets? 10 Million was so scared that his face turned green, shaking his head like a rattle drum. No, with my body, what if something happens?" The Taoist priest saw he wasn't taking the bait and immediately changed his tone. "Well, there are ways just a bit troublesome." 10 Million quickly said, "I'm not afraid of trouble, as long as there is a way." The Taoist priest immediately took out a yellow talisman from his pocket, holding it like a treasure. "I have a protective talisman here, as long as you wear it, not to mention little ghosts. Even the King of Hell would have to bow to you. Its power is extraordinary." As soon as these words were spoken, let me tell you, 10 Million's eyes lit up like two big light bulbs. A protective talisman. A good thing. He used to not believe in these things. So he didn't know any real experts in the circle. All he found were quacks. His family didn't understand. Obviously a rich man. Yet he lived like a clueless leak. Otherwise, with Mao Shanming's little tricks, how could he fool him? No way. Mao Shanming saw the fish was hooked and was overjoyed, pretending to be reserved. "Oh, talking about money is vulgar. You just do as you see fit, Mr. Tan." 10 Million was also a straightforward person, thought for a moment, and directly said, $100, Taoist priest, how about that? Good heavens, $100. Mao Shanming almost burst out laughing, quickly nodded. Suitable, very suitable. He was overjoyed inside. Just a piece of yellow paper, the cost was negligible, and turned around to get $100. This immense wealth was finally mine. He handed over the flashy talisman that looked very impressive, and 10 Million took it. To be honest, he did feel a lot more at ease. He immediately had his servant bring the money, and paid $100 on the spot. With this divine talisman for protection, 10 Million's courage grew, and he immediately decided, go inside. We must go inside. I want to see which little brat is causing trouble in my new house. Mao Shanming followed behind, secretly signaling to the two ghost brothers hiding in the room, Big Treasure and Little Treasure, to start the show. But he didn't know, while he was preparing to start the show, the real owners underground were having a meeting. A middle-aged ghost brother was furious. Yin Yang, that Tan is back with people again. And this time, he came in himself, building a house over our grave. It's suffocating me. If you ask me, just kill him, and it'll be over. Next to him, a beautiful ghost, his daughter Lu Yun, quickly advised, Dad, we can't kill people. Have you forgotten what the ghost officers said? If we harm people while our ghostly lifespan isn't up, we'll end up in the 18th layer of hell. So what do you suggest? He comes once. We deal with him once. How annoying. The middle-aged ghost brother was in a terrible mood. I'm telling you, this situation is quite tragic. Lu Yun's family was originally made up of good people. But when people die and turn into ghosts, if they're unlucky, they might forget some things from their lives. And their personalities change as well. Her father is the type who's really unlucky. He's forgotten a lot and has become extremely irritable, ready to hit or kill at any moment. Fortunately, he listens to his precious daughter. Her mother and younger brother have also forgotten some things. But it's not a big problem, thanks to Lu Yun's intervention. Otherwise, with their family's ghost-level strength, the more than 100 people before wouldn't just have been moved to the yard for a nap, right? They would have been wiped out long ago. This family isn't to be trifled with. Lu Yun is in the later stage of being a ghost. Her father is in the middle stage. And her mother and brother are in the early stage. Dealing with ordinary people is a matter of minutes for them. They're no longer afraid of anyone's three fires. Illusions and wall passing are just minor skills. Dad, Mom, brother, you stay here. I'll go up and take a look. just scaring them away will do. Lu Yin comforted her family like she was soothing a child and floated up herself. She was also worried. Family, what kind of situation is this? Originally, their family was uncomfortable in the underworld, feeling like they were in an ice cellar every day with the cold wind blowing. Later, they spent a lot of money to establish connections and were specially approved to return to the human world, living in their own grave, planning to reincarnate when their time came. But when they came back, they were dumbfounded. Decades had passed, and their grave had been bulldozed to make way for a huge mansion. And it didn't stop there. After the Tan family moved in, it was a real ruckus. Imagine, you're trying to sleep at home, and upstairs, they have parties every day, with DJs blasting music and a bunch of people dancing on your ceiling for the entire day without a weekend. Who could stand that? Her father's temper was barely kept in check, thanks to Lu Yun, the good daughter who played the role of a comforting presence and advised him daily. Meanwhile, on the ground, the grand show by Mao Shanming had already begun. The acting of De Bao and Xiao Bao was extraordinary. Various ghostly winds and screams filled the air, scaring Tan Million out of his wits. However, he had a talisman on his chest. As soon as the two little ghosts got close, they were shocked away like they had been electrocuted. Hey, this is just for show. Tan Million thought, wow, this talisman is amazing. Mao Shan Daoist is truly a master. His fear instantly turned into admiration. In the end, Mao Shanming pretended to cast spells, took out a broken umbrella, and captured De Bao and Xiao Bao. A grand performance concluded successfully. Tan Million was thrilled. The ghosts had been caught. Mao Shanming was also happy. The money was in hand. He was calculating in his mind, planning to swindle another payment for ghost catching and then run away. Who cares who the real ghost in this mansion is? But neither of them knew that on the eaves, 3 pairs of eyes were quietly watching them show off. That's right, it was me, Lin Jingdao, and Lin Fengjiao. We had been there for a long time, watching this flawed, ghost-catching show from start to finish. To be honest, Mao Shanming's professional skills weren't that great, but his ability to put on a show was definitely top-notch. His movements and lines flowed smoothly, seamlessly. Anyone who didn't know would think they were filming a movie. Of course, he was at least a late-stage Qi practitioner, so dealing with the 2 little ghosts he raised was a piece of cake for him. Tan Million was so intimidated by him that he was dazed, almost bowing down on the spot, wanting to keep Mao Shanming as a family worshiper. I laughed at that moment and turned to the 2 people next to me. Masters, what do you think of this Taoist Mao below? How is his level? Lin Jingdao frowned and shook his head. His intentions are not pure, raising ghosts to deceive people. It's simply disgraceful for us practitioners. Lin Fengjiao observed more closely and analyzed. I see him as a loose cultivator. His magical tools are just for show, flashy but not practical. His magical power is also not pure enough. He must have no master to teach him, just groping around on his own. However, if he could reach this level without anyone teaching him, it shows he has decent talent, at least. Not worse than me and Jingdao. At this point, he suddenly hesitated, recalling my abnormal cultivation speed, and quickly corrected himself. Not worse than me and Jingdao? Haha, almost laughed out loud. Seeing their gloomy little expressions made me incredibly happy. I cleared my throat and expressed my opinion. I think that although this person raises ghosts and deceives others, his nature is not bad. You see, the 2 ghosts he raises, Big Treasure and Little Treasure, are quite loyal. If he were truly a bad person, he would directly instruct the ghosts to steal, rob, or even harm others. Wouldn't that bring in money faster? But he didn't do that, which shows he has a bottom line. He just doesn't understand. Someone who learned this on their own can't know much. He doesn't even know that raising ghosts requires a master-servant contract, which is a crucial matter, yet he brings the ghosts around him every day. Look at his dark energy. It's almost as bad as the bottom of a pot, purely bad luck. People like him, we should lend a helping hand. After listening to me, Lin Jingdao and Lin Fengjiao pondered for a moment and agreed it made sense. A person who doesn't even understand the basics of raising ghosts truly doesn't seem like someone from a prestigious lineage. Just then, I suddenly sensed something was off. As soon as I activated my radar, I locked onto an additional source of negative energy in the courtyard. Let's stop chatting, I said softly. The main person has arrived. Let's go down and meet them. As soon as I finished speaking, I jumped down from the eaves. 6 or 7 meters high was like stepping down a staircase for me. With a wind control technique, I landed silently and smoothly. But the 2 behind me were not so graceful. Bang, bang. 2 loud thuds like 2 sacks of cement falling down, hitting the ground hard. After they steadied themselves, their faces twitched. The expression was speechless, like a large-scale competition of misfortunes. The sudden appearance of the 3 of us startled Mao Shanming and Tan Baiwan in the courtyard. Mao Shanming's heart sank. It was over, just when the money was about to be in hand. An unexpected turn of events had occurred. He was so scared that he wanted to flee. Tan Baiwan, however, remained relatively calm. Seeing that the three of us were dressed decently and didn't look like bad people, he mustered his courage to ask, "Who might you three be? Why are you visiting my residence in the middle of the night?" I completely ignored him and directed my gaze deep into the yard, speaking loudly to the air. "Come out. I know you're here. If you don't want your whole family to be taken by us, come out and chat." Tan Million and Mao Shanming were both stunned, wondering who I was talking to. Mao Shanming reacted quickly, realizing instantly, his face turned pale. He had encountered a real big shot. He wanted to run, but when he looked up, he met my half-smiling gaze, and his legs went weak. Lin Jingdao and Lin Fengjiao were also startled. They'd opened their spiritual eyes, but couldn't find a ghost, not expecting that I had already locked onto the target. Then a clear, slightly melancholic female voice came from the inner courtyard. "This young master. It's not that I don't wish to show myself, but your vigorous yang energy is too overwhelming. I can't approach at all." This was simple. I casually performed a breath-concealing technique on myself, and instantly, that strong yang energy that made ghosts retreat was retracted. The next second, a beautiful woman in white appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Goodness, this female ghost was truly beautiful. Mao Shanming and Tan Million stared in disbelief. The ghost, Lu Yun, slightly bowed to the three of us. This humble girl, Lu Yun, has met the young master and the two Taoist priests. As for the two beside her, she completely ignored them as if they were air. No wonder. One was occupying her family's grave, and the other was trying to scam money with a fake item. Who would give them a good face? I'll get straight to the point. Let us talk about your matter. Although you've been causing a stir here, you've never harmed a single person. And we're not unreasonable people. If you're in the right, we'll support you in this matter today. Upon hearing this, Tan Baiwan became anxious and was about to argue back. I shot him a glare, and he immediately swallowed his words. As for Mao Shanming, he wished he could shrink into a ball and dare not make a sound. Lu Yun then slowly began to explain the events of the past 6 months in detail. By the time she finished, Lin Jingdao and Lin Fengjiao were both frowning deeply. After hearing the story, Mao Shanming felt that Tan Baiwan's actions were truly unscrupulous. Seeing that the situation was turning against him, Tan Baiwan's face changed, and he quickly shouted in protest. "I really didn't know. The land purchase and house construction were all handled by my subordinates, who knew this was a graveyard. I'm being wronged. Let me tell you, our XuHong here isn't buying this at all." He.S. still crying injustice, but XuHong just shot him a glance. And that was it. Didn't even bother to say a word. Goodness, just that one look. Tan Million was completely stunned, as if he had been electrocuted. His whole body went limp, and he toppled to the side. I looked at his face, and it turned as pale as an A4 sheet of paper. The so-called diviner next to him, named Mao Shanming, quickly helped him up, or else he would have just collapsed on the ground. Tan Million was shaking like a leaf, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. After quite a while, he finally steadied himself, let out a long sigh, and became obedient. I actually knew. Who understands? Family? This is what they call refusing a toast and getting punished with a fine drink. Why didn't he do this earlier? It turns out that XuHong's glance, just now, was a kind of Taoist technique called the mind enlightenment technique. In simple terms, it's like a super VR version of truth or dare. If you have a guilty conscience, you see your greatest fears. For a black-hearted businessman like Tan Million, he probably got dragged straight into an 18-layer hell tour, complete with a barrage of comments. Now he was completely cowed, no longer daring to play tricks, and confessed everything. To put it simply, he initially didn't believe in ghosts and gods, thought digging up a few graves was nothing, just trying to save money. How pathetic. Now he regretted it deeply, wishing he could turn back time. After listening, XuHong couldn't be bothered to argue with him and directly gave a solution. All right, enough nonsense. I'll show you a clear path. Listen up. First, pay money to invite these two Taoist priests beside me to find a new feng shui site for Miss Lu's family to relocate the graves. Second, compensate them with a large sum of ghost money as mental distress compensation. That LL settle the matter, and from now on, we'll keep to ourselves. How about that? This plan was simply brilliant, giving him enough face. After all, building this big house cost a lot of money, so it's unrealistic to just abandon it. Guess what happened next? Tan Million, with his peculiar way of thinking, actually paused for a moment and asked, "Compensate? Do the dead also need money?" I almost couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Dude, what era are you living in? XuHong was speechless and directly countered him. Haven't you heard that money can make the devil push the mill? Otherwise, why do people burn paper every Qingming festival. Just for fun? With that one sentence, he left Han millions speechless, his face turning red and white, but he didn't dare to say a word. So the matter was settled. Then the most outrageous move came. XuHong had a brief chat with the female, Ghost Lu Yun, asking her to stay and discuss the details. Then he grabbed the still-dazed Mao Shanming, lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and swoosh. He flew up like a piece of paper, tapped again on the eaves, and directly disappeared into the night. Good heavens, he didn't waste any words. Just made a swift exit, leaving us all in disarray in the wind. 10 Million's jaw almost dropped to the ground, probably wondering if even cultivating immortality has started to become competitive these days. On the other side, XuHong was dragging Mao Shanming, like carrying a little chick, landing in an empty alley. As soon as Mao Shanming touched the ground, his legs went weak, and he plopped down to his knees in front of XuHong, tears and snot streaming down his face. Big brother, hero, although I use ghosts to scam money, I never harmed anyone. Please don't kill me. I'll give you all the money I scammed. All of it. Families who understands this survival instinct was off the charts. But XuHong didn't want his measly money at all, smiling at him, just 2 words, want ghosts. He told Mao Shanming to hand over the 2 little ghosts. This made Mao Shanming panic. He had been with those 2 ghosts for so long that he had come to see them as family. The 2 little ghosts in the umbrella were also scared and cried out, Uncle Ming, no, don't hand us over to him. Unexpectedly, this charlatan was quite loyal. Hearing this, he straightened his back. No ghosts, then 1 life. Oh, if I had seen that at the time, I would have given him a thumbs up. XuHong saw this and thought, fine, you have some guts. He analyzed for Mao Shanming, saying that humans and ghosts are on different paths. If he kept those 2 with him, he would only get more unlucky, and one day he might just lose his life. Mao Shanming admitted that ever since he had been with those 2, he had indeed faced continuous misfortune, but he said, it's been unlucky, but I'm much happier than when I was alone. As soon as he said this, the 2 little ghosts were so moved that they kept calling out Uncle Ming. XuHong saw their family bond was strong, so he didn't push further, shook his head, and said, all right, let's forget it. Just as Mao Shanming breathed a sigh of relief, XuHong changed his tone. I don't want the ghosts anymore. However, you using the name of us cultivators to swindle is having a bad influence. The money you scammed, starting from your first day in this business, every single cent, get all back to me. Ha ha ha. This is killing people and striking at their hearts. Mao Shanming turned pale, looking like he had eaten bittermelon from the previous night, but there was no way out. He could only tremble and pull out all his possessions, with his pockets cleaner than his face. XuHong took the money and issued him a final ultimatum. From today on, you follow me. You can only leave when I let you. When they returned to Tan's residence, the matter had already been settled. Lin Fengjiao and Lin Jingdao had received a big order to help relocate graves and settle paper money, which could earn them a lot. Lu Yun and her family also received a large sum of ghost money, reportedly enough to walk the VIP passage in the underworld and cut in line for reincarnation. This female ghost Lu Yun was also a smart one. As soon as she saw XuHong return, she floated over immediately, her posture and gaze soft as water. Young master, your great kindness. This little girl has no way to repay you. If you don't mind, I wish to serve you. A classic scene. Let me tell you, even female ghosts know how to look at faces these days. It's all about being a face control. Who is XuHong? He wasn't scared at all and directly replied, all right, you can follow me from now on. But I have many rules. If you don't listen, I will kick you out. Lu Yun, upon hearing this, smiled like a flower. I'm just afraid the young master won't want to part with me then. Good heavens. This extreme tug-of-war directly turned her into the master's electronic ghost servant. That night, XuHong and the others directly stayed at the Tan residence. At night, XuHong called Lu Yun to his room and directly assigned her a task. We are here to eradicate a group of horse bandits. Go gather some information about them for me, preferably find their lair. Lu Yun said she seemed to have heard other wandering souls talking about this and promised to get the news before dark the next day. Just as she was about to leave, XuHong flipped his hand and threw out a talisman, shining with golden light. Wait, take this. Lu Yun instinctively caught it and was stunned. This was a light-avoiding talisman. With it, she could walk freely under the sun during the day. Work hard. I have plenty of good things. I tell you, Lu Yun's eyes were wide open at that time, holding that talisman with trembling hands. So excited that she could hardly speak and directly change her words, deeply bowing to XuHong. Thank you, master. This wave was completely under control. That female, ghost Lu Yun, got the talisman that allowed her to go out during the day, and I tell you, she was almost jumping for joy like a little girl, as if she hadn't seen the sun in 100 years. Who understands that feeling? XuHong, that guy. was also someone who could get things done. He smiled and waved his hand, telling her to hurry up and get to work, then lay down on the bed and went straight to sleep. The next day, before dawn, GuoShu and his senior brother Lin Zhengdao got up, and the two of them started doing morning exercises in the yard like old men. When they turned around, XuHong had already been sitting cross-legged at the stone table in the middle of the yard, looking like a statue. After a while, Mao Shanming, who was still half asleep, came out. Seeing that we were all up, he felt a bit embarrassed and said he had gotten up late. I tell you, he had followed XuHong yesterday, and the treatment was directly upgraded. He got to stay in the best room of Tan Million's house, which was very comfortable. Just then, GuoShu Lin Fengjiao suddenly said, mainly because we're still young and in good spirits. I couldn't hold back and turned to glance at his half-white hair, thinking, is that what you call young? XuHong was already looking at him with his eyes wide open. But GuoShu, thick-skinned as he was, directly said, this is just a few white hairs. It's natural. My health is excellent. All right, you can have it your way. XuHong didn't bother arguing with him and directly had Mao Shanming arrange breakfast, saying we needed to hit the road after eating. Mao Shanming was now just a runner and hurried off. We quickly finished breakfast, mounted our horses, and headed straight for Huangshe village, which was 40 miles away, to find GuoShu's junior brother, Huang Yinhai. The village wasn't big, but Huang Yinhai had a good reputation there, being a real Maoshan Taoist who could get things done. When the villagers heard we were looking for Taoist Huang's senior brother, they were very enthusiastic and led us to the entrance of his Taoist hall. His hall was quite large, but looked a bit run down. A tall, thin man in his 40s ran out from inside, sporting a mustache and looking quite ethereal, followed by two young female disciples, about 17 or 18, looking quite lovely. This was Huang Yinhai. As soon as he saw GuoShu and the others, he was very friendly and quickly came over to greet them. GuoShu introduced him, saying this is the powerful reinforcement I invited, XuHong, and this one next to him is Mao Shanming from the atmosphere team. Huang Yinhai, seeing XuHong was so young but praised by GuoShu, immediately changed his demeanor, realizing this was a big shot, and was excessively polite. After some small talk, we went inside to discuss serious matters. Huang Yinhai said he had already talked to the county magistrate and could bring 30 armed brothers to help. The only problem now was that they couldn't locate that group of horse bandits. There were only about 70 or 80 of them, but each one practiced evil arts, making them invulnerable to knives and guns. Bullets couldn't penetrate them, and it was too easy for them to hide. Just when everyone was at a loss, I tell you, a savior arrived. Lu Yun, that female ghost, floated in during the day. She was holding the light-blocking talisman XuHong gave her, acting as if nothing was wrong. This immediately stunned Huang Yinhai and his two disciples, and even GuoShu and the others had their eyes nearly popping out, probably thinking, dude, how rich are you to give away light-blocking talismans like they are cabbages? Lu Yun's efficiency was indeed high. In just one night, she had figured out the horse bandits' lair, and even clearly gathered their next plan. It turned out that the bandits were going to raid a place called Defangbo village in 2 days because there was a wealthy family there that made cured meat. Once the information was in hand, Huang Yinhai suggested that we wait at Defangbo village and dig a pit for them to jump into. This plan was stable, but XuHong was unhappy. He directly said, what are we waiting for? Let us just go for it. Hit them by surprise. Huang Yinhai hesitated a bit, thinking it was too risky. As a result, XuHong smiled slightly and raised a finger, 10% certainty. Then he said, actually, I'm naturally strong. As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his right foot, and with a crisp crack, the hard stone ground instantly cracked open like a spider web. Goodness! Huang Yinhai's jaw nearly dropped. This wasn't natural strength. It was simply a human-shaped mecha. GuoShu and the others also twitched their mouths, thinking this was too ridiculous. But that wasn't all. XuHong immediately cast mind control technique on each of us. I tell you, that feeling was like whoosh. Everyone felt light as a swallow, and our speed doubled. What were we waiting for? If we were still hesitant, we might as well not be in this business anymore and just go all out. So, the 5 of us, XuHong, GuoShu, Lin Zhengdao, Huang Yinhai, and I, Mao Shanming, set off directly. Lu Yun flew ahead to lead the way, and we rode our horses behind. XuHong even cast mind control technique on our horses. Those horses seemed to be about to take off. It was a speed and passion moment, though it was a bit bumpy. In less than half an hour, we crossed more than 100 miles and arrived at the foot of the mountain where the horse bandits were hiding. After a brief rest, XuHong renewed the wind control technique buff for us and then led the way up the mountain. The steep mountain path felt as flat as the ground under our feet. Soon we saw the bandit stronghold halfway up the mountain. There were 2 patrol teams outside, exuding a foul smell that made one's head hurt. With the buff, Jioshu and the other 3 moved like rabbits, sneaking over silently, and in a flash. They took out 1 patrol team without making a sound. Those bandits probably didn't even know how they were done in. The other team was quickly dealt with as well. The funniest was Mao Shanming, usually a clumsy guy after getting the talisman. He moved so fast that it was like flying. The best martial arts are those that are fast. He went in and threw a bunch of punches before the opponents could even react, and were already down. It was simply textbook. While we were outside, making a ruckus, the big boss inside the stronghold, an ugly middle-aged man named Fong Jinming, was still having a meeting with his female disciple. The disciple said Huang Yunhai was looking for them and had gathered 30 gunmen. Fong Jinming, with a disdainful expression, said that defeated subordinates were not to be feared. But deep down, he was actually terrified of the Maoshan sect. He was boasting while planning to rob Defangbo village and then quickly escape to the north. The black blood technique they practiced turned their subordinates into invulnerable monsters using poison, but it had huge side effects, requiring them to eat raw meat and drink fresh blood, making them look neither human nor ghost. He was urging his disciple to gather the poison quickly to proceed with the plan. But little did he know, his plan hadn't even warmed up when bang, the door was kicked open from the outside. A bloody little thug came tumbling in, shouting, "Boss, not good. Someone has attacked the mountain. The brothers can't hold on." I tell you, at that moment, both Fong Jinming and his apprentice Wang Huan were dumbfounded. Just a second ago, they were still fantasizing about their grand plans, and the next second, their home was being robbed. Wang Huan panicked on the spot. This place was hidden like a 5A scenic area. Even the navigation couldn't find it. How could someone sneak in? What about my subordinates who practiced the black blood technique? Are they made of paper? Fong Jinming was also at a loss, his mind racing. Could it be that the few unlucky ones sent out to gather information were caught? But no matter what, it wasn't the time to assign blame. He was just about to tell his apprentice, Wang Huan, to check the situation when suddenly, the temperature in the entire room dropped several degrees in an instant, and a chilling wind blew, making the back of his neck feel cold. Good heavens! This old guy reacted quickly. Without hesitation, he pulled a small bell from his pocket with his right hand and shook it vigorously. The next second, as if they had seen a ghost, 2 figures appeared out of thin air, one big and one small, screaming as they fell to the ground. Fong Jinming looked at them and snorted disdainfully. Just 2 little ghosts, daring to cause trouble here? Want to capture them? These 2 ghosts were Daba and Xiaobao. Upon receiving the order, Wang Huan took out a tattered sack from his pocket to catch the ghosts. Daba, seeing the situation, was so frightened that his soul almost flew away, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Sister Yun, help! Someone!" Both Fong Jinming and Wang Huan's hearts skipped a beat. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Huan felt a strong wind coming at him, and he didn't have time to dodge. He could only instinctively raise his arm to protect himself. Bang! With a muffled sound, he flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a solid wood table, shattering it into pieces. Fong Jinming's expression changed drastically, and he quickly formed a hand sign, opening his spiritual eye to look into the air. Good heavens! A beautiful woman in ancient clothing was floating in mid-air, looking coldly at him. It was Lu Yun. It turned out she came as part of a team. The 3 ghosts were just the advance party, specifically sent to hold back these 2 big bosses to prevent them from escaping. Wang Huan, who was on the ground, was also tough. Even though he was beaten up and probably had internal injuries, he pulled out a small bottle from his pocket and stuffed several white insect-like creatures into his mouth. Surprisingly, this stuff was like a strength-enhancing pill. After swallowing it, he recovered and opened his spiritual eye, seeing Lu Yun. The 2 of them, master and apprentice, huddled together and whispered. Wang Huan said, "Master, why can't I sense any energy from her? Isn't she a ghost?" Fong Jinming also had a serious expression. He had played with eagles all his life and almost got pecked in the eye by a sparrow today. He lowered his voice and said, "Being able to float in the air and turn invisible means she is definitely a ghost. I suspect she has a treasure on her. A high-level spiritual talisman from ancient times called the Light-Avoiding Talisman. Who understands this?" The villain suddenly buffed his intelligence. This Light-Avoiding Talisman, in simple terms, is equivalent to giving a ghost a top-tier invisibility hack. It can not only hide all energy, but also allow ghosts to stroll around during the day, making it an artifact for ambush and surprise attacks. Just thinking about this made Fong Jinming break into a cold sweat. To bring out such a long-extinct treasure for an evil ghost, the person behind her must be quite formidable. What is the point of robbing a big house in Fomba village? If they don't run away now, they will end up dead here today. In an instant, this old guy made a decision in his heart. He looked at his apprentice Wang Huan with a cold gaze. Suddenly, he shouted, "Huaner!" Wang Huan instinctively turned around. "Master?" But Fang Jiming didn't waste time with her. A jade bottle smashed down on her forehead with a loud bang. Blood mixed with the liquid from the bottle flowed down. Immediately after, he conjured a pale-boned dagger in his hand, and without hesitation, he stabbed it into his apprentice's heart. Wang Huan's eyes widened in disbelief. Her face filled with shock. Fang Jiming, however, said sinisterly, "Good apprentice, the enemy is too strong this time. I can only put you in a difficult position. Don't worry, I will avenge you." I was dumbfounded at the time. This old guy was really ruthless just to escape. The dagger he used is called the Soul Bone Dagger, and it's very vicious, capable of instantly turning a freshly dead person into a vengeful spirit. Debao and Xiaobao were stunned beside him and whispered, "Is he crazy? Why did he kill his own disciple?" Lu Yan also couldn't understand his actions, but her intuition told her it was definitely not a good thing. So she immediately said to Debao, "Don't worry about what he's doing, stop him." As soon as Debao heard this, he let out a roar and charged forward. Wanted to take revenge for the sneak attack from the Soul Bell earlier. But when Fang Jingming saw him rushing over, he didn't look flustered at all. Instead, he revealed a strange smile. He muttered, "Red robe fire ghost, swallow him." Suddenly, a red fire shadow shot out from Fang Jingming, moving as fast as a teleport, and instantly reached Debao. That thing was the red robe fire ghost he had raised, a mutated vengeful spirit that was basically invincible among its level. Before Debao could react, it grabbed him by the throat, causing his entire soul body to become unstable, making him scream in pain. Lu Yan saw this and thought, this is bad. To catch the thief, first catch the king. She flashed her figure and charged directly towards the immobile Fang Jingming. Fang Jingming was furious, cursing under his breath. Shouldn't a normal person save their teammate first? "Why are you hitting me?" He quickly shouted at the red robe fire ghost. "Forget about that kid, stop this woman." The red robe fire ghost dropped Debao and turned a block in front of Fang Jingming. Lu Yan struck out with her palm, but it was caught by the ghost's wrist, and with a flick, she was slammed against the wall. Just at this critical moment, Fang Jingming was also ready. His deceased female disciple, Wang Huan, burst forth with overwhelming malice and energy in the blink of an eye. Her soul body solidified and transformed into a vengeful spirit filled with resentment. As soon as Wang Huan became a ghost, the first thing she did was seek revenge on Fang Jingming, screaming as she lunged at him. "Fang Jingming, I want you dead." Fang Jingming was prepared. He shook the bell vigorously, causing the newly formed ghost of Wang Huan to scream in agony, holding her head. Then, he issued the most malicious command to the red robe fire ghost. "Possess her." The red robe fire ghost hesitated not at all and turned into a red light, diving into Wang Huan's body. Let me tell you, this move is called ghost possession, a wicked technique that even the king of hell would shake his head at. It directly performed a flashy operation, ghost possessing a ghost, focusing on a cyber enchantment. The power of the possessed ghost would instantly surge, breaking through to the level of a ghost general. But the cost was that afterward, their soul would scatter, never to be reborn. The moment the two ghosts fully merged, the temperature in the entire room dropped as if it had entered an ice cellar, and frost began to form on the walls. I tell you, that Fang Jingming closest to me has turned pale. The cold air is drilling into his bones. But he is still secretly pleased with himself. This old guy thinks he has got all figured out and is about to reach the peak of his life. And what happens? Before his laughter even escapes, we hear a confident voice from outside. Looks like we arrived just in time. With a bang, the door swings open, and our main force makes a grand entrance. Folks, who understands? That scene was like shooting a movie. XuHong, the guy I mentioned to you, is at the front, followed by Lin Fengjiao, Lin Zhengdao, Huang Yanhai, and the comedic relief, Mao Shanming, a whole crowd of people blocking the door. As soon as Lu Yun hears XuHong's voice, she's almost in tears and quickly calls out young master. Debao and Xiaobao also seem to have found their backbone, shouting Uncle Ming. That Fang Jiming's face turned green right then and there. His mind is racing, calculating quickly as he scans the crowd. Lin Zhengdao, an old acquaintance, tough to deal with. Huang Yanhai, a defeated foe, not to be feared. Mao Shanming, oh, just a weakling, can be ignored. But his sharp eyes can tell at a glance that the real decision-maker among them is the calm XuHong. Plus, Lu Yan calls him young master, which means that impressive talisman from before must have come from him. Case closed. The situation took a sudden turn but the old guy still wanted to bluff. XuHong, on the other hand, first smiled and praised Lu Yun for doing well. Then Lu Yun hurriedly leaned in to report. Young master, that old Deng is not human. He killed his own disciple to refine a ghost, creating a ghost possessing a ghost, and now he is incredibly powerful. He is a red robe fire ghost. Red robe fire ghost? Huang Yanhai's eyes nearly popped out. After all, he had fought Fang Jiming before and knew how sinister this old guy could be. He pointed at Fang Jiming and yelled, Fang Jiming, you beast, still so cruel. Even your own disciple isn't spared. Fang Jiming sneered, completely ignoring him. His eyes fixed on XuHong. I tell you, he was panicking inside because he realized he couldn't see through XuHong at all. This person, let alone any fluctuations of magical power, seemed to lack even yang energy and vitality, just like an ordinary person. But if you say he is not alive, his chest is still rising and falling. It was simply unbelievable. Lin Jingdao, beside them, also looked serious and asked his senior brother Lin Fengjiao. This thing is probably at the level of a ghost general now. Is there any way to deal with it? Lin Fengjiao shook his head. I didn't bring enough materials. There's no time to set up a formation, and generally, formations aren't very effective against ghost general levels. Mao Shanming nearby turned weak in the legs. Huh? Are we doomed then? Just because we can't do it doesn't mean Taoist. Su can't. Lin Fengjiao shot him a glance. Let me tell you, family who understands. XuHong's yang energy is simply a walking nuclear reactor. For ghosts, ordinary people are like snacks, but XuHong is like 99. 9 pure He-Dinging, a type of poison. Just a whiff could be fatal. His yang energy and vital blood are so dense that it's not just a great tonic, it's sheer poison. XuHong moved his wrist, stepped forward, and casually pointed. All right, that guy is up to you. Of course, Lin Jingdao and the others had no objections. They really couldn't handle that ghost. And who wouldn't want to grab onto a strong ally? Seeing the situation, Fang Jiming knew it wouldn't end well and directly shouted, attack. Kill them all. As soon as he finished speaking, the red robe fire ghost shot out at lightning speed. Let me tell you, the ghostly energy on it was as thick as ink, instantly transforming into 2 massive black-red claws that lunged towards XuHong and the others, looking as if it wanted to tear everyone apart on the spot. What happened next? XuHong didn't even lift his eyelids and directly released the breath-concealing technique he had on him. Good heavens! In that instant, the terrifying vital blood and yang energy within him erupted like a nuclear bomb. An invisible wave of energy suddenly spread out. The red-robed fire ghost, charging forward, was swept by this wave, and its ghostly energy was immediately suppressed. The 2 claws that had just formed shattered with a loud bang. The worst off was Fang Jiming. He had opened his spiritual eye, and at the moment XuHong exploded with energy, it was like a sun suddenly appeared before him. A dazzling golden light that nearly blinded his eyes. XuHong didn't care how shocked he was. After unleashing his full energy, he didn't even use the wind control technique and charged straight ahead. His fist was wrapped in a layer of solidified blood-red aura, looking like a special skin effect. And the yang energy was bursting forth. Lu Yun and the others had long foreseen this and had already slipped out of the room. The red robe fire ghost was directly stunned in place by this yang energy, unable to move at all. By the time it reacted, XuHong's fist was already at its face. Bang! With a loud crash. That punch was so fast that even the afterimage couldn't be seen, directly smashing into the soul body of the red-robed fire ghost. The ghost was like a cannonball, crashing into the stone wall behind with a loud bang, creating a huge spiderweb crack in the wall. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Is this the kind of power a human can wield? Even more ridiculous was what happened next. XuHong looked at the half-dead ghost on the wall and actually shook his head, muttering to himself. Wasn't one punch enough to obliterate it? It seems my strength is still not strong enough. At that moment, I wanted to kneel down. What else do you want, brother? This operation is mainly about physical exorcism, right? He didn't even give that ghost a chance to breathe. With a push off the ground, he shot forward like a rocket, leaping over a distance of more than 20 meters and instantly arrived right in front of that ghost. The red-robed fire ghost was filled with fear. And what awaited it was XuHong's massive iron fist once again. Boom! Another loud noise. This time, the stone wall couldn't hold up any longer and shattered into pieces, debris flying everywhere. XuHong nimbly stepped back, casually flicking his right hand, sending out a 3-flavor true fire talisman that transformed into a large fireball in midair, crashing directly into the pile of rubble. As soon as the flames touched the stones, they ignited like gasoline, exploding in a fiery blaze. A shrill scream came from beneath the pile of stones, and then there was complete silence. The ghost was utterly obliterated. On the other side, Fang Jingming spat out a mouthful of old blood, with the ghost's slave destroyed. The contract backfired, and he immediately wilted. He looked at XuHong, his eyes filled with despair and disbelief. The ace up his sleeve, which he had prepared for so long, was instantly taken out by just 2 punches and a talisman. What was the point of even fighting? He couldn't even run away. As for XuHong, after dealing with the boss, he calmed his breath and didn't even bother to glance at Fang Jingming. He directly said to Lin Zhengdao and the others, "Lin, from now on, you guys handle the cleanup here. I'm heading back to Jiuquan town." After saying that, he didn't wait for Mao Shanming to respond and just walked away. Cool, right? Just as he stepped out the door, Lu Yun floated over, her face full of admiration. "Young master, did you defeat that red-robed fire ghost?" XuHong chuckled. "What? Don't you believe in your young master's strength?" Lu Yun began to shower him with compliments, praising him as extraordinary and powerful, her flattery reaching the skies. The two of them were flirting, leaving Bao and Xiao Bao beside them dumbfounded, quickly pulling each other away in fear of being silenced if they heard too much. XuHong gave Lu Yun a few instructions, telling her to handle things at home before coming to Jiuquan town to find him. Then he used a wind control technique and whooshed away, disappearing like a shadow. I tell you, that speed was incredible, over 100 meters per second, like a high-speed train, and he zoomed back in just over an hour. The scene shifts back to Jiuquan town. XuHong was living a comfortable life. He returned last night, and, in the morning, the maids found him already lying in a chair in the yard, basking in the sun. Xiaohong, with her keen eyes, was the first to notice and ran over in surprise. "Young master, you're back. We missed you." XuHong began to tease them, and then Bai Ro walked over, staring at XuHong with her big eyes. "I tell you, this girl is probably smitten." XuHong, Tixkin, noticed her gaze and leaned in closer with a mischievous smile. "What, after just 2 days without seeing me? You miss me that much?" Bai Ro's face instantly turned as red as an apple, as she stammered out an excuse before running off to the kitchen. "Family, let me ask you, how sweet is this?" And so, after about 10 leisurely days, Lu Yun finished her tasks and came to find him. A day later, Lin Zhengdao also hurried to Jiuquan town. He brought a message from Mao Shanming, saying that he thought about it and decided not to come. He was used to a free and easy life and didn't want to be controlled by others. XuHong didn't mind. Everyone has their own aspirations. Lin Zhengdao came over and naturally gave XuHong a lot of praise and thanks. After all, if it weren't for XuHong this time, their group would have likely been wiped out against Fang Jingming. I have to say, this guy is quite polite and he didn't come empty-handed. He handed me a book called Complete Guide to Magical Spells, claiming it was a gift for our meeting. At that moment, I thought to myself, what kind of trick is he playing? Sure enough, after giving me the gift, he rubbed his hands together and leaned in. That look in his eyes was like he was interrogating a criminal. He asked me, "Daoist Su, the red-robed fire ghost you defeated last time, did you use the legendary 3 flavors true fire talisman?" Goodness, I knew I couldn't hide it. These old-timers have sharp eyes. After all, that thing is powerful. With one shot, it directly sent that fierce ghost to the 2.0 version of Transcendence. You could say it was just an ordinary fire-starting talisman, and no one would believe it. In fact, they had already suspected me. The avoidance talisman that Lu Yun had previously used had already made them suspicious. Who understands? These days, high-level talismans are harder to find than partners. They're the top luxury items in the world of metaphysics. Don't even mention drawing them. Even the living golden elixir patriarch from Maoshan has a pitiful success rate with these things, like drawing an SSR card. Why? There is no spiritual energy. In the end of days, the little bit of spiritual energy in the air isn't even enough for meditation. And you expect the talisman paper to absorb the spiritual energy from heaven and earth? What a dream. So at first, they didn't even dare to think that I drew these talismans myself. They thought I was just lucky, perhaps digging them out from some ancient tomb in a corner. But now, with one avoidance talisman and 1 3 flavors true fire talisman being pulled out one after another, this was suspicious. Coupled with my skills, their little guesses in their hearts started barking like mad dogs. As for me, I can't be bothered to hide it anymore, so I'll just lay it out. Yes. What's the matter? Are you interested, Lin Daoyu? As soon as he heard my admission, his eyes instantly lit up like 200-watt light bulbs, and his voice trembled with excitement. Yes. Yes. I wonder if you still have any spare? I want to make a deal with you. As soon as I heard it, I couldn't help but laugh. This 3-flavor true fire talisman is a trump card for others. A lifesaver that is rare even within the entire Maoshan sect. But for me, as long as I sit down and draw seriously, it's just like a printer producing images. The only cost is a bit of cinnabar in yellow paper. Looking at his eager, yet somewhat financially constrained expression, I directly pulled out a stack from my pocket, counted out 6, and handed them to him. No need for a trade. Thanks to you all for helping out with the situation at Lu Yun's home. Take these and have fun. Let me tell you, Lin Jingdao's expression at that moment was simply unforgettable. He was completely frozen there, as if he had been hit by a paralysis spell, looking down at the talisman in his hand, then looking up at me, his mouth opening and closing for a long time without being able to say a word. I estimated that his CPU was about to overheat, and his mind must have been looping the question, is this reasonable? After he cautiously sensed the energy in the talisman and confirmed it was real, not something I drew with crayons, his shock intensified even more. 6. 6 of them? Su Dao you are. Are you serious? I laughed. What's the matter? Is it too little? He came to his senses, shaking his head like a rattle. I didn't pay much attention to what he said afterward. He was just in a daze. Let me tell you how he left my yard in the end. Even he didn't know. One moment he was here. The next he probably teleported back to the Dao Hall, completely in a sleepwalking state. His disciple, A Xing, called for him for a long time without any response. His soul was probably still lingering here with me. After sending off Lin Jingdao, my life returned to normal. For more than a month, I basically didn't go out, focusing on staying home and cultivating. Every day, I would bask in the sun in the yard, feeling like I was getting stronger as if I had taken steroids. You have no idea how exaggerated it is. My cultivation level was skyrocketing, and the mana in my body was starting to liquefy. I was just a step away from the legendary foundation establishment stage. My strength, speed, and defense were all increasing dramatically, multiplying several times. Now, when an ordinary bullet hits me, it probably feels like just a mosquito bite. Even scratching feels too weak. Isn't this a typical awakening of super abilities? I feel that in a year or two, I'll have heat vision and super hearing arranged for me. But this explosive growth in strength also brought us sweet trouble. Who understands a family? I've become stronger, but I'm also about to say goodbye to love. Bai Ruru now looks at me with a hint of fear, and at night, she directly rolls up her bedding and goes to squeeze into a bed with Xiao, Mei, and XuHong. What can I do? I'm just as desperate. With my current physical condition, I'm really afraid that if I don't control my strength well, I might send someone flying. Now I'm forced to be a living eunuch. So, I wasn't so enthusiastic about sunbathing anymore. Anyway, I'm about to reach Foundation Establishment, and when that happens, I can fly by manipulating objects, soaring to tens of thousands of meters high, breaking through the clouds to bask in the sun. That efficiency, wouldn't it be great? The sunlight on the ground can no longer satisfy me, this big water tank. Since cultivation can be put on hold for now, and Bai Ruru is avoiding me, I thought, why not go travel a bit and clear my mind? As soon as I proposed this, several girls, especially XuHong and Xiao Mei, were so excited they almost jumped up. The farthest they had ever been was the entrance of the town, and they were curious about the outside world. I thought about it, and for the first stop, I'm going to Rinjia Town. That's right, the town of Uncle Nine and Lin Fengjiao. After all, it's a classic location from Mr. Vampire, so I have to check it out. Of course, the main reason is that I want to see the legendary Run Tinting with my own eyes. Hee hee, you know what I mean. But before I head out, I need to equip myself. I don't need an offensive weapon. I'm already a humanoid Gundam. What I need is something supportive, like a storage bag. It's an essential item for home travel and silencing witnesses. But this thing is harder to obtain than high-level talismans. Crafting it not only requires rare materials, but also has outrageous technical demands. You need to understand the concept of space. For the current bunch of cultivators who can barely absorb spiritual energy, this is simply a fantasy. Where can I find the materials myself? So, I still have to trouble my tool friend, Lin Jingdao. As soon as I mentioned this to him, he became even more invested than I was. He directly revealed my identity as a master of talisman making who could mass-produce high-level talismans. Instantly, the entire spirit realm was thrown into chaos. Those old-timers who held on to their refining materials like family heirlooms turned red-eyed at the mention of being able to exchange them for high-level talismans. They were all pumped up, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, rushing here overnight with their materials, fearing they would be too late. I didn't have to spend a single penny. Everything was exchanged for high-level talismans. In just 5 days, I gathered enough materials to refine 5 storage bags. If it weren't for the fact that transportation relied mostly on walking and communication was done by shouting in this era, I estimate I could have finished it in half a day. What was even more exhilarating was that during these 5 days of gathering materials, I inadvertently broke through to the foundation establishment stage. This breakthrough awakened a new skill in me, spiritual consciousness. My goodness, this thing was like having a full map hack. I could monitor the battlefield from a god's perspective, and anyone who wanted to ambush me didn't stand a chance. My magical power surged more than tenfold. After the breakthrough, I flew up to 10,000 meters high to bask in the sun. That feeling was like downloading at 5G speed while others were still using dial-up. The efficiency improved by more than 10 times. My strength officially entered the fast lane, changing every day. Now, let alone encountering Bairuru, I felt that I could shoot through 30 centimeters of stone just by spitting. I was thoroughly intimidated. I could only wait until I mastered that so-called biological force field to live a normal person's life. With the materials in hand, I consulted Lin Jingdao to learn about the refining process and insights. Although he wasn't a master refiner, he had some experience. Then in my yard, in front of Bairuru and the three of them, I began my first ever refining session. Melting materials and carving runes were simple steps for me, as steady as a robot, leaving Lin Jingdao dumbfounded. However, during the last step, the most critical phase of infusing magical power, I failed. After all, it was my first time, and refining a storage bag was a high difficulty task. It was normal to mess up. They all looked regretful, and Lin Jingdao was about to comfort me. But what happened? I didn't even raise my eyelids, my expression calm as if I were solving a primary school math problem. And I directly picked up the second batch of materials to start the second refining attempt. This time, my speed was noticeably faster, flowing like clouds and water. And soon I reached the final stage of infusing magical power again. I tell you, with a final surge of power, it was done. It was that simple. A golden little pouch the size of a palm, exquisite in my hand. Next to me, Lin Jingdao's two disciples, a Xing and Xiaoyu, were already dumbfounded. That kid A Xing was particularly inept with words, quietly asking his master, "Master, if you were to try, would you be able to do it?" Goodness. Lin Jingdao's old face turned dark immediately. I bet he wished he could send this disciple back to the womb to be remade. Comparing myself to him? That would be a dimensionality reduction attack. But I couldn't be bothered with them. I had to showcase my results. With a thought, the heavy stone table beside me vanished in a flash. Let me tell you, this move left everyone present, except for Lin Jingdao, speechless. Bairuru, XuHong, XuHong, including the ghost Lu Yun, all had their eyes wide open, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. To them, this was no different from divine intervention. Only Lin Jingdao, who had seen the world, could hold his composure, but his gaze, I tell you, was filled with envy that was almost palpable. I was secretly delighted, and with another thought, the stone table reappeared with a clang. Here you go. I tossed the first storage pouch directly to Bairuru. It had to be done. My woman had to be the first to benefit. A drop of blood was all it took to establish ownership. I set a restriction so that others couldn't use it even if they stole it. Bairuru was overjoyed, like a child receiving a New Year gift, biting her finger to draw blood, and then began her wild experiments. She touched a chair, stored it, then took it out again. She touched a teacup, stored it, and then took it out again. She was having the time of her life. As soon as I saw her wanting to stuff everything in, I quickly reminded her, hey, living things won't work. This is just a magical tool, not some advanced spiritual device. It's not that high-end. Then, I gathered my energy and refined all the remaining materials. Out of 5 materials, I succeeded with 4. Besides the one for Bairuru, which was over 20 cubic, the other 3 were all over 30 cubic, maximizing the space utilization. 1 for me, 1 for Bairuru, and 1 each for XuHong and Xiaomei. Just perfect. Lin Jingdao watched on the side, clearly envious. But he was too proud to say anything. I could see through him. When he was about to leave, I directly spoke up. Lin Daoist, could you help me gather some more materials? You can prepare 2 for yourself as well, and I'll refine them for you later. Consider it a service fee. Let me tell you, the expression on his face at that time was a mix of holding back laughter and feeling embarrassed. And in the end, he grinned widely and said, then I won't be polite. He ran faster than anyone else, afraid I would change my mind. A few days later, this guy was quite efficient. He delivered 8 pieces of materials directly to me, 2 of which were his own. I didn't hold back either, and with a flurry of actions, I produced 8 storage bags without a single failure. When Lin Jingdao got those 2 precious bags, his old face was beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum, right there collecting this and that, like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. For this new batch, I gave 1 to the female, Ghost Lu Yun, and I kept the rest for now as gift for later. Everything was sorted out, and the preparations were almost done. Our group officially hit the road and left Juchuan town. We set off just like that, without riding horses or taking cars, relying solely on our 2 legs, emphasizing a carefree road trip. When we got hungry, we would take out the delicious food we had prepared from the storage bag, and when we got tired, we would set up a tent right where we were. It was simply too carefree. While we were enjoying our peaceful time, I tell you, another group of people was not so lucky. On a horse-drawn carriage, a beautiful girl named Ren Tingting had just returned from abroad and was complaining to her family steward, Ren Hai, that her backside was sore from sitting. The old steward wore a worried expression, urging them to hurry along, insisting they must reach the town before dark, or it wouldn't be safe in the wild. Who understands a family? It was like setting a flag, as if the script had been written. No sooner had he finished speaking than there was a loud crack, and one of the carriage's wheels broke down. Now, they couldn't move. Ren Tingting suggested abandoning the carriage and walking, as it was only a few miles. The old steward thought that made sense, so he quickly led everyone, holding the horse, and they proceeded on foot. But as they walked, they discovered a village ahead. Strangely, at dusk, the entire village was lifeless. Not even a wisp of smoke was rising. The old steward's heart sank. He understood metaphysics and immediately felt something was off, decisively saying, "Take a detour. Don't go in. But let me tell you, some things you can't just avoid if you want to." Just as they began to take a detour, the sky suddenly darkened, as if someone had pulled the power switch, and it was instantly pitch black. Then, the talisman the old steward had hidden in his pocket suddenly burst into flames. The old steward turned pale. He knew they had encountered something tough. Trembling, he pulled out another talisman and handed it to Ren Tingting, his voice shaking. "Miss, stay close to me. Don't get separated. Fate is such a wonderful thing." Just as they left, we strolled over right behind them. Bai Ro, with her keen eyes, immediately spotted the carriage abandoned by the roadside and excitedly ran over, saying, "Hongu, look, this carriage is quite new. Let's fix it and take it with us." I smiled and pinched her nose. "You little money grubber, we won't take this small advantage. We have been living in the wild for several days, so I said, come on, there should be a village up ahead. I'll take you to a big house." As we walked toward the village, the closer we got, the more I exchanged glances with Bai Ru, both of us feeling something was off. This village was unnaturally quiet. Lu Yun, that mischievous girl, floated over to me and her voice changed. "Young master, this village is empty. Everyone is dead, and the resentment is through the roof." I scanned the area with my spiritual sense, and wow, the whole village is like a large offline party, except all the attendees are corpses. The way they died is simply unbelievable, each one more abstract than the last. Most of the faces are frozen in an expression of extreme fear, with their pupils dilated to the maximum, clearly scared to death. Some are even worse off, with their necks twisted at 180 degrees, and the bone fragments are exposed. The bodies are still fresh, having only died a few days ago. I was furious at that moment. A ghost had slaughtered nearly 1,000 people, including small children. This was no longer an evil spirit. This was pure, antisocial behavior. I immediately sentenced this ghost to death, and it had to be the kind where its soul is scattered and it can never be reborn. Bai Ruru and the others looked pale after hearing this, and XuHong and Xiao Mei were so scared they were trembling. Bai Ruru said, "Hongu, this ghost absolutely cannot be left alive. Having killed so many people, the yin energy in this place is almost solidifying. If we let it be, it will soon level up to a ghost general. And then several nearby towns will suffer too." She was also puzzled, wondering why there was such a commotion and the underworld's messengers seemed to be on a collective vacation. Why was no one coming to handle this? I nodded and was about to say that we must get rid of her, but the words suddenly stopped at the tip of my tongue. "What's wrong?" Bai Ruru noticed my strange expression and quickly asked. I frowned. "This is bad. A living person has been targeted by that thing. I need to go save them first." As soon as I finished speaking, I transformed into a fleeting shadow and disappeared in an instant. I wasn't worried about Bai Ruru and the others. My spiritual sense was fully open, and nothing within 2 kilometers could escape my notice. If there was really a problem, I could return in just a few seconds. Besides, those high-level spiritual talismans I gave them, were they just a joke? They were enough to deal with that ghost. When I arrived, the scene was chaotic. Miss Ren Tingting from the Ren family was being protected by an old butler named Ren Hai, both of them looking pale with fear. In front of them, the 8 guards they brought were shooting at each other like madmen. 4 of them had already fallen, and the remaining 4 were still fighting fiercely. When they ran out of bullets, they resorted to brawling with their gun butts, bloodied and looking like they had a vendetta. Who could understand what the family was going through? This rich young lady had never seen such a scene, but she was brave enough not to wet herself. Just then, the old butler Ren Hai suddenly shoved Tingting hard and shouted for her to run, not to look back. The problem was, these people were all under an illusion. From Tingting's perspective, the two fighting guards suddenly collapsed, and then her Uncle Hai turned and shouted in empty space, even making a pushing gesture at the air, before charging at her with a fierce expression. This completely confused the young girl. She wanted to run, but felt she couldn't leave Uncle Hai behind. Not running felt like it would cost her life. She was smart enough to realize Uncle Hai must have been affected, hesitating briefly before deciding to run. As expected in all classic horror movie scenes, while running, she tripped and fell hard to the ground. This was bad news. Renhai caught up, raising a large rock and shouting something about not letting anyone hurt Ting Ting, aiming it at her head. In his eyes, Ting Ting was the one threatening him. Just as the rock was about to make contact with her forehead, I flashed in front of her and caught it with one hand. It wasn't nice to do this to a pretty girl. I turned and smiled at him, then grabbed his wrist with my other hand and gently tapped his forehead. The awakening spell activated. Renhai shivered, and the illusion in front of him shattered instantly. He became clear-headed. He looked at me holding his hand, utterly bewildered. I released him and said calmly, "You are under an illusion." Then I turned to Ren Ting Ting on the ground and raised my hand to cast a healing spell. A green light flew into her body, and the pain in her knees and elbows that had been so intense just moments ago vanished instantly. Even her sprained ankle was healed. She touched herself, finding nothing wrong aside from some dirt, her eyes wide with astonishment. At this moment, Rahai also came to his senses, seeing Ting Ting on the ground and recalling his previous actions. His face turned pale as he realized he had almost harmed his own young lady. I didn't pay attention to the inner drama of the uncle and nephew, but instead turned to look at the darkness not far in front of them. There stood a ghostly figure. I took a closer look and exclaimed, "Wow, isn't that XuMarin from the Village of the Dead that haunted my childhood? No wonder she looks so fierce. Back when I watched your movie, I was so scared that I didn't dare to go to the bathroom for 3 days. And now, is this all you've got?" Perhaps sensing the positive energy emanating from me, XuMarin stared at me intently, but didn't dare to approach. After a moment of eye contact, she flickered and slipped away. I didn't chase after it. Saving people is more important. That thing has temporarily run away, so I went to save your people. I said to Renhai, among those 8 guards, 5 were killed by our own people, and 3 were still bleeding on the ground. If they weren't saved soon, they would definitely die. I walked over and used my spiritual technique on the 3, and under the astonished gaze of Renhai and Ren Ting Ting, the gunshot wounds on the 3 guards healed at a visibly fast rate. Renhai's mouth was so wide open that an egg could fit in it. He was probably about to kneel down and call me an immortal. I waved my hand and introduced myself. My name is XuHong, and I'm here in Rinjia Town to find a friend named Lin Fingjiao, whom you might call Jioshu. As soon as Renhai heard I was a friend of Jioshu, he got really excited, feeling like he had found his group. I smiled and said, "No need to be so formal. I'm just a few years older than your young lady. As for the treatment methods, it's just a small matter, a routine operation." Then, I led these few startled people out of the village. Once the illusion was broken, they finally realized they had unknowingly walked into this village of the dead. Seeing the corpses scattered everywhere, Ren Ting Ting was so scared that her legs went weak, so I had to pull her along and cover her eyes. Just as we exited the village, we met up with Bairu and the others. I briefly explained the situation to Bairu and then pointed to them. "You stay with her for now. This is Bairu, and you'll be safe by her side." After saying that, I disappeared from the spot. The next second, I was already hovering in midair above Huangshan village, my consciousness scanning the entire village like a radar, searching for XuMarin's trace. After searching for a long time, that ghost was really well hidden, like a slippery eel, not revealing any presence. Just when I was getting a bit impatient, what did I scan? In a dilapidated house, there was a monk lying there, pretending to be dead using the turtle breathing technique. Upon closer inspection, wow, isn't that Master Ikkyu? How did he end up here? And he looked so badly beaten, with 2 big wounds on his shoulder and his face darkened, clearly affected by Yin energy. No wonder he dared to confront the copper-armored corpse. Even when facing a mental attack type like XuMarin, he still had the courage to take it head-on. I moved my body and landed directly in front of that house. The beautiful Chu can search slowly. Anyway, she can't escape this village. First, let's rescue this master. I walked into the room and saw Ikkyu lying on the bed like a corpse. I raised my hand and cast a spell. The green light entered his body, and Ikkyu on the bed clearly trembled for a moment. His eyelids also moved, but he just wouldn't open his eyes. He was probably still sensing whether XuMarin was nearby. I couldn't help but chuckle and said aloud, "Master, stop pretending. That ghost wouldn't dare come out now." Ishio's body stiffened, but there was still no response. He probably thought I was just a mirage created by Lady Chu's illusion. I was a bit speechless, master. Didn't you realize that your injuries have all healed? Can't you tell what's real and what's not? With this reminder, Ikkyu finally reacted, rolling out of bed. When he saw me, he was first taken aback, then immediately put his hands together and said, "Thank you for saving me, young friend. I am Ikkyu." I smiled and waved my hand, asking him how he ended up here. Ikkyu had a wry smile on his face, and without holding back, he recounted how he passed by, discovered the tragic scene, and entered to exorcise the demons, only to underestimate the illusion of the beautiful Chu and ended up getting beaten up. In the end, he had to rely on the turtle breathing technique to feign death and save his life. After hearing this, he asked me how I got here. I said I was just passing by and happened to rescue a few ordinary people who had been tricked into coming in. Upon hearing this, Ikkyu immediately suggested, "You have profound magical skills. Why don't we join forces? We need to deal with this fiend, or there will be endless trouble." Joining forces seemed simple enough, but I shrugged my shoulders, saying that the difficult part now was how to find her. Ikkyu paused for a moment and asked, "Find her?" I nodded, looking understandably. "Yes. She is currently avoiding me and doesn't dare to show up. But this girl is hiding quite well. It's hard to find her." Then the monk slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, there's a particularly strange place. Follow me." We followed him, winding our way to a small lake. Let me tell you, the place looked beautiful with clear mountains and water, but there was always something off about it. I swept my spiritual sense directly to the bottom of the lake. And wow, it nearly burned out my CPU. That female ghost, XuHong, was lurking like a water monkey at the deepest part of the lake. But that wasn't even the most shocking part. The most shocking part was that the bottom of the lake was densely packed with white bones. It was like a mountain of them. I instantly understood that this was no natural lake. It was a man-made mass grave. The villagers of Huangshan village must have thrown all sorts of unclean things in there, and they deserved to have such a big monster come back to haunt them. This place was filled with eerie energy, almost like a natural production line for malevolent spirits. It would be strange if nothing happened. I sighed and shouted at the lake, "All right, stop hiding and come out to chat." Next to me, the monk Ikkyu looked completely bewildered. He had just dipped his hand into the water to feel it, and his face instantly turned pale. Trembling, he shouted, "Gathering in lake." Only then did he realize that the matters in this village were not so simple. As soon as he finished speaking, the surface of the lake started to bubble and gurgle, and soon, the ghost in red, XuHong, slowly surfaced like a submarine. Her eyes filled with resentment so intense it seemed like they could drip ink. I looked at her, feeling a bit sighing. I said, "Sister, you are indeed pitiful, but your methods are too ruthless. You've scared the souls of the whole village away, and there's nothing to discuss now. If you have any last words, hurry up and say them, so I can send you on your way, permanently scattering your soul." She completely ignored me, probably filled with nothing but hatred in her mind, and with a sharp scream, she lunged at me directly. Let me tell you, that speed was incredible. Even the monk Ishio couldn't keep up. He could only see two shadows darting across the lake, making the water boil. In the end, this sister was quite clever, playing a trick on me with a feint and running towards Bairuru and the others. Trying to take hostages? How naive. I directly used a wind technique to fly up to the sky and watch her perform. As for my family, who understands? I let her experience what the Katyusha rocket launcher of 2025 is like. With a wave of my hands, fireballs rained down like a storm, booming and turning the area around her into a sea of flames, completely locking her in. Taking advantage of her weakness, I dove down, my fist wrapped in blood-red energy. Like a glowing iron, and with a bang, I punched. I heard a crack, and that female ghost shattered like glass, scattering into countless points of light and completely dissipating. The world became quiet. Task completed. When a monk came running over, he had a look on his face as if asking who I was and where I was. I clapped my hands and said that the female ghost was gone, but the aftermath in this village needed to be dealt with. Hundreds of corpses. We worked a bit to pile them into a small mountain. A normal person would probably have nightmares for 2 months after just one glance. I didn't waste time and directly pulled out a 3 flavors True Fire talisman, slapped it on, and whoosh, the fire blazed up vigorously. I told him that this job required professionals. After finishing this, it was time for us to part ways. I invited him to Rinjia town, but he declined, saying his senior brother called him back to the temple. But I could see clearly with my divine sense that this old brother's eyes never left my talisman, filled with envy and jealousy, yet he was too shy to speak up. A poor monk, I understand. So when I left, I deliberately let 1 3 flavors True Fire talisman slip, and it conveniently fell right where I had just stood. Hey, I'm just that considerate, giving him face while also doing him a favor. I walked away without looking back, hiding my achievements and fame. When I returned, wow, they had already started a bonfire party. Rin Tingting was surrounded by my maids, listening to them praise me. They were saying how gentle and considerate I was, how I was the best in the world, making me almost embarrassed. That girl Rin Tingting had stars in her eyes. And it seemed like today, this event had completely shattered her worldview. Now, when she looked at me, it was like seeing Ultraman filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, in the Rin family mansion in Rinjia Town, Rin Tingting's father, Rin Fa, was already anxious to the point of wanting to tear down the roof. His daughter had been late for so many days without any news of whether she was dead or alive, and he was sending people out to look for her. We leisurely entered the town in a horse-drawn carriage. Rin Hai was the driver, and he was exceptionally steady. When the townspeople saw the Rin family's carriage, they gathered around like they were watching a Western show, discussing among themselves. The sharp-eyed servants in the mansion noticed our return and hurried back to report the news. As soon as Rin Fa heard that his daughter had come back, he forgot his sore back and legs and rushed out in a few quick steps. But when he opened the door, he was taken aback. First, he saw the steward driving the carriage, and then he saw his precious daughter getting down from the carriage. Just as he was about to smile, his expression froze, because right after that, a handsome young man, me, followed her out of the carriage. Goodness, as soon as I stepped out, Rin Fa's face instantly transformed like a color palette. It was quite a sight. First, he saw his precious daughter smiling like a flower, but then upon seeing me, his face darkened immediately, and his eyes were filled with the indignation of having his 18 years of nurturing a delicate cabbage now being eyed by a pig. I hadn't had a chance to explain yet when the curtain was lifted. My wife, Bairu, along with the two girls, XuHong and Xiaomei, all came down in a rush. At this point, Rin Fa was completely stunned, his CPU almost overheating, standing frozen in place with a face full of question marks. What is going on? Is this young man here to buy something, or what? Fortunately, the clever butler, Rin Hai, quickly rushed over to explain, saying I was a skilled person, not inferior to Jiu Shu, and that we had encountered some dirty things on the way. If I hadn't intervened, they would have had to set up a feast on the road ahead of time. Only then did Rin Fa regain his senses, and his daughter, Rin Tingting, fluttered into his arms like a little swallow, crying and laughing at the same time. The father-daughter duo was affectionate for a while, and Tingting finally blushed and pulled me in front of her father. Daddy, this is Brother Su. When she introduced me, her eyes sparkled. Then she pointed to Bairu beside me. This is Sister Ru, Brother Su's wife. Let me tell you, when she mentioned the word wife, her little eyes clearly dimmed just a bit. Goodness, who is my wife, Bairu? She has sharp eyes and immediately gave me a nudge on the waist. What could I do? I could only pretend nothing happened and maintain my composure. Tingting was still too young. Her little thoughts were all over her face. The little actions she had been stealing glances at me during the days in the carriage were obvious to anyone with keen eyes. Rin Fa, this old fox, was even more perceptive. He could tell what was going on without anyone saying anything. However, he didn't expose it since I was his daughter's savior. Being a businessman, he was extremely tactful, and with a smile on his face, he welcomed our group into the house. Once inside the living room, the servants brought the best tea and snacks. Rin Fa pulled the butler aside and carefully questioned what had happened on the way. Upon hearing this, his gaze toward me changed once again. I'll tell you, that look switched seamlessly from a pig ransacking its own cabbage to a living Buddha saving the suffering, with an attitude doing a complete 180-degree turn. Family members, who understands this rapid change in identity? He had seen the world and knew how impressive someone like Jiu Shu, who had real skills, could be. Now hearing about my achievements, which were even more impressive than Jiu Shu's, how could he not be shocked? Moreover, seeing my attire and that I had my wife and maid with me, he knew I must have money. So, offering money as a reward? That would be too common and could offend people. Instead, he came up with a high emotional intelligence move. Upon hearing that we had no place to stay, he immediately said he had a small courtyard that was idle, fully furnished, and ready for us to move in. Just look at how straightforward this arrangement was. Of course, I won't be polite, it's just that I have no place to stay, so it's best if someone makes arrangements. After a hearty lunch, the butler took us to the so-called small courtyard. When we arrived, I was taken aback. This was no small courtyard at all. It was even bigger than my house in Juchuan town, with 4 rooms, a kitchen, and a living room, plus a yard filled with flowers and plants. In 2025, this is definitely a standalone villa. I'm not picky about where I live, as long as it's clean. This condition is simply 5-star treatment. After thanking the housekeeper, we started tidying up the place as soon as he left. Although everything was provided, I still prefer to use my own bedding for a more comfortable sleep. Once we tidied up a bit, the two girls, XuHong and Xiaomei, said they were tired from the ride and wanted to lounge around in the house instead of going out. I thought that was fine, so I took my wife, Bairu, out for a stroll to get familiar with the map of Rinjia town. Of course, Lu Yun was also stealthily floating around us. Rinjia town was quite lively, bustling with people on the streets, much better than the lifeless towns we had passed before. As I was pulling Bairu along, sniffing around for good food, I suddenly overheard two lewd comments from nearby. Wow, she's so beautiful. Much prettier than those at Chunfong Tower. Simply exquisite. It's a pity there's a guy next to her. My ears are so sharp that I can tell they're talking about my wife just by hearing it. I turned my head and saw two boys, one named XuHong and the other one Kai, drooling over here. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Hey, aren't these the two goofy apprentices of Uncle Gio? That guy named XuHong was foolishly lamenting. That figure is really amazing. If I could have her as my wife, I would be willing to die for it. I directly gave Lu Yun a look, meaning you understand. The next second, with a loud thud, XuHong fell flat on the ground, having a close encounter with the earth. He got up looking bewildered, thinking it was either Winsai's prank or that he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. I stood not far away, showing him a smile that was 1 part sarcasm, 1 part indifference, and 4 parts nonchalance, then turned to leave with my wife, keeping my achievements and reputation hidden. Let him ponder life on his own. Honggu, do you know them? Bairu, who also saw the scene just now, asked me curiously. Those two are disciples of Taoist Lin Fengjiao, I explained with a smile. Since we're here, let's pay a visit to an old friend. After asking around, we found that the location of the charity cemetery was easy to find, just on the outermost edge of the town to the west. When we arrived, Uncle Gio Lin Fengjiao was inside drawing talismans. He probably spent a lot of money recently to buy a 3 flavors true fire talisman from his junior, and his wallet must have taken a big hit, so he was desperately working on a side business to recover his losses. When he heard the knock on the door, he seemed a bit impatient, but when he opened the door and saw me, his expression instantly shifted from gloomy to sunny, looking as if he had just won the lottery. Su Daodu, I wondered why the magpies were chirping this morning. It turns out you've come. Come in. Uncle Gio was so enthusiastic, quickly inviting us into the living room, pouring tea, and offering snacks. Although the funeral home was a bit shabby, his warm hospitality was genuine. The 3 of us sat and chatted with him, listening to him talk about various gossip happening in the spirit realm recently. As we were talking, he suddenly reminded me with a serious expression. By the way, Su Dao Yu, there's been a silver-armored flying corpse in the south recently. It was a prince in its past life and quite powerful. I heard that Dao Yu Mao from Gantian Town is preparing to take action against the demon. If you plan to head that way, you must be extremely careful. As soon as I heard it, my heart sank. Gantian Town? Taoist Mao? Is that person named Mao Xiaofang? Huh. Taoist Su knows Taoist Mao. Jiushu looked surprised. I don't know him, but I do know the zombie Taoist priest Mao Xiaofang. He's a big shot among big shots. Wow, the fusion of worldviews is getting more and more exciting. I suddenly thought of a question and immediately asked, Lin Daoyu, have you heard of the saying Southern Fur, Northern Horse? It refers to the northern demon-slaying dragon clan, the Moth family. As a result, Jiushu listened and shook his head in confusion. Southern Fur, Northern Horse? What is that? I never heard of it. I frowned at that moment. Hadn't T heard of it? This script is not right. It turns out this worldview didn't T even include my date with a zombie. And that family of exorcist dragon clan, Ma, simply doesn't T exist. But you know, this doesn't T matter to me. As long as my fists are strong enough, I can take on whatever monsters come my way, 1 by 1 or 2 by 2. I was bragging to Uncle Gio at the time, saying, oh, I might have remembered it wrong. The silver-armored flying corpse is no big deal. If I encounter it, I can easily deal with it. Recently, I feel like my skills have improved quite a bit. Just a piece of cake. I tell you, the way Uncle Gio looks at me has changed. It's complicated. He's probably calculating my fortune in his heart, thinking I'm definitely the chosen one, the only hope in this end of the Dharma age. He didn't say it out loud, but I could see it on his face. He was just short of offering incense for me. Just as we were chatting, a loud commotion came from the courtyard. Master, we're back. Goodness, those 2 lively disciples of Uncle Gio, XuHong and Wenkai, are back from grocery shopping. As soon as the words were out, the handsome XuHong rushed in. The moment he entered the room, his gaze suddenly fixed, not on me or Uncle Gio, but directly on my wife, Bairu. Family members, who understands? The look in his eyes was as if he wanted to jump right in. Uncle Gio's face darkened immediately. Slap. A crisp smack on the back of his head. Uncle Gio really didn't hold back this time. He hit XuHong so hard that he was stunned. Master, why did you hit me? What are you looking at? Uncle Gio was so angry he was puffing his cheeks and glaring. Then he pulled XuHong over, pointing at me. Let me introduce you. This is your Su Shi Shu, my friend. Then he pointed at Bai Ruru. This is your Shiji. Finally, he pointed at Lu Yun. This is your Shu's maid, called Sister Yun. XuHong was completely dumbfounded. His mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. I could hear the sound of his heart breaking from 8 feet away. He must be thinking, with 2 such beautiful girls, one is a wife and the other just a maid? This world is so unfair. What are you doing? Call someone. Uncle Jiu slapped him on the back again. Only then did XuHong reluctantly squeeze out a few words. Shu. Shiji. Sister. As for me, considering Uncle Joe's face, I just nodded and accepted this cheap disciple. In fact, these 2 kids aren't bad at heart. They're just a bit troublesome, but when it matters, they are quite loyal, and I don't dislike them. At that moment, the somewhat awkward-looking Wenkai also came in. XuHong, this little rascal, pulled Wenkai over, insisting that he also call someone to back him up. Looking at their constipated expressions, I couldn't help but laugh. Let me tell you, I'm quite familiar with dealing with these young ones. I reached in my pocket and pulled out a handful of shiny silver dollars with a flourish. It was our first meeting, and my master uncle hadn't prepared any gifts, so I gave each person $10 to buy some good food. It's all about the cash power. I tell you, the effect was immediate. The 2 of them instantly perked up, and the reluctance they showed earlier had long disappeared. The smiles on their faces were so radiant, even more beautiful than flowers. Master Uncle, you're really something. XuHong's sweet talk was almost enough for him to bow down to me. Wenkai even gave me a thumbs up, truly sincere. Uncle Gio watched from the side, both amused and helpless, not stopping them. After this matter was settled, I got up to take my leave, telling Uncle Gio that I would be staying in Rinjia town for a while and would formally visit another day. Uncle Gio saw me to the door, and when he turned around, good heavens, XuHong and Wenkai had vanished. No need to think. They must have been afraid Uncle Gio would intercept their money and had jumped over the wall to escape. Uncle Gio was so angry he stomped his feet in the yard. Those useless little brats. After the 2 boys ran out, I could guess their conversation. Wenkai must have been worried about upsetting their master, while XuHong, being the clever one, would definitely say, what's there to be afraid of? We're going to get beaten anyway when we get back, so we might as well spend the money first. At least we enjoyed it. Then the 2 of them would have made a plan and headed straight for Chunfong building in town. As soon as I returned to my little courtyard, I heard Ren Tingting's voice coming from the kitchen. I didn't know when this girl had arrived, but she was busy working with my 2 little maidens, XuHong and Xiaomei. As soon as I walked in, I teased her. Tingting, you just got back and aren't home with your dad. What are you doing here? The girl blushed immediately, stammering, I came to play with XuHong and Xiaomei. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I didn't even ask you what you were here for, and you're just confessing without being prompted. Just as I was joking around, my wife, Bai Ru, walked in from behind. Seeing Ren Tingting's face as red as an apple, she also had a smile on her face and smoothly changed the subject, inviting Tingting to stay for dinner and even calling her dad over. After dinner, Ren Fa went back, and because Ren Tingting was scared after the incident in Huangshan village, she didn't dare to sleep alone at night and ended up staying with my wife in the same room. As for me, I no longer needed to sleep. Meditating and practicing for an hour was more refreshing than sleeping for a whole day. The next day, I brought gifts and went to visit Uncle Gio officially on my own. That kid, Wenkai, probably spent all his money yesterday and was particularly attentive today, personally cooking to entertain me. At the dinner table, I directly got Uncle Gio drunk to the point he was under the table. This guy was also quite slick. Seeing he couldn't keep up, he pretended to fall asleep in 1 second, acting drunk. As soon as I left, he crawled up from the bed, leaving Wenkai stunned. Uncle Gio shot Wenkai a glance and said irritably, what do you know? If I'm not pretending to be drunk, do you think I'm really going to drink with him? Your master uncle is not a human. Wenkai, with his peculiar brain, muttered, not a human? Could he be a monster? No wonder he looks so handsome. Uncle Gio, hearing this, was so angry that he slapped him again, saying, when I said he is not a human, I meant his physical fitness is abnormal. What are you thinking in your head? After scolding him, Uncle Gio happily took out the gift I had given him, a small white envelope. Wenkai curiously asked Master, what did my uncle send? You look as happy as if you found treasure. Uncle Gio was smug, saying, of course it's a good thing. Your uncle is a master of talismanic arts. What's inside must be high-level spirit talismans. Master of talismanic arts. Wenkai was shocked at that moment, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. Even he, with his lack of knowledge, understood the significance of those 4 words. That was a level only the legendary golden elixir true person could attain. He looked confused, probably wondering how a several hundred-year-old monster could be on such friendly terms with his master. Uncle Gio saw through his thoughts and slowly explained. Do you find it strange? Let me tell you, don't be fooled by how young your uncle looks. In reality, he really is young. I mean, he is actually about the same age as you two. I tell you, Uncle Joe's expression was almost like he wanted to carve the words outrageous right on his face. He said that 2 months ago, this master uncle was just a beginner in the chi refining stage, like Wantai and XuHong. And what happened? In just 2 months, he was at the same level as them. Foundation establishment stage. Uncle Gio was chewing on something, with a look that said he didn't want to believe it. But it was the truth. He said this master uncle's talent was the most monstrous he had ever seen in his life. No exceptions. What master uncle Shurjian? What golden core ancestors from various sects? All of them were pressed down and rubbed on the ground in terms of talent. This statement nearly burnt out Wantai's CPU. What kind of person was his master? Someone who cared too much about face, was the stingiest of them all. But to be fair, he never boasted, let alone boasted about others. Seeing Wantai's silly look, Uncle Gio added, if there's anyone these days who can become a golden core true person, it must be your master uncle. Goodness, that evaluation was off the charts. Uncle Gio didn't care about Wantai doubting life, and opened the white envelope by himself. I tell you, once he opened it, there were 3 talismans. The energy was so full it was almost overflowing, definitely top-tier goods. One was a 3 flavors true fire talisman, and the other 2 were protective talismans. Uncle Gio was immediately delighted, praising his junior brother for being meticulous. Little did he know that XuHong had no idea what he lacked. Those 2 protective talismans were purely for Wantai and XuHong, prepared for the trouble they might cause. Who understands this feeling of being silently protected? It's incredible. How powerful are these high-level protective talismans? Let's put it this way. Where it would make even vengeful spirits give you a scraping for a while, and copper armor corpses would have to lose a few teeth first. Bullets? They would just tickle. Sure enough, Uncle Gio folded one of the protective talismans neatly, stuffed it into a small sachet, and directly hung it around Wantai's neck. When I was so touched, he was almost in tears. This thing could be sold for thousands of dollars, enough to marry a few wives. Of course, he could only think about it. With his meager strength, if he really tried to sell it, he might as well be a child hugging a gold brick, just asking to die quickly. The next day, XuHong couldn't take it anymore and ran back to admit his mistake to Uncle Gio. There had to be a punishment. However, it wasn't a beating, just a session of ideological education combined with physical labor. After that, Uncle Gio also gave him a protective talisman. When XuHong heard it was from that impressive master uncle, and that there were only 2 in total, with his master giving him both, he was so moved that he immediately vowed to anger his master less in the future. The 2 boys were quite thoughtful, and even bought new clothes for Uncle Gio. Uncle Gio didn't say anything, but inside he was quite pleased. However, that afternoon, guests came to the funeral home. Ding-ling-a-ling. A series of clear bell sounds came closer. Wantai was sweeping the floor, and when he peeked out, he saw a middle-aged Taoist priest wearing round glasses, leading a string of 8 zombies, bouncing towards the funeral home like they were playing hopscotch. The master uncle is here, Wantai shouted at the top of his lungs. Inside, Uncle Gio and XuHong quickly came out to greet him. As soon as Uncle Gio saw the visitor, his face bloomed with a smile. Junior brother, you're here. Who is this person? Four-eyed Taoist. Uncle Gio's own junior brother. As soon as Four-eyed saw XuHong and Wantai, he immediately put on the airs of an elder. Hey, you 2 little brats, didn't you see your master uncle jumping until my legs are sore? Hurry up and lend a hand. You've been pampered. XuHong and Wantai rolled their eyes, thinking, is that pain from pinching your face? But although Four-eyed loved to make a fuss, he was generous and gave pocket money every time he came. So the 2 still hurried to help. Four-eyed was teasing them. This time I brought you gifts, but you have to perform well to get rewards. In the past, these 2 money-loving boys would have been overjoyed. But now, after witnessing XuHong's financial prowess, they felt a bit indifferent to Four-eyed's small gifts, thinking, at this moment, my heart is already calm and unshaken. Uncle Gio welcomed Four-eyed into the house, and the 2 brothers hadn't seen each other for months. Once they started talking, they couldn't stop. Four-eyed even specially brought high-quality Longjing tea for Uncle Gio. But when Uncle Gio tried to pay, Four-eyed immediately became displeased, jokingly saying, brother, have you stopped loving me? Uncle Gio was left with a black line on his face, complaining about his junior brother's quirky personality that hadn't changed. As they chatted, they eventually got to business. Four-eyed was involved in corpse transportation and often needed the talismans drawn by Uncle Gio as after-sale equipment. He came this time to restock. Uncle Gio said the items had long been prepared, then mysteriously pulled Four-eyed into his room, taking out a talisman that was unbelievably vibrant in color. Four-Eye's eyes nearly popped out. 3 flavors true fire talisman. Brother, where did you get this good stuff? This thing was hard currency. He previously had one, but used it during a fight with a tiger spirit and regretted it for a long time. He thought Uncle Gio had finally managed to buy it from the headquarters of Maoshan after a long wait, but Uncle Gio explained XuHong's situation. From a chi refining stage talisman master to suddenly reaching foundation establishment in just 2 months and then being destined for golden core. Four-Eyed was dumbfounded, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, and after a while he managed to stammer out, "Brother, are you sure you're not joking with me? 2 months, from chi refining to foundation establishment? What kind of cyber cultivation is this?" Uncle Gio rolled his eyes at him. "Why would I joke with you? Do you think I'm like you?" Upon realizing it was true, Four-Eyed immediately got anxious and slapped his thigh. "Oh no, with such a great deity. You have to introduce me." The person was in Rinjia town, and he had just left moments before you arrived. Slap. Four-Eyed gave himself a hard slap. "Why are you hitting yourself?" "I'm angry. If I had known I wouldn't have rested on the way. I just missed him." The next day, Uncle Gio actually took Four-Eyed to visit. When XuHong opened the door and saw Four-Eyed, he was momentarily stunned, thinking whether someone had fast-forwarded the plot. After introductions, they entered the small courtyard, and Four-Eyed couldn't stop talking, finding everything new and interesting. XuHong was generous and introduced his wife, Bai Ru, his younger sisters, Xiao Hong and Xiao Mei, as well as Lu Yun and Rin Tingting. Uncle Gio watched Rin Tingting from the side, thinking to himself, "Goodness, it's only been a few days, and he's already flirting with another one, and it's the eldest lady of the Rin family. His luck with relationships is too strong." The few of them sat down for tea and chat, and they stayed for more than 2 hours before leaving. Four-Eyed was also sensible. He didn't mention buying talismans the whole time, since it was their first meeting, and he didn't want to be too forward. Just as they returned to the funeral home, Qiuxing and Wuntai rushed over. "Master, the Rin family sent someone, asking you to go to the Western restaurant in town for tea tomorrow, saying there's a big business deal to discuss." Uncle Gio was taken aback. "What is the matter?" "It seems they want to relocate old Master Ren's grave." Uncle Gio frowned. That was a feng shui treasure. Why would they want to relocate such a grave? Four-Eyed, hearing this, was delighted. "That's great, brother. You just got back, and there's already a big deal. Old Master Ren is the richest man. You'll make a fortune." While they were discussing this business, on the other side, 10 miles outside Rinjia town, the moon was dark and the wind was high. A group of men in black was on the move, and the leader, with a face like gold paper and sunken cheeks, had a scar on his left cheek, giving him the standard villain appearance. This person was Zhou Longhu, the leader of the Yin Corps sect. He had come to Rinjia town to reap the rewards of a trap set by his master 20 years ago. Back then, the Rin family had seized a feng shui treasure, and his master had tampered with the burial of old Master Ren, turning the treasure into a corpse-raising cave. 20 years later, inside, Rin Weiyong had long since become an iron-armored corpse, just waiting to break ground and absorb the blood of his relatives to directly upgrade to a copper-armored corpse. Zhou Longhu had come for this quasi-copper-armored corpse. He calculated that with the supplies he had on hand, as long as the Golden Elixir Master didn't intervene, he could basically walk around arrogantly. He immediately ordered his subordinate, Ding Wang, to take people to dig up Rin Weiyong's grave, fill it with blood, and accelerate the corpse transformation. This group of corpse handlers was more familiar with walking at night than going home, and they were not afraid of encountering ghosts at all. The next day, XuHong, unaware of the impending danger, was in the courtyard teaching a few girls how to draw. As a former art student, his brain was now enhanced like a supercomputer, and the sketches he produced looked like photographs. Just as he was drawing Lu Yun, Rin Tingting suddenly asked from behind, "Su Gij, you're so talented. Can you read feng shui?" XuHong paused with a pen in his hand, turned to look at her, and shook his head decisively. "Feng shui? I don't understand that. I haven't studied it. But let me tell you, although I don't know much, my wife, Sister Ro, knows a bit. She is a disciple of the Ma-E sect, and reading faces and fortune-telling are basic skills for her, and she is also quite knowledgeable about feng shui. Of course, she is modest and says she is not an expert." Upon hearing this, Rin Tingting's eyes lit up. "Sister Ro, please help me." It turned out that her father, Rin Fa, planned to relocate her grandfather's grave and wanted to find a reliable master. I laughed at that moment and said, "Ting Ting, don't think about it anymore. Your dad will definitely go to Uncle Nine for this." I tell you, as soon as I said this, my mind buzzed and exploded. Who understands family? Moving graves? Hey, no tie. Isn't this just like the plot of Mr. Vampire about to start filming? Goodness, with me here this time. Let's see how Rin Weiyong is going to jump out of the coffin. Sure enough, the next day, Rin Fa settled the matter with GioShu at the tea restaurant. GioShu even brought along his two lively disciples, XuHong and Wenkai. I was chatting with Daoist Simu in the yard, listening to him recount the bizarre incidents he encountered on the corpse-fetching journey over the years, which were simply fascinating. Meanwhile, Ro and the others went with Rin Tingting to experience a Western restaurant, enjoying some milk tea and egg tarts, which was quite an eye-opener for them. But guess what happened? As soon as Uncle Gio and the others arrived at the mountain, something went wrong. When they got there, they were all dumbfounded. That grave, damn it, had already been dug up. The tombstone was tossed aside, and the coffin had vanished without a trace. The Rin family steward was so furious that he started cursing, and Uncle Gio's expression changed instantly. He squatted down to take a look, and good lord, this was no feng shui treasure land of the dragonfly-touching water site. It was clearly a corpse-raising hole that had been tampered with. Moreover, the soil around the grave was still fresh, indicating that this had happened in the last couple of days. Uncle Gio immediately concluded that someone was using their Rin family's land to refine corpses. After 20 years, the Rin old master in that coffin, not to mention rotting, was probably close to growing mold. Uncle Gio, do you mean? The steward turned pale. The corpse transformation is not far off. Uncle Gio's words directly defined the situation. I'm telling you, this is going to blow up. I was still haunted by the incident in Huangshan village. And now, there's a zombie? It's our own old ancestor who turned into one. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Uncle Gio, what are we going to do? Let's go back to the town. We need to find Daoist Su. Uncle Gio is clear in his mind that this is definitely premeditated, and the other party is not to be underestimated. It's most likely that notorious In Corpse sect. They've been planning for 20 years just for this armored corpse, and they must be coming in strong. Uncle Gio doesn't have confidence handling this alone, but he knows that as long as he calls me, everything will be fine. On the way back, that kid Wenkai is still flattering. Master, those bastards are too bold. Don't they know you're in charge of Rinjia Town? I told you. Uncle Gio's face was as dark as a pop bottom, and he must have been thinking, do you know how to compliment people or how to stab them in the back? If people really feared him, could this have happened? This is simply the ultimate form of workplace confusion. If there hadn't been someone nearby, Uncle Gio would probably have slapped him. Soon, Uncle Gio hurriedly rushed into my courtyard and briefly explained the situation. When the Daoist Simu heard the words In Corpse sect, his eyes lit up. Senior brother, this is a business opportunity coming to our door. Let me tell you, these righteous cultivators all want to take down the In Corpse sect. Both Mount Longhu and Maoshan have issued bounties. Capturing a disciple of the In Corpse sect could be exchanged for money and magical treasures. Uncle Gio asked if I knew about the In Corpse sect, and I shook my head, calmly saying, I've come into contact with them, but the battle ended too quickly, so I didn't have time to understand them deeply. In that moment, I saw the expressions on Uncle Gio and Daoist Simu's faces. It was a wonderful sight. Wanting to laugh, but having to hold it in. I directly gave him a tip, saying this matter is simple. Just wait for the rabbit by the tree. Those people went to such great lengths to create a zombie. They must have used the blood of close relatives to upgrade it, and the targets are definitely Mr. Run and Tingting. As long as we keep an eye on these two, won't we just be waiting for them to walk into the trap? I am Joken. With my current strength, let alone a newly unearthed armored corpse, even if the golden armored corpse king came, I could smash it with one punch. In the face of absolute power, everything is just a paper tiger. Just as I was speaking, Rin Fa rushed over with his butler, anxious like an ant on a hot pan, and immediately said, Uncle Gio, young Master Su, just name your price. As long as you can bring my father's corpse back. Uncle Gio frowned at that, looking a bit displeased. I quickly smoothed things over, assuring Rin Fa that I would guarantee his father's corpse would be returned to him intact. Only then did Rin Fa calm down, handing over the security team to us for command before hurriedly leaving. All right, the work is here. I told Uncle Gio, I'll have Ro keep an eye on Tingting. For Mr. Rin, I'll trouble you, Daoist Lin. Uncle Gio's face darkened. He wasn't happy about having to watch over an old and ugly man. He quickly passed the task to XuHong and Wentai, offering a sky-high salary of $1 a day. As soon as those two heard there was money to be made, they immediately patted their chests and guaranteed that not a single hair would fall from Mr. Rin. I was overjoyed with their unreliable appearances. What could they possibly keep an eye on? But I wouldn't expose them. Anyway, my spiritual awareness had already covered the entire Rinjia town, and no one could pull any tricks under my nose. The scene shifted to Ro and the others shopping with Ting when suddenly a sleazy guy appeared, wearing glasses and dressed like a security captain. He started calling her cousin with a sticky gaze. This guy was Rin Fa's cheap nephew, the security captain Alway. What kind of person was Sister Ro? Just a glance, and her ghost servant Lu Yun understood. The next second, that guy let out a yelp and fell flat on his face, crashing into the table. Just as he got up and tried to act foolish again, he fell down with a thud, sitting on the ground, doubting his life, and shouted, Who? Who is messing with me? The scene was simply surreal, like encountering a ghost. Just then, Uncle Hai, the butler of the Ren family, came to find him and was also stunned by the sight. Ting Ting was quite sensible and comforted Uncle Hai, saying she no longer blamed him for what happened in Huangshan village, which moved him to the point of having red eyes. Uncle Hai looked at his useless nephew and then at Ting Ting, his disdain almost overflowing. He knew very well that this guy was lazy and always thinking about his cousin. He was simply a good-for-nothing. I tell you, this waste is not just a waste. He is also a VIP customer of that Chunfong building. God knows whether he is clean or not. So, old Master Ren usually doesn't even let him through the door, and he thinks having a meal together is bad luck. With such behavior, he still wants to have ideas about Ting Ting? It's simply a toad wanting to jump to the sky, dreaming of everything. Uncle Hai couldn't be bothered to waste words with him and directly gave the order. Immediately, right now, gather your security team. We have a big deal. After saying that, Uncle Hai left without looking back. Tian Wei felt helpless and could only follow along. When they reached the door, this guy was still not giving up, looking back at Ting Ting with a greasy smile. Ting Ting, wait until cousin is done. I'll take you around our Ren family town to find the feeling of childhood. After saying that, he didn't wait for Ting Ting to respond and ran away, afraid of being rejected. Ting Ting didn't even listen to his nonsense. Her mind was filled with Uncle Hai's words about something happening. She quickly said to Bai Ro and the others, Ro, let us go back. I feel something is off. Bai Ro also noticed and nodded, asking the shopkeeper to pack the selected fabrics, paid, and the group hurried back to the courtyard. Goodness, we had just arrived at the courtyard, and Uncle Hai brought Tian Wei and a group of security personnel over. Uncle Hai was very respectful to XuHong and Jiu Shu. Mr. Su, Jiu Shu, I've brought the person. You two can give orders freely. Then he turned to Tian Wei and scolded him. Away. This is Mr. Su, a distinguished guest of the master. You better show some respect. Mr. Su's words carry more weight than mine, understood? If you dare to go against them, do you know the consequences? Tian Wei was extremely displeased but smiled brighter than a flower, nodding and bowing. Of course, he knew how he got this captain position, didn't he? But when he looked up and saw XuHong, I tell you, his little mind immediately became active. Goodness, this pretty boy looks decent, and he is young. He wouldn't be here to snatch Ting Ting from me, would he? No way, I have to think a way to mess it up. Just as he was pondering, a crisp voice came from outside the courtyard. Brother Su, we're back. Tian Wei was instantly petrified. He felt like his CPU was about to burn out. What's going on? He was still thinking about how to isolate the two, but they directly called him Brother Su? This relationship is clearly not ordinary. As soon as Ting Ting entered, seeing that annoying Tian Wei was also there, her brows instantly furrowed. Cousin, why are you here too? Uncle Hai answered for him. He came with me. Uncle Hai, what exactly happened? Ting Ting, being smart, could tell from the atmosphere that it was not a trivial matter. Uncle Hai sighed and dropped a bombshell. Your grandfather's grave has been dug up, and the remains are nowhere to be found. Huh? Ting Ting was stunned, and Bai Ro and the others were shocked too. Is there really someone stealing corpses these days? Bai Ro's mind immediately flashed 3 words. In-corpse sect. Over there, Tian Wei heard this and immediately showed his desire for attention, jumping up and shouting. What? Who is so immoral to dare disturb my cousin's grandfather's grave? If I catch them, I will definitely have them all shot. Uncle Hai rolled his eyes, not believing his words at all. Him? The number one in eating, drinking, and gambling? He wouldn't even find his way in a month. It's the people from the in-corpse sect raising corpses in the area, XuHong said. Bai Ro's eyes instantly ignited with fire. It's these rats again. One got away last time, and they dare come again. I tell you, now Ro is not the same as 3 months ago. With XuHong providing daily training, my combat power has soared, and the high-level talismans I carry can be used as bricks. I can directly smash a bunch with them. She immediately looked at XuHong. Brother Hong, what do we do? How do we drag these bastards out? XuHong shook his head. His gaze was like looking at a bunch of children playing house. And then he glanced at Tian Wei, who was still trying to curry favor nearby. Tian Wei, being clever, immediately ran over, smiling. Young Master Su, Jiu Shu, just give your orders. To find Ting Ting's grandfather's remains, I, Tian Wei, will go through fire and water without frowning. XuHong chuckled and said, Don't worry. It's not a difficult task. If it were really difficult, it wouldn't fall on you. With that, Tianwei's face turned green, but he still had to force a smile. XuHong's words were too sharp, clearly saying he was useless. All right, Captain Away, XuHong began assigning tasks. You take your people and go to the town to check if there have been any suspicious strangers recently. Remember, only responsible for finding people. Report back immediately when you find them, and don't act rashly, understood? Understood. Don't worry, young Master Su, finding people is my specialty. Tianwei patted his chest in assurance, then waved his hand. Brothers, follow me. A group of security rushed to follow him, looking at Tianwei as eager to achieve back. XuHong shook his head. I know very well that with Tianwei's personality, the more you don't let him move, the more he wants to act. XuHong's move was clearly to let him be cannon fodder and gain some experience. Once Jiu and the others left, only our people were left in the courtyard. The female, Ghost Lu Yun, floated out and asked, Young Master, do you need me to go find them? No need. XuHong picked up the teacup, calm and composed. Some small mice can't stir up any waves. I've already set up the game, just waiting for them to come to me. This move is called drawing the snake out of its hole. Goodness, this confidence is something else. As a result, for 3 consecutive days, it was calm and peaceful. On Tianwei's side, on the first day, he pretended to stroll around the street with people, exhausting himself like a dog. On the second day, he started slacking off. On the third day, he directly sent his subordinates to run errands while he hid in the office drinking tea. By the fourth day, I couldn't bear to look. He didn't know where he found a woman to massage his shoulders and legs in the office, and he was enjoying himself. He was still dreaming, thinking that as long as he solved this case, old Master Ren would be so pleased that he would marry Tingting to him. If he married Tingting, wouldn't all the wealth of the Ren family go into his pocket? Then he could do whatever he wanted. The more he thought about it, the better it seemed, while secretly cursing XuHong, a pretty boy who knows nothing. In this day and age, having a gun is the hard truth. Just as he was enjoying himself, a subordinate rushed in urgently. Captain, we have a discovery. Tianwei jumped up from his chair. What discovery? We discovered a group of people, unfamiliar faces, sneaky. They bought an inn and haven't gone out for days. If you get close, you can smell. A smell that seems like a stench of excrement. Stench of excrement? Tianwei's eyes lit up. He thought, it must be them. He slammed the table. Go. Take me over. I want to see who these people are. If they did it, they'll all be shot. His subordinate was a bit hesitant. Captain, those people don't look easy to deal with. Should we notify Jiu and young Master Su? Notify what? Tianwei waved his hand confidently. We can handle it ourselves. Is the gun in our hands a fire stick? No matter how powerful they are, can they outrun a bullet? This time, I will make my cousin-in-law look at me in a new light. After saying that, he stylishly shook his hair, put on his hat, and marched out with his people. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, we were having dinner. XuHong suddenly paused with his chopsticks and said, I have something to do. I'll step out for a bit. You all eat first. After saying that, he disappeared. We were all used to Ruru telling us not to worry, but we still let Lu Yun go over to check the situation. 5 minutes earlier, Tianwei and his ragtag group aggressively surrounded an inn. Captain, it's here. When Tianwei heard that this group had directly bought the inn, he felt even more excited. Having money is great. If I catch them, all that money will be mine, right? He got carried away and walked right to the front, waving his hand. Show some spirit. Don't let them look down on us. We are here to handle a case today, and no one is allowed to act rashly. Follow my orders. Inside the inn, the members of the Yin Corp sect had already noticed them. The leader, Zhou Longhu, smiled sinisterly. Let them in. We just need some fresh blood. His subordinate, Ding Wang, immediately went out with several strong men. I tell you, behind each strong man was a figure wrapped in a black robe. That thing was not human. It was a zombie. Bang, bang, bang. Tianwei had his men knock on the door. When the door opened, Ding Wang with his chubby face greeted them with a smile. When Tianwei saw this scene, he felt a jolt in his heart, but still steeled his courage and pulled out his gun, shaking it. We are the security team, and we suspect you are involved in a corpse theft case. We need to search your premises. Welcome, welcome. We are legitimate businessmen and will definitely cooperate. Ding Wang smiled like the Buddha, relying on his gun. Tianwei grew bold and rushed in first. But as soon as he entered the inn, a bone-chilling cold, mixed with a strong stench of decay, hit him in the face. Tianwei immediately shuddered. Even he realized what was happening. He aimed his gun at Ding Wang and shouted angrily, Aha! You really did steal the corpses. I can smell it. Arrest them all. I tell you. As soon as he shouted, the atmosphere in the entire venue changed in an instant. That Ding Wang, who had been smiling like a nice guy, suddenly had a cold expression on his face, and his chilling gaze made me shiver from afar. Before Tianwei could react, he felt his wrist being clamped by an iron grip. Hee hee, Ding Wang's laughter sounds eerie. You'll know why soon. Just as the words left his mouth, there was a crisp cracking sound. Good lord, Tianwei's wrist was bent at a 90-degree angle, causing him to scream in pain, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. This sudden turn of events stunned all the security personnel. Who would have thought? We had dozens of guns pointed at them, yet they dared to strike first. Those who reacted were quick to respond, raising their hands for a round of gunfire. Bang, 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 bang. Then instantly sounded like firecrackers, noisy as hell. But strangely, when the gunfire stopped, the black-robed figures across from us stood as straight as if they had activated a cheat, not moving a muscle. Bullets hit them without even a sound. The only noise in the venue was Tianwei's pig-like howls. The other side was terrifyingly quiet. In the next second, a roar that sounded nothing like a human erupted from beneath one of the black robes. Tianwei was so scared that he forgot his pain and stared intently in that direction. As the black robe was lifted, my friends, who understands? What was beneath was not human at all. It was a face that was rotting and disfigured with a bluish body, and the scariest part was those two hands, with long, black nails about 5 centimeters long, gleaming ominously under the light. A zombie. I don't know who shouted that, but the entire security team exploded into chaos. They dropped their clubs and turned to run. But guess what? At the entrance of the inn, 2 zombies had appeared out of nowhere, blocking the way. Ding Wang's sinister voice rang out again. Those who don't want to die, lie down obediently. The security personnel were already terrified out of their wits. Upon hearing this, they all dropped to the ground like dumplings, each one faster than the last. Tianwei was also quick-witted. Seeing the situation, realizing the gun was useless and he couldn't escape, he immediately shouted, I surrender. I surrender. Good lord. This move was all about being flexible. He calculated that as long as he could stall until Uncle Gio and XuHong arrived, he would still have a chance. Ding Wang nodded in satisfaction, looking at the crowd on the ground as if he were at a buffet. His little scheme was to use these people as blood food to feed Ren Weiyong, so when Ren Weiyong upgraded to a copper-armored corpse, he could take revenge. Tianwei was still whining. Big brother, can you at least reattach my hand first? It hurts like hell. Ding Wang smiled so kindly, of course. Upon hearing this, Tianwei thought, oh great, there's hope. But Ding Wang's next sentence plunged him into an icy abyss. But my medical skills aren't very good. You're just suffering from fracture now. If I help you, you might lose your whole arm. Look, I could just chop off your hand directly. And that would be that, wouldn't it? Tianwei's face turned pale instantly, not knowing whether it was from pain or fear. Then, let's not treat it. Don't be like that. Ding Wang waved his hand. Go, get the axe from the woodshed. I'll personally treat our Captain Tian. Tianwei rolled his eyes and fell to the ground, playing dead. Ding Wang sneered. Playing dead in front of someone who deals with corpses? Chop him. Just when it seemed like the situation was dire, suddenly, a series of crisp applause echoed in the quiet inn, startling everyone. Ding Wang frowned. Why did that applause sound so familiar? Then, a voice he never expected came from the darkness. Last time you got lucky and escaped. Why do you have to come to my gunpoint this time? As the voice spoke, XuHong's figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Ding Wang's face turned green in an instant. How was it him again? This guy is like a ghost, appearing and disappearing at will. Moreover, he sensed that XuHong's aura was several times more terrifying than it was last time in Jiuquan town. As soon as Tianwei saw XuHong, it was as if he had seen his long-lost father, almost in tears. Young Master Su, you're here. Quickly save me. This guy wants to chop off my hand. XuHong glanced at him and said blandly, I already told you to inform me of any unusual movements. You didn't listen. My fault, my fault. Tianwei dared not retort anymore. You can hit or scold me. Just please save me first. By the way, they have zombies. Be careful. XuHong completely ignored him and fixed his gaze directly on Ding Wang. Let me tell you, XuHong had actually arrived long before Tianwei and them. He had activated the concealment technique and the invisibility technique, watching the entire farce unfold from beginning to end. His evaluation of Tianwei was just 2 words: useless. Although Ding Wang felt uneasy, seeing that he had the numbers and over a dozen zombies, his courage grew. Oomph. Last time you were lucky. This time you've walked right into my trap. Let us see who dies. XuHong chuckled lightly, looking at him like he was an idiot, a frog at the bottom of a well. No sooner had he spoken than Ding Wang's people directed the zombies to leap at XuHong from all sides. The stench of corpses was unbearable. XuHong, thou win. Not out of fear, but disgust. He didn't even move, just released the concealment technique. The next second, let me tell you, the entire world fell silent. A visible wave of red energy erupted from XuHong's center with a bang. The scene was like the Conqueror's hockey from an anime, but much more powerful. The zombies that lunged at him, upon contact with that red energy wave, didn't even have time to scream before they disintegrated like sand blown away by the wind, turning into black smoke and vanishing without a trace. Ding Wong and his subordinates, though they didn't evaporate on the spot, were knocked back as if they had collided head-on with a speeding truck, crashing into walls and tables, the sound of bones shattering echoing everywhere. Ding Wong didn't even leave behind a last word. When he hit the ground, he was already a puddle of mush. The most amazing part? This shockwave had eyes. It only targeted the enemies, not harming Tian Wei and his men or the tables and chairs in the inn at all. Tian Wei and his subordinates were completely dumbfounded, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Can a human even do this? This is not even the same species. XuHong didn't even glance at them. After dealing with these small fry, he walked straight into the inn. Just as he stepped inside, a gust of bloody wind rushed at him, and a blood corpse roared as it charged out. What happened? A blood-red energy wall appeared out of nowhere in front of XuHong. The blood corpse pounded against it with all its might. But the energy wall didn't budge an inch. In the back room, Zhou Longhu was also stunned, his voice trembling. How is this possible? How can someone like you exist in this world? XuHong replied, Indeed, it's quite unlikely. Before Zhou Longhu could understand what that meant, a massive red fist made of energy and blood came crashing down, smashing him into a meat pancake with a thud. Immediately afterward, XuHong cast a glance, and a giant sword made of condensed energy and blood appeared out of thin air, slashing at the blood corpse. That invulnerable blood corpse was effortlessly cut in half like a watermelon, and then also transformed into black smoke. The remaining iron corpses fell one by one as easily as cutting tofu, and soon the world became quiet. In the end, only 2 coffins were still banging loudly. XuHong casually threw a 3-flavor true fire spell at one of the coffins containing a copper-armored corpse, which instantly turned to ash. He walked to the coffin of Ren Weiyong, and with a thought, his chi and blood transformed into a large hand that directly lifted the coffin lid. Just as Ren Weiyong jumped out, XuHong swiftly slapped a corpse-vanquishing talisman onto his chest. The zombie, who had been fierce just a second ago, was instantly frozen in place, becoming a statue. After taking care of everything, XuHong leisurely walked out and said to the group outside who were still petrified, Who among you will go to the funeral home and call for Uncle Gio? The security guards felt like they had been granted amnesty, all eager to leave this ghostly place. Tian Wei tried to make an excuse about his hand hurting to slip away, but was shot down by XuHong's words. No need. Uncle Gio will take care of it. Just wait. Before long, Uncle Gio and Daoist Simu arrived. Upon entering and seeing the corpses scattered like mud on the ground, both were stunned. Daoist Simu circled the scene and finally looked at the bodies, exclaiming, Terrifying indeed. I tell you, his expression was as if he had seen a deity descend. XuHong didn't stay long, briefly explaining the situation. Everyone has been dealt with. Ren Laote has turned into a corpse, and I've sealed him. The rest is up to you. I haven't finished my meal, so I'm leaving. Uncle Gio. So you call me here just to clean up your mess. Once XuHong left, Uncle Gio had no choice but to start working, first reattaching Tian Wei's hand, which was causing him great pain, and then directing people to carry Ren Weiyong's body back to the funeral home. Ren Fa received the news and rushed over. Seeing his father's ghastly appearance, he was frightened out of his wits and immediately began to curse. However, when he learned that all the culprits had been dealt with by XuHong, he felt an immense relief. What did it matter if a few people died? In this era, lives were the least valuable. The subsequent matters were straightforward. Uncle Gio found a good feng shui spot and buried Ren Weiyong, thus putting the matter to rest. Daoist Simu, pressed by the fact that his clients, the corpses he was handling, were starting to smell, hurriedly bid farewell to XuHong. Before leaving, XuHong gifted him 2 protective talismans, which deeply moved Simu, who repeatedly praised XuHong as a good friend. Rinjia town returned to tranquility, and XuHong's days became leisurely. Every day, aside from flying up to the clouds to bask in the sun and practice, he spent time with Bairuru and the others. Perhaps feeling too bored, he actually spent 2 days crafting a guitar. Even more astonishing, despite having never touched a guitar before, he spent another 2 days and was already able to play it skillfully, strumming out song after song from his memory. His voice effortlessly switched between high and low notes, sounding just like a professional singer. With music, he could also paint, and everyone made delicious food together, enjoying the culinary delights. This divine life, I tell you, was incredibly fast-paced. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, and our vacation balance in Rinjia town hit zero. To be fair, once the zombie problem with Old Master Rin was resolved, we could have left at any time. But XuHong was a man of his word. Having promised to stay for a month, he wouldn't leave even a day early. However, the most pained person in this situation was Rin Tingting. Who could understand? This little girl had been a pure love warrior for the entire month, her eyes practically sparkling at XuHong. She desperately wanted to leave with us. Imagine it, listening to us talk about all the gossip from the outside world every day, flying through the sky and strange tales. She, a trendy young lady just back from studying abroad, had her heart already flying away. But the problem was, she couldn't bring herself to say it. First, her father Rin Fa would definitely be unhappy. His precious daughter had just returned home a few days ago and was already wanting to run off with a wild man. Second, she felt shy. As a young woman, how could she just follow XuHong's family without clarity? Most importantly, those by Ruru. Throughout the month, Rin Tingting, scared, had been sleeping with Bai Ruru every night, and the two had become as close as sisters. She feared that if she confessed her feelings, not only might XuHong not accept them, but she would also hurt her best friend, which would be a pure act of betrayal. So, when the day of parting arrived, the scene was something else. Uncle Gio brought Shoshing and Wen Kai to send XuHong off. These two lively characters now looked at XuHong with eyes full of admiration, calling him Shu with great familiarity. Old Master Rin was also present, watching his daughter with a face full of grievance, tears welling up as if she was about to cry, and he understood everything clearly. Let me tell you, this old man knows exactly what's going on in his heart. He's not opposed to XuHong. After all, in this day and age, it's perfectly normal for a man to have multiple wives and concubines. Moreover, XuHong is so outstanding. He's practically a top-tier son-in-law. But he has his own little calculations. His daughter just came back, so he should spend more time with his old father, right? Besides, he can't just rush to send his daughter off. He has to wait for XuHong to bring it up himself. And what happened? XuHong didn't even think along those lines. He just patted Rin Tingting's head and said gently, "Don't cry. We're not leaving you forever. At most, we'll be back in 6 months. You must keep close to you the treasures that Sister Ro gave you, all right?" Wow. That one sentence gave Rin Tingting a new lease on life. As soon as she heard she could see him again in 6 months, she immediately nodded obediently, already calculating in her heart. Fine, I'll accompany my dad for another 6 months, and then I'll go wander the world with Brother Su. And just like that, our group waved goodbye and set off for our next destination, Tung County. So where is Tung County? Let me tell you, it's where Bai Ruru grew up, the home of her seniors. We needed to get there before November to pay respects to her master. I won't bore you with the details of our journey. Let's fast forward to the Zhuge Mansion in Tung County. This mansion is quite famous locally. The owner is Zhuge Kongping, and his wife is Wang Hui. Both are descendants of the Ma-Yi sect. However, the couple's business abilities are worlds apart. Wang Hui is a fortune teller, known as the best diviner in Tung County. Her business is booming, especially with gamblers who come to seek good luck before betting. You could say Wang Hui supports the whole family on her own. On the other hand, her husband, Zhuge Kongping, deals with ghost catching and zombie hunting. But guess what? He hasn't received a single job in half a year. Why? 2 reasons. First, his prices are ridiculously high. Perhaps because his wife makes so much money, it hurt his fragile male ego, so he insists on charging sky-high fees. Second, and most crucially, he lacks persuasive appearance. I tell you, he is so chubby he looks like a meatball when clients see him. They doubt, can this guy outrun a zombie? They might end up as a snack themselves, so they turn around and leave. As time went on, Zhuge Kongping gave up, mainly focusing on his electronic pet, drinking tea at home, and getting bored. He started scientific research, how to perfectly control zombies. He found traditional blood control methods too low-tech, unstable, and prone to backlash. He wanted to invent something grand, a mental connector to directly transmit his thoughts into a zombie's brain, achieving dual control and turning the zombie into his second body. Goodness, if this idea were proposed in 2025, it would definitely win a Nobel Prize for creativity. Wang Yi, on the other hand, let him mess around. After all, the family wasn't too short on money. It's better for her husband to have a hobby than to do nothing. However, Wang Hui has been feeling a bit troubled lately. Her junior sister, Bai Ruru, hasn't sent a letter in almost 6 months. That's unusual. Bai Ruru used to write every 3 months at most. Speaking of which, here comes an old gossip. Back in the day, when Zhuge Kongping wasn't overweight, He was quite a handsome young man, and Bai Ruru was just starting to develop feelings for him. Zhuge Kongping, facing a pretty junior sister, would be lying if he said he wasn't team moved. But Wang Hui, being jealous, kept a close watch and nipped any budding romance in the bud. Now that her junior sister hasn't contacted her for half a year, Wang Hui's heart is uneasy. Could something have happened? She hurriedly went to find her slacking husband for a discussion, but she didn't find him in the pavilion. Instead, she saw their 17-year-old son, Zhuge Xiaoming. Xiaoming complained that his dad was upstairs tinkering with those broken gadgets again, and he had recently bought a generator from some beautiful country, wasting money. Hearing this, Wang Hui also felt her husband was being extravagant and asked her son to go upstairs to call him. Zhuge Kongping was upstairs studying that imported generator, as his mental connector needed electricity, and he couldn't use lightning magic, so he had to rely on this thing. As his son ran upstairs, the wooden stairs creaked under his weight. Zhuge Kongping became annoyed and shouted, "Slow down. You'll break the stairs." Xiaoming scoffed. "Come on, you're so heavy and nothing happened. What does my weight matter?" That one sentence left Zhuge Kongping speechless. After Xiaoming delivered the message, he dashed back downstairs. Zhuge Kongping grumbled behind him, "You little brat. These stairs will be ruined by you sooner or later." Then he cautiously made his way down. "I tell you, sometimes when you talk too much, you attract trouble." Just then, there was a loud crack, and the wooden board under him broke. With a bang, Zhuge Kongping fell hard down the stairs, landing on his back. Luckily, he was tough and landed on his back, so he didn't get hurt much, just felt pain and grimaced. While rubbing his back, he cursed, "You little brat. I'll deal with you when you get back. Ouch. I need to get an elevator." He limped into the yard, and as soon as Wang Hui saw him, she got straight to the point. "Ruru hasn't sent a letter in half a year. Do you think something happened?" Zhuge Kongping casually replied, "What could happen? She is so capable." But deep down he thought Bairu is so beautiful. What if she encounters bad people? Wang Hui saw his expression and knew what he was thinking. Zhuge Kongping quickly suggested, "How about I go check on my junior sister?" Without thinking, Wang Hui shot back, "No way." Her gaze made it clear that she thought he still had feelings for her. She said, "If anyone should go, it's me." The two kept pushing back and forth. Zhuge Kongping was worried about his wife going alone, while Wang Hui adamantly refused to let him go see Bai Ru. Just as the couple was arguing about this, their daughter, Zhuge Xiaohua, burst in like a little cannonball, her voice preceding her arrival. "Dad, Mom, Master Bai is here." She brought several people, and one of the men is so handsome. Master said he is her man. This shout contained a lot of information. Wang Hui's eyes lit up instantly. Family, who understands that feeling? It's like the biggest stone in her heart finally dropped. Bai Ru has a man. That means she doesn't have to be on guard against her own husband every day. What a huge blessing. As for Zhuge Kongping, he felt inexplicably sour, a bit stifled. His expression was quite complex. Wang Hui shot him a sidelong glance, her lips curling into a smile, radiating satisfaction as she sashayed to the front yard. When we finally saw the couple, their expressions were like two different plays. Wang Hui was all smiles, incredibly enthusiastic. Junior sister, Zhuge Kongping, wanted to call out Ruru, swallowed his words at the last moment, looking at XuHong standing next to Bai Ru, and awkwardly changed it to junior sister. Then the scene froze. I tell you, Wang Hui and her daughter Zhuge Xiaohua were staring at XuHong as if they had been hit with a free spell. Especially Xiaohua. Her eyes were sparkling so much it seemed like they were about to pop out, and she was nearly drooling. Although Wang Hui wasn't as exaggerated, she was still pretty much the same, completely mesmerized. Zhuge Kongping's face instantly turned as dark as a pot bottom. He's just a handsome guy. Is it really that big a deal? Back in the day, I was the flower of the town, all right. He couldn't take it anymore and started to cough, as a frantic hint. As a result, his daughter innocently turned around and asked, "Dad, is your throat uncomfortable?" Puffed. I almost laughed out loud at that moment. Zhuge Kongping's face turned even darker. Meanwhile, Bai Ruru stood beside them, wearing a smug smile on her face. Her expression seemed to say, "See, my man, jealous, huh?" Indeed, XuHong, with his daily sunbathing and cultivation, looked like he had been filtered through a perfect lens. Every frame of him could be a wallpaper. When he stood there, the air around him seemed to become sweeter. In the end, it was still Wang Hui who reacted quickly, awkwardly smiling and taking the initiative to change the subject. "Junior sister, could you introduce us?" I have to tell you, Bai Ruru was absolutely impressive. Without saying a word, she directly pulled XuHong out from behind me and confidently introduced him to her senior brothers and sisters, saying, "Let me formally introduce my man, XuHong." Then she went on to introduce XuHong to each of them. "Hongge, This is my senior sister Wang Hui. She's really nice and took care of me a lot when I was younger. And that's my senior brother, XuHong. When she got to that little girl, she added, these are their daughters, XuHua. Wow. I could immediately tell that the art of introduction was something else. When introducing senior sister Wang Hui, it was filled with affection, saying she was very nice and took care of her. But when it came to senior brother XuHong, it was just as simple. That's my senior brother, and that was it. Who understands this huge contrast? XuHong's expression at that moment was so disappointed that he looked like he could barely hold it together. His heart must have felt like it was shattered into a QR code. His wife, Wang Hui, couldn't stand it anymore and quickly nudged him with her elbow. Hey, pay attention. They're greeting us. Only then did XuHong act like a wooden post, saying, oh, hello, hello. Wang Hui was quite good at handling situations and immediately started chatting with XuHong. XuHong, right? You look quite young. XuHong replied, not too young, just in my 20s. That one line about being in his 20s left Wang Hui speechless. She had thought XuHong just looked well-maintained. After all, he was dressed impeccably, clearly a wealthy young man, but she didn't expect him to be genuinely young. This made XuHong feel even more heartbroken. He was already uncomfortable because of the introduction, and now seeing XuHong, wow. Not only was he better looking than him, but he was also almost a decade younger. This comparison was just too cruel. Ruru introduced XuHong, and Xiao made of them. And the two senior brothers and sisters were even more puzzled. Who exactly was XuHong? Why was he out with so many beautiful girls? Where did this immense wealth come from? I'm telling you, this couple is not ordinary. After calming down, they immediately realized something was off. That senior brother, XuHong, is a skilled practitioner, and he suddenly noticed that he couldn't sense any living breath from XuHong. How is that possible? As long as someone is alive, they must breathe. With breathing comes energy, and without energy, there are two possibilities. Either they're dead or they're a top-tier expert who can perfectly conceal their presence. Are you saying XuHong is dead? His eyes aren't blind. So the answer is clear. His wife, Wang Hui, is even more remarkable. She's from the Mai sect and can read faces. When she looked at XuHong, she was completely stunned. She saw nothing, just a blank. It was as if she were wearing 800 degrees of nearsighted glasses, and someone had smeared the lenses with pig fat. Nothing but a mess. After more than 20 years in the profession, having read faces for decades, it was the first time she encountered someone with such a heavily encrypted face. The couple exchanged glances, and in their eyes was a clear message. They had hit a steel plate. Little did they know, XuHong's divine consciousness had reached an outrageous level, equipped with a shielding function. Forget about her being in the foundation establishment stage. Even a celestial being couldn't see through it. Now the couple became completely honest, politely asking their daughter, Xiaohua, to close the door. They wouldn't be doing business today and invited everyone inside to chat. XuHong was very accommodating, voluntarily accompanying Ruru to light an incense stick at her master's spirit tablet, which significantly boosted Ruru's favorability towards him. Once seated, the curious senior brother and sister were, of course, most interested in how this couple got together. Ruru didn't hide anything and recounted how she had been captured by the Corpse sect, almost turned into a blood corpse, and how XuHong had heroically rescued her, taking down the enemy's lair in one go. After hearing this, XuHong was utterly convinced. All his previous petty thoughts, jealousy, resentment, vanished when the hero descended from the heavens to save your junior sister in her most dangerous moment. Where were you, the senior brother? Now that they were together, what was there to complain about? He even had to thank XuHong for saving his junior sister's life. He felt a bit guilty, thinking he had been an incompetent senior brother. That night, XuHong and his companion stayed at the Zhuge residence. The next morning, XuHong was so energized that he couldn't sleep, so he took out the guitar he made from his storage bag, planning to play a few songs in the courtyard to pass the time. Guess what happened? As soon as he got to the courtyard, he found someone there. It was none other than Xiaohua, the daughter of his senior brother and sister. A young girl was practicing her skills in the gentle morning sun. This created an awkward situation. Upon seeing XuHong, the little girl didn't know how to address him. Calling him Uncle Master felt strange, and calling him Annie Master was even more ridiculous. XuHong, understanding the situation, smiled and said, "Just call me Brother Su. It's just a title. No need to complicate things." He casually complimented her. "You look quite pretty." With that one sentence, Xiaohua's CPU nearly burned out. Her face flushed red, and she couldn't bring herself to look at XuHong. Xiaohua was curious about the object in his hand, and XuHong explained that it was called a guitar, a Western instrument. He then casually played a folk song, and let me tell you, The melodious tune combined with XuHong's face and unique voice completely mesmerized the little girl, her eyes shining with admiration. In her excitement, Xiaohua shouted, "I can play the flute too. Wait for me." With that, she turned like a little rabbit and ran back to get her flute. Just as she left, a shadow floated out from the corner of the wall. It was Lu Yun. Folks, this entrance in the early morning nearly took people's breath away. As soon as Lu Yun appeared, she crossed her arms and said in a teasing tone, "Young master, are you trying to woo girls again this early?" XuHong was speechless. "Don't say that. She's still a little girl." Lu Yun didn't care, starting her act of affection, shaking XuHong's arm and insisting that he sing that song again. XuHong was at a loss. He had no choice but to play it again. Just then, Zhuge Xiaohua returned with her flute, and upon seeing Lu Yun in the courtyard, she became flustered, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Lu Yun, the little devil, seized the opportunity to tease her. "Oh, little sister's back? Why is your face so red? Are you smitten with our young master?" A few words from her nearly made Xiaohua cry, her face buried low. It was XuHong who stepped in to smooth things over, saying Lu Yun was just joking, which eased the atmosphere, and the three of them ended up laughing together. Coincidentally, this scene was witnessed by the early rising Zhuge Kongping and Wang Hui. The couple, like thieves, hid behind a wall to eavesdrop. Seeing their daughter with a face full of shyness and admiration for XuHong, they exchanged a glance, and their hearts sank. Something seemed off with their girl. They immediately stepped out, and Zhuge Kongping, being clever, pretended he wanted to join in and perform a flute piece. This turned into a musical exchange in the courtyard. Zhuge Kongping played a segment first. It was decent, not bad at all. Then it was XuHong's turn. Let me tell you, it was explosive. XuHong claimed it was his first time with the flute, and he even held it in the way Xiaohua had just taught him. Yet, once he began, the notes he produced were ethereal, distant, and magnificent, leaving Zhuge Kongping, an experienced player, completely dumbfounded, questioning his life choices. Was this really his first time? This talent was simply outrageous. It was absurd to the extreme. For 3 peaceful and pleasant days, everything went smoothly. Then came the day of their master's memorial. However, Wang Hui and Zhuge Kongping noticed something was off. They had 2 junior brothers, one named Chuyi and the other named Shiwu. In previous years, they had already arrived a day early by this time, but this year, there was no sign of them. Could something have happened to those 2? Wang Hui felt a bit worried. Zhuge Kongping furrowed his brows. What could happen? They're 2 grown men, looking safe. They probably got caught up in some business. I tell you, those 2 actually guessed right. These 2 unfortunate souls really got stuck, and it was poverty that trapped them. The scene shifts to Yuntai Town, over 100 miles away, where the 2 brothers, Chuyi and Shiwu, opened a dojo a few years ago. To their surprise, Yuntai Town was so peaceful that it was almost outrageous. Throughout the year, not only were there no zombies, but not even a ghost could be found. They had learned hardcore techniques for catching ghosts and subduing demons, but there was no business at all. They were completely clueless about talisman drawing, fortune-telling, or conducting funerals, and now they were so poor that they were about to close down for good. So, these 2 guys had to do whatever it took to make a living. Chui went to work as a helper in a restaurant, wielding a big ladle. Shiwu went to serve in the stables. If it weren't for the dilapidated dojo providing some shelter from the wind and rain, I tell you, they would have had to sleep under a bridge. However, although life was tough, Shiwu was definitely number 1 when it came to pursuing relationships. Even if he wasn't exactly handsome, he was sweet-talking and good at socializing, and before long, he became close friends with Dr. Bien Wenjie from the town's clinic. Dr. Bien had a sister named Bien Furong, who was exceptionally beautiful. Shiwu fell for her at first sight, and from then on, he practically wore down the threshold of the clinic, accompanying her brother up the mountains to gather herbs and showering her with attention. Dr. Bien could see that Shiwu was a decent guy with a warm heart, so he didn't stop him from pursuing his feeling for his sister and let things develop naturally. As time went on, whenever Chuyi and Shiwu were starving, they would go directly to the Bien family's house to scrounge for food, and the Bien siblings welcomed them warmly, enjoying the liveliness of having more people at the table. Originally, life was just going on blandly like this, but then a major incident occurred in Yuntai Town. I tell you, that scene was something else. Young girls in the town started to die mysteriously at home. They were lively the day before, and the next day they were discovered as nothing but skin and bones, like dried meat that had been hanging for decades. It was terrifying. This caused a huge uproar in the town, with 1 girl dying each day, and several in a row. The entire Yuntai town was in a state of panic, especially the young girls, who didn't dare to go out at night, fearing they would be next. Others couldn't understand the situation. But the duo of XuHong and XuHong were professionals. They discussed and investigated, and goodness, their scalps went numb. The culprit was actually their old rival from their sect, the Earth Store Ghost King. But don't be intimidated by the name. This guy is just a low-health character reconnecting after being disconnected, far from regaining the strength of a Ghost King. If he were truly a Ghost King, Yuntai Town would have been wiped out long ago. His power would be comparable to a natural disaster. But even though this guy isn't at full strength, he's not someone XuHong and XuHong, two rookies, can mess with. They tried to confront him, and with just one exchange, they were beaten to the ground. If it weren't for the medium-grade protective talismans given by their sect, I tell you, they would have gone straight to the underworld on the spot. What to do if they can't win? Call for help. They figured that since it was the anniversary of their master's death, their senior brother XuHong and senior sister Bairuru would definitely be over 100 miles away in Tung County. So they made a quick decision. Sure, you're quick on your feet and can ride a horse. Hurry and bring reinforcements. I, XuHong, will stay behind to protect Sister Furong and buy some time. XuHong was in a hurry, afraid that if he returned late, his beloved would be gone. He mounted his horse and galloped for over 7 hours without a break. By the time he reached the Zhuge residence in Tung County, he felt like his backside was about to split and his face was pale. When he burst in, we had just finished paying respects to our master, and XuHong was planning to take us to Guangzhou. XuHong rushed in, out of breath, shouting, "Senior brother, senior sister, something big has happened." We were all confused, and Bairuru quickly asked him what was wrong. XuHong didn't bother with pleasantries and quickly revealed the matter about the XuHong Ghost King in Yuntai Town. What? The XuHong Ghost King? Senior sister Wang Hui was shocked at that moment. Wasn't that thing destroyed by our ancestor 500 years ago? Let me tell you, this matter has a bit of history. According to the sect records, the King of Hell was once a formidable figure who escaped from the underworld, causing chaos. Our ancestral master was a big shot in the Golden Core stage back then, and in order to defeat it, he ultimately resorted to forbidden techniques. Although he won, he suffered hidden injuries, which led to a failed breakthrough later on, resulting in his direct demise. Logically speaking, this Ghost King should have long been reduced to ashes. 15 was so anxious that he was stomping his feet. It can't be wrong. I've seen the portrait. It's definitely it. Although it only has the strength of a fierce ghost now. This thing is tough and can fight like a corpse ghost. My senior brother and I almost didn't make it. Upon hearing this, Bairuru decisively turned to XuHong and said, "Brother Hong, it's almost dark. We definitely won't make it on horseback now. We can only rely on you." XuHong smiled lightly, looking calm and collected, ruffled Bairuru's hair, and said, "Silly girl. Your matters are my matters, right?" After saying that, he turned to the still bewildered 15 and asked a question that would directly enter the annals of history. "Your name is 15, right?" XuHong asked. 15 nodded slightly, only to hear XuHong ask again, "Are you afraid of heights?" Afraid? Afraid of heights? 15's brain short-circuited at that moment. Who understands the family members? The next second, he felt weightless. XuHong lifted him by the shoulder with one hand and, whoosh, took off directly into the sky. 15 looked down and saw the ground getting farther away, completely dumbfounded, his mind buzzing with only one thought. "Wow, can't fly. Isn't this something only a golden core true person can do? What kind of celestial being is my cheap senior sister's husband?" XuHong's voice came from above, calm as if asking for directions. "Which direction is Yuntai Town? Just point it out." Trembling, 15 pointed southwest, his heart in turmoil. A golden core true person in the entire spirit illusion realm. Can you even count them on two hands? I tell you, XuHong's flight directly left Zhuge Kongping and his family, who were left behind, completely stunned. Bairuru and a few of us were used to it and found it nothing unusual. But for Zhuge Kongping and the others, their eyes were about to pop out as they stammered and asked Bairuru's sister, "Junior sister, is Su Daoist really a golden core real person? He is only in his 20s. Bairuru smiled and explained, "Senior brother, Brother Hong hasn't reached the golden core stage yet, but his strength is even stronger than that of a golden core cultivator. As for his age, it's absolutely true. He's just 21. Well, upon hearing this, Zhuge Kongping completely shut down. He had previously compared himself to XuHong, but now he realized they were not even on the same dimension. Meanwhile, Zhuge Xiaohua, the little girl from the Zhuge family, looked at XuHong's disappearing figure in the sky with stars in her eyes. I could tell at a glance that this girl's heart was completely captivated. As for the sky, Shiwer was initially confused. After flying for a while, he reacted and started panicking. His mind was racing with various scenarios of crashing. One moment he wondered if XuHong would accidentally let go, and the next, he was worried about whether he would fall and end up as a pancake. At several hundred meters above the ground, he was so scared his calves were cramping, but he wanted to save face, gritting his teeth and not making a sound, fearing that the new senior sister-in-law would look down on him. Fortunately, XuHong's speed was absurdly fast. 200 miles took less than 20 minutes. When the outline of Yuntai town appeared in front of him, Shiwer was so excited he was almost in tears, finally able to land. XuHong brought him down a few hundred meters outside the town to avoid causing a stir. The moment Shiwer's feet touched the ground, he felt like he was alive again, and at the same time, he was shocked that it took him over 7 hours to ride back, while XuHong flew him back in less than half an hour. The two of them quickly walked into the town, where the streets were eerily quiet and desolate. Meanwhile, in the Bien family clinic, the atmosphere was quite peculiar. Bien, Wenjie, and Furong were frowning, unable to eat a bite, fearing that the Ghost King would come knocking tonight. Next to them, Chuyi was holding a large bowl, happily devouring his meal. Furong was almost in tears. Chuyi, when do you think Shiwer will be back? What if the Ghost King comes tonight? Chuyi, his mouth stuffed full, mumbled indistinctly, don't worry. With me here, if the Ghost King wants to touch you, he'll have to step over my corpse first. Bien Wenjie was taken aback by this, still wanting to say he'd help take revenge. Chuyi glanced at him helplessly and sighed, Brother Bien, you're not in our line of work. You don't understand. The earthly king of ghosts is not to be trifled with. My ancestor could defeat it because he was ridiculously strong. Compared to him, I don't even deserve to carry his shoes. Moreover, when my grandmaster dealt with it back then, he also suffered quite a bit. Who would have thought this thing would be so resilient that it didn't die completely? With our current skills, rushing in, I'm telling you, that's not even scraping the surface. That's just delivering a gourmet double meal to them. The only way now is to gather people. Wait for Shiwer to call the senior brothers and sisters over. We need a team up to tackle this. Or else forget about it. This earthly king of ghosts is not an ordinary ghost. Its soul is as solid as a real person. Ordinary talismans and magical tools are useless against it. It only preys on young girls. Otherwise, Yuntai Town would have long become a dead city. I was extremely anxious, hoping that Shiwer and the others could return quickly with a rocket. If the Ghost King absorbs 100 souls, its strength would soar to the level of a ghost general. Even if my senior brothers and sisters all came, it would be like the Calabash brothers saving Grandpa. One comes, one goes. I was so anxious that I was almost pulling my hair out when the door suddenly slammed open. I looked up and thought, oh my God, it's Shiwuzi? Didn't he just leave? How did he come back so quickly? Did he ride a whirlwind or what? Furong was the first to rush over, tears in her eyes. Shiwuzi hugged her, exuding an overwhelming confidence. Don't worry, I'm back. That Xidagarba, Ghost King, is doomed. Bien and I were both stunned. Shiwufiai quickly introduced us, and there was a handsome guy standing next to him with an incredible aura. Shiwufiai said, Chuyi, quickly call him brother-in-law. This is Sister Bairuru's husband, XuHong. Then he introduced us to the handsome guy and mentioned that I and he were always mooching food and drinks from Bien. Shiwufiai's face turned red. It was simply a large-scale social death scene. I quickly called out senior brother-in-law honestly. Let me tell you, I was well aware that it was definitely this senior brother-in-law's credit for being able to rush back so quickly from over 200 miles away. Moreover, I secretly opened my heavenly eye to take a glance, and good grief, this senior brother-in-law was surrounded by chaos, and I couldn't see anything at all. There was only one explanation for this situation. His level was far too high for me. I didn't even have the qualifications to look at his equipment panel. As a result, this big-shot senior brother-in-law nodded at each of us, and his gaze landed on Brother Bien, suddenly saying, Brother Bien, I see that your energy center is dark. You've been coughing quite a bit recently, haven't you? Bien Wenjie was completely stunned, as if he had seen a ghost. Because it was an exact match. He had indeed inexplicably started coughing these past few days and felt cold at night, thinking he had caught a seasonal cold. Furong also looked confused, saying, how come I didn't know my brother was coughing? In response, the senior brother-in-law shook his head, and the look in his eyes was like he was looking at two academic underachievers, filled with pity for their misfortune and anger at their lack of awareness. He directly began to scold. You two are really something. Spending every day with him, haven't you noticed that the negative energy around him is almost overflowing? I was dumbfounded along with 15, thinking, what the heck? Energy? We both practiced Taoism every day and didn't he notice anything? Who understands this among our families? I felt like I wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide. The senior sister's husband sighed, too lazy to waste words with us, and directly spoke to the air. I'd like to ask your beautiful confidant to come out and talk. As soon as he said this, we were all stunned. Brother Bien's face turned pale instantly. We all knew he was talking about the female, Ghost Yin Hong. What was this big shot planning to do? Was he going to directly take Yin Hong away? While Brother Bien was in a dilemma, a figure suddenly emerged from the air. A beautiful woman in ancient attire. It was Yin Hong. As soon as she appeared, she bowed to XuHong. The Taoist has no ill intentions towards me. I can feel that. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. High-level players are terrifying. They had already discovered Yin Hong, and were just here to play along with us. XuHong looked Yin Hong up and down, and then made a critical remark. Ghost realm? Impressive cultivation level. I was about to pop my eyes out. What the heck is this? A fierce ghost. We both thought Yin Hong was at most a malevolent spirit. But after all this time, we had a high-ranking boss hiding beside us, and we treated her like a bronze rank. Yin Hong also had on her face and shared her story. It turned out that she was killed by the king of earthly spirits back in the day, and her soul was filled with the king's malice. So, even though she's a fierce ghost, she doesn't dare to act out when she gets angry. She easily loses track of friend or foe and goes into a berserk mode. For all these years, she has been hiding on the mountain, and only after Brother Bien helped her collect her remains did she dare to come down, hoping to purify herself slowly with Brother Bien's righteous energy. After listening, XuHong nodded and asked, "Do you know that by staying beside him every day as an ordinary person, he will have a shortened lifespan if you absorb too much of his yang energy?" "I know." Yin Hong nodded, and then with a flip of her hand, she suddenly produced a large spiritual mushroom out of thin air, saying, "I had prepared this all along to help Brother Bien replenish his energy." I was instantly stunned by the sight of the mushroom. Damn, a Ganoderma. Look at its quality, its aura. It must be at least 100 years old. In our line of work, this thing is a priceless treasure that has no market value. If sold, it could fetch tens of thousands of dollars, and people would be fighting over it. This female ghost is way too wealthy. As a result, our senior sister's husband just raised an eyebrow and said, "100-year-old Ganoderma. Quite lucky. I'm quite interested in this thing. How about we trade it for something?" Yin Hong was about to refuse, saying it was for Brother Bien. But the senior sister's husband interrupted her directly. "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Let us see what I have first." After saying that, he casually pulled out a yellow talisman from his pocket and threw it over. As soon as Yin Hong caught the talisman, she was completely dumbfounded, stuttering, "A void light talisman?" I looked at 15, puzzled. "What is this? A light avoiding talisman? I've never heard of it." As a result, Yin Hong was so excited that her voice changed. She said this thing is the ultimate artifact that all ghosts dream of. With it, ghosts can go out in broad daylight under the sun, just like normal people. Wow, isn't this just a physical cheat for ghosts? Senior Sister S. husband said, "Do you want to trade? By the way, this Lingji is too potent. Brother Bien's small body simply can't handle it. Giving it to him would turn a tonic into poison." Now Yin Hong was completely torn. Bien Wenjia, being a straightforward person, noticed her expression and quickly offered her a way out. "Yin Hong, just trade it. My body can handle some ordinary tonics." Now that was settled. Yin Hong no longer hesitated and directly handed the Lingji to XuHong. The deal was done. Let me tell you, that scene was magical. I saw Yin Hong slap the light-avoiding talisman onto herself, and a golden light flashed. Instantly, the whole room warmed up. Looking at Yin Hong again, her complexion was rosy, and there was no trace of any Yin energy on her. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe she was a ghost? Bien Wenjie and Furong were both dumbfounded, and Yin Hong was so excited that she couldn't contain herself, thanking XuHong profusely, saying she felt like she had made a killing. Indeed, trading something useless for an artifact that could give her a new life, who wouldn't want to make that deal? Seeing the sentimental scene dragging on, 15 quickly brought the topic back. Senior Sister S. husband, about the Xidagarba Ghost King. XuHong waved his hand, appearing completely unconcerned. No need to say more. If that thing dares to show its face tonight, I guarantee it will be scattered to the winds. The tone was as if he were talking about squashing an ant. I realized we had really latched onto a true heavyweight. While we were in a good atmosphere, the scene shifted to the other side of Yunai Town, the Lin Mansion, the wealthiest family in town. At this moment, the head of the Lin family, Lin Jun, was listening to the butler's report with a serious expression. "Sir, the hired gunmen from the provincial city are all arranged. 8 long guns and 2 short guns have surrounded the young lady's courtyard like a steel barrel." Lin Jun nodded. "Have you called for Daoist Qian? He's already on the way. Should be arriving soon." Meanwhile, Daoist Qian, named Qian Fa, was on the road to Yuntai Town with his apprentice, a Fa. A Fa had a worried look. "Master, I heard that Ghost has harmed dozens of girls. It's a tough nut to crack. Can we handle this job? What if we don't make any money and end up in trouble?" Qian Fa glared. What are you afraid of? The Lin family offered 300 silver dollars just to keep his daughter safe for one night. 300. Would you take it? AFA's eyes lit up at the mention of 300. Absolutely. We have to take it. The master and apprentice entered the town, driven by greed, and were soon led into the Lin mansion by the butler. The Lin mansion was quite impressive, but the master and apprentice had seen the world and didn't show any fear. After greeting Lin Jun, who was also a straightforward person, he directly said, Daoist Qian, let's cut to the chase. Keep my daughter safe tonight, and I'll pay you 300 silver dollars in the morning. Qian Fa patted his chest and assured him, rest assured, Sir Lin, with my apprentice and me here, Miss Lin won't lose even a single hair. Then the butler took them to the backyard, outside Miss Lin's boudoir. Goodness, the courtyard was already set up with tables and chairs, and a row of armed bodyguards stood at the entrance. Qian Fa and his apprentice greeted the bodyguard captain and then sat down directly. Fa's stomach was growling with hunger, thinking that such a wealthy family must have a great dinner. Anyway, that ghost usually only shows up at midnight, so there was no rush. Eating first was the priority. I tell you, these two master and apprentice really didn't take this matter seriously, prioritizing eating first. But they didn't know that some ghosts don't play by the rules and specifically choose meal times to strike. Just when they were struggling with the roast chicken on the table, our real wall-hanging brother, XuHong, had long been in battle mode. He had been standing in the courtyard of the medical clinic like a statue for quite a while, suddenly opening his eyes and casually saying, they're here. They've entered the town. His two junior brothers still wanted to ask, where's the senior sister's husband? We want to help. But before they could finish their words, XuHong disappeared in a flash, not leaving even a shadow behind. The first day was dumbfounded right there. What speed is this? Is this something a human can do? Goodness, he didn't even see which direction XuHong went. How could he help? He could only stay in the medical clinic obediently to protect the girl. Back to the Lin family. Qian Fa and his apprentice were eating so greedily that they were drooling, making the bodyguard standing nearby feel hungry too. But no one noticed that above their heads, a dark shadow had silently descended, moving like a cat without making a sound. Inside, Miss Lin Yueru was sighing with two maids. She had been scared these past few days, unable to sleep well, looking haggard. Just as she was talking about her recurring nightmares, suddenly, a sticky, foul-smelling liquid dripped down from the beam, landing right on the quilt. A brave maid named Pinger frowned and reached out to touch it. As she looked up, I tell you, her soul almost flew away. A face that looked like a swollen round pancake was hanging upside down from the beam, with two green eyes staring straight at them. A ghost! That high-pitched scream nearly blew the roof off. Miss Lin and the other maid looked up, and all three of them let out a soprano trio. Could this commotion be unheard outside? Qian Fa instantly stood up, abandoning his bowl, shouting that something was wrong, and rushed into the room. The bodyguards, being closer, reacted even faster, kicking the door open and charging in. What happened next? In less than 3 seconds, these people came rolling out again, throwing away their guns and shouting ghost. Ghost! The scene was simply chaotic. Qian Fa and his apprentice finally squeezed in just in time to see the ghostly figure pouncing down from the beam, targeting the 3 stunned individuals on the bed. Qian Fa, quick-witted, pulled out a handful of vermilion powder from his pocket and threw it, shouting, Beast, don't harm anyone. The vermilion powder hit the ghost, making a popping sound like frying beans slightly blocking it. Qian Fa immediately yelled, Afa. Got it, master. AFA was also tough, directly sprinting 100 meters and leaping into the air, kicking out. As a result, with a bang, he felt like he had kicked a piece of granite, almost injuring his ankle on the spot, and was directly slapped away by the ghost, crashing into the wall, unable to get up for a long time. At that moment, I just want to complain, sisters, it's already this late, run. But those 3 were so scared they froze in place, turning into live targets. It was really frustrating. Qian Fa was almost dying from anxiety. He was fighting for his life, and they were just standing there. There was no choice. He could only step up himself, pulling out his meal ticket, the copper coin sword, from his waist, biting his finger to smear blood on it, chanting a spell, and shooting it at the ghost. And what happened next? The absurdity continued. The ghost didn't even dodge, reaching out its claw and grabbing the flying copper coin sword. With a slight squeeze, it shattered it like breaking a potato chip. Qian Fa was stunned. What is this? My copper coin sword. I'm at the mid-stage of foundation building. How can it be so easy? He had never fought such a frustrating battle in his life. Just when the Ghost King was about to pounce on Qian Fa for a fatal blow, suddenly, there was a thunderous explosion. The entire roof was blown off. A terrifying shockwave knocked everyone inside to the ground. Amidst the smoke and dust, an extremely disdainful voice emerged. Ghost King? You dare to call yourself by the name XuHong? Qianfa was blown away, struggling to lift his head, and saw a flash of red light in the dust, followed by another loud bang. A white figure shot up from the ruins, disappearing into the night sky in the blink of an eye. When the dust settled, Fa hurried over to help Qianfa up. The two looked at the center of the room and were dumbfounded. There was only a pit over a meter deep left, with some black ashes at the bottom. That terrifying Ghost King was completely gone, directly physically exorcised. Qianfa and his disciple exchanged glances. Who am I? Where am I? What has happened? This level of destruction. Can a human do this? Qianfa was trembling from heartache. Damn it, he didn't get caught by the ghost. But his meal ticket was lost. If old Master Lin gave him less money this time, it would really be a huge loss. Meanwhile, XuHong, after dealing with that ghost, couldn't be bothered to clean up the scene and directly flashed back to the clinic. He casually told Chui and the others, "The Dizon Ghost King has been completely destroyed. I should be leaving now. See you next time." After saying that, he transformed into a streak of light and shot up into the sky, instantly disappearing. He focused on leaving gracefully, hiding his achievements and fame. While flying in the air, he thought he had seen a familiar face at the Lin residence, someone who looked exactly like Daoist Qianhe. Oh, it clicked. It was Qianzhenren from Zombie Turnover. However, he had no interest in interacting. Since the mission was complete, he hurried home to embrace his sister. The Ghost King's defense was impressive, but unfortunately, in front of his condensed fist of vital energy, it was as fragile as paper, shattered with one punch. He sped back at full throttle, 3 times the speed of sound, covering over 200 kilometers in less than 2 minutes. Before he even landed, Lu Yun sensed him and shouted, "Young master is back." XuHong descended from the sky like a celestial being, leaving Zhuge Kongping's family in shock. With the matter resolved, XuHong and the others were ready to continue their journey. Bai Ruru saw Zhuge Xiaohua, the little daughter of the Zhuge family, looking longingly, so she smiled and asked if she wanted to go out and explore together. Of course, Xiaohua wanted to. Her father, Zhuge Kongping, was very open-minded and directly agreed, saying it was safe to follow XuHong. Her brother, Zhuge Xiaoming, also wanted to join, but was simultaneously rejected by both parents, who said he was too lazy and troublesome to bring along, which made everyone laugh. Thus, Zhuge Xiaohua happily joined the group. The group wasn't in a hurry to travel, moving like a road trip, stopping and playing for about 10 days, only covering over 400 miles. One day, they arrived at a big county town, which looked quite lively, and since they had eaten most of the snacks in their storage bags, XuHong said, "All right, let us go into the city to rest for 2 days and stock up on supplies." As soon as the girls entered the city, they were like wild horses let loose, rushing into the crowd to buy candy people and candied hawthorn sticks. XuHong didn't bother to manage them, letting Lu Yun follow them. He himself took Bai Ruru to find a place to stay. After strolling for a while, they found a very impressive Western-style hotel, and without hesitation, directly booked the 2 best rooms. Let me tell you, being rich is just this indulgent. A room costing $30 big a night didn't even make him blink. After booking the rooms, he asked the hotel manager to help buy a large quantity of various ingredients and supplies they needed, becoming a carefree landlord, looking incredibly relaxed. In the morning, XuHong, as usual, flew up above the clouds to bask in the sun. After sunbathing, he came down to enjoy breakfast in the hotel. However, in the restaurant, XuHong saw 3 familiar figures. "Master, the food here is so expensive. How about we eat outside instead?" Fa leaned on the table and whispered to Qianfa beside him. "Yeah, master, the food here is both expensive and unappetizing. We might as well eat outside." Wang Kai chimed in appropriately. "Stop with the nonsense. Having food to eat is already good enough. Shut your mouth. Also, when did I become your master?" Qianfa glared at this self-proclaimed disciple. He and even agreed to take him as a disciple, yet the thick-skinned Wang Kai had come forward on his own. This guy was just a lazy glutton, usually engaging in petty theft. Not long ago, he tried to rob a coffin and ended up with an ill-tempered master chasing him for miles. If it weren't for his decent skills, he'd probably be in deep trouble by now. Because he saved him, Wang Kai, seeing his abilities, developed the idea of becoming his disciple. But having one Fa was already enough trouble. He had no intention of taking on Wang Kai as a disciple. However, Wang Kai was thick-skinned. If he didn't take him, he would just force himself to stick around. This time, he took a job transporting a corpse, with the shipper being a gang of ruthless killers, transporting the corpse of their boss. Originally, transporting a corpse wasn't difficult for him, but if someone interfered, that would be a different story. He had a junior brother named Wu Jun, who also ran a dojo right across from his. This business was a competitive one, but in the end, he managed to secure the deal. His junior brother was not pleased and interfered, causing the corpse he was transporting to undergo a transformation. He had initially planned to burn the transformed corpse directly. Because his junior brother Wu Jun was so immoral, he directly fed the zombie his own blood, which, being a cultivator, was a great supplement for the zombie. This caused the zombie to leap from a white zombie to a hairy zombie. But the little brother of that corpse, the one who had entrusted him with the transport, was no good either. He had taken this job, but hadn't completed it. And that gang definitely wouldn't let him off easy. Even if Qianfa's skills were decent, he couldn't compete against the larger numbers and firepower. He could only swallow his grievances and continue transporting the corpse. Because of the interference, he temporarily took Wang Kai under his wing, planning to have him help finish transporting this corpse before letting him go. As for taking him as a disciple, forget it. One IFA was already enough to give him a headache. He certainly wouldn't take on another, especially since Wang Kai was even more troublesome than IFA. He even dared to dig up the grave of the notorious warlord Zhou Bin's concubine and got the body out. Because of these things, Qianfa was currently very annoyed, and the two of them dared to complain in front of him while he was already irritated. Where can he not be angry? Go out? Go out to find death? Your master uncle still doesn't know where to hide and is planning mischief. What if that zombie runs out? Are you going to clean up the mess then? And you, the female corpse you brought back, you deal with it yourself. If Zhou Dashui finds out you dug up his concubine's grave and took her corpse, even if you had several lives, it wouldn't be enough for him to shoot you. That guy is a scourge. Many have fallen into his hands. Fa and Wang Kai immediately didn't dare to speak. The three of them didn't know that their conversation was overheard by XuHong, who was also having breakfast not far away. No wonder XuHong felt a bit familiar when he entered this hotel, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Upon seeing Qianfa and the others, XuHong realized that it was the hotel from the zombie uprising. Although he had read the original story, this hotel he was in was not exactly the same as in the movie. Otherwise, with XuHong's super memory, he couldn't possibly fail to recognize this as the hotel where the zombie uprising happened. If he had known it was that hotel, he wouldn't have checked in here at all. Qianfa and the others quickly finished their breakfast and returned to their room. After discussing in the room, they decided to first deal with Zhou Dashui's concubine's corpse. Otherwise, once it was exposed, they would definitely be retaliated against by Zhou Dashui. That guy has hundreds of guns under his command, and even if Qianfa's skills were a bit higher, it was still a priority to deal with the trouble brought by Wang Kai first. The zombie was being held down by the corpse restraining talisman, so there was no need to worry for the time being. Moreover, Qianfa thought that Wu Jun was still his junior brother. Dealing with him once was enough. He wouldn't go so far as to kill him. However, sometimes, the more you don't want to encounter something, the more likely you are to encounter it. The person the three of them least wanted to see at that moment was probably Zhou Dashui. But just as they wrapped up the corpse and came down from the elevator, they couldn't stop the bullets. A group of soldiers with rifles entered the hotel, led by a middle-aged man in military uniform. Dashui, this hotel is the highest standard in the county and best reflects one's status. It's just right for you to stay here, Zhou Bin's deputy, Fang Zubao, said with a smile. It looks pretty good, quite impressive, then let's stay here. Zhou Bin glanced around the hotel and nodded. Let everyone come in, clarify the identities of those already checked in, and ensure my safety, understand? Zhou Bin instructed his deputy. Although he was a warlord, he was just one among many, and there were rival warlords. Both sides would love to kill each other and swallow each other's territories. Zhou Bin had experienced several assassination attempts. Understood. All right, go to your job. Got it. Everyone come in, and bring out all the hotel guests. We need to check their identities now. Fang Zubao ordered his subordinates. Upon hearing this, the hotel manager's face suddenly changed. He hurried out. Dashui, this isn't appropriate. If the guests in the hotel get angry, our business will suffer. What does that have to do with me? The deputy asked Zhou Bin. Zhou Bin ignored the hotel manager and looked at his deputy. Fang Zubao glanced at the hotel manager. Report to Dashui. It doesn't matter. You heard it. It has nothing to do with me. Sorry, I can't help you. Why are you still dawdling? Let them check. The hotel manager was almost driven to death by Zhou Bin's roguelike words. But since they had guns, what could he do? He had to endure his anger. Chapter 98. Zhou Bin seeking death, requesting flowers. This hotel is not small and not cheap, but the rooms are mostly full. Regardless of the era, although the poor occupy the majority, there are still quite a few wealthy people. Bang, 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 bang. Open the door, people inside. Hurry up and open the door, otherwise we will break it down ourselves. Open the door. Hurry up. Due to Zhou Bin's orders, the entire hotel was filled with the sound of banging on doors. His soldiers knocked on each room one by one, checking if the residents were of unknown origin and whether they could be assassins. Naturally, many were dissatisfied, but no one cared. Some pretended not to be home, not making a sound or opening the door, and they would be forcibly broken in. The compensation for the broken doors would be charged directly to the occupants. Discontent was everywhere, but mostly it was a case of being angry but not daring to speak. There was no one brave enough to curse. After all, those who could afford to stay in such places were not ordinary people. No one was unaware of what kind of person Zhou Bin was. That guy's just a bandit warlord, known for abducting women and killing indiscriminately. If you dared to insult him, he would dare to kill your entire family. As for resistance, he had guns. What could you do barehanded? They could only curse Zhou Bin to die soon in their hearts. However, some remained calm, knowing that those who are too arrogant never end well. Don't be fooled by Zhou Bin's current show of strength. He is just one of the warlords. Saying he is powerful, he has a few thousand men, but only a few hundred have guns, and besides that there are just 2 cannons, and that's it. The rest are armed with knives, spears, and other cold weapons. If you say he is weak, there are warlords weaker than him. In these times, it's not uncommon for someone with just dozens of guns to claim kingship. In comparison to his peers, Zhou Bin's strength is relatively decent. But regardless, with his current arrogance, no one thinks he can be arrogant for long. Destruction is only a matter of time. All the guests in the hotel were forcibly forced to open their doors, and XuHong and his companions were no exception. XuHong, following the principle of better to avoid trouble, directly opened the door to let them check. But sometimes, when you don't want trouble, it will come knocking on your door. Zhou Bin is a lecher. Just from the fact that he has married 18 concubines, you can tell. Most of them were forcibly taken. Think about it. Zhou Bin is over 40, short, ugly, and full of foul language, always spouting about national essence. Why would young and beautiful girls marry him? Would they marry him for his ugliness, for his bad breath, for his short stature? Most were either sold by their families or forcibly taken. Welcome to the group, Novel Exchange Group, 102-211-5028, Dimension Exchange Group, 287716-717, Internal Novel Group, 2205-23149. Resources are sourced from the internet and are for learning and exchange purposes only. The copyright of the novel resources belongs to the original authors. The text is for personal study and preview only. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. If you like this resource, please purchase the official version. Thank you for your cooperation. If this resource inadvertently infringes on your rights, please notify us to delete it in a timely manner. Click the link to join the group chat, Novel Exchange Group, https, JQ, QQCOM, WV1027KD for KZ9AX, Zhou Bin had done quite a bit in terms of forcibly taking women, and the girls around XuHong were all beautiful. Even the lowest-ranked Zhuge Xiaohua had a score of at least 85 out of 100 for looks. Zhou Bin's concubines probably couldn't compare to her. Not to mention Bairu, Xiao Mei, and Xiao Hong, who all had scores above 90, and Lu Yun, who was at least 95. Upon seeing the women, a few soldiers knocking on the door were instantly brightened. Some, thinking themselves clever, immediately ran to inform Zhou Bin downstairs. Downstairs, Qian Fa and the others were originally planning to find an opportunity to deal with the corpse of Zhou Bin's 9th concubine, Qianwen. But no one expected that as soon as they went downstairs, they happened to see Zhou Bin entering the hotel. The 3 were startled and had to return to the elevator and back to their room. Upon learning that Zhou Bin had ordered his soldiers to search the rooms one by one, the 3 were dumbfounded. If Zhou Bin discovered the body of his concubine, wouldn't they be directly executed? Meanwhile, Zhou Bin was downstairs drinking. He had been feeling very sad these past 2 days. Recently, he had taken a liking to a woman who was quite beautiful, and he fell for her at first sight. He forcibly brought her home. Who would have known that on the wedding night, the woman committed suicide? It was the first time he had been so moved by a woman, but she had directly taken her own life, which had left him in a particularly bad mood these days. So he decided to go out for a walk. Now, only alcohol could numb him and make him feel a little better. While he was drinking, his deputy, Feng Zubao, rushed over. Boss, good news. What good news? Zhou Bin looked up at his deputy with confusion. Boss, we found several very beautiful women upstairs. Do you want them? Beautiful women? Can they be more beautiful than my Qianwen? My Qianwen. Boss, they definitely aren't as beautiful as your 9th concubine, but they aren't far off. Should I have someone bring them down? Feng Zubao suggested. Are they really that beautiful? Really, if not, You could just shoot me, Feng Zubao promised. Okay, okay. Take me to see. Hearing this, Zhou Bin's sadness faded, and a smile appeared on his face. What love, what affection. He was merely driven by lust. Some people just want to die. XuHong shook his head. He originally didn't want to cause trouble. He cooperated with the soldiers, checking the rooms. But trouble still found him. However, XuHong didn't mind. If someone wanted to seek death, he would just send them on their way. To dare plot against his own woman was truly asking for death. What's wrong, Hongo? XuHong's words were not particularly low. The girls nearby all heard him. Nothing. Just someone wants to seek death. XuHong's face turned cold. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. Open the door. Just as XuHong finished speaking, the door was knocked on again. The girls were taken aback. They rarely saw XuHong angry, or rather, XuHong had never shown anger in front of them. You all stay in the room. I'll go handle this. Yinner, if anyone tries to break in, just go all out, no holding back. Okay, young master. Luya nodded. XuHong rarely allowed her to act ruthlessly, so it seemed he was genuinely angry this time. The girls fell silent, and the atmosphere turned a bit cold. Creak. XuHong opened the door and walked out, then pulled the door shut behind him. The two soldiers knocking outside were stunned. They were about to say that XuHong was sensible, but before they could speak, XuHong walked out of the room and shut the door behind him. What does this mean? Looking down on them. Boss, the beauties are inside the room. Feng Zubao smiled as he led Zhou Bin. Everyone step aside, the boss is coming. But when the two approached, they only saw XuHong standing at the door, and the door was tightly closed. What happened? Where are they? Zhou Bin looked at Feng Zubao. Feng Zubao's face darkened immediately. These subordinates were useless. They couldn't even handle this little task. What are you standing there for? Just smash the door and bring them out. Feng Zubao ordered directly. Doing this isn't good, is it? XuHong's gaze fell directly on Feng Zubao and Zhou Bin. A cold glint flashing in his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get out of the way. A few soldiers, receiving Feng Zubao's order, didn't care about XuHong. Moreover, they had long been unhappy with XuHong, who was so handsome while they were all ugly, especially since he was surrounded by so many beautiful women. They had been displeased during the inspection just now. Now that they had the chance, they naturally aimed to take action against XuHong. They swung their rifle butts at XuHong, and this wasn't the first time they had done something like this. They were already familiar with it. Although XuHong was tall and strong, they could vaguely see his muscular body through his coat. But what good was being strong? The era had changed. Now, it was the world of firearms. Those with guns were the real bosses. With guns in hand, they believed XuHong wouldn't dare to retaliate. But they were wrong. Don't say they had guns. Even if they were carrying cannons, XuHong wouldn't be afraid of them. When the rifle butts came crashing down, the expected sound of XuHong falling to the ground and screaming did not occur. Instead, XuHong effortlessly caught the blows from both sides. In the next second, before the two could react, a terrifying force yanked them, and the guns in their hands were directly snatched away by XuHong. Crack! It was as easy as breaking two chopsticks. The two rifles were easily taken by XuHong. He then casually tossed them aside. The two soldiers who had attacked him hadn't reacted yet when they were flung off by the immense force, crashing into the stone wall beside them. Boom, boom. Two loud bangs. The entire ground shook. The two soldiers thrown by XuHong were now embedded in the wall. Blood and gore splattered everywhere, rendering them unrecognizable. Zhou Bin was so frightened that his face changed dramatically, and he immediately retreated. Demon, demon. Shoot, shoot. He never expected such an event to happen. Two guns were directly broken with his hands, and with a casual toss, he hurled two living people away. Can this be human? Zhou Bin shouted, and the soldiers in the corridor immediately reacted. One by one, they raised their guns and aimed at XuHong's direction, followed by a round of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets flew, embedding themselves into the wall, leaving no trace of human form. In an instant, bullets were flying everywhere. Some guests who sensed danger began to flee. They were afraid of being accidentally injured if they stayed. With dozens of guns aimed at XuHong, Zhou Bin thought that no matter how powerful the opponent was, he surely couldn't withstand it. But to his surprise, all the bullets stopped in front of XuHong. A layer of red, smoke-like substance blocked XuHong, halting all the bullets. Since the opponent had opened fire, XuHong had no intention of holding back. The power of his blood and qi directly materialized. After blocking the bullets, the power instantly transformed into dozens of long lines, piercing forward like spears, targeting Zhou Bin and others in the corridor who had attacked him. Poochie, poochie. The sound of sharp objects entering flesh echoed. The spears formed from the power of blood, and qi were incredibly sharp. In an instant, they pierced through everyone, including Zhou Bin and his deputy's chests. They were just ordinary people and had no way to react to XuHong's attack. Everyone lost consciousness without even a scream, all dead. In a moment, the entire corridor was covered in bright red blood, resembling a scene from a hellish battlefield. Chapter 99. We can't afford this, seeking flowers, having killed dozens of people at once. XuHong's inner turmoil did not change much. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded, but he was a person who believed in, if you don't offend me, I won't offend you. Since Zhou Bin had directly tried to kill him, did he expect XuHong to forgive him like a saint? He wasn't that magnanimous. Since Zhou Bin had tried to kill him, he naturally wouldn't hold back. When he came out of the room, he had actually given Zhou Bin and the others a chance. Unfortunately, they did not take his words seriously. Since they did not appreciate it, then they might as well die. Anyway, Zhou Bin was not a good person, and his subordinates had done little good, but a lot of bad. Killing them, XuHong felt he was doing a good deed. Roar! At that moment, a roar like that of a beast came from downstairs. XuHong had exceptional hearing. Even with a floor in between, he could hear it clearly, expanding his consciousness. He already knew what was happening downstairs. Those two brothers must have a deep blood feud, stirring up trouble like this. Time rewound to 3 minutes earlier. After Qian Fa and the others returned to the room, they exerted considerable effort to hide Zhou Bin's mistress's corpse, passing the inspection. Just as the three of them breathed a sigh of relief, Qian Fa suddenly realized that the corpse had transformed into a zombie and was missing. The three searched the room, but could not find it. Qian Fa knew it must have been his junior, Xiao Wu, who took the opportunity to come over while they had just gone downstairs. Perhaps by coincidence, Xiao Wu had also been driven over by Zhou Bin's soldiers. Seeing Wu Zhen, Qian Fa immediately became furious, berating him for being inhuman and messing with his corpse. Wu Zhen completely disregarded Qian Fa's insults and simply warned him to be careful. At first, Qian Fa did not understand what Wu Zhen meant. Then, a zombie emerged from behind Wu Zhen. Yes, it walked out. It was unclear what Wu Zhen had done to that zombie. The zombie could walk normally like a person instead of hopping around. The zombie emerged behind Wu Zhen but ignored him, instead sniffing the air. This creature had not been dead long, and its sense of smell had not completely disappeared. But Qian Fa couldn't understand what the zombie was sniffing. Wasn't Wu Zhen right next to him? Why didn't it attack? His companions Wang Kai and AFA were also confused. What's going on? This zombie is so strange. It must be your master uncle playing tricks. Qian fa secretly cursed. Xiao Wu, what do you want? It's just a business deal. Is it really necessary to go this far? Necessary? Every time there's a business deal, you try to rob me. Once or twice is fine, but every time? Is that really necessary? Is that robbing? Just look at what you're wearing. You don't look like a capable Taoist. It's not my fault if you don't pay attention to your appearance. Stop wasting words. Just deal with this guy first. He won't reason with you. Wu Zhen sneered. Qian Fa was a person who valued his reputation and took pride in his appearance, often using hair wax to make himself look sharp. As the saying goes, if a person looks good, even ghosts would avoid them. Knowing that Qian Fa liked to use hair wax, Wu Zhen specially prepared the same kind of wax and applied it to the zombie's mouth. The zombie could no longer smell human scent, only the scent of the hair wax. If anyone touched the wax, they would be hunted down. Those who had not touched the wax had nothing to worry about. As soon as Wu Zhen finished speaking, gunfire suddenly erupted from upstairs. What is happening upstairs? Why are they shooting? That big shot ISNT going crazy upstairs, is he? Even Wu Zhen's expression changed. He was also afraid of guns. What is going on upstairs? Qian Fa was stunned, but he quickly came to his senses because the zombie let out a roar and lunged at him. In this situation, he couldn't afford to be dazed. He ran directly. AFA and Wang Kai were also about to run, but they found that the zombie didn't pay them any attention and was solely focused on pursuing their master. Why is this zombie only after our master? No need to think. It must be your master uncle who did something. While running, Qian Fa bit his own index and middle fingers, then began chanting the corpse suppression spell. The effect of the corpse suppression spell was the same as that of the corpse suppression talisman. The difference was that one required his own blood to guide the magic, while the other did not. Moreover, the corpse suppression spell had a time limit, only being able to immobilize the zombie for a day, while the talisman could hold the zombie indefinitely. As the corpse suppression spell was finished, Qian Fa suddenly turned around just as the zombie lunged at him. He raised his hand and pointed at the zombie's forehead, but just as his hand reached out, the zombie's hands had already grabbed at him. Its black claws were 5 centimeters long, dark and shiny. Without thinking, he knew they were extremely sharp. If he got caught, he would surely suffer serious injuries and be infected with zombie poison. Qian Fa did not want to be caught. In desperation, Qian Fa could only press down the hand he was about to raise, using an upward and downward motion to clamp down on the zombie's hands. Then, using the momentum, he sidestepped the zombie and avoided its pounce. But this also missed the opportunity to cast the corpse-restraining spell. Taking advantage of this moment, Qianfa saw Fa and Wang Kai still watching from the side and instantly felt furious. "What are you two still standing there for? Hurry up and come help." As soon as Qianfa spoke, Wang Kai and Fa naturally couldn't just stand by anymore. The two rushed over to assist. Although the zombie was frightening, Fa had been with Qianfa for a while now and had seen zombies before, so he wasn't scared. As for Wang Kai, this guy had just gone to the mountain alone at night to dig up a coffin for money, and then had been chased for several miles. The next day, he could act as if nothing happened and go back to the grave to look for treasures, which showed how bold he was. Although the zombie looked terrifying, it wasn't enough to scare him. The two of them moved forward to help, temporarily restraining the zombie for Qianfa to perform the corpse-restraining spell, backed, and hold the zombie in place. "Xiao Wu, do you have to make me feel like I'm going to die before you feel comfortable? If you keep messing around, I'm going to fall out with you." He usually had a good temper, but these past few days have been frustrating, especially with Wu Zhen secretly causing trouble. He had turned one of Qianfa's clients into a zombie. He hadn't even thought about how to explain this to the troublesome shipper. If Wu Zhen wasn't his junior brother, he would have already taken decisive action. Qianfa was genuinely angry now. Wu Zhen stood by with his arms crossed, shrugging. "All right, don't worry, I won't mess around again. This is the last time. It better be the last time, otherwise I will definitely fall out with you." Qianfa glared at him. Wang Kai and Fa stood quietly by the side, watching. They knew that the situation had come to a conclusion. There shouldn't be any more trouble from here on out. Just as they were thinking this, Fa suddenly felt a drop of water fall on his head. He didn't pay much attention to it, but the next second, another drop fell on him. He suddenly felt a bit annoyed. He reached up to touch his hair, just about to say something when his pupils dilated. The hand in his view was covered in red. That drop wasn't water at all. It was clearly blood. "Why is it dripping?" Wang Kai murmured beside him. But soon, Wang Kai realized something was wrong. "Why is it blood?" Wang Kai was startled. Qianfa and Wu Zhen were drawn to their words and looked over. The four of them looked up and saw bright red blood seeping through the wooden boards above them, then dripping down. "What is this?" Seeing this scene, Qianfa's expression changed. "Let us go upstairs and take a look. Something must have happened with that gunshot earlier." Wu Zhen was also curious about what had happened upstairs and followed along. Wang Kai and Fa naturally followed obediently. The four of them took the stairs up to the 5th floor. They had previously been on the 4th floor, and this hotel had a total of 5 floors, with the 5th being the highest and the most expensive with the best rooms. As soon as they reached the 5th floor's stairway, they all stopped in disbelief, looking at everything in front of them. Qianfa and the others couldn't help but gasp. What met their eyes was a sea of red. The entire corridor was filled with corpses. The once arrogant Zhou Dashuai, who had been in the lobby below, was now just one of the pile of corpses. No wonder blood was seeping down to the lower floors. It turned out so many people had died upstairs. "Let us go in and take a look," Qianfa said, and walked directly into the corridor. The scene was indeed terrifying, resembling a battlefield. However, Qianfa often dealt with corpses and had a strong capacity to endure. Although there were many corpses in the corridor, he wasn't frightened. Fa and Wang Kai could only brace themselves and follow. Wu Zhen also followed along. After all, he was Qianfa's junior brother. If Qianfa wasn't afraid, he didn't want to seem weaker than him. The further they walked in, the more shocked they felt. All the dead had a large hole pierced through their chests. Wasn't this their fatal wound? Moreover, all the corpses were facing the same direction, as if they had been killed in an instant at the same time. But this was unlikely because no one could do that. These people weren't fools. They wouldn't just stand there to be killed. There was only one possibility. The attacker was so fast that they didn't even have a chance to react or escape. They had only heard gunshots downstairs and no screams, indicating that these people had died in an instant. Furthermore, these individuals were all soldiers under Zhou Bin, armed with guns. If it wasn't a person who did this, then it had to be something else. But why couldn't he sense any energy? "Xiao Wu, do you sense any energy?" Wu Zhen shook his head. Whoever could kill all these people in an instant, regardless of who it is definitely not someone we can mess with. If you want to stay, then stay. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Wu Zhen turned around and ran without hesitation. He was just curious to take a look. Once he understood the situation, he realized this was not something he could get involved in. So it was better to leave early to avoid trouble. Chapter 100. Where did everyone go? Seeking flowers. Master, what about us? Fa looked at Qianfa. We should leave too. Your master's uncle is right. No matter who did this, it's not something we can get involved in. Besides, Zhou Bin is not a good person. He deserved to die. Let us go. Qianfa shook his head and then turned to leave. Fa and Wang Kai immediately followed. With so many corpses around, even if they weren't afraid, staying there gave them an uneasy feeling. As soon as Qianfa and the others left, XuHong's figure appeared. It turned out XuHong had never left. He had been in the corridor all along. However, he had cast an invisibility spell on himself, making him invisible. Plus, with his breath-concealing technique, Qianfa and Wu Zhan's cultivation levels made it impossible for them to detect him. As for Fa and Wang Kai, it was even more impossible. After glancing at the bodies on the ground, XuHong directly performed a wind control spell, and a small tornado suddenly appeared, pulling all the corpses together under XuHong's control. Then, XuHong cast a fireball spell. With his current cultivation at the late stage of foundation establishment, combined with his rapid growth, the energy in his body had increased at least 100-fold. Even a simple fireball spell was extremely powerful. The fireball collided with the tornado, creating a terrifying fire tornado. The corpses inside were quickly consumed by the flames like paper, turning to ashes. Under XuHong's perfect control, the flames did not harm the hotel itself at all. With a water condensation technique and the control of his consciousness, all the bloodstains in the corridor were thoroughly cleaned up. Once everything was taken care of, apart from the absence of Zhou Bin and the corpses of his dozens of subordinates, the entire corridor remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened. Even the bullet casings and firearms had all been burned by XuHong. These things held no value for him. He didn't even have the slightest inclination to collect them. Once everything had been dealt with, XuHong finally allowed Bai Ruru and the others to open the door and come out. Upon seeing that the corridor had not changed much, just a bit desolate with no one in sight, the women felt a bit strange. Just a moment ago, they had clearly heard gunfire in the room. However, since XuHong did not say anything, they refrained from asking. They decided to act as if they knew nothing. After all, XuHong wouldn't harm them. In the hotel lobby downstairs, the manager was already anxious like an ant on a hot stove, especially after hearing the gunfire from upstairs. Sure enough, after the gunfire started, all the hotel guests came rushing down, claiming that there was a shootout upstairs and they wanted to check out. It was a painful situation for him, as he could only help them check out with tears in his eyes. There was no way he could refuse. Many of the guests were regulars, and some were wealthy, so he couldn't afford to offend them. While feeling heartache, he had already mentally cursed Zhou Bin and his ancestors, as well as all the women in his family. How dare they bring murder to his hotel? If a death occurred in the hotel, how could he continue to operate it in the future? Moreover, with so many people checking out this time, he had no idea how much money he was losing. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. However, he was puzzled. After waiting downstairs for more than half an hour, he still hadn't seen Zhou Bin and his men come down. Moreover, the gunfire upstairs had quieted down after a while, which was very strange. Go take a look. What's the situation up there now? The manager called for a hotel staff member. The staff member he summoned, after hearing his words, immediately made a bitter face and refused, saying, "What danger? Zhou Bin's enemies aren't you. How about this? You go up, I'll give you 10 silver dollars. 20? 8? 15? Manager, it might be dangerous up there right now. I can't go. 6. Fine, 6 it is." It was clearly haggling, but the other party kept offering less, and he couldn't hold out. 6 was still quite a sum. After all, he could just sneak a glance after going up and come back down. It shouldn't be a big deal. This way, he would earn 6 silver dollars, a good profit. The staff member cautiously made his way upstairs. Bang! Ouch! When he reached the 4th floor, it was a bit dark on the stairs, and he didn't pay attention, crashing into something. Ouch! The other party also exclaimed. The staff member took a closer look and found it was a person. The one he collided with was none other than Wang Kai. Before the staff member could speak, Wang Kai had already started, "Hey, what is wrong with you? Can't you watch where you're going? Ouch, my waist, it hurts." The staff member recognized Wang Kai as a hotel guest. After all, Wang Kai, Fa, and another person had checked him before dawn. He had just received them, so he recognized Wang Kai at a glance. "It's you. You didn't escape?" "Escape? Escape from what?" Wang Kai asked in confusion. "The gunfire. Just now. There was gunfire upstairs. They say Zhou Dashuai is killing people up there. Didn't you notice that the other guests have all left?" "Oh, you mean that?" "Of course I know. I even went up to take a look." The staff member's eyes lit up when he heard that Wang Kai had been upstairs. He grabbed Wang Kai's arm tightly. "You went up? Let go." Wang Kai angrily pushed his arm away. "Yeah, why? Are you going up?" "I advise you not to go up. There are corpses everywhere now, and Zhou Dashuai is already dead." As for how he died, I don't know, but it's quite sinister. I'm not telling you anymore. I'm leaving. With that, Wang Kai directly went downstairs. Since Zhou Bin was dead, he didn't need to rush to deal with his concubine's corpse. Wang Kai handed the matter over to Qian Fa. After all, he had helped him transport corpses. Asking him to help deal with the body wasn't too much to ask. Anyway, since Qian Fa was unwilling to take him as a disciple, he didn't have that much respect for him anymore. Truly a naive fool. Upon reaching the first floor, Wang Kai took out a bag from his pocket. He gently shook it, and the sound of clinking metal rang out. It was the sound of silver dollars colliding. Wang Kai felt that there was no sound in the world more pleasing than this one. It turned out that earlier, he had intentionally bumped into that waiter. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have had the chance to strike. These past few days, following Qian Fa, he had his meals and lodging covered. Now that he was leaving, he couldn't go without any money. On the other side, the waiter was still unaware that his money had been stolen. At this moment, his focus was still on the situation on the 5th floor. The claim that Zhou Dashui was dead was something he couldn't believe. After all, Zhou Dashui was a notorious warlord who killed without blinking. With so many subordinates and weapons at his disposal, how could he die? Who would he be fooling? And there were so many corpses? Did he think he was a fool? However, even though he didn't believe it, he cautiously made his way to the 5th floor. Soon, he arrived at the staircase leading to the 5th floor. He carefully poked his head out to look down the corridor. The next second, he was stunned. The corridor was empty, with nothing in sight. The entire 5th floor appeared unusually quiet. What was going on? He was confused. Just a moment ago, Wang Kai had said that there were corpses upstairs, but now, there were no corpses, not even a person. Where did everyone go? Zhou Dashui and the others had come down. So where had all the living people gone? The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was off. He didn't see even a ghostly shadow. The feeling became increasingly eerie. He even felt something blowing at the back of his neck. The more he thought, the more afraid he became. He didn't even dare to go in and quickly crawled back downstairs. He soon arrived at the hotel lobby. What is happening? Why are you all flustered? Seeing his ghostly expression, the manager frowned and said unhappily, "What is going on upstairs? Even if Zhou Bin is scary, it should have frightened you this much. Is there a river of blood upstairs?" Thinking of this, his expression changed. They're all gone, completely gone. Zhou Dashui and them have all disappeared. The waiter exclaimed in terror. At this moment, he felt increasingly that this matter was extraordinarily terrifying. They had seen Zhou Dashui lead people upstairs with their own eyes. More than 30 people, yet now not a single one was visible. They hadn't left the hotel. They had been in the lobby the whole time and hadn't seen Zhou Bin and the others leave. They couldn't possibly have flown away, could they? But there was not a single person on the 5th floor. This strange thing happened right beside you. How could it not be frightening? Disappeared? How is that possible? They haven't left. Maybe you're seeing things. No, manager, I looked closely. It's not just Zhou Dashui, but also those people under him. Just as they were speaking, a sudden noise came from the elevator entrance. The exchange between the two came to an abrupt halt. They both looked towards the elevator entrance, hoping that nothing sinister had truly emerged from the hotel. Their hearts raced. Click. The elevator doors opened. Bai Yuru, dressed in a long white dress, was the first to step out of the elevator. They had all disappeared. Following her were Lu Yun, XuHong, Xiao Mei, Zhuge Xiaohua, and finally XuHong. Upon seeing the guests, both of them let out a sigh of relief. XuHong and the others were naturally recognized. After all, they had booked the highest standard rooms in the hotel, which in modern times would be the presidential suite. They were the most esteemed guests in the hotel. Moreover, XuHong had also asked him to help buy some items and had given him 100 silver dollars as a token of appreciation. For such generous, wealthy people, the manager certainly couldn't forget them. Furthermore, XuHong and his group, being handsome men and beautiful women, were the focal point of attention wherever they went. How could he possibly forget them? People who are too handsome indeed leave a deep impression. Guests, are you leaving? The manager spoke up. Yes, it's time to go, manager. Please help us check out. Okay, the manager nodded. Although it was a pity that XuHong and the others didn't stay another day, they wanted to check out, and he couldn't refuse. Manager, here's a talisman for you. Keep it close. If anyone asks you about Zhou Dashui in the future, remember to keep your mouth shut and say you know nothing. This talisman must be kept close. At a critical moment, it can save your life. After saying this, XuHong took the group of women and left. They left behind a somewhat dazed hotel manager and 2 staff members. The reason XuHong gave the manager a protective talisman was that he thought the man wasn't bad. Zhou Bin had died here, and even if his subordinates wouldn't seek revenge, they might inevitably come looking for trouble. Giving him a talisman was like compensating him for the trouble that might arise from a murder in his hotel. After all, the talisman wasn't something important to him. As for whether Zhou Bin and the others, who were killed by XuHong, would come back as ghosts and turn the hotel into a haunted place, there was no need to worry about that. Dying at XuHong's hands and wanting to become a ghost? What were they thinking? Chapter 101. The Mysterious Gate of Heaven and Earth, the first awakening of power, seeking flowers. That night, XuHong and his group were sitting by a small stream. The tent had been set up. XuHong carved formations around and infused them with mixed energy to activate the formation, ensuring they wouldn't have to worry about anything suddenly intruding while they rested there at night. They wouldn't even fear rain, as the formation would keep the rain out. The women were busy preparing the ingredients and starting a fire. Their dinner that night was barbecue. The joy of barbecue lay in doing it themselves, cooking and eating. Plus, with XuHong personally mixing the seasonings, once the food was almost done, they would sprinkle it on and delicious barbecue would be ready. After dinner, they sat around the campfire, chatting, listening to XuHong sing, or having XuHong accompany them while they sang. Such days felt like they could last a lifetime without ever getting tired of it. After dinner, XuHong was about to sing a song to relax. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning and thunder in the sky. A golden light appeared amidst the thunder. "Brother Hong, what's happening up there?" XuHong shook his head. "I'm not sure. I'll go take a look. I'll be back soon." This golden light made XuHong feel something was off. "Be careful. Don't worry." XuHong soared into the sky. His speed was incredibly fast, and in an instant he had reached an altitude of over 10,000 meters. However, he didn't stop there, but continued to ascend because the golden light was higher up. Fortunately, XuHong's speed was fast enough, and he vaguely saw the bagua, 8 trigrams, among it. His body was also strong enough that before the golden light completely disappeared, he arrived amidst the thunderclouds. This golden light seemed to be a type of energy. As he got closer, XuHong immediately discovered the characteristics of the golden light. He possessed the ability to absorb energy, and upon nearing the golden light, XuHong realized that his body absorbed a significant amount of it in an instant. The energy level of the golden light seemed quite high. After absorbing just a little, XuHong could clearly feel some changes happening within him. However, this change wasn't obvious, and he currently didn't know what had changed in his body. But before he could think further, the next moment, the golden light rushed towards XuHong, seemingly wanting to engulf him. XuHong turned around without hesitation, intending to leave. But the speed of the golden light was clearly too fast. In the next second, XuHong was completely enveloped by the golden light. However, XuHong didn't panic too much, because the golden light he had just absorbed was now slowly under his control, or it could also be understood as refining. Once he completely refined the golden light within him, leaving this golden mass would be easy. Wait, there seemed to be 3 people there? XuHong's mental strength was powerful, and multitasking was easy for him. While refining the golden light, he discovered that there were indeed people within it. Moreover, those 3 people were familiar faces. Was that Lin Fengjiao? No, this person looked older. Wearing a Taoist robe and holding a long sword, it couldn't be Lin Fengjiao. Furthermore, the power within him was even more substantial, surpassing his own. A golden core, true person. The other 2 Sha, Huang Shaogui, from the mysterious gate of heaven and earth. No wonder this golden light seemed so strange. So I'm currently inside the mysterious gate, and the bagua I saw earlier must be the entrance to the mysterious gate. Interesting. XuHong's mind was racing, and in less than a second, he had confirmed the identities of the 3 people and understood his situation. The golden light he was refining should be the innate energy of the mysterious gate, which was very useful. And the place he was in should be within the mysterious gate. The mysterious gate does not exist within time and does not have the concept of space. When you exit the mysterious gate, you might go to the future or you might go to the past. Because the mysterious gate is everywhere. It does not exist at any specific point in time, but exists at every point in time. In simple terms, entering the mysterious gate and exiting it allows you to traverse time and space, reaching another timeline, which could be the future or the past. XuHong didn't think much longer, but instead accelerated the speed of absorbing the golden light. This opportunity was fleeting, and it would not come again. If he could completely refine this golden light, then he could use it to create a mysterious gate of his own. By then, he could even refine the mysterious gate into a small cave heaven or an inner universe, an inner world. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. This is the time calculated by XuHong himself. He has been in the golden light for a month. Over there, Lin should be referred to as the grass hut master of the Ming dynasty and his 2 disciples, who have been silent for this month, as if they were dead. yet they still breathe and have heartbeats. They just haven't awakened. The reason is simple. There is no concept of time within the XuHong. No matter how long you stay inside, the time outside remains unchanged when you leave. If you stay in the XuHong long enough, you can maintain your youth and achieve immortality. However, entering the XuHong while fully conscious is nearly impossible. XuHong ran in by himself. And since he can absorb and refine the XuHong energy inside, he is naturally unaffected by the Xuanmen's influence. XuHong is not worried about Bairu and the others outside. Not only are they strong, but they also have the high-level talismans he provided for protection. Based on the information he knows about the XuHong, no matter how long he stays inside, as long as he can return to the time he entered, the time outside will not change. However, XuHong feels that when he goes out again, it should not be at the time he entered, but rather he will go out together with the Grass Hut Master and his disciples to the 1980s Hong Kong. In any case, XuHong is not in a hurry. Another month has passed. XuHong has refined a large amount of XuHong energy. In fact, with the help of the XuHong energy, he directly broke through his realm and reached the Golden Elixir stage. The difference is that the Golden Elixir he forged is a purple one. Moreover, because this Golden Elixir contains a large amount of XuHong energy, it has formed a small world inside. Currently, the space is not large, about the size of 5 or 6 football fields, and there is nothing inside. There is no material. To expand the space, XuHong needs to improve his strength. The things inside also need to be created by XuHong himself. In other words, he is now a small creator. Whatever he needs inside, or whatever needs to appear, XuHong must create it himself. If he were outside, he could absorb sunlight and directly expand the world in the Golden Elixir to more than 10 times its size and then create matter. But unfortunately, he is now in the XuHong with no sunlight to absorb. Although he can also absorb XuHong energy, the speed is too slow. If XuHong's speed of absorbing XuHong energy is like drinking water through a straw, then absorbing sunlight would be like drinking water from a tank. After staying in the XuHong for 2 months, the energy stored in his cells was nearly depleted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to forge the purple Golden Elixir so quickly. After all, from the time he started cultivating until now, it has barely been 7 or 8 months, not even a year. Even in ancient times, no one could reach the Golden Elixir stage in just 7 or 8 months. Of course, if it were the mythological era, then we can say XuHong said nothing. After all, in that era, those innate beings were all born as immortals. Compared to immortals, the Golden Elixir is nothing. After 2 months, sitting alone, even if he could pass the time by cultivating, XuHong felt extremely bored. It was as if the XuHong heard XuHong's thoughts. Suddenly, an opening appeared, and the Grass Hut Master and his 2 disciples were thrown out. XuHong was the last one to be thrown out. Perhaps because the timing of their exit was different, the location was also different. After XuHong came out of the XuHong, he did not see the Grass Hut Master and his disciples. However, XuHong had long been prepared. He had left a spiritual mark on his body. As long as they were not separated by more than 1,000 kilometers, he could sense the presence of the 3. After breaking through to the Golden Elixir stage, XuHong's spiritual sense had increased more than tenfold. The range he could cover was as much as 1,000 kilometers. Generally, for ordinary Golden Elixir cultivators, even if they have spiritual sense, a range of about 100 kilometers is already considered good. XuHong is special because his spiritual sense does not increase with cultivation level, but is constantly improving. After coming out of the XuHong, XuHong immediately noticed that the concentration of spiritual energy was off. It was much less. If the previous spiritual energy value was 10, then now XuHong sensed it to be only 2 or 3. Even though XuHong could absorb spiritual energy faster, he still felt quite uncomfortable, as if he could drink water in large gulps but had to sip it slowly. It was simply unpleasant. However, XuHong did not pay too much attention to it. For him, magical power was not important. The sun was the most important. A feeling of weightlessness hit him, and in the next second, XuHong used his spiritual sense to control his body. With the assistance of the wind control technique, he soared up to the clouds at an altitude of 100,000 meters in an instant. With a surge in spiritual sense, his speed naturally increased dramatically. Above the clouds, with no cloud cover, XuHong faced the sunlight directly. After 2 months without absorbing sunlight, XuHong felt like a completely dried sponge that had just fallen into water, frantically absorbing. The energy in his body increased more and more. Soon, XuHong noticed that his eyes felt slightly hot. But soon, it transformed into a strong heat, accompanied by itchiness and a faint pain, as if chilly water had entered his eyes. However, XuHong felt no worry at all. Instead, he appeared delighted, because he knew this was the awakening of his ability. His first ability was about to come. The evolution did not last long. Half a minute later, the discomfort in his eyes disappeared. XuHong opened his eyes again, and the world became even clearer. When XuHong focused his attention on his eyes, he discovered that he could see everything on Earth. He could even see the situation on the moon. Most importantly, he could penetrate solid objects and see what was behind them. In addition, when his gaze fell upon living beings, XuHong could see through the skin to the tissues, flesh, and organs beneath. His eyes were now a combination of X-ray vision, telescopic vision, and microscope. XuHong was excited. The reason he was so happy was not because he could now spy on others, but because this was the first ability he had awakened. At the same time, it also indicated that he, who was in a period of rapid growth, would soon awaken his second ability. Chapter 102, Zhou 5 updates. Seeking flowers. The feeling of excitement lasted only a short while, and XuHong soon calmed down. His powerful brain and spirit allowed him to be influenced by emotions for just a moment before rationality took over again. XuHong knew that now was not the time to be excited. Although the awakening of the first ability was indeed worth celebrating, he still had other matters to attend to. His eyes turned to where his middle dantian was located. Now, the middle dantian was occupied by a small purple sphere. Of course, that was not really a purple sphere, but XuHong's golden elixir, a high-level energy substance condensed from magical power. As long as the golden core is not destroyed, XuHong can easily live for 500 years. However, due to XuHong absorbing a significant amount of Xianmen energy and integrating it into his golden core, it underwent a transformation, turning purple and forming a small world within. As XuHong's strength increases, the small world within the golden core will also expand, eventually becoming a true world. Of course, XuHong can also use external forces to accelerate its growth, such as infusing the solar energy he has absorbed into the golden core. As XuHong poured the solar energy into the golden core, the small world inside rapidly expanded, quickly increasing in area by 10 times. However, after expanding tenfold, no matter how much solar energy XuHong infused, the small world contained nothing but a vast expanse of white. At XuHong's current level, creating life is simply impossible. Therefore, the inner world can only serve as a larger storage bag for now. XuHong was not dissatisfied with this, as what he lacked the most was time. As long as he has time, his strength will continue to rise. He has no upper limit. The area no longer increases. Since that is the case, why rush? He could take his time. After replenishing his internal energy and absorbing the daily quota, XuHong felt his body strengthen a bit more and concluded this sunlight journey. Flying back to the ground, in midair, he activated his long-range vision and soon spotted the figure of the grass hut recluse. That guy, just like in the original story, had been captured and sent to a mental hospital. On Hong Kong Island, Kowloon Peninsula, Sham Shui District, Yuan Shui Mental Hospital. Jiang Tianyang was feeling very frustrated. He was originally a Taoist master in the Golden Core stage, with profound cultivation and mastery of spells, as well as expertise in formations and mysterious arts. He lived in a grass hut, hence the title of Grass Hut Recluse. Due to an unexpected incident, he witnessed an injustice and drew his sword to help, fighting against the Ghost King from the side of a relatively comfortable life. This battle ended in mutual destruction, and due to an accident, he inadvertently opened a Xianmen portal. He suffered serious injuries, and before his internal magical power could recover, he was sucked into the portal and arrived in this completely unfamiliar era. In this era, the spiritual energy is even thinner. Even though he is a Golden Core stage practitioner, without magical power, injured, and with little spiritual energy available, he is no different from an ordinary old man, unable to defeat even a few regular people. He was mistaken for a fool and sent to this place called a mental hospital, where everyone is a fool with mental issues. Moreover, due to the minimal recovery of his internal magical power and the absence of his magical tools, he was bullied and tied up by a few fools. He felt extremely frustrated. He was also worried about the situation of his two disciples, as he had no idea what they were up to. He knew his disciple, Xiao Hui, had a clever personality, was sharp-tongued, loved to lie, and enjoyed causing trouble. Without him around to discipline, he feared there would be no good outcome. As for his newly accepted disciple, Ma Shangfeng, he was even worse. Although he was tall and strong, his brain seemed to be full of mush. Xiao Hui, while a bit clever, at least had some intelligence, unlike Ma Shangfeng, who seemed completely brainless. Without him around to supervise, he feared those two would suffer a lot. Thinking about it, Jiang Tianyang was, after all, a Golden Core stage practitioner. When had he ever endured such suffering? It truly made him very frustrated. He now had only one thought in his mind: to leave this place and retrieve his magical tools and 2 disciples. However, his internal magical power had recovered very little, and he currently lacked the ability to leave, so he could only wait until his magical power recovered somewhat before looking for an opportunity. In Sham Shui District, XuHong wore flared pants with black leather shoes, a white shirt with a jacket, black sunglasses, and had his hair styled in the center part, walking stylishly down the street. In the 1980s Hong Kong, his outfit was the epitome of fashion. To buy this outfit, he had played the role of a chivalrous robber. Although the poor he robbed was himself, there was no way around it. Although XuHong had gold in his storage bag, he couldn't just take it out to buy things, could he? While it was possible, it would attract too much trouble. He didn't fear trouble, but disliked it. So, it was simpler and quicker to rob the rich to help the poor. After all, those he robbed were not good people. XuHong walking on the street was a sight to behold. There was no way around it. He was too good-looking. Wherever he went, he became the focal point of the crowd's attention. Along the way, XuHong encountered numerous women who approached him, but he politely declined them all, causing the men around to feel a mix of envy and jealousy. Soon, XuHong arrived outside the Yuan Shui Mental Hospital. He came here with a purpose: to meet Jiang Tianyang. As the protagonist of a Xianmen, Jiang Tianyang's strength was naturally unquestionable, definitely at the Golden Core stage. After all, he lived in the Ming Dynasty during the reign of Emperor Xianzong over 500 years ago. At that time, the spiritual energy was certainly not as thin as in Lin Fengjiao's era, where the late stage of foundation building was basically the peak due to the significant restrictions on spiritual energy, making it impossible to forge a golden core. However, over 500 years ago in the Ming Dynasty, the spiritual energy was definitely much denser than in Lin Fengjiao's era. The restrictions of the world were not so great, and as long as one had sufficient talent and practiced diligently, achieving a golden core was possible. Otherwise, the Maoshan sect and the Longhu Mountain headquarters wouldn't have any golden core practitioners, as they were indeed ancient monsters who survived from that era. Of course, XuHong did not care whether Jiang Tianyang was strong or not. His main purpose in seeking Jiang Tianyang was to obtain a method to open the Xianmen. XuHong did not want to stay in this era indefinitely. Bai Ru and the others were still waiting for him to return. He was definitely going back. However, time travel is not something one can simply achieve by saying so. This time's time travel was entirely accidental and uncontrollable. XuHong intended to turn the uncontrollable into something controllable. But even if he wanted to experiment, he first needed to master the method of opening the door to the world, which was in Jiang Tianyang's hands. He came here to obtain that method. Since it was a mental hospital, XuHong casually gave a security guard 2 golden bulls, equivalent to 1,000 Hong Kong dollars, and was allowed inside. After all, it's a mental hospital. Even if XuHong wanted to do something bad, he wouldn't kidnap a few mental patients. The security guard was completely unconcerned about what XuHong was here for. As long as you're a normal person, you can enter. Of course, the abnormal ones can go in too, but once inside, they can't leave. Sir, who are you looking for? XuHong quickly arrived at the patient area, where he was stopped by a doctor. I'm looking for my friend. What's your friend's name? I don't know, XuHong said with a smile. You're really strange. You don't even know the names of your friends, and yet you come looking for someone? Gigi looked at the man in front of her with amusement. Maybe you know, miss. XuHong replied playfully. Goddess Wang, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you right away. As for the beauty, it's not that she's exceptionally beautiful. On a scale of 100, I can only give her 91. But Wang's face is very pleasant to look at, and what's most special about her is her long, straight legs, which are quite attractive. In terms of figure, she can compete with Bai Ruru. My name is XuHong. May I ask how to address you, miss? You can call me Gigi in English, or Zhou Wenya, which is my Chinese name. Then I'll call you Wenya directly. We're both from Z country, so it's better to use the Chinese name. That's fine, Zhou Wenya nodded. The man in front of her wasn't unpleasant. Wearing sunglasses made it hard to see his whole face, but he should be quite handsome, and he was tall. Her height was already not short, but she still stood half a head shorter than XuHong. I'm a psychiatrist here. Can you tell me about your friend as characteristics? I might know him. He should be around 50 or 60 years old, has long hair, a goatee, and likes to call himself a Taoist, XuHong said with a smile. I think I know who you're talking about. You mean the fake Taoist, right? Fake Taoist? That's the nickname I gave him because he doesn't say anything when asked, and we can't find out his identity, so I just had to give him a nickname. He's not a fake Taoist. XuHong chuckled and shook his head. He just appeared in a time he shouldn't have. After saying this, without waiting for Zhou Wenya to respond, he continued, Wenya, please take me to see him. Follow me. Zhou Wenya glanced at XuHong. Although she felt that XuHong's way of speaking was quite strange, she still nodded and took the lead, guiding XuHong toward the patient activity area of the psychiatric hospital. The patients had just finished lunch, and now was their free activity time. They could engage in activities like watching TV. You're really strange. This corridor is quite dark, and you're still wearing sunglasses. Aren't you afraid of not seeing the way? Of course, I can see, but I'm afraid that if I take off my sunglasses, I'll see your face too clearly. And I want to be able to help myself. Help yourself with what? Help myself to fall in love with you. While speaking, XuHong took off his sunglasses, revealing his entire face. With his flowing black hair and an almost perfect handsome face, Zhou Wenyao was momentarily stunned. When she came to her senses, she realized XuHong was flirting with her and quickly lowered her head, her cheeks already flushed. I have a boyfriend. As she spoke, Zhou Wenyao's heart raced. She didn't understand why. Even though it was their first meeting, her heart was beating so fast. Although XuHong was very handsome, she had never been someone who only looked at appearances. Well, okay, she did look at appearances, but she already had a boyfriend. XuHong smiled slightly, noticing Zhou Wenyao's reaction. Women, after all, do care about looks. But the power of cheesy pickup lines really is strong. It seems that getting Jiang Tianyang would be easier now. What is the problem? Having a boyfriend? Just turn him into an ex, right? After all, you're not married. He spoke like an old playboy. There was no way around it. Before crossing over, XuHong was also an old internet user. And now his mind was sharp enough to recall things he had seen before. He unconsciously blurted it out. Zhou Wenyao was momentarily speechless, trying to calm her racing heart. She gently touched her face and found it was quite hot. She didn't need to think to know she must be blushing. This surprised her. It was the first time a man had made her blush with just a few words. The man in front of her truly had an inexplicable charm. She slightly raised her head and glanced at XuHong, only to find that he was also looking at her. For a moment, the atmosphere became inexplicably thick. What? You don't really want to change boyfriends, do you? I'm a taken man. I was just joking. Hearing XuHong's words, Zhou Wenyao was taken aback. While she breathed a sigh of relief, she also felt an inexplicable sense of loss. You are the one who wants to change boyfriends. You men are all no good. Zhou Wenyao teased with a smile, then continued to lead the way. Under Zhou Wenyao's guidance, they quickly arrived outside the activity room. 2 psychiatric hospital orderlies were standing at the door. The orderlies were young men in their 20s, hired by the hospital to watch over the patients. In case of any situation, they would notify the doctors immediately. Besides that, they were to prevent patients from escaping. The job wasn't difficult. Dr. Zhou, what brings you here? Upon seeing Zhou Wenyao, the 2 men smiled. It was inevitable. Who wouldn't smile in front of beauty? XuHong smiled and stood to the side. Young man, being a simp is a promising career, because no matter how well you simp, your goddess can never belong to you. We're here to see someone. Then we'll accompany you inside, one of the orderlies immediately said. In case a patient has an episode, we can protect you right away. No need, with me here. No one can hurt Wenyao. XuHong's voice rang out. The 2 orderlies felt displeased. They had already been unhappy when they saw XuHong following Zhou Wenyao. Now, naturally, they were even more annoyed. Bro, even though you look alright, fighting isn't just about height. We've trained in Taekwondo. Taking you on is no problem for 3 of us. One orderly said unhappily. You need to greet the goddess with a smile, but there's no need for that with a man. Zhou Wenyao was speechless. What was going on? She was just bringing someone to see a patient. Was it about to turn into a fight? Oh, really? I don't believe that. I may not look impressive, but I've got divine strength. For example, like this. XuHong picked up a pebble the size of a marble from the ground, pinching it between 2 fingers. Then he applied a slight force. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The pebble between XuHong's fingers turned to dust. No way. The 2 orderlies were dumbfounded. But they knew it was real because XuHong had casually picked up the stone in their sight. And there were still plenty of such small stones on the ground. Do you want me to show you again? XuHong asked with a smile. Though he was smiling, his tall stature gave off an inexplicable pressure. The 2 orderlies didn't dare to say anything further, quickly shaking their heads. No need, no need. You can go in. We'll just stay out here. Zhou Wenyao suddenly found it quite amusing. Without any further ado, they walked directly towards the activity room. XuHong immediately followed. Once they entered a bit, Zhou Wenyao slowed down and walked alongside XuHong, whispering, that stone just now is fake, right? How could someone crush a stone with just 2 fingers? Although the stone was small, it was so hard that even if I hit it with another stone, I couldn't crush it like that. XuHong smiled. I just picked the stone up from the ground. Do you think it's fake or real? And I told you, I have divine strength. Zhou Wenyao rolled her beautiful eyes at XuHong, not believing his nonsense. Crushing a stone with 2 fingers must have been some magic trick he used to fool them. She certainly didn't believe in XuHong's divine strength. Zhou Wenyao didn't even realize that in such a short time, she had already become quite close to XuHong. Now, she was even taking the initiative to walk very close to him, the distance between them less than 10 centimeters. As they followed Zhou Wenyao into the activity room, XuHong, with his keen hearing, had already picked up quite a few words that sounded crazy. Compared to this, he still thought the Chongwang Mental Hospital was better. The people there might talk a bit crazily, but if you listen carefully, it seemed to have some interesting points. Upon entering the activity room, XuHong spotted Jiang Tianyang dressed as a Taoist at a glance. In fact, XuHong was also puzzled as to why the hospital didn't make him wear a patientess outfit, but instead returned his Taoist robe. It looked like they had even washed it for him. Big brother, it's bad. The female devil is coming. The female devil is coming? As soon as they entered, the room was filled with noisy chatter. Zhou Wenyao was already used to this. It seems you have quite a reputation here, XuHong said with a smile. Zhou Wenyao gave XuHong a sideways glance and then looked at the crowd. Fake Taoist, someone is here to see you. They say they are your friend. In the crowd, Jiang Tianyang was lost in thought, and Zhou Wenyao's voice pulled him back to reality. This woman is back again? What do they want by locking me up here? But he quickly realized what Zhou Wenyao had just said about having a friend come to see him, and his gaze quickly fell on XuHong, who was standing next to Zhou Wenyao. XuHong was also looking at him. The two locked eyes, XuHong wearing a look of an old friend meeting. Upon seeing Zhou Wenyao, Jiang Tianyang frowned. Who is this friend of mine? Jiang Tianyang was confused. He didn't recognize this person at all. He had no impression of XuHong. If he had really met XuHong, he wouldn't not recognize him. XuHong's face was too recognizable. After all, he was too handsome, leaving a deep impression. Jiang Tianyang was quite confident in his memory. Fake Taoist, what are you doing? Come over here. Zhou Wenyao noticed Jiang Tianyang was dazed and not moving, so she spoke again, looking at XuHong. The person you are looking for can't be him, right? He looks a bit crazy, and there's a big age gap between you two. Are you really friends? Zhou Wenyao looked at XuHong with suspicion. There was indeed a huge age difference between the two, and one looked very normal, while the other looked quite unusual. One was dressed fashionably, while the other was in a Taoist robe. Were these two really friends? Did they really know each other? It's him. XuHong smiled and nodded affirmatively. At this moment, Jiang Tianyang walked over. You're looking for me? But we seem to not know each other. Jiang Tianyang carefully looked XuHong over again, and after confirming he really didn't know XuHong, he spoke. We indeed do not know each other, but just now, we have already met. Let me introduce myself. I am XuHong from the Maoshan sect. While speaking, XuHong extended his hand and placed it on Jiang Tianyang's shoulder, sending a stream of spiritual energy into him. Jiang Tianyang currently had very little spiritual energy in his body and couldn't even recover from his injuries. If it weren't for his injuries, with his golden core stage cultivation, he wouldn't be trapped here at all. Even though the spiritual energy in this world was thin, it was like being in the center of a quagmire for a golden core cultivator. But trapping a golden core cultivator wasn't that simple. As the pure Taoist energy entered Jiang Tianyang's body, he immediately noticed it. Upon feeling the pure yang energy contained in XuHong's spiritual power, he did not resist its entry. The pure yang energy in the spiritual power had already told him that XuHong came from a genuine Taoist lineage. Otherwise, his spiritual energy wouldn't carry such pure yang energy. In fact, this was also related to XuHong's unique physical condition. After all, he practiced the Huangting scripture. Even if it was from the genuine Taoist school, the pure yang energy carried by the spiritual power was quite excessive. As XuHong infused his spiritual power into Jiang Tianyang, the latter's complexion noticeably began to improve. Soon, the originally somewhat haggard face returned to normal. His body also became noticeably straighter. He was a real person in the golden core stage, and his physical skills were not lacking either. If he weren't seriously injured, even without spiritual power, he could easily fight off dozens of people with his bare hands. After entering the golden core stage, with abundant spiritual power, his body would be refined every day during practice, slowly improving his physique. Not to say it would be enhanced to an exaggerated degree, but it could easily be strengthened to 4 or 5 times that of an ordinary person. Thank you, fellow Taoist. When XuHong withdrew his hand, Jiang Tianyang felt that his strength had already recovered to 30%. His state was much better than before, and he was naturally very grateful to XuHong. Zhou Wenyao beside them was completely stunned. She was starting to doubt whether XuHong was also a bit crazy. This isn't the place to talk. Fellow Taoist, please follow me outside to talk. After speaking, XuHong looked at Zhou Wenyao. Wenya, could you help me with my friend's discharge procedures? You, please. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. We are friends now, and friends help each other, right? You, fine. I'll ask, Wenya said somewhat helplessly. She originally wanted to refuse, but once she saw XuHong's face, she found it hard to say no. Sure enough, there was mutual understanding between men and women. It was difficult for men to refuse a woman's request, and women also found it hard to refuse a handsome man's request, especially someone as super handsome as XuHong. With Zhou Wenya's help, XuHong quickly completed Jiang Tianyang's discharge procedures and left the mental hospital. XuHong also learned Jiang Tianyang's name. Hey, I say, you are a bit too much. Want to hitch a ride too? Zhou Wenya said, her perception of XuHong's shamelessness refreshed. This guy, she had already helped him a lot, and now he wanted to ride her car. Just help me out. Besides, I'm going to treat you to dinner. So you're treating me to dinner means I buy the groceries, and you cook at my place, and then treat me to dinner? Of course. Let me tell you, ordinary people don't get to taste my cooking, so don't think you are getting a bargain. Did I get a bargain and still act coy? Zhou Wenya was shocked. Is this something a person can say? Chapter 104. I'm really not happy, seeking flowers. In Zhou Wenya's rental apartment, she couldn't understand what possessed her to bring two strange men directly back to her home. In the kitchen, XuHong was busy. Jiang Tianyang was helping nearby. He couldn't just sit alone in the living room as a guest while XuHong was busy cooking. That would be too awkward. He didn't have XuHong's thick skin. After XuHong's explanation, he had a preliminary understanding that he had crossed time and space due to the heavenly gate. XuHong, too, had come to this time and space for the same reason. Now, it was a world hundreds of years later, and Zhou Wenya was not the Shur in Yeoheim he knew. There were different people who just looked very similar. Dao Eats Su, are you saying that if we want to return to our own time, we need to reopen the heavenly gate, right? Jiang Tianyang asked XuHong while washing vegetables. In the past, he would use spells for such tasks, which were convenient and quick. But now, that was not possible. The spiritual energy in this era was too thin. After using his magical power, it took an exceptionally long time to recover. If XuHong hadn't given him a lot of magical power, he would have very little left in his body, probably just enough to use a few spells before running out. That's right, if we want to go back, we must reopen the heavenly gate. However, I don't know much about the heavenly gate, so I will rely on you, Jiang Daoist, for that, XuHong replied. Jiang Tianyang nodded. There were ways to reopen the heavenly gate, but the materials were hard to find, and it also required timing. It would be best to use the power of the moonlight during the Mid-Autumn Festival to open the heavenly gate. Otherwise, relying solely on our own strength, it would be difficult to open the gate. Just tell me what materials you need, and I'll find them, XuHong said. All right, then I'll leave it to you, Daoist. Jiang Tianyang nodded, not refusing. He was unfamiliar with this era, but XuHong seemed to know it well. Soon, XuHong finished cooking. Although usually, it was XuHong and Xiaomei who cooked, and Bai Ruru would often help. XuHong occasionally helped with cooking as well. With his super brain, he learned everything quickly, even cooking. Therefore, XuHong's culinary skills were not inferior to XuHong and Xiaomei's, and might even be better. As for the saying that cooking with care makes it taste better, that was completely nonsense. Without seasoning, no matter how much care you put into it, the food would still taste average. With enough seasoning, even leather would taste delicious when stewed. XuHong had a precise control over seasonings, and his super brain allowed him to manage it like a machine. The food he made was comparable to that of a five-star hotel chef. Dinner is ready. Wenya, come serve the dishes. Coming. Zhou Wenya walked into the kitchen. The aroma of the dishes in the kitchen made her spirits lift and surprised her. XuHong's cooking skills were unexpectedly good. He could work as a head chef in a big restaurant. She suddenly felt a bit hungry, even though she hadn't felt that way before. In the living room, after the dishes were served, the three began to eat. It was Jiang Tianyang's first time tasting such delicious food, and he had originally planned to ask some questions, but as he ate, he completely forgot. Zhou Wenya also didn't speak. The three ate in silence. The table was soon cleared of food. Jiang Tianyang ate the most, finishing 10 bowls. From his physique, he didn't seem like someone who could eat that much. XuHong had to cook twice more during the meal. XuHong ate a bit less, finishing 7 bowls. Although his physical condition was extraordinary, his energy primarily came from the sun rather than food intake. Otherwise, with his physique, even 100 bowls wouldn't be enough. Zhou Wenya ate the least, but still finished 3 bowls. Compared to her usual appetite, today was considered an exceptional performance. After finishing the meal, Zhou Wenya was responsible for washing the dishes. After all, the cooks were XuHong and Jiang Tianyang. She couldn't just do nothing. But as she washed, she realized that this was her home. Even though XuHong cooked, he had said that she should clean up after herself. How could she invite someone to dinner and then asked him to help wash the dishes. But now that she was halfway through washing, she couldn't just go find XuHong and say, "I'm not washing anymore. You do it yourself." Daoist Su, reopening the heavenly gate is not urgent. I plan to find my 2 disciples first. I don't even know where they are now. You don't need to worry about that, Jiang Daoist. I know where your 2 disciples are. I can take you there tomorrow. How do you know that, Daoist Su? XuHong smiled slightly. A chair nearby suddenly floated into the air. Jiang Tianyang's pupils contracted slightly as he saw XuHong's nonchalant expression. He then cupped his hands and said, "I admire your spiritual sense, Daoist." Jiang Tianyang also had spiritual sense, but his range was not large, only a few dozen kilometers. Not everyone had the powerful soul power that XuHong possessed. After arriving in this era, his spiritual sense was suppressed to a very low level, with a range reduced to just a few thousand meters. It wasn't difficult to lift him into the air, but it wouldn't last long, nor could he fly high. XuHong's casual control of the floating chair was something he couldn't do now, so XuHong's spiritual sense must be stronger than his. Perhaps the reason XuHong could find him in a mental hospital so quickly was that his range was large enough. When Zhou Wenyao finished washing the dishes and came out, XuHong and Jiang Tianyang had already finished chatting and were sitting on the sofa in the living room. Watching TV, Jiang Tianyang was quite interested in the TV. Before XuHong explained, he thought the TV was some kind of magical artifact. After XuHong's explanation, he realized that the TV was not a magical artifact, but an electrical appliance. Although he didn't understand what an electrical appliance was, he found it quite interesting, like watching a play. Seeing the 2 of them engrossed in watching TV, with no intention of leaving, Zhou Wenyao felt a bit helpless. "Hey, I said you 2. The meal is finished. Aren't you planning to leave?" Jiang Tianyang remained silent. XuHong looked at Zhou Wenyao with a smile and said, "We have no place to stay. Just now, the last of the money on us was spent on buying ingredients. You ate too, right?" Zhou Wenyao was momentarily speechless. Life in Hong Kong was quite stressful. Even though her monthly salary was nearly 10,000 Hong Kong dollars, which wasn't low, she spent 3,000 to 4,000 just on rent each month. Then there were expenses for food, clothing, shoes, cosmetics, gas, and various other costs. Her nearly 10,000 Hong Kong dollar salary might not even be enough. She couldn't save any money at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't be living in a public housing estate in Shichanwai. She lives here because the housing and rent are relatively cheaper. The rent for houses in those prosperous areas can exceed 10,000, even tens of thousands of Hong Kong dollars a month, which she cannot afford. How about this? The 2 of us can stay here for one night and consider this as rent, okay? XuHong took out a small gold bar. Aren't you short on money? Zhou Wenyao glanced at the gold bar. Right, gold isn't money. Gold is just gold, XuHong said seriously. Forget it. You can keep the gold. If you want to stay, you can, but you can only sleep on the floor and the sofa. I don't have a bed for you. I'm going to take a shower now. You can watch TV by yourselves. Oh, and no peeking. Otherwise, I'll call the police and have you all arrested. After warning the 2, Zhou Wenyao turned to the bedroom to get her clothes. XuHong smiled, not caring much. Was he the kind of person who would peek? Doubting Su's character. Woman, you have successfully caught my attention. Soon, the sound of water flowing came from a bathroom. XuHong smiled slightly. Jiang Tianyang glanced at XuHong, not understanding what he was laughing about, feeling the youthfulness of the world that he didn't grasp. The 2 continued watching TV. Bang bang. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Gigi, are you home? I have something to discuss with you. Can you open the door?" A somewhat hoarse male voice came from outside the door. XuHong glanced in the direction of the door. Outside, Gigi's boyfriend, Ben, was knocking. Zhou Wenyao, who was taking a shower, did not hear the knock due to the loud water sound. "Jiang Daoyu, I'll go answer the door. You continue watching your TV." Jiang Tianyang nodded after glancing at the door. XuHong stood up and walked toward the door. Creak! The door was pulled open. Ben was about to say something, but the expected Zhou Wenyao did not appear. Instead, a man entered his line of sight. Ben was stunned for a moment. Then his face darkened. "What is going on? Is there a strange man in my girlfriend's house? Has she cheated on me?" Zhou Wenyao was so ungrateful. Previously, when I said I wanted to stay at her house for a night, she refused. Turns out there was another man. "Friend, who are you looking for?" XuHong smiled slightly, not caring about Ben's darkened face. This Ben was not a good person in the movie, especially with a face he disliked. So seeing Ben's expression, XuHong, who knew he had misunderstood, did not explain. "Who are you, and why are you in Gigi's house?" "Gigi? Oh, you mean Wenyao. I'm a friend of Wenyao S, and I happen to have no place to stay today, so I'm at her house. Do you have something? Something? I'm her boyfriend. Do you think there is nothing?" "Gigi, why are you doing this to me? You shameless woman. You're cheating on me. Come out." Ben shouted toward the room. XuHong frowned and placed a hand on Ben's shoulder. Ben immediately felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, as a great force pressed down, forcing him to bend down. May I ask, are you married to Winya? Feeling the strength in XuHong's arm, Ben stopped cursing. He knew that if he continued, he might get hit. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses, so he decided to back down for now. He shook his head. Since you're not married, how can you say Winya is cheating on you? Besides, there's really nothing special between her and me. We're just friends. However, I was very unhappy with your previous insults toward her. So, slap. XuHong directly slapped Ben's face. The slap wasn't very powerful, but it still made his face swell up. Because of Ben shouting, Zhou Winya in the bathroom also heard the commotion. Halfway through a shower, she wrapped herself in a towel and came out. Upon seeing Ben at the door, her pretty face immediately darkened. What do you want now? Ben had a swollen half of his face, but she didn't care. She had heard his loud insults. She was not deaf, so of course, she couldn't have missed them. Now seeing this man, she had long lost any previous concern for him. All that remained was disgust. He had asked her for money, claiming he would use it to find a director to get him a good role to make him famous. In reality, he took her money to fool around with other women. If she hadn't accidentally discovered it, she would probably still be unaware of the situation. Their relationship had long been a mere formality, but they hadn't formally broken up yet. Chapter 105. I can hear you. Seeking flowers? Well, since you're here, I'll clearly tell you that it's over between us. Don't come looking for me anymore. Our relationship is over. Zhou Winya said coldly. Gigi, I was wrong. I'm the one at fault. Please forgive me and don't treat me this way. Upon hearing Zhou Winya wanted to break up, Ben's expression changed, and he hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. He had pursued Zhou Winya for half a year before she agreed to be with him. But until now, they had only held hands. He hadn't even kissed her, let alone anything else. Breaking up like this felt like a huge loss. Moreover, Zhou Winya's salary was not low, and he could still get some money from her, so he was unwilling to break up just like that. Don't call me Gigi. My name is Zhou Winya. Someone said it right. Since I'm a person from Country B, I should use a name from Country B. I think it's pretty good. XuHong, who was nearby, immediately laughed upon hearing this. Also, the 20,000 you took from me, I don't want it anymore. Consider it given to a dog. Now, you can get lost immediately. I don't want to see you again. Upon hearing Zhou Winya's words, Ben's face darkened. He wanted to curse, feeling like he was in a very difficult situation. But feeling the iron grip on his shoulder, he chose to endure it. Just endure for now. Once he leaves here, he would find someone. Damn it. Did he really think he didn't know anyone in that circle? He would find someone to deal with these two shameless people once he left here. With that thought, a cold light flashed in his eyes. But he didn't know that XuHong had been watching him all along. With just a bit of thought, XuHong could guess what was on his mind. It was nothing more than being unconvinced and planning to find someone to regain his face after leaving. But he didn't care. Try to regain face with him will be difficult and very easy to get hurt. Since Winya told you to get lost, then hurry up and leave. Don't appear in front of her again. XuHong released his grip on Ben. The latter turned and left. However, after walking a distance, he turned back to glare fiercely at XuHong and Zhou Winya, as if to say, I will definitely come back. Zhou Winya's face also showed some concern. She knew what kind of person Ben was. When he was pursuing her, he acted very gentlemanly, appearing like a successful person. It was only after she agreed to be with him that she realized Ben was not a good person at all. Everything about him before was just an act. He is also connected to some gangs, not a good person. That guy will definitely seek revenge on him afterward. Thinking of this, she looked at XuHong beside her. That guy is not a good person. You need to be careful of him seeking revenge on you. He knows some gang members. Otherwise, you should just leave. What? Are you worried about me? XuHong's gaze was piercing, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he stared at Zhou Winya. For some reason, seeing the smile on XuHong's face made her worries vanish instantly, and she felt calm all of a sudden. She didn't understand why. Could this be what others call a sense of security? Stop being so vain. I just don't want to cause trouble. But trouble has already been caused. And if I leave, what will you do? That guy will definitely come looking for you again. What can I do? Just do it. He can't do anything to me. At worst, I'll call the police. That won't do. The trouble was caused by me, so I'll solve it for you. Besides, I have divine strength. Even if they come with more people, they won't be enough to take me on. And that old man inside, don't be fooled by his thinness. He can take on dozens without a problem. Ahem, Su Daoyu, I can hear you. Jiang Tianyang's voice came from inside. Although he looked a bit old, he was a golden core cultivator, and his hearing was not poor. XuHong's voice was not small, and he was right at the door. How could he not hear? XuHong completely ignored Jiang Tianyang's words and just kept staring at Zhou Wenyao. Zhou Wenyao's face turned red under his gaze. When she realized that XuHong's look was a bit off, she remembered that she was still wrapped in a bath towel. Because she was wet, the towel was sticking a bit too tightly, perfectly showcasing her beautiful figure. Ah, don't look. Zhou Wenyao let out a scream, then turned red-faced and ran back to the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, Zhou Wenyao's face was already flushed red, resembling an apple, making one want to take a bite. Her face was filled with entanglement, which was quite cute. The guy is too hateful. Although she said that, Zhou Wenyao realized she wasn't as angry as she had imagined. On the contrary, because XuHong looked at her, she felt a bit pleased. This made her feel a little strange. In the living room, Jiang Tianyang looked at XuHong with a puzzled expression. Su Daoyu, what were you two doing just now? Why did Miss Zhou shout? It's nothing. It's just young people's business, something you wouldn't understand. XuHong waved his hand. Jiang Tianyang's face darkened. What do you mean by young people's business that I wouldn't understand? If you don't tell me, how would I not understand? Although I do look a bit older for a golden core cultivator. Being just over 100 years old is not old at all. It's not a problem to say he is a young person. Just joking, just joking. Actually, it's nothing. Just some young people's matters. Watching TV. Jiang Tianyang. Half an hour later, Zhou Wenyao walked out of the bathroom, not even glancing at XuHong and Jiang Tianyang in the living room, and quickly jogged back to her room. Then with a loud bang, she closed and locked her room door. XuHong, on the other side, a Ben, who had left Zhou Wenyao's house, became angrier the more he thought about it. Especially when he thought about XuHong and Zhou Wenyao, that pair of dog men and women who might be entangled together at that moment. He gritted his teeth in hatred. No, they can't have it easy. They think I'll only trouble them tomorrow, but I'm going to bring people to them today. Thinking of this, a Ben directly took out his phone and dialed a number. P.S. The phone appears in advance for convenience of the plot. Hello, is this young Master Tsong? It's a Ben. Yes, it's me. I saw a few pretty girls a couple of days ago while on set and thought of you, so I plan to introduce them to you. Yes, they are definitely good-looking, I guarantee it. One of them is the second runner-up of Miss Hong Kong. Beautiful and with a great figure. Yes, I just don't know if you have time now. Oh, good. Then it's settled. We'll meet at Wanti in Paradise. I'll call people right now, okay? After hanging up, a Ben immediately started making calls. Those girls were originally meant for him to slowly flirt with later. But now he had no choice. To take revenge on those two dog men and women, he had to draw some blood. Young Master Tsong was a rich second generation he knew, whose family was wealthy. He was very generous and knew many gang leaders. If he wanted to teach someone a lesson, he wouldn't need to personally find people. The next day, he would receive news that the person he wanted to teach a lesson to have been dealt with. As long as he served him well and reported that man's name. Wait, it seems he doesn't know XuHong's name. Never mind. Zhou Wenyao's name will do. That pair of dog men and women is definitely together right now. They could be beaten together. He couldn't swallow this anger without beating those two dog men and women. He couldn't even sleep. Wanti in Paradise is a nightclub in Sham Shui Pa, rumored to be backed by the Number Gang, so no one dares to cause trouble here. Those who dare to cause trouble are sunk into the sea. The Number Gang is notorious for valuing money over life. Anyone who dares to mess with their business will definitely not have it easy. Because it is backed by the Number Gang, Wanti in Paradise does good business. Even though it is located in Sham Shui Pa, which is relatively poorer compared to the rest of Hong Kong. Many people come here to spend every day. Mostly some thugs. Of course, there are also wealthy young masters because the girls here are pretty enough. In a large private room, a Ben was smiling as he lit a cigarette for a man in his 20s. The man had a young girl on each arm. You two, let me tell you, young Master Tsong's family runs a transport company and has connections with the shipping kings. What he has the most is money. If you serve young Master Tsong well, your future will be bright. Ah, but I can't say it like that. What do you mean by serving me well? It should be said that you should accompany me well. I never force anyone. If you don't want to, you can leave right now. Young Master Wong glanced at the two girls in his arms and said with a wicked smile. The two girls exchanged glances and said nothing, clearly agreeing. Young Master Wong immediately smiled with satisfaction. He stood up. I'm going to the bathroom. Does anyone want to go with me? The men all showed knowing smiles. No one spoke. Young Master Tsong, you've had quite a bit to drink. Let us accompany you. Don't accidentally fall in the bathroom. Yes, let us help you there. The two girls quickly spoke up. All right, then you can help me. More than half an hour later, young Master Wong returned first and pulled a Ben aside. Oh, Ben, you did well this time. Tell me, what do you want me to help you with? Young Master Wong is not a fool. A Ben helping him introduce women definitely means he has something to ask of him. Without a mutual benefit, why would anyone help you? Wong Song's family is also in business, so he wouldn't be clueless about this. Song Xiao. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that my girlfriend has been sneaking around with another man behind my back, and I can't stand it. Wang Song was taken aback. Looking at a bin, he seemed to vaguely see a hat. All right, where's the address? I'll have someone take care of it for you. Abin was overjoyed upon hearing this, quickly reporting Zhou Wenya's address. Wang Song then made a phone call. All right, someone is already on the way. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't keep you company. After saying that, Wang Song left directly. It was just getting dark, and the long night ahead had plenty of time. After Wang Song left, Abin also followed suit. Naturally, he wanted to see the show, thinking of XuHong's smug smile from earlier. He was eager to know if XuHong would still be able to smile later. Chapter 106. Who are you, really? Seeking flowers in Zhou Wenya's rental apartment. She had returned to her room to rest. However, perhaps due to the earlier events, her mind was racing, and lying in bed, she couldn't get to sleep no matter what. Outside the room, XuHong and Jiang Tianyang had turned off the television. The two of them sat cross-legged on the sofa, one on each side. For them, there was no need to sleep at night. Meditating for a night was more effective than sleeping, and they would definitely feel energized the next day. As for whether sitting for too long would cause their legs to go numb for ordinary people, prolonged sitting would restrict blood flow and naturally lead to numbness. But they were cultivators, and while they were meditating, their blood would flow with their mana. So they wouldn't experience numbness from sitting too long. Otherwise, if their legs went numb after half an hour, they wouldn't be able to concentrate, making cultivation pointless. Have those two guys gone to sleep? There's no sound outside. Should we go check? Zhou Wenya wasn't foolish. Although some of Jiang Tianyang's words were quite strange, they were mostly odd in terms of perception. His mind was completely normal. This indicated that Jiang Tianyang was not a fool. He seemed like a wild man who had lived in the wilderness for decades and had suddenly returned to civilization. However, the other party didn't seem simple either. A man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s, who could eat 10 bowls of rice in one meal. And her family's bowls were not small by any means. Even those young and strong lads would consider 3 or 4 bowls a lot. An old man eating that much was impressive enough. And the way they referred to each other as Dao friends didn't seem like role-playing. When they addressed each other, it felt very natural, not at all pretentious. She thought these two had something off about them. Forget it, I'll go take a look. I'll pretend to be going to the bathroom. Her curiosity got the better of Zhou Wenya, and she couldn't resist. Dressed in her pajamas, she got out of bed, put on her slippers, opened the door, and went outside. As soon as she turned on the light, she saw XuHong and Jiang Tianyang sitting on the sofa. Both were cross-legged, their breathing calm and barely audible. The rise and fall of their chests was minimal, and they looked as if they were asleep. But even if someone was sitting and sleeping, hey, aren't you two going to sleep? Zhou Wenya found their behavior too strange and couldn't help but speak up. She had seen Taoists before, but she had never heard that they didn't need to sleep. XuHong opened his eyes. Zhou Wenya, who was staring at him, felt as though his eyes glinted with a golden light for a brief moment. But she thought she must have been mistaken. How could a person's eyes glow, let alone with golden light? We'll sleep later, what about you? Why are you out here? XuHong asked. I came out to use the bathroom, Zhou Wenya explained. Oh, then go ahead, just don't disturb our rest. With that, XuHong closed his eyes again. Zhou Wenya was left dumbfounded. This was her home, after all, but she pretended to go to the bathroom. After staying in the bathroom for a while, she came out, glancing at XuHong and Jiang Tianyang. They were still sitting there on the sofa, unmoving like corpses. She was genuinely curious if their legs didn't go numb like that. Just as she was about to head back to her room, bang, the door of the rental apartment was suddenly slammed. Before Zhou Wenya could react, bang, another loud sound followed. This time, it was clear that someone was kicking her door. XuHong opened his eyes from his meditative state. Jiang Tianyang also opened his eyes. Su Dao friend, he said. It's nothing, just a little problem, some clowns looking for trouble. I'll handle it. You focus on recovering from your injuries. Jiang Tianyang's injuries had only healed partially and had not fully recovered. It would take at least 2 or 3 days for him to fully heal. Of course, if XuHong were to use a healing technique, he could recover immediately. However, in this era, spiritual energy was too sparse, and even though XuHong absorbed it faster than ordinary cultivators, the amount was still limited, and even at his speed, he couldn't recover much faster than Jiang Tianyang. His mana was also limited and needed to be conserved. However, the pure yang energy within him didn't need to be saved. Once it was used up, he could replenish it from the heavens anytime. All right, Jiang Tianyang didn't say much. He knew that both he and XuHong were at the golden core stage. However, the mana within XuHong was greater than his, and he wasn't injured, so he could handle some ordinary people easily. Are you going back to your room? There might be some violence soon. It's a Ben. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. Zhou Wenya's expression darkened. She had considered that a Ben might come looking for trouble, but she didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. Bang! Just as she was speaking, her door was kicked in. A group of people armed with knives, clubs, and baseball bats surged in from outside. Leading them was a man with tattoos on his neck and slick-back hair, who looked quite strange due to his long and thin appearance, resembling a standing monkey. Number Gang is here to do business. If you know what's good for you, come with us. You'll just face a bit of hardship. We won't take your life if you don't cooperate. Bang! The tattooed man hadn't finished speaking when XuHong threw a punch. He held back a lot of strength because he was afraid of killing someone with one punch. But even with restrained force, the tattooed man was still sent flying by XuHong's punch. He spat out blood mid-air, along with several teeth. Su Dao friend, let me help you. As Jiang Tianyang spoke, he swiftly charged into the crowd. Since these people had barged into the house, continuing to meditate and recover was no longer an option. Jiang Tianyang, diving into the crowd, was like a fierce tiger. Despite looking like a man in his 50s or 60s, every punch and kick he delivered left the recipients either dead or injured. Reaching the golden core stage, Jiang Tianyang is certainly not a soft-hearted person. The group that came in is filled with a lot of killing intent. It's obvious they are not good people. Jiang Tianyang would not hold back against such bullies. If they end up disabled, it's their own misfortune. Meanwhile, Zhou Wenya was already dumbfounded. She never expected that this somewhat thin old man, Jiang Tianyang, would be so skilled. With just a casual kick, he could send someone flying 2 to 3 meters away. Don't be afraid. I'm here with you. XuHong suddenly appeared beside Zhou Wenya. Aren't you going to help him? Zhou Wenya ignored XuHong's odd comment and asked back. No need. He can handle it alone. Besides, have you forgotten what I told you before? I have divine strength. If I make a move, it's easy to kill someone. This time, Zhou Wenya did not think XuHong was lying. After all, he had sent the tattooed leader flying with a single punch. To send a man weighing over 100 kilograms flying with one punch shows considerable strength. Indeed, these two are not ordinary people, and Jiang Tianyang is not insane. Their backgrounds must be quite extraordinary. If Zhou Wenya still couldn't see XuHong and Jiang Tianyang's exceptional nature at this point, then she would truly be foolish. For some reason, although she was shocked, she also felt a sense of inevitability in her heart, as if she had anticipated this all along. So, where did these two guys come from? Are they gods from the heavens? She suddenly recalled some movies about gods descending to earth. While XuHong and Zhou Wenya were talking, Jiang Tianyang had already resolved the battle. This time, the Number Gang had sent 20 people. After all, their target was just 2 people. Sending 20 was already quite a lot. But no one expected that these 20 would be taught a lesson by an old man. Of course, this was because Jiang Tianyang did not hold back. Zhou Wenya's home was now a mess, with a lot of furniture destroyed. Su Daoyu, it's all taken care of. Not necessarily. There's still one outside? Jiang Tianyang was taken aback. Using his divine sense, he quickly found Abin, who was outside and had realized something was wrong and was preparing to escape. Indeed, there's still one. I'll go catch him. Jiang Tianyang moved like a wild deer and dashed out. Soon, he returned, holding Abin by the shoulder, making it impossible for him to move. It's hard to imagine that Jiang Tianyang, who looked so thin and not strong, could possess such great strength, lifting an adult like Abin with one hand. Abin, it's really you. These people are brought by you. It has nothing to do with me. Wenya, I just happen to be here. Do you really think I'm a fool? Just wait to stay in prison. Zhou Wenya did not hold back and directly took out her phone to call the police. If it weren't for Jiang Tianyang and XuHong not being ordinary people, the outcome for them would definitely not have been good when 20 members of the Number Gang came looking for trouble. How many good people can there be in a gang? Therefore, she would not easily let Abin off this time. Hearing that Zhou Wenya was going to call the police, Abin's face changed, and he struggled to grab her phone. But with Jiang Tianyang holding him down, he couldn't move at all. Jiang Tianyang, being a golden core cultivator, would be like a god to ordinary people in ancient times. Naturally, he couldn't be unable to catch even an ordinary person. After Zhou Wenya called the police, they arrived quickly, taking the 20 members of the Number Gang and Abin away. XuHong and the others also followed to the police station to give their statements. When they learned that Jiang Tianyang single-handedly took down 20 members of the Number Gang, all the police thought they were joking. But when they saw Jiang Tianyang easily lift one of them with one hand, they believed it. This physical quality, this strength, was beyond what they as police officers could match. Abin was directly detained, facing at least 2 years in prison. After giving their statements, the 3 returned to Zhou Wenya's rented apartment. After tidying up the room a bit, Zhou Wenya did not go to sleep immediately. Instead, she stood in front of XuHong and Jiang Tianyang. Who exactly are you? Chapter 107. Reunion of Master and Apprentice. 5 updates. Seeking flowers. Who exactly are you? Zhou Wenya stood in front of XuHong and Jiang Tianyang, asking seriously. We are just us. What can we be? XuHong said with a smile. I mean, who exactly are you? As I said, we are just us. XuHong stood. Jiang Tianyang smirked at the side, feeling that XuHong was teasing Zhou Wenya and that she might get really angry. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. My name is XuHong. As for who I am, if I explain it to you, you probably won't understand. To put it simply, we are not ordinary people. Of course, you can also think of us as gods. Yes, gods. XuHong note that the way you're dressed, I can't see any resemblance to a god. He looks a bit like one, but not really. Why can't gods dress stylishly? Gods have emotions and desires too. Okay? Besides, I'm just using a metaphor. We're not real gods, just closer to becoming gods. Yes, that's it. All right, I temporarily believe you. Since you're gods, why are you here? And him, if he is a god, why was he treated like a lunatic and sent to a mental hospital? Can gods not fight ordinary people? Zhou Wenya pointed at Jiang Tianyang. Jiang Tianyang. This was definitely his biggest dark history, without a doubt. He had learned from XuHong that the term lunatic meant the same as crazy person. It was hard to believe that he, a respectable recluse, was treated as a madman and captured by ordinary people. It would be embarrassing to tell others. He's a special case. He was injured before, which is why he couldn't fight ordinary people. Wasn't he just taking on 20 people alone? Did you forget so soon? And you? What abilities do you have? I have many abilities. I can fly. I can walk through the earth. There is no place I can't go. And subduing demons and monsters is no problem. Of course, I can also see through things. After saying this, XuHong looked at Zhou Wenya with a mischievous smile. Zhou Wenya was startled and immediately crossed her arms over her chest. Then she realized something was off and quickly used one hand to cover below. Stop covering. If I want to see, it won't help no matter how you protect yourself. Besides, I don't have a peeping habit. Don't judge me with your narrow-mindedness. You, a narrow-minded person, clearly a bad guy. But you say you can fly. Can you take me up to the sky? Zhou Wenya suddenly asked curiously. Are you sure? Zhou Wenya nodded affirmatively. The sky has always been a place yearned for by humanity. Who hasn't dreamed of flying freely like a bird? But it has always been just a dream. Since you have strongly requested it, I will fulfill your wish. XuHong said, directly grabbing one of Zhou Wenya's hands. The next moment, Zhou Wenya found her surroundings rapidly changing. By the time she realized what was happening, she was already thousands of meters in the air. Looking down, everything seemed so small. Her heart began to race. As for fear, she didn't feel that at all. XuHong glanced at Zhou Wenya with slight surprise, not expecting her to be so bold. 15, on the other hand, almost wet his pants from fright. How does it feel? It feels like the world has suddenly shrunk in my eyes, Zhou Wenya replied, her face filled with indescribable excitement. She didn't expect XuHong to really be able to fly. At this moment, she fully believed his earlier words. Where do you want to go? I'm in a good mood today. I can take you anywhere. Then let's go. The next morning, Zhou Wenya got up to go to work. Although there were 2 living immortals by her side, she still had to go to work. XuHong, on the other hand, took Jiang Tianyang out to find his 2 disciples, Xiaohui and Ma Shangfeng. They took a taxi and soon arrived at a church located in Simsha Sui. Currently, Jiang Tianyang's 2 unfortunate disciples were in this church. Like Jiang Tianyang, these 2 guys had arrived in a strange era, and everything they knew had changed, leaving them unsure of what to do. They simply decided to stay in the church. The priest of the church delivered food to them every day. Xiaohui was fine, but Ma Shangfeng was suffering. This guy was a martial artist with a big appetite. The food the priest brought each day was just enough for Xiaohui, who was small and had a modest appetite. But it was nowhere near enough for Ma Shangfeng, who complained of hunger every day. They had both lost quite a bit of weight in the last couple of days. When XuHong and Jiang Tianyang found them, Ma Shangfeng was rolling his eyes in hunger. Master? Upon seeing Jiang Tianyang, Xiaohui looked as if he had found his anchor, and he was overjoyed. Ma Shangfeng was also very happy. Master, it's really you. Did you bring food? I'm so hungry. What was supposed to be a warm reunion between master and disciples was instantly shattered by Ma Shangfeng's outburst. XuHong, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but feel speechless. However, he took a closer look at Ma Shangfeng and realized this person was not simple. His vital energy was surprisingly rich. Compared to XuHong, he was definitely not on the same level. XuHong's vital energy could easily overshadow him. Yet compared to an ordinary person, Ma Shangfeng's vital energy was at least 6 or 7 times stronger. That was already quite remarkable. I didn't bring any. Master, where is this place? Why is everything so strange here? The books are also very weird. I can't understand any of them, Xiao Hui said from the side. Let's leave this place first, Jiang Tianyang said, unsure of how to explain things to his disciples, especially with outsiders around. The group then left the church and found a restaurant, allowing Ma Shangfeng to have a good meal. Master, is this your new disciple? Xiao Hui asked while eating. Don't talk nonsense. This is my friend, Su Daoyu. You should address him as Su Senior. Su Daoyu, my disciple, doesn't speak well. Please don't take offense, Jiang Tianyang added. XuHong nodded, not wanting to argue with Xiao Hui. Master, how powerful is Su Senior? Are you stronger, or is Su Senior stronger? Jiang Tianyang's face darkened. If it weren't for XuHong being present, he would have slapped him. Just eat your food. Why are you asking so many questions? Learn from your junior brother. Food is not to be discussed during meals. Oh, Xiao Hui realized he had asked the wrong question when he saw his master's dark expression. He looked up at XuHong and noticed XuHong was watching him with a half-smile. He was immediately startled and quickly lowered his head. He had misjudged. This guy was likely a golden core expert like his master, and he probably was even stronger than his master. He couldn't afford to offend him. Although Xiao Hui was talkative and liked to make friends, he was also the typical type who feared the strong. Knowing that XuHong might be stronger than his master, he immediately dared not say anything more. If his master was strong, he could protect him. But if his master was the weaker one, who would protect him? After ensuring Jiang Tianyang's 2 disciples were well fed, XuHong took the 3 of them back to Zhou Wenya's place. With more people around, it was impossible for all of them to stay at Zhou Wenya's home. So XuHong planned to find a place for the 3 of them to live. With over 2 months until the Mid-Autumn Festival and the materials Jiang Tianyang needed also requiring time for XuHong to find, it was necessary to find them a place to stay. Fortunately, there was an empty room next to Zhou Wenya's place. XuHong directly contacted the landlord and rented it. Although the money he had previously used to help the poor was spent, he had managed to help the poor again that morning. So he had some cash on hand now and could afford the rent. Regal Hotel. Ding ding ding. Who is it? Wang Tsong rose from his 4 jade arms. He was quite annoyed as he had been tired all night and hadn't slept much when the phone rang. It's me. Number gang, Money Leopard. Leopard brother, why are you calling me so early? What's up? Upon hearing it was Money Leopard from Number Gang, Wang Tsong perked up a bit. Number Gang was notorious for being money-oriented and not caring about people. Money Leopard had some connection with him, but it was only a slight one. Their relationship was more like employer-employee. You pay, I work. Last night, 20 of my brothers were caught. Wang Tsong was momentarily stunned. What does that have to do with me? Doesn't have anything to do with you? Damn, they were doing your dirty work and got caught. Well, Leopard brother, if your men are weak and got caught, that's not my fault. It's not your fault, but at least you should have clear information. Do you know that all 20 of them were taken down by an old man? An old man? An old man with half white hair in his 50s? Leopard brother, are you joking with me? Who the hell is joking with you? Bring 1,000,000, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Beep, beep, beep. The phone was forcefully hung up on the other end. Wang Tsong held his phone with a dark face. Money Leopard hanging up on him directly made him very unhappy. But he was only annoyed. He knew what kind of person Money Leopard was. Many had been sunk by him. If he truly offended that guy, even with money, the other party would not care about him. If his father were a super tycoon, it would be a different story. The Number Gang is powerful, but they wouldn't dare mess with a super tycoon from Hong Kong Island. However, his father is just a wealthy businessman. Although his net worth is in the tens of billions, it's still far behind those super tycoons. When the Money Leopard recognizes him, he calls him Brother Tsong, but when he doesn't, he's nothing. Even if he's unhappy, he can only hold it in. However, the Money Leopard's words piqued his curiosity. An old man taking down 20 young and strong guys. Sounds like a movie plot, right? But if this embarrassing thing isn't true, the Money Leopard wouldn't say it. After all, he asked his little brother, and it would be embarrassing for him too. Unless it's a fact. He suddenly became interested in that old man who took down 20 of the Money Leopard subordinates. He thought of a friend of his, Huang Yongfa, a remarkable person. They met by chance once, and that incident made him realize that ghosts really exist in this world. So, he became more restrained in his actions. Although he still plays with women, he generally doesn't go too far when someone offends him, just teaches them a lesson. Chapter 108. We're not professionals, seeking flowers. An old man taking down 20 young and strong guys sounds exaggerated unless it's true. If it is, then that old man is not simple. Such remarkable people are hard to come by, and Wang Tsong has always wanted to make such connections but never had the chance. He once met someone named Huang Yongfa, who who had the ability to see ghosts and knew how to exorcise them. That person saved his life, so they became friends. But he had only encountered one such remarkable person, Huang Yongfa. It seems he needs to find an opportunity to meet that old man. As for hiring someone to beat someone up, there's no misunderstanding that can't be resolved, especially since that incident was caused by a Ben, which has nothing to do with him, Wong Kong. No, he doesn't even know a Ben. He got up and called his secretary to send $1 million to the Money Leopard. He couldn't afford not to send that $1 million. Otherwise, the Money Leopard would definitely come looking for trouble, and he didn't want that. Hongbin Building. Fortune Insurance Company. Of course, on the surface, it's an insurance company, but in reality, it's a loan shark business. The boss is named Tian Bao, nicknamed Money Leopard, one of the leaders of the number gang, with hundreds of people under him. He is ruthless and only recognizes money, not people, which is why he is known as Money Leopard in the underworld. Leopard brother, you looking for us? A man in his 30s with long hair walked into the office and saw Tian Bao sitting at the desk. Manan, I need you to do something. What is it? Just say it, Leopard brother. Help me kill someone. Who? Here's his photo. After you find him, just take him out. By the way, use a gun, don't use a knife. He's quite capable. Anan took the photo, and it showed Jiang Tianyang in a gray Taoist robe. This? Leopard brother, are you sure this is the right photo? Anan thought Tian Bao had given him the wrong one. It's this person, no mistake. Remember, use a gun. He's quite capable. A Fei and his 20 guys fell at his hands, and they're still in the police station. In a few days, they'll be sent to Stanley. So do you understand? Anan nodded. How could not understand? 20 of Tian Bao's men couldn't take down one old man. If that old man doesn't die, then Tian Bao wouldn't be able to survive in the underworld, and his position as a leader in the number gang would be unstable. The most crucial thing is that it would be very embarrassing, and other gangs would mock him. Just thinking of that scene made Anan understand why Tian Bao was looking for him. The number gang sends out a killer, and he is a prominent gold medal killer in the number gang. Up to today, he has never missed a target. As for why he's not ranked first, it's simply because he hasn't taken as many contracts as others. Simsha Sui Police Station. Meng Chao, what should we do? Although the Mud Eel King has turned to ash, you heard what he said. He released a very fierce Ghost King. Moreover, there are more ghosts beneath our police station. That Ghost King will come back to release his subordinates, and then the police station will turn into a ghost station. We're doomed. Is there any way out? Ji Meiji looked at his good partner Meng Chao and spoke. A way? I'm thinking about it. Do you think we can directly tell Chief AXIN that there are many sealed ghosts beneath our police station? A Ghost King was released by Shi Mingzai last night. Do you think Chief AXIN will believe us? Believe you? You might as well say he'll win the lottery tomorrow. Don't you know? Chief AXIN is an atheist. He believes in nothing but himself. Jean Meiji replied irritably. But thinking about it, it's true. Meng Chao is not as clever as he is. If he couldn't think of a solution, then it would be impossible for Meng Chao to come up with one. But this matter cannot be ignored. There are so many people in the police station, and if it isn't resolved, many people will die. They're all colleagues. They can't just wash their hands and leave. While he was deep in thought, suddenly, bang, Meng Chao slapped the table, startling him. What are you doing, Meng Chao? I thought of something. What did you think of? A solution. Think about it. We are police officers. Catching thieves is our specialty, but catching ghosts, right? How did I not think of that? But where do we go to find professionals to catch ghosts? Jean Meiji recalled the difficulty. They didn't know any exorcists. We're not professionals. Let's find Zhong Bo. Doesn't he always say he used to be a Taoist? He must know how to catch ghosts. Even if he doesn't know, he can recommend a powerful Taoist to us. Meng Chao spoke again. Ah, how did I not think of that? Meng Chao, are you having a problem today? What problem? Meng Chao looked at Jean Meiji in confusion. You don't seem like yourself today. Am I not like you? You're not usually this clever. Meng Chao's face darkened. Get lost. Hurry up and find Zhong Bo. Stop wasting time. The two left the office and soon found Zhong Bo in the police station cafeteria. He was now responsible for cooking at the police station, and his skills were decent. Zhong Bo, Jean Meiji, Meng Chao, what brings you two here? As the stars of the Tsim Sha Sui police station, there are hardly anyone in the entire police station who doesn't know them. After all, they are effective in their work and equally good at taking the blame. We need your help, Zhong Bo. You always say you used to be a Taoist, so you should know how to catch ghosts, right? Catch ghosts? I'd be steadier with a spatula than a peachwood sword. You're asking me about catching ghosts? What? Did you two encounter ghosts? Also, there aren't even any flowers on the shoulders, so it's pretty normal to encounter ghosts. Meng Chao, Jean Meiji. Do you have to hit so close to home, Zhong Bo? Although the two were speechless, they were in need of help, so they had to endure whatever the other person said. It's like this, Zhongbo, it's not that we encountered ghosts, but there are ghosts under the police station now. Yesterday, a hapless fellow released a powerful Ghost King. He said that the Ghost King would come back tonight and release all the ghosts under the police station. That's why we came to find you, to see if you have any way to resolve this issue. Otherwise, who knows how many people will die at the police station. This matter is useless for you to find me. It would be better to look for Inspector AXIN. That guy doesn't believe in ghosts, so it's useless to find him. And it's useless for you to look for me. To be honest, although I used to be a Taoist priest, I'm just a beginner in Qi training, and my magical power is very low. I can't even deal with ordinary little ghosts, let alone a Ghost King. I can't help you with this. Zhongbo isn't stupid. A Ghost King, even if it's not a real Ghost King, but a fierce ghost. It's like giving himself away if he goes there. He's only in his 40s, still young. He doesn't want to die. Meng Chao and Jin Meiji are completely outsiders and have no idea about the levels of ghosts or the ferocity of each level. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. Who called me? It's you, Mei Li. Jin Meiji and Meng Chao turned around and found a female police officer standing behind them. She's a colleague from the bureau, Mei Li. She's decent looking, with a slim waist and long legs, but unfortunately, her family is too wealthy. She directly opened an airport, and it's just too much to handle. Mei Li is interested in the handsome Jin Meiji, but unfortunately, Jin Meiji isn't attracted to her. However, as colleagues, they still have to greet each other with a smile when they meet. This way, they can also ask for help with writing reports or something, right? Why are you two here? They're here to ask me to help them catch ghosts. Catch ghosts? Zhongbo, you really can catch ghosts? Is it true? In the past. Yes, but not anymore. Then Zhongbo, you must know some powerful Taoists, right? Jin Meiji spoke up. If Zhongbo isn't capable, then find someone else. I don't know anyone. I'm just an ordinary little Taoist priest. How could I know any powerful ones? However, I know a few who have some Taoist skills, but their cultivation levels aren't high either. You said there are many ghosts under the police station, and there's a Ghost King that escaped. Even if I bring them over, it won't be useful. They can't fight them. Looking for a master? Hey, I heard that last night, over at Deepwater Slope. There was a very powerful old man who single-handedly took down 20 thugs from the number gang. He is particularly formidable. Mei Li exclaimed in surprise, and then said, Come on, we want to find a Taoist master to catch ghosts, not an old man with good fighting skills to deal with the gang, big sister. Meng Chao said unhappily from the side, Can't you see they're already troubled? Why are you adding to the chaos here? Yes, but that old man was wearing a Taoist robe. I think he should be a Taoist. If he can take down 20 thugs from the number gang by himself, if he is a Taoist, then he must be a truly capable one. Maybe you could try to find him. Really? Jin Meiji and Meng Chao's eyes lit up with surprise upon hearing this. It's truly like searching for iron shoes and finding none, but now it comes effortlessly. It's true. This matter has spread like wildfire, Mei Li confirmed. Jin Meiji and Meng Chao exchanged glances. What are we waiting for? Let's go find him directly. The two left the cafeteria, got in the car, and headed to the Deepwater Slope police station. They needed to get contact information there and then go to invite the person. At the rental house, Jiang Tianyang was busy moving furniture with his apprentices. The items were all bought for them by XuHong. After all, they would be living there for 2 months, so they couldn't have nothing at home. Of course, the ones doing the work were Xiao Hui and Ma Shangfeng. Meanwhile, XuHong and Jiang Tianyang were discussing Taoism on the other side. Although it was called a discussion, it was actually just an exchange of their respective cultivation insights and understanding of spells. XuHong also learned a lot of practical spells from Jiang Tianyang through this. What satisfied XuHong the most was a technique for storing things in his sleeves. Of course, compared to the sleeve technique of Zhen Yuanzi, it couldn't be compared at all, but it was still quite remarkable. At least, as long as your cultivation level is high enough. The person stored inside cannot forcibly break free, which is very practical. Besides that, they also discussed some other spells and formations. As a master of weapon refining, XuHong's understanding of formations was not low. After all, refining weapons involves engraving various formations and combining them together. XuHong was happy to learn, while Jiang Tianyang was astonished by XuHong's talent. Even things he didn't understand. Once XuHong explained, he could quickly grasp them and apply them in other areas. It was simply inhuman. No wonder he had reached the same level as him at such a young age. There's no comparison. Chapter 109. The Essentials of Alchemy, Jin Meiji, Meng Chao, Seeking Flowers. Overall, both of them gained something from this discussion. Jiang Tianyang benefited greatly from XuHong's experience in cultivation and the application of spells. XuHong's superbrain enabled him to make changes to some spells, allowing them to be cast faster and significantly increasing their power. As long as Jiang Tianyang digests this knowledge and improves his strength a bit, it won't be difficult. XuHong's strength also saw some improvement, and in addition, he learned many highly practical spells. They can be said to be mutually satisfied. Of course, what pleased XuHong the most was a book on the essentials of alchemy he obtained from Jiang Tianyang. It recorded how to extract the spiritual power from spiritual herbs and refine it into pills to enhance cultivation. However, alchemy is very difficult and requires a high level of spiritual awareness. Because extracting spiritual power from spiritual herbs requires meticulousness. If one's spiritual awareness is not strong enough, they cannot control it well, and if they accidentally destroy the spiritual herb while extracting it, the spiritual power will dissipate along with it, leading to a failed alchemy. Although Jiang Tianyang is a golden core stage cultivator, he cannot refine pills. His use of spiritual awareness is very rough, or rather, not strong enough to achieve the level of meticulousness required. Therefore, even though he has a book on the essentials of alchemy, he actually cannot refine pills. Since it's of no use in his hands, he simply gave it directly to XuHong. With the latter's powerful spiritual awareness, alchemy should not be difficult for him. Spiritual pills are naturally useless for XuHong, but they are very useful for those around him. They can be used for Bairuru and the others to speed up their cultivation, which is completely feasible. Moreover, spiritual pills do not have the so-called toxicity mentioned in novels. You can't overeat them, and eating too many leads to resistance. As long as you have enough spiritual pills, you can keep consuming them, even to the point of becoming an immortal. The reason XuHong hasn't taught XuHong and Xiaomei how to cultivate is that even if he taught them how to cultivate, it wouldn't matter because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is so thin that they wouldn't be able to achieve much in their cultivation. In the late stage of foundation building like Lin, Fengjiao, and the others, encountering guns and cannons would still lead to kneeling. Without entering the golden core stage, one cannot transcend. In front of guns and cannons, they're all like curled ants. But in that era, who could achieve the golden core? Even the protagonists Lin Fengjiao and Lin Zhengdao were unable to enter the golden core, let alone others. However, if there were an unlimited supply of spiritual pills, it would be different. With the essence of alchemy, XuHong could completely attempt alchemy. As for spiritual herbs, he could plant them himself. Spiritual herbs are merely plants and medicinal materials that contain spiritual power. XuHong could not elevate others' cultivation, but as long as he had seeds, planting spiritual herbs was not difficult for him. Because in the essence of alchemy, there is a spell called Transformation of Spirit. Transformation of Spirit is about converting one's magical power into spiritual rain to cultivate spiritual herbs. And as long as XuHong has seeds, he can cultivate a large area of spiritual herbs by himself. After all, he possesses more than just one type of magical power within him. His pure yang power is even greater. Using pure yang power to perform Transformation of Spirit is also feasible. This means that XuHong's speed in cultivating spiritual herbs would be very fast. Therefore, alchemy is very useful for XuHong. As long as he can refine a large number of spiritual pills, he can allow those around him to cultivate alongside him. Moreover, he can use them himself. It can be said that this essence of alchemy is XuHong's biggest gain from this discussion on the Tao. After carefully storing the essence of alchemy, XuHong planned to find time to study it slowly at night, especially since he still had a century-old spiritual Ganoderma from a previous trade with Yanhong that he hadn't used yet. It was just the right time to try alchemy with it. Just as he put the book away, his phone rang. The phone was something he bought yesterday, mainly for convenience. XuHong took out his phone, knowing that not many people had his number. So far, aside from Zhou Wenya, there is only a phone number left by someone he met at the police station while giving a statement yesterday. XuHong glanced at the phone number, and the caller ID showed an unfamiliar number, so he chose to answer it. "Hello, is this Mr. Su?" A somewhat familiar voice came from the other end of the line. XuHong was certain he had heard this voice before. His mind quickly turned, and a figure appeared in his mind. "It's me. Hello, Mr. Su. This is Jean Meiji from the Tsim Sha Sui police station. May I ask if Jiang Tianyang, Taoist Jiang, is with you?" XuHong glanced at Jiang Tianyang, who was sitting cross-legged and digesting new knowledge. Yes. At the same time, a look of realization appeared on XuHong's face. After hearing the voice on the phone, the face of the singing Gajong flashed through XuHong's mind, and the name given by the other party clearly confirmed XuHong's suspicion. The caller was indeed the singing Gajong, Jean Meiji from the Ghost Police Station. Why is this guy calling me and specifically looking for Jiang Tianyang? XuHong's thoughts turned quickly, soon deducing a reasonable reason. Then where are you now? Can you give me the address? XuHong directly requested the address over the phone. After that, the call ended. Half an hour later, Jean Meiji and Meng Chao drove over. Knock, knock, knock. Is Mr. Su there? Meng Chao's voice came from outside the door. A smile unconsciously appeared on XuHong's face. Wen Kai has turned into Meng Chao. This is really interesting. On the other side, Xiao Hui had already opened the door. Hey, who are you two? Xiao Hui still maintained his usual attitude, never having a good tone for strangers. Meng Chao and Jean Meiji were taken aback by Xiao Hui. They thought to themselves, who is this guy, speaking like that? Of course, they were unhappy, but since they were here to ask for help, they could only endure it. Is Mr. Su and Mr. Jiang here? Jean Meiji and Meng Chao forced a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hui finally understood that they were here to find someone. You're looking for Senior Su and Master? Guomin. Xiao Hui moved aside to let them enter the house. Mei Ming was busy cleaning the room. The two had just rearranged the furniture, but there was still quite a bit of dust in the room. They were in the process of dusting and mopping the floor. Jean Meiji and Meng Chao entered the room. The two carefully examined the room and found it quite ordinary, not like a place where a master would live. After all, in their view, if someone was a capable master, they should not lack money and should be living in a large villa. Which of the wealthy tycoons in Hong Kong did not believe in feng shui? If one understood feng shui, they would definitely be a guest of those wealthy tycoons. They would never lack money. If they wanted to live in a large villa, someone would rush to offer it. No need to buy it at all. Hey, what are you looking at? Master and Senior Su are inside, Xiao Hui said, looking at the two who were examining everything, a bit annoyed. The two suppressed their dissatisfaction and followed behind Xiao Hui. Soon, they saw XuHong and Jiang Tianyang. Jiang Tianyang was sitting cross-legged and silent. XuHong was the first to look at them. Senior Su, these two guys are here to find you and Master. Upon seeing XuHong, Xiao Hui immediately showed a smile. Meng Chao and Jean Meiji were shocked by the sudden change in Xiao Hui's demeanor. This guy must be a dog, they thought. His face changes so quickly. When facing us, he looks like we owe him money, but now he is all smiles in front of XuHong. The flattery is so obvious that we feel embarrassed to point it out. However, the two were even more surprised by Xiao Hui's title for XuHong. Senior? Could it be that XuHong is also a master? But this guy looked like he was just a bit more handsome than them. Nothing special. He appeared young, had no facial hair, and didn't seem very capable. At such a young age, what could he possibly do? The two completely ignored the gazes of Jean Meiji and Meng Chao and instead looked at Jiang Tianyang. Daoist Jiang, these two are here to find you. They probably have some good business to discuss with you, XuHong said with a smile. XuHong's voice pulled Jiang Tianyang back from his meditative state. He had absorbed most of what he learned from XuHong. The rest could wait for another time to digest slowly. There was no rush. Jiang Tianyang nodded, stood up from the ground, and said, You two came to find me. What is the matter? It's like this. Our police station is haunted, and we don't know if Mr. Jiang understands how to catch ghosts. Haunted police station? Jiang Tianyang was taken aback. If you understand, could you come with us to the police station to catch ghosts? XuHong understood that the so-called police station was the government office. But places like government offices generally wouldn't be haunted. After all, government offices belong to official organizations, protected by the dragon energy of the dynasty. Demons and monsters would find it difficult to even approach, let alone cause trouble there. Yes, there are quite a few ghosts under our police station. Last night, a powerful Fusang Ghost King escaped, and we received news that the Ghost King will return to the police station tonight to release all the ghosts beneath the police station. If this matter is to happen, many people will definitely die. Dao Zhang, you can help us. Jiang Tianyang frowned. The Fusang Ghost King? Yes, that's right. The Ghost King of Fusang, very fierce, Meng Chao replied. Jiang Tianyang fell silent for a moment. The reason he came to this era was because he fought against the Fusang Ghost King and accidentally opened the heavenly and earthly mysterious gate. He had quite a grudge with the Fusang Ghost King. He was still wondering, since they had all come to this era, there was no reason for the Fusang Ghost King not to follow. It seems that the guy must have arrived on a different timeline, came early, and then got sealed away. Now he has escaped. It seems that he must take action in this matter. Seeing Jiang Tianyang silent, Meng Chao and Jean Meiji both felt anxious. If Jiang Tianyang didn't agree to help, they would be in big trouble. After all, they had already spent time looking for Jiang Tianyang. If he didn't help them, they wouldn't have time to find others for assistance, as it was getting dark soon. All right, I can help you with this matter, but I need you to prepare some things for me and cooperate fully. Jiang Tianyang put forward his request. It was impossible to deal with the Fusang Ghost King without some preparation. Moreover, he planned to take this opportunity to gather materials to refine 1 or 2 magical artifacts. As many of his previous artifacts were damaged during the battle with the Fusang Ghost King, He didn't have much stock left and needed to replenish it. It was a perfect opportunity to fleece some wool, as he couldn't be the only one putting in effort and money. Chapter 110. Fanny, seeking flowers. Upon hearing Jiang Tianyang's words, Jean Meiji and Meng Chao exchanged glances, both feeling a bit awkward. Well, we will try our best. Without the support director, XuHong, the two senior officers couldn't provide much help or cooperation to Jiang Tianyang, especially in terms of funding. They were both broke. Where would they get money for Jiang Tianyang? From the beginning, they had planned to use their identity as police officers to get Jiang Tianyang to help them for free. At worst, after the matter was over, they would have director XuHong cover the costs. As for now, they couldn't help Jiang Tianyang with anything. After all, their dear director, XuHong, didn't believe in ghosts and thought they were just talking nonsense. He was currently asking them to find and capture Shiming's eye. But where could they find him? The Mud Eel King had already turned to ashes. What do you mean try our best? Jiang Tianyang was taken aback. His status during the Ming Dynasty was not low. Even a county magistrate would treat him with respect. Now, he was actively helping, but the other party couldn't even cooperate and seemed prepared to let him work for free. Jiang Tianyang was stunned. Well, mainly our officer doesn't believe that there are ghosts in this world and thinks we were just making it up. If you can convince him, then whatever you want us to cooperate with will be simple. Jean Meiji spoke up. Since he doesn't believe, why not let him see a ghost? XuHong laughed from aside. Officer XuHong in the ghost police station indeed didn't believe in ghosts and was the type who didn't believe in evil. However, this was normal. It's possible that someone who has never seen a ghost would think you're crazy if you told them ghosts exist. It's understandable not to believe. But solving this problem is also simple. Just let him see a ghost once. That's a plan. But with that bright flower on his hat, can he see a ghost? Jean Meiji and Meng Chao's eyes lit up. Yeah, why didn't we think of this sooner? We should have thought of this long ago. XuHong Smai, Su Daozu, would you like to join? Jiang Tianyang invited XuHong. He only knew that XuHong's strength should be stronger than his, but he had never seen it firsthand. To be honest, he was quite curious about XuHong's true strength. Moreover, if the Ghost King in the police station was indeed the Fusong Ghost King he knew, it would be difficult for him to handle alone. Having XuHong there would make it much easier. Since there's nothing going on, I can help you out. I've just learned quite a bit from you, and can also test it out. XuHong smiled. Jiang Tianyang nodded. Afterward, he arranged for his two disciples to stay at home and not go anywhere. Then he took his gear and, together with XuHong, got into the car of Jean Meiji and Meng Chao and headed to the Tsim Sha Sui police station. With XuHong helping to back him up, there was no need to bring Xiao Hui and Ma Shangfeng along. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew that both Xiao Hui and Ma Shangfeng were clumsy. Bringing them along would only be a hindrance, so he simply left them at home to play. After all, both of them were now hooked on the television. They could watch TV to pass the time after finishing their work. At the Tsim Sha Sui police station, Officer XuHong was sitting in his office handling official business. Jean Meiji, Meng Chao, here comes their complaint letter again. These two idiots always get me into trouble. I hope the new female inspector transferred from above can keep those two in line and make them make fewer mistakes. Just then, there was a knock on the door of his office. Guomin. The door creaked open from the outside. A short-haired woman, looking spirited and confident, walked in. Reporting, Senior Inspector Fanny is here, Director, XuHong. Fanny, right? Come over here. After you come, you'll take over the Serious Crimes Unit first. Here are the details of your team members. By the way, there are two people you need to pay special attention to. What is it, Director? Jean Meiji and Meng Chao. Their ability to cause trouble is very strong, and I hope you can make them make fewer mistakes after you come. Jean Meiji and Meng Chao. Are they hard to deal with? The Serious Crimes Unit's troublemakers. They have some abilities, but their ability to get into trouble is even stronger. Okay, I understand what to do now, Officer XuHong. Beautiful. I'm here, Director. Did you call me? Jean Meiji and Meng Chao. Go call them here. Director, they are not in the office right now. They went out to handle a case, Meili said. Handle a case? What case? I didn't know about it. Is it about the Mud Eel King case? These two guys, I said they were lying to me before, claiming they weren't lying. When they come back, I'll teach them a lesson. All right, Fanny, you can go down first. When those two come back, I'll have them meet you. Okay, Director, Fanny nodded. She then took the documents on Meng Chao and Jean Meiji and left Officer XuHong's office. The documents included introductions to both of them, how many years they had been in service, how many cases they had solved, and how many complaints they had received. These two guys had been complained about over 30 times in a year. They really were troublemakers. But falling into my hands, even a tiger has to lie down. Fanny raised the documents in her hand. She walked towards her office. As a senior inspector, She had been transferred to the Tsim Sha Sui police station to lead the major crimes unit, and she had her own small office. Holding some documents and stepping briskly, Fanny was preparing to return to her office. Suddenly, she noticed two men entering the police station, whom she had just seen in the files, Jean Meiji and Meng Chao. Fanny called out directly. Jean Meiji and Meng Chao were momentarily taken aback. Who called them? They looked in the direction of the voice and immediately spotted Fanny. Their eyes lit up at once. Fanny had a decent figure and looked good. If she were rated out of 100, she would score around 80. She could barely be considered beauty. Wearing a fitted skirt, she had her own charm. At least, she was much more attractive than beautiful. Jean Meiji and Meng Chao walked over directly. Hey, beautiful, were you looking for us? Yeah, beautiful. By the way, we haven't met before. How do you know our names? Have we caught you before? Jean Meiji said with a mischievous smile. Hearing their words, Fanny sneered coldly. Just from that remark, she could tell they were LSPs. Jean Meiji. Meng Chao, I'm Fanny, newly transferred to the Tsim Sha Sui police station. My badge number is 4567, and I hold the rank of senior inspector. Just now, Director XIN has appointed me as the head of the major crimes unit. In simple terms, I'm your boss now, and you should call me madam. Jean Meiji and Meng Chao were stunned, then their faces fell. Just 2 days ago, they heard that a senior inspector was being transferred to lead the major crimes unit in Tsim Sha Sui. They didn't expect to offend her right away. Having just arrived, their superior, and they had already crossed paths. This would be tough for them in the future. At that moment, XuHong and Jiang Tianyang also appeared at the police station entrance and walked in. It turned out that they had just gone to the restroom. No, it should be said that XuHong accompanied Jiang Tianyang to the restroom. XuHong was worried that Jiang Tianyang might confuse the men's and women's restrooms. If he entered the ladies' room, that would be problematic. As for him, he didn't need to use the restroom at all. His strong physical condition meant that his digestive system was also formidable. Everything he ate was completely absorbed by his body, with no residue left. Fanny immediately noticed XuHong and Jiang Tianyang entering the police station. One was Jiang Tianyang, dressed oddly in a gray robe, carrying a bag and a sword. One might think he had just walked out of drama. As for XuHong, he was simply too handsome. Compared to TVB's male stars, he was far superior. With high looks and great temperament, he was simply the perfect male god. Fanny was not infatuated, but seeing XuHong for the first time still made her heart race. No man could refuse an extraordinarily beautiful woman, and naturally, no woman could resist an exceptionally charming, handsome man. Madam, madam? Meng Chao called out a couple of times, but Fanny didn't respond at all. It was until Jean Meiji called out as well that Fanny snapped back to reality. However, she didn't pay attention to the two of them. Instead, she walked directly over to XuHong and Jiang Tianyang. Gentlemen, who are you looking for? Fanny approached XuHong and Jiang Tianyang with a smile. Just moments ago, she had a stern face towards Jean Meiji and Meng Chao. But now her expression was like a blooming peach blossom. Jean Meiji and Meng Chao looked at each other in disbelief. The speed of this change in demeanor was astonishing. They were handsome too, after all, but the two knew that this wasn't the time to think about such things. They quickly ran over. Before XuHong and Jiang Tianyang could explain, they smiled and said, Madam, this is Master Jiang, and this is... Although XuHong was young, they knew he must also be a capable expert. He just looked young. The aura he exuded was not simple, and having been police officers for so many years, they weren't foolish. They could see that XuHong was extraordinary. Catching ghosts? Fanny's eyes widened, seemingly not expecting her two subordinates to say something so ridiculous. You two are Hong Kong Island's Royal Police, and you actually believe in this absurd idea that there are ghosts in the world? If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, we wouldn't believe in such things, Meng Chao and Jean Meiji countered. What did you see with your own eyes? Ghosts? That's ridiculous. Inspector XIN told me you two are difficult to deal with. I didn't believe it at first. But now it seems that you two are not just difficult, but completely foolish, hopelessly so. Fanny said directly to the two. It wasn't surprising she felt this way. She had never encountered anything supernatural growing up. Ghosts were just nonsense to her. She and XIN were alike in that they had never seen a ghost. So they completely didn't believe that ghosts truly existed in this world. Because of this disbelief, the words of Jean Meiji and Meng Chao made her feel like they were treating her as a fool, which made her somewhat angry. Did she seem easily fooled? Miss, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Jiang Tianyang spoke at this moment to defend Jean Meiji and Meng Chao. Fine, then if you can let me see a ghost with my own eyes, I will believe you. Fanny was also somewhat annoyed. They were trying to fool her. It was truly outrageous. Master, Meng Chao and Jean Meiji looked at Jiang Tianyang. This is simple, but are you sure you really want to see a ghost? Seeing Jiang Tianyang's earnest expression, Fanny suddenly lost some of her confidence and even began to doubt herself. Could it be that she was wrong? Jean Meiji and Meng Chao were not lying to her, and there really were ghosts in the world. They had indeed hired someone to catch ghosts. But soon, she shook her head, dismissing the thought. After all, she was someone with a higher education, a graduate of Hong Kong Island University, holding a doctoral degree. How could she believe in such absurd things as ghosts? Nowadays, everything is based on scientific evidence. As a police officer, she couldn't entertain superstitions. With this in mind, she became even more resolute in her beliefs. If you can really let me see a ghost, then I will believe what you say. Then let us go together, Jiang Tianyang said suddenly, breaking his silence. Everyone looked at Jiang Tianyang. Jean Meiji and Meng Chao just wanted their director, XIN, to see a ghost too. And since you want to see it as well, let's go together. Jiang Tianyang had no intention of wasting time with him here. He decided to resolve everything at once. That way, he could also borrow IXIN's help to collect the materials Jiang Tianyang needed to set up the 8 treasures Yin-Yang mirror. He is a police chief, and XuHong asked him for help in collecting some things, which wasn't difficult for him. This way, he wouldn't have to search for them one by one, which would be troublesome. It was indeed a good idea, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Meng Chao laughed heartily, feeling that XuHong's suggestion was great. All right, then I'll accompany you to meet Chief XIN. I hope you're not just fooling me, Fanny said, giving Jean Meiji and Meng Chao a glare, as if to say that if they were deceiving her, they would be in trouble. After glaring at the two, she looked at XuHong with a hint of regret in her eyes. He was clearly very handsome, yet turned out to be a fraud. XuHong did not mind Fanny's gaze. He naturally understood what was in her eyes. He just didn't care. Experience and vision determine a person's understanding. Some things don't need to be overly explained because, when the truth comes, they will understand it naturally. The group walked towards Chief XIN's office. When they reached the door, Jean Meiji and Meng Chao stepped forward to knock. Come in, came XIN's voice from inside the office. Jean Meiji and Meng Chao immediately put on smiles and pushed the door open. Director, it's you too. What brings you here? As soon as XIN saw Jean Meiji and Meng Chao, he spoke irritably. Director, we're here about the Mudfish King. Meng Chao replied with a smile. What? Have you caught the Mudfish King again? Upon hearing that they were here about the Mudfish King, XIN's face immediately broke into a smile. The Mudfish King had stolen a wealthy person's bag a few days ago, which contained something quite important. Therefore, that wealthy person pressured the police department to capture the Mudfish King and help him retrieve his bag. So, he was under considerable pressure and particularly eager to catch the Mudfish King. When he heard that Jean Meiji and the others had caught the Mudfish King last night, he came to the police station this morning with a smile on his face. However, as soon as he arrived, the two directly claimed that the Mudfish King had turned into a ghost and turned to ashes. As someone educated, how could he believe such absurdity? He scolded them harshly. Originally, he thought it would take them some time to catch the Mudfish King. Unexpectedly, they brought good news just after being out for an afternoon. Although they were a bit foolish and reckless, they were still quite useful at critical moments. At this moment, XIN looked at the two with a much kinder gaze. We actually caught the Mudfish King yesterday. Where is he? He turned to ashes. Jean Meiji explained. XIN widened his eyes, staring at the two intensely. Do you really take me for a fool, or do you not want to work anymore and want to take off your uniforms? Director, XIN, we really didn't deceive you. We did catch the Mudfish King, but he later turned into a ghost. We didn't believe he turned into a ghost either. But he insisted that we shine sunlight on him to prove he was a ghost. And then he just disappeared after we did. Meng Chao explained with a wronged expression. He was indeed quite wronged. They had clearly caught the person and even obtained a piece of stolen property, planning to detain him for a night and interrogate him about the bag the next day. Unexpectedly, the next day, that guy turned into a ghost and vanished as soon as the sunlight hit him. They were more wrong than Do-E. What was wrong with him feeling a bit aggrieved? Get out. Director, we're serious. We didn't deceive you. Look, we specially invited experts here. If you don't believe us, they can help you see the ghost. Once you see the ghost with your own eyes, you'll believe it. Moreover, the Mudfish King said before he died that he released a very fierce Ghost King. That Ghost King will come to the station tonight and release all the ghosts below. Many people will definitely die then, Jean Meiji said sincerely. This time, XN only frowned, not getting angry. Or rather, he sensed that something was wrong. Although Jean Meiji and Meng Chao were a bit foolish, at least their minds were normal. They were not idiots. The serious and sincere expressions on their faces made him feel that they might not be lying. Coupled with what the old monk said a dozen days ago, he felt that such a coincidence wasn't impossible. Where is he? After a while, XIN spoke. Right outside. Jean Meiji and Meng Chao were overjoyed. He knew that XIN was willing to believe them. The most feared thing was that XIN wouldn't even believe them. Dish Jing, Dish Tu. You can come in now, Meng Chao shouted to the outside. The door was pushed open, and Jiang Tianyang and XuHong walked in, with Fanny following behind. XIN's gaze immediately fell on Jiang Tianyang, dressed in a gray robe, with a yellow bag and a sword on his back. One might think he had just come from film set. Then his gaze shifted to XuHong. XuHong was the tallest among them, and his height made him quite noticeable. Moreover, he was very handsome, dressed in trendy clothes that made him look like a star. Among the five, apart from the two strangers, he knew the other three well. Daoist Jiang and Daoist Su are the titles for these two, he thought. Jiang Tianyang indeed looked like a Daoist, but XuHong seemed nothing like a Daoist. He would be more convincing if he were said to be a celebrity. Director. These two are Daoist Jiang and Daoist Su. Both have real skills, especially Daoist Jiang, who single-handedly took down 20 members of the number gang. Oh, is that true? Upon hearing this, XIN immediately became interested. Jiang Tianyang wasn't tall or strong. He looked a bit thin. With such a physique, XIN didn't think he could win even in a 1-on-3 fight. Yet, he had indeed taken down 20 members of the number gang, one of the notorious groups in Hong Kong. XIN was quite familiar with that gang, as his anti-gang unit often dealt with them. It's true. Even the senior brothers from the Deepwater class know about this, he replied. Interesting. XIN nodded, stood up, and walked in front of Jiang Tianyang. Daoist Jiang. I am someone who doesn't believe in ghosts and have never seen one. So how do you plan to let me see a ghost? It's very simple. I can help you open your heavenly eye, and then you will be able to see ghosts. Opening the heavenly eye? You're not planning to hypnotize us, are you? Or are you going to drug us to make us hallucinate? Sin lux digo. Jiang Tianyang was momentarily speechless. To be honest, only because he had a good temper and lacked enough spiritual power at the moment. Otherwise, just based on XIN's words, he would have given him a lesson. Just because he was kind doesn't mean everyone could step on him. Actually, proving whether ghosts exist doesn't need to be that complicated. If ghosts exist, then do deities also exist? XuHong spoke at this moment. Everyone turned to look at him. Jiang Tianyang knew that XuHong was up to something. So, you're a deity then? XuHong smiled. Actually, I've lived for over 1,000 years. Haha, that's a good joke. You're not a comedian, are you? XIN laughed heartily. And XuHong also wore a smile. But the next moment, he raised his hand and waved it at XIN, who disappeared right before everyone's eyes. Jean Meiji, Meng Chao, and Finney were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Where did their director, XIN, go? Jiang Tianyang was also shocked, but not because he was surprised by XIN's disappearance, but rather by XuHong's talent. He recognized the technique XuHong had just used, Shioli Qiankuan, Sleeve Universe. This was a difficult skill to master. What is a divine ability? It is unpredictable. With boundless divine methods, that is a divine ability. In simple terms, it is a powerful ability that cannot be explained. Moreover, divine abilities are not only hard to understand, but also difficult to cultivate. When Jiang Tianyang learned this ability, he spent a full 15 years before mastering it. Even though XuHong had the experience he provided, mastering it in less than a day was unexpected. Such an understanding talent was shocking. Previously, he thought XuHong was merely good at learning, but now it seemed that the other party's comprehension ability was also quite abnormal. Some things once learned are learned, but understanding is another matter. You cannot just learn a divine ability. Even if you recognize all the characters, without comprehending their meaning, you still cannot master the divine ability. Chapter 112, Sleeve Universe, Seeking Flowers. XuHong's quick mastery of the Sleeve Universe was something Jiang Tianyang had not anticipated. After all, he had already overestimated XuHong's learning ability. But the truth was, he still underestimated him. Jean Meiji, Meng Chao, and Finney were completely confused. Where was Officer XIN? Both Jean Meiji and Meng Chao looked bewildered. XIN, such a big living person, just vanished before their eyes. It felt like they had seen a ghost. Could it be that Officer XIN was a ghost? But they quickly dismissed that thought. How could Officer XIN be a ghost? Ghosts cannot appear in broad daylight. Finney, after her initial shock, quickly realized that XIN's sudden disappearance had to do with XuHong. After all, XuHong's intention was too obvious. He had just raised his hand before XIN vanished. Where did you take Officer XIN? XuHong smiled slightly. With another wave of his hand, XIN reappeared. However, at that moment, Officer AXIN's face was filled with terror. Just now, he had suddenly entered a gray, misty world, where everything he could see was gray and dark. There was no road beneath his feet, or rather, there was nothing at all. No matter how he moved, everything around him remained unchanged, and he could not feel any solid ground beneath him. Wasn't I here? XuHong Chukka. AXIN could not laugh at all. He looked at XuHong, his eyes filled with fear and shock. He was certain that he had just been transported to another space, not under some illusion. That feeling was too real. There couldn't possibly be such powerful hallucinogenic drugs in the world. Moreover, XuHong had merely raised a hand. He was not holding anything and did not touch him. The other party just raised a hand, and then his vision blurred, and the scene before him changed completely. So he was sure that he had indeed gone to another space. At this moment, recalling the reality of that space still left a vivid impression. The entire space was gray, filled with a sense of loneliness that made him feel as if he was the only one there. It was truly tormenting. It was as if he was in a black hole. That feeling of helplessness and weightlessness was frightening. At this moment, his face appeared pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He absolutely did not want to experience that feeling again. Director, Jean Meiji and the others called out. But AXIN did not pay them any attention. What was that place just now? Asin Asket XuHong. In Taoism, it's called Shio Li Qian Kun. In Buddhism, it's called Su Mi Jiezi. Tell me your feelings. It has overturned my understanding of the world. Only now do I realize that I've always been a frog at the bottom of a well. AXIN shook his head and smiled bitterly. Finney was already stunned. Just a little while ago, AXIN had been adamant that there were no ghosts in the world, and now he seemed like a completely different person. So, you really are a deity? AXIN asked in an uncertain tone. To you, I am a deity, but in fact, I am not. Jean Meiji and Meng Chao looked puzzled. They did not understand XuHong's meaning. However, they were not too concerned, as they could at least be sure of one thing. They had indeed invited a powerful, true expert. Thinking of this, the two felt relieved. Even if the so-called Ghost King from Fusang came back tonight, they would not be afraid at all. Officer Finney, do you still need our help to see a ghost? No, I don't need it. Finney quickly shook her head. That's a joke. Now that I know there are really ghosts in the world, why would I want to see one? Just thinking about the word ghost was terrifying. Don't worry, tonight in the police station, even if you don't want to see, you will have to, unless you leave the police station before dark. Finney smiled helplessly. She was a police officer, and knowing that something big would happen in the police station tonight, how could she leave? That would be avoiding her duty. Her pride would not allow her to escape at this moment. Wait, how did XuHong know my name? She seemed not to have introduced herself. And Meng Chao and Jean Meiji did not know her name either. XuHong couldn't have learned it from them. How did you know my name is Finney? I calculated it. XuHong Lai. He calculated what? Didn't want to tell Finney, I watched the haunted police station, and you were the female lead in the movie? That would be foolish. But Finney believed him. Just as Finney was about to say something else, AXIN spoke first. Dao It Su, Dao It Diang. Jean Meiji and Meng Chao said there are many sealed ghosts beneath our police station. Is that true? AXIN asked the crucial question. Previously, he did not believe in the existence of ghosts. So even if Jean Meiji and Meng Chao said that the police station was a passage to the underworld, he would not have been afraid. After all, if he didn't believe in ghosts, then naturally the underworld passage would also be fake. But now that he knew ghosts really existed, what Jean Meiji and Meng Chao said might be true. Thinking of many ghosts beneath his feet, AXIN could not remain calm. We need to go down and take a look first. The police station has a fortune suppressing it. Although Dai Ying's strength has started to decline, the national fortune is still relatively strong. Even if there are really ghosts below, with the fortune suppressing it, you won't see anything from above. Although Jiang Tianyang was a golden core cultivator, he was heavily suppressed in this era. With 10% of his strength, he couldn't even exert 1%. Although XuHong was not greatly affected, he had already taken most of the spotlight, and now Jiang Tianyang had arrived. He couldn't possibly take all the attention for himself. XuHong gave Jiang Tianyang a glance, and the latter immediately understood it was his time to shine. He stepped forward directly. However, AXIN still glanced at XuHong. Jiang Daoyou's skills are not inferior to mine, implying that Jiang Tianyang was right. Then let's go down and take a look. Jean Meiji and Meng Chao, lead the way. Let's check out the prison cells. The cells in the Tsim Sha Sui police station were on the 3rd underground level. After Nian Wanwang was captured, he was locked up on the 3rd level. We're leading the way. Don't worry, with Jiang Daoling and Su Daoling here, what are you two afraid of? This is your chance to perform well. If the news is correct this time, you two will achieve great merit. When I report it, your ranks will definitely be promoted. ISNT, that a done deal? AXIN looked at the two with a confident expression. Jean Meiji and Meng Chao exchanged glances. The opportunity for promotion was right in front of them. There was no reason not to seize it. With that thought, they nodded in agreement, looking heroic. Director, AXIN, leave it to us. If someone didn't know better, they would think they were going to the battlefield. All right, let us get moving quickly. It's almost dark, XuHong said. The group headed straight for the police station cells. The deeper they went underground, the colder it became. Strange, why is it colder the further down we go? There's no air conditioning down here, Meng Chao said, hugging his arms in front of him, shivering. Outside, it was July, but down here it felt like December. Dressed in just a short-sleeved shirt and a shirt. Meng Chao couldn't bear it all. It's the Yin energy. Even if it's sealed, such a thick Yin energy can still seep out. If it weren't for the government suppressing it above, the ghost inside would have probably escaped long ago, Jiang Tianyang said, his expression serious. The Yin energy here was heavier than he had anticipated, indicating that there were many ghosts sealed underground, likely hundreds. And these ghosts wouldn't be of low rank. If they managed to escape, it would definitely be a disaster. Are there really ghosts? AXIN was shocked. No doubt about it, and there are quite a few. I need to set up a formation here. Otherwise, once it gets dark and that Fusong Ghost King breaks in, releasing the ghosts inside, it could lead to many deaths. Jiang Tianyang said. In his own time, a few hundred ghosts wouldn't have been a concern for him. But in this era, he was severely suppressed. Even a golden core cultivator with little mana would be of no help. You two come help me, he called out. Huh? Us? Jean Meiji and Meng Chao pointed at themselves. What do you mean if not you then who? Young men should show more initiative. Hurry and help Jiang Dowling. The two could only helplessly step forward to assist. After all, rank has its privileges. Fortunately, it wasn't too strenuous, just a bit tedious. XuHong watched from the side without saying a word. Fanny and AXIN also curiously watched Jiang Tianyang set up the formation. AXIN shot a dissatisfied glare at the two. The entire process was smooth and seamless, and the impression it left could be summed up in two words: professional. This thought arose simultaneously in AXIN and Fanny's minds. Jean Meiji and Meng Chao felt similarly, which calmed their hearts significantly. With Jiang Tianyang being so professional and reliable, they felt they would be safe tonight. Soon, Jiang Tianyang completed the formation setup. With this formation in place, even if the Fusong Ghost King broke in, he wouldn't be able to break the formation immediately and release the ghosts inside. What we need to do now is to keep the Fusong Ghost King outside and find the opportunity to eliminate him. After that, we can deal with the problems here. And then all troubles will be gone. However, I need you to help me prepare some items. I need to set up something outside. What do you need? Just say it, and I'll have someone bring it right away. XIN immediately promised. Having confirmed Jiang Tianyang's expertise, it was naturally the time to build rapport and get close. XuHong seemed too clever to approach, and AXIN didn't dare try. Jiang Tianyang, on the other hand, should be easier to get close to. Besides, Jiang Tianyang didn't seem as cunning as XuHong, so he should be easier to persuade. Of course, before trying to persuade him, he needed to first improve Jiang Tianyang's favorability. Otherwise, directly trying to persuade him would be suicidal. He was foolish. Chapter 113. The Ghost King strikes. Please give flowers. Jiang Tianyang didn't hold back and directly listed a whole bunch of items. Many of these were indeed things he needed, while some were not. This was a rare opportunity, and he certainly wanted to get some benefits for himself as well. He couldn't just come here to work for free. As a dignified golden core cultivator, asking for these items was already very polite. AXIN felt a bit of a headache, because many of the items Jiang Tianyang wanted were not only rare, but also antiques. For example, he wanted ancient coins. Although they weren't valuable antiques, he had no place to find them for Jiang Tianyang at the moment. But there was no helping it. They were the ones asking for help now. Even if it was a headache, they still needed to gather the items. Reluctantly, he could only step out to make a call. After all, as a police officer, he wouldn't have reached this level without connections. Half an hour later, the items Jiang Tianyang requested were delivered to him. Jiang Tianyang then began his setup. The outermost layer was a simple sensing device. If the Fusong Ghost King approached, the device would sense the Yin energy and ring a bell, alerting them immediately. Next was a binding formation, typically used to trap targets. Once the Fusong Ghost King arrived, Jiang Tianyang could activate this formation to trap him, preventing him from escaping. Finally, there was an offensive formation, used to apply pressure and inflict considerable damage on the trap target. Once everything was set, it was completely dark outside. In the police station, AXIN had already arranged for the staff to leave. Now only he, Jin Meiji, Meng Chao, Fanny, XuHong, and Jiang Tianyang remained. After Jiang Tianyang finished setting everything up, he returned to AXIN's office with XuHong to have some tea. Now that everything was ready, they just waited for the Fusang Ghost King to show up. Jin Meiji and the others were naturally extremely nervous. Compared to the calmness of Jiang Tianyang and XuHong, their hearts were racing. In simple terms, they felt uncertain. After all, having never experienced such a thing before, even though there was confidence in Jiang Tianyang and XuHong, there was always a slight lack of assurance deep down. Daoist Jiang, when will that Ghost King arrive? Meng Chao, who was sitting there bored, curiously asked. The time when the Yin energy is heaviest during the day is at midnight, from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., Jiang Tianyang explained. As a golden core cultivator, his learning ability, while not on par with XuHong, was still quite strong. So even though only a few days had passed, he had already adapted to this era and developed his own understanding of its time. So we have to wait a long time? Jin Meiji was taken aback. Bored waiting is the most torturous. But there was no choice. Waiting was necessary, and he was not the only one waiting. XuHong and Jiang Tianyang did not find it boring. The two had plenty to talk about. Jiang Tianyang was also happy to share some of his early experiences with XuHong. When Fanny and the others were bored, they listened in, unknowingly getting drawn into Jiang Tianyang's stories, surprised by the marvelous experiences he had gone through. The only confusion was why Jiang Tianyang kept mentioning the word emperor. Are there still emperors in this era? Just like that, time unknowingly passed until it was 11 p.m. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, a crisp bell rang out. The bell was clearly outside the police station, yet everyone inside could hear it clearly, as if the sound was ringing right in their ears. The bell has rung. The Ghost King is coming. Meng Chao stood up abruptly. Before he could say a second word, Jiang Tianyang had already rushed out with his sword in hand. With XuHong backing him up, he could take the initiative and not be so passive. Outside the police station, the Fusang Ghost King was blocked by a golden barrier within a formation. It said that he was quite unfortunate. Clearly, he had also entered the Heavenly Mystery Gate. But he was the first one to be kicked out. On the timeline, he arrived in this world decades earlier than XuHong and the others. This is also why XuHong only saw Jiang Tianyang and his two disciples in the Heavenly Mystery Gate, but not him. Otherwise, he would have been blown up by XuHong in the Heavenly Mystery Gate long ago. Although he arrived earlier on the timeline, his strength as a Ghost King had diminished due to a mutual defeat with Jiang Tianyang. However, he still possessed the powers of a Ghost King, which would be said to be quite formidable. But no one expected that as soon as he arrived in Xiangjiang, he would encounter a guy named Mao Xiaofang. After a fight, he was forcibly suppressed and sealed by the other party using the powers of the underworld. Until last night, the seal loosened, and with the help of the unfortunate Mud Eel King, he managed to escape. Having been sealed for too long caused his Ghost King's strength to drop to that of a Ghost General. He had to temporarily leave to absorb enough Yin energy to restore his strength back to the Ghost King level. After regaining his Ghost King strength, he returned to the police station, intending to release the small ghost records trapped underground. Those ghosts would become his capable subordinates to do his bidding. What he thought would be an easy task turned out to be blocked as soon as he arrived. Then, a person he detested appeared. If anyone he hated the most, Jiang Tianyang would definitely top the list. His demoness died at Jiang Tianyang's hands, and he was also injured by Jiang Tianyang, causing his realm to drop. After arriving in Xiangjiang, his strength had just begun to recover somewhat when he encountered Mao Xiaofang. If it weren't for him not being at his peak strength, Mao Xiaofang would not have been able to seal him. How could he have been sealed for decades? Ultimately, everything he went through was thanks to Jiang Tianyang. So if anyone he hated the most, Jiang Tianyang would definitely be first, and no one could compete with him. Similarly, Jiang Tianyang wished to eliminate the Fusang Ghost King. After all, this guy had once injured him and kidnapped Shishir in front of him. Failing to save her made Jiang Tianyang very angry and guilty. That was why he kept a close eye on the Fusang Ghost King. Moreover, coming to this era was also related to him, with old grudges and new hatreds combined. Naturally, Jiang Tianyang wanted to eliminate the Fusang Ghost King. A battle was inevitable. Although his strength was considerably suppressed in this era, he had prepared in advance, utilizing the innate environment here to set up a formation. Jiang Tianyang was very adept at adapting to local conditions. The police station was filled with national fortune energy. And how could Jiang Tianyang not take advantage of this in such a situation? Although the national fortune of Daying was far less than before the war, it was still a strong country in the world. The national fortune was still quite deep, making it very easy to suppress a Ghost King. The Fusang Ghost King soon sensed that something was wrong. He felt the pressure on him growing heavier, as if something was constantly accumulating on him, making it difficult for him to maintain his form in the air. He knew that the changes he was experiencing were definitely related to Jiang Tianyang, so he did not hesitate to strike out a palm in Jiang Tianyang's direction. Several bolts of black lightning shot out from his palm, aimed at Jiang Tianyang. At the Ghost King level, they were no longer like ordinary ghosts. They could use more powerful spells, and their power was even more terrifying. Some powerful Ghost Kings could even control Yin Thunder. The Fusang Ghost King was one such Ghost King who could control Yin Thunder. Jiang Tianyang, as a golden core cultivator with divine sense, did not need to rely on his eyes to see. The moment the Fusang Ghost King released the Yin Thunder, he already knew and made a dodge. Having fought with the Fusang Ghost King before, he was well aware of the opponent's Yin Thunder. How could he not be on guard? Boom, boom, boom. Huge explosions erupted, and those who were unaware might think someone was setting off fireworks. The Yin Thunder did not hit Jiang Tianyang, but everywhere it struck, it was left in ruins. The ground was blasted into small craters with half-meter radii. Such destructive power, if it were to hit a person, could directly blow a living person into pieces. The onlookers, Jin Meiji, Meng Chao, and others, were left dumbfounded. Compared to the Ghost King, those bandits armed with submachine guns and rifles were completely incomparable. Just the Yin Thunder from the Ghost King felt like enduring a rocket launcher that could fire infinitely. Who could withstand that? IXIN was even more grateful that he had cleared the police station early. Otherwise, in such a battle, if they intervened or got too close, there would be significant casualties. After dodging several attacks from the Fusang Ghost King, Jiang Tianyang began to circle around him. The Fusang Ghost King kept releasing Yin Thunder or directly forming darts with Yin energy to shoot at Jiang Tianyang. However, Jiang Tianyang always managed to evade them in advance. At this moment, Jiang Tianyang was as agile as a cunning rabbit, and the Fusang Ghost King's attacks could not touch him at all. This scene left Jin Meiji and the others utterly astonished. Jiang Tianyang looked like he was in his 50s or 60s, and at his age, even a little jump would make people worry about whether he would fall. Whether he would fall and not be able to get up again. But looking at Jiang Tianyang's current performance, he was more agile than a 20-year-old young man. Who would believe it if told? But it was happening right in front of your eyes, leaving no room for disbelief. The face of the Fusang Ghost King grew increasingly grim. He was currently trapped in a circle created by Jiang Tianyang, unable to escape. In addition, the formation suppression on him was also growing stronger, and he was feeling increasingly powerless. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. The next moment, the Fusang Ghost King let out a fierce roar. A wave of ghostly energy erupted in an instant. It was as if the substantial Yin energy scattered out like a spray from an inked squid. Not good. Jiang Tianyang's expression changed. He didn't expect the Fusang Ghost King to attempt to break through his formation in this way. Releasing all the Yin energy in an instant would leave the Fusang Ghost King weak for a long time. But the effect was indeed remarkable. The vast amount of Yin energy directly shattered the formation that bound Jiang Tianyang, and once these Yin energies spread out, it would definitely be a disaster for the ordinary people nearby. The Yin energy carried by the Ghost King was extraordinarily intense. The moment the Fusang Ghost King released the Yin energy, Jin Meiji and the others, who were at a distance, clearly sensed a sudden drop in the temperature of the police station. Chapter 114. The Ghost King's sudden attack, request for flowers. Jiang Tianyang's face was extremely unsightly as he sighed helplessly. After all, the pressure from this era on him was too great. There wasn't much suppression on ghostly beings, which led to a situation where he and the Fusang Ghost King were somewhat mismatched in strength. Even with the assistance of the formation, he still couldn't successfully suppress the Fusang Ghost King. Otherwise, if it were in his own era, with the formations he had set up in advance, even if the Fusang Ghost King was at the late stage of a Ghost King, he would have confidence in suppressing him. The national fortune of a country is not something to be taken lightly. The national fortune of dying still had some effect. Unfortunately, Jiang Tianyang did not anticipate that the Fusang Ghost King would be so decisive. Subsequently, Jiang Tianyang began to deal with the spreading Yin energy. If this Yin energy was left unchecked and allowed to spread, it would lead to a big problem. If ordinary people were to be invaded by Yin energy, they could suffer serious illness or even death, which was very serious. Moreover, Yin energy also had a significant attraction to ghostly beings. If these Yin energies were not dealt with, they could easily attract some wandering spirits or little ghosts, which would create more trouble. As for the Fusang Ghost King who had rushed into the police station, he was not worried at all, because XuHong was inside, maintaining the formation. He believed XuHong could handle the Fusang Ghost King. The other party's immediate outburst of Yin energy broke through the formation's blockade, with the intention of rushing into the police station to destroy the seal underneath and release the ghosts inside. At that time, with hundreds of ghosts around, even if he was currently in a weakened state, he would still have the ability to fight Jiang Tianyang and even kill him. This was the Fusang Ghost King's all-or-nothing choice. The moment he broke free from Jiang Tianyang's formation, he was still pleased with his decision, thinking it was the right choice. But soon he saw XuHong, who had been waiting for him for a long time inside. XuHong had long anticipated that Jiang Tianyang would not be able to handle the Fusang Ghost King. It wasn't that he doubted Jiang Tianyang's strength. It was not difficult for a Golden Elixir stage practitioner to deal with a Ghost King, but it also depended on the era. If it were during the Ming Dynasty's Emperor Xiaozong, given the rich spiritual energy of that time, Jiang Tianyang's Golden Elixir stage strength, even if it could not be compared to the ancient Golden Elixir, would still have at least 20 to 30 of its power. Dealing with a mere Ghost King would not be too difficult. Moreover, Jiang Tianyang was one of the more powerful practitioners among the Golden Elixir stage, as he was an all-round practitioner like Lin Fengjiao. He was well-versed in various techniques and had many means. His strength was naturally formidable. Unfortunately, they were in the 1980s, where the spiritual energy was so thin it could make practitioners weep. If in XuHong's era, practitioners could at least reach the late stage of foundation establishment, then in this era, being able to reach the early stage of foundation establishment was already considered a genius. The thin spiritual energy was too harsh a suppression on Jiang Tianyang. He had many means that he simply could not use in this era. Although he still had some magical tools left and used, it was no longer necessary. After all, with XuHong maintaining the formation, Jiang Tianyang only needed to deal with the Yin energy. As soon as the Fusang Ghost King rushed into the police station, he hadn't even had the chance to reach the underground level where the prison cells were located when a large red hand came directly at him. Caught off guard, he was grabbed directly. The Fusang Ghost King was startled. How was there someone waiting for him inside? But XuHong had no intention of explaining. The hand formed from blood energy grabbed his feet and began to swing and smash him wildly. Bang, bang, bang. This noise was even louder than before. The ground shook violently, and those who didn't know would think a demolition was taking place. Jin Meiji and the others, watching from a distance, realized at that moment that compared to Jiang Tianyang, XuHong was the truly terrifying one. The dignified Ghost King was treated like a toy in his hands, being smashed mercilessly. The Fusang Ghost King struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the grip of the hand made of blood energy. But he completely overestimated himself. XuHong's blood energy was now so dense that calling it a sea of blood energy would not be an exaggeration. Not to mention that he was in a weakened state. Even the strength of a Ghost King in the early stage was gone. Even if he were a Ghost Emperor, he could not break free from XuHong's grasp. Continuously being swung and smashed by XuHong, the Fusang Ghost King's ghostly form became increasingly illusory, until finally, with a loud bang, he shattered into countless pieces and completely dissipated. The dignified Fusang Ghost King was smashed into oblivion by XuHong. This scene left Jin Meiji and Meng Chao dumbfounded. At this moment, they had completely lost any thoughts of promotion or salary increases. They even thought about quitting the police force altogether and joining Jiang Tianyang and XuHong in their pursuit of Taoism. To put it bluntly, being a police officer in Hong Kong was more about making a living. With a badge, they didn't have to fear the gangsters. After all, Hong Kong was really chaotic now. Without the protection of a badge, their lives would probably be even more difficult. But after witnessing Jiang Tianyang's skills and XuHong's violent methods of dealing with ghosts, the two felt that being a Taoist was actually pretty good. With abilities like XuHong's, if gangsters dared to cause trouble, they could directly beat them to the point that their parents wouldn't recognize them. Moreover, having skills meant they wouldn't have to worry about not making money. This was much better than being a police officer, where aside from the badge protecting them from gang harassment, the salary was not particularly high. The fact that they were still renting rather than owning a home spoke volumes. AXIN, Infant and I were more shocked. Shocked by XuHong's power. Such strength is simply beyond human capability. In front of strong figures like XuHong, even firearms pose no threat to them. Especially for AXIN, who has experienced XuHong's sleeve full of wonders. He even doubted whether the Muhai bomb could threaten an existence like XuHong, just as the few were in a daze. Jiang Tianyang had already dealt with the spreading Yin energy outside. This was not difficult for him. The action of the Fusang Ghost King was more about stalling for time. Even if it was just a delay of half a minute, it was completely sufficient for him. Unfortunately, he was unaware that Jiang Tianyong had found a helper, when he was no match for. After entering and learning that the battle lasted only a few seconds and the Fusang Ghost King had been resolved, Jiang Tianyong was not too surprised. XuHong's strength exceeded his expectations, and the Fusang Ghost King had entered a weakened state after bursting forth. It was a certainty that XuHong would defeat him. If XuHong hadn't managed to deal with him, that would have surprised him. With the Fusang Ghost King dead, his mood improved significantly. The two then began to deal with the ghosts sealed in the police stations underground. There were quite a few sealed ghosts, but they were not difficult for the two. Learning that the ghosts inside were all minor spirits, XuHong and Jiang Tianyong showed no mercy. They directly opened the seals and entered. With their combined strength, even hundreds of ghosts were not enough for them to kill, especially XuHong. The large sword, condensed with blood energy, struck down and took out a whole area. Although many of the minor ghosts had reached the realm of fierce ghosts, in front of beings like XuHong and Jiang Tianyong, there was hardly any difference between ghost kings, ghost generals, fierce ghosts, and evil ghosts. They all fell in droves. Jiang Tianyong's sword strike also took out several ghosts. The iron sword he carried on his back looked ordinary, but in reality, it was a spiritual sword. Of course, it was also the only spiritual weapon in Jiang Tianyong's hands. He had spent nearly 15 years just preparing the materials to forge this spiritual sword. In the end, being able to forge it was entirely due to luck. With the enhancement of magical power, the spiritual sword was like a dimensional strike against these ghosts that hadn't even reached the ghost general level. Hundreds of ghosts were simply not enough for the two to kill. After everything was resolved, XuHong and Jiang Tianyong prepared to go home. Ji Meiji and Meng Chao drove them back. After all, it was late at night, already past 1 in the morning, and at this time, even if they wanted to take a taxi, there were none available. On the way, the two naturally praised XuHong and Jiang Tianyong profusely. XuHong remained silent because he had already guessed their thoughts, which were merely about wanting to become his disciples. This was very normal. If it were him before his transmigration, encountering someone with real skills, he would have the same thought of wanting to be an apprentice. XuHong didn't respond because he had no intention of taking on disciples. Moreover, in 2 months, he would leave this era and return to his own time, whereby Ro and the others were still waiting for him. So he simply chose not to engage, with XuHong ignoring them. Ji Meiji and Meng Chao were left with no choice. However, Jiang Tianyong occasionally responded, which made the two more enthusiastic about him. Jiang Tianyong was not a fool. He had lived for over 100 years, and while his behavior in the movies seemed strange, it was actually quite normal. After all, it was perfectly reasonable that a person from the Ming dynasty could not adapt immediately to the modern era. It hadn't been long since he arrived, and Jiang Tianyong had already adapted quite well. He was very clear about what the two were planning. However, he intended to watch a bit longer. If these two really had the heart, even if he didn't take them as disciples, teaching them a thing or two wouldn't be a problem. After all, every encounter is a connection. After dropping XuHong and Jiang Tianyong off at home, Ji Meiji and Meng Chao left without any intention of staying. As it was already very late, they knew where to find them and could visit again the next day. Jiang Tianyong naturally returned to the house rented by XuHong, while XuHong returned to Zhou Wenyaz's home. He had the key to Zhou Wenyaz's house. As for where the key came from, it was naturally taken from Zhou Wenyaz. To XuHong's surprise, when he opened the door, he found that Zhou Wenyaz's room door was not closed. Clearly, Zhou Wenyaz was still awake, waiting for XuHong to return. The light inside was still on. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she came out of her room directly, wearing pajamas. "Why aren't you asleep?" XuHong was quite surprised. "I was waiting for you," Zhou Wenyaz said as a matter of course. "You should know that I don't need to sleep. Or are you afraid I might run away?" XuHong Lauget. Zhou Wenyaz remained silent. She was indeed afraid that XuHong might suddenly disappear, which was why she hadn't gone to sleep. She understood very well that XuHong had entered her life. XuHong changed her perception of the world, and she had been waiting until now. In her world, XuHong had become indispensable. Chapter 115, Reopening the Mysterious Gate. Meeting again, seeking flowers. In 2 months, I will leave this world. If you're willing to come with me, I can take you away. If you're not willing, I am willing. As soon as XuHong's words fell, those 3 words came out of Zhou Wenyaz's mouth. She had long lost her family in this world. Her parents had already passed away, and she had no siblings. She had lived alone all these years. Rather than living alone, it would be better to leave with XuHong. Moreover, she was also very curious about the existence of someone like XuHong, what his life and world were like. No more consideration? XuHong smiled slightly. No need. Perhaps from the moment I saw you, I had already made up my mind. Zhou Wenyaz shook her head. Tell me about your matters. I want to know everything about you. Sure, let us go to bed, and I'll slowly tell you. XuHong took Zhou Wenyaz's hand. The next morning, Jean Meiji and Meng Chao arrived at the door with big bags and small bags. After returning home yesterday, the two considered it and decided to continue being police officers, but they could also learn some Taoist methods from Jiang Tianyang. If their talent wasn't sufficient to learn Taoism, then they could learn how to fight from Jiang Tianyang and improve their skills. Jiang Tianyang's story of defeating 20 opponents was still widely circulated in the police circle. The two were police officers, and if they had good skills, there would be more opportunities for them to make contributions in the future. Moreover, the security situation in Hong Kong Island was poor and chaotic. Although those gangs didn't dare to kill police officers, they certainly didn't want to be among those who might be knocked out one day. To learn skills from Jiang Tianyang and please him was certainly a priority, so the two brought many gifts for their visit. Of course, some of them were also for XuHong. But strangely, after knocking on the door for a long time, there was no response from inside. Jiang Tianyang used his spiritual sense to probe and found that there was actually no one in the room. XuHong and Zhou Wenyaz were nowhere to be found, but they had not been idle behind the scenes. Gift, he temporarily put away XuHong's gifts, due to having to go to work. The two left after delivering the gifts, planning to visit again in the evening. Who would have thought that as soon as they left, someone else arrived? Wang Tsong led the way, followed by 3 of his subordinates, who usually ran errands for him and helped maintain his presence. This time, he brought a lot of gifts, all carried by them. Bang, bang, bang. Just after knocking, the door was opened from the inside by a tall, muscular man standing behind it, exuding a fierce aura. Wang Tsong was startled. Master, someone else has come. Ma Shanfeng immediately glanced at Wang Tsong before turning to shout. Jiang Tianyang was still in his gray Taoist robe. Although he had adapted to this era, he still preferred wearing the robe, feeling it was less constricting and more comfortable. Seeing Jiang Tianyang, Wang Tsong's eyes lit up. Although the robe was a bit tattered, Jiang Tianyang's righteous demeanor still gave off an air of a master. May I ask who you are looking for? Are you Taoist Jiang? Wang Tsong smiled politely, his face full of courtesy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianyang's expression remained unchanged, unaffected. He had experienced this kind of scene too many times, but he really didn't have the energy to deal with too many matters right now. If it weren't for the incident concerning the Fusong Ghost King last night and the urgent situation, he wouldn't have acted. This era imposed too much pressure on him. Acting once was too painful, so after last night's events, he had no intention of taking action again. Wang Tsong, a person like this coming to his door, surely had some demands, which meant trouble. I'm not Taoist Jiang. You should leave. A phone closed the door. Okay, master. Wait. Bang. Ma Shanfeng completely ignored Wang Tsong's words. Jiang Tianyang told him close the door, so he did just that. He didn't care about anything else. Being convinced by Jiang Tianyang, he now followed whatever Jiang Tianyang said. If the other party wasn't welcome, Wang Tsong's smile instantly froze. As for being angry, to be honest, it was a bit, but he didn't dare to lose his temper. He didn't want to offend the person and ruin his chances of building a relationship. So even though he was a bit displeased inside, he didn't express it. It seemed he could only find another opportunity. In the blink of an eye, it was Mid-Autumn Festival. On an unnamed island at sea, XuHong, Zhou Wenyaz, Jiang Tianyang, and Ma Shanfeng were all present. Today was the day they would open the heavenly and earthly mysterious gate. XuHong had to return to his world. Bairu and the others were still waiting for him, so he definitely had to go back, and Zhou Wenyaz had long decided to leave with XuHong. Thus, she was also here. As for why Jiang Tianyang's 3 disciples had become 2, it was because Xiao Hui, after nearly 2 months of modern life, had become addicted and didn't want to go back. Jiang Tianyang was naturally disappointed, but since his disciple had made a choice, he didn't plan to force him to return. It was as if their master-disciple bond had reached its end. So now, only the 4 of them remained. The reason it was called a world was that after XuHong's observation, he found that while this world was similar in many aspects, there were many discrepancies with his own world. If this were truly decades later, he should have heard some rumors about his deeds in this world. It was impossible that nothing had been passed down. Thus, XuHong speculated that they had not come to a future world, but rather to a parallel world. The mysterious gate did not appear in any era. It was more accurate to say it transcended time and space, bringing them to another world, a parallel world. XuHong was certain of this. After all, he had awakened his second ability, super hearing. Combined with supervision, XuHong could now eavesdrop on the entire world. Therefore, he needed to return to his previous world even more. Soon night fell. XuHong and Jiang Tianyang had everything set up, just waiting for the moon to rise, to activate the formation, and then for XuHong to exert his strength to open the heavenly and earthly mysterious gate. The last time a gate was opened was due to the duel between Jiang Tianyang and the Fusong Ghost King, and there was also the right timing. Otherwise, with just Jiang Tianyang alone, even with his golden core cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to open the gate. This time, there was still the right timing to help, but it mainly depended on XuHong. Or rather, it must rely on XuHong, because Jiang Tianyang was too suppressed by this era. Aside from setting up the formation, he had no other role. Now XuHong had the materials to set up the formation as well. But to activate the formation, connect to heaven and earth, harness the power of moonlight, and push with external force, all of this required XuHong. XuHong could do without him, but he could not do without XuHong, because without XuHong, he wouldn't be able to open the heavenly and earthly mysterious gate and would be trapped in this world. Soon, the time reached the critical point. Jiang Tianyang looked at XuHong. "Da Su, you can start." XuHong nodded. Once Zhou Wenya, Jiang Tianyang, and Ma Shanfeng moved away from him, XuHong's aura began to surge. The visible power of blood and qi gushed out from XuHong's body like a mountain. At the same time, the pure yang energy within him boiled at that instant, activated by XuHong. XuHong looked up at the sky. The thunder-invoking spell was pushed to its limit by him. The next second, a white lightning bolt, as thick as a utility pole, descended from the sky, striking the formation they had set up in advance. The formation was activated. Moonlight energy was drawn down. In the sky, a golden light suddenly appeared. Boom! Only then did the terrifying sound of thunder erupt. With this thunderclap, the nearby harbor island, which had accumulated a lot of yin energy above, was completely dissipated with this lightning bolt. Where there is thunder, evil is vanquished. If this scene were captured, the term's miracle would surely be unavoidable. Da Su, the mysterious gate has appeared. We part ways here, farewell. Jiang Tianyang solemnly cupped his fist at XuHong. XuHong had previously told him that he was from the time after theirs. Jiang Tianyang believed that if he lived long enough to return to his world, they might meet again. But what he didn't know was that this farewell might be the last, because he was unaware that XuHong's initial judgment was wrong. Although XuHong learned the truth later, he did not tell Jiang Tianyang. Jiang Tianyang smiled slightly. "Farewell, Taoist Jiang." Jiang Tianyang nodded. He then pulled up his disciple, Ma Shanfeng, and activated all the mana within him, soaring into the sky towards the Xinmen. XuHong also walked to Zhou Wenya's side, who naturally took hold of his hand. "Let's take one last look at this world. Perhaps we won't return after we leave this time," she said. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenya smiled. "This world has long been in my heart. It has never left." XuHong was taken aback for a moment and then smiled, saying, "In that case, let's set off. Trust me, this will definitely be a fantastical journey." After saying this, XuHong enveloped Zhou Wenya with his spiritual sense to ensure her safety and pulled her straight towards the Xianmen in the sky. Soon, a golden light enveloped the two of them. Upon re-entering the Xianmen, XuHong felt a wonderful sensation, and Zhou Wenya curiously observed everything around her while also looking for the figures of Jiang Tianyang and his disciple. After all, they had gone up first. However, after searching for a long time, she couldn't find them. "No need to search. They've already left. Let's go. We should leave too." When XuHong came last time, he thought the Xianmen was a space, but in reality, it was just a passage. The timing of when one exits depends on oneself. Previously, he simply hadn't realized it. Chapter 116, Refining Spirit Pills, Seeking Flowers. By the riverside, by Ro and a group of girls were eating while occasionally looking up at the sky. XuHong had been gone for almost a minute, and the golden light in the sky had disappeared, but XuHong's figure had yet to return. Lu Yun remained silent. Just a moment ago, she suddenly lost her connection with XuHong. Her heart sank. Could something have happened to him? But she also felt she might be mistaken. Perhaps XuHong had blocked her sensing. After all, XuHong was so powerful. How could anything go wrong? So she didn't inform the other girls right away, but planned to observe the situation first. After all, she thought the likelihood of something happening to XuHong was low. Saying it now would only cause worry among the girls, so she decided to keep quiet for the time being. However, as time passed, she felt increasingly uneasy. 3 minutes had gone by, and she still couldn't sense XuHong's aura. The other girls were also becoming visibly anxious. After all, XuHong had been gone for quite some time. Just as Lu Yun hesitated about whether to mention her inability to sense XuHong, her connection with him re-established, and she sensed him getting closer, obviously returning. She instantly felt joyful and hurriedly shared the good news with the others. "It's the young master," he asked back. "I can sense him." Lu Yun didn't notice that she accidentally said something wrong. This was something that someone as clever and composed as her would usually not do. But the sudden loss of connection had indeed flustered her, causing even her normally calm demeanor to falter. Meanwhile, Bai Ro, who was also sharp and composed, quickly noticed the inconsistency in Lu Yun's words. "You can sense the young master? Yunner, that doesn't sound right. What do you mean you sensed him? Can your connection really break?" Bai Ro's gaze was piercing as she looked at Lu Yun. The latter was startled and realized she might have let something slip. "Sister Ro." Lu Yun looked aggrieved. "Be honest, what really happened?" XuHong, Xiaomei, and Zhuge Xiaohua also looked at Lu Yun. Her demeanor clearly suggested something was amiss. "All right, I'll come clean. Just now, my connection with the young master was cut for some time. I thought I might have sensed it wrong, so I didn't say anything right away," Lu Yun explained pitifully. "You can't just act pitiful. If you don't explain, it could turn out badly for you," Bai Ro said. After all, she was officially the young master's partner, while Lu Yun was merely a ghost servant. Even though XuHong treated them equally in daily life, when he wasn't present, Bai Ro was the one in charge. "Why didn't you tell us right away? What if something happened to Hong Ge?" "All right, don't blame Yunner. My experience this time is a bit special, and she probably didn't want you to worry, which is why she didn't say anything immediately," Bai Ro said, just as XuHong's voice suddenly sounded. The girls looked over and saw XuHong had landed, standing not far from them. They instantly felt delighted, but the next moment, they were stunned. XuHong, who had left in a white robe, was now dressed in modern clothing. This was a style he had never worn before. Moreover, he was not alone. A young and beautiful woman was by his side. Although they had long accepted that XuHong attracted attention, they never expected that just a few minutes after he left, he would return with someone new. While Bai Ro and the others were sizing up Zhou Wenyao, she was also observing them. XuHong had already told her about their existence. Initially, she found it hard to accept. After all, she had received a modern education, which created significant differences in her understanding and values compared to the early 20th century. However, realizing that she and XuHong were from different eras, she thought she couldn't impose her own thinking on him. Moreover, having learned XuHong's secrets and boarded his ship, there was no way she could disembark now. She decided to let go of everything else. Being by XuHong's side was enough for her. "Hong Ge, aren't you going to introduce us to this sister?" Bai Ro was the first to speak up as the primary partner, naturally taking the lead. Her words also signified her acceptance of Zhou Wenyao's inclusion. Bai Ro had already come to terms with the fact that XuHong couldn't be monopolized by just one person. He was too outstanding. Besides, in this era, having multiple wives was quite normal. She also knew that XuHong wouldn't accept just any woman. Being beautiful wasn't enough. They also needed to have a good character. Otherwise, if they were like her senior sister Wang Hui, who was a jealous woman, this big family would have long been in chaos. "Come here. Let me introduce you. After the introductions, we can talk about where I went and what I experienced during my absence. Wenyao, this is Ro, Bai Ro from now on. You can call her Sister Ro. This is XuHong and Xiaomei. They were among the first to follow me. This is Yunner, Lu Yun. Her identity is somewhat special, and I'll explain later. This is Zhuge Xiaohua, the daughter of Sister Ro's senior sister, who is now with us. This is Wenyao, Zhou Wenyao, from now on. She is also part of this family. Now, let me tell you what happened after I left. I believe you still remember the golden light from before. At that time, I explained the whole situation to a few girls. Only then did they understand why XuHong had been gone for so long. It turned out that XuHong didn't just leave for a few minutes, but for a whole 4 months. They learned that XuHong had gone to another world that would not appear for several decades. They were all very curious about this future world. However, when XuHong returned, he brought back many good things for them. Clothes, cosmetics, some beautiful crafts, and snacks unique to that era. In short, there were a lot of items. XuHong's golden core space was vast, hundreds of times larger than his storage bag, allowing him to carry an enormous amount of items. The girls were dazzled by what they saw, especially the cosmetics. Although several of them were naturally beautiful, each more stunning than the next, cosmetics still represented an enhancement for them. Of course, XuHong also brought back a great item, stockings. This item was definitely a good thing. Stockings were first created in the 15th century, but they only became popular after the 20th century. In the era XuHong was in, few women in the Flower Kingdom had ever worn stockings. After all, it was only the early Republic of China, just a few years after the fall of the Qing dynasty. The reason I say it is a good thing is that it is not only beautiful, but also keeps warm. XuHong could assure you that he had no ulterior motives. He was just worried that Bairu and the others wouldn't stay warm, so he brought back stockings. After the initial shock, the attention of the girls shifted to the gifts XuHong presented, especially the cosmetics, which they loved. As for the stockings, only a few showed interest, which disappointed XuHong. Zhou Wenyao quickly integrated into Bairu's circle, teaching them makeup and chatting, fitting right in. The next morning, everyone did not rush to set off, but stayed put because XuHong planned to refine pills. Previously, he intended to refine the century-old Ganoderma he had traded from Yin Hong into a spirit pill, but in the end he decided against it. The main reason was that he learned that it was best to consume the refined pill immediately for optimal effects. Otherwise, the medicinal properties would weaken over time. Even if stored properly, some potency would inevitably diminish. That would be too wasteful. So, XuHong decided not to refine it at that time. He planned to refine it in front of Bairu and the others after returning and give them the pills right after. The spirit pill could enhance the cultivation of practitioners, while ordinary people could also strengthen their bodies and improve their physical quality. Long-term consumption could even lead to becoming superhuman. Of course, the premise was having enough spirit pills. Taking out the century-old Ganoderma, XuHong directly used fire control magic to melt it, removing impurities, and then infused it with his own mana to neutralize it with the spiritual energy in the medicine, achieving a transformation into energy that could be absorbed. With his strong spiritual sense, XuHong could even complete the pill refinement without a pill furnace. Although it was his first time refining pills, once XuHong focused, he was like a robot, not making even a small mistake. He had long memorized the essence of pill refining, so there would be no errors. Under these circumstances, his first pill refinement could be considered very successful. Soon, the century-old Ganoderma was refined into 9 spirit pills. XuHong distributed them among the girls. Except for Lu Yun, who was a female ghost and could not consume them, everyone else received a share. Of course, even though she didn't get a spirit pill, XuHong still gave Lu Yun plenty of yang energy to absorb. XuHong was always fair to those around him and would not favor one over another. When the girls took the spirit pills, the best effect was not for Bairu, but for XuHong and Xiaomei. Due to their martial arts training, they made significant progress. Although XuHong usually provided them with good nourishment, there hadn't been a qualitative change. However, after consuming the spirit pills XuHong gave them, both experienced a qualitative transformation. Not only did their strength greatly increase, but their physical aspects also improved significantly. Whether it was speed, mental acuity, or reaction time, all saw a considerable enhancement. They could easily jump 3 to 4 meters high from a standing position. The improvement was enormous. Normally, even if the spirit pills had good effects, they shouldn't be this remarkable, considering the Ganoderma was only 100 years old. Even if the effects were good, there should be some limits. But XuHong quickly thought of the reason behind it, pure yang energy. While refining the pills, he had infused them with pure yang energy. Therefore, the spirit pills had such excellent effects because he added pure yang energy to them. XuHong didn't fully understand, but since he didn't have any extra materials on hand, he couldn't confirm this hypothesis for now. Chapter 117. Return to Juchuan Town, seeking flowers. Aside from that, the biggest changes were in Zhuge Xiaohua and Zhou Wenyao. Zhuge Xiaohua's physical quality also improved significantly, not falling behind XuHong and Xiaomei, but because she was already good before, her improvement didn't match theirs. Zhou Wenyao was an ordinary person before, but after taking a spirit pill, her results were impressive. If she started practicing martial arts now, she would become a top-notch practitioner in less than half a month. After all, with her physical quality improved, martial arts training would focus more on techniques and practical experience. The least improvement was for Bairu, but even the smallest improvement was substantial for her. Her physical quality was enhanced, and her cultivation level also increased significantly, equivalent to 2 or 3 years of hard training. Bairu felt that with 2 or 3 more pills, she could break through to the late foundation establishment stage. Zhuge Xiaohua, XuHong, Xiaomei, Zhou Wenyao, and Bairu took 5 of XuHong's 9 pills, leaving 4 behind. XuHong simply gave all 4 remaining pills to Bairu. With the help of those 4 spirit pills, Bairu successfully broke through to the late foundation establishment stage. Moreover, the spirit pills greatly enhanced her physical quality as well. Strength, speed, reaction, and mental acuity all improved to varying degrees. The enhancement was significant. It is no exaggeration to say that in terms of combat ability, she might not be outmatched even by Lin Fengjiao and Lin Zhengdao combined. No matter how good their techniques were, Bairu could overpower them with sheer strength. Furthermore, Bairu's substantial improvement in physical quality also boosted her speed, reactions, and mental acuity. She was nearly matching the amount XuHong had initially achieved in 4 to 5 days. That was already quite impressive. This made XuHong eager to reach Guangzhou quickly. After all, there was a large spiritual market in Guangzhou. There were many spiritual markets in the spiritual realm, but most were small trading markets. Large markets like the one in Guangzhou were quite rare, and they were located in specific places. Throughout the Flower Kingdom, there were only 12 such markets in total. There is just the right place in Guangzhou City. The safety of the Fang market is the responsibility of the entire spirit world. Although the main responsible parties are the 4 sects of Maoshan, Longhu, Buddhism, and Laozhan, other sects also have representatives involved. Moreover, those who can represent their sects in the large Fang market are all quite capable, at least in the late foundation building stage. Otherwise, they wouldn't qualify to enter the Fang market as responsible persons. It is precisely because of the combined strength of the entire spirit world that very few dare to cause trouble in the Fang market. Those who dare to cause trouble usually end up dead. In the large Fang market of the spirit world, you can buy almost anything you want. Although it is called the spirit world Fang market, in reality, it is not only cultivators who enter. Some merchants also come to trade in the market. If XuHong wants to buy spiritual herbs, he can definitely find them in the large Fang market. That afternoon, the group continued their journey. This time, they moved a bit faster. According to Ro, each large trading Fang market in the spirit world opens only twice a year, each time for half a month. This year, the Fang market in Guangzhou has already opened once, and the second time has already begun. If they hurry now, they will still make it in time. In fact, if it were just to buy things, XuHong could easily go alone. But apart from Ro, the others had never participated in the trading of the spirit world and were curious about it. Since they were not far from Guangzhou, they quickened their pace and could reach Guangzhou in at most 3 days. 3 days later, XuHong and his group appeared outside Guangzhou City. Their pace was quick, especially after the physical enhancements of the girls. When they got tired, XuHong would use a spell to relieve their fatigue immediately. They hadn't been in a rush the whole time, as they still found places to rest at night. Otherwise, they could have reached Guangzhou in 2 days. Guangzhou, as the only external port of the flower country, is naturally bustling. XuHong and his companions had visited many places before, but a county town usually only has a population of tens of thousands, maybe 200,000 to 300,000 at most. However, the population of the entire Guangzhou city is over 1 million, and it's several million. Upon entering the city, they were immediately met with a wave of people. All around, there were crowds. The buildings on both sides were also arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner. It's so lively here, and there are so many people, way more than in Jiuquan town. They were seeing such a large crowd for the first time. Feeling intrigued by the bustle, they decided to stay a few more days. That night, XuHong and his group checked into a Western-style hotel, and then they entered the trading Fang market. Here, they saw many fascinating things. There were all sorts of items for sale. Xiaomei and XuHong widened their eyes. There were talismans, formation blueprints, magical tools, various materials for making items, different spiritual herbs, and even zombies and ghosts for sale. Of course, in addition to these, there were also ordinary goods for trade, such as antiques, gold, medicines, food, and firearms, all available for purchase. The only difference was that prices here might be cheaper than outside, or they could be much more expensive. XuHong naturally bought the spiritual herbs he wanted. In fact, it would be more accurate to say he traded for them. XuHong exchanged high-level spiritual talismans directly without using money. Compared to cash, people were more willing to accept high-level talismans and trade with him. As a result, a saying circulated in the Fang market of Guangzhou over the past few days: if you want high-level talismans as long as you have spiritual herbs over 50 years old, you can at least exchange for one high-level talisman. If the age is over 100 years, you could exchange for several high-level talismans, and you can choose the types. After spending several days in Guangzhou City, XuHong had exchanged for over 50 plants of spiritual herbs. Ganoderma, Hishou Wu, ginseng, snow lotus. These were all precious medicinal materials, and their ages were not low. Unlike ordinary herbs, these were grown in areas with rich spiritual energy, containing spiritual essence. Hence, they were called spiritual herbs. After obtaining enough medicinal materials, XuHong and his group directly left Guangzhou City. During these few days of trading, XuHong and his companions also enjoyed themselves in Guangzhou City. After exploring everywhere, they lost the initial excitement, and naturally, they began to return. However, this time they didn't walk back. Instead, XuHong directly flew them back. After breaking through to the Golden Core stage, his spiritual consciousness increased significantly. Protecting them while flying became very easy for XuHong. Of course, if XuHong had a flying magical tool, it would be even easier and faster. Guangzhou is over 1,000 kilometers away from Jiuquan town. Yet, XuHong used less than 20 minutes to return to Jiuquan town. Upon returning to Jiuquan town, the first thing XuHong did was to renovate the house. There was no way around it. With more people, the small courtyard was becoming insufficient. XuHong had to rebuild and expand the courtyard. After buying up the surrounding land, he started his expansion work. The girls helped out, and within just half a day, they completed the expansion of the yard. Normally, half a day would not be enough for an ordinary person, but for XuHong, a golden core cultivator with immense spiritual consciousness, it was not difficult at all. Of course, during the expansion, XuHong set up formations around to ensure that what happened inside was not visible or audible to outsiders. The expanded courtyard was over 4 times larger than the previous small courtyard. However, they only added 3 more rooms. The main purpose of XuHong expanding the courtyard was to plant spiritual herbs. Yes, XuHong planned to grow spiritual herbs himself. After all, with the spirit transformation technique, it would be a waste not to grow spiritual herbs himself. Moreover, he now had many spiritual herbs. Of the over 50 plants, only 8 were over 100 years old. 100 years is a threshold. Once past 100 years, the efficacy of the herbs increases several times. This is also why herbs over 100 years old are so precious. Even if someone is lucky enough to obtain one, they would be reluctant to use it easily. If it weren't for the high-level talismans XuHong offered, which were also rare and practical, it would have been impossible for him to trade for so many spiritual herbs. Very few people trade spiritual herbs because they're short on money. XuHong planned to refine the herbs that were over 100 years old into spiritual pills. For those that had not yet reached 100 years, he intended to replant them and use the spirit transformation technique to cultivate them. XuHong also wanted to test how effective his spirit transformation technique, mixed with pure yang power, would be in cultivating spiritual herbs. Choosing the best spot in the courtyard. After planting all the purchased spiritual herbs, XuHong directly performed the spirit transformation technique. A white cloud of spiritual energy appeared above the herb field, and it began to rain spiritual rain. The entire herb field was covered with spiritual rain. After the spiritual rain, the newly planted spirit herb suddenly burst with vitality. XuHong even felt that the spiritual energy in the courtyard had become denser by 20%. This discovery made XuHong very happy. Following that, he used a transformation technique again. By the time the spiritual rain had fallen and been absorbed by the spirit herbs, the spiritual energy in the courtyard had thickened a bit more. After performing the technique 5 times, XuHong finally stopped. The transformation technique consumed a tremendous amount of mana. Even with his golden core cultivation, he couldn't withstand it. 5 times was the limit. This was also due to the infusion of pure yang energy. Without the pure yang energy, his cultivation would only allow him to perform it twice at most. Of course, the effect of 5 times was that the spirit herbs in the entire field had significantly increased in spirituality. In terms of appearance, their age had increased by at least 3 to 4 years. In no more than half a month, XuHong would be able to have a century-old spirit herb field. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the courtyard was becoming increasingly dense. Compared to before, the density of the spiritual energy had increased at least twice. XuHong immediately set up a locking formation around the courtyard to ensure that the spiritual energy would not dissipate and would be firmly contained within. Once everything was done, XuHong quickly refined a batch of spirit pills and distributed them to the women, allowing them to cultivate on their own. XuHong then headed out. Lin Jingdao had learned of his return and invited him over for tea. XuHong did not refuse Lin Jingdao's invitation. After all, it had been several months since they last met. In the past few months, the changes in Jiuquan town were not significant. However, there were quite a few changes on Lin Jingdao's side. The most significant change was that the Dao Hall had expanded. XuHong had enlarged his courtyard, and Lin Jingdao had also expanded his Dao Hall. Lin Jingdao's previous Dao Hall was not large, and the 3 of them lived together, which was a bit cramped. This time, Lin Jingdao directly expanded his Dao Hall into a courtyard, which was just slightly smaller than XuHong's new courtyard. XuHong was quite surprised, as he knew Lin Jingdao was not the type to care about appearances. When XuHong arrived at the Dao Hall, Lin Jingdao was standing at the entrance, obviously waiting for him. Besides Lin Jingdao, a Xing and Xiao Yu were also present. XuHong was somewhat surprised to see that a Xing had changed dramatically in appearance over the past few months. He used to wear short jackets, but now he had started wearing a Zhongshan suit. In addition, he looked much more mature, almost like a different person. Su Dao friend. Lin Dao friend. Call me Uncle Master. XuHong. Lin Jingdao looked at XuHong with a smile, seemingly unaware of XuHong's confusion. You really are brothers, aren't you? XuHong joked, pointing at Lin Jingdao. There's no way we don't look alike, so it makes sense we're brothers. Since you've acknowledged those two disciples, it would be unreasonable for me not to acknowledge mine. You find two disciples. Although it's not our first meeting as Uncle Master, there should still be some meeting gifts. Here, one talisman each. XuHong was not stingy and handed out a protective talisman to each of them. Thank you, Uncle Master, Xing said with a smile as he accepted it. He was well aware that XuHong was a master of talismans, and the protective talismans he gave out were valuable items that money couldn't necessarily buy, just right for gifting to Annie. Thank you, Uncle Master. Xiaoyu also smiled as she accepted the talisman, although there was still a hint of complexity in her eyes. Let's go inside. Recently, Simu came to visit me and brought some good tea, just in time for your return. Simu? When did he come to Jiuquan town? Just recently. Since you two met, he came to invite you over as a guest. But seeing that you weren't back yet, he left. However, he left his address, saying that if you returned, I should pass it on to you, so you could come visit him. I see. It seems that you guys are just eyeing the good stuff in my hands and taking turns to come and ask for it, XuHong said with a smile. His words were obviously a joke, and both Lin Jingdao and he understood that with his strength, no one could take anything from him unless he willingly gave it. Then you should ask Simu. I wouldn't know. And I didn't come to ask for anything. I call it robbing the rich to help the poor, Lin Jingdao laughed. Let's have some tea first. Give me the address. I'll visit when I have time. The two enter the house, with Xing and Xiaoyu stepping into the courtyard first. Some are making tea, while others were preparing snacks. By the way, what happened to Xing? He has changed so much in the past few months, and Xiaoyu seems to have changed a lot too. What else could it be? Besides women, who else could cause such a big change in that kid? Lin Jingdao said with a wry smile. Speaking of which, you should hold off on going out for a while. Let's have some tea first, then you can go out after Xing's wedding. Xing is getting married? XuHong was very surprised. Yeah, Lin Jingdao nodded. The bride is the daughter of the old Zhou family in the town, named Zhou Chui. She and Xing are childhood sweethearts. She went abroad for studies a few years ago and just returned this year. She learned a lot of Western things while abroad and even took a Western name, calling herself Annie, and her clothing. Well, it's okay, I guess. Upon hearing about Xing's relationship with Annie, Lin Jingdao quickly changed his tone. He actually disagreed with Xing's relationship with Annie. After all, Annie's attire was too Western and too revealing, which made Lin Jingdao very unhappy. He was worried that after Xing married Annie, she might act recklessly outside. Although Xing was just his disciple, he had been with him since childhood, and it was no different from being his son. XuHong's expression shifted. The person Lin Jingdao was talking about should be Annie from the movies. In the movie, Xing was Annie's #1 admirer, without exception. In the end, it seemed that success was just around the corner, but Annie was bitten by a vampire and turned into one herself, ultimately being dealt with by Lin Jingdao. The ending could be considered quite tragic. However, due to XuHong's involvement, the exorcism plot didn't happen at all, which also meant Annie's tragedy was avoided. Moreover, without the competitor Yang Tianxiong, Xing ended up successfully winning over Annie. This actually made sense. In terms of background, Xing had Lin Jingdao as his master, who held a very high reputation in Jiuquan town, and he was also wealthy. In terms of appearance, Xing wasn't bad-looking. He couldn't be considered handsome, but he was definitely not ugly. In terms of physique, he was tall and strong, with well-defined muscles. As for skills, he had trained with Lin Jingdao since childhood, so he was quite capable. Xiuxing was also skilled, but he might not necessarily be better than Xing. As for personality, Xing was quite honest and simple-minded. Perhaps for a woman like Annie, Xing was actually a suitable match. Naturally, Xing heard what Lin Jingdao said. However, he didn't pay much attention to it, because he understood what kind of person Lin Jingdao was. It wasn't that he disliked Annie. He was just worried that he couldn't handle her. Besides, Lin Jingdao had already agreed to Xing's relationship with Annie. Now he was just mentioning it casually, which wasn't a big deal. XuHong was not an outsider. Even if he talked about these matters, would XuHong go around spreading gossip? XuHong's status was what it was. Did he need to go around shaking his gossip? There was no need at all. When was it set? Half a month later happened to be a good day. It seemed that I really had to drink this wedding wine. XuHong laughed. After saying that, he flipped his palm, and a white jade-colored pill appeared in his hand. Xing, come here. Master Uncle. Xing respectfully ran over. Although he didn't recognize what XuHong had in his hand, given XuHong's identity, what he took out definitely wouldn't be ordinary. Lin Jingdao's eyes narrowed in surprise. Since you're getting married, and as your master uncle, I don't have anything valuable to give you. I happen to have this little thing recently, so I'm giving it to you. This is a good thing. Just eat it directly. It will benefit you. XuHong placed the spiritual pill in XuHong's hand. Indeed, what he took out was a spiritual pill. This item wasn't precious to XuHong anymore. With this spirit transformation technique, it wouldn't be long before all the spiritual herbs in his field would grow to over 100 years old. Spiritual pills were no longer rare for him. This time he used 8 spiritual herbs to refine over 100 spiritual pills. He gave dozens to Bairu and the others. And now he still had quite a few left. Giving XuHong one was really no big deal. XuHong looked at the spiritual pill, hesitating for a moment, unsure whether to eat it or not. Stop hesitating. What your master uncle gave you is definitely something others can't even beg for. Hurry up and eat it. It will definitely benefit you greatly. Lin Jingdao's voice rang out. XuHong no longer hesitated and directly swallowed the spiritual pill. The pill melted in his mouth, and its medicinal power erupted instantly, circulating throughout XuHong's body. He felt as if he were bathing in a hot spring, with an indescribably comfortable and relaxed feeling all over. A moment later, he was astonished to discover that he had broken through from the mid-stage of Qi training to the late stage. Moreover, he was faintly touching the threshold of foundation establishment. He felt that in at most half a year, he would be able to enter the foundation establishment stage. In addition, he felt an inexhaustible amount of strength throughout his body. His spirit was also much better. Even his eyesight was clearer. That thing is a spiritual pill, right? Lin Jingdao had already noticed XuHong's changes, especially when he broke through, unintentionally leaking his aura. If he couldn't see that, he wouldn't be Lin Jingdao. So he was even more certain that what XuHong had given XuHong was indeed a spiritual pill. In his heart, he gained an intuitive understanding of XuHong's generosity. Spiritual pills had long been extinct in today's spiritual fantasy world. Otherwise, when he was in Guangzhou, even if XuHong used high-level spiritual talismans for exchange, he wouldn't necessarily obtain many. Friend Lin's eyesight is still as sharp as ever. It really is a spiritual pill. Could it be that you refined this spiritual pill yourself? Lin Jingdao looked at XuHong in shock. Lin Jingdao's mouth dropped open, momentarily at a loss for words. Wait, you broke through to the Golden Core stage? Lin Jingdao suddenly exclaimed. That's lucky, XuHong Ziblit. Lin Jingdao was stunned. Even though he knew XuHong was quite abnormal, he couldn't believe that when he left, he was only at the initial foundation establishment stage, and when he returned, he was already at the Golden Core stage. Were they really the same species? Was XuHong secretly evolving into a different species without them? XuHong, who had been happy just a moment ago, was now completely dumbfounded. XuHong became a Golden Core cultivator? Xiaoya also stood nearby, stunned, looking at XuHong with a shocked expression. The three of them were left in a daze by XuHong. You really live up to your reputation. Lin Jingdao couldn't help but admire XuHong's talent. Previously, he thought he had overestimated XuHong, but it turned out he had been underestimating him all along. This guy couldn't be viewed by normal standards. It was too exaggerated. He didn't even know what to say anymore. Chapter 119. Brother Su, I miss you so much. Seeking flowers? What's wrong with me? It's just luck. I actually haven't been practicing seriously, XuHong said with a nonchalant expression. Lin Jingdao turned his head away, refusing to look at him. He was really making it hard for the others. He was handsome, had a good background, never lacked for food and clothing since childhood, had a remarkable talent for drawing talismans, and could draw high-level spiritual talismans as easily as eating and drinking. He could refine tools, even making magical items like storage bags. Now, not only could he refine spiritual pills, but he also directly broke through to the Golden Core stage. 300 years ago, XuHong was definitely the only one who had broken through to the Golden Core in these past few centuries. Although there was some disappointment and loneliness in his heart, at this moment, Lin Jingdao was still happy for XuHong's breakthrough. He had just been at a loss for words, like a good brother suddenly winning a billion-dollar lottery, leaving him unsure of what to say. Lin Jingdao is currently feeling this way. In fact, he is somewhat excited deep down. XuHong's breakthrough to the Golden Core stage might mean that he also has the possibility of breaking through to the Golden Core. As a cultivator, he naturally does not want to stop at the foundation establishment stage. The reason he is only at the late stage of foundation establishment is that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is too thin, forcing him to stop at this level. If possible, he also wants to become a Golden Core true person. All right, I won't tease you anymore. You want to break through to the Golden Core now, but it's not possible yet. However, in the future, it might not be the case. Although Lin Jingdao has a good relationship with him, the spiritual pills in XuHong's hands are certainly first guaranteed for Bairu and the others' needs. As for Lin Jingdao, when the day comes that he has enough spiritual pills for Bairu and the others to use, or when Bairu and the others have all broken through to the golden core stage. Then he will provide a batch of spiritual pills to Lin Jingdao to assist him in breaking through to the golden core. But to expect him to take out spiritual pills now to help Lin Jingdao break through to the golden core stage is impossible. Don't look at how Bairu only used 5 spiritual pills to break through from the mid-foundation establishment to the late stage. That's because she had spent quite a bit of time in the mid-foundation establishment. However, for Bairu to break through from the late foundation establishment to the golden core stage, several hundred spiritual pills might not be enough. Moreover, besides Bairu, others also need to consume a large number of spiritual pills. The newly started cultivators, Xiao Mei, XuHong, and Zhou Wenya, are all big consumers of spiritual pills. To get them all to reach the golden core stage, XuHong's spiritual herb field is still not enough, and he will certainly need to collect more spiritual herbs in the future. In this situation, XuHong really has no extra pills to provide to Lin Jingdao. Of course, if Bairu and the others all break through to the golden core stage, XuHong wouldn't hesitate to allocate some spiritual pills to Lin Jingdao and the others to help them break through to the golden core stage. In the future, it might not be the same. Lin Jingdao looked at XuHong with confusion. XuHong smiled back at him. Lin Jingdao is not a fool. He quickly understood XuHong's meaning. He was astonished by XuHong's generosity and felt a bit excited as well, as that is the golden core stage. If XuHong really helps him break through to the golden core stage, then he would owe a huge favor. You're making me owe you a massive favor. We're all so familiar now. Why talk about favors? If there's something in the future that needs you to run errands, just help out a bit. Lin Jingdao. All right, whatever you need me to do in the future, I'll do it. Lin Jingdao responded in agreement. He knows XuHong definitely wouldn't use him as a lackey. At most, if he really couldn't leave, he would let them help run some errands. Moreover, as long as he can achieve the golden core, with an unlimited supply of spiritual pills, even running errands would be worth it. Even if it meant being a servant, there would still be people eager to do it. Due to the limitation of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, even at the late stage of foundation establishment, one can only live up to 150 years, which is already the peak. Beyond that, one cannot live any longer. But as long as you can achieve the golden core stage, your lifespan will not be less than 500 years. And this is just the early golden core stage. If you can reach the late golden core stage, your lifespan will increase by another 100 to 200 years on top of the 500. Why do cultivators cultivate? Isn't it for longevity, to live longer? Fear of death is a biological instinct. Even if cultivators know that death is not the true end and that they will become ghosts after death. Being a ghost is not as carefree as being human. Haha. Hearing Lin Jingdao's serious words, XuHong couldn't help but laugh. There's no way. Although Uncle Gio is often a serious person, sometimes he can be quite amusing. After sitting at Lin Jingdao's place for more than 2 hours and having dinner, XuHong left. In the following days, XuHong did not leave Lichuan town. Every day, he would sunbathe and use the transformation spirit technique to farm. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. This day is the wedding day of Xing and Annie. Lin Jingdao rarely changed into a Zhongshan suit, and it must be said that the suit suited his temperament quite well. XuHong wore a long robe in earth yellow. He prefers white. But today is a Xing's wedding day, so wearing white is inappropriate. Bairu and the others were either in pink, red, or green, each one more dazzling than the last, even prettier than the bride. However, there's nothing to be done. Being good-looking is innate, and one can't just make Bairu and the others purposely look ugly. The wedding proceeded very smoothly, and nothing bad happened during the banquet. After drinking the wedding wine, Bairu and the other women went back to cultivate. With the spiritual pills provided by XuHong, if they didn't cultivate well, that would really be letting XuHong down. Even with a large supply of spiritual pills, Bairu still couldn't break through to the golden core stage after half a month. It seems that the efficacy of these spiritual pills is insufficient to help her break through the limitations of the golden core stage in one go. In response, XuHong also came up with a plan to give her more potent spiritual pills directly. Therefore, XuHong decided to leave half of the spiritual herbs and cultivate them for 500 years before refining them into spiritual pills to help Bairu break through to the golden core. Although Bairu couldn't break through to the golden core, the others made significant progress, with XuHong teaching them cultivation. And since they are all smart girls, they are not slow. Zhou Wenya, who was just an ordinary person, broke through to the early foundation establishment stage in half a month. XuHong and Xiao Mei also broke through to the early foundation establishment stage. After all, with so many spiritual pills being consumed like candy. Even a cultivation idiot who knows nothing could reach the early foundation establishment stage, so they naturally could too. They're not far from mid-stage now. What they lack now is experience in combat and proficiency in casting spells. Even XuHong can't help them with these. They can only rely on themselves to learn and accumulate slowly. Zhuge Xiaohua directly broke through to the late foundation establishment stage, surpassing her mother Wang Hui in cultivation. However, this is normal. Zhuge Xiaohua's talent is not bad, and before being with XuHong, she was already at the late stage of qi refinement. With XuHong's unlimited supply of spiritual pills, it's normal for her to break through to the late foundation establishment stage. However, like XuHong, Xiaomei, and Zhou Wenya, her experience in combat and proficiency in spells are still lacking and require more practice. However, after reaching the late foundation establishment stage, she also stopped swallowing spiritual pills, as these pills with a potency of 100 years no longer have much effect on them. They cannot help her break through to the golden core in one go, and taking too many would be wasteful. The two simply stopped eating them and instead began to seriously practice martial arts. The reason for practicing martial arts is that constantly swallowing spiritual pills has greatly enhanced their physical fitness. Their blood and qi power have also surged. Their physical fitness is at least 15 times that of ordinary people. Even if they don't look very strong, their one-arm strength is at least over a ton. Their overall qualities are also considered abnormal. Now, even without XuHong's protection, no one can hurt them. Not to mention withstanding bullets and cannonballs. But with their current reflexes and speed, it would be impossible for bullets and cannonballs to hit them. After leaving enough elixirs for the girls to cultivate and reminding them not to wander around, XuHong set off alone. The girls, having returned from their previous journey, had no intention of going out again and planned to stay home for a while. So this time, XuHong was on his own. He intended to visit Simu and also check on Ixio, as Simu had specially given him the address through Lin Jingdao. It wouldn't be polite not to accept the invitation, and besides, Simu was a funny guy who liked to joke around, and XuHong enjoyed listening to his boasts. Especially the amusing expressions on Simu's face whenever he bragged about himself, while XuHong recounted his own experiences. Of course, before heading to Simu's place, XuHong had to make a trip to Rinjie town. After all, there was a beautiful girl waiting for him there. He had promised to pick her up in 6 months. Although it wasn't quite 6 months yet, it was close enough. It was time to pick up Rin Tingting. He planned to bring her along to see Mu's place afterward. Half an hour later, XuHong arrived at Rinjie town. Compared to a few months ago, there wasn't much change in Rinjie town. After landing, XuHong headed straight for the Rin residence. Just as he reached the door, he saw Rin Tingting, accompanied by a maid, preparing to go out. She hadn't noticed XuHong yet. Tingting, XuHong called out. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Rin Tingting didn't react immediately. After a moment of surprise, she spotted XuHong standing not far away, and her face lit up with joy. Without any hesitation, she ran straight into XuHong's arms. After nearly half a year of waiting, Rin Tingting had already come to understand her feelings. Therefore, upon seeing XuHong, she was no longer shy and directly threw herself into his embrace. XuHong was momentarily taken aback, then wrapped his arms around the girl. "Big brother Su, I missed you so much. I thought you weren't coming," she said, feeling XuHong's hands around her waist. Although she felt a bit shy, she was mostly happy. "Silly girl, I promised you. How could I go back on my word? I've been thinking about you. Look, it's not even 6 months yet, and here I am." XuHong replied with a smile. Rin Tingting didn't say anything, her face turning even redder, but she held on to XuHong tighter, resting her face against his chest. Chapter 120. Jiala, seeking flowers. Soon, Rin Fa, having received news of XuHong's arrival, hurried back to the Rin residence. He could not come back. His precious daughter's favorite man had arrived, which meant Rin Tingting would be leaving. He was quite satisfied with XuHong, a capable and responsible man. Moreover, Rin Tingting would eventually get married, so he didn't oppose her being with XuHong. However, just the thought of being alone again made him feel a bit sad. And thinking about how someone else would take away his cabbage made him even more upset. "Old Master Rin. Ahong, is it alright if I call you that? It's about time you change how you address me," Rin Fa said. "Dad!" Rin Tingting, standing beside XuHong, shyly exclaimed. There was no helping it. Rin Fa's words were too embarrassing for her. She hadn't even married XuHong yet. "Ha ha ha, it really is time to change. Dad," XuHong called out to Rin Fa. To be honest, this was the first time he had called someone dad in this world. Although Rin Fa wasn't the best person, now that Rin Tingting was with him, Rin Fa had become his father too, so calling him dad felt completely fine. Rin Fa nodded with a smile. increasingly satisfied with XuHong. Ren Tingting's face was already flushed, but she happily held onto XuHong's hand. Although they weren't married yet, XuHong's new way of addressing Ren Fa and Ren Fa accepting XuHong's new address meant that she was already XuHong's. You must treat Tingting well in the future. You can't let my precious daughter be sad. I don't have anything good to give you. I may have a lot of money, but you don't lack for money either, Ren Fa said. Dad, you've already given me your best thing. How can you say you have nothing to give me? XuHong replied with a smile. Ren Fa was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Only Ren Tingting's face was red, and she remained silent. She realized that XuHong was really good at sweet talking. No wonder her precious daughter was so enamored with him. Brother Hong, you're so bad. Ren Tingting, now considering herself XuHong's, began to call him Brother Hong, just like by Ro. How am I bad? I'm just stating the facts. To Dad, aren't you his most precious possession? XuHong said. You sound too obedient, Ren Tingting muttered. After completely opening her heart, she was no longer as shy in front of XuHong and gradually became bolder. XuHong smiled but didn't respond. Instead, he took out 3 elixirs and handed them to Ren Fa. Dad, these are elixirs I concocted. They are very beneficial for your body. After you take these 3, even a seasoned martial artist won't be your match. Since Ren Fa was now considered family, XuHong never hesitated to be generous with his own. He directly handed the 3 elixirs to Ren Fa. For an ordinary person like Ren Fa, 3 elixirs were enough to significantly improve his physical condition. If he practiced martial arts afterward, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become a top martial artist someday. Renfa, hearing XuHong's words and looking at the 3 elixirs handed to him, paused for a moment before accepting them all and swallowing them. He still trusted XuHong. Although Ren Fa was wealthy, to an ordinary person, that held enormous appeal. For XuHong, however, his wealth was the least attractive thing. Not to mention, XuHong himself was also wealthy. As long as he wanted, he would never lack money. Therefore, XuHong would never harm him. And since that was the case, he had no reason to worry about what XuHong gave him. The elixirs dissolved instantly. The effects of the 3 elixirs began to strengthen Ren Fa's body immediately. The effects of washing the muscles and marrow were nothing compared to this. Any hidden ailments in his body, the sore back from aging, and the tired legs all recovered in no time. Ren Fa felt as if he had returned to the age of 20, feeling an indescribable lightness and boundless energy. The enhancement effect of 1 elixir was already considerable, let alone 3. At this moment, Ren Fa's state could be described as excellent. This stuff is truly miraculous medicine, Ren Fa exclaimed, opening his eyes in shock. If it weren't for personal experience, how could he have imagined that there was such a thing in the world? The whole person seemed to have become 20 years younger. Dad, your hair is completely black now. As an observer, Ren Tingting naturally noticed the huge change in Ren Fa, especially in his hair. Although Ren Fa's hair was not entirely white before, it was mixed with quite a few gray strands. But now, where could one still see any gray hair on his head? The wrinkles on his face had also significantly reduced. He looked much younger, almost like someone in their 30s. He also appeared to have lost some weight. Ren Fa looked at XuHong, his eyes full of complexity. He originally thought he had already figured out XuHong's background. But now it seemed that what he had seen was only the tip of the iceberg. His son-in-law was not just a godlike figure. He was indeed a god. Not to mention the earlier feats of raising the dead and turning flesh into bones with a mere gesture. Just the fact that he had used 3 spirit pills to make himself over a decade younger and restore his body to its peak condition, exhibiting an indescribable ease, was something that ordinary people could not achieve. It seemed that he had benefited from Ren Tingting's good fortune, leading to his current transformation. As for asking XuHong for spirit pills on behalf of Ren Tingting, he didn't need to do that at all. XuHong would give him spirit pills because of his precious daughter, Ren Tingting. Under such circumstances, how could Ren Tingting, being by XuHong's side, possibly lack for spirit pills? She probably could eat them at will. There was no need for him to say anything. That day, XuHong directly stayed at the Ren residence. Ren Fa didn't even arrange a separate room for XuHong, letting him stay with Ren Tingting instead. He was no longer worried about XuHong taking advantage of Ren Tingting. Instead, he was worried that XuHong might not take her. At night, XuHong directly slept on the same bed as Ren Tingting. Ren Tingting was still very shy. However, XuHong did not touch her, not to mention Ren Tingting. Even by Ruru's physical condition, which was already more than 10 times that of an ordinary person, XuHong didn't dare to touch her either, because the difference in physical capabilities was too great. Even though XuHong's strength was well controlled, if he got too excited and lost control, by Ruru's physical capability would be like paper in front of him. Therefore, XuHong behaved very well all night. Apart from holding Ren Tingting, he didn't show any inappropriate behavior. Ren Tingting was nervous all night, waiting for XuHong to make a move, but he didn't do anything, which left her quite stunned. However, XuHong did explain to her, saying that he was in a critical period of cultivation and couldn't touch her. Only then did Ren Tingting feel relieved. Otherwise, she would have thought that XuHong didn't like her. The next day, XuHong did not hurry to take Ren Tingting away. Since they had come to Rinjia town, Lin Fengjiao had to visit and pay her respects. After all, they were friends. It wouldn't make sense to come and not even greet them. Xiaoxing and Wen Kai were still the same, with mediocre skills, and they often got Lin Fengjiao into trouble. Lin Fengjiao had changed a bit. She had improved somewhat in formations and refining weapons. However, her talisman drawing skills remained the same, without the pure yang power like XuHong's. Even if her technique was not much inferior to his, she still could not draw advanced spirit talismans. After spending 3 hours at Lin Fengjiao's ancestral hall and having a meal, XuHong took his leave. Early the next morning, XuHong took Ren Tingting and set off towards the address given by Simu. Since there was now Ren Tingting with him, XuHong did not have the idea of flying directly to Simu's place. Instead, he took his time, enjoying the journey while traveling. Ren Tingting was very happy. She had long wanted to go out and explore, but the world was not peaceful, and having XuHong by her side made a difference. With XuHong around, there was no need to worry about any troubles. Even when traveling at night, those demons and monsters sensed XuHong's aura and didn't even dare to get close. And he was getting closer to the address given by Simu. In the Lingnan region, there was a small plain located between two mountains. Here, there were 2 wooden houses surrounded by fences. The nearest town was 80 miles away. Anyone who could build a house and live in such a place was either crazy or an outdoor expert with skills. In the early morning, the sun rose from the east. The door to the wooden house on the left was open from the inside. A young man wearing a short coat walked out of the wooden house. Stretching, Jala felt much more comfortable. He walked down the stairs and headed towards the large water tank, preparing to scoop some water to heat for washing up and then make breakfast. Since his master was not at home, he planned to just whip up something simple for breakfast. Removing the cover from the water tank, he found it was empty. Oh no, I forgot the water tank is dry. I need to fetch some water first. Jala felt a bit helpless. He then returned to the storage room to grab a wooden bucket and a shoulder pole before heading out of the small courtyard. He prepared to fetch water from a stream a few hundred meters away. There was a pool there, fed by clear mountain spring water, which tasted quite good. Usually, they lived there and often jumped into the water. As soon as he reached the edge of the pool, Jala saw a few fish jumping around on the surface of the water, quite lively. Jala's eyes lit up. Simu loved to eat fish. If he caught these fish and raised them at home, Simu would be back soon, as he figured it was about time for his master to return. He took off his clothes and jumped in wearing only his shorts. It was still October, and during the day the sun was out, so the temperature wasn't low. He could make it for himself to eat. Having loved playing in the water since he was young, he was good at swimming, and in no time, he had caught a few fish and placed them in the wooden bucket. Chapter 121. Reunion with Ishio. Please send flowers. Jala, what are you doing? A voice suddenly rang out, startling Jala. He turned around to see a kind-faced monk standing behind him. It was none other than Ishio. Upon seeing Ishio, Jala's face lit up with joy. Master Ishio, it's you. You're back, Jala exclaimed, filled with excitement. Living in such a remote place, overcoming loneliness was Jala's first challenge. After all, Simu usually had to do business and travel to transport corpses, so as a disciple, he should have been following Simu to work. However, he was too young for that, and Simu didn't plan to let him start too early. Jala's main task now was to cultivate and improve his skills. Therefore, he was very happy to see Ishio. With his master away, at least he had someone to talk to, right? Although he often spent time alone, he could chat with Ishio when he was around. Although Ishio was a monk, he was not at all rigid. On the contrary, he would joke with him. Despite the age difference, they got along like friends. Yes, I just got back last night, but it was too late, and I knew you must have been asleep, so I didn't want to disturb you. No need to worry about disturbing me. Jala shook his head. By the way, master, are you here to fetch water too? Yes. The house has run out of water, and I need it for a big cleanup to tidy up the room. By the way, this fish was caught by you, right? Yes, the master loves eating fish the most. I could take it back to raise, and when the master returns, I can give it to him. You really are filial. Jalu just smiled foolishly. However, since heaven has a benevolent nature, how about we let them go? Considering I'm a monk? I'll let them go. That would be too much of a pity. Ishio just smiled at Jialu without saying anything. All right, since the master has spoken, let's set them free. After saying that, he caught a few fish again. Jialurugt. Ishio smiled at Jialu and said, "Fish, fish, today you are lucky. Go on. Don't let me catch you again." Ishio had a big smile on his face. Jialu really is adorably simple-minded, a bit silly too. But it's precisely because he is a bit silly and has a pure mind that makes him likable. That guy Simu really has a good disciple. "Master, you are fetching water, and I'm fetching water too. Let us see who can fetch it back first." "Sure." Ishio did not refuse. The two filled their wooden buckets with water and then started to carry them. After releasing the fish, Jialu saw Ishio holding 2 wooden buckets and suggested. At first, they both walked and chatted. As they continued, Jialu's competitive spirit kicked in. He started to jog. He quickly left Ishio behind. Seeing Ishio lagging behind, Jialu felt proud and turned around. Ishio didn't say anything upon hearing this. The next second, Jialu had bad luck. He lost his balance and stepped on a small stone. His whole body became unstable and immediately fell to the side. Jogging in place, he laughed and said, "Master, your speed isn't good. You've been left so far behind." Ouch! Bang! Jialu fell to the ground, and the wooden bucket he was carrying also fell over. The water in the bucket spilled out. Sitting on the ground, Jialu got wet from the flowing water. The muddy road immediately became muddy. He sat down in the mud, and if he had just come out of the toilet, it would be hard to explain what was on his backside. Ishio immediately laughed. He could guarantee he was not being malicious. "It seems that fast doesn't equal steady, Jialu." Jialu made a bitter face. "I'm in trouble, master." "All right, get up quickly. Go home and change into something nice. I have a new friend to introduce to you." "Really? A new friend? Is it one of your disciples, Master Ishio?" "Yes. I just accepted him, and he is currently cleaning the house. Hurry back and change into something nice so I can introduce you." "Okay, wait for me." Jialu picked up the empty wooden bucket and ran back to the courtyard, then went inside to change clothes. After that, he carried the wooden buckets back to his small courtyard. Jialu quickly changed his clothes. When Ishio saw Jialu wearing some old but very clean clothes, he was taken aback. "Is this your best outfit?" "Yes, I begged the master for a long time before he agreed to give it to me. I just like this outfit." Ishio didn't know what to say for a moment. "By the way, master, you said." "I'll go call him." Jialu smiled. "Wait, no need. Since it's a meeting, I'll go myself. You don't need to introduce me." Ishio smiled and didn't stop him. But soon he regretted it, because as soon as Jialu entered, he directly hugged Guanguan's leg and accidentally touched her chest. Slap! Guanguan immediately slapped Jialu. But she was still not satisfied. Anyone would be furious if suddenly hugged and then touched inappropriately. A farce unfolded in the courtyard. After saying that, she ran into the house. Guanguan grabbed a wooden stick and chased after Jialu in the courtyard. Jialu was quick on his feet. Although being chased and hit by Guanguan, he always managed to dodge skillfully. Ishio didn't try to stop them. It's good for Jialu to deal with Guanguan. His character is a bit clumsy, and he knows that Guanguan has her limits and won't go too far. She is just angry right now. Letting her vent her anger is fine. Master Ishio, long time no see. He was smiling as he watched the two of them play. In the distance, a clear and familiar voice came. On the Qing and I road, 2 figures were slowly walking towards the small courtyard. Ishio took a closer look. Wearing a long white robe with shoulder-length hair and an exceptionally handsome appearance. Who else could it be but XuHong? As for the beautiful woman beside him, Ishio didn't recognize her, but guessed she must be XuHong's family. Ishio was quite surprised. He didn't expect to run into XuHong here. XuHong had saved his life before. When he left, he even gave him a 3-flame talisman. After parting with XuHong, he encountered trouble and ran into a powerful monster. In this era, monsters are rare, but any monster is not weak. It was thanks to that 3-flame talisman that he was able to successfully deal with the big monster. You could say XuHong saved his life twice. So he was very grateful to XuHong. He didn't expect to see XuHong here. The ruckus between Guanguan and Jialu stopped when they heard the voice, and they looked over curiously. This place is dozens of miles away from any signs of human habitation and is not a main road. It's really strange for someone to come here. "Dao friend Su, long time no see." Ishio stepped forward and smiled to greet him. "Long time no see. Master Ishio, let me introduce you. This is my wife, Ren Tingting." Ren Tingting was a bit shy, but felt as sweet as if she had drunk honey. "Hello, Master Ishio." "Hello, Master. Is this your friend?" Jialu walked over. "Master, Guanguan stood beside Ishio." "Guanguan, this is Dao friend Su, a friend of your master. I still owe him 2 life-saving favors. You should call him Senior Su." "Senior Su." Guanguan immediately greeted politely. Naturally, she had manners towards her master as friends. and hearing that XuHong had saved XuHong twice made her even more respectful. As for XuHong looking young, that didn't matter in the spirit realm. It's not uncommon to find someone who is high in cultivation and well-preserved. Dao friend Su, this is my disciple Guan. I met her after parting from you last time. She is a kind child, XuHong explained. XuHong not that. This is Dao friend Su's wife. You can call her Sister Tingting. I see she is only a little younger than me. In fact, I'm not even 20 this year. Rin Tingting spoke first. Sister Tingting. Zhu is clever, and since Rin Tingting has started speaking on her own, she just went along with it. Then I'll call you Zhu. Zhu nodded and smiled. Jialu beside them curled his lips. Just now she was so fierce to me, but now she is all smiles to others. Women, you must be Jialu, right? XuHong suddenly looked at Jialu. Jialu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Yes, who are you? I'm a friend of Simu. Speaking of which, you should call me Shu. XuHong et lai. Huh? Shu? Jialu was dumbfounded. XuHong looks about the same age as him. So, Su Xiao, you came here this time to find Simu? He left me the address and insisted I come play, so I came. But looking at him like this, he hasn't come back yet, right? Indeed, he hasn't come back. Master should be back in a few days, Zhao Lu said at this time. Su Xiao, you come from afar, and you have no place to stay tonight. Why not stay at my place? I still have a spare room. No need, I can build my own place to stay. ISNT, there are a lot of vacant land nearby. Just flatten it and build directly. Build a house. That would take quite a bit of time. Jialu was stunned for a moment. But as soon as he finished speaking, a mass of red mist, resembling a solid form, rose from XuHong's body. 2. 3. That was the materialized power of qi and blood. The massive power surged up, and XuHong and Jialu nearby suddenly felt like a dark cloud was pressing down on the city. The pressure was immense. The power of qi and blood condensed in midair, directly transforming into a huge blood-red palm. One palm fell. Boom! The entire ground trembled violently. A huge open space suddenly appeared beside the small courtyard. It was very flat, perfect for foundation. Then the hand transformed into countless tiny ropes. They flew towards the distant forest. Moments later, thick logs were bound by the red ropes and flew out. Then they fell to the ground and were pieced together. Moments later, a sizable wooden house had already appeared on the plain, surrounded by a circle of solid wooden fences. Jialu and Zhu were left dumbfounded by this display. Rin Tingting, however, remained calm. Following XuHong, she had learned many of his secrets, and this kind of thing was not the first time XuHong had done it. She naturally wouldn't be shocked. As for XuHong, he was equally astonished at this moment. If he wasn't mistaken, those red, jelly-like mists should be the materialized power of qi and blood. In just half a year, XuHong's methods have become even more terrifying than before. This talent is truly remarkable. Chapter 122, Wood Carving, Seeking Flowers. Look, we now have a place to stay tonight. Just right for us to be neighbors, don't you think, Master XuHong? XuHong said with a smile. XuHong came back to his senses, looked at XuHong, smiled, and his eyes were filled with admiration. It's been half a year, and your cultivation has surpassed what it was before. It's truly impressive. Just a small trick, nothing much. XuHong shook his head. To you, it's just a small trick. To us, it's already a divine ability. Such means are indeed incredibly terrifying. That palm, if it had struck not the ground but them, there wouldn't be a single person left alive present. If there were ghostly beings below, they would also be instantly shattered into nothingness. After all, that was pure qi and blood power condensed. The power of qi and blood and the power of the soul are not fundamentally different. This is also why qi and blood can harm a soul. Let us not talk about that anymore. I've come from afar, and you're not going to just let me stand here and chat with you, are you? XuHong changed the subject. XuHong laughed. Of course not, but I just returned, and my room still has quite a bit of dust that hasn't been cleaned up. Isn't that simple? XuHong waved his long sleeves. And a gust of wind instantly blew through XuHong's wooden house, making it tremble. Moments later, a gray wind flew out of the room. It's clean now, XuHong said with a smile. XuHong was shocked by XuHong's cultivation. Jialu and Zhu were shocked by XuHong's methods. As fellow cultivators, compared to XuHong, they were no different than ordinary people. Look at him. That's what a cultivator should be like. He doesn't need to do anything himself. With just a wave of his hand, things are done. Jiaju, go wash some fruits, and also take out the pastries we bought in the city before. Su Xiaoyu, the things aren't anything special. Don't mind them, XuHong said with a smile. I'm not picky. As long as it's food, I can eat it. Then everyone entered the house. XuHong and XuHong began to share their experiences. XuHong recounted what happened after he and XuHong parted, including later meeting Zhu, saving her, and taking her as his disciple. Jialo listened carefully beside them, occasionally glancing at Zhu. The latter would glare fiercely at him when she noticed Jialu's gaze. XuHong also shared his story, including the matter of the Tianyi, and he did not intentionally hide anything. Sharing such matters, isn't a big deal. Things at the level of Tianyi are not something XuHong and the others can touch. Even if XuHong told them, they wouldn't be able to access it. After all, the conditions to open the Tianyi are too harsh. In this world, aside from XuHong, no one else can open the Tianyi. Even Jiang Tianyang, a golden core cultivator, opened the Tianyi more by luck than due to his strength. Learning that other worlds exist left both XuHong and Jialu extremely shocked. This was even more astonishing than XuHong's powerful strength. They also developed a desire to see the modern cities XuHong described. Unfortunately, they could not open the Tianyi to go to other worlds. However, XuHong still gave them things he brought from another world. They were all food and clothing. XuHong had prepared quite a bit of these before returning to this world. Bai Ruru and the others wouldn't be able to use them up in a short time. And XuHong then realized that XuHong had such a convenient magical tool as a storage bag, which naturally made him envious. After all, this thing is incredibly convenient. If he had a storage bag, it would be extremely convenient when going out. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Zhu and Jialu always managed to create quite a few funny moments. Of course, most of the jokes were at Jiali's expense. Some people, upon seeing someone for the first time, can never forget them for a lifetime. Jialu didn't understand love or anything like that. He only knew that ever since he first saw Zhu, he found himself thinking of her whenever he couldn't see her. He couldn't help but want to appear by her side and attract her attention. One day, XuHong was sitting in the yard, carving wooden sculptures. Since he had no pressing matters to attend to besides sunbathing, he always found things to do to pass the time. Previously, it had been music and painting, but recently, he had started sculpting. He was able to work with both stone and wood. For this, he even specially crafted himself a fairly sharp carving knife. At this moment, XuHong was sculpting a wooden figure. Before this, he had only carved small animals. The reason he hadn't carved figures was that he thought it was the most difficult task. If his skills weren't up to par, carving directly would result in unattractive works. XuHong was a perfectionist, so he never tried until his skills were fully developed. Now that his skills had matured, he began his work. His first carved figure, of course, was Rin Tingting, who was sitting beside him. As for carving himself, who would make their first wooden sculpture of themselves. Opposite him, Jialu was also watching. After all, there was nothing else to do. Zhu had gone up the mountain to gather herbs with XuHong today. Jialu had planned to go along, but Zhu wouldn't let him, so he came back. Rin Tingting watched as XuHong's carving knife danced, transforming an ordinary piece of wood into form. First, the body, then the head. Next came the details, carving the clothing, then the shape of the face, and finally refining the clothing and facial expressions. When the finished product emerged, Rin Tingting was stunned because the carving looked just like her mold. Jiali's eyes widened as well. XuHong smiled slightly. He then picked up another piece of wood. The carving knife flew again, and moments later, a small version of Rin Tingting appeared, but this one had her arms crossed, looking somewhat angry. Rin Tingting immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. The pose and expression were different. Hongge, why did you carve her like this? She has never been fierce in front of you. Did you not notice that when you get fierce, you're quite cute? Am I? Rin Tingting blushed. Jialu felt like he didn't even need to eat lunch anymore. Wait a minute, if Zhu was mad at him, would carving one for her make her happy and forgive him? Jialu felt this was a good idea. Sure, Shu, can I learn this carving? XuHong was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Jialu to ask this out of the blue. However, XuHong was clever. Looking at Jialu's expression, he had already guessed his thoughts. Oh, you want to carve one for Zhu too? Yeah, Jialu no did. Of course, it would be even better if you could help me carve one. Yours looks good. XuHong shook his head. Jialu, do you like Zhu? No. That's not it. Jialu immediately looked nervous. Was his expression that obvious? Really? XuHong asked with a smile. I guess so. Under XuHong's gaze, Jialu felt immense pressure and ultimately chose to admit it. Jialu, as someone who has been through this, I tell you, if you like someone, just tell them directly. Don't bury your feelings inside. Say what's in your heart. I see that XuHong also seems to like you. He has watched you grow up, and he definitely won't oppose your relationship with Zhu. So as long as Zhu agrees, then you two will be together. So you should put in the effort. As for wood carving, it's definitely more sincere if you carve it yourself. If I help you carve one, even if it looks great, it won't mean anything to you. That's not the case. Jia Lu shook his head. He felt that XuHong made a lot of sense. Then, can you teach me how to carve? Before I teach you, you could try doing it yourself first. XuHong took out a wooden carving of a dog and placed it in front of Jia Lu, then put the wood and carving knife in front of him. Now you copy this for me. Carve according to this wooden sculpture. When you can carve it just like this, I'll teach you how to carve people. Okay. Jia Lu nodded, picked up the wood, and started carving. He wanted to personally carve a Zhu to give to her. But soon, Jia Lu began to doubt his skills. XuHong's carving was a dog, while his looked like a monster that was completely unrecognizable. He also cut his hand several times, leaving it covered in blood. Jia Lu, when learning to carve, you can't be impatient. A little blood is nothing. The most important thing is that you can't carve blindly. You need to think, why doesn't my carving look like it? How can I make it look like it? Where should I cut? And how much force should I use? Now, keep practicing. Okay. Jia Lu nodded seriously and continued practicing. He switched to a new piece of wood every time he messed one up, working hard to carve a statue of Zhu to give to her. In fact, XuHong wanted to teach Jia Lu that to pursue a girl, one must be thick-skinned. What to give her was secondary. If Zhu wouldn't let him go, he could just please Xiao and follow along. But after thinking it over, he still didn't say it. If it were Mu, XuHong would have said this, as that guy was thick-skinned enough. But Jia Lu couldn't. He was too thin-skinned. XuHong saw his former self in him, timid. But these things couldn't just be changed by saying them. Some things must be experienced firsthand to bring about real change. Soon it was noon. XuHong called a halt to Jia Li's carving. Is there something wrong? Sure, Shu. I have a lot of vegetables. Go cook them all. Is someone coming over? Jia Lu was taken aback. It's not that someone is coming. It's that your master is coming back soon. If you calculate the time, you should be about half an hour away. If you start now, he'll just make it back in time for a meal. Master is coming back. Jia Lu is the yup. He had witnessed XuHong's skills, and in his view, XuHong was a capable person who could do anything. What he said must be correct. I'll go do it now. With that, Jia Lu put down the unfinished wooden carving and carving knife and ran off. It seemed that Mu held a high place in his heart. As soon as he heard Mu was coming back, he didn't even care about Zhu. XuHong sat down, picked up the carving knife, chose a piece of wood, and continued carving. However, this time, XuHong was not carving Ren Tingting, but rather a small, delicate wooden sword. Ren Tingting walked over from a distance, having just finished bathing and changed her clothes. In the morning, XuHong had personally guided her in practicing martial arts, leaving her all sweaty. Seeing the small wooden sword in XuHong's hand, Ren Tingting looked a bit puzzled. Brother Hong, why are you carving a small sword? She thought XuHong was carving a toy, but this sword is too small. Even if it's carved for fun, it's still too small, only slightly longer than a finger. Of course, it has its uses. Carving with sculptures is indeed a way for XuHong to pass the time, but actually, these wood carvings are useful. XuHong learned many practical spells from Jiang Tianyang, one of which is called the transformation of a mortal spell. This spell is somewhat similar to a power he saw in an anime before crossing over. The Mouse Talisman in Jackie Chan Adventures. However, it is different. The Mouse Talisman brings inanimate objects to life, giving them self-awareness. In contrast, the transformation of a mortal spell can directly turn a small wooden sword into a divine weapon that can cut through iron like mud. And it can be made larger or smaller, but it doesn't have independent awareness and still requires your control. This means that the caster must have spiritual awareness. Moreover, the caster must have sufficient magical power, or else the spell cannot last. There are too many conditions. It is somewhat harsh, so not everyone can use it. Furthermore, this spell can be used not only for combat, but also for daily life. For example, you can directly use the transformation of a mortal spell to turn a toy house into a real, sufficiently large house. Transformation of immortals is about turning decay into the miraculous. This spell was also obtained by Jiang Tianyang by chance. It has a high ceiling and a low floor. Overall, it is a very practical spell. However, for cultivators below the golden core stage, this spell is useless. Because without spiritual awareness, you cannot control the items transformed by the spell. Even if you make a paper knife sharp, without spiritual awareness to control it to attack enemies on its own, it would be a wasted effort. It might even harm yourself. What is the use? Ren Tingting was very curious. You will know in the future. XuHong smiled and did not explain. XuHong's silence only intensified Ren Tingting's curiosity, so she smiled slightly and used her charm. XuHong was most susceptible to this tactic. With no choice, he had to use the transformation of a mortal spell to turn the previously carved wooden dog into a normal living dog. It was bouncing around and barking. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Ren Tingting would never have believed that the dog, which looked no different from a normal dog, was actually transformed from a wooden dog the size of a palm. In the kitchen, Jialu, who was cooking, was also taken aback. Strange. Why does it seem like I heard a dog barking? However, Jialu didn't pay much attention. Master Simu would be back soon, and the main thing now was to cook. Although Simu never went easy on him when teaching, his care for him was genuine, and he could feel it. So Jialu had a deep affection for Simu. The two of them said they were master and disciple, but it was more like a father-son relationship. Their group of senior brothers preferred to take in children as disciples and raise them from a young age. How amazing. Why can a wooden dog turn into a real dog? Ren Tingting looked astonished. Such a method seemed more like a celestial technique compared to XuHong's previous methods. Inanimate objects can also become living beings. It truly is turning decay into the miraculous. You can also do this in the future, as long as you practice hard and break through to the golden core stage. I will teach you this, XuHong said with a smile. XuHong had already taught Ren Tingting how to cultivate, with XuHong, an experienced teacher, instructing her along with unlimited supplies of spiritual pills. Ren Tingting had only been cultivating for half a month, but now she had already reached the late stage of qi refining and was not far from breaking through to the foundation establishment stage in a maximum of 7 or 8 days. As long as Ren Tingting continued to cultivate, breaking through to the early foundation establishment stage would not be difficult. However, to learn the transformation of a mortal spell, one must break through to the golden core stage. After all, without spiritual awareness, the effectiveness of the transformation of a mortal spell would be greatly reduced. Its full power would be less than 1/10. Learning it would be like having a useless tool, tasteless to eat, and regrettable to discard. How long will that take? Ren Tingting pouted, feeling that the golden core stage was still far away. XuHong smiled and shook his head. Ren Tingting was lucky to be with him. Otherwise, speaking of the golden core stage, whether one could break through would be a question. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Seeing his own small courtyard, Simu couldn't help but smile. It had been more than a month since he left home. He didn't know if Jiao Lu had been cultivating well or if he had been slacking off. This time he went to the provincial city and bought a lot of things, even bringing back 2 new outfits for that kid. Speaking of which, Jiao Lu was getting older. It wouldn't do for him to keep wearing his old clothes. And that old monk Ishio, he didn't know if he had returned this time. It had been a long time since the two had seen each other. I hope he hasn't died. Whether he was cursing someone or reminiscing, he probably wouldn't be too happy if Master Ishio heard his thoughts. But soon, Simu was stunned. What is going on? How did a new small courtyard appear? Did we get new neighbors? Simu was somewhat dumbfounded. How could there be a neighbor next to his home after being away for more than a month? What was going on? This desolate place rarely saw people, except for him who came to this place to fix his house for personal reasons. The old monk, Ishio, stubbornly came to be his neighbor. Who else would come to this place to build a house? This desolate area is dozens of miles away from the nearest town, and it's very inconvenient to buy anything. Who has the time to come here to build a house? But he quickly noticed a familiar figure in the newly built small courtyard. A white robe, which few people wore. White looks good but gets dirty easily, so ordinary people wouldn't wear it. In Simu's memory, the only person who wore a white robe was XuHong. Sure enough, when he focused his gaze, he recognized that angular face. Who else could it be but XuHong? The person beside him was none other than Ren Tingting. When did XuHong arrive? Simu quickened his pace and ran toward the small courtyard. Although XuHong's super hearing was not activated and his spiritual awareness was not extended, even without activating his super hearing, his hearing was still remarkable. In a radius of 1,000 meters, any movement could hardly escape XuHong's ears, unless he completely suppressed his abilities. During the day, XuHong would not completely suppress his abilities. Therefore, Simu's movements were immediately captured by XuHong. Simu. Long time no see. XuHong was not too surprised to find Simu. After all, he knew XuHong's strength, and this guy was on a completely different level than them. It has been a long time. Dao is Su. Miss Tingting, when did you arrive? Simu looked pleasantly surprised. We've been here for 3 days. XuHong smiled upon seeing Simu. Look, now your new neighbor has added one more. You won't mind, will you? How could I? I'm happy to have you as my new neighbor. Jialo, your dear master is back. Why don't you come out and welcome him? Simu said with a beaming smile, calling toward his courtyard. In the kitchen, Jialo, who had just finished cooking the last dish, heard Simu's voice and ran out. As soon as he saw Simu, he exclaimed, Master, you're back. Yes, I've sent off all the clients, so of course I'm back, Simu replied. How have you been? Have you been slacking off in your training while I was away? And no, Jia Lu said, his expression unnatural. XuHong, standing nearby, couldn't help but roll his eyes. With that look on your face, anyone can tell you're lying, Jia Lu. Simu also noticed that Jia Lu hadn't been diligent in his training and felt a bit dissatisfied. However, with XuHong present, he didn't want to lose his temper. All right, I understand. We'll deal with it later. By the way, when Su Shu, Master Su, came over, were you disrespectful to him? Hearing Simu's question, XuHong showed an expression of I knew it. You guys are really something, Lin Fengjiao, Lin Zhengdao, Simu. Impressive. Su Shu is very capable and also a nice person. I admire him. How could I dare to be disrespectful? Jello explained. That's good. Master, the meal is ready. We can start eating now. Oh, knowing that I would be back, you specially prepared the meal for me? Simu's face lit up with joy. As expected of my own disciple, you knew I was coming back and prepared the meal. Having traveled all morning, he was indeed a bit hungry. It's Su Shu who said you would arrive in half an hour, so I prepared the meal in advance, Jia Lu replied. Simu smiled, but didn't say anything. Let's eat first then. Su Daoyu, we haven't seen each other for a few months. What has happened during this time? You must tell me all about it. Simu said with a smile. If you're willing to listen, I don't mind sharing, XuHong replied with a smile. Isn't the interaction between friends just about boasting and chatting? Although XuHong usually didn't boast and only spoke facts, he was quite interested in what had happened to Simu during this time. In the afternoon, Ishio returned with Zhu after collecting herbs. Upon learning that Simu had also returned, they came to visit. Simu was quite surprised to hear that Ishio had taken on a female disciple. This old monk actually took a female disciple. How shameless. However, upon learning that Jia Lu liked to take care of Zhu, Simu's attitude changed immediately. He felt that Ishio had chosen well with this disciple. Chapter 124. Arrival of Qian He, Seeking Flowers. Simu's return made life increasingly interesting, especially with the daily banter between him and Ishio. Life became more enjoyable. The two old rivals always managed to create quite a few amusing situations. Meanwhile, Jia Lu's persévérance surprise de XuHong habite. Initially thinking Jia Lu was clumsy and would struggle with learning wood carving, he was taken aback to see that after just a few days, Jia Lu made significant progress, and the things he carved were already presentable. Although not particularly exquisite, they were decent enough. At first, Simu was somewhat displeased with his disciple learning wood carving, as he saw it as a distraction. But after some thought, he ultimately didn't stop Jia Lu from pursuing it. In XuHong's words, learning wood carving could cultivate a person's character. Initially, Simu didn't see it that way, but gradually he noticed that Jia Lu had become more composed compared to before. At least he wasn't as impulsive as he used to be, and he began to learn to think things through. Once Jia Lu felt confident in his skills, he also started attempting to carve figures. His first figure was Simu. Thanks to a solid foundation, or perhaps Jia Li's genuine approach to his work, his first figure carving turned out quite well. While it wasn't a perfect likeness, it was about 50 to 60% similar. It looked somewhat interesting. Simu looked at the wooden sculpture Jia Lu had given him, and while he claimed it wasn't well carved and made him look ugly, the next day, Jia Lu found that wooden sculpture in Simu's room, prominently displayed. With XuHong's arrival, Simu planned to temporarily stop taking on new clients and give himself a break. He had saved up a decent amount of money, so there was no rush to earn more. Time passed quickly, and several days went by. One day, Jia Lu woke up feeling very excited because the night before, he had finally carved a statue of Zhu that he was satisfied with. He had stayed up all night in excitement, just waiting to present it to Zhu. In the morning, Jia Lu went straight to find Zhu. Zhu, I have something to give you. Zhu didn't seem surprised at Jia Li's arrival. She was already aware that Jia Lu was learning wood carving from XuHong, and given that Jia Lu often stole glances at her, she could easily guess his intentions. However, she didn't actually dislike Jia Lu. Even though on her first day here, he had accidentally touched her chest, she knew it wasn't intentional. Otherwise, she wouldn't have easily forgiven him later. This era was different from later times. If someone had a harsher reaction, Jia Li's actions could have led to serious consequences. Zhu only gave Jia Lu a lesson, which was already quite lenient. As for the idea of giving herself to him just because he had touched her, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If that were the case, there would be men everywhere looking to take advantage of women. What? Although I know why you're here, I'm still pretending to be clueless, Zhu said, playfully. This fool can be quite cute at times. I have something to give you, Jia Lu said with a silly smile. What is it? This, Jia Lu was waiting for Zhu to ask that. As soon as she did, he immediately took out the wooden sculpture he had been holding behind his back and presented it to her. "This is me carving you. Isn't it pretty?" Zhu took a glance at the sculpture, and it was indeed quite decent. Of course, it couldn't compare to XuHong's carvings, considering Jia Lu had only been learning for less than half a month. Even with talent and perseverance, his progress was limited. However, this sculpture was about 80% similar to Zhu, at least in terms of facial features. Zhu took it with a look of disdain. "It's okay, I guess." "Oh, just okay?" Jia Li's face fell in disappointment. "Well, it's okay. Since you worked so hard on it, I'll accept it," Zhu said. "Ah." Jia Li's face lit up with surprise. He thought Zhu would refuse it, but to his delight, she accepted it. "What? Shouldn't I accept it?" No, you fool. I'm going back now. After breakfast, I have to go up the mountain with Master to collect herbs." "Collect herbs? I'll go too. I'm familiar with the mountain paths," Jia Li said eagerly. Zhu glanced at him, but didn't say anything and turned back to her room. Jia Li remembered what XuHong had told her before, thought for a moment, and decided to follow her. As for the Master's breakfast, let him make it himself. It was tea until around 8 or 9 in the morning that Simu got up slowly. Jia Li, Simu shouted loudly in the courtyard. But there was no response for a long time. Jia Li, where did that brat run off to?" "He went up the mountain to gather herbs," XuHong said while gnawing on an apple, standing by the fence. XuHong, who hardly needed sleep, was naturally the earliest to get up. Before dawn, he had already flown away from the earth to sunbathe. Yes, XuHong was no longer sunbathing on the clouds, but rather outside the earth. Although he didn't have a biological force field, he was still a cultivator, which allowed him to easily adapt to the vacuum of space. Sunbathing in the universe was far more efficient than on Earth. Moreover, whether it was dark or light, XuHong could sunbathe. After all, the changes between day and night were due to the rotation of the Earth. The sun was always there, never moving. XuHong was no longer restricted by day or night when sunbathing. Whenever he wanted, he could sunbathe. That brat is really unfilial. This is called seizing opportunities. "I say, Simu, have you ever thought of finding someone?" XuHong teased. The Maoshan sect doesn't prohibit its members from marrying. Aside from the Chuanjin sect, most Taoist sects actually allow their members to take wives. The Maoshan sect allows it as well. "What I need to find? I'm already this old." Simu shook his head, looking desolate. XuHong's expression changed. There seemed to be a story there. "Come on, you look like you have a story. Why not share it?" "Forget it, it's all old news. No need to mention it." Simu shook his head. XuHong took another bite of the apple upon hearing this. Simu's attitude seemed similar to Lin Fengjiao's. Just as XuHong was thinking about how to get Simu to speak, he suddenly heard faint footsteps. He looked in the direction of a sound. 2 miles away, a group of people was on the move. 4 guards in Qing Dynasty official uniforms, each holding a large knife, were surrounding a sedan chair. 8 soldiers in military uniforms were carrying a golden bronze coffin. A middle-aged man in a yellow Taoist robe was walking beside the coffin, followed by 4 young men also in Taoist robes, but they were wearing gray ones. XuHong immediately recognized the middle-aged man in the yellow Taoist robe. It was none other than Taoist Qianhe from the Uncle Zombie series. XuHong had been staying here for over half a month, and the reason he and T left was that he planned to stay here to save Qianhe. He had a good relationship with Simu and Lin Fengjiao, and since Qianhe was their junior brother, he was also close to them. XuHong had heard about Qianhe from both of them more than once. They cared a lot about this junior brother. If XuHong didn't know about this matter, it would be one thing, but since he did, how could he ignore it? After all, he was good friends with Lin Fengjiao and Simu. Otherwise, after Simu returned, he would have just stayed for 3 or 4 days. His family, Bairuru and the others, probably missed him by now. The spiritual herb field at home also needed him to perform the spirit transformation technique. He couldn't just keep flying back and forth every day. XuHong's plan was to resolve the matters here and then go back home to stay put. Moreover, there was just over a month left until his second sign-in. It had been almost 11 months since he crossed over. In this world, it had been over half a year, 2 months in the Heavenly Mystery Gate, and another 2 months in the Hong Kong island of the 1980s. After coming back, he had spent almost a month with Simu. The time for the second sign-in was approaching. XuHong was quite curious about what he would gain from the second sign-in. The first sign-in granted him the Superman bloodline. Without this Superman bloodline, he would never have reached his current level. Now, he would probably just be a wealthy person who practiced martial arts with others. As an annual sign-in, the things given by his system would definitely not be simple. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly look over there? XuHong suddenly shifted his gaze, and Simu also looked over. After finding nothing, he asked in confusion, "A group is coming our way, carrying a golden bronze coffin, wrapped in red cinnabar and black dog blood nets, and there are remnants of the Qing dynasty among them. The Qing dynasty has been gone for several years, and it's rare to see someone with a wild boar braid. Why can't I see anything? We're still a bit far away, about 2 miles or so. Simu said, no wonder you can't see anything. If you could, that would be something, XuHong said. Simu wasn't too surprised that XuHong could see things 2 miles away. There was no way. XuHong, in his eyes, was no different from a god. The other party was not even the same species as them. Anything unreasonable happening to XuHong was absolutely reasonable. Moreover, Simu also understood that when he chatted with XuHong, his stories about his past were just bragging, while what XuHong said were all facts he had experienced. Who could that be? It should be someone you know, right? That Taoist. XuHong described Qianhe's appearance. After all, he had never seen Qianhe, so it was necessary to pretend not to know him. It's junior brother Qianhe. How could he be with the remnants of the former Qing dynasty? The golden bronze coffin is wrapped in red cinnabar and black dog blood. There's zombies inside. Simu quickly made his judgment upon hearing XuHong's words. Junior brother Qianhe? Is he the Qianhe Taoist that you and Lin Taoist often mention? Yes, if you say he has 4 young Taoists with him, then it must be him. He indeed has 4 disciples, making him the one among our brothers with the most disciples, Simu affirmed. Chapter 125. He will definitely die within half a day. Seeking flowers. 20 minutes later, Qianhe and his group appeared in Simu's line of sight. Simu immediately ran over. The 4 Qing dynasty guard with knives immediately stepped forward as if they intended to block Simu. However, Simu completely ignored the 4 of them. The Qing dynasty was gone. These people had nothing to fear. Moreover, despite Simu appearing thin, he was only thin in appearance. He still had some muscle on him, and his skills were not bad. In fact, among their group of brothers, hardly anyone was weak. If anyone were to be considered weak, it would only be Ma Di. After all, he was the least skilled among them. Although Simu's skills were not as good as Lin Fengjiao's, they were still decent. For guards with knives were nothing. He didn't take them seriously. After all, he was still a foundational cultivator. Even though foundational cultivators in this era were not comparable to those in ancient times due to the influence of spiritual energy, dealing with a few ordinary people was still quite simple for him. In fact, Simu could even play with them without them noticing, as long as he wanted to. Junior brother, it really is you. Upon seeing Qianhe, Simu shouted directly. Senior brother? Qianhe was somewhat puzzled about why Simu came directly over. He had almost used up the glutinous rice in his hand, and there were no towns within dozens of miles, only his senior brother Simu living nearby. Therefore, he suggested coming here to ask Simu for some glutinous rice before continuing on their way. However, he had just arrived and hadn't even gone to Simu's courtyard to find him. Yet, Simu had come out first, and from his tone, it seemed he already knew Qianhe was coming. How could this not confuse him? How do you seem to know I was coming? Someone saw you, Simu casually explained. Qianhe was still puzzled. Before he could speak again, Simu had opened his mouth once more. Junior brother, what is going on? Didn't Team Master teach us that some corpses cannot be transported? Why are you still doing this? Simu spoke with a slight, educational tone. Their master was no longer around. And as the senior brother, Simu naturally had the right to educate Qianhe, the junior brother. Moreover, Qianhe was indeed acting against the rules this time. Their master had said during his lifetime that transporting corpses could only be done if they had not undergone corpse transformation. Corpses that had turned into zombies could not be transported. Such business should not be accepted. Qianhe had clearly violated their master's words. The copper-horned golden coffin, along with corpse-restraining talismans and the black dog blood-soaked vermilion net, contained a corpse that had not only undergone transformation, but was definitely not an ordinary zombie. At the very least, it had to be a hair zombie or even an armored corpse. Otherwise, there would be no need for the copper-horned golden coffin or to use a net soaked in black dog blood and vermilion. A single corpse-restraining talisman would have sufficed. The corpse-restraining talismans used by their group were all made by Lin Fengjiao. Although Lin Fengjiao was not a master of talismans and could not draw spiritual talismans, his skill in talismans was not low. The corpse-restraining talismans he drew could easily suppress purple and white zombies, and even hair zombies could be restrained. Simu guessed that the zombie inside the copper-horned golden coffin must be a level of armored corpse. Qianhe seemed to have known that Simu would say this. Senior brother, I really had no choice in this matter. Qianhe had his own grievances. He originally did not want to take this job. The Qing court had already fallen, and even though the remnants still had some power as a member of the Maoshan sect, Qianhe was naturally unafraid. However, he had owed a significant favor to someone in the past. Now, that person was using this favor to ask him for help in transporting a corpse. Forced by that obligation, Qianhe had no choice but to agree. As for Master S words back then, He had only warned them not to transport corpses that had already undergone transformation because such corpses were dangerous. They could endanger oneself and, if not handled properly, could escape and harm many people, which would be on the shoulders of the corpse transporter. After death, when entering the underworld, every debt would be accounted for. Thus, their master strictly prohibited them from transporting corpses that had already undergone transformation. But this was not an absolute prohibition. Faced with that past favor, after weighing the options, China still did not refuse this job. After all, this job was inherently thankless. He was not a turtle, and the attitude of Wu Shilang towards him along the way had not been very good. The other party was well aware of his character of fulfilling promises, and thus had not treated him well on the road. His 4 disciples were quite angry about this, but he had persuaded them down. "What grievances do you have?" Simo said unhappily. Transporting transformed corpses was very dangerous. As the senior brother, he was very worried about Qianhe, so he was somewhat angry, which was understandable. "Sigh. This matter is hard to explain in a short time." Hey, what are you two talking about? Are we leaving or not?" A voice resembling a duck's quack interrupted. The speaker's voice was neither male nor female, sounding very strange. "Wu Guan, sure, we'll be ready soon. I'm just chatting with my senior brother for a moment and getting some glutinous rice from him," Qianhe explained. "I don't have any glutinous rice to give you," Simo said angrily. Qianhe had no choice but to step forward and pull Simo. Then, as the two walked towards the small courtyard, Qianhe explained the reason to Simo. It turned out that this incident happened before Qianhe came to study at Maoshan. At that time, Qianhe was on the verge of starvation, and fortunately, he received help from someone, allowing him to survive and come to Maoshan to learn. He had never told Simo and the others about this. Upon hearing Qianhe get to this point, Simo couldn't be angry anymore. He understood Qianhe's character too well, given the favor of saving his life. Since Qianhe had taken this job, he would not easily give up. He had nothing more to say. "Daoist Qianhe, there is a lot of dark energy around your brow. This is a sign of impending disaster." A voice suddenly interrupted after Qianhe had just taken some glutinous rice from Simo. The speaker was none other than XuHong. Qianhe looked at XuHong in confusion. He had been busy explaining to Simo and had not noticed XuHong, who was separated by a fence wall. Hearing XuHong's words now, Qianhe was somewhat dazed, not understanding who XuHong was or why he would say such things. However, Simo's face changed upon hearing XuHong's words. He trusted XuHong's statements. He understood XuHong's character. Although he occasionally made jokes, he never made excessive jokes, especially about others' lives. Therefore, he believed XuHong's words and did not think he was joking. "XuHong, are you not joking?" After they became familiar, they dropped the titles and directly called each other's names. "Do you still not know what kind of person I am? I would never joke about this. If you let your junior brother leave like this within half a day, he will surely die," XuHong said seriously. Simo's face immediately turned ugly. It was not because XuHong cursed Qianhe, but because he believed XuHong's words. In other words, if Qianhe left now, he would surely die within half a day. Qianhe looked puzzled, as he did not know XuHong and did not understand who he was. If anyone heard someone curse them, they would probably feel bad. But before Qianhe could get angry, Simo turned to XuHong to confirm whether his words were true. It was clear that Simo was quite familiar with XuHong and trusted him. "Junior brother, it seems you really can't take this job." Simo shook his head. He stepped in front of Qianhe. No matter how great the favor Qianhe owed, for the sake of his junior brother's life, he would not let Qianhe leave. Moreover, he unconditionally believed XuHong's words. If this were said by Lin Fengjiao, he might have doubted its authenticity, but since it was XuHong, he believed without reservation. "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Qianhe asked, somewhat confused. "You're not familiar with XuHong, and it's normal not to know what kind of person he is. But I know him very well and understand what kind of person he is. He said that if you leave here for half a day, you will definitely die. Therefore, I won't let you leave." Simu said seriously. Qianhe was stunned. What is going on? Why has Simu changed so much in just a few months? If Lin Fengjiao or Lin Zhengdao were here at this moment, they would also believe XuHong's words and stop you from leaving, Simu said again. Now, it was Qianhe's turn to be surprised. Lin Zhengdao and Lin Fengjiao are definitely the most capable among their senior brothers. At the same time, Simu's words also indirectly told him that XuHong is not simple. If even Lin Fengjiao and Lin Zhengdao would make the same decision as Simu in this situation, it shows that they all trust XuHong, which also highlights XuHong's extraordinary nature. Looking at XuHong's age, he is clearly about the same age as his disciples. Why do Simu and the others trust XuHong so much? Facing Simu blocking his way, Qianhe didn't know what to do for a moment. After all, It was clear that Simu was unwilling to let him leave. He didn't want to fight with Simu. What are you doing? Why aren't you setting off yet? At this moment, Wu Shilang from the team noticed that Qianhe had not returned for a long time and expressed his dissatisfaction. Qianhe looked at Simu blocking his way and didn't know how to choose for a moment. Senior brother, you should step aside. After a while, Qianhe finally spoke, his tone filled with helplessness and a hint of his final stubbornness. Even though he knew that this trip might lead to death, he still planned to complete this task. Call him stubborn, call him obstinate, or call him foolish. He would accept it. But a person cannot establish themselves without credibility. This is the principle of Qianhe as a person. Qianhe raised his head and looked seriously at Simu. Simu also looked at Qianhe, the two brothers looking at each other, neither saying a word. Qianhe's originally troubled expression gradually became resolute. Simu looked at Qianhe, unsure of what to say for a moment. This guy is still as stubborn as before. But among their group, who isn't stubborn? Chapter 126, Stubborn Qianhe. Thunder, seeking flowers. Junior brother, you are still so stubborn. You won't listen no matter what I say. Senior brother, you know me, since I promised the other party. I will definitely do it, Qianhe said helplessly. In the end, Simu still stepped aside. All right, since you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. Go ahead. Simu shook his head. He stepped aside, allowing Qianhe to leave. He understands Qianhe, he is stubborn. Since he has made up his mind, he will definitely follow through, no matter how much pressure is applied. Qianhe didn't want to fight him, and Simu certainly didn't want to fight Qianhe either. Senior brother, thank you. Junior brother takes his leave. After speaking, Qianhe glanced at XuHong's direction, then turned and entered the team. The team continued on, quickly moving away from the small courtyard, disappearing from sight. I thought you would definitely stop him. Once Qianhe's figure was completely out of sight, XuHong's voice sounded. I know him too well. He is very stubborn. Once he has made up his mind, it's useless to say anything. If I had to stop him, he would definitely fight me. Simu shook his head. Qianhe didn't want to fight, and naturally, Simu didn't want to fight either. Moreover, once they really fought, regardless of who won, the other person would definitely not be happy. And their relationship as brothers would never return to what it was. Even though everyone knows that they are fighting for each other's good. But they are all adults, with their own principles and judgments about things. Besides, Simu had other plans. Help me out, Simu said. What? I don't want my junior brother to get into trouble. If he can act in time, your junior brother won't get into any trouble. This is not about me being unable to handle it. I just want you to help me out, Simu said with a smile. Since it concerns Qianhe's life, Simu had to take it seriously. To be on the safe side, he planned to ask XuHong for help. Do you know why I've stayed here for almost half a month? XuHong did not answer directly, but instead asked back. Simu was taken aback. Then, his eyes widened. You wouldn't be waiting for this day, would you? XuHong smiled slightly, not explaining. But Simu already understood the implication. He looked at XuHong with a complicated expression. Have you reached this point? XuHong shook his head. Not yet. There is still a bit of distance to go, but we can hope for it. Simu was momentarily at a loss for words. All right, stop standing there in a daze. Go back and get your stuff. I'll help you out. But when it comes to fighting, you have to do it yourself. By the way, I need to tell Tingting. After saying that, XuHong directly turned and walked toward the house. Simu stared at XuHong's back for 2 seconds before returning to his room to get his stuff. XuHong's words clearly indicated that they were going to take action this time, and the only possible factor that could lead to Qianhe's death, apart from a zombie in the copper-horned golden coffin, could not be anything else. However, even if it was an armored corpse, it shouldn't be able to threaten Qianhe's life. After all, Qianhe is at least a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator with considerable strength. Moreover, the coffin is suppressed by vermilion sand nets and corpse sealing talismans, making it very unlikely for the zombie inside to escape. How could Qianhe be in any danger? But Simu believed XuHong's words very much, feeling that XuHong would not make baseless claims in such matters. Soon, Simu came out with his gear. 2 peachwood swords, a bag of glutinous rice, a Bagua mirror, and a stack of talismans. These things are more than enough to deal with a zombie. And with XuHong backing him up, bringing more things would be a waste. Let's set off, XuHong nodded. Then the two of them chased after the direction where Qianhe and the others had left. Of course, to accommodate Simu, XuHong definitely slowed down to match his speed. However, the two were running while Qianhe and the others were walking. So they quickly caught up with Qianhe and the others without much effort. Of course, the two did not reveal themselves, but followed behind. They planned to take action when Qianhe and the others got into trouble. Although Qianhe could not sense XuHong and Simu's presence, he knew that Simu might be following behind. He understood his senior brother's character too well. Although he felt touched in his heart, he said nothing. If he did not encounter trouble half a day later, XuHong's prediction would be wrong, and then Simu would naturally leave. However, for some reason, he also began to feel a faint sense of unease in his heart. Could it be that XuHong's words affected him? He shook his head. He felt it wasn't, but that something bad was really about to happen. He glanced at the copper-horned golden coffin. The copper-horned coffin remained intact, with the corpse-restraining talisman affixed to it not having disappeared. The net soaked in vermilion and black dog blood still firmly encased the copper tube. Everything seemed normal, with no unexpected situations arising. To prevent the sudden rain from wetting the vermilion net and causing it to lose its effectiveness, a considerable sunshade was kept open above the coffin. Under these circumstances, the likelihood of an accident was low. He felt it was just his overthinking influenced by XuHong's words. Accidents wouldn't happen so easily. Soon, more than 2 hours passed. The sun had set, and the sky gradually darkened. The group had already traveled over 50 miles. After advancing another 40 miles, they would be close to seeing signs of human habitation. Things seemed to be developing positively. However, he soon noticed that the wind began to pick up. The wind started off mild, but quickly grew stronger. A few people holding the sunshade struggled to maintain their grip. He frowned. He had checked the weather that morning, and it shouldn't rain. But soon, fine rain began to fall from the sky. In an instant, the light rain transformed into a heavy downpour. Suddenly felt uneasy. Fortunately, the sunshade was still holding up. Even though the rain came unexpectedly, it was not something anyone had anticipated. Most of the rain was still being blocked. You lot, hurry and set up the tent. Get the young prince inside. If he gets wet and catches a cold, you all will be in trouble, ordered the voice of Wu Shilang, who had a duck-like voice, to a group of guards. On the accompanying cart, the tent was quickly taken out and set up. Wu Guanshi, let the coffin enter the tent first, he said, glancing at the direction of the coffin. The rain was too heavy and the wind was strong. Although there was a sunshade, a considerable amount of rainwater was still hitting the coffin. This caused the vermilion net on top to start losing color, which made He feel increasingly uneasy. However, Wu Shilang was unconcerned about this. He only cared about the young prince's well-being. Although the Qing court no longer existed, its influence still lingered, and many former Qing royal family members had substantial assets. Although the old prince had passed away, he had left a considerable inheritance for the young prince. As the young prince's steward, as long as the young prince was safe, his life would remain comfortable. Let the young prince into the tent first. Isn't there something blocking the coffin? It's fine if it gets a little rain. Wu Shilang completely disregarded He's words. This was a case of ignorance being bliss. He had no idea how dangerous the zombie inside the coffin was. He's face turned grim. But with 4 knife-wielding guards watching him, he could only endure his dissatisfaction. It wasn't out of fear, but even if he acted now, it would be futile and would only make things more troublesome. He forced himself to calm down. With the rain this heavy, even the corpse-restraining talisman was useless. Fortunately, Wu Shilang and the others acted quickly, and the young prince was soon sent into the tent. Glanced at the vermilion net on the coffin. Luckily, due to the sunshade, the vermilion on the net had not been completely washed away by the rain. There was still plenty left. This relieved He. As long as they could get the coffin into the tent, he could make some arrangements to ensure the zombie inside wouldn't cause any disturbances. Quick, lift the coffin into the tent, He said, and the soldiers responsible for carrying the coffin immediately moved toward the tent, intending to bring the coffin inside. But at that moment, the rain suddenly stopped. The rain stopped? He looked up at the sky. A half-full moon hung in the sky. The clouds above dispersed at that moment. Moonlight shone down, pure and silvery, creating a picturesque scene. The soldiers carrying the coffin also paused. Confused by the sudden cessation of rain, they reasoned that since the rain had stopped, there was no need to bring the coffin into the tent. After all, the tent was only so big, and bringing the coffin inside would take up too much space. The soldiers simply set the coffin down. Although the copper-horn coffin was not entirely made of copper, it was still quite heavy. After carrying it for a while, their shoulders were sore, and now, with the ground muddy from the recent rain, it was inconvenient to continue. They would likely have to spend the night here. Boom! At that moment, a loud thunderclap sounded. In the next second, a white bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the copper-horn coffin directly. The soldiers closest to it were hit hard, blasted away by the electric force. At the moment of contact, several soldiers were charred by the lightning, and if one were to sniff the air, they could even smell the scent of roasted meat. When they hit the ground, there were already several corpses. The sudden turn of events left He stunned. He suddenly recalled XuHong's earlier words. Before he could collect himself, the copper-horn coffin made a loud bang. Qian He immediately snapped back to reality. His expression changed. He hadn't expected that the zombie inside the coffin, after being struck by heavenly lightning, not only remained unharmed, but now seemed eager to escape from the coffin. Having survived a strike of heavenly lightning, the zombie had undoubtedly undergone some transformation. It was likely even more ferocious now. Previously at the iron armor zombie level, it must have now reached the copper armor zombie level. Not far away, XuHong and Simu stood beneath a tree. They had also seen the heavenly lightning strike the coffin. The zombie inside had been struck by heavenly lightning and had already become a formidable being, at least a copper armor zombie. Simu, upon hearing this, wasted no time and rushed towards Qian He and the others. On the other side, before Qian He could advance, the coffin emitted a tremendous sound, forcibly shattering open from the inside. Your junior disciple is in trouble. It shattered into pieces. Qian He had been prepared and immediately dodged the flying coffin fragments. His 4 disciples reacted quickly as well. They couldn't avoid it, but 2 of the knife-wielding guards failed to react in time and were directly struck. Under the terrifying force, the 2 were sent flying, landing several meters away. Blood filled their mouths, noses, and ears, and with a tilt of their heads, they fell silent. It was evident that their internal organs had been crushed, leading to internal bleeding. They were dead beyond recovery. Chapter 127. Instant Kill, Seeking Flowers. Watching this scene, Qian He's expression changed dramatically. Looking towards the coffin, a figure had already emerged. Its completely decayed green face, exposed fangs, and sharp black claws were visible. However, what shocked Qian He the most was the pair of eyes that looked just like those of a normal person. One must understand that this corpse had been dead for over half a year. Even if it had transformed, its eyeballs should have decayed long ago. Yet at this moment, the zombie's eyes were wide open, appearing no different from a normal person's. Qian He could even sense a longing emotion emanating from those eyes. He knew that this zombie had become a sentient being. East, south, west, north, black dog blood, and vermilion powder. Qian He did not stand there in a daze. After realizing that this zombie had evolved, even though he knew it was dangerous, his first thought was not to escape, but to suppress this zombie. So he immediately shouted out the names of his 4 disciples. Unlike the relationship with Simu and Jiala, Qian He did not have a fixed residence. His 4 disciples had always followed him on missions. Although Qian He's cultivation was not as good as Simu, Lin Fengjiao, and the others, his 4 disciples were much more reliable than Xiuxing, Wenkai, and Jiala. As soon as Qian He shouted, the 4 disciples reacted immediately. 2 took out vermilion powder made from bamboo tubes, while the other 2 took out water buckets made from bamboo tubes, filled with the black dog blood they had prepared long ago. They threw the vermilion powder and black dog blood at the royal zombie. Unfortunately, they underestimated the royal zombie. Struck by a heavenly thunder, the royal zombie not only advanced to the rank of a bronze-armored corpse, but also gained initial intelligence. Its eyes, resembling those of a normal person, were proof of this. Faced with the flying vermilion powder and black dog blood, the royal zombie naturally would not stand still waiting for them to hit. It jumped and dodged. Although not particularly agile, it could predict the attack and thus evade it. Then, its gaze fell upon the tent. It sensed the attraction from the bloodline of its closest kin. As long as it consumed the blood of its family member, its strength would definitely increase again. So after dodging the vermilion powder and black dog blood, it jumped directly toward the tent. The remaining 2 sword-wielding guards were startled by the royal zombie. However, seeing it jump toward the tent, their instinctual duty overcame their fear, and they stood in front of the royal zombie. Unfortunately, they were just ordinary people. Even if their skills were decent, they were still only ordinary. Clang! The sword struck the royal zombie, producing a shower of sparks and clashing sounds, but the royal zombie was unharmed. Instead, with a flick of its hand, it sent the 2 of them flying. The terrifying power twisted their bones in midair, and by the time they hit the ground, they were already motionless. The strength of the royal zombie was truly terrifying. They could not withstand a direct hit from it. Meanwhile, Qian He was not idle. As the royal zombie dealt with the 2 guards, he had already opened the glutinous rice he had previously requested from Simu and took out a peachwood sword. He charged toward the royal zombie. As he approached, he sprinkled the glutinous rice at the royal zombie. Accompanying this was a series of popping sounds. The glutinous rice landed on the royal zombie, igniting like firecrackers. However, its power was minimal, and the royal zombie's movements did not even pause. Without even looking at the royal zombie, Qian He shouted, "East, south, west, north ropes." The 4 disciples immediately took out hemp ropes about the thickness of a child's arm and threw them at the royal zombie, attempting to ensnare it like catching a rabbit. Then, each of them grabbed a section of the rope, trying to hold the royal zombie back. Although it was not entirely effective, it had slightly slowed down the royal zombie's speed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, XuHong rushed to the front of the royal zombie. His index finger had already been bitten, and he used his own spiritual blood to empower the peachwood sword, causing it to glow red and increase in power. With a whoosh, the peachwood sword stabbed toward the royal zombie. Many had already died, and now that the zombie had evolved into a royal zombie, even if he could still suppress it, he would not continue to escort it. Doing so would be irresponsible to future generations. If this zombie were buried underground, what if one day someone released it? Who would deal with it then? Therefore, his current thought was to eliminate this zombie on the spot. As for the favor he owed, he felt he had repaid it well enough. He couldn't just give his life in return. That would truly be repaying a debt. After all, it was a life-saving grace, not a grace of nurturing. However, XuHong overestimated himself, or rather, underestimated the power of the royal zombie. Even with the peachwood sword empowered by spiritual blood, it no longer posed any threat to the royal zombie. When XuHong's peachwood sword struck the royal zombie, the expected scene of it piercing through did not occur. Instead, it let out a ringing sound, as if he had stabbed an iron wall with an iron sword. How could this be? XuHong was dumbfounded. The most effective weapon against zombies, the peachwood sword, couldn't even break through its defenses. How could this not shock him? The royal zombie reacted and directly kicked at XuHong. However, XuHong was an experienced corpse chaser with rich combat experience. He quickly regained his senses and dodged the kick. While evading, he did not forget to take out a corpse-restraining talisman from his pocket and stick it to the royal zombie's forehead. The royal zombie's reaction speed was still slightly slower than XuHong's. If it were a silver-armored flying corpse, perhaps it could have avoided XuHong's sudden attack. But unfortunately, it was just a bronze-armored corpse. The corpse-restraining talisman drawn by Lin Fengjiao was stuck to the royal zombie's forehead. The next second, the originally frenzied royal zombie suddenly became quiet. XuHong sighed in relief. Finally, he had subdued this creature. As long as it couldn't move, he could find some wood to burn it. However, in this deep forest, finding lychee wood would not be easy. Master, be careful. Just as XuHong was thinking about where to find lychee wood, his disciple Dong suddenly shouted, "Be careful? Be careful of what?" We turned around. The corpse-restraining talisman on the royal zombie's forehead had already ignited. How could this be? XuHong's eyes widened. The corpse-restraining talisman drawn by Lin Fengjiao couldn't subdue this zombie. How could this happen? While XuHong was in a daze, the royal zombie had already broken free from the restraint of the talisman. Looking at XuHong, it reached out its hands without hesitation, ready to grab him. XuHong didn't have time to dodge, or rather, he never imagined that the royal zombie could escape the talisman's control. It felt like a cruel joke. "Junior brother, catch the sword." At that moment, Simu's voice rang out, followed by the sound of something slicing through the air. XuHong and Simu were indeed brothers. In this critical moment, XuHong reacted instinctively. He almost reflexively reached out, and a golden long sword appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, XuHong raised the golden sword to block in front of him. The royal zombie's hands grabbed the sword instead. Using the force from the royal zombie, XuHong was pushed back, increasing the distance between them. He had already witnessed the terror of the royal zombie and knew that staying too close was not a good choice. However, the rebound force still left his arms numb. Even the golden sword given to him by the four-eyed person was directly broken in half. How fierce! XuHong couldn't help but feel a shock. No wonder XuHong said that his junior brother would die within half a day. If he hadn't rushed over, XuHong might have really died here. This royal zombie is too ferocious. The corpse-restraining talisman drawn by Lin Fengjiao couldn't hold him down, and the peachwood sword couldn't even break through his defenses. It's worth noting that the peachwood sword is the most effective weapon against zombies. Moreover, XuHong's peachwood sword is still a low-level magical tool. Yet even so, it couldn't break through the defenses of that royal zombie, which shows just how terrifying this guy is. Once he and XuHong didn't come, everyone here would undoubtedly die. "Senior brother, you're here." After marveling at the ferocity of the royal zombie, XuHong looked at the four-eyed person, feeling a rush of emotion and a bit of guilt. He should have listened to XuHong's words earlier. Otherwise, there would have been no chance for this royal zombie to come out and become so fierce. "If I hadn't come, you would have been doomed," the four-eyed person said somewhat unhappily. It would be a lie to say he wasn't angry with XuHong. XuHong had almost driven him to death. But what could he do? XuHong is his junior brother. No matter how angry he was, could he really not care about XuHong's life or death? So even though he was angry, he still called XuHong and followed him. Now it seems that calling XuHong was truly wise. The ferocity of this royal zombie had exceeded his expectations. Even if he and XuHong joined forces, they might not be able to match it. At this moment, XuHong had also walked out from the darkness. Leave this to me. Wearing the same white robe, XuHong looked completely dry compared to the already drenched four-eyed person. His clothes even seemed to move without wind, appearing quite ethereal. Then I'll trouble you, the four-eyed person said, then directly pulled XianHe away, leaving the battlefield to XuHong. Roar! The royal zombie let out a roar, seemingly very displeased with XuHong's appearance. XuHong didn't say anything. XianHe was still curious about how XuHong would take action. This time, XuHong didn't use his blood energy. Instead, 3 small wooden swords appeared in his hands. He raised his hand to his mouth and lightly blew on the 3 wooden swords. The spirit transformation technique was activated. The 3 wooden swords instantly seemed to come alive. They flew up and shot towards the royal zombie. With every half meter they flew, their size would expand a bit. By the time the 3 wooden swords reached the royal zombie, they had already transformed into 3-meter-long giant swords. A golden radiance enveloped the 3 giant swords. The royal zombie's defenses became utterly laughable in front of the 3 giant swords, like paper being easily torn apart. The combination of the spirit transformation technique and the sword control technique instantly slashed the royal zombie, turning it to ashes. The four-eyed person and XianHe were left dumbfounded. Without comparison, there is no harm. XuHong easily killed the royal zombie. And thinking back to how close he had just come to dying at the hands of the royal zombie, XianHe finally understood how ridiculous he had been before. At the same time, he understood why the four-eyed person trusted XuHong so much. Because someone like XuHong, even to them, seemed like a celestial being. There was no need to deceive them at all. Chapter 128. New sign-in. Dimensional gate. Please send flowers. XianHe slightly turned his head to look at his senior brother and found that the four-eyed person also had a look of shock. He knew XuHong's abilities, but this spirit transformation technique was something he was seeing for the first time. 3 wooden swords the size of thumbs had dealt with the royal zombie. This made it hard for him to accept. Both are cultivators. But why did it feel like XuHong was completely different from them? It felt like they were just children playing house, while he was truly practicing cultivation. To say that he wasn't feeling down would be a lie. The four-eyed person even momentarily felt a sense of hopelessness. XianHe noticed his senior brother's mood and comforted him. Senior brother, isn't Su Dao your friend? Why do you seem so unhappy? The four-eyed person was taken aback. Yes, he was good friends with XuHong. Why should he feel a sense of loss? A friend who is so powerful should make him feel happy. The four-eyed person's mood was restored, and a smile naturally appeared on his face as he walked over to XuHong. Not bad, as expected of you. What was that just now? That was the spirit transformation technique combined with the sword control technique. XuHong put away the 3 small wooden swords and explained. I know the sword control technique, but what is the spirit transformation technique? When you advance to the golden core stage, I will teach you. Otherwise, if you learn it now, it won't be beneficial for you. The spirit transformation technique consumes a lot of magical power. Only he could use it freely in this era. If the four-eyed person and the others tried, even if they broke through to the golden core stage, they couldn't use it at will. Jiang Tianyang could use it because he lived in the Ming dynasty during the reign of Emperor Xiaozong, which was over 300 years before their era. The spiritual energy was much denser than in their time. When he used the spirit transformation technique, recovering magical power was not so difficult. In their era, a golden core stage practitioner using the spirit transformation technique would take at least 2 to 3 months to recover from the weakness. And the four-eyed person was still in the foundation establishment stage. Without divine consciousness, he couldn't fully control what transformed after using the spirit transformation technique. Produce. With insufficient magical power, the power of what transformed wouldn't be very strong. For him, it was quite useless. It would be better not to learn it. Golden core? That realm, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. The four-eyed person shook his head. Really not dare to think about it? Having long reached the late foundation establishment stage, how could he not want to break through to golden core? But in this era, the natural spiritual energy no longer supported people in breaking through to golden core. Unless you could find a place with extremely dense spiritual energy, at least 20 to 30 times denser than the energy outside. After all, the transition from foundation establishment to golden core is a true qualitative change. A transformation and elevation of life level. Perhaps there will be opportunities in the future. XuHong smiled. Just then, a corner of the tent was lifted, and an Yin-Yang person walked out from inside the tent. Who else could it be but Steward Wu? The commotion outside had been loud enough for anyone not deaf to hear. He naturally heard it, knowing that it was dangerous outside. He hid with the little prince in the tent. It was only when the outside quieted down and he heard the voices of the four-eyed person and the others, confirming that there was no longer danger outside, that he lifted the tent and came out. What? What happened? Upon coming out, he saw a ground full of corpses and scattered coffins. Steward Wu was stunned. What had happened? Steward Wu, the zombie in the coffin, went berserk and ran out, causing quite a few casualties. Luckily, my senior brother and Su Daoyu arrived in time. That zombie has already been dealt with. What did you say? The princess corpse is gone? Steward Wu was taken aback. His task this time, besides bringing the young prince to the capital, also included bringing back the prince's corpse. Now that the prince's corpse is missing, he will definitely face punishment upon returning to the capital. How could you mess this up? Didn't you say the prince was still alive? Why? PFF. A sound of something slicing through the air was heard. The assistant minister of Wu felt a chill on top of his head. He reached up to touch his head and found that his hat was gone. Turning around, he saw several pieces of torn fabric on the ground, and from the colors of the fabric, he could vaguely tell it was his hat from before. If you keep talking nonsense, I wouldn't mind making it so you can never speak again. XuHong's cold voice rang out. The assistant minister of Wu dared not say a word under XuHong's gaze, not even a harsh word, because XuHong's eyes were just too dangerous. He was certain that if he really dared to say another word, XuHong would not hesitate to kill him. The nearby Simu also glanced at the assistant minister of Wu, having no good feelings towards the Qin court either. Qin, he wanted to say a few words, but when the words reached his lips, he still said nothing. Simu, the matter is over, and I should be leaving soon. If you have time, you can come to Jiuquan town to find me. I estimate that I won't be leaving Jiuquan town for a long time. You're leaving so soon? Why not stay a day or two more? Upon hearing XuHong was leaving, Simu quickly tried to keep him. XuHong shook his head. The time has been long enough, and there are people waiting for me at home. It's not good to stay out too long. After saying this, XuHong didn't wait for Simu to respond and directly transformed into a white light, shooting into the sky, disappearing in an instant. Qianhe and Simu didn't have much of a change in expression. After all, having just witnessed XuHong's celestial transformation, they had already regarded him as a godly figure. The fact that he could fly didn't seem like a big deal. However, the assistant minister of Wu was different. He stared in shock at the direction XuHong had disappeared. It was only at this moment that he realized there really were gods in the world. Upon returning to the small courtyard, after bidding farewell to Yi Xiao and the others, XuHong took Ren Tingting and directly flew away from the courtyard, heading towards Jiuquan town. After about 10 minutes, XuHong landed in the small courtyard Jiuquan town with Ren Tingting. Because of Lu Yun, the women in the courtyard had already received news of XuHong's return and were waiting for him in the yard. Of course, they were also welcoming Ren Tingting's arrival. After all, XuHong's main purpose for going out this time was to bring Ren Tingting back, and they all knew this. The following days became relatively calm. XuHong's daily life turned into sunbathing, farming, alchemy, and then passing the time. Occasionally, when there was nothing to do, the group would stroll along the streets of Jiuquan town. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. One day, XuHong was carving wood. Ding! Sign in at Cold Spring completed. Would you like to start a new sign-in? A metallic voice devoid of emotion rang in his mind. XuHong knew that the cooldown period for his sign-in had ended. It had already been a year since he crossed over to this place. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Sign in. XuHong said softly. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations on receiving the reward, Dimension Gate. Dimension Gota? XuHong was slightly surprised. In the next moment, a stream of information entered XuHong's mind, making him understand what the Dimension Gate was. Simply put, the Dimension Gate is a large temporal and spatial door that can open dimensional planes. The world behind the door is unknown, but once opened, you can travel to the world beyond the Dimension Gate. Moreover, the Dimension Gate has the ability to automatically save the coordinates of the planes. As long as you have opened a world, it will automatically save the plane coordinates, ensuring you can visit it a second or third time. The only troublesome part is that there are prerequisites to open the Dimension Gate, which is energy. The Dimension Gate itself does not possess any magical qualities and does not come with an energy core. It has only one ability, to break through the plane barriers and open a passage to another world. If you want to open a passage to a world, you need to input enough energy into the Dimension Gate. The stronger and higher level the world, the stronger the plane barrier. In simple terms, if you input little energy, the Dimension Gate will only open a passage to a lower level world. To reach higher level worlds, you need to input enough energy. For XuHong at the moment, the Dimension Gate is definitely a useful item. Compared to the instability of the Heavenly Mystic Gate, the Dimension Gate is actually more practical for XuHong. He was quite satisfied with this new sign-in reward. The Dimension Gate is certainly on par with the bloodline of a superhero. After all, this is a door that can lead to other worlds. This also means that you can plunder resources from other worlds. The resources of a single world are limited, and the improvements it can provide you are also limited. But when you have countless different worlds available, which can enhance you, then you have infinite possibilities. XuHong can sunbathe and naturally achieve infinite enhancement, but the people around him cannot. Even with elixirs continuously given to Bairuru and the others, their limits still aren't high. However, if he can enter other worlds or bring them into other worlds, then their limits will be infinitely raised. Moreover, XuHong's current strength is already quite remarkable. He has awakened his third and fourth abilities, which are also the two most famous abilities of a superhero, super strength and steel body. Although XuHong's previous power was already impressive, it couldn't be called super strength. But now, he can easily lift a mountain. Of course, the premise is that he has a biological force field. Otherwise, even if he has that strength, he wouldn't be able to lift a mountain. The steel body works similarly. Now, XuHong is confident that he can withstand a direct hit from a powerful attack and not die. After all, besides having exaggerated physical qualities, he is also a cultivator who can buff himself. Now, even in some higher-level worlds, he possesses the strength to protect himself and can completely open the dimension gate to travel to other worlds. However, to be safe, XuHong still did not use the dimension gate immediately. Chapter 129, Crossing Worlds, Jackie Chan Adventures, Seeking Flowers, in the blink of an eye. It has been more than a month since XuHong's second sign-in, during which he received the dimension gate. Because now, every time XuHong sunbathes, he flies directly outside the Earth to do so. This has made his growth speed even more monstrous. Already in a rapid growth phase, he awakened another ability, super speed. The speed of a superhero is terrifying, almost comparable to the speed of the Flash. Although XuHong's super speed may not match the Flash, he is now at least dozens of times faster than before. This is a huge leap. Of course, XuHong still has a long way to go to reach the speed of light. After all, he has spent too little time absorbing sunlight. It's only been a little over a year since he started, and he hasn't even fully awakened his abilities yet. Not to mention the biological field, heat rays, super breathing, super healing, super brain, and so on. There are still many abilities he has yet to awaken. Although he has awakened supervision, it has only reached the second stage, allowing him to see the entire solar system, but he cannot see beyond that to other galaxies. In contrast, Superman's supervision allows him to see the entire universe. Therefore, XuHong still has a lot of room for growth. Even the super strength he has just awakened has not yet reached the level where he can lift a planet. At most, he can lift a tectonic plate. Nevertheless, his growth is already quite remarkable. After all, it has only been a little over a year since he began his journey. His growth is already comparable to Clark's at the age of 20. And XuHong has achieved this in just 1 year, equivalent to Clark's 20 years of growth. This is related to the fact that XuHong is still a cultivator. After all, compared to Clark, he has had more time in the sun and can fly above the clouds to sunbathe right from the start. Now he can even sunbathe directly in space. It's worth noting that Superman can only sunbathe in space after awakening his super breathing ability, as there is no air in the vacuum of space. Before awakening super breathing, even Clark cannot survive in the vacuum of space. However, since XuHong is still a cultivator, even without awakening his super breathing ability, he can survive in the vacuum of space and sunbathe. After awakening super strength, super speed, and super defense, steel body, XuHong decided to embark on his journey to the dimensional world. This time, he does not plan to take anyone with him, as he is unsure what kind of world the dimensional door will open to and whether it will be dangerous. Therefore, he does not plan to take Bairuru and the others with him. At least until he confirms whether the other world is safe, he will not take them along. In a small courtyard, the expressions of the girls showed some concern. Previously, XuHong had traveled to the 1980s Hong Kong through the heavenly and earthly mysterious gate, which they were unaware of. This time, XuHong is clearly heading to an unknown world. Even though they know XuHong is a powerful figure like a deity, they still cannot help but worry. If it weren't for XuHong's firm refusal to let them follow, they would definitely want to accompany him. Don't worry, I promise I won't get into trouble. For the first time, I won't input too much energy into the dimensional door, so the world won't be too dangerous. For your sake and for my own, I won't choose a world that is too dangerous. Otherwise, I could have set off a month ago. Seeing the girl's concerns, XuHong smiled and explained. So, you really don't need to worry too much. All right, I'm off now. While I'm away, practice well. I will be back soon, XuHong said with a smile. Then, under the watchful eyes of the girls, a door radiating colorful light appeared out of thin air. After XuHong placed his hand on the door for a moment, it opened from the inside. XuHong then turned to the girls, smiled slightly, waved his hand, and stepped through the door. Once XuHong completely entered the door, it closed and then disappeared. In San Francisco, in an alley outside Chinatown, a rainbow door appeared out of nowhere. Then a man dressed in a white robe stepped out from the rainbow door. The man was none other than XuHong. After passing through the dimensional door and arriving in a brand new world, XuHong first felt a spiritual energy at least 20 to 30 times denser than in his original world. The presence of spiritual energy indicates that this is an extraordinary world. Given the density of this spiritual energy, bringing Lin Fengjiao and the others over would not require giving them any spiritual pills. They would probably be able to break through to the golden core stage based on their innate talents alone. For his first use of the dimensional door, XuHong did not input much energy, accounting for less than 1/10 of his total energy. Thus, even though this world is extraordinary, XuHong felt that he could navigate it without much issue. With supervision and super hearing activated, the entire world changed before XuHong's eyes. Soon, he captured a lot of the information he needed. Jackie Chan, Chang Xiaoyu, Old Dad's Antique Shop, Sheriff Blake, the Black Hand Gang, the Master, the Demon Legend, and the Demon Mask. Is this the world of Jackie Chan adventures? It's quite a nice and interesting world. Although there are some discrepancies due to the transition from animation to live action, XuHong grew up watching Jackie Chan's movies, so he is very familiar with him, even if his hair is a bit shorter. But his prominent nose still makes him recognizable. XuHong confirmed that this world is indeed the Jackie Chan Adventures world through Jackie Chan, the antique shop, and Old Dad beside him. If this is the case, the spiritual energy here is indeed many times denser than in his original world, which is not surprising given the existence of immortal gods in this world. These are true deities. Additionally, there are also demons that cannot die. Since demons are the manifestation of evil in the world, even if you completely kill a demon, it won't be long before the world gives birth to new ones. Because they cannot be fundamentally eradicated, the immortal gods can only seal the demons in hell. Besides the demons of hell, this world also contains many magical items. The most overpowered item has to be the Book of Time, where everything written in it can come true and can directly alter past history. Of course, XuHong does not know if it can affect the immortal gods of this world. Although the immortal gods have never appeared in the original work, the fact that they have the word immortal in their name indicates that they should have always existed, just without showing themselves. However, XuHong is not afraid of these immortal gods. They may have considerable power, but XuHong's own strength is also formidable. When it comes to a real fight, it's uncertain who would win or lose. Moreover, even if he couldn't win, XuHong still has the dimensional door. Without his permission, even if it is open, no one can use it. However, based on the portrayal of demons in the anime, XuHong believes that the immortal gods should not be able to defeat him. Therefore, he probably won't need to use the dimensional door as a backup. Besides the Book of Time, the most famous items in Jackie Chan Adventures are the 12 talismans derived from the Master S powers. Apart from the 12 talismans, there is also the Demon Mask. The Demon Mask can infinitely summon shadow soldiers, and as long as the Shadow Kingdom exists, the shadow soldiers can never die. They can be summoned indefinitely. In addition, there are many other magical items. But for XuHong, aside from the allure of the 12 talismans, nothing else really attracted him. Of course, it would be even better if he could obtain the method to create the 12 talismans. The power of the 12 talismans originally belonged to the Holy Master. After the Holy Master was sealed by the Grand Mage Lope, Lope transformed the Holy Master's power into 12 talismans. Each talisman possesses one ability of the Holy Master. XuHong was also interested in other demons. If he could plunder the abilities of those demons and create talismans, the power of a talisman made from a single demon's strength would definitely be stronger than the 12 talismans derived from the Holy Master's power. Moreover, at the height of his power, the Holy Master was not the strongest among demons. Among the 8 great demons, the Holy Master ranked in the middle in terms of power. It can only be said that his abilities were more comprehensive, but to say he was the strongest, that title belonged to the leader, Curse Blue. His gravitational force was enough to shake the moon and pull it toward the Earth. This was a terrifying gravitational force capable of destroying planets. Compared to him, Magneto was just a little brother. Besides that, the eldest sister, Bagong, had terrifying defensive capabilities, which were not much inferior to XuHong's steel body. Furthermore, her strength was not weak either. There was also Zhong Su's lightning, the earth power of the Earth King, the speed of Shimu, the wind control of Xiaofeng, and the water control of Basha. In any case, none of the 8 great demons were simple characters. Even the least powerful among them, Shimu, Xiaofeng, and Basha, would unleash disaster-level powers when fully unleashed. Not to say they were particularly exaggeratedly strong, but compared to ordinary people, their power was unimaginable. If he could plunder their powers and create talismans, it would also be a good tool. XuHong himself certainly didn't need it, but he could give it to the people around him. So, where has the plot developed to now? XuHong activated his supervision and super hearing again. He wanted to determine the timeline of the Jackie Chan Adventures world. This way, he could plan for what was to come. In San Francisco, inside the secret base of District 13. All right, Blake, the demons have disappeared. So we should leave District 13 now. Actually, Jackie, you guys don't have to leave in such a hurry. No, Jackie shook his head. He glanced at the little girl standing beside him. Jackie looked at his friend, Blake, the head of District 13, and said, "Little you causes too much trouble. If she stays here any longer, District 13 will be a mess, and I think she should go to school instead." Upon hearing Jackie say this about herself, Little You immediately felt dissatisfied. "Uncle Long, that is not causing trouble. You have to know, I help a lot in defeating the Holy Master." "Yes, but you've also caused quite a bit of trouble." "All right, Little You, we should go home now." "Blake, goodbye." Jackie greeted Blake, and then took Little You, preparing to leave District 13. Their luggage had already been packed and sent back to Dad's antique shop. Now they just needed to leave. "All right then, Jackie, goodbye." Blake replied and watched as the uncle and niece left. Chapter 130. Just as Jackie and Little You left, Blake's phone rang. "Hello, this is Blake." "What? Damn it. I understand. I'll bring people over right away." After hanging up the phone, Blake's expression turned grim. "Damn the Black Hand Gang. Why do they have the talismans? This is bad. Please send flowers." Cursing under his breath, Blake knew it wasn't the time to complain. After putting his phone in his bag, he chased after the direction Jackie had left. He didn't understand the talismans as well as Jackie did, so he needed Jackie's help. Soon, Blake caught up with Jackie. After all, he was walking very fast. "Jackie, wait. Blake." Upon hearing Blake shout, Jackie stopped and looked at the approaching Blake with confusion. "Is there something else?" "Blake." Little You also stared at Blake, analyzing from the expression on his face that something was happening. "I'm sorry, Jackie. I need your help. The Black Hand Gang is robbing a bank in the financial district." "The Black Hand Gang?" Jackie was startled. "If it's just a bank robbery, I think you shouldn't need my help, right? District 13 has significant power, with the authority to mobilize a small number of troops and various advanced weapons and equipment. They shouldn't need him to deal with a Black Hand Gang. After all, he was just a somewhat skilled archaeological adventurer." "Yes, but this time they have talismans." "What?" Jackie was shocked. Logically, the talismans should have disappeared along with the Holy Master's palace, right? Why would the talismans appear in the hands of the Black Hand Gang? Of course, no one could explain this to Jackie now. "Yes, so I need you, Jackie. You understand the talismans better than I do." "All right, then I'll help you one last time. Hurry up. We were just about to set off." Blake patted Jackie on the shoulder. The agents in the base had already begun boarding armored vehicles. Jackie and Blake also ran towards an armored vehicle. "Uncle Long, we can fight side by side again." Just as the two reached the side of the armored vehicle, a small head popped out from inside. "Little You?" "Yes, I'm all set. When do we leave?" Little You said with a smile. Nothing makes her happier than an adventure. "No, you can't," Blake and Jackie almost said in unison. "Little You, the Black Hand Gang with the talismans is very dangerous. You can't go. Just stay in District 13 and wait for us to come back." "Klein, Farrell, I need you to keep an eye on Little You." Blake instructed 2 agents not far away. "We will, don't worry, Director." 2 big men came over and then pulled Little You down from the vehicle. "We're off, Jackie." "All right." Jackie nodded. "When I come back, Little You, don't run around." After saying that, Jackie got into the vehicle. The armored vehicle quickly drove out of the base. But Little You did not give up. There is no place that can trap Little You, not even District 13. Financial District. The members of the Black Hand Gang, having obtained the talismans, were wreaking havoc. With the power of the talismans, the once ordinary Reizu, Afen, and Zhou transformed into superheroes, rampaging through the streets. The armed guards of the bank were driven to flee in panic. The pig talisman's laser eyes, the dragon talisman's dragon flame explosion, and the chicken talisman's psychokinesis made it so that no one dared to come close. Soon, they found their target for this mission, an armored truck filled with cash. "Guys, look, I've never seen so much money," Afen exclaimed excitedly. "Hurry up and move the money. We should leave. More and more people are coming." Zhou said. Although they had the power of the talismans, they were not worried about anyone being able to stop them. But money is only safe once it's in hand. Only by bringing this money back can it be considered theirs, and only then can this robbery be deemed successful. What is there to be afraid of? We have the talismans in hand. Even if Jackie Chan comes, I won't be scared, said Lei with a smile. If we're late, the boss will be angry, and your bonus will be deducted. Offing chimed in. All right, let's hurry back then, Lei agreed. After you, it's time to go, Offing called out from inside. A strong man over 6 feet tall, with long red hair, walked out. Afu, a martial arts enthusiast, loved to challenge strong opponents and was the only one among them who could fight Jackie Chan. Just as they were preparing to leave, the sound of helicopters filled the sky. At the same time, dozens of armored vehicles and tanks surrounded them, trapping them in the middle. Blake poked his head out of the armored vehicle and took out a loudspeaker that had been prepared beforehand. Lei, Offing, you are surrounded by us. You'd better surrender now, or else. Facing Blake's words, Lei and the others looked dismissive. They had talismans in hand after all. Dragon Flame Explosion. Zhou directly took out the dragon talisman and aimed it at Blake and the others. Jackie Chan immediately noticed that Zhou was holding the dragon talisman, and his expression changed dramatically. Blake, jump out of the vehicle. While Jackie Chan shouted, he had already opened the car door and jumped down. Blake absolutely trusted Jackie Chan, so without hesitation, he also chose to jump out of the vehicle. His trust in Jackie Chan saved him, because at the moment they jumped from the armored vehicle, the dragon flame from the talisman had already struck the armored vehicle, which was several centimeters thick. In front of the dragon flame, it was like paper, instantly melting into molten iron due to the high temperature. It's not hard to imagine what would have happened if they hadn't jumped out in time. After Zhou took action, the others followed suit. Offeng, holding the chicken talisman, aimed at the helicopters in the sky. He raised his hand and waved towards the direction of the helicopters. The next second, several helicopters lost control simultaneously and crashed into the nearby high buildings. Several pilots didn't have time to escape and were engulfed in explosions. Lei, possessing the pig talisman with laser eyes, also targeted the armored tanks one by one. Under the high temperature of the laser eyes, even the armored tanks were as fragile as paper. By the time Blake and Jackie Chan realized what was happening, they had already suffered heavy casualties. Meanwhile, Lei and the others, using the rabbit talisman for acceleration, had already left the area, leaving no trace behind. In simple terms, it was a disastrous defeat. I think the Congress will soon notify me to meet with them, Blake said helplessly as he looked at the ruins of the financial district. It's not your fault, Blake, Jackie Chan comforted from the side. I know, but the fact that the talismans ended up in the hands of those guys is my responsibility. Blake shook his head. On the other side, Xiaoyu had successfully escaped from District 13. In District 13, she obtained a decent piece of equipment, something that could fly. Now, let me find the members of the Black Hand and take the talismans back from them. Xiaoyu, you can do it. Xiaoyu was quite lucky. She always encountered her targets quickly, as if it were destined. She soon came across Lei and his group, who had just escaped from the city center. They were driving a cargo truck, which, if nothing went wrong, was filled with bags of money. Lei was driving when his phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw it was their boss, Valon, calling. Lei, where are you? We're on our way back and we'll arrive soon. Understand? Of course, boss. We'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Lei said, guess how much we stole this time? Offeng said excitedly. No one can stay calm after suddenly acquiring a large sum of money. This time, they had stolen a lot. Enough for them to live without worry for the rest of their lives. I think we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives, Zhou replied. In fact, this amount of money is nothing. As long as we have the talismans, we can continue to rob. Guys, while you're chatting about this, I think you need to pay attention to the situation behind us. We have visitors, Lei suddenly said. It turned out he saw Xiaoyu on their truck through the rearview mirror. She was holding a cutting machine in her hand. It was obvious what Xiaoyu was planning. She asked Jackie Chan's niece. I'll deal with her, Offeng said. Saying that, he floated up and flew out through the window. This was the power of the chicken talisman, telekinesis. Offeng loved this ability because it was convenient, just like now. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was preparing to cut a hole in the back of the truck with her cutting machine and throw the money out. That way, the Black Hand would definitely have to stop, giving Blake and Uncle Long time to come over and prevent these bad guys from escaping. While she was busy, she didn't notice Offeng floating behind her. Look what I found. Jackie Chan's niece. What a troublesome little brat. Offeng's voice rang out. Xiaoyu was startled. Turning around, she saw Offeng floating behind her, looking at her with a cold smile. Oh no, I think you've made a mistake, Xiaoyu said with a grin. Offeng reached out and grabbed Xiaoyu. She tried to dodge, but in front of Offeng, who had the chicken talisman, she couldn't escape at all and was caught. Then, Offeng forcibly removed the flying device from her. Not a bad toy, but you don't need it anymore, he said, throwing the flying device away. Crash! The flying device fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. No, Xiaoyu cried out upon seeing this. There was no way. The flying device wasn't hers. It was borrowed from District 13, and it seemed to be the only one available. She could only hope Uncle Long would have the money to compensate District 13. So, Jackie Chan's niece, what should I do with you? You tell me. I think you can let me go. I have school tomorrow. No, no, no. Remember how your Uncle Jackie Chan taught us a lesson before? I don't remember. That's okay. You'll remember in the future. Goodbye, little girl. Saying this, offing threw Xiaoyu backward, off the speeding cargo truck. Even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. As for whether this was moral or not, they were the ruthless Black Hand. Who cared about morality? No. Xiaoyu let out a scream. She then closed her eyes. With only one thought in her mind, this is bad. Again, Chapter 131. Can you take me with you? Request for flowers. Xiaoyu closed her eyes. But the imagined pain of hitting the ground did not come. Instead, a pair of strong hands caught her. Xiaoyu opened her eyes, and a very handsome face came into view. Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise. This person is so handsome. As a little girl, she loves beautiful things very much. Although she is still young, she already understands what a handsome guy is. Is that you, Chung Xiaoyu? The handsome man said, to Xiaoyu's surprise. He spoke in a flower language, not in English. Yes, who are you? Xiaoyu asked back in the flower language. My name is XuHong. XuHong? Which Hong? The Hong from Hongxing? You know about that? Of course, I grew up on Hong Kong Island. I know all about the gangs there. That's not something a little girl should be involved with. But my Hong is not the Hong from Hongxing. It's the Hong from Grand. All right, thank you for saving me. You're really handsome. You're not the first to compliment me like that. XuHong said as he put Xiaoyu down. XuHong actually quite liked this quirky Chung Xiaoyu. She is a lovely little girl and very smart. Of course, Xiaoyu as an adult would also be great. After XuHong set her down, Xiaoyu noticed that he was wearing a long robe. He looked like he had just run out from a classical drama set. But she could guarantee that XuHong was not an actor because if he were, with his looks, the drama he starred in would have been a hit all over the country, and she would definitely know him. After all, in her eyes, XuHong's attractiveness was a perfect score of 100. He was a flawless man, whether it was his height, build, or face. XuHong gave her the feeling of not being an ordinary person. Now, I need to get something. XuHong took out a qilin wood carving. What animal is this? It's so beautiful. But where did you get it? This immediately caught her attention. Of course, it also piqued her curiosity because she had always been a curious little girl. This is a qilin, a divine beast. As for where I got it from, that's a secret. XuHong explained to Xiaoyu with a smile. Why didn't I see it? As a little girl, the handsome qilin wood carving caught her attention. She then held the qilin wood carving up to her face and blew on it. The transformation technique activated. The next second, to Xiaoyu's astonished gaze, the small qilin wood carving suddenly started to move, jumping out of XuHong's palm. As soon as the qilin landed, it immediately started to run. With each step, its body grew larger. Soon, a 3-meter-tall, 6-meter-long fire qilin appeared on the ground. Xiaoyu, who was close by, could clearly feel the heat radiating from it. Cool, how did you do that? Why did it come to life? Are you a god? Xiaoyu's eyes widened. XuHong smiled, but didn't explain. Instead, he slightly moved and jumped onto the qilin's back. He was now at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, and his power had increased at least tenfold compared to the early stage. For him now, he could basically use the transformation technique freely. Moreover, with the spiritual energy in this world being sufficiently abundant, the power of the transformation technique was much stronger than in the world of Uncle Gio. The qilin created by XuHong using the transformation technique, compared to a real qilin, was naturally miles apart, absolutely incomparable. But this qilin was definitely not weak. In certain aspects, it was comparable to a genuine early-stage Golden Core cultivator. Can you take me with you? This looks really cool. Chung Xiaoyu hurriedly ran in front of XuHong. Looking at the tall and mighty qilin, she felt no fear at all. Instead, she appeared very excited. Xiaoyu was just that kind of person. She was very brave and could quickly forget about the near-death experience she just went through, becoming courageous again. Aren't you afraid? No. I just think this is really cool. Shouldn't we be the ones to fight against bad guys? Just like Uncle Long, XuHong smiled. All right, then get on. XuHong smai. Xiaoyu didn't know how to get on. The next second, she found her body uncontrollably flying up, landing on the qilin's back. Even more surprisingly, the flames on the qilin did not disappear, but when they touched her, she felt no heat at all. It was quite magical. Hold on tight. We're about to set off. Chung Xiaoyu immediately grabbed one of XuHong's feet, as this was the only way to stabilize herself. XuHong didn't mind. The Qilin beneath him, under his control, immediately started to run. The speed rapidly increased, soon surpassing most cars. Cheng Xiaoyu had to hold tightly onto XuHong's foot to prevent being thrown off due to the high speed. But her face showed immense excitement. She was sure that her experience today was far more fantastical than anything she had gone through before. In District 13, Blake and Jackie Chan had returned. This time, their battle plan had suffered heavy casualties. Blake was severely warned by the Black Palace side. However, Blake also had his own superior, who temporarily helped him withstand the pressure. But he needed to reorganize his forces and capture the members of the Black Hand Gang. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep his position as the head of District 13. The two were discussing whether to seek help from Old Daddy. After all, the Black Hand Gang now had talismans, and they were not their match. Just then, an agent walked in and whispered something in Blake's ear. He then looked at Jackie Chan. "I'm very sorry, Jackie. I have bad news to tell you." He hesitated to go ahead. "What bad news, Blake?" Jackie Chan asked in confusion. "Xiaoyu has run away again." Upon hearing this, Jackie Chan looked helpless. I knew it. If Jackie Chan had to name the person who gave him the biggest headache, it wouldn't be the Black Hands Valen or the Holy Lord. The one who troubled him the most was still his niece, Cheng Xiaoyu. Because she always put herself in dangerous situations, he worried about her every time, fearing that something would happen to her. He wanted to send her back to her parents, but they were also busy and needed to stay by his side for a year, leaving him with no solution. "So where's she now?" "Jackie, I hope you don't get too excited when you see this photo." Blake handed over a photo. On it, there was a picture of Cheng Xiaoyu hugging XuHong's leg. This was captured by satellite. The reason this photo was taken is that the 13th District has been using satellites to search for the Black Hand Gang's cash truck. They happened to capture this image along the way. As the headquarters of the CIA, the 13th District naturally has its own channels for intelligence. As long as the Black Hand Gang members are still in the United States, their movements cannot be hidden from them. The premise is whether they are willing to expend a large amount of resources on the Black Hand Gang. Previously, they could afford to ignore them. But this time, the Black Hand Gang's robbery of the bank using talismans was too heinous. Their casualties were heavy, and the Black Hand Gang has become a target worthy of their significant resources. Some even proposed to carry out a long-range ballistic attack against them. However, considering that the other side has talismans, they have not yet made a firm decision to do so. When Jackie Chan saw the scene in the photo, he was stunned. What is this? Why is Xiaoyu with a strange man? And he looks so retro. Why is there a Qilin under their feet? As an archaeological adventurer, Jackie Chan has done quite a bit of research on history. Moreover, as a Chinese national, Uncle Long has always held citizenship in Country B and often expresses pride in being a citizen of Country B. How could he not recognize the auspicious mythical beast, the Qilin, from his country's legends? We also don't know. We compared his face with our database, but found no identity for the man. "All right, where are they now?" "I need to go. Xiaoyu is in danger, Blake." "I know. Go ahead. Keep in touch by phone," Blake replied. "Thank you, Blake." "Hurry, Jackie. Xiaoyu needs you." Jackie nodded, then turned and left. Now, the Black Hand Gang's issue is no longer important. What matters is that he needs to bring Xiaoyu back safely. On the other side, the Qilin under XuHong's control was not slow. He quickly caught up with the Black Hand Gang's Razu and the others. His goal this time was the 12 talismans. XuHong actually didn't need the 12 talismans that much. However, among the 12 talismans, there were still a few with decent abilities that he could use for himself or for those around him. Moreover, XuHong planned to study whether the 12 talismans could be classified as artifacts, to prepare for whether he could plunder the powers of other great demons in the future. In addition, he also intended to visit Old Dad's antique shop to consult Old Dad about magic and take a look at his collection. It would be even better if there were records about Lopez. Although XuHong has supervision and superhearing, these are useful for observing living people since they are alive, have thermal imaging, and are easy to find. But if it's an inanimate object, it becomes difficult to locate. Otherwise, XuHong could have directly searched for something related to Lopez. However, in reality, he couldn't do that. Supervision only allows him to see what he wants to see, but it doesn't enable him to formulate a way to find something. Therefore, to find information about Lopez, XuHong needs to go to Old Dad's antique shop to gather some news. However, for now, he needs to retrieve the talismans from the Black Hand Gang. XuHong doesn't have such a great need for the powers of the 12 talismans, but it is undeniable that the power of the 12 talismans is still very strong. Letting them fall into the hands of others would be too wasteful. In his hands, the power of the talismans could be put to good use. P.S. The author has been on a schedule lately, and updates have changed to daytime. Chapter 132, Talismans in Hand in the Truck. Razu and the others were thinking about how to spend all that money. Suddenly, Razu saw XuHong chasing them in the rearview mirror. He didn't know who XuHong was, but the huge Qilin made him feel that the other party was not friendly and would be difficult to deal with. Guys, we have trouble, Razu warned. Zhou, Afen, and Afu also saw XuHong chasing them in the rearview mirror. I'll handle them, Afen volunteered again. At this moment, with 3 talismans in hand, he was overflowing with confidence. With the Rooster Talisman, Rabbit Talisman, and Monkey Talisman, he had never felt so powerful and invincible. After saying this, Afen flew out the car window, floating in the air and looking at XuHong chasing from behind. He directly activated the telekinetic power of the Rooster Talisman to try to capture XuHong. But the next second, he was stunned. He realized that he seemed to have failed, as the power of the talisman seemed ineffective against XuHong. Afen was momentarily dazed, and the next second, an invisible large hand reached out to grab him, with an irresistible force acting on him, pulling him directly to XuHong's side. The power of the Rooster Talisman is actually very strong, but it depends on who is using it. Afen is just an ordinary person. The power of the Rooster Talisman in his hands cannot display its strongest form. Compared to XuHong's spiritual power, the power of the Rooster Talisman that Afen used is like a baby wrestling with an adult. There's simply no comparison. How is this possible? Afen was shocked when pulled in front of XuHong. So powerful. Xiaoyu also looked astonished. XuHong smiled slightly. The next second, the 3 talismans in Afen's hand flew into the air and fell into XuHong's hands. The Rooster, Rabbit, and Monkey Talismans. Unlike ordinary people like Afen, as soon as XuHong took the 3 talismans, he felt the endless power within them. Moreover, the talismans were continuously absorbing the spiritual energy from the universe every moment. No wonder a single talisman possesses such power. Each of these talismans can be considered a spiritual artifact, and they are top-tier spiritual artifacts because they can automatically absorb the spiritual energy from the universe. This is also why the power of the talismans is boundless. Holding the Rooster Talisman in his hand, XuHong activated his telekinetic power the next second. Razu and the others in the truck didn't even have time to react before they were pulled into the sky along with the vehicle. If the talismans only exerted 1/10 of their power in their hands, then in XuHong's hands, the power of the talismans could be fully unleashed. The telekinetic force of the Rooster Talisman in XuHong's hands left Razu and his crew utterly unable to resist, especially since XuHong directly confiscated their talismans at the first opportunity. The Black Hand gang members, having lost their talismans, were even less able to resist XuHong. XuHong is not a fool. He knows that the Black Hand gang's foundation now lies in the talismans in their hands. Without the talismans, they're just ordinary people who can't stir up any trouble. Let alone him. Even Xiaoyu, with her cleverness, might be able to outsmart those Black Hand gang members. Of course, defeating them is another story, as Xiaoyu is still just a little girl. Although the Black Hand gang is filled with useless members, at least one of them, Afu, is still somewhat capable. Not particularly useless, but just barely capable. However, facing XuHong, these ordinary people have no ability to resist at all. So impressive. Seeing the talismans fall into XuHong's hands, Xiao Yu's eyes widened. XuHong's magic and strength shattered her imagination. Just moments ago, XuHong had no talismans, yet Afun, who had them, was easily defeated by XuHong. This made her even more convinced that XuHong in front of her must be a deity. Only a deity could be so miraculous and powerful. Want them? Here, have 2 to play with. XuHong threw the rabbit and ox talismans to Xiaoyu. They are also in your hands now. As he tossed the talismans to Xiaoyu, the members of the Black Hand gang were also released by XuHong. He did not kill them. Generally speaking, XuHong would not kill. As for the Black Hand gang robbing a bank in the San Francisco financial district, causing numerous casualties, how was that his concern? After all, it wasn't he, his countrymen, who died. The troubles of the free United States had nothing to do with him. He was too lazy to deal with such issues. He wasn't the world's police. Why should he meddle in everything, especially when often turn out badly? XuHong, who had a clear understanding of history, didn't he have a good impression of the United States? The power of the ox, the speed of the rabbit. Hey, Black Hand gang guys, are you ready to face the attack of the heroine Xiaoyu? The members of the Black Hand gang exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. It seemed that you were ready, Xiaoyu said seriously. In the next second, with the power of the rabbit talisman, Xiaoyu transformed into a blur and charged towards the Black Hand gang members. Ras and his crew didn't even have a chance to react. Even though Xiaoyu was just an ordinary little girl with the talisman in her hand, she became a superhero. Even Afu was easily knocked out by Xiaoyu. Looking at the members of the Black Hand gang who were sprawled on the ground, Xiaoyu clapped her hands in satisfaction. It seemed to have already witnessed the power of heroine Xiaoyu. After saying that, she turned to look at XuHong. Can I have these 2 talismans? I think they are really useful. Xiaoyu knew that these talismans belonged to XuHong. If he didn't allow it, she wouldn't be able to take them. XuHong shook his head. Not yet. I need to study these talismans. Xiaoyu was immediately disappointed. Of course, I could take care of them for you. But when I need them, you have to give them to me. Remember, don't lose them. Of course, I will keep them safe. Xiaoyu was instantly delighted. By the way, you are a deity, right? Do you have any place to go now? I mean, if you don't mind, you can stay at my place. It's very big. Xiaoyu made her invitation. She thought XuHong was a very interesting and capable person. If XuHong went back with her, she felt her future days would definitely become very interesting. She believed XuHong understood her better than her Uncle Jackie. At least XuHong didn't treat her like a child as Jackie did. Though she couldn't explain why, she felt that way. Xiaoyu, thank goodness you're okay. Just then, Jackie Chan's voice rang out. Jackie appeared from a motorcycle. After receiving news from Blake, he rushed over immediately. Seeing that Xiaoyu was fine, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Jackie. Xiaoyu was also very surprised. Although she disliked Jackie's fussiness and him always excluding her, she was still very happy to hear his voice. Because she understood that Jackie cared for her and was concerned about her. You should be in District 13 now, Xiaoyu. Jackie said helplessly. I know, but you need me. Look, I'm doing well now. The Black Hand gang members have already been captured by us. By the way, Uncle Jackie, let me introduce you to my new friend, XuHong. He is a deity from the flower-growing side. The Black Hand gang had no power to fight back in front of him, Xiaoyu described excitedly. It was as if she was praising herself, and she was very happy. But Jackie furrowed his brow. His gaze fell on XuHong. Compared to the photos, seeing XuHong in person made Jackie feel that this man was extraordinary, dressed in a white robe that seemed to billow without wind. With thick black hair that looked as if it had been styled perfectly, he appeared exceptionally handsome. His face was strikingly good-looking, as if God had fitted his features perfectly, making him appear flawless. His eyes were deep and star-like, and his lips were red and teeth white, resembling a perfect figure walking out of a painting. Such a person could be recognized as extraordinary even by someone lacking discernment. Moreover, behind XuHong was a tall and mighty auspicious beast, a Qilin. Hello, E.M. Nyaki-khan. Thank you very much for saving my niece and defeating the Black Hand gang members. Hello, Jackie Chan, nice to meet you. You can call me XuHong. As for Xiaoyu saying I'm a deity, that's just her exaggeration. I'm just a peculiar person with some abilities. You can think of me as a magician, XuHong said with a smile. Naturally, XuHong had no ill intent towards Jackie. After all, he grew up watching his movies, and calling himself a magician was also to define his identity. In the world of Jackie Chan adventures, there is no concept of cultivators. In this world, there are only magicians and deities. It has never been explained in the anime whether deities are born as such or if humans can become deities. However, if it's about extraordinary powers, this world only recognizes magicians. There are no other forms of extraordinary powers. Of course, calling them wizards is also acceptable. The distinction between wizards and magicians is not significant. Magician? All right, Mr. Magician, thank you for your help, but now I need to take Xiaoyu away. I'm sorry, but she is just a little girl and shouldn't be in a place like this, Jackie said, although he was surprised by XuHong's strength. The existence of demons like the Holy Master, combined with the fact that his father was also a magician, meant that XuHong's existence as a magician didn't surprise him much. Of course, this was also related to him not witnessing XuHong crush the Black Hand gang in battle. If he had seen it, he probably wouldn't have been so calm. After all, although his father was also a magician, his magic didn't appear to be as powerful as it seemed. No, Uncle Jackie. I've already invited him to our place, and he agreed to lend me the talismans. Perhaps we can take him back with us. Xiaoyu spoke up at this moment. Talismans? No. No way. The talismans are too dangerous for you, Xiaoyu. You can't touch the talismans. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Jackie immediately took on the demeanor of an elder. He understood the power of the talismans. They were too strong. In Xiaoyu's hands, they were incredibly dangerous. It would be like a little girl holding a ticking time bomb, and Jackie would naturally not allow such a thing to happen. Chapter 133. 8 Great Demons Seeking Flowers. Wait, you said the talismans are now in the hands of this magician? Jackie Chan suddenly realized the more important information in Xiaoyu's words. He was well aware of the power of talismans. After all, the Black Hand gang had just used the power of talismans to wreak havoc in the financial district, causing significant casualties. Blake had even received a death order from the Black Palace. demanding that he capture the members of the Black Hand Gang within 3 days to give the public an explanation. Otherwise, Blake would face dismissal, and he might even end up in prison because of it. He had rushed out to find Xiaoyu only after learning her news. Otherwise, he should have been by Blake's side discussing how to deal with the Black Hand Gang, which possessed talismans. The power of talismans was formidable, and if they fell into the hands of those with malicious intent, it would definitely not be good news for them. After all, no one knew what those people would do with the talismans. The world would be thrown into chaos, and Jackie Chan didn't know who XuHong was. Now that the talismans were in his hands, what if he used them for something bad? This was certainly not good news. Of course, if he were aware of XuHong's strength, he probably wouldn't think this way. But the problem now was that he didn't know. Yes, the talismans are all in my hands. Mr. Magician, the talismans. My surname is Su, so I'll call you Mr. Su. Mr. Su, you know the power of the talismans. They are very dangerous. That is dangerous for you. XuHong shook his head. Moreover, you understand too little. The talismans themselves are not dangerous. What is dangerous is the demons they represent. You don't think that the world has only one great demon, the Lord, do you? Jackie Chan looked puzzled. I'm sorry, but I really don't know much about this. There are many demons in this world, but only 8 can truly be called great demons. The 12 talismans come from the Lord among the 8 great demons, which is the statue you shattered before. He is just one of the 8 great demons. What? Hearing XuHong's information, Jackie Chan was shocked. At this moment, he was not aware that there were other great demons in the world besides the Lord. You mean, there are 7 other demons like the Lord? Yes, and interestingly, the Lord is not the most powerful among the 8 demons. There are even stronger demons ahead of him, and not just one. To you, the talismans seem very dangerous, but in reality, that is not the case. The power of the talismans was taken from the Lord when the great magician Lopez sealed him. He knew the power of the talismans was strong, yet he still left them behind instead of destroying them. Why? Xiaoyu asked. She was also listening seriously to XuHong. She was very interested in this kind of thing, because demons always find ways to escape from hell and regain control over the human world. And humans need the power to deal with demons. The 12 talismans are what he left behind to combat demons. Hell? You mean demons are sealed in hell? Yes, XuHong nodded. Do you know why? But if demons are sealed in hell, what do we have to worry about? Even the most solid defense can be broken. Otherwise, why would you see the Lord? The power of demons is very strong, and I can help you seal them forever, XuHong said with a smile. After talking for a long time, XuHong revealed his purpose. If he wanted to learn magic, his father was undoubtedly a good choice. Moreover, with his learning ability, XuHong believed he could master magic in a very short time. Once he mastered magic, he could understand Lopez and see if he could also plunder the powers of other demons by referencing his magic. XuHong was quite interested in the abilities of Zhuolan and Zhongsu. One controlled gravity and was strong enough to pull the moon and smash it into the earth. If he really achieved this, no living being on Earth would survive. After all, being able to pull the moon meant he could similarly pull other celestial bodies. And gravity, as one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, could do much more than just pull objects. Its application range was vast. For XuHong, who now possessed a superbrain, he could develop many methods for utilizing gravity. Additionally, Zhongsu's control over lightning was also formidable. The destructive power of lightning is self-evident. In the original work, Zhongsu did not display much strength. However, among the 8 great demons, Zhongsu ranked 4th, which speaks volumes about his power. Above him, there were only Zhuolan, Bagong, and Xiaofeng. Zhuolan and Bagong are both well known. One is a big brother, and the other is a big sister, both with immense strength. Although Xiaofeng's performance in the original work was also lacking, as a demon who could control wind, his power was indeed very strong. He could manipulate wind and clouds, which means he controlled the weather. This is a terrifying ability. Even if Basha could flood the entire world, exterminating humanity wouldn't be that simple. Even though Di Kuei could control the earth, he also lacked the ability to annihilate humanity. Zhongsu was the same. Controlling lightning is one thing, but humans also have the ability to resist him. Among the 8 great demons, only 2 could truly bring destruction to humanity. One is Zhuolan, whose ability to control gravity is exceedingly abnormal, capable of directly destroying the earth. Once the earth is destroyed, the humans on it would naturally perish as well. The other is Xiaofeng, who has the power to control the weather. If he were to eliminate the atmosphere above the earth, the sun would be enough to turn the earth into a dead planet. In comparison, his methods of attacking with wind are quite primitive, and his abilities are not utilized in the right direction. However, This is an anime, and it is normal for the settings to be somewhat simple. But XuHong had experience in the world of Nine Uncle. He wouldn't think that the real world would be exactly like the original work. The original work can only be referenced, not completely copied. Therefore, even if he believed his current power was not inferior to those demons, XuHong did not have the idea of directly storming into hell. On the contrary, cooperating with Jackie Chan and the others was a good choice. Not to mention that Jackie Chan is the child of fate in this world. According to the anime's setting, he is also the representative of justice and light against the evil powers of demons. In the world of Jackie Chan adventures, the balance of yin and yang is emphasized. Evil powers do not disappear, and light powers always exist. And light will always triumph over evil. This is why Jackie Chan and the others, despite being ordinary people, can always defeat demons. Otherwise, how could ordinary people like Jackie Chan possibly be opponents of a great demon like the Lord? The Lord had captured Jackie Chan more than once. Logically speaking, with his strength, he could easily crush Jackie Chan into meat paste with just a slight effort, let alone throw him out. However, even if Jackie Chan were to be thrown out by the master, he wouldn't die, and not even a scratch would be left on him. At most, he would let out a yelp of pain and then immediately get back up as if nothing had happened. This is the power of light. Therefore, collaborating with Jackie Chan and the others was XuHong's idea. He didn't have the mindset that he must handle everything alone. Having someone to help makes things easier. What's wrong with that? It's just like moving houses. You can do it alone, but having someone help you will make it faster. Yet, some insist on doing it alone. XuHong naturally chose the easier path. Otherwise, why would he waste words with Jackie Chan here? He could have just taken the talisman and left directly, probably not even seeing Jackie Chan's face. Alright, but I still need to confirm a few things with you. If you're willing, you can come to our place, and we can talk to my old man, Jackie Chan said. He didn't know much about demons. As an archaeological adventurer, he would never have come across magic if he hadn't coincidentally obtained a chicken talisman, and if his uncle, the old man, wasn't a magician. He was likely off somewhere in the world doing archaeological work. Of course. However, you might want to change your outfit. Going out like this might attract too much attention. That's not difficult, XuHong nodded. He didn't care much about his appearance. The world is different, and mainstream styles vary. He understood that. So, with a flash of white light from XuHong's body, he transformed from a celestial figure in a white robe into a cool guy with a side-part hairstyle, wearing black sunglasses, a black jacket, and baggy pants. Anyone who didn't know him would think he was a Chinese superstar from Hollywood. So cool. Little Yu's eyes lit up. To be honest, she also wanted to learn such a technique. Jackie Chan was equally surprised. As a magician, why was this old man just a nagging old coot? While XuHong could change his appearance in an instant. It was just like the celestial figures in the legends of the Flower Country. Although XuHong claimed to be a magician, besides being somewhat capable in his youth, he looked no different from an ordinary person. But Jackie Chan felt that the other party resembled a celestial figure more. Normally, he wouldn't believe in such absurdities as celestial beings existing in the world. However, after experiencing so much and realizing that demons truly exist, he felt that even if celestial beings were real, it wouldn't be something hard to accept. What about these guys? Little Yu snapped back to reality, pointing at the unconscious members of the Black Hand Gang nearby. Of course, we leave it to Blake to handle. I'll call him now. Without the talisman, I'm sure Blake can quickly catch Valen on his own without our help. After saying that, Jackie Chan took out his phone and dialed Blake's number. Blake quickly answered the call. Upon learning that the Black Hand members had been captured, he was pleased and said he would bring people over immediately. After Blake arrived with his team to take away the Black Hand members, XuHong followed Jackie Chan and the others to the old man's antique shop in Chinatown, San Francisco. P.S. Taking a break today, just 3 updates. We'll resume updates tomorrow. I've been updating too much lately, and my fingers can't take it. Chapter 134. The Old Man, Seeking Flowers. Old man, we're back. As soon as they returned to the antique shop, Little Yu instantly became lively. She hadn't been back for a while, as she had previously been living in District 13 with Jackie Chan. Old man, we're back. Jackie Chan also smiled broadly. Although living in District 13 was better than here, since the rooms there were more modern, the antique shop was still his home. There's south no place like home for comfort. Jackie Chan, Little Yu, why are you back? The old man was somewhat surprised to see them. The matter with the talisman has been resolved, so we naturally came back. Old man, Jackie Chan replied. But if you're back, there's south no place for you to stay anymore. Jackie Chan. Old man, what are you talking about? Our room is not. No. Your room now belongs to True. True? Jackie Chan's eyes widened in surprise, seemingly not expecting that his room would be given to someone else. Sorry, Jackie Chan, but your room belongs to me now. A massive guy emerged from the room. He stood about 2 meters tall, and when he stood there, he almost touched the ceiling. He had to bend down to get through the door. Otherwise, he simply couldn't fit. Old man, why is True here? Jackie Chan was quite displeased. He had no good feelings towards True, who used to be a member of the Black Hand and had done his share of bad deeds. They had fought many times. Although he could always dodge this hefty guy with his agility, True had caused him quite a bit of trouble in the past. He didn't harbor any fondness for True, even though True had previously revealed the Master S name and helped them find a way to defeat him. That was one thing. He could distinguish between gratitude and resentment. You weren't at the old man S antique shop. It needed someone to help watch over it. True was a good fit, so I kept him here, the old man said. But why did my room become his living space? Jackie Chan still wasn't satisfied with the old man's answer. Because True had nowhere to stay. He is no longer a member of the Black Hand, the old man replied. But you shouldn't have given my room to him. You could have let him stay somewhere else. Do you want me to pay him a higher salary? Anyway, your room is empty. Letting him stay there isn't a big deal. So where are little you and I supposed to stay now? Jackie Chan felt somewhat helpless. You can rent a room next door, the old man suggested. Jackie Chan was speechless. What kind of logic was this? Forget it. He didn't want to argue about this right now. Staying next door would be fine. As an archaeological adventurer, Jackie Chan was not short on money. In fact, he had quite a bit. It was just that the old man's actions left him somewhat speechless. After all, it was his room, and it had been given to someone else without his consent. But the old man was an elder, and even though he felt unhappy, he had to endure it and couldn't explode in anger. All right, I understand all this, old man. Now I have something else to discuss with you. What is it? The old man looked at Jackie Chan. It's about the demon. Demon? I think I should be the one to explain this. XuHong spoke up at this moment. He had actually entered long ago, but had been standing behind Jackie Chan without speaking. Naturally, the old man wouldn't focus on a stranger. In his eyes, XuHong might just be an agent from District 13 who had come along. Oh, as XuHong spoke, old dad finally shifted his gaze to him, and Jackie Chan timely made way for XuHong. After entering, XuHong did not sense any fluctuations of magic power from old dad. This allowed him to rule out one thing. Old dad was not a practitioner. However, in the room, XuHong sensed many objects with magical fluctuations. They were similar to magical artifacts, but he was also quite surprised. Magical artifacts themselves do not possess magic power. To put it simply, magical artifacts are like engines, while magic power is like gasoline. When gasoline is added, the engine runs. Without gasoline, the engine remains silent. In the antique shop, XuHong felt many objects containing magic power. Although these objects were imbued with magic, they were very quiet, almost as if they were broken. Given the differences in the world, XuHong could be sure that those objects were what one would call magical items. Who are you? You are strange. I sense a strong magical fluctuation from you. Old dad looked at XuHong, his expression unusually serious, because he felt a tremendous magical wave from XuHong, at least according to his understanding. In reality, it was just the magic power fluctuations from XuHong himself. After entering the antique shop, XuHong did not deliberately suppress his aura. The reason was simple. He wanted old dad to know that he was not an ordinary person, as only then could he communicate with old dad as an equal and even make some requests. Why do you say it's strange? XuHong took off his sunglasses and smiled slightly, countering the question. Because the human body is fragile, the power of magic cannot directly act on the human body, as it would impose a significant burden and could even lead to death, old dad explained directly. So you mean magic cannot exist within a person's body? XuHong asked. Yes, unless you're a deity, old dad replied seriously, looking at XuHong. Deities are different from humans. They are immortal, and their bodies are much stronger, allowing magic to exist within them and granting them tremendous power. But humans cannot achieve this. So who exactly are you? XuHong smiled slightly. Jackie Chan was very surprised. Is XuHong really a deity? Little Yu was also quite taken aback, saying, I told you, XuHong is a deity, and he even said he isn't. My name is XuHong, a descendant of the flower family. As for your claim that I am a deity, that is incorrect because I am also human, just stronger than you. XuHong said, Nice to meet you, old dad. You know me? Old dad was somewhat puzzled, as XuHong's tone and expression made it seem as if they were acquainted. Yes, I know you, but you may not necessarily know me. Now, let's talk about the demons. That's also the main reason I'm here. About the Holy Lord and his 7 siblings, if nothing goes wrong. The Holy Lord should reappear before us soon. But the Holy Lord is dead, right? Little Yu asked in confusion. She personally destroyed the statue of the Holy Lord with a dragon talisman. Demons do not die, Little Yu. The balance has been broken. After the Holy Lord's disappearance, New powerful demons will replace him, but you say the Holy Lord will appear soon. The earlier remarks were clearly directed at little you, but the latter was evidently aimed at XuHong. Of course, he may currently be escaping from hell, as his siblings are easy to deceive. XuHong said with a smile, "When people mention demons, many think of words like powerful, terrifying, cunning, and evil. Demons are not foolish. They are intelligent because they will find ways to deceive you to achieve their goals. Lies are, in their view, everyday language. Compared to his siblings, the Holy Lord is clearly much smarter. This is not because the Holy Lord is wiser, but because he has not been trapped in hell all the time. In hell, a demon's wisdom can also fade away. Hell is so boring that demons can do nothing. It's like being in a dark, confined little room. If a person stays in such a room for 3 days, they will be unable to bear it. Mental stimulation can lead to extreme behavior, and after a while, one can go insane. The same goes for demons in hell. Their immortality is their gift, but in hell, being immortal feels more like a punishment. With no way to pass the time, they can only stare blankly at hell. Over time, people will go mad. Demons do not go insane, but their wisdom will diminish with the passing of time. The Holy Lord escaped from hell early and once ruled the human world alone until the Grand Mage Lopez appeared, turning him into a stone statue and sealing him, stripping him of his powers, and creating 12 talismans. One could say that the Holy Lord spent very little time in hell compared to his siblings. He did not even spend 1/10 of the time they did in hell. So, the Holy Lord is the smartest and most cunning among them. How is that possible? Jackie Chan's eyes widened, clearly unwilling to believe XuHong's words. He's right. Old Dad agreed with XuHong. Perhaps we should prepare. Jackie Chan demons are immortal. All right, Jackie Chan said with a resigned expression. He really missed the days when he was an archaeological adventurer. Although he often encountered some small crises, those so-called small crises were nothing compared to fighting demons. He would rather experience those small crises. So what do you plan to do? Jackie Chan looked at XuHong. XuHong smiled slightly and, under everyone's gaze, stated his purpose: release the demons from hell and then seal them. Jackie Chan's eyes widened. Is that something a normal person would say? No. You actually want to release demons from hell. That's simply, actually, it's a feasible idea. Old Dad's voice interrupted before Jackie Chan could finish. Jackie Chan was momentarily stunned and looked at Old Dad, doubting whether he had heard wrong. It seems we are like-minded. XuHong smiled slightly. A crazy idea, but not impossible. If successful, it could eliminate future troubles. The balance will not be broken again, Old Dad commented. While Jackie Chan thought XuHong's plan was absurd, Old Dad found it entirely feasible. Chapter 135. Learning Magic, Hell, Seeking Flowers. Of course, feasibility is one thing. Whether it can be done is another problem. He certainly did not have that ability. Although Old Dad considered his skills in the magical arts decent, he did not think he could deal with demons. Defeating the Holy Lord, in Old Dad's view, involved a significant element of luck. If given another chance, he would not have much confidence in defeating the Holy Lord. So how do you plan to seal the demons? Old Dad looked at XuHong. That's where you come in, Old Dad. Me? Yes. I need you to teach me magic first. Old Man furrowed his brows. XuHong's words were contradictory because he could sense the powerful magic within XuHong. Yet he wanted him to teach magic. What did that mean? Are you saying you can't use magic? The old man was puzzled. Yes, I need to study the sealing magic of Archmage Lopez, but before that, I need to learn magic and understand it because I don't know magic. But you clearly used magic before, Xiao Yu interjected. She was referring to the method XuHong used to transform into an immortal. That is not magic, Xiao Yu. That is another kind of power, which I call spells. Spells? That sounds cool. Can I learn them? Xiao Yu suddenly had the idea of learning spells. After witnessing the power of magic, she had also asked the old man if she could learn magic. But the old man said she didn't have the talent for it. Unlike cultivation, to practice magic, you must have a strong enough innate mental power. Only then can you communicate with the heavens and earth. Using incantations to manipulate the forces of nature to achieve what you want, that is magic. Moreover, the incantations of magic are often obscure and difficult to understand. Not only are they long, but their pronunciation is also hard to learn, requiring you to remember too much. Simply put, people who are too dull are not suited to learn magic because what others can memorize after reading a few times. You might read dozens of times and still not remember. Even if you manage to memorize it, you might forget it the next day due to a poor memory. Not to mention being able to proficiently recite and use the incantation. Magic does not allow for even the slightest mistake. It is very rigorous. Because even a tiny error can cause your spell to fail, which can be fatal in critical moments. Xiao Yu is not actually stupid, but as a little girl, expecting her to endure and diligently memorize those complex incantations is simply impossible. There are just too many incantations. So many that even the old man could only rely on a vast collection of magical books to remember them, looking them up when needed. Even the old man himself cannot be considered a particularly powerful magician because he doesn't even have a decent magical weapon. Therefore, the old man did not teach Xiaoyu magic. This made Xiaoyu, who was interested in extraordinary powers, set her sights on XuHong. She had witnessed XuHong's immortal transformation technique. For her, whether the power was strong or not didn't matter. After all, she was just a little girl and didn't think much. What she thought of was the magnificent and majestic Qilin transformed by the immortal technique. This made her feel very interesting, even a means to show off among her friends, thus satisfying her little vanity. If you want, you can, but not now, XuHong replied while looking at Xiaoyu. After saying that, XuHong looked at the old man, waiting for his response. The old man was silent for a moment, but still nodded. I could teach you magic. Upon hearing this, XuHong's face also revealed a smile. His initial goal had been achieved. Although he already had follow-up plans, what he needed to do first was to learn magic. Learning magic is very simple. At least for XuHong it was. Although he had not yet awakened his super brain, his brain's computational ability was also quite extraordinary. This made him learn things very quickly. The old man only taught XuHong basic magic for an hour, after which XuHong no longer needed him to teach. He could learn magic by himself through the old man's magical books. In just 2 days, XuHong had already mastered a large amount of magic. In terms of basic knowledge, XuHong was already on par with the old man. He had divine consciousness, and when learning things, his divine consciousness swept across, as if copying and pasting. The old man's magical books were numerous, but XuHong learned them all in just a few seconds. Of course, fully mastering, understanding, and applying them took XuHong some extra time. Otherwise, 2 days would be too long for him. After learning magic, XuHong also took out the talismans he had previously snatched from the Black Hand gang. He was ready to start studying the talismans. On the surface, a talisman looks like an ordinary stone with a pattern on it. But in reality, after understanding and comprehending magic, XuHong found that talismans were not as simple as they appeared. A talisman the size of a mooncake was actually covered with magical patterns. Magical patterns are the source of magical power and are somewhat similar to the runes of talismans. The difference is that magical patterns can autonomously draw power from the heavens and earth at any time, while runes can only be passive. On a small talisman, there are over 1,000 magical patterns. These magical patterns form a magic operation mechanism, and when propelled by magic, the talisman possesses magical power. The power of the talisman is more accurately described as being stripped from the Holy Master rather than plundered. Although plunder and deprivation have similar meanings, there is still a difference between the two. Plunder is irreversible, while deprivation is reversible. This shows that Lopez is an extraordinary magician. At least for now, XuHong cannot combine a set of magical patterns that can strip power from demons. But XuHong believes that, given some time, he can research a set of magical patterns targeting various demons to strip their powers. Hell. Since the soul returned to hell, the Holy Master has been tormented. Demons are immortal, and their souls are naturally immortal as well. Even if the body is gone, their souls do not perish but return to hell. Here, he met his 7 siblings. It should have been a scene of brothers reuniting with tears in their eyes, but there was not a shred of warmth in this meeting. Only anger remained, and the anger came from his siblings. Ah, no. Zhongsu, you can't do this to me, the Holy Master screamed, but Zhongsu remained unmoved, still controlling the lightning to torment the Holy Master. He is the lightning demon. He is lightning itself, and even though this is hell, he can still use the power of lightning. Other demons stared at this scene with their crimson eyes, indifferently watching. Not a single demon spoke up to stop Zhongsu's torment of the Holy Master. The reason is simple. The Holy Master betrayed them, ruling the human world alone. This made them very angry. It's like everyone only had $1 left, then pooled together to buy a lottery ticket, which won a jackpot of tens of millions. But when it came time to claim the prize, the Holy Master swallowed it all alone. They couldn't even afford food, had no place to live. Meanwhile, the Holy Master deceived them, ruling the human world alone in comfort, while they suffered pain and torment in the endless hell. Their hatred for the Holy Master was so intense that they wished to drink his blood, eat his flesh, and gnaw on his bones. Unfortunately, the Holy Master, like them, was one of the 8 great demons, unable to be killed, or rather, with their power, they could not truly kill the Holy Master. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Zhongsu using lightning on the Holy Master, but rather the Holy Master not even having the chance to speak. I think this punishment is still too light for him. Shimu's sharp voice rang out. Right now, he is just a soul, and other than lightning, we have no means to inflict pain on him. He doesn't even have a body, Xiaofeng said. His hatred for the Lord is no less than that of other demons, because he is one of the demons deceived by the Lord. If the Lord hadn't deceived him, he should be enjoying his wonderful ruling life in the human world now. Just thinking about this makes him wish he could swallow the Lord whole. If the Lord were not one of the 8 great demons, but just an ordinary demon, he would have been torn apart and eaten cleanly by them long ago. Zhongsu, from now on, the Lord will be left to you. He made us wait for him in hell for so long. You can electrocute him for as long as you want. How about that proposal? Basha spoke up. I think it's feasible. Zhongsu, who was entirely blue, sneered at the Lord. Hell has almost driven him crazy, and now that the Lord has returned to hell, he feels like he has a plaything. If the Lord returned in his complete form, it would indeed be difficult for him to deal with the Lord. After all, even though the 8 great demons have differences in strength, the gap isn't that big. Moreover, they are immortal, so no matter how they fight, they can't kill each other. But now the Lord is just a soul. It is too easy for him to deal with him. It has only been a short while since he started electrocuting him. He feels like he could keep going indefinitely. Upon hearing Zhongsu's words, the Lord's expression changed. If he were to be electrocuted by Zhongsu like this, he would definitely become an idiot. Moreover, he doesn't want to stay in hell forever. Wait, I have something to say, the Lord shouted. All the demons turned to look at him. Lord, what more can you say? You deceived us, and now we will no longer believe your words, Basha said. No, what I want to say is very important, and this time, I will not deceive you again. The Lord knew that his only chance now was to regain the trust of the demons. Otherwise, he would end up like them, forever trapped in hell. This is not what he wanted. How do you expect us to believe you, you liar? If the Lord weren't in a soul state right now, DQA would probably have rushed up to fight him. After all, he never had much brains, and being trapped in hell for so many years has made him even duller. Let's hear what he has to say first. After being deceived once this time, he won't be so easily fooled again. The boss, Zhoulan, spoke up. The other demons immediately fell silent. As the boss, Zhoulan still had a certain authority. After all, he was the strongest among them. Even in hell, if Zhoulan was unhappy, they would all be pressed down. And even Bagong couldn't stand upright under Zhoulan's gravity. Being trapped in hell was already enough to drive anyone crazy. If they couldn't even move, it would truly drive them insane. Chapter 136. The Lord Seeking Flowers. Therefore, as soon as Zhoulan finished speaking, the demons all fell silent. They also wanted to hear how the Lord would come up with a flower. The Lord glanced at the boss, Zhoulan, whose crimson eyes looked coldly at him. The Lord knew that Zhoulan was not being kind. He felt there was still hope of leaving hell, so he wanted to hear what he had to say. If what he said didn't satisfy him, then his fate would be predictable. It would definitely not be good. I know that you think I will deceive you again because I deceived you once. But you also see I am now just a soul. The world is balanced. When a powerful demon is lost, another powerful demon must fill the void. My martyrdom has caused this world to lose its balance. And the only powerful demon that can fill this void is you, my dear brothers and sisters. If you are willing, I can easily go to the human world now and control a human I want to control. This way, I can open the gate of hell from the outside and lift the holy curse that binds you. Then you will regain your freedom, and we will rule the human world again. The Lord expressed his thoughts. The binding of hell on souls is not strong. As long as he uses the power of other demons, he can escape hell. Although he has lost his body, he has also lost his restraints. He can easily find a person in the human world and possess their body to achieve his goal of control. He is a demon, a powerful demon. Even without a body, his soul is still incredibly powerful, something ordinary people cannot resist. But how do you expect us to believe you? You have deceived us, Lord. Shimu sneered. You speak well, but we still cannot believe you, said Basha. Perhaps we can place a curse on you, binding you to the first host you choose. Only when you save the outside world can this curse be lifted. Otherwise, if your host dies, you will also return to hell, suffering endless pain. But you will not have the opportunity to deceive us again, Lord, the boss Zhoulan said. After saying this, he glanced at the other demons. At the boss's signal, the demons did not hesitate. They directly unleashed their inner magic to curse the Lord's soul. They are powerful demons, and placing a curse on the Lord is too easy for them. The Lord, on the other hand, could not resist. He had no ability to fight back now, because he was just a soul. At the same time, he understood that this time, when he goes out, he cannot enjoy the human world alone. He must let these guys out. Otherwise, he would have no hope of restoring his body. Moreover, once he dies, he will return to hell again. By that time, the demons would no longer trust him. No matter how grandiose his words, they wouldn't believe him. Rest assured, this time, I will definitely choose a host carefully and then release you from hell, the Lord promised. The demons did not speak further. Instead, they wrapped the Lord's soul in magic, intending to send him out of hell. They had no choice but to trust the Lord, because sending the Lord out was the easiest thing. As for them, with the holy curse in place, their demonic bodies could not pass through the gate of hell to return to the human world, unless they gave up their current bodies. But doing so would be meaningless. After all, escaping from here is not easy, even for a soul. Sending the Lord out had already consumed a considerable amount of their magical power. This time, all they had to do was wait for the Lord's good news. San Francisco, Old Man's Antique Shop. As for magic, XuHong has almost finished his research. He is a genius, especially in terms of intellect, which is exaggeratedly strong. Even the usually calm old man was shocked by XuHong's magical talent. 5 days have passed since he started learning magic. In these 5 days, XuHong has not been idle. Through studying spells, he has already figured out a few things. For example, the copying of talismans. Yes, through preliminary experiments, XuHong has already created a copy version of the talisman. Of course, it lacks a bit in power. Although it can recharge automatically, its durability is not strong. It cannot be used continuously. After using it for about 2 hours, it needs to recharge for half an hour, unlike the original talisman, which has unlimited magical power and can be used continuously. XuHong believes this should be related to the source magic energy of the Lord within the talisman. However, XuHong does not yet understand the nature of magic energy. To avoid directly damaging the talisman, he has not yet started researching magic energy. Of course, he also extracted a bit of magic energy from the talisman and used it to create a magic tracker for the Lord. The purpose of making this magic tracker is naturally to capture the Lord. XuHong knows that the Lord will definitely run out of hell again. To prevent this guy from causing trouble in secret, XuHong plans to capture him directly. What if this guy finds a book of time and uses it to change history? Even if he won't be altered by the rules of this world, he would still be a nuisance. It is more useful for XuHong to eliminate the trouble in its cradle. Moreover, capturing the Lord does not require much effort. After capturing him, XuHong can also use the Lord to achieve his goal of plundering other demons' powers. In addition, XuHong is very interested in the magic compendium in the Lord's hands. It is a magic book that records a large number of dark magics. XuHong does not care whether the magic is dark magic or not. Whether it is magic or dark magic, it is just a means, and whether it is dark depends entirely on what the user does with it. If he can obtain the Lord's magic compendium, it may be more helpful for XuHong to create magic to plunder the powers of other demons. Therefore, XuHong created this tracker, a compass-style tracker. When the Lord appears, it will light up and point in the direction of the Lord. Today, this tracker lit up. Finally appearing? Lord, I've been waiting for you for several days. Seeing the compass light up, a smile appeared on XuHong's face. Then, he directly walked to the room next to him where XuLong was. Because True lived in the room that XuLong used to occupy, XuHong and the others simply rented 2 rooms next to the antique store. One room was for XuHong, and the other was for XuLong and Xiaoyu. Since the demon issue had not yet been resolved, XuLong had not returned to his work as an archaeological adventurer. Instead, he stayed home every day, waiting for XuHong's instructions. When there was nothing to do, he practiced boxing at home. As for Xiaoyu, she was sent to school by XuLong. Xiaoyu naturally did not want to go, but she had no choice, with both her dad and XuLong insisting that she attend school. She had to go even if she didn't want to. Bang, bang, bang. In the room, XuLong was practicing boxing, completely unaware that a phantom had already appeared behind him. The phantom was none other than the Lord, who had just been sent out from hell. XuLong, open the door. While XuLong was practicing, suddenly, XuHong's voice came from outside the door. XuLong, helpless, could only give up his practice and go open the door for XuHong. So, have you figured out how to target demons with magic? After opening the door, XuLong directly asked XuHong. Staying at home every day made him feel very bored. He actually wanted to go out. But it wasn't possible yet, because the demon problem had not been completely resolved, and he could not leave. However, XuHong did not pay attention to XuLong. Instead, he directly reached out his hand and pushed XuLong aside. What's going on? XuLong, pushed aside, was a bit stunned. But soon, he noticed the phantom in front of XuHong, trapped by a mass of red gas. Upon closer inspection, it was a phantom resembling a snake, but it was golden and looked somewhat familiar. Lord, I've been waiting for you for a long time. XuHong smiled slightly, looking at the Lord, who was trapped by his blood energy. XuHong's proficiency in magic is not low now. It surpasses even that of his dad by a lot. In terms of the application of magic, he is leagues ahead of his dad. He is like a peerless genius who has opened up his meridians. Although his time with magic has been short, what he has learned in these few days is something most people cannot achieve in their lifetime. Moreover, his blood energy is most effective against spiritual entities. Even without using magic, just with his blood energy, XuHong can easily suppress the Lord, who is currently only in a spiritual state. No, let me go, you damn human. What have you done to me? The Lord's frantic voice came from the blood sphere. He had just been about to possess XuHong, ready to control this troublesome guy. He did not expect XuHong to suddenly sway to the side, preventing him from possessing him. If it were just that, it would have been fine. But just when he was about to possess XuHong again, a small red ball flew directly in front of him. Before he could react, the small ball crashed into him. Then he was trapped inside the small ball. Although it looked just like a balloon, no matter how he charged at it, the small ball would not break. He just couldn't get out. It was understandable that he was furious. After all, he had just escaped from hell, and he was about to successfully possess XuHong. Instead, he failed to possess XuHong and was caught by an unknown human using unknown means. Moreover, from the tone of the other party, it seemed that they had been waiting for him for a long time. He suddenly had a very bad premonition. It's nothing, just keeping you from coming out for a while. XuHong smiled slightly. XuHong then understood why XuHong had suddenly pushed him aside. He looked down at the Lord floating in the red ball and was filled with surprise. He did not expect the Lord to really come out again. It seemed that what his dad said before was true. The balance had been broken, and breaking the statue was not necessarily a bad thing for the Lord. Now, let's talk about your purpose. If I'm not mistaken, you plan to possess XuHong and then control him to release other demons from hell, right? XuHong ignored XuHong's surprise and looked at the Lord, revealing a confident smile. In that moment, the Lord suddenly felt that the guy in front of him was more like a demon than he was. Because he realized that the other party knew his plan, his unease grew heavier. Chapter 137. From now on, be a good dog for me. Seeking flowers, control me? XuHong suddenly exclaimed. Yes, you were almost possessed by him just now. Once he possesses you, with your pitiful soul strength, he can easily control you and then release the demons from hell. XuHong explained XuHong's confusion. Now let's talk about matters between us, Lord. If you don't want to be trapped in this red ball forever, I need you to tell me some information. What do you want to know, human? Due to the unease in his heart, the Lord suppressed his anger, and his gaze fell on XuHong. This is a difficult and complex human. This is XuHong's impression of him. Facing XuHong, the Lord felt a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of when he faced Lope. Lope had defeated him and turned him into a talking stone statue. If asked who he hated the most, it would definitely be Lope. Although the undying deity sealed him in hell, he did not stay there for long and eventually escaped to the human world. He then began his reign there. If it weren't for Lope, he might have continued to dominate the human realm. Thus, Lope is undoubtedly the person he despises the most, without exception. However, although Lope was a powerful magician, he was also human, and humans do not live long. Lope is already dead, and the Lord originally thought he could disregard humans completely. But now another XuHong has emerged, and he gives the Lord a feeling very similar to Lope. I want a grimoire, and also, if you find the divine tokens that can subdue you. Upon hearing XuHong's words, the Lord's expression changed immediately. As expected, his unease was justified. XuHong clearly had no good intentions. The grimoire alone was one thing, but he also wanted to find the divine tokens that could subdue them. What does this guy want? To absorb the magical energy within the divine tokens. It's important to note that their current strength is not as powerful as it once was because more than half of their magical energy was forcibly extracted when the undying deity sealed them in hell, and then sealed within the tokens used to suppress them again. As long as the tokens exist, even if they escape from hell, ordinary people can use the tokens to expel them back. He had once thought of the divine tokens, but that was when he ruled the human realm. At that time, he was invincible in the human world. No one dared to resist him, and with his power strong enough, he abandoned the search for the divine tokens. Then he was sealed into a stone statue by Lope and had his powers stripped away, making it impossible for him to contend with humans. The Lord refused XuHong without hesitation. No matter what XuHong was plotting, he would not agree. At worst, he would be sealed in the small red ball. He did not believe XuHong could die. After all, he was a demon and could not die, while XuHong was human, and he would definitely die. He did not believe that if XuHong died, the small red ball could still contain him. XuHong looked at the Lord with a mocking expression. Are you really not going to tell me? For some reason, being stared at by XuHong made the Lord feel something was off. Give it up, human. I am immortal, and you cannot threaten me. XuHong suddenly laughed. Then he chuckled. Lord, it seems I overestimated you a bit. It turns out you're not as powerful as I imagined. From now on, just be my dog. What are you saying, you? The Lord was about to say something when he suddenly found himself unable to speak. He became somewhat panicked. What's happening? Why can't I speak all of a sudden? Surprised that you can't speak all of a sudden? The Lord's eyes widened as he looked at XuHong, knowing without thinking that it must be XuHong's doing. However, his eyes were already small enough. They couldn't widen any further, and the red in his eyes intensified. He could still exert some pressure on ordinary people, but XuHong completely ignored it. I said from today on, you're my dog. XuHong smiled slightly and gently tapped the small red ball with his hand, causing it to break open. XuHong, watching the scene, felt a bit worried. But to his surprise, after the small red ball broke open, the Lord did not move at all. XuHong smiled slightly and released the Lord's inability to speak. However, he still could not control his spiritual form. What did you do to me, human? The Lord was filled with shock, anger, and panic. There was no way anyone who couldn't control their own body would panic. It's nothing. I just added something to your soul. So from now on, your life will be under my control. The earlier conversation with the Lord was merely a superficial act. Behind the scenes, he had already started to imprint the Lord's soul with a mental mark. As long as he left a mental imprint on his soul, the Lord's soul would be under XuHong's control. This is something anyone with divine consciousness can achieve, because spiritual artifacts are meant to achieve control through mental imprints. To break free from control, there is only one way. Your mental, divine consciousness power must be several times stronger than the person who left the mental imprint on you. But the Lord's mental power was absurdly weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted at all when XuHong left the imprint on his soul. It was like someone burning you with incense, and yet you had no reaction. This is also why XuHong laughed just now. A great demon, a lord. And yet this? XuHong even briefly considered abandoning his previous plan and controlling all 8 great demons in this manner, making them his dogs. But after some thought, he dismissed this idea. His own power was strong enough. He didn't need the 8 great demons to protect him. On the contrary, it was Bairuru and the others who needed them. But the hearts of the 8 great demons were darker than the next. Even if XuHong controlled them, he wouldn't feel at ease putting them next to Bairuru and the others as their bodyguards. If something went wrong and they lost control, he would have regrets. So, he thought it would be better to strip the demons of their powers and turn them into talisman powers like the 12 talismans. After all, the powers of those demons were still very strong. The talismans made from their powers would definitely be formidable. Even if they went to their world with thin spiritual energy, their power would be somewhat weakened, but they would still be of great weapon level. Now, tell me where your grimoire is. The Lord did not want to say, but at that moment, he could not refuse XuHong's orders. So XuHong quickly obtained the location of the Lord's grimoire. XuLong was stunned. The Lord was so easily subdued. Was it really that simple? Although he had thought XuHong would be able to successfully seal those demons, he had never imagined XuHong could so easily subdue the Lord. This is the Lord. He knew how powerful this demon was. They had previously defeated the Lord purely by luck, combined with the fact that the Lord had underestimated them and had been somewhat careless. But now the Lord had so easily fallen into XuHong's hands. Really, if it weren't for the fact that he had just been practicing punches, leaving him unusually alert, he would definitely think he was dreaming. It seems my goal has been achieved. I need to step out for a while, and we'll be back soon. Remember to save me a portion of dinner. After saying that, XuHong directly took the Lord and left. XuLong watched the direction XuHong left in, momentarily unsure of what to say. He wanted to tell his father about this, but he didn't know how to do so, because he felt his father might think he was boasting. Still the kind that helps others blow. Hong Kong Island. The palace of the Lord Saint is located here. With the Lord Saint leading the way, XuHong easily found the location of his palace. However, his palace is located 3,000 meters underground because it is currently in a sealed state. But this does not pose a challenge for XuHong. With a technique from the 5 Elements escape arts, the Earth Escape, XuHong easily descended to 3,000 meters underground and entered the palace of the Lord Saint. The palace is vast. Compared to the palace in the animation, the one XuHong is now seeing with his own eyes is even larger. It covers an area of at least 1,000 square kilometers. It's indeed large, but considering the circumstances, it's normal. The Lord Saint is very large when standing upright. His height is at least over 8 meters, about 3 stories high. In front of his massive figure, a palace occupying 1,000 square kilometers is actually not considered large. Moreover, this guy once raised a lot of evil dragons, and those dragons were not small in size either. However, with the Lord Saint sealed away, those dragons were also sealed into another dimension. The palace of the Lord Saint is filled with treasures, especially the mountain of gold piled high. If all the gold here were taken out, its value would definitely exceed trillions of euros. The gold in the palace is stacked like a real mountain. Furthermore, the treasures are not just gold. There are various antiques, gemstones, and even some extraordinary items. As a demon who ruled the human world for hundreds of years, the Lord Saint's collection is certainly impressive. But XuHong merely glanced at these treasures and then shifted his gaze away. He had no interest in these treasures at all. His only goal this time was the Lord Saint's magic compendium. Soon, XuHong found a magic compendium. The Lord Saint knows many spells. As a demon, he has lived a very long time, and before being sealed by the immortal deity, he had already lived for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, the Lord Saint's magic compendium is not just one book, but several dozen. Each one is taller than a person and thicker than half a meter. Of course, these books do not all record the Lord Saint's magic. Many of them are spells that the Lord Saint traded from other demons. The design is extremely broad, and there are many he has already forgotten because there are simply too many. XuHong did not miss a single one of these spell books and collected them all. These are all good things. Although they contain evil demonic sorcery and dark magic, XuHong does not mind, because some things do not have to be used just because they are learned. He can learn these spells without using them, treating them as a form of magical accumulation. Perhaps he will need them someday. After packing up all the spell books, XuHong brought the Lord Saint back to San Francisco. Next, he needed to study these spells. And studying these spells naturally requires the guidance of the Lord Saint, the author. The Lord Saint is unwilling, but he currently cannot resist XuHong. Chapter 138. Master Lopez, Seeking Flowers. With the Lord Saint guiding him, XuHong quickly mastered the magic he obtained from the Lord Saint. It must be said that aside from the Lord Saint's identity as a demon, he can undoubtedly be called a master in the field of magic. This guy has created quite a few spells, especially practical ones. In fact, he even created a dark world, the Shadow Kingdom. Yes, the Shadow Kingdom is a dark world he created with magic, and Terra, the king of the Shadow Kingdom, was also created by him. However, Terra later betrayed the Lord Saint, breaking free from his control. After breaking free from the Lord Saint's control, Terra also wanted to dominate the world, trying to snatch it from the Lord Saint's hands. So Terra created 9 generals for himself, and cursed them and their soldiers with the power of curses to be immortal. Even if they died, they could be reborn in the Shadow Kingdom, attempting to defeat the Lord Saint. But unfortunately, Terra overestimated himself and underestimated the Lord Saint, or rather, underestimated the Lord Saint's mastery of magic. In the end, Terra failed. He could not defeat the Lord Saint and was instead sealed by him. Terra's strength was not weak. But for a traitor, the Lord Saint certainly did not use his full power against him. He directly trapped Terra's consciousness in a mask, and then hid that mask in the Shadow Kingdom. With Terra sealed, the 9 generals he created naturally lost their powers and were sealed away as well. This is also why the Lord Saint can control the Shadow Legion and siphon Terra's power. On the cover of one of the Lord Saint's magic books, there is also a pattern of Terra. This book contains detailed records about Terra and the Shadow Kingdom, including the Lord Saint's experience in creating Terra himself. This is why there is a pattern of Terra on the cover of the magic book, as Terra was indeed created by the Lord Saint. Even though Terra ultimately betrayed him, the Lord Saint was still quite satisfied with the Terra he created. After all, this guy almost overthrew his rule. XuHong has no thoughts about the Shadow Legion. The immortality of the Shadow Legion is indeed impressive, but for true powerhouses, the tactic of mass numbers is utterly useless. If the tactic of mass numbers truly worked, Terra would not have failed to successfully betray the Lord Saint. Moreover, the Shadow Legion is similar to demonic energy. To control the Shadow Legion, one needs a demon mask. Once the demon mask is worn, the mind will be affected. If worn for too long, one may even be assimilated into a demon. The same goes for demonic energy. Inhaling demonic energy grants powerful strength, but similarly, one will be influenced by demonic energy and gradually become demonized. In the original work, the drastic change in the appearance of the little demon dragon was due to absorbing the demonic energy of other demons, which affected him and transformed him. If a little demon dragon, a demon, could change so drastically due to the influence of other demons' energy, one can imagine how it would affect a human. In contrast, the power of talismans stripped from the Lord Saint is simply too good. It is convenient to use and has no side effects. By comparison, this is the path XuHong should take. As for the Shadow Legion, XuHong looks down on it entirely. Although the Shadow Legion does have powerful units, to XuHong, those shadow soldiers are still no different from cannon fodder. As long as he wants, it doesn't matter how many there are. He even finds them ugly for running errands. Moreover, the limitations of the Shadow Legion are significant. The Shadow Kingdom exists in a different space in this world. Once it leaves this world, without the Shadow Kingdom, the immortality of the Shadow Legion will disappear. Without immortality, the Shadow Legion would only be stronger than ordinary human henchmen in physical quality, with no other standout features. The Lord Saint's magic is even more difficult to comprehend and more abundant. XuHong has a super brain. In just 4 days, he has mastered and can use the magic learned from the Saint Lord. Before sealing the demons and stripping them of their powers, XuHong has one person to meet. That is the Grand Mage Lope. However, Lope has long been dead, and if XuHong wants to meet a dead person, he can only use another method. This is something XuHong had considered long ago, which is why he wanted to obtain the talisman from the very beginning. Now, to meet Lope, he needs a talisman. Lope's statue is located in a museum in America. It is quite simple for XuHong to borrow this statue. To avoid causing too much noise and not wanting to create more trouble, XuHong directly took Lope's statue to a deserted island at sea. Then, he took out the mouse talisman and placed it on Lope's statue. The ability of the mouse talisman to transform stillness into motion activated. In the blink of an eye, Lope, who was still a statue, transformed into a real living person. Where is this? What happened to me? After 2 seconds of confusion, Lope's consciousness returned. Who are you? Lope's gaze quickly fell on XuHong. There was no way around it. There were only the two of them here. If he still did not notice XuHong, then he would truly be blind. Nice to meet you, Lope. My name is XuHong. I believe you should now understand your own state. That's right. You are not the real Lope. You are merely a version of Lope revived by the power of the mouse talisman. However, the talisman has granted you the same memories and powers as Lope, which means you are essentially Lope. Lope paused. Tell me your purpose. You revived me using the power of the talisman, so you must have your own motives. What is your purpose? Although XuHong's words were straightforward, Lope did not get angry. He understood that XuHong was speaking the truth. Aside from the fact that he was revived by the mouse talisman, he was not much different from the real Grand Mage Lope. What Lope could do, he could also do. Lope's thoughts were his thoughts. As XuHong said, even though he was a statue and revived through the power of the mouse talisman, he was indeed Lope. Thus, even knowing that XuHong was speaking the truth, he was not angry. He was merely curious about why XuHong wanted to revive him since he was already dead. At the same time, he was puzzled about how XuHong had found the talisman. After all, he had hidden these talismans all over the world before he died. I want to discuss magic with you, especially regarding how you sealed the Saint Lord and stripped him of his powers. XuHong stated his purpose. As one of the 8 great demons, since Lope could develop magic targeting the Saint Lord, if he understood the principles behind it, he could naturally draw from that to develop magic against other demons. Although XuHong had already gained a rough understanding of Lope's magic to seal the Saint Lord through research on the talismans, there is nothing better than hearing the creator of the magic explain in person. This was also why XuHong had revived Lope using the mouse talisman. The Saint Lord? That guy escaped from the seal? Lope frowned. Saint Lord, come out and greet your old friend. As soon as XuHong's words fell, the sole shadow of the Saint Lord appeared in midair. When enemies meet, they are especially red-eyed. The reason for the Saint Lord's current predicament is largely due to Lope, who had a 90 share of the credit. So when he saw Lope, the Saint Lord's eyes turned even redder. Even though he knew that the Lope in front of him was just a counterfeit revived from a statue, his gaze towards Lope was still very unfriendly. If he were not currently just a soul and controlled by XuHong, he would have lunged at Lope long ago. Saint Lord? Lope was also taken aback upon seeing the Saint Lord in a soul state. How did this guy become a soul? And from the looks of it, he is clearly being restrained. Lope looked at XuHong in surprise. He did not expect XuHong to be able to control even the Saint Lord. This strength might even surpass his own. Initially, he had relied on a sneak attack to strip the Saint Lord of his powers, ultimately defeating him and sealing him into a statue. If he had to face the Saint Lord head-on, he would not be so sure of winning. Lope was not adept at magic related to souls. Observing the Saint Lord's current state, it was clear that XuHong was someone skilled in soul magic. Coupled with the strong magical fluctuations emanating from XuHong, the person before him likely surpassed him in strength. Lope, I did not expect us to meet in this form. However, even if you look just like him, you are not him. You are merely a being that can only exist thanks to my power. Unable to take action, the Saint Lord resorted to verbal attacks. Unfortunately for him, his verbal jabs had no effect on Lope. Lope was well aware that he was not the real Lope. He was just a statue. It seems you must have quite a plan, Lope said seriously, looking at XuHong. As a grand mage capable of sealing the Saint Lord and saving humanity, Lope was certainly not a fool, even if he was merely a revived counterfeit statue. The difference between him and the real Lope was not significant. Yes, you should know that there are 7 other great demons like the Saint Lord. Lope nodded. I naturally know this. In fact, I have even encountered the undying deity, he stated. This news surprised XuHong greatly. Undying deity? Yes, but they should no longer exist in this world, Lope continued. XuHong shook his head. I have no interest in the undying deity. Now, let's talk about the magic you used to seal the Saint Lord. You should not have forgotten that, right? Zero, of course not. Are you planning to seal other demons in the same way and strip them of their powers? XuHong, note that this is very dangerous. The power of the Holy Lord is immense, and the powers of other demons are equally formidable. Stripping them of their powers would lead to an imbalance between yin and yang, excessively strengthening the power of justice. XuHong smiled. I certainly understand that. But what if these powers no longer exist in this world? Luo Pei furrowed his brow, his eyes fixed intently on XuHong. XuHong met his gaze, and after a moment, Luo Pei shook his head. Perhaps you will be even more remarkable than I once was. History will remember you, young man. Luo Pei suddenly laughed. Chapter 139, Wine Demon Fan, Seeking Flowers. I'm not doing this for this world, XuHong said. No matter what your intentions are. You have indeed done good for this world. So whatever you want to know, I will tell you, Luo Pei replied. That will be best now. Let's talk about the magic to seal the Holy Lord. How did you research the magic to strip him of his power? I have also studied the power of talismans, but there are some things I still cannot understand. XuHong expressed some of his doubts. He wasn't completely without questions. Developing magic to target the Holy Lord through talismans is not difficult for XuHong. After all, copying is not hard. He can already replicate talismans with slightly less power than the original. Reverse engineering magic targeting the Holy Lord is not challenging. But the difficult part is innovation. XuHong wants to research magic targeting other major demons. First, he needs to fully understand Luo Pei's magic for sealing and stripping the Holy Lord's power. XuHong can replicate it, but that does not mean he has fully understood Luo Pei's magic. Therefore, he needs to understand Luo Pei's magic for sealing and stripping the Holy Lord's power first. Only after fully understanding can XuHong innovate magic to target other demons, sealing and stripping them of their powers. And to fully understand Luo Pei's magic, there is no simpler way than to ask Luo Pei himself. Through Luo Pei's explanations, XuHong quickly grasped his magic completely, including the scroll magic that Luo Pei was proud of. However, this was of little use to XuHong. Scroll magic is a type of magical weapon, similar to talismans, but different. In terms of power, it cannot compare to talismans. However, its practicality is not much worse than that of talismans. Some of them even include restorative magic. This might be very useful for his father and the others. But for XuHong, it is completely useless. In combat, XuHong prefers to use his Taoist techniques and his pure physical strength. Magic is not his first choice. I've said everything I need to say. Just send me back to where you found me. Don't you want to take a longer look at this world? The mouse talisman is not a necessity for me. The transformation from stillness to movement is useful for XuHong, but not as much as he imagined. After all, he has the transformation technique. The transformation from stillness to movement in the transformation technique is controllable, but the mouse talismans is not. Moreover, the upper limit of the transformation technique can increase with XuHong's strength, but the power of the mouse talisman has long since reached its limit. So, the mouse talisman is not important to XuHong. Luo Pei shook his head. I have finished what I needed to do. Continuing to exist is meaningless to me. Go do what you want to do, young man. You have already surpassed me. Luo Pei looked at XuHong and offered his blessings. After saying this, the mouse talisman was expelled from his body, and Luo Pei returned to being a stone statue. For him, he had long since disappeared from history, and the people and things he was familiar with could no longer be seen. This world does not belong to him, and he does not belong to this world. XuHong looked at Luo Pei, who had returned to a stone statue, and said nothing, as he respected the other's choice. With a wave of his hand, Luo Pei's statue was placed into his storage bag. XuHong planned to return it to the museum, where it belonged now. After putting away the mouse talisman, XuHong transformed into a shadow and, with a sonic boom, quickly flew away from the small island, returning to San Francisco. Next, he needed to develop magic targeting various demons. However, before that, XuHong needed to find a key item, a divine token infused with demonic energy. XuHong could handle the search himself, but he had other things to do, namely creating magic for other demons. So, he entrusted the search to XuHong. This was not difficult for XuHong, as he had made a magical item for him that could sense demonic energy. With this item, no members of the Black Hand Gang would compete with him for the divine token. 3 days later, XuHong brought back the first divine token. It was a folding fan. This was the divine token that once sealed the demon Howling Wind. An ordinary person would not notice anything special about the fan. At most, they would regard it as an antique, since it is quite old. To acquire this folding fan, XuHong spent quite a bit of money. Of course, it was XuHong who paid for it, not XuHong. XuHong was not short on money. In the Holy Lord's underground palace, gold was piled high. Although the folding fan belonged to the category of antiques, its value was not particularly high, as it was not a possession of a famous person. XuHong spent $300,000 to successfully obtain it and brought it back to XuHong. When the folding fan landed in XuHong's hands, he immediately sensed the immense energy within it. This is an energy different from magical power. XuHong could feel the ferocity and malice mixed within the energy. Just a small amount would be enough for someone to live comfortably for a lifetime with plenty to spare. If a person were to absorb this, they would definitely be greatly affected. However, XuHong never considered absorbing it. After extracting a bit of energy from the folding fan, XuHong used some materials he had prepared earlier. He planned to craft the folding fan into a magical item like the 12 talismans. As long as it was held, it would allow the wielder to control winds and weather just like the demon Howling Wind. Moreover, XuHong could confidently say that once he crafted it, the power of this folding fan would definitely not be inferior to the power of the 12 talismans, and it might even be stronger. This is because the demonic energy within the folding fan is far greater than that within any single talisman. Additionally, the folding fan itself is a divine token, making it a top-tier material. After XuHong modified it, its power would surely exceed that of the 12 talismans. Jackie Chan originally planned to stay and see how XuHong would use the folding fan. However, once XuHong got the fan, he immediately sent him away and instructed him to find other divine tokens. Fortunately, Xiaoyu happened to have a day off today and could watch from the side. Modifying the folding fan was not difficult for XuHong, as he had previously replicated talismans. This time, the modification process was even simpler and faster than XuHong had expected. After engraving over 3,000 magical patterns onto the fan and merging it with the materials he had prepared earlier, the modification of the folding fan was complete. After the modification, the folding fan was no longer a paper fan. It had transformed into a silver metallic fan, weighing about 3 kilograms. It was neither too light nor too heavy. It had a cool touch, giving a very genuine metallic feel. The front end of the fan had a sharp point, and the metallic sharpness felt very real, leaving no doubt about its sharpness. There was a large character for wind on the fan's body, written in a wild and elegant style, which XuHong had specifically added to represent the fan's ability to control the wind. XuHong named it the Wind Demon Fan. The term demon was because it contained the magical energy of the wind demon, Howling Wind. Wind indicated that holding it would allow one to control the winds and clouds, possessing the ability to change the weather. Xiaoyu was astonished. The process of XuHong making the Wind Demon Fan opened her eyes, especially when the original paper fan transformed into a metallic fan in XuHong's hands. It amazed her even more. However, unlike the talismans, XuHong truly dared not let Xiaoyu play with the Wind Demon Fan. Although the power of the talismans was not weak, it was divided into 12 parts due to the Holy Master's magical energy, so its power was not at the level of a natural disaster. In Xiaoyu's hands, the power of the talismans could not be fully unleashed, making their destructive capability quite limited. The Wind Demon Fan, however, was different. The magical energy contained within it was enormous, comparable to the combined magical energy of the 12 talismans. Its power was even at the level of a natural disaster. With a moment's inattention, it could directly destroy a city. If fully activated, it could even destroy the earth. The danger level of this item was far greater than that of the 12 talismans. Therefore, even though Xiaoyu was very curious and wanted to try it, XuHong did not allow her to do so. Holding the Wind Demon Fan, XuHong could clearly perceive the presence of wind and clouds and could control them at will according to his intentions. This feeling was something the wind manipulation technique did not possess. With a gentle flick, a small tornado appeared in the room. The strong wind blew everything in the room into disarray. But with a thought from XuHong, the scattered winds immediately became orderly, starting to tidy up the room. Soon, the room that had been messed up by the wind became even cleaner and tidier. How amazing! Xiaoyu was very surprised. Her interest in the wind demon fan grew even more. However, XuHong did not give Xiaoyu any chance to touch the wind demon fan. After all, he knew all too well about Xiaoyu's ability to cause trouble. So he simply put the wind demon fan away into the world within his golden core, without even putting it in a storage bag. After creating the wind demon fan, what XuHong needed to do next was to use the Pan Ku treasure box to open the gates of hell, release the demons, and then strip them of their powers. He had already extracted the Howling Wind's magical energy from the divine token and researched a magic targeting it, which was not difficult for XuHong. In fact, after making the wind demon fan, XuHong could directly seek the magical energy of other demons without needing to open the gates of hell and release those demons to strip them of their magical energy. However, if XuHong wanted to take the talismans from this world, he had to do it this way, because once the Holy Master was gone from the human world, demons would eventually escape from hell to maintain the balance of the world. Without the talismans, Jackie Chan and the others might not be able to contend with the demons. Therefore, if XuHong planned to take the talismans away, he had to first deal with the demon problem. Otherwise, if this world ultimately perished at the hands of demons, it would be equivalent to indirectly destroying XuHong himself, as he would have taken the talismans. Of course, releasing the demons and stripping them of their powers would not be in vain either. If the wind demon fan could absorb the remaining magical energy within the Howling Wind, its power could become even stronger. So this would not be a wasted effort. The greater the power of the wind demon fan, the more it could retain its power when leaving this world, even if it went to a world with little spiritual energy. In a world with denser spiritual energy, its power could naturally reach even greater heights. It would only require a bit more effort, which was nothing. Chapter 140. Howling Wind, Seeking Flowers Soon. The magic targeting the Howling Wind was created by XuHong. After that, it was time to get the Pan Ku treasure box. XuHong used his supervision to look for a while and quickly found it. He knew the Pan Ku treasure box was placed in a certain temple. He wasn't sure exactly where, but with supervision, it was easy to find. Without much effort, XuHong located the Pan Ku treasure box. This item was not an ordinary object. It was a treasure forged by 8 immortal gods, serving as the key to open the gates of hell. At the same time, the Pan Ku treasure box was also filled with righteous magical energy. As long as it contained a large amount of energy, it was not difficult for XuHong to find. Not to mention, he also knew it was enshrined in a certain temple. After finding the Pan Ku treasure box, it naturally fell directly into XuHong's hands. Through the Pan Ku treasure box, XuHong learned the location of the Howling Wind's gates of hell, the Empty Valley Reformatory. It was located in a mountain in Europe. Although it was called a reformatory, in reality, it was a large prison. It housed a group of notorious criminals who committed heinous acts, such as murder and arson. Of course, in the prison, they were just a bunch of well-behaved kids. After being captured, members of the Black Hand Gang were imprisoned here, and they received life sentences for their betrayal, which was already a light punishment compared to their crimes. As many had died because of them, due to the infamous reputation of the Black Hand Gang and with a Fu present, although Valong and the others were imprisoned. Their life in prison was still relatively good. At least compared to other prisoners, their days were quite bearable. Today, a special guest arrived at the prison, Brian, the head of the 13th District of the American Federation and the director of the CIA. Of course, he was accompanied by Jackie Chan and XuHong. They were not here for a vacation. After all, this was a prison, not a tourist attraction. Their purpose for coming here was to release demons and then seal them again. It sounded a bit convoluted, and the idea was quite exaggerated. At least before witnessing XuHong's power, Blake thought so. However, after XuHong showcased his miraculous abilities, Blake expressed his willingness to cooperate with XuHong. Thus, the three appeared here. Now, the prison warden stood before the three of them. So, your purpose for coming here is just to temporarily borrow our prison laundry room? To be honest, if he didn't know that Blake was the director of CAI, he would suspect that these three people had just escaped from a mental hospital. Yes, I can't disclose exactly what we need to do, but since there might be some minor commotion soon, I need you to clear the prisoners from the laundry room, or at least get them far away. The warden looked at Blake, doubting whether he had heard correctly. Or did Blake say something wrong? But seeing Blake's serious expression, he knew he hadn't misheard. Well, I understand. I can cooperate with you, but if anything happens, you will be responsible. Of course, no problem. That's only right, Blake replied. The warden nodded. He then sent 2 people to take XuHong and the others to the prison laundry room. The reason for going to the laundry room is that the Hell Gate of Xiaofeng is located there. There is more than one hell gate, and they're not all in the same location, the warden explained. These so-called hell gates were forcibly opened by the undead gods using their powerful abilities. Hell is located in another dimension. It is not connected to the human world. The gods created a passage between the two realms through these hell gates, achieving the purpose of exiling and imprisoning demons. To release XuHong, XuHong must open the hell gate that belongs to him. Otherwise, he would need to make a trip to the empty Valley Prison Reformatory. Before XuHong and the others arrived at the laundry room, the prisoners inside had already been cleared out. Boss, what's going on? Why did we suddenly get kicked out of the laundry room? What is that warden going crazy about today? Afin asked, unable to hold back his curiosity as he followed behind XuHong. They had just been in the laundry room, but they were enjoying the air conditioning there instead of working. Just as they were comfortably chilling, they were suddenly kicked out. They were definitely not happy about it. Boss, it's XuHong. Afyu's voice suddenly chimed in. Only then did they notice XuHong and the others being led by two guards. Leisu added, not just XuHong, but also Blake and that guy who caught us last time. Were XuHong and the others doing in the prison? And they had the prison authorities help them clear out the laundry room. XuHong listened to his subordinates but did not respond. Instead, he silently walked out. Once they were far away from the area and there were no warnings around, XuHong finally spoke. You fools. XuHong showing up here is definitely related to the Holy Lord in them, but that has nothing to do with us. XuHong's presence means trouble, and trouble means chaos in the prison. You don't really want to stay here for life, do you? XuHong looked at Leisu, Afyu, and the others. The group exchanged glances and shook their heads. Although they had Afyu with them, and their Black Hand gang had quite a reputation in the underworld, their days in prison were still decent compared to other prisoners. But compared to life outside, their time in prison was worse than a dog ass. If they could escape from prison, they naturally wanted to. But the empty Valley Prison Reformatory is no ordinary prison. It's not that easy to escape. Otherwise, they would have run away long ago. Why wait until now? Boss, are you saying? Wait for the chaos to happen, and we'll take the chance to escape. Afyu suggested. XuHong looked at Afyu. He was the most skilled among them, with great strength, able to crush steel with his bare hands. It was thanks to Afyu that XuHong could keep the other prisoners in check. After all, here, they had no weapons and strength was determined solely by physical prowess. In this regard, Afyu, who was over 6 feet tall, was definitely the best. Boss, if any chaos happens later, you should take the chance to sabotage the prison surveillance system, and then we'll break out. Okay, boss, Afyu nodded. XuHong was quite capable in this role as a leader. Even though they were all locked up together now, his underlings had not chosen to backstab him. On the other side, XuHong and the others had already entered the prison laundry room. The laundry room had been completely cleared, not a single prisoner left. Since the prison had thousands of inmates, the laundry room was not small. But XuHong did not pay attention to these details. After sending the two guards away, XuHong took out the Pan Ku treasure box. He then activated it. Under the surprised gazes of XuHong and Blake, the Pan Ku treasure box emitted a green light and then floated into the air, accompanied by a beam of green light shooting out from the treasure box. A huge red door appeared out of thin air. Hell, ever since the Holy Lord was sent out of hell by them, all the demons had gathered in one place. They had not dispersed again. For them, hell was unchanging, with only stones and no concept of time. It was all the same everywhere. By gathering together, they could occasionally exchange a few words and also see if the Holy Lord was keeping his promise to rescue them from hell. If they waited too long and the Holy Lord still showed no signs of action, they would forcefully activate the curse left on him to pull him back from the human world to hell. After all, the Holy Lord was now just a soul and could not resist them at all. Moreover, even if the Holy Lord reformed his body, they could still forcibly drag his soul from the human world back to hell. Their combined strength was even more powerful. If the Holy Lord had not been cursed by them, it would have been impossible for them to achieve this. But they had preemptively placed a curse on the Holy Lord to prevent him from deceiving them again. So they believed that this time, the Holy Lord would not dare to deceive them again, unless he was really foolish enough to open the door. All the demons waited quietly. Just then, a wave of spatial fluctuation occurred. All the demons opened their eyes at the first moment and looked towards the direction of the fluctuation. A large door appeared in front of the gaze of the demons. XuHong among the demons was overjoyed upon seeing the door. He sensed his own aura on that door. Clearly, this was the same hell gate that had sent him to hell. The Holy Lord really opened the hell gate. Ha, this time, the Holy Lord has finally been smart for once. Everyone, see you in the human world. XuHong was extremely excited and didn't even think about saying more. With his massive body, he pounced towards the hell gate, and then he completely entered the hell gate, leaving hell amidst the envy of the other demons. If the Hell Gate could be seized, they would have done so long ago. They could only leave Hell through the same gate that had sealed them. Otherwise, Xiaolan, the strongest among them, would have taken action long ago. He was the boss and the most powerful among the demons. In front of him, the other demons were nothing but subordinates, regardless of status or strength. Crossing through the gates of Hell, Xiaofeng quickly found himself in a new world. The long-lost human world. The long-lost realm of humanity. Especially the long-lost, uniquely human essence. All of this made him feel so wonderful. But before Xiaofeng could finish his sentiment, a powerful force suddenly acted upon him. It was the pressure of the wind. Just as he tried to control and eliminate the wind pressure weighing down on him, an even stronger force hit him. It was pure physical strength. Xiaofeng raised his face, which was bigger than a bull's head. His crimson eyes fell on XuHong, who was walking towards him. A red line connected XuHong to him, and that red energy formed a gigantic red hand on his side. At that moment, he was immobilized by this massive red hand. He was indeed the demon of wind, but that didn't mean his power was weak. However, the red giant hand still kept him from moving. But he soon lost the will to struggle, because he saw the treasure box of the storage on XuHong's hand. He was also familiar with this thing. Human, did you release me? Xiaofeng realized that something was off, because he did not see the Holy Lord, nor did he sense the Holy Lord's presence. Chapter 141. Harvest. Please send flowers. Where's the Holy Lord? He sensed something was wrong, especially when he found himself being suppressed in power by a human. He didn't understand the opponent's methods at all, but the confidence of a demon prevented him from panicking too much. Because he still had strength left, and demons are immortal, XuHong couldn't kill him. You two brothers will reunite soon, but for now, hand over your power. Upon hearing XuHong's words, Xiaofeng couldn't remain calm. In the next second, under the power of the wind, Xiaofeng's massive body stood up. The blood hand that XuHong had pressed down on him was suddenly shaken off. XuHong was slightly surprised, but it was only a slight surprise. His blood power was strong, but it wasn't invincible. Simply put, blood power was an AoE method for clearing minor opponents, not XuHong's strongest attack method. Moreover, he hadn't even used his full strength just now. And as one of the 8 great demons, even if Xiaofeng's power had weakened, it couldn't be too weak. His performance in the animation was incredibly poor, hardly worthy of his title as a great demon. Now, his performance was a bit more in line with that title. At least with this blood suppression, Xiaofeng was the only one so far who could still resist. Human, I will make you realize what kind of existence you have provoked. After standing up, Xiaofeng didn't forget to boast. Perhaps because he had been trapped in hell for too long with no one to talk to. XuHong could understand that. But understanding or not, it was impossible for XuHong to just stand there and listen. While Xiaofeng was speaking, XuHong had already instantaneously reached in front of him. His speed was so fast that even though Xiaofeng could sense the wind and receive its feedback, he still couldn't react in time. Because XuHong was just too fast. So fast that even the wind couldn't react immediately. By the time Xiaofeng reacted, XuHong had already arrived in front of him, holding the wind demon fan. The originally silver wind demon fan was now emitting a blue glow, because XuHong had placed a spell on the wind demon fan in advance. This was a spell specially prepared by XuHong for Xiaofeng. A spell that could absorb his power and siphon his demonic energy. Just as Xiaofeng regained his senses, he found his body once again out of control, and the demonic energy within him was rapidly depleting. He couldn't even manage to say a word. The wind demon fan absorbed Xiaofeng's demonic energy at a rapid pace. In less than half a minute, the wind demon fan had drained all the demonic energy from Xiaofeng's body. As the demonic energy completely vanished, Xiaofeng's demonic form quickly began to shrink. His originally nearly 5-meter tall, massive body rapidly shrank, and in just 2 breaths, he was only half a meter tall. After shrinking to half a meter, Xiaofeng's skin began to petrify. Soon, he transformed into a half-meter tall petrified toad. Jackie Chan and Blake exchanged glances, both surprised. It seemed they hadn't expected things to end so simply. Wasn't Xiaofeng a great demon like the Holy Lord? Why did things progress so smoothly and quickly? But soon the two realized that the reason things went so smoothly and quickly was entirely because XuHong was too strong. At that moment, XuHong focused his gaze on the wind demon fan. With the infusion of Xiaofeng's demonic energy, he could feel the wind demon fan becoming even more powerful. XuHong stood on the ground, but he could clearly sense the winds and clouds of the entire planet changing. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as XuHong wished, he could control the weather in any region with his thoughts. Rain, thunder, snow, drought. If XuHong wanted, he could control all of these. Although the previous Wind Demon fan could also do these things, its range was not this vast. Sure enough, compared to the 12 spells created from the Holy Lord's demonic energy divided into 12, the Wind Demon fan, made from single demonic energy, had even more terrifying power. This was a weapon capable of exterminating Earth's ecological species. However, for XuHong, the usefulness of the Wind Demon fan was not that significant, because he could also achieve weather changes through his magical abilities. Putting away the Wind Demon fan, XuHong's gaze fell on the now petrified Xiaofeng. Demons are immortal. Even if XuHong had stripped Xiaofeng of his power and turned him into a statue, he was still alive. Damn human, you actually stole my power, you damn thief. Xiaofeng's angry voice came from the statue. XuHong sneered, not caring about Xiaofeng's words at all. Instead, he extended his right hand and gently pointed at Xiaofeng's statue. In the next second, Xiaofeng's statue vanished without trace. XuHong used the 5 elements escape technique to send him 30,000 meters underground. Without external assistance, Xiaofeng would never escape from there in his lifetime. What about that thing? Blake and Jackie Chan approached it this time. It was Blake who spoke. I've sent him 30,000 meters underground. I think he probably won't ever get out. XuHong explained. Blake was momentarily at a loss for words. Such a powerful demon was so easily dealt with. So deep down, would the statue be crushed? Would he, like the Holy Lord, have his soul escape? Jackie Chan spoke at this moment. He thought of the Holy Lord who had tried to possess and control him before. He didn't want to experience such an encounter again. Moreover, XuHong had also said that demons are immortal. Even if they were forcibly killed, new powerful demons would replace them. So sealing them would suffice. There was no need to completely kill them. Otherwise, thousands of years ago, the immortal gods would have done this long ago. You can rest assured about this. When I sent Xiaofeng down, I also included a little gadget. XuHong smiled slightly. When he sent the statue of Xiaofeng down, he had also included a replica of a horse talisman. With that thing, the statue of Xiaofeng wouldn't deteriorate even after 100,000 years. His soul could just stay obediently inside the statue. On the other side, Valen and his group were still waiting for any movement from the laundry room before they could start their prison escape plan. However, they waited until dark, but there was still no sign of anything happening. It wasn't until they were driven back to the laundry room by the prison guards to do laundry that they realized XuHong and XuHong had already left. Valen was stunned, wondering what was going on. Were they really just borrowing the laundry room in prison? Did they not have a washing machine at home or something? Didn't they know they had been waiting all afternoon and were tired? Valen felt like not talking. The others felt the same. Meanwhile, XuHong and XuHong had already returned to San Francisco. XuHong and XuHong didn't even know that Valen and the others were also imprisoned in the Hollow Valley Criminal Rehabilitation Center. This was because Blake hadn't mentioned it to them at all. Blake's attention was fully focused on the demon and had no time to bother with the trifling Black Hand Gang. Yes, compared to the threat posed by the demon, the Black Hand Gang had become insignificant, and Blake didn't take them seriously at all. After witnessing XuHong suppress Xiaofeng, the ones who began to roam the world became Blake and XuHong. With these two assisting him, XuHong quickly gathered the 7 treasures. The Wind Demon Fan, powered by Xiaofeng, has the ability to control the wind and clouds. The Sun and Moon Golden Wheel, a small golden circular wheel powered by Shimu, can freely switch between day and night and also control the weather, though its range is not as extensive as the Wind Demon Fan. It has flying capabilities, allowing its user to move faster, similar to the Rabbit Talisman. The Gravitational Wristband, a beautiful silver wristband powered by Zhou, allows the wearer to control gravity, enabling them to traverse a vacuum and transmit sound in a vacuum. Additionally, it can convert gravity into light waves for attacks. The Thunder Armor, a protective soft armor powered by Zhongsu, allows the wearer to control thunder and transforms them into lightning. The Earth Earrings, beautiful and exquisite silver earrings suitable for women, powered by DQA, enable the wearer to control the earth. As long as their feet are on the ground, they will never tire. The Raindrop Necklace, a beautiful blue necklace powered by Basha, grants the wearer the power to control water. When a body is attacked, they can transform into water, making them immune to physical attacks. The Diamond Belt, a beautiful golden belt powered by Bogang, grants the wearer the strength to move mountains, as well as invincible defense comparable to XuHong's steel body. It can also enlarge the body and enhance strength by devouring objects. These 7 items were created by XuHong after stripping the 7 great demons of their powers. As for the Holy Master, as the Fire Demon, his ability is to control flames. However, part of the Holy Master's demonic energy is with the Demon Little Dragon, and part has already been made into the 12 talismans. The dragon talisman among the 12 carries the Holy Master's power to control fire. Therefore, XuHong didn't feel the need to create something related to the Holy Master again, because these 7 items are already sufficient for XuHong. Any one of these items is not inferior to a single talisman. In fact, compared to the full set of 12 talismans, they are not much worse. In terms of power, these 7 are naturally superior, but in terms of practicality and comprehensiveness, the 12 talismans are better. However, there is no need to dwell on this, as the 12 talismans are also in XuHong's possession. XuHong doesn't plan to take all 12 talismans with him. The talismans he plans to take are only 3: the dog, the horse, and the tiger. The dog is immortal. The horse restores to its original state, healing any injury instantaneously, and the tiger represents the balance of yin and yang, absolute balance. XuHong actually controls his power quite well, but he cannot achieve meticulous control. Under normal circumstances, XuHong's control over his power is quite good. Otherwise, he would have already created deep pits with every step and ripped his clothes with any movement. The main reason XuHong didn't dare to touch Bairu and the others is that his control over power hasn't reached a detailed level. Because if he isn't careful, he could easily tear them apart during contact. However, with the Tiger Talisman, it's different. The Tiger Talisman represents balance, yin and yang balance. When XuHong first came into contact with this talisman, he found that when the Tiger Talisman was in his hand, he could achieve meticulous control over his power. This also meant that XuHong didn't have to worry about accidentally using too much power and harming Bairu and the others. It can be said that his biggest gain from coming to the XuHong Adventures world is not the magical items created from the 7 great demons, but the Tiger Talisman. Chapter 142. Return, Seeking Flowers. Of course, when taking these 3 talismans, XuHong still left behind replicas of the 3 talismans he created for XuHong and the others. In terms of power, they definitely can't compare to the originals, and their magical energy is limited. After the magical energy is exhausted, they need time to recover. But even so, it is completely sufficient for XuHong and the others to use. As for him, he plans to return to his own world. It has been more than half a month since he arrived in the XuHong Adventures world. XuHong has done everything he needed to do. He misses Bairu and the others. Moreover, the items have been created, so it's just right to bring them back and share them with them. After all, with the dimensional door, he can return whenever he wants. As for bringing Bairu and the others to this world, XuHong has never thought about it, because the waters of this world are quite deep. The immortal gods are one thing, but the Book of Time is even more of a bug. XuHong is unsure if he would be affected by the Book of Time, but he doesn't want to take that risk. He has considered whether to go directly to find the Book of Time and achieve his goals once and for all. However, thinking of the existence of the immortal gods, and considering that the Book of Time likely didn't appear out of thin air, it must have a creator. Who wrote down the things recorded in it is also unclear. Recklessly searching for it would not be a good idea. Therefore, from the first day XuHong arrived in this world, he abandoned the idea of confronting the Book of Time. That thing is untouchable. The waters of this world are also very deep. Under these circumstances, XuHong naturally wouldn't have the idea of bringing Bairu and the others to this world. Even if the spiritual energy in this world is 20 to 30 times denser than in their world, making it more suitable for cultivation. After saying goodbye to XuHong and the others, XuHong found a deserted place and opened the dimensional door. It has been more than half a month since XuHong left. The girls have been eagerly awaiting his return every moment. Without XuHong, the yard no longer had the cheerful atmosphere it once did. Everyone focused primarily on cultivation. After all, XuHong left them so many spiritual pills to consume. If they didn't cultivate well, it would be a great disservice to XuHong. Of course, there's another reason. They want to work hard to become stronger so that next time XuHong leaves, he can take them with him. However, so far, even Bairu has not been able to break through to the Golden Core stage. The world's limitations are still too great. Even though the spiritual energy in their courtyard is 3 to 4 times denser than outside, due to the spirit herb field. But the spiritual energy is still not enough for a breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. Moreover, the spirit herb field cultivated by XuHong using the spirit transformation technique has not yet reached the 500-year maturity, so it is not time for harvesting yet. However, apart from Bairu, the others have made significant progress. After all, with XuHong providing an unlimited supply of spiritual pills, even a foolish pig could easily cultivate to the late foundation establishment stage. Now, except for Rin Tingting, who started cultivating the latest and is still at the mid-foundation establishment stage, the others have all reached the late foundation establishment stage, just like Bairu. In terms of combat skills, there are strengths and weaknesses. But when XuHong is not around, Bairuru teaches them, and their progress is quite significant. Even Lu Yun has also made considerable progress, and has now reached the late ghost stage. Although she cannot quickly improve her cultivation by consuming spiritual pills, XuHong provides her with ample yang energy. Whatever she can absorb, XuHong gives her. In this situation, Lu Yun's strength has naturally increased significantly. One day, a group of girls was still cultivating in the courtyard, near the pavilion beside the spirit herb field, as it was the place with the densest spiritual energy in the courtyard. Suddenly, a long-awaited colorful door appeared out of thin air. The girls were all taken aback. The next second, a familiar figure they often thought about appeared. Who else but XuHong? Upon seeing XuHong, the girls were momentarily stunned and did not react immediately. "I'm back," XuHong said with a smile, noticing their delayed reaction. As his words fell, the girls finally came to their senses and rushed towards XuHong. Running in front were XuHong and Xiaomei. They had been with XuHong for a year, and now they were 18, blossoming like fully opened flowers, vibrant, young, and beautiful. The two girls dashed into XuHong's embrace without any hesitation. Young master, they exclaimed, both with expressions of delight and no trace of embarrassment. After spending a long time together, some intimate actions had become simpler. Your cultivation has improved quite a bit. It seems you have all been practicing hard while I was away, XuHong said, hugging each of them and checking their cultivation levels. Of course, we want to help you as soon as possible, but our speed is still slow, XuHong said regretfully. It's already very fast, XuHong replied with a smile, shaking his head. If Lin Fengjiao and Lin Jingdao heard you say that, they'd probably be so angry they'd spit blood. You all have made more progress in a few months than they have in over 20 years, and others might not even achieve it in a lifetime. And you still think it's slow? What does that make them? Nothing happened while I was gone, right? XuHong asket by Zhu. She was the oldest and most mature among the girls, and the person XuHong trusted the most, so he had left everything in her hands after he left. No, everything has been very normal, Bairuru replied. How long do you plan to stay this time? I won't be going out for a short time. Also, the herbs in the spirit herb field are about to mature, so this time I'll help you all break through to the golden core stage first. By the way, I also brought you gifts, so come over and choose for yourselves. After saying that, XuHong took out the wind demon fan and a bunch of other items he brought back from the world of Jackie Chan adventures. The girls' curiosity immediately focused on the items XuHong had brought back. In terms of appearance, the wind demon fan and the other magical weapons XuHong crafted were all top-tier quality. After all, his craftsmanship and aesthetic sense were not lacking. Setting aside their power, each magical weapon was a finely crafted work of art. Soon, the girls each chose their favorite items. Bairuru chose the diamond belt, which looked very luxurious in gold and suited her temperament. Rin Tingting chose the earth earrings, thinking they were very suitable and beautiful and looked great on her. Zhou Wenyak chose the water drop necklace, as she was from the future and was very fond of the exquisite blue necklace. Zhu Xiaohua chose the sun and moon golden wheel, finding it quite interesting to spin. XuHong and Xiaomei each chose the gravitational wristband and thunder armor. The wind demon fan went to Lu Yun. 7 items, just right for them to choose. Although Lu Yun was a ghost, once she broke through to the ghost general realm, her soul body would become solid and not much different from ordinary people. Plus, she had a light-blocking talisman. So even as a ghost, she could use the wind demon fan. Although this item had decent power, XuHong did not need it. The girls chose their items based on their own preferences. After they finished choosing, XuHong explained to them the powers of the items they selected. Indeed, as XuHong had thought, after coming to this world, the powers of the wind demon fan and other magical weapons had decreased by more than 10 times. Their power was not even 1/10 of what it was in the Jackie Chan Adventures world. But even so, their power was still considerable. The wind demon fan, while unable to change the weather of an entire planet, could easily affect a radius of 1,000 miles. Moreover, the most impressive aspect of the wind demon fan was its ability to control the wind. Even with the power reduction, it could still unleash super typhoons, at least level 16, at will. The same was true for the other magical weapons. Although their powers had decreased, they were still quite exaggerated for this world. Upon learning that the gifts XuHong brought were not just decorations, the girls were surprised and delighted, but that was all. For them, power was not what they pursued. That night, with the tiger talisman, XuHong naturally shared a room with Bairuru. That night, the girls were unable to get a good night's sleep. The next day, when they saw XuHong, each of them had flushed faces, looking at him with a mix of shyness and anticipation. After XuHong returned, life gradually settled down. With XuHong in the courtyard, the atmosphere became even more joyful. XuHong resumed his usual routine, spending his days either basking in the sun or tending to the fields. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since XuHong returned. His daily routine consisted of sunbathing and performing the spirit transformation technique in the spirit herb field. Having broken through to the mid-golden core stage, XuHong could now perform the spirit transformation technique 15 times a day, significantly accelerating the growth of the spirit herb field. During this time, XuHong also awakened two more abilities, a super brain and heat vision. Yes, he had awakened one of Superman's iconic skills, heat vision. The temperature of the thermal rays can reach up to 5,000 degrees Celsius, enough to melt all substances on Earth. In terms of power, it is quite terrifying. In the future, when encountering ghosts, XuHong might not even need to move his hand. A single sweep of thermal rays would turn any ghost to ashes. Today, the spirit herbs in XuHong's spirit herb field have finally reached an age of over 500 years. Thanks to XuHong's free irrigation with his transformation technique, this batch of spirit herbs not only increased in age, but also grew significantly in size. The concentration of spiritual energy in the yard has also risen considerably. With the spirit herbs reaching 500 years of age, XuHong began his harvest. However, he did not pick all the spirit herbs at once. Instead, he only harvested a portion, leaving some behind because he planned to cultivate some thousand-year-old spirit herbs for Bai-Ro-Ro and the others to use after they break through to the golden core stage. XuHong's experience in alchemy is naturally remarkable, with a zero error rate. After providing the women with spirit pills made from 500-year-old spirit herbs, they all broke through to the golden core stage within just half a month. Chapter 143. Ren Zhu, seeking flowers. Because there were plenty of pills, XuHong specifically took out a few for Lin Zhengdao. Lin Zhengdao, being the child of destiny and with decent talent, used several dozens of 500-year-old spirit pills to break through to the golden core stage, while Lin Zhengdao only needed 5 to achieve the same. After breaking through to the golden core stage, Lin Zhengdao was naturally very grateful to XuHong. After expressing his gratitude, he left Jiuquan town. He was not going to boast about his breakthrough, but needed to return to Maoshan to make some records. Moreover, having reached the golden core stage, he would also be promoted to one of the elders of the Maoshan sect and needed to stay at Maoshan for a while each year. Xing had already started a family and did not leave with him. Xiaoyu, however, accompanied him. With XuHong around, Lin Zhengdao did not have to worry about anyone causing trouble in Jiuquan town after he left, so he felt at ease. One day, Ren Ting received a letter from Rinjia town. The sender was Ren Fa, who wrote not only to express his longing for his daughter Ren Ting and to invite her back for a few days, but also to inform her of an important matter. Ren Fa's uncle had passed away, and as a nephew, he certainly had to go to pay his respects. As his daughter and grandniece, Ren Ting had to accompany him. This was not about face. When an elder passes away, as a descendant, it is essential to pay respects if time permits. Therefore, after receiving the letter, Ren Ting found XuHong. Brother Hong, why don't you accompany me for a trip? XuHong thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll go with you. XuHong had been back for over 2 months. Although he had beautiful companions every day, staying indoors for 2 months was indeed a bit much. Coincidentally, Bai-Ro-Ro had taken Zhuge, Xiaohua, Xiaohong, and Xiao Mei Tung County. Zhou Wenye and Lu Yin had also gone with them. With no one at home, it was just right for him to accompany Ren Ting back to Rinjia town. The two casually packed some things and set off for Rinjia town. Although Ren Ting had broken through to the golden core realm and possessed spiritual awareness, her control over it was still insufficient, and she could not fly alone yet. However, due to the earth earrings enhancing her earth escape technique, it was not inferior to flying. But compared to XuHong's flying speed, it was not enough. With XuHong leading, they returned to Rinjia town in less than 5 minutes. Fei mentioned. Upon learning that XuHong and Ren Ting had returned, Ren Fa immediately instructed the servants to prepare a meal. It had been a few months since Ren Ting had left with XuHong, and he missed his daughter very much. Compared to before, Ren Fa now appeared to be in excellent spirits, looking nothing like a man in his 40s approaching 50. He looked more like a man in his 30s. Moreover, he was not as overweight as he used to be. During dinner, Ren Fa shared his situation with XuHong and the others. About 400 miles east of Lingnan, there was another Rinjia town. In his father Ren Weiyong's generation, they moved from that Rinjia town to the current one, settling down here. Ren Fa's father, Ren Weiyong, passed away relatively early. However, His uncle lived for over 90 years, which was considered a ripe old age in this era. He had just passed away recently. As a nephew, Ren Fa certainly had to go pay his respects. Ren Ting Ting, as his daughter, also had to go. So he wrote a letter to Ren Ting Ting. He did not expect XuHong to come along this time, but it was good that XuHong could join them. XuHong was his son-in-law, after all, and could be considered half a son. After spending a night at Renjia Town the next day, XuHong and they set off with the Rin family as convoy. Since Rin Fa and the servants from Rin Mansion were with them, XuHong did not take Rin Ting Ting and fly directly. However, the distance of over 400 miles, a little more than 200 kilometers, was not particularly far. They set off in the morning of the first day and reached their destination by noon the next day. Thanks to XuHong's presence, they traveled at night. So their speed was fast and they arrived in just over a day. Although both places were called Renjia Town, this one was a bit larger. Of course, in terms of prosperity, Ren Fa's Renjia Town was still more flourishing. Fei mentioned, Ren Fa met with his cousin, Ren Kai. The two had spent some time together as children and had a good relationship. Ren Fa had initially asked Ren Kai to help buy the firearms for the security team in Renjia Town. Kaigo, it's been a long time. Fa, you look so different. When Ren Kai saw Ren Fa, he was a bit taken aback. The last time they had met was over a year ago. Although it had been quite a while, it was not overly long. Yet in such a short time, Ren Kai almost did not recognize Ren Fa. Not only did he look younger, but his previously overweight figure had also returned to normal. He looked like he had shed more than 10 years. Almost as if he had transformed into a different person. If they were not cousins and somewhat familiar with each other, Ren Kai might not even have recognized Ren Fa. Haha, mainly because I've been exercising regularly. Ren Fa was not a fool. He naturally would not mention XuHong's possession of spirit pills in public. Ting Ting. Ahong, call him uncle. Ting Ting. Ren Kai is gazelended on Ren Ting Ting. The last time he saw her was 7 or 8 years ago. In the blink of an eye, the cute little girl from back then had grown into an adult. Moreover, it seemed she had already gotten married. Uncle, Ren Ting Ting called out. XuHong followed suit and called out too. After all, he was Ren Ting Ting's elder, and he had to show respect. Good. You've grown up. Ren Kai assessed Ren Ting Ting, and then turned his attention to XuHong. The young man is young, handsome, well-dressed, polite, with a faint smile on his face and full of confidence in his eyes. This young man is not simple. This is Ren Kai's first impression of XuHong. Fa Gu, Ahong is Ting Ting's husband. Ting Ting is already married? Why didn't you inform me of such a big event? You really? Upon hearing Ren Fa's words, Ren Kai immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. They didn't hold a wedding ceremony, but directly married verbally. I respect the young people's thoughts. Ren Fa said with a smile. Although XuHong and Ren Ting Ting are together, they have not formally held a wedding ceremony. However, neither Ren Ting Ting nor Ren Fa cares about it, as XuHong and Bai Ro also did not hold a wedding ceremony. For XuHong, who is pursuing longevity, a wedding ceremony is just a process, one that can happen or not. All right, Fei and Kai nodded. This is Ren Fa's family matter. Although they are cousins, it is not his place to interfere. Juju, why haven't you come over to greet your Uncle Fa? And you, Ting Ting, you used to play together when you were little. It's been so many years without seeing each other, and you don't come to say hello? As soon as Ren Kai finished speaking, a young girl walked out from behind. She looked even younger than Ren Ting Ting, still a child. The girl is Ren Juju, Ren Kai's youngest daughter. He has 3 sons, but only this one daughter, so he is particularly fond of her. Like Ren Ting Ting, Ren Juju was also sent away to study. The difference is that Ren Ting Ting went to Nanyang, while Ren Juju was sent to San Francisco in the United States. Uncle Fa, sister Ting Ting, brother-in-law. The girl smiled politely and greeted the 3. Due to the many years without seeing each other, even though they are relatives, there was still some distance. However, Ren Ting Ting directly pulled Ren Juju aside to it. After a while, the awkwardness between them disappeared, and smiles appeared on their faces. However, while chatting, they occasionally glanced in XuHong's direction. Ren Juju was quite surprised to find out that Ren Ting Ting already had a man. After all, her impression of Ren Ting Ting was still that of the cute girl from back then. She never expected that in the blink of an eye, her sister was already married and had a man, which made her feel different. However, XuHong was indeed very handsome. In her whole life, she had never seen a man more good-looking than XuHong. She couldn't help but feel a bit envious of Ren Juju. She didn't even know what kind of man she would find in the future, or if he would be as handsome as XuHong. If he was too ugly, would she be unwilling? XuHong also unexpectedly focused on Renju Zhu for a moment. He was not unfamiliar with the name. However, she did not look exactly like Zhu Guan, but rather resembled a woman who had played Zhou Zhuo from the Jet Li version. This puzzled him. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, Renju Zhu should be the one from Music Zombie. But the differences were quite significant. However, who stipulated that she had to look exactly like Zhu Guan? After the pleasantries, XuHong stayed at the Rin residence with Rin Fa and the others. It was located in a small town not far from Rinjia town. Mama Di was looking displeased at his disciple, Ahao, who was standing in front of him. You are useless. I asked you to transport a corpse, and you managed to lose it. Why don't you just get lost yourself? Ahao looked aggrieved. That can't be blamed on me. I didn't know which unscrupulous person set a trap in the woods. I wasn't. Stop with the excuses. The problem now is not about the trap, but how to find the lost corpse. Do you know whose corpse it is? It's the corpse of old Master Rinkai from Rinjia town. If he finds out we lost his father's corpse, not only will my reputation be ruined, but you will also be in trouble. Puff. Another disciple, Chong, couldn't help but laugh at Mama Di's words. What's wrong? Are you happy we're in trouble? Chong? Mama Di shot him a glance. Chong immediately stopped laughing. No, I just remembered something happy. Ahao glared at his junior brother, feeling annoyed. You just tricked me once, and I'm already this unlucky, and you still lack sympathy. Chapter 144, Mama Di, requesting flowers. Mama Di was almost infuriated by Kyang's words. He was about to lose his mind, and you are still so happy. Mama Di started to regret taking this guy as a disciple. But since he had already taken him, it was too late to regret. He couldn't just kick him out. After giving Chong a fierce glare, Mama Di turned to Ahao. It's useless to say anything now. The urgent matter is to find the corpse. Where did you lose it before? Let's go look for it now. Even if someone stole the corpse, they couldn't possibly leave no trace. Master, what if we can't find it? Ahao asked cautiously. Can't find it? If we can't find it, then... Anyway, we'll all be in trouble together, Mama Di said impatiently. If the corpse can't be found, they won't be able to survive in this area. After all, Rin Kai has considerable influence nearby. If they can't retrieve the corpse, they can forget about making a living here. It's important to know that the area is quite prosperous because of Rinjia town. Their business has been decent, with enough money for food and drink. And they can even enjoy some leisure activities that men like. If they go elsewhere, it's uncertain whether they can have such a life. After all, the business of corpse transporting is highly competitive. The three of them quickly packed their things and set off. They searched in the woods, where Ahao lost the corpse for a whole morning, but found not a single hair. Master, what if the person who stole the corpse took it away and left? Let's check other places. After searching in the woods for a whole morning, even though he usually practiced martial arts and had decent physical fitness, he was starting to feel a bit tired. Mama Di frowned. It's not impossible. The three continued to search. Soon, they unexpectedly found a research laboratory. Upon entering the lab, they saw 3 corpses in room 137. Chong looked at Mama Di and spoke. The 3 corpses all had bite marks on their necks. Although Mama Di had limited skills, as a descendant of the Maoshan sect, he could tell at a glance that these 3 corpses had been bitten to death by zombies. Master, what is going on? Ahao and Chong looked at Mama Di. It's zombies. These 3 were bitten to death by zombies. Zombies? Could it be that old Master Ren's corpse has risen? Ahao's face changed, thinking of something bad. Once a corpse is stolen, the possibility of it rising is high. But it is very rare for a risen corpse to be a zombie that can kill. After all, newly risen zombies are generally just the most ordinary types, easily scared by even the crowing of a rooster or loud noises. The sound of gongs and drums can also scare them away. Killing someone is still quite difficult. The possibility of trouble is very high now. It's all your fault, you little brat. I told you to handle a corpse, and now not only has it been stolen, but has also risen and bitten someone. We're in big trouble now, do you know that? Mama gave Ao a fierce glare. Ahao knew it was his fault and immediately lowered his head like a quail, not daring to speak. At this moment, Chong realized they were truly in trouble. Zombies are really terrifying. The 3 of them, master and disciples, have dealt with zombies before. Half a year ago, they had exterminated a hairy zombie. It took them a lot of effort to deal with that hairy zombie, and the dangers involved were unimaginable to ordinary people. Back then, they almost met with disaster. Who would have thought that half a year later, they would face zombies again? A zombie that is fed on human blood is at least a white zombie. If it's a white zombie, backed, then it's manageable. The 3 of them can handle it easily. But if it's a hairy zombie, then that's a big problem. As for an armored corpse, they hadn't considered it. A freshly risen corpse simply couldn't grow to that level in such a short time. Master, what should we do now? Ren Laotai's corpse has turned into a zombie, and now we don't know where it has gone. The time to hand over the corpse to Ren Laoi is coming soon. Delaying it 1T work, Ah Chong spoke up. Mama frowned tightly. After a moment, she looked at Ah Hao. There's no other way. You have to pretend to be the corpse to trick Ren Laoi and the others, and then we can search slowly. Ah, I have to pretend to be a corpse? How is that possible? Upon hearing Mama's words, Ah Hao's face changed immediately. Pretending to be a corpse is no easy task. Once he is exposed, he will be the first to suffer. Moreover, pretending to be a corpse isn't simple. He has to control his breathing and not move at all, which is very torturous. If he has to be buried, it would be even worse. It has to be done. Who told you to lose the corpse? This is the only method we have now. Don't worry. As soon as you're buried, we will dig you up right away. Besides, this time of burial, Ren Laoi will definitely leave everything to me. You won't die. At most, you will just pretend to be a corpse and suffer for a few days. Fine. Ah Hao wanted to cry, but had no tears. But who told him to cause the trouble himself? No matter how uncomfortable it was, he had to face it. The three of them went home to prepare. Soon, Ah Hao was made up to look like a transported corpse, with a large yellow talisman on his forehead covering almost his entire face. His face was also specially made up. As long as he didn't take off the talisman and someone looked closely, it wouldn't be easy to discover any abnormalities. With everything ready, Mama took Ah Chong and hurried Ah Hao towards Renjiaten. Upon arriving at Renjiaten, they learned that Ren Laotai's corpse had returned. The Ren family quickly sent someone over. Ren Kai and Ren Fa also came along, as did XuHong, Ren Tingting, and Ren Juju. Seeing so many people and such a large commotion, Mama immediately tensed up. She glanced at Ah Hao and noticed he wasn't moving at all, letting out a small sigh of relief. She was worried that if the commotion was too big, Ah Hao would get nervous and expose himself, and it would be disastrous. Ren Kai was the mayor of Renjiaten, and he controlled the security team there. Outside it was fine, but in Renjiaten, it would be very easy for Ren Kai to deal with the three of them. With several guns pointed at them, the three of them didn't dare to make a sound. Among the crowd, XuHong's gaze fell on Mama. Seeing her familiar face, even though this was their first real meeting, he recognized her identity at a glance. It seemed that they were indeed in the plot of the music zombie. In fact, even without Mama, XuHong had already seen at first glance that Ah Hao was a living person, not a corpse. Not just XuHong. Even Ren Tingting noticed something was off about Ah Hao. Although she hadn't been in the spiritual realm for long, she was now a golden core stage practitioner, albeit a slightly watered-down one. But no matter how watered down, she was still a golden core practitioner who had awakened her spiritual consciousness. Her eyesight was not bad. Hong, that doesn't seem like my great-grandfather. Ren Tingting tugged at XuHong's sleeve and whispered in his ear. It doesn't seem like. It is not. That guy is not your great-grandfather's corpse, but a living person in disguise. Ren Tingting was taken aback. Why are they doing this? Who knows? But in my opinion, the most likely reason is that they lost your great-grandfather's corpse. Although Ren Tingting was already at the golden core stage, she had just started cultivating and her experience was still somewhat shallow. Meanwhile, Mama and her disciples had yet to realize that they had already been seen through by XuHong and Ren Tingting. Just as they planned to bring Ah Hao, disguised as Ren Laotai, into the town, Ren Tingting walked over to Ren Fa's side and whispered a few words in his ear. Ren Fa was slightly taken aback and looked towards XuHong. Seeing XuHong nodding gently, he then leaned towards Ren Kai and quietly whispered a few sentences in his ear. At first, Ren Kai looked a bit stunned, but soon his expression darkened, becoming very unpleasant. Mama and her disciples saw this scene and realized something was off. Sure enough, the next second, Ren Kai directly threw his cane, aiming at Ah Hao, who was pretending to be Ren Laotai. Because of the yellow talisman on his forehead, Ah Hao could barely see and didn't notice it at all. Moreover, Mama and Ah Chong were at a slight distance away, and with Ren Kai's sudden action, the two didn't have time to react. By the time they realized it, it was already too late. Bang! The solid wooden cane struck Ah Hao's knee with a crisp sound. Caught off guard, Ah Hao instinctively cried out. His foot also slightly twisted. But then his expression changed. He knew he was exposed. Mama and Ah Chong's faces also changed. They hadn't expected to be exposed so easily. For a moment, their minds went blank, not knowing what to do. All right, it turns out he's a person in disguise. Captain Chow, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and capture him. Upon hearing this, Captain Chow, the head of the security team in Renjiaten, immediately waved his hand. And over a dozen armed security team members surrounded Mama and her disciples. He was the head of the security team in Renjiaten, and whether he could keep his position depended on whether Ren Kai supported him. If Ren Kai didn't support him, he would have to step down. Therefore, upon learning that Ren Laotai's corpse had returned, he rushed over with his men to curry favor with Ren Kai. In this world, chaos arises for profit. If there were no benefits, why would he shamelessly come to please Ren Kai? At this moment, Ahau could no longer pretend. He directly tore off the yellow talisman on his forehead. You have such guts to deceive even the town mayor. Now, confess honestly, where's the body of old Master Ren? If you can't explain, my gun doesn't have eyes. Captain Chow walked up to the 3 disciples of Mama D, who were surrounded and threatened them. With dozens of guns pointed at them, the 3 of them had no intention of resisting. After all, no matter how fast they moved, they couldn't outrun a bullet. Ren Kai also coldly stared at the 3 of them. It would be strange if he could greet them with a smile when he hadn't found his father's body. Chapter 145. The Unlucky 3 Disciples Seeking Flowers. Old Master Ren, please let us explain. We truly didn't mean to deceive you. Mama D could only speak honestly as the guns were pointed at him. At this time, it was naturally his role as the master to speak, as XuHong and Ahau were his disciples and had no right to speak at this moment. Moreover, in his view, his 2 disciples were not eloquent, and letting them talk would only worsen their situation. Where's my father's body? Ren Kai asked coldly. Old Master Ren's body. We accidentally lost it. Under Ren Kai's cold gaze and the threat of dozens of guns, Mama D could only state the fact. What? Lost it? Ren Kai's eyes widened in shock. How could a body be lost? How incompetent were Mama D and the others? If he had known earlier, he would have asked someone else to help him bring his father's body back. We didn't want this to happen. Someone set a trap and caught me in it. By the time I got out of the net, old Master Ren's body was gone. Old Master Ren, you have to believe us. We really didn't mean to lose old Master Ren's body, Ahau said with a face full of grievance. But Ren Kai completely disregarded Ahau's grievances. He only knew that his father's body was missing. Now, even if he wanted to bury him, there was no body to bury. Should I thank you for not intentionally losing my father's body? Captain Chow, Mayor, you say? Captain Chow immediately smiled and stood in front of Ren Kai upon hearing his call. Take these 3 guys away and give them a good lesson. All right, you can rest assured. I will make sure they taste my methods. Take them away. Several security team members immediately stepped forward and restrained Mama D and his 3 disciples. The 3 of them had martial arts skills and decent physical fitness, but at this moment, they had no intention of resisting. No matter how skilled they were, they couldn't stop a bullet. Times have changed. They couldn't block bullets, and if they didn't want to be shot, they could only cooperate honestly. Subsequently, Mama D and his 3 disciples were taken away. Ren Kai was also extremely angry. After all, the burial date for his father had long been set, and the invited guests had all arrived. The guests were not idlers. It was already commendable that they could spare time to come. Now that his father's body was missing, there was no way for the burial to take place. Therefore, the funeral had to be postponed until the body was found. But first, he had to go apologize to the guests who had come. Then, he had to see off those who wanted to leave. By the time he finished all this, it was already dark. Most of the guests had already left. Ren Fa and the others had a closer relationship, and since old Master Ren was his uncle, Ren Fa couldn't leave even if he was busy. XuHong and the others naturally stayed behind as well. That night, Ren Kai went to the security team's prison in Rinjia town, and XuHong and the others accompanied him. In the prison, Mama D and his 3 disciples suffered quite a bit. Captain Chow brought them to the prison and immediately gave them a beating. Of course, this beating was not for eating, but with sticks on their bodies. The 3 disciples were beaten badly. However, their physical condition was decent. After a beating, they only had some bruises and were genuinely in pain, but it wasn't to the extent of being seriously injured. Captain Chow was also measured. He knew that Ren Kai only wanted to teach the 3 of them a lesson and had no intention of taking their lives. Otherwise, there would have been no need to bring them back to prison. They could have been shot directly at the town entrance. As the mayor of Rinjia town, Ren Kai had that authority. Moreover, things were already unstable, and deaths occurred every day. Killing a few people was not a rare occurrence. Old Master Ren, we really didn't do it on purpose. Please let us redeem ourselves by finding old Master Ren's body. Give us 7 days, and we guarantee to bring back old Master Ren's body. Upon seeing Ren Kai arrive, Mama D and the others looked like they had seen their savior. Mama D immediately shouted excitedly. There was no way. Although Captain Chow didn't want their lives, being hit with sticks and whips was indeed painful. They weren't masochists. How could they like being beaten? I think it's better to give them a chance, but 7 days is too long. 3 days would be more appropriate. XuHong suddenly spoke up at this moment. As soon as XuHong opened his mouth, everyone turned to look at him. Ren Kai also glanced at XuHong and then nodded. Then I will give you a chance. I will give you 3 days. In these 3 days, you must find my father's body. If you can't bring it back, you 3 will eat bullets. Ren Kai said coldly. Okay, 3 days it is. We will definitely find old Master Ren's body in 3 days. Although Mama D felt that 3 days was too short, he knew that they had no right to negotiate conditions. After that, Ren Kai left with Ren Fa, while XuHong and the others stayed behind. It was evident that Ren Kai had learned some things about XuHong from Ren Fa, so he clearly entrusted this matter to XuHong. XuHong was Ren Tingting's husband, Ren Fa's son-in-law, and was considered family. Entrusting this matter to family members made Ren Kai feel at ease. As for Ren Juju, she also stayed behind. With Ren Tingting present, he naturally didn't need to worry about Ren Juju. Moreover, having the 2 sisters together was better, as peers had common topics to discuss. As for him, he would let Ren Fa accompany him. The 2 brothers hadn't seen each other for over a year. Moreover, he was very interested in the training that Ren Fa mentioned. After all, who wouldn't want to be a little younger? Now, nearly 60 years old, he felt that his physical condition was becoming less agile. Walking was still manageable, but after walking a lot, it was starting to become laborious. He missed his healthy body when he was young. Looking back now, time truly does not spare anyone. As for his father's recent passing, to be honest, he wasn't too sad. It wasn't that he had a bad relationship with his father. On the contrary, he had a very good relationship with him. Otherwise, his father's funeral didn't need to be too grand. A simple affair would suffice. He wasn't too sad because his father lived to be over 90 years old, which is quite a long life. Moreover, he passed away peacefully in his sleep, which can be considered a joyful departure. In their time, reaching 60 years old is already considered a long life. So living to over 90 and dying in one's sleep, what is there to be sad about? Death is a part of life. No one is exempt. Captain Chow, let them go for now, XuHong said with a smile. All right, young Master Su. Captain Chow replied with a beaming smile. He already knew XuHong's identity as the son-in-law of the Ren family. Although he wasn't the son-in-law of Ren Kai, he was aware that Ren Fa was also very wealthy, not much different from Ren Kai. He was also a person of status. XuHong was Ren Fa's son-in-law, which made him part of the Ren family as well. Naturally, he needed to curry favor. Moreover, anyone with discernment could tell that the elegant XuHong was no ordinary person. His demeanor and actions exuded a different kind of charisma, filled with confidence. Such a person, even without the identity of a son-in-law of the Ren family, would not be easily offended. Chapter 146. Have we met? Seeking flowers. After Mama D and his disciples were released, they finally had time to assess XuHong. The 3 of them looked at XuHong with gratitude. However, they had no idea that they were exposed entirely because of XuHong. Otherwise, they could have deceived Ren Kai without issue. As long as Old Master Ren didn't come out to harm anyone, their mishandling of Old Master Ren's body wouldn't be revealed so quickly. Of course, XuHong exposing the 3 of them was also what they deserved. After all, this matter was a result of their own incompetence. Especially for a Hao, having the body stolen and turned into a zombie. No matter how he argued, the responsibility lay with him. He had no defense. Young Master Su, thank you for speaking up for us just now, Mama D said, stepping forward and cupping his fist in salute. Although he was a bit shabby and even somewhat disgusting, he still understood basic manners and etiquette. The reason he was so casual with Lin, Yi, Sanchi, and Feng Jiao was that he considered them his own people. In front of outsiders, he still needed to maintain a bit of face and basic etiquette. Don't mention it. Speaking of which, I do have some connection with you, XuHong replied with a smile. Huh? Mama D was taken aback. Have we met? Not exactly. XuHong shook his head. But I'm quite familiar with Lin Feng Jiao, Lin Zhengdao, and Simu. I have heard some things about you from them. Mama D was momentarily stand. Forsinosmide. Master, it's Lin Shirbo and Simu Shirshu they are. Among his brothers, Mamadi's rank was not the lowest. Simu was below him, but Lin Zhengdao and Lin Feng Jiao were above him. Therefore, a Hao and the others referred to Lin Zhengdao and Lin Feng Jiao as Shirbo and Simu as Shirshu. Am I deaf? Do I need you to remind me? Mamadi Shotagler Ati Ao. He could guess that when Lin Zhengdao and Lin Feng Jiao mentioned him, it certainly wasn't anything good, but he didn't dare to fall out with XuHong, with Captain Chow standing nearby. If his attitude was too poor, he wouldn't have a good outcome. Moreover, from XuHong's words, it was easy to guess that he was also from the Linghuan world. However, he couldn't sense any magical fluctuations from XuHong. Even if his cultivation was low, it shouldn't be that he couldn't sense any magical energy from XuHong. In this case, there was only one possibility. XuHong's cultivation was much, much higher than his. After being glared at by Mama D, Ahao immediately fell silent. So young Master Su is also from the Linghuan world? XuHong smiled but did not directly explain. Instead, he said, Mama D, you should find old Master Ren's body as soon as possible. I might not be able to help much in this matter, at most. I can say a few good words for you. Since I've said my piece, I'll take my leave now. Ting Ting, Zhu Zhu, we should go. Oh, coming. Rin Ting Ting replied, pulling Rin Zhu Zhu to follow XuHong. XuHong was not like Lin Feng Jiao or Lin Zhengdao. He had no intention of cleaning up for them. He didn't like Mama Di, although this guy had a familiar and funny face. His actions were truly unlikable, eating with his feet in his mouth and spitting. Just thinking about it made XuHong somewhat lose his appetite. Therefore, he had no intention of forming a relationship with Mama Di. Helping him with a few words was only out of consideration for Lin Feng Jiao and Lin Zhengdao. As for helping them find old Master Ren's body, even if he had that ability, he wouldn't bother. At most, he would monitor the zombified old Master Ren, ensuring he didn't harm innocent people. As for helping Mama Di find old Master Ren, forget it. He was not Mama Di's babysitter. Why should he help them with this? Master, what does young Master Su mean by that? After leaving the prison, Chong couldn't help his curiosity and asked Mama Di. He said he has a good relationship with the Sherbo, but he doesn't help us. What nonsense! Mama Di glared ati akyang. Neither of you two disciples is clever. You're both fools. Just because he has a good relationship with Lin Feng Jiao and Lin Zhengdao doesn't mean he has to help you. Is his face that big? Master, let's find a place to eat. I'm really hungry now. The three disciples came in the morning, and after being captured, they were beaten by Captain Chow in the prison. They hadn't even had a drop of water, let alone food. Naturally, they were hungry now. Moreover, it was just getting dark, and the zombified old Master Ren probably hadn't started moving yet. If old Master Ren hadn't turned into a zombie, finding a body would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. But since the other party had turned into a zombie, he would definitely be wandering outside, making it easier to find him. However, before setting off, Mama Di and his disciples planned to fill their stomachs first. Soon, the three found a restaurant in Rinjia town and ordered several dishes. Mama Di wasn't poor, but he wasn't wealthy either. Being able to order a whole table of dishes was something only rich young masters could do. For them, ordering 3 or 4 dishes was already a lot. While eating, Mama Di was also thinking about how to find the zombified old Master Ren. He instinctively reached into his toes and scratched, then directly grabbed food from the plate. Fortunately, there were no other patrons sitting nearby. Otherwise, seeing Mama Di's actions would probably make them lose their appetite. Ahao and Chong naturally noticed their master's actions, but they both chose to pretend not to see. After all, it wasn't their first time eating with the master, and they had long gotten used to it. Without the master, they would have starved a long time ago, so they naturally wouldn't complain about this or that. Besides, both of them were hungry, and practitioners often get hungry easily. They were already starving. Right now, all they wanted was to eat, and they had no mood to pay attention to the master's actions. After finishing their meal, the three of them took the prepared oil lamps and set off. 3 days is neither long nor short. They didn't have much time to waste. As for running away, they could run, but some things can't be resolved just by running. If he were just from an ordinary sect, it would be one thing, but he was from a Maoshan sect, and if he ran away, it would tarnish the sect's reputation. If the news got out, the people from the Maoshan headquarters wouldn't let him off. Moreover, if he left here, where else could he go to make a living? He knew his own abilities. He could barely handle the business of corpse herding, catching zombies and ghosts. He could only deal with low-level white zombies, and he struggled against purple zombies. If he encountered a hairy zombie, he would have a hard time and could easily fail. Ghosts are even harder to deal with. Even with malevolent ghosts, he might not be able to subdue them. And as for feng shui, he knew nothing about it. He didn't have the skills to draw talismans and sell them like Lin Fengjiao. Printing ghost money wouldn't be recognized by the underworld either. The only thing he could do was herd corpses. Once they left here, even getting food would be a problem for the three of them. With so many concerns, the master never even thought about running away. Compared to running away, it was much more practical to find old Master Ren's corpse. Moreover, this matter had already been learned by XuHong, who was familiar with Lin Fengjiao and Lin Jingdao. If he ran away, what if XuHong told Lin Fengjiao and Lin Jingdao about it? He would never be able to hold his head high in front of them for the rest of his life. Even if he died, he didn't want such a thing to happen. In life, there are always things they want to fight for. And what he wanted to fight for was to hold his head high in front of Lin Fengjiao and Lin Jingdao. In front of his master, they would always be good disciples, while he would always be the one who got scolded. Although his master was no longer around, He still wanted those two guys to see that he wasn't much worse than them and that he could live well too. If those two knew he had caused this trouble, it would be one thing to lose face, but he would never have the chance to hold his head high in front of them again. That was something he didn't want to see. Unfortunately, although the three had good intentions, they searched all night and didn't encounter even a ghost. They had to return to Rinjia town helplessly. After hastily eating something, they set off again to search. But the result was that they searched for a whole day and still couldn't find anything. XuHong was speechless. His spiritual sense covered a vast area. He already knew where old Master Ren's corpse had turned into a zombie. During this time, he had already blocked the other party from harming people more than once. During this period, the Master and his disciples brushed past him several times. Clearly, they were about to meet, but the Master and his disciples either took a detour or gave up and returned to Rinjia town to restock. XuHong was left speechless. With them like this, even if they were given 3 days, they wouldn't find old Master Ren. XuHong could only secretly give them a nudge to help them encounter old Master Ren. In the woods, the three were walking. "Master, look, isn't that old Master Ren?" Suddenly, a Chong shouted ahead. "Ah, how?" And the Master focused their gaze, and sure enough, it was old Master Ren. The three were instantly overjoyed. After searching for 2 days, they finally found him. But soon, they noticed something was off. "Master, wait. Old Master Ren has already turned into a zombie. But it's broad daylight. Why can he be out in the sun?" A Chong looked up at the sun high in the sky, and then at old Master Ren not far away, unable to help but speak. The Master and Ahau also realized something was wrong. "Let's go take a look first," the Master said, frowning. The three of them then stealthily approached old Master Ren. Meanwhile, old Master Ren seemed like a curious child, looking around and touching things along the way. He wasn't jumping around. He walked slowly like a normal person. His arms weren't stiff, but rather flexible like an ordinary person's. He didn't seem like a zombie at all, but his long mouth and sharp teeth were clearly visible. The strangest thing was his appearance. Old Master Ren was already 90 years old. Before his death, he was an old man, but now he looked like he had become decades younger. If someone said he died at 40, people would believe it. "Master, he really has turned into a zombie. But why isn't he afraid of the sun?" After closely observing, the three disciples could confirm that old Master Ren had indeed transformed into a zombie. "You ask me? Who do I ask?" The Master glared at the two and said irritably. Didn't they know they were also half-baked? Well, it seemed they didn't know. But with such strange occurrences, not to mention him, even if Lin Fengjiao or Lin Jingdao came, they probably wouldn't be able to figure out the reason. "Get ready." "Huh? Are we going in directly? Isn't that too dangerous?" This old Master Ren seems a bit eerie. He isn't even afraid of the sun. A Chong couldn't help but say. "What, are you scared?" The Master looked at a Chong. "How could that be? I'm very brave." "Then you go first." "Oh, why me? This is clearly Ahau's fault. Just because you talk too much, you go first." "What's wrong? Don't want to?" Under the Master's gaze, a Chong dared not argue anymore. The Master's authority was still there. After all, he hadn't mistreated a Chong and Ahau. So the two listened to him. Otherwise, they would have run away long ago. "Oh," a Chong said helplessly. The three of them began to act. The Master took out the peachwood sword he had prepared, and each of the three had one. They didn't need to take old Master Ren's corpse back, but it wasn't stated that the corpse had to be intact. Moreover, zombies were not safely dealt with just by using a corpse-restraining talisman. The best way was to use the peachwood sword to physically expel the corpse energy from within, allowing them to return to being motionless corpses. With the peachwood sword in hand, a Chong felt a bit more confident. He charged straight at old Master Ren. Old Master Ren also noticed a Chong rushing towards him immediately. He didn't dodge or make any unnecessary movements. Seeing such a good opportunity, a Chong thrust the peachwood sword towards old Master Ren's chest. However, the scene he had imagined, where the peachwood sword pierced through, did not happen. Instead, he was met with immense resistance that stopped him. A Chong felt as if he wasn't wielding a peachwood sword to stab zombies, but rather was poking at a solid wall. How could this be? A Chong stared at his peachwood sword, which hadn't even been able to break through the defense of old Master Ren. He was immediately stunned. Peachwood swords are most effective against zombies. Even against armored corpses or copper armor corpses, a regular peachwood sword should at least have some effect. Generally, a normal peachwood sword can easily deal with weaker zombies. The sword in their hands were made of peach wood that had some age to it, not the most ordinary kind. Using their peachwood swords against a white zombie should have been sufficient. Yet now, they couldn't even break through old Master Ren's defense. How could he not be stunned? Old Master Ren also looked at a Chong in confusion, then examined the peachwood sword stabbed into his chest. While Chong was in a daze, he reached out and grasped the peachwood sword. Then he pulled hard. XuHong immediately felt a tremendous force acting on the Peachwood sword. The sword was yanked away by Old Masterin. XuHong nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. Luckily, he often practiced martial arts, so his core strength was decent, allowing him to stabilize himself. Though he couldn't help but take a few steps back. This scene was naturally witnessed by Mama D and Hao. The three of them instinctively moved away from Old Masterin. However, Old Masterin completely ignored the three of them. His attention was solely on the Peachwood sword in his hand. He looked to the left and right, his eyes filled with curiosity, unable to discern anything. He shoved the Peachwood sword deep into his mouth. The sound of crunching echoed, sending shivers down the spines of Mama D and the others. Chapter 148. Returning to Ren Family Town, Request for Flowers. What was happening before them was undoubtedly shaking their worldview. It was the first time they had seen a zombie treat a peach with sword as a snack. Crunch, crunch. The Peachwood sword quickly disappeared into Old Master Rene's stomach. Then, he looked at Mama D and the others with a hint of reluctance, seemingly enjoying the taste of the Peachwood sword and wanting another one. Mama D refused to believe it. He glanced at Hao beside him. The latter immediately understood his intention, and the two of them charged toward Old Masterin again, one in front and one behind, stabbing their Peachwood swords at him once more. Bang! Bang! Unfortunately, despite the considerable force, the Peachwood swords still couldn't make any progress. Instead, the recoil from their swords caused their hands to ache painfully, nearly making them drop their weapons. However, before they could retract their swords, Old Masterin had already reached out to grab both Peachwood swords. With a strong pull, he snatched the swords away from Mama D and Hao. His immense strength was simply beyond what the two could compare to. It made Hao and Mama D realize even more clearly that Old Masterin had transformed into a zombie. Otherwise, his strength could not be this great, rendering them completely unable to resist. Although Mama D had no knowledge of Taoist magic, his skills were actually decent, not much worse than Lin Fengjiao and the others. After years of martial training, their strength was quite good, capable of lifting 200 to 300 pounds with one arm. Yet even so, they were completely overpowered and had their Peachwood swords taken away. This indicated that the opponent's strength far exceeded theirs. In this situation, it confirmed that the opponent was indeed a zombie, and not just someone with great strength. Crunch, crunch. The two Peachwood swords were soon reduced to bits by Old Master Ren. Master, what do we do? He ate the Peachwood swords. XuHong and Hao looked at Mama D. Mama D was momentarily at a loss, taking advantage of Old Master Ren's attention not being on them. Mama D pulled out a corpse-restraining talisman and stuck it directly onto his forehead. However, when the talisman was placed on Old Master Ren's forehead, the latter's movements didn't pause at all. The talisman was completely ineffective. This was truly bizarre. They had never seen a zombie like this before. Mama D quickly grabbed a bagua mirror, a money sword, glutinous rice, and a chalk line. Everything they could use was brought out, but all of it was futile. XuHong, who had been quietly observing everything, was also speechless. It seemed that relying on Mama D and his disciples to solve Old Master Ren's transformation into a zombie was simply impossible. This matter still had to be handled by him. Otherwise, with just Mama D and his disciples, even given a month, they wouldn't be able to resolve it. Master, what should we do? None of this is working. XuHong pleasantly looked at Mama D. Mama D ignored XuHong and instead focused on Old Master Ren, as he noticed that the latter was also looking at them. Mama D could even see curiosity in the other's eyes. Don't say anything. Mama D raised his hand, signaling XuHong to be quiet. XuHong and Hao also realized the situation. The next second, Mama D's expression changed. Not good, this guy has set his sights on us, Run. When he saw Old Master Ren walking directly toward them, Mama D sensed something was wrong. Hao and XuHong's faces also changed. Without hesitation, they turned and ran. What kind of joke was this? Their methods had no effect on Old Master Ren. If they were caught, they were doomed. The zombie transformed from Old Master Ren indeed took an interest in Mama D and his disciples. As the three ran, he chased after them. Both sides were quick, and for a moment, Mama D and his disciples couldn't shake off the zombie transformed from Old Master Ren. But the trio realized the situation was dire. Because Old Master Ren was a zombie, he wouldn't feel tired. However, after running for a while, their stamina was already starting to wane. Continuing to run was just a matter of time before they were caught. Yet even knowing that continuing to run meant they would eventually be caught, the three still ran. Regardless of whether they would be caught later, what they needed to do now was to avoid being caught. They would think about the future later. Boom! While the three were running ahead, a loud noise suddenly came from behind. Then, a gust of wind swept through, knocking the three of them to the ground. When they got up and looked back, they saw a large pit had appeared about 10 meters behind them. In the pit lay old Master Run, who was now motionless. The three of them were momentarily uncertain, not understanding the situation. After a while, old Master Run still showed no signs of movement. The three slowly walked over. However, they remained cautious, keeping an eye on old Master Run in the pit. "Master, what is going on?" There was even a lightning strike just now. Once they got close enough, the disciples confirmed that old Master Ren was truly unresponsive. "You ask me? How would I know?" Mama D couldn't be bothered to respond to a XuHong. After carefully confirming that the corpse energy within old Master Ren had been completely cleared, the three of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although they didn't know who had helped them, the situation was good, and that was enough. At least they could take the body back to report now. "What are you two still dawdling for? Grab the body. We're heading back to Ren Family Town." A XuHong and a Hao exchanged glances and stepped forward to get to work. No need for any unnecessary talk, as they knew that it wouldn't help. The body had returned to its original state. If these disciples didn't do the dirty work, would the master really have to do it? Fortunately, old Master Ren's body hadn't started to decay yet and didn't emit any odor. Otherwise, the two would have had a rough time on the way back. Soon, the three of them brought the body back to Ren Family Town. Ren Kai saw them return with the body and didn't make things difficult for them. However, the substantial reward that was supposed to be theirs was gone. The three didn't mind much. It was already good that Ren Kai didn't pursue the matter. At least they didn't have to worry about it affecting their future business. After that, the three of them took their leave. The funeral began the next day, as the body had been around for some time and could not be delayed any longer. Otherwise, it would start to smell. It was better to hold the funeral as soon as possible and then bury the body. The funeral lasted for 3 days, and after 3 days, the body was buried. After the burial, XuHong took Ren Tingting and left with Ren Fa, returning to Ren Family Town. Upon returning, XuHong didn't immediately take Ren Tingting away. This time, Ren Tingting planned to stay in Ren Family Town for a few days to accompany Ren Fa. So XuHong stayed as well. Chapter 149, New Mr. Zombie, Seeking Flowers. Previously, when he returned for the funeral of Ren Tingting's great-uncle, XuHong was in a hurry and didn't have time to visit Lin Fengjiao at the mortuary. Now that Ren Tingting was going to stay a few more days in Ren Family Town, XuHong naturally had time. He took a bottle of spirit pills to visit Lin Fengjiao at the mortuary. The pills were made from century-old spiritual herbs, with 20 pills in one bottle. Since Bairu and the others had already broken through to the golden core stage, the century-old pills didn't have much effect on them anymore. They were now taking pills made from 500-year-old herbs. Therefore, XuHong had quite a few century-old spirit pills left, which were just right to give as gifts. However, when XuHong arrived at the mortuary, he was taken aback. The originally dilapidated mortuary had disappeared and been transformed into a decent-sized villa. The gate of the courtyard was open, and XuHong walked straight in. Inside the courtyard, remnants of the old mortuary could still be seen. What surprised him the most was that there was even a small artificial lake in the courtyard. At that moment, Lin Fengjiao was sitting in a pavilion in the courtyard, looking rather displeased. XuHong was practicing martial arts, while Wen Kai was cleaning the courtyard. As soon as XuHong entered, all three of them saw him, and Lin Fengjiao's previously sour expression quickly turned into a smile. "Uncle Master, Su Daoyu." Upon seeing XuHong, Lin Fengjiao walked out of the pavilion with a smile. "Su Daoyu, long time no see." It had been several months since they last met after XuHong left Ren Family Town. "It has been a while. You've really done well with this place," XuHong said, glancing around the courtyard. Lin Fengjiao laughed at this. "This is all thanks to old Master Run. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the money to renovate this courtyard." Lin Fengjiao explained. Ren Fa knew that XuHong had a good relationship with Lin Fengjiao, so he had helped introduce her to many business opportunities. The clients he referred were all well off, allowing Lin Fengjiao to make a significant profit. With money in hand, she thought about renovating the dilapidated mortuary, which resulted in the current villa, complete with a small artificial lake for aesthetic purposes. "Are you planning to stay for a few days?" "Just a few days. Tingting will accompany her father, and then we'll leave." "Oh," Lin Fengjiao nodded. "Let us sit in the pavilion and chat. I recently got a nice batch of tea prepared just for you, waiting for you to come." "Wen Kai, here, Master. The courtyard has been cleaned up. Since your Uncle Master is here, we'll have dinner here today. Hurry and go buy some good dishes in town. I want to drink a few cups with your Uncle Master tonight." "Okay, Master." With XuHong's arrival, XuHong also stopped practicing martial arts. After bringing out some pastries, He stood behind Lin Fengjiao. XuHong handed the spirit pills to Lin Fengjiao directly. I brought a little something. You can use it. Lin Fengjiao was taken aback for a moment, but didn't stand on ceremony and directly accepted the pills. No need to be polite with me. After saying that, she put the bottle away. She could guess what XuHong had given her, and she knew that whatever he offered wouldn't be ordinary. No need to be polite. XuHong smiled. By the way, I noticed your expression seemed off when I came in. What happened? XuHong asked with a smile. Upon entering the courtyard, he had noticed that Lin Fengjiao's expression was a bit strange, as if she had accidentally eaten something unpleasant. It's nothing, just a small matter. Lin Fengjiao waved her hand, her expression clearly unnatural. XuHong could tell something had happened by her demeanor. A smile appeared on his face. What? Are you afraid I'll go out and blab? XuHong, you should know what is going on, right? Uncle Master, I can't say. If I do, my master will beat me, XuHong said with a laugh. Don't worry, with me around, your master won't lay a hand on you. Just tell me what is going on. It looks like it should be interesting, XuHong said with a smile. In fact, his super brain had already guessed why Lin Fengjiao looked like that. It was likely that the plot of the new Mr. Zombie had begun. Then I'll say it. Master, Lin Fengjiao didn't stop him. Both XuHong and Wenkai knew about this matter. And she knew her two disciples were big gossipers who might spill the beans at any moment. Telling XuHong wouldn't be a problem. This matter started with my master's aunt, Zhigu. As the story unfolded from XuHong's mouth, it confirmed XuHong's suspicion. It really was the plot of the new Mr. Zombie. This is your fault, Taoist Lin. Even if you don't like it. How can it make you feel nauseous just thinking about it? Or is it that she really looks very ugly? Lin Fengjiao was taken aback upon hearing this. She wasn't ugly, but she just didn't like her. It seemed she had someone else in her heart. However, Taoist Lin, this problem is easy to solve. Just be a little more open-minded. Lin Fengjiao said, be open-minded? He wants to, but not everyone looks as extraordinary as you, my brother. Some people have money and skills. As for him, he's just an ordinary guy, and although his skills are decent, he doesn't have much money. As for looks, he can only be described as average. In his 40s, how can he compare to XuHong? Regarding Zhigu, Lin Fengjiao actually didn't dislike her. But in her heart, she really didn't have any love for Zhigu. Haha, let's not talk about this. Let's chat about something else. XuHong began to change the subject. Soon, Wenkai came back with the groceries. After cooking the meal, XuHong also ate a bit. Just as he was halfway through eating, he noticed Lin Fengjiao's expression was increasingly off. Then, someone came looking for her. Is Taoist Lin Fengjiao here? It was a woman. From her voice, she should be quite young. Wenkai and XuHong's eyes lit up, and they put down their bowls and ran outside. In a little while, a 17 or 18-year-old girl was brought in by them. Is this Lin Fengjiao Taoist? Yes. Young lady, what can I do for you? Lin Fengjiao asked, puzzled. My name is Nianing, and my sister asked me to find you. Nianing? Who is your sister? Lin Fengjiao suddenly became flustered. Lin Fengjiao was indeed his real name, but he also had another name, Lin Zhengying. He had given himself that name when he was young because he thought the name Fengjiao sounded too feminine, so he used Lin Zhengying instead. It wasn't until he grew up and became more mature after learning the Tao that he changed back to his original name, Lin Fengjiao. My sister is Mi Qilian, Nian Ying said. Sister Lian? Lin Fengjiao instantly became agitated. Everyone has their first love, and Lin Fengjiao was no exception. His first love was his junior sister, Mi Qilian, before he went to Maoshan to learn the Tao. Before studying at Maoshan, Lin Fengjiao had once apprenticed under a master by Wapom. Mi Qilian was his junior sister at that time. The first time he saw this junior sister, Lin Fengjiao was deeply enchanted by her. That was when he first understood what it meant to like someone. But ultimately, they were fated to be apart. Due to the chaos caused by the Eight-Nation Alliance at that time, her father was forced to go to the capital, and she went with him. Lin Fengjiao waited for 2 years, but heard nothing. He fell into despair and even stopped practicing martial arts. At that time, when there was a zombie outbreak in Jiuquan town, their master happened to come to catch the zombies. Lin Zhengdao saw the miraculous Tao techniques for the first time and immediately developed the idea of apprenticing at Maoshan. Seeing Lin Fengjiao in despair, he thought it would be too lonely to go to Maoshan alone, so he brought Lin Fengjiao along. Since they were entering as skilled apprentices, their master didn't take them in directly, but first tested them. However, both Lin Fengjiao and Lin Zhengdao were warm-hearted and upright individuals. Moreover, they performed well, and in the end, they passed the assessment and were taken to Maoshan to learn the Tao. After their master passed away and they completed their training, Lin Zhengdao returned to Jiuquan town, while Lin Fengjiao came to Rinjia town. During that time, he met young Wenkai, took him in as a disciple, and after settling in Rinjia town and gaining some reputation, he also took in XuHong. It has been over 20 years since he last heard anyone mention the name Mi Qilian. Yet, even so, Mi Qilian's image remained clear in his mind. He had never imagined he would hear someone mention that name again. XuHong and Wen Kai exchanged glances, somewhat stunned. Lin Fengjiao's expression seemed off. They had never seen Lin Fengjiao look this way before. Even XuHong was slightly surprised. It seemed Lin Fengjiao truly had deep feelings for Mi Qilian. Perhaps this was first love. Even XuHong couldn't help but recall a figure in his mind, a fleeting glance that was hard to forget. Lin Fengjiao also noticed his own loss of composure and quickly regained his composure. "Where's your sister now? Why did she ask you to find me?" "Oh, it's like this. My brother-in-law has fallen ill with a strange disease, and many doctors have been of no help. My sister thinks he has been possessed, so she sent me to ask you for help. She can't come herself because she's pregnant and can't leave." The smile that had been on Lin Fengjiao's face immediately froze upon hearing this. He didn't know whether to feel sad or melancholic. Yes, it had been so many years, and Lian Mei was no longer young. It seemed natural for her to be married. But why did it hurt him so much? Lin Fengjiao closed his eyes, unsure of what to say for a moment. XuHong and Wen Kai also sensed Lin Fengjiao's unease. XuHong immediately gave the two of them a look. This time, the two guys didn't lag behind. They quickly understood the meaning of XuHong's glance and immediately took Nianing to another place. XuHong followed them out. At a time like this, any comforting words would be useless. It was best to let Lin Fengjiao be alone for a while. It wasn't until half an hour later that Lin Fengjiao voluntarily walked out of the room, his eyes slightly red. It was obvious he had been crying. However, XuHong didn't find this surprising. Lin Fengjiao wasn't a robot. He was a living person with feelings. He usually didn't cry because no one had touched his sore spot. But once it was touched, who could hold back? XuHong and Wen Kai were having a lively conversation with Nianing. Both of them were the type who could talk easily, and plus, it was rare to meet a beautiful young girl. It was natural they wanted to show off a bit. Although Nianing couldn't compare to Ren Tingting and the others in looks, she was still a solid 75 in attractiveness. Not particularly beautiful, but decent and young. Both of them were unmarried, so it was only natural they wanted to make a move. When they saw Lin Fengjiao come out, they immediately stopped talking to Nianing. They weren't heartless. They understood Lin Fengjiao was not happy at the moment. Lin Fengjiao glanced at the two of them and nodded slightly. He then looked at Nianing. "Nianing, I didn't get to ask earlier. Who is your brother-in-law?" "My brother-in-law is Lu Dalong." "Lu Dalong?" XuHong said. "Lu Dalong, that name sounds familiar." Wen Kai added, "Isn't there a warlord over in Nanshan town named Lu Dalong? Could it be that he is your brother-in-law?" The latter part was clearly directed at Nianing. "That's him." Nianing nodded in response. XuHong and Wen Kai immediately looked at Lin Fengjiao. A major warlord? That could be troublesome. His master's old partner is now the wife of a warlord. If they go, what if the other party finds out about the unclear relationship between his wife and their master? Will they take action against them? Lin Fengjiao's expression did not change much. Instead, she looked at XuHong and Wen Kai. "You two go pack up some things. I will change my clothes, then we will set off." No matter what, he had to see his Lian Mei, even if she was already married. "Sudayu, I have something to do here, so I want to keep you." After instructing the two, Lin Fengjiao said to XuHong, "It's okay, you go ahead. I just finished eating. It's time to leave." XuHong waved his hand. He came here just to sit for a while, and the meal was also because Lin Fengjiao invited him, so it was inappropriate to leave without eating. Since he had finished his meal, he naturally left directly. As for going with Lin Fengjiao and the others, what was his identity? Why should he go with them? That was Lin Fengjiao's business. He wasn't the king of heaven, and he didn't need to take care of everything. Isn't it better to go home and accompany Ren Tingting? In the blink of an eye, it was the afternoon of the next day. At the Ren residence, XuHong sat in front of a drawing board, holding a pen. In front of him sat the smiling Ren Fei, and behind him stood the smiling Ren Tingting. Due to Ren Tingting's request, XuHong was drawing a family portrait for the father and daughter. The drawing was almost finished. However, in addition to the father and daughter, there was also XuHong in the painting. Although XuHong had brought back a camera from the modern city, the photos taken were too small and not suitable for display in the living room. But XuHong's painting was different. His painting skills were undoubtedly excellent, and even the colors looked like those taken by camera. Moreover, he could decide the size himself. Once finished, the painting could be framed and hung in the living room, easily visible. It was much better than taking a photo. Soon, with the final stroke, the painting was completed. Just as he put down his pen, Renhai walked in from outside. "Gonya, Jusu's apprentice, is looking for you." Behind him were XuHong and Wen Kai again. Chapter 151. Lin Fengjiao in trouble. Seeking flowers? Sure Shu, sure Shu. Upon seeing XuHong, the two immediately called out eagerly. Why are you two here? Speak, what happened? XuHong put down his pen and casually said. Rin Fa and Rin Tingting saw that XuHong had finished the drawing, and they stopped their previous actions. After Rin Tingting handed the drawing to Rin Fa, she also looked at XuHong and Wen Kai, curious about why they had come. Sure Shu, the situation is like this. Sure Shu, you must help save my master. The two explained everything. Just like in the original story, after they went, they found that Long Dalu had been poisoned with corpse poison, because the poison had already affected his mind. Ordinary methods could no longer extract the corpse poison from his body, and glutinous rice was useless. The only way was to use zombie teeth to counteract the poison with poison, applying a strong antidote to remove the corpse poison. Long Dalu's father had just died a few years ago, but because the feng shui master they hired was unreliable, the coffin fell to the ground. As a result, his father's corpse had already undergone a transformation. The corpse poison on him was bitten by his father. The three of them took Long Dalu to retrieve his father's zombie teeth, but on the way, the three of them had food poisoning, which prevented them from successfully getting the zombie teeth. Long Dalu was very angry, and at that moment, his subordinate rebelled and secretly ambushed and killed Long Dalu. Lin Fengjiao and her apprentices saw that the situation was not good. They originally planned to run away, but Lin Fengjiao thought of her Lianmei, Mi Qilian, and couldn't bear to leave her alone. So the three of them decided to return to save him. But they didn't manage to save the person and instead got captured. XuHong and Wen Kai relied on the talismans XuHong had given them to withstand the bullets and escape. Lin Fengjiao, however, was captured. Now the situation was unclear. After hearing the two's words, XuHong was somewhat surprised. After all, the plot had changed too much. Long Dalu was actually dead. This was unexpected. But it didn't matter if he was dead. XuHong didn't care. As for Lin Fengjiao, XuHong released his consciousness. Nanshan Town was only about 700 miles from Rinjiao Town, which was not particularly far. XuHong's consciousness was vast, spanning thousands of miles. And soon he saw Lin Fengjiao in the prison, having been tortured. Her body was injured quite badly, but at least she was still alive. Ting Ting, take off your earth earrings and give them to me. XuHong looked at Rin Tingting beside him. 700 miles was not far at all. Rin Tingting was taken aback for a moment, puzzled, but still handed over the earth earrings to XuHong. Holding the earth earrings, XuHong activated his internal power. The earth earrings controlled the power of the earth, and he immediately unleashed it. In Nanshan Town, in the dungeon, Lin Fengjiao was locked with her arms and legs restrained. She had just been whipped, and her condition was still manageable, but she had many injuries on her body. However, she was more worried about Mi Qilian. Although that subordinate was temporarily busy taking over Long Dalu's forces and had no time to manage his family, once he found the time, Mi Qilian, as Long Dalu's wife, would definitely not be spared. But worrying was useless. She could only hope that XuHong and Wen Kai would bring the news back to XuHong, and then XuHong would come to save her. While thinking, a voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Lin Daoyu, you look quite miserable. The voice was very familiar. Su Dao, you're here? Lin Fengjiao was overjoyed. She didn't expect XuHong to come so quickly. But thinking of the other party's abilities, it was impossible for him to arrive so fast. I haven't come. I'm currently in the Rin residence talking to you. Lin Fengjiao was surprised. Besides XuHong, who else could it be? Rinjiao Town is at least 700 or 800 miles away, right? Without discussing this, let me first help you remove the locks on you. XuHong's voice rang out. Bang, 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 bang. For crisp sounds, 4 earth spikes protruded from the ground, each striking the chains that bound Lin Fengjiao. The 4 chains that bound her were instantly broken. Lin Fengjiao regained her freedom. This was the ability of the earth earrings to control the earth. Even at a distance of hundreds of miles, XuHong's consciousness was wide enough, and he could see everything happening on Lin Fengjiao's side, ensuring that he wouldn't accidentally harm her. Without the restraints, Lin Fengjiao immediately fell to the ground. After being suspended for so long and beaten, her strength was almost depleted. Her body was covered in painful wounds. If she were an ordinary person, she would have probably fainted from the pain long ago. Only Lin Fengjiao, with her strong willpower, could ensure that she remained conscious. However, when he lay on the ground, he unexpectedly discovered that his injuries were healing rapidly. The originally sharp pain was gone within a few breaths. His strength was also recovering quickly. Su Daoyu, what's going on? Lin Fengjiao asked in shock, knowing it had to do with XuHong. Don't talk for now. Focus on recovering your injuries. I will help you get out later. If you want to save someone, you can go, I will assist you. Upon hearing this, Lin Fengjiao stopped talking and lay obediently on the ground, waiting for his injuries to heal. Half a minute later, Lin Fengjiao looked at himself and found that all his injuries had healed completely, leaving no scars. His strength was also nearly restored. XuHong had given him a bottle of elixir yesterday, but he hadn't had the chance to take it because he rushed over due to me Nianying's matter. He had left the elixir at home. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a predicament now. Once he confirmed that his body had recovered enough, Lin Fengjiao got up from the ground. Su Daozu, I'll be relying on you from here on. All right, just walk ahead. I will clear away any troubles along the way. However, after this, you might become quite famous. So don't blame me later. XuHong's voice rang out. Lin Fengjiao hadn't quite processed this when, in the next moment, the ground began to shift. The mud and stones on the ground flowed like water. Soon, a gigantic hand made of mud and stone took shape. Lin Fengjiao instinctively took 2 steps back. Boom! The next moment, the giant hand smashed down onto the stone wall of the cell. The hard stone wall crumbled before the giant hand like cardboard, shattering easily. The massive noise immediately alerted the soldiers guarding outside the cell. However, upon seeing the towering giant hand, all the soldiers stood frozen in place. This miraculous scene left them in shock. But before they could regain their senses, the giant hand descended, crashing down among them. Boom! A sound louder than a cannon echoed, shaking the entire ground. In an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere, and dust scattered. The massive shockwave directly sent nearby soldiers flying. Those farther away were also struck by stones and fell to the ground, injured. Only the clever ones had chosen to flee early. By the time Lin Fengjiao walked out of the cell, the scene outside resembled a disaster movie, and there was no one left standing except him. Chapter 152, Untitled, Seeking Flowers. In the villa of Lu Dalong, Tian Zonglong was leaning back on the sofa with a satisfied expression. Several large boxes filled with gold placed on the table in front of him. Tian Zonglong was very pleased. He had found an opportunity to eliminate Lu Dalong and then took over everything from him. Now, it was his turn to enjoy. In the past, he could only watch Lu Dalong enjoy himself while he had to endure Lu Dalong's beatings and scoldings. He had long been dissatisfied with Lu Dalong, so when someone approached him, suggesting to support him in becoming the big boss, he agreed without hesitation. Tian Dashuai, we have helped you take this position. Don't forget our deal. In addition to Lu Dalong's wife, you also need to deliver 17 pregnant women to us. Don't forget this. Just as Tian Zonglong was feeling very pleased, a voice interrupted him, pulling him back to reality. He looked in the direction of the voice. It was a woman cloaked in black robes. Tian Zonglong had seen the woman before. Half of her face was rotting, resembling a ghost, yet her voice was very pleasant. If he hadn't seen her appearance, he might have been captivated by her voice. The woman claimed to be from the Holy Infant sect. He didn't know her name, as she hadn't told him, but he knew she was very terrifying, not only because of her skills but also her methods. The first time he met this woman, a single glance had left him entranced. He didn't even know when he had fallen under her spell. After that encounter, he never dared to look her in the eye again. When she offered to help him eliminate Lu Dalong so he could replace him, he agreed without hesitation. Otherwise, even if he bribed some people, it would be nearly impossible to fully take over Lu Dalong's position. Lu Dalong had his strengths. At least he wasn't particularly foolish. And he wasn't stingy with his soldiers. The military pay was never delayed. Therefore, this guy was quite respected as the big boss. Tian Zonglong wanted to secure his position as the big boss, but without this woman's help, he really couldn't be sure. Although her words displeased him, Tian Zonglong didn't dare to offend her. At least, he couldn't afford to offend her right now. Don't worry, I will fulfill my promise. You better do it. The woman's threat made Tian Zonglong increasingly annoyed, but he maintained a smile on his face, showing no sign of dissatisfaction. Boom! At that moment, a loud noise erupted. Tian Zonglong immediately stood up from the sofa. The sound was so loud that it felt like someone was setting off fireworks. However, this noise was much louder than the sound of cannons. Tian Zonglong began to feel uneasy. Someone, big boss. Just as Tian Zonglong's voice fell, someone rushed in from outside. What happened outside? What was that sound? Why was it so loud? It came from the cell. Someone has gone to check the situation. Tian Zonglong frowned. I'll go take a look. The woman suddenly spoke. I'll go with you. Tian Zonglong thought of Lin Fengjiao, whom he had captured. He knew he was from the Maoshan sect. What Maoshan sect? Longhu Mountain? I don't really care. But the woman had said not to touch the Maoshan sect members for now, so he had ordered people to capture Lin Fengjiao instead of executing him immediately. But now it seemed that the guy had stirred up quite a commotion. Outside, a massive stone figure made of rocks and dirt was running across the ground. The soldiers along the way, upon seeing this terrifying monster, turned and fled in panic. What a joke! This is something we can deal with. With the stone giant clearing the way, Lin Fengjiao didn't need to lift a finger. He just followed behind. At the same time, he gained a clearer understanding of XuHong's power. This was no longer something a human could achieve. XuHong had indeed ascended to immortality, right? However, he had little time to think about other matters. Right now, he only wanted to rescue Mi Chilian. To be honest, he felt quite guilty about Lu Dalong's death. Although Lu Dalong hadn't died at his hands, he felt partly responsible. Of course, apart from self-blame, there is still a bit of secret joy in his heart. After all, his Lian Mei is single again. Although thinking this way is somewhat unkind, it is indeed something worth celebrating for him, because it means there is a possibility between him and Lian Mei again. As for what is already in her belly, he doesn't care at all. It's a buy one get one free deal. Nothing to be dissatisfied about. He just doesn't know what Lian Mei thinks. But no matter what she thinks, the priority now is to rescue her first. With XuHong's assistance, he feels quite confident. With the stone man controlled by XuHong leading the way, no soldier dares to stop them. Upon seeing the stone man, their first thought is to flee. At such times, unless one is mentally unwell, they wouldn't think of staying behind. The gap between the two sides is simply too great. Resisting would be tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, they're just warlord troops, not regular soldiers, and there is no faith or loyalty to speak of. In this situation, it is entirely normal for them to flee. Under the guidance of the stone man, Lin Fengjiao quickly seizes Lian Mei. However, Mi Chilian's condition is not good, because there is a demon baby in her belly. A demon baby is a fetus that has been killed by its mother in the womb several times before it could be born. Because it dies in the womb before it can be born each time, their resentment is extremely heavy due to the earlier experiences of being killed in the womb. They will absorb the vital energy of the pregnant woman while in the womb. The birth of a demon baby signifies the death of the pregnant woman. Moreover, once these demon babies are born, they will directly turn into demon people, consuming living beings, human flesh, and drinking human blood. Every time a demon baby is born, it leads to the death of many people. There is no choice. Lin Fengjiao can only seek help from XuHong. XuHong can only go in person. After all, despite having the earth earring in his hand, which works well, to solve the problem of the demon baby, he still has to go in person. With talismans in hand, the issue of the demon baby is very easy for XuHong to resolve. Before the demon baby is born, it is just the soul occupying the body of the fetus. As long as he can capture it out of the mother's body, the problem can be solved. However, if this is done forcefully, if the demon baby resists, then the mother will die as a result. This is also why Lin Fengjiao has no choice but to ask XuHong for help. XuHong has the sheep talisman in hand. Even though in this world its power is somewhat reduced due to the spiritual energy, with XuHong's energy supplement, its effect is still very powerful. He easily captured the demon baby from Mi Chilian's belly, and the culprit, Tian Zonglong, ultimately died at XuHong's hands. Once everything was resolved, the group finally left. The incident could be considered to have come to a conclusion. After staying with Rin Tingting in Rinjia Town for a few days, XuHong and she returned to Juchuan Town. Chapter 153. Mount Weiyue Seeking Flowers. In the Song Dynasty, Mount Weiyue is located outside the pass, in a desolate area unsuitable for farming and lacking irrigation. However, it is a necessary passage to the Silk Road in the western regions. Therefore, Mount Weiyue has been occupied by a group of strongmen who specialize in robbing passing merchant caravans. The government has sent troops to suppress them more than once. But the strongmen of Mount Weiyue are not weak. They call themselves the Weiyue Gang, led by a man named Zizunbo, a rare martial arts prodigy. Although he is young, his martial skills are exceptional. His followers number around 200, all skilled in martial arts, relying on their weapons. Each time the government troops encircle them, they suffer some losses. Over time, the government troops have given up on them. However, it is said that he had a fight with the 3 saints of Kunlun recently, and both sides were injured, with the Kunlun 3 saints claiming they had wounded Zizunbo with the 7 injuries fist, and he would die soon. But no one believes them, and the government is currently in a wait-and-see attitude. Today, a new guest has arrived at Mount Weiyue. Excuse me, is your leader Zizunbo here? XuHong, still in his white robe, always has a natural and elegant smile on his face. He appears very affable and approachable. However, in Zhou Dagong's eyes, this guy is a definite fat sheep. Moreover, he looks so handsome that he could fetch a good price in Shengjing. He learned from rumors that some high-ranking officials in Shengjing have a preference for delicate and handsome young men. Who are you? Why do you want to see our leader? Zhou Dagong asked. He is not foolish. The man in front of him is dressed in satin and looks handsome and fair. There might be a powerful background behind him. Even if they want to make a move, they need to investigate his background first. They can maintain their position on Mount Wuyue partly because of their strength, but mainly because the government has not sent a large army to exterminate them. Each time, only 300 or 400 men come, and they cannot take them down. But if more troops were sent, it would be a different story. If they offend someone of status, and next time the government sends thousands of troops to wipe them out, they would be in trouble. Second in command, why ask so much? I think this person must be a spy, here to gather intelligence on us. Why not capture him, and let me have some fun with him tonight? To see what his intentions are? The third in command, a blind man, whispered in Zhou Dagong's ear. Zhou Dagong glanced at him. You wouldn't be interested in him, would you? Oh, second in command, don't say that. He probably likes helping you. Zhou Dagong suppressed the urge to kick him away, feeling disgusted inside. Forget it. You could just like the leader. I prefer women. XuHong smiled as he watched the two whispering. Once they finished, he spoke up. I am XuHong, a scholar and also a cultivator. As for why I want to see your leader, it is naturally because I wish to join you. Ha ha ha. Join us? You look like this and still want to join us? Well, our Wuyue gang is not unwilling to accept members, but we don't take just anyone. First, tell me what talents you have. If I think it's acceptable, I can consider taking you to see our leader. I don't have much talent, except that I'm smart and handsome, and I have great strength, XuHong said with a smile, looking at Zhou Dagong. The latter felt a bit displeased. What kind of self-introduction is this? XuHong is indeed handsome. He admits that, but he doesn't see him as particularly smart. As for strength, XuHong looks tall and not thin, but he doesn't appear to be the kind of strong person. Zhou Dagong really doubts XuHong's claim of great strength. You say you have great strength? What kind of strength? Zhou Dagong asked. All the bandits of the Wuyue gang also looked at XuHong. They all had disheveled hair, with many tattoos on their heads and arms, and their muscles were bulging. Each of them held a weapon and stared at XuHong with fierce and indifferent eyes. To be honest, they were quite intimidating. Most people wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of their gazes. XuHong smiled slightly. Get a few people to bring over the cauldron we cook with. As Zhou Dagong's words fell, 6 strong bandits immediately brought over a large, blackened cauldron. This was the cauldron they usually use for cooking, capable of preparing enough food for 20 to 30 people at once. The cauldron weighed about 2,400 pounds. No one here could lift it alone. Even to carry it, at least 6 people were needed. Bang! The cauldron was placed on the ground with a loud noise, causing a slight tremor in the ground. The 4 corners of the cauldron even created small pits, indicating its considerable weight. You say you're strong? Fine. If you can lift this cauldron, I'll take you to meet our gang leader. And I'll even give you my position as the second in command. How about that? Zhou Dagong looked at XuHong and suggested with a smile. He hated XuHong, the pretty boy. Once, he had a family that he cherished, but everything was destroyed by a pretty boy. One day, while he was driving a carriage, his employer had something to do and sent him home early. Upon returning home, he found his wife in the act of cheating with a pretty boy, catching them red-handed. What shocked him even more was that the money he earned and had his wife save was given to that pretty boy. Zhou Dagong was so furious that he spat blood. Unable to contain his anger, he killed both the adulterers. He was subsequently wanted and fled to Mount Wuyue, where he met Ji Zunbao. Seeing that Ji Zunbao was young and exceptionally skilled, he decided to follow him and eventually became the second in command of the Wuyue gang. This was also why he was displeased upon hearing XuHong wanted to join the Wuyue gang. Because of him, the entire Wuyue gang consisted of fierce and ruthless bandits. Each one looked more menacing than the last, except for their leader, Ji Zunbao, who was somewhat handsome. The others, without exception, looked like bad people. Even Ji Zunbao, after growing a beard at Zhou Dagong's suggestion, looked less like a good person. He actually wanted to kick XuHong out or capture him. However, to prevent others in the gang from saying he was jealous of capable people, he thought it would be better to take another approach. After all, with XuHong's appearance, he doubted he could even lift a 300-pound stone, let alone a cauldron weighing thousands of pounds. Their group had trained their strength for many years, and most of them could only lift 400 to 500 pounds. XuHong clearly looked like someone who hadn't practiced martial arts. Even if he was strong, how strong could he be? Chapter 154. The second in command, seeking flowers, is this it? You underestimate me too much. Why not come up with something more substantial? Otherwise, I might just take your position as the second in command right away. Your brothers probably won't be happy about that. XuHong glanced at the black cauldron and said to Zhou Dagong, "Ha ha 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 ha." Zhou Dagong laughed upon hearing XuHong's words, and the bandits laughed along with him. XuHong's words were simply too arrogant. So arrogant that even they felt a bit displeased. All of them were men, and they needed at least 6 people to lift the black cauldron. Yet XuHong, without even attempting to lift it, complained it was too light and wanted something heavier. They had never seen someone so audacious. Seeing someone act so pretentiously in front of them naturally made them feel uncomfortable. "All right, you're quite bold, but no need to change it. If you can lift, no. If you can carry this black cauldron, then today, my position as the second in command will be yours," Zhou Dagong said. His gaze towards XuHong was filled with disdain. As for changing the challenge from lifting to carrying, he never considered that XuHong might actually lift it. What a joke. A cauldron weighing 2,400 pounds? Forget lifting it. Even moving it an inch would be impressive. To become the second in command, he naturally had to be strong. After being the second in command for so many years, if he were too weak, how could he hold that position? Even he, with a single arm strength of at least 700 pounds, wouldn't dare claim he could move the cauldron. Even their leader, Zhi Zunbao, couldn't move it alone. Moving it even slightly was incredibly difficult, let alone lifting it. Although changing the challenge from lifting to carrying reduced the difficulty, if neither could be done, what difference did it make? Since the second in command is so polite, it wouldn't be right for me to keep declining. But I'll lift it, carrying it is too easy. XuHong stepped forward and grabbed one of the legs of the cauldron. The cauldron was about 1.5 meters tall and quite long. He couldn't wrap both hands around it. Seeing XuHong step forward and grab one leg of the cauldron with one hand, all the bandits focused their attention on him. But the next second, XuHong's actions left them dumbfounded. He was clearly preparing to lift the cauldron with just one hand. What a joke. Then an even more ridiculous scene unfolded before their eyes. They saw the ground beneath XuHong's feet sink slightly. The next second, the black cauldron was lifted over his head with just one hand. All the bandits were stunned. Backed. Even Zhou Dagong was taken aback. They all stared, mouths agape, their minds blank, unsure of what to do or say. Bang! With a loud crash, the cauldron was slammed down by XuHong. Everyone felt the ground tremble violently beneath their feet. A sizable pit had formed beneath the cauldron. XuHong looked up, a faint smile on his face, and glanced at the bandits. The shock on the faces of the bandits had yet to fade. Even Zhou Dagong had his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. "Everyone, you just saw it. From today on, I am your second in command." XuHong walked beside Zhou Dagong and patted him on the shoulder. Zhou Dagong felt the strength in XuHong's hand on his shoulder, which hurt him. But he could only endure it, not daring to speak up. However, he quickly realized, when did I become a third in command? That's simple. Now that I've become the second in command, you automatically downgrade to the third in command. XuHong explained matter-of-factly. What about me? What am I now? The third in command, blind with rage, pointed at himself. You were the third in command. Now, naturally, you downgrade to the fourth in command. Fourth in command? But we didn't have a fourth in command before. Well, now we do. How come you're so picky, fourth leader? Are you dissatisfied with me? If you're unhappy, I might get angry, and when I get angry, I tend to squeeze things. XuHong smiled at the third. Fourth leader, blind man, and no. Second leader, you are handsome and strong and very smart. As our second leader, we, the Wu Yue gang, respect you. How could I be dissatisfied? Brothers, what do you say? Hurry and call him second leader. Second leader. Second leader. The group of bandits also respected him. With XuHong's strength, he could easily overpower all of them. This newly appointed second leader was clearly pretending to be weak while hiding his strength. Who knows? One day they might wake up and find XuHong transformed into the big leader. Second leader, sorry, I misspoke, I meant third leader. Zhou Dagong, here. Second leader. Although he felt unhappy, he had to endure it since the situation favored XuHong. He had to force a smile. Second leader, what do you say? Seeing the frustration in Zhou Dagong's eyes, XuHong could guarantee that he hadn't meant to miscall him. It was just an honest mistake. After all, who told him he had this face? After the plot of the new Mr. Zombie, XuHong and Ren Tingting returned to Juchuan Town. He stayed in Juchuan Town for 2 months before opening the dimensional gate again. This time, the energy he absorbed was higher than before. So when he pushed open the door, he found himself in the world of a Chinese Odyssey. A Chinese Odyssey is a rather distorted version of the journey to the West. While the characters are supposed to be powerful, their strengths are quite limited. Whether it's Sun Wukong, Guanyin, or the Heavenly Soldiers, they're all quite weak. Logically, they should be able to destroy a planet with a mere gesture. But the deities in a Chinese Odyssey are really quite weak. Especially Erlang Shun, Even though he has some leniency, it's just too exaggerated that he couldn't defeat Zixia. At first, Zixia could fight against the deities, but later she couldn't even handle some minor demons. Then there are Chun Shizaniang and Bai Jingjing, whose strengths shouldn't be that high. The Bull Demon King is on the same level as Sun Wukong. Yet, he fought these two demons for a long time and even had to escape from them, taking Ji Zunbao with him. Bodhi Ancestor is even more incredible. The great Bodhi Ancestor couldn't defeat a Bull Demon King. It's precisely because the character's strengths in this world aren't as formidable as XuHong imagined that he chose to stay. Otherwise, if he had ended up in a world like the Hong Huang Journey to the West, he would have fled long ago. But in this world, XuHong felt he could assess the situation first. Moreover, the concentration of spiritual energy in this world is not low. With 12 talismans in hand and his current strength, he felt that even facing beings like Guanyin and the Buddha, he could still put up a fight. So he directly went to Wuyue Mountain, intending to meet Ji Zunbao first before making further plans. This led to the current scene. Chapter 155. Ji Zunbao, seeking flowers. Where's our master now? I mean, I'm technically the second leader now, so I should meet our gang leader. It's my honor to lead you, second leader. Our leader had a fight with the 3 saints of Kunlun a few days ago and was hit by their 7 injuries fist. Now his injuries are severe, and he's somewhat delirious. Are you sure you want to see the leader? The 7 injuries fist? I can treat that. Hurry, take me to see the leader. Look at your excitement. Are you going for the leader's position? But the situation favored XuHong, and he pressed down on him, making him dare not resist, and had to obediently lead the way. The Wuyue gang's territory is quite large. The place they were in was just where a group of people usually discussed strategies, drank, and feasted. The actual residence was halfway up the mountain. The gang leader, Ji Zunbao, was in a small, independent courtyard halfway up the mountain, lying on a wooden bench soaking up the sun. Since being hit by the 7 injuries fist, his condition had worsened, leading to some delirium. He didn't know what he was supposed to do each day. Most of the affairs of the Wuyue gang were now handled by Zhou Dagong. Leader, good news. Your injuries can be treated. As the leader's top lackey, the former 3rd leader, now the 4th leader, rushed into the courtyard and shouted at Ji Zunbao. Blind man, what are you shouting for? I can hear you. Or are you and the 2nd leader conspiring to usurp my position? Ji Zunbao replied irritably. However, his eyes had turned into cross eyes, clearly looking in the wrong direction, which left the blind man dumbfounded. Leader, how did you become cross-eyed? The injuries from his 7 injuries fist seem to have worsened. What cross-eyed? I'm practicing new martial arts. Stop wasting time. What are you here for? Ji Zunbao felt a bit guilty. His condition was poor, making him doubt whether his usual authority would be enough to keep the blind man and Zhou Dagong in check. If these two took advantage of his current weakness and plotted against him, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. So he quickly made up an excuse to deflect the topic. Good news, leader. The new 2nd leader says he can heal your injuries from the 7 injuries fist. Ji Zunbao clearly caught the key point in the blind man's words. New 2nd leader? Where is the new 2nd leader? Is he dead? Zhou Dagong's face darkened. Although he had a bit of a thought, he definitely didn't intend to usurp Ji Zunbao's position. It was shocking that Ji Zunbao said he was dead. It hurt his feelings greatly. He was completely loyal to Ji Zunbao. Leader, I'm not dead, but I'm now the 3rd leader. The blind man is the 4th leader. And the 2nd leader is someone else. Zhou Dagong spoke at this time. Ji Zunbao turned to look in Zhou Dagong's direction. He could only see a series of shadows and couldn't see clearly. As for XuHong standing beside Zhou Dagong, he also couldn't see clearly. But he could vaguely tell that the other party was dressed quite well. Oh, 2nd leader, blind man, you actually chose a new 2nd leader while I was injured. What? Are you dissatisfied with me as the big leader and ready to find someone to replace me? Leader, you misunderstood. I'm not here to replace you. I just said I can treat the injuries from your 7 injuries fist. As XuHong spoke, he walked towards Ji Zunbao. The 2nd leader and 3rd leader are reincarnations of Zhu Beiji and Sha Monk. However, when XuHong met the two, he didn't see anything special about them. But Ji Zunbao was different. XuHong still sensed a hint of difference in him. He is proficient in magic and has a deep understanding of sealing spells. XuHong sensed the power of the seal on Ji Zunbao. Perhaps due to the differences in power systems, there are slight variations. However, in a vast world, there are many changes, but they all adhere to the same principles. Despite the differences, they all belong to the realm of the Tao. There are still some similarities. Perhaps the seal on Ji Zunbao is more powerful, which allows XuHong to distinctly feel the sealing power on him. Rather than saying Ji Zunbao is the reincarnation of Sun Wukong, it is more accurate to say that Sun Wukong has never truly died. It makes sense. with the indestructible body of Sun Wukong. How could he easily die? Even if Sun Wukong's spirit is not strong, his physical body is something that even gods and Buddhas cannot easily destroy. Moreover, this world is not the primordial chaos of the journey to the West. The power of gods and Buddhas is limited. Sun Wukong's indestructible body is not so easily broken. Therefore, the Jizun Bao in front of him is actually Sun Wukong, not his reincarnation. At most, the gods and Buddhas have tampered with his spirit, causing him to forget many things, and sealed his physical body, transforming him into the so-called mortal Jizun Bao. But even as a mortal, he is not an ordinary existence. His exceptional learning talent still exists, making him a martial arts genius among mortals. At a young age, his strength is already comparable to the older generation of strong fighters in the Jianghu. However, due to the seal, he could be harmed by mortals. After being hit by the 7 injuries fist, he began to lose his sanity. Don't come over. Jizun Bao suddenly stood up from a stool. He felt that XuHong had ulterior motives. But XuHong ignored Jizun Bao's words and directly walked up to him, raising his fist to deliver a punch. He wanted to test the seal on Jizun Bao. Of course, to avoid killing him, XuHong restrained his strength. However, after a few punches, XuHong discovered that when the power was too great, it would be transferred to Jizun Bao's seal, causing the seal to loosen slightly, and some of the sealed power would leak out. This also explains why, in the original work, when the second-in-command had someone stomp hard on Jizun Bao's little brother, his injuries from the 7 injuries fist actually healed. Moreover, when the little brother was burned, an ordinary person would likely be incapacitated after just 1 second of burning. But Jizun Bao seemed unaffected. Clearly, the gods and Buddhas used the seal to restrict Jizun Bao, but they were also afraid he would truly die. The restrictions of the seal are not very strong. The seal can be impacted by external forces, but this external force is something Jizun Bao could never reach. In the movie, Jizun Bao ultimately died at the hands of the spider spirit Chun Sanshurnyang. However, XuHong believes that by then, Chun Sanshurnyang should have already been under an illusion, and in reality, Jizun Bao has never died. It wasn't until later that he voluntarily wore the tightening spell, and Guanyin secretly lifted his seal, allowing him to regain his magic and transform back from Jizun Bao to Sun Wukong. Chapter 156. Good Brothers Seeking Flowers. After understanding the situation, XuHong deliberately increased his strength, causing Jizun Bao's screams to grow louder. After all, greater strength truly means more pain. The blind man and Zhou Dagong watched in shock, realizing that XuHong really wanted to take down Jizun Bao and become their leader. Everything he said about not wanting to take on that role and about healing was just a facade. His real purpose was to eliminate Jizun Bao. The two of them considered whether to step in and help, but upon recalling XuHong's terrifying strength when he lifted the black cauldron with one hand, they immediately abandoned the idea of intervening. They could only silently cheer for Jizun Bao. It wasn't that they were scared, it was just a matter of wisdom. If even Jizun Bao couldn't defeat XuHong, how could they possibly succeed? Going to help would be foolish, and as smart individuals, didn't T think they should engage in such a foolish act? Yes, they were smart. Those who recognize the situation are wise. Bang, bang, bang. With each punch landing on Jizun Bao, XuHong noticed that the seal was loosening and magic was leaking out, beginning to heal the injuries from the 7 injuries fist on Jizun Bao. After that, XuHong stopped. After XuHong halted, Jizun Bao also felt relieved, but the pain in his body remained intense. After lying on the ground for a few seconds, he rolled over like a carp and then quickly retreated. Good. Second in command. Blind man, you 2 traitors. I've treated you well all this time, and you bring outsiders to harm me. Let me tell you, even if I die, I want to let you go. Jizun Bao glared at Zhou Dagong and the blind man, shouting angrily. After saying this, he looked towards XuHong. But the blind man clearly noticed that Jizun Bao's previously cross-eyed gaze had disappeared. Hey, leader, your cross-eyed look seems to be gone. Your injuries from the 7 injuries fist appear to have really healed. Ah! Jizun Bao was startled by the blind man's words. He then realized that his vision had completely returned to normal. The previous blurriness was gone, and his previously fatigued body had regained its strength. Blind man, come here. Okay. Upon hearing Jizun Bao's words, the blind man hurried over. His loyalty to Jizun Bao was unquestionable. He would give anything for him, except for his own life. Just as the blind man reached Jizun Bao suddenly threw a punch. The blind man didn't have time to react and was struck in the stomach, sending him flying. He soared 3 to 4 meters in the air before landing on the ground. A storm brewed in his belly, and he rolled his eyes, nearly fainting. But as the reincarnation of Sha Monk, the blind man was not an ordinary person. The injury that would take an ordinary person a long time to recover from healed almost instantly for him, although his stomach still hurt. It didn't stop him from getting up. He climbed up from the ground and immediately looked at Ji Zunbao with a resentful expression. "Leader, why did you hit me? Why did I hit you?" "Of course, it was to confirm whether I was healed." "Then why didn't you hit the second in command?" "He is closer to you. I can't beat him, so I can only call you over to let me hit." Ji Zunbao's words left the blind man momentarily speechless. At this moment, Ji Zunbao's gaze shifted to XuHong. He squeezed a smile onto his face, walked over to XuHong, and naturally reached out to pat XuHong on the shoulder, only to find that XuHong was much taller than him. He paused for a moment, then quickly retracted his hand, pretending that nothing had happened. "New second in command, not bad. You're really good. Not only are you as handsome and suave as me, but you also healed my injuries from the 7 injuries fist. I acknowledge your position as the second in command. From today on, you are the second in command of our Wu Yue gang. You are my sworn brother in life and death." "Really? Brother? Sworn brother?" XuHong looked at Ji Zunbao with a smile. Perhaps because he had watched Stephen Chow's movies too many times, Ji Zunbao's serious expression was really amusing. However, XuHong had good control over his facial expressions, so he didn't laugh out loud. "Of course, if you don't believe me, we can burn yellow paper and worship the heavens right now. Let's skip that. As long as you're willing to treat me as a brother, then we are brothers. Indeed, you're a good brother, not picky about the details. I, Ji Zunbao, like you this way." "Blind man, brother." The blind man immediately ran over. Now that Ji Zunbao's injuries had healed, as the leader, his authority naturally returned. The blind man didn't want to be hit by Ji Zunbao like before. "The second in command has just joined us. We should have a welcome ceremony, right? Let's have the brothers kill a chicken and slaughter a sheep. I want to properly entertain the second in command. Just in time, my injuries have healed. Let everyone have some fun. We should find time to directly attack the Kunlun sect. I want the 3 bastards of Kunlun to know what happens when they provoke me." "All right, leader, I will do it right away." The blind man took the order and ran off. The previous second in command, now the third in command, Zhou Dagong, also walked up to the two, with a smile on his face. He began to act as a lubricant for the conversation between XuHong and Ji Zunbao. Ji Zunbao started to probe into XuHong's background. In the end, he confirmed that XuHong was probably not a spy sent by the government. The reason was simple, because XuHong was too strong. What kind of force would send someone like XuHong to the Wu Yue gang as a spy? Unless the other party was confused. Because XuHong alone could sweep the Wu Yue gang. Moreover, when XuHong came, he had the opportunity to take him out. If XuHong really came to eliminate him, he would already be dead. Furthermore, in this run-down place of the Wu Yue gang, only they could stay here. After all, a big group of men, and not a single woman. The living conditions were terrible. In hot weather, it was unbearable to be cooped up indoors. Coming to such a place was purely suffering. So XuHong couldn't possibly be a spy. In his view, XuHong should be like most people, forced to take up the bandit life. Moreover, with someone like XuHong joining him, he also had the opportunity to seek revenge on the 3 saints of Kunlun. Those guys injured him with the 7 injuries fist, making him suffer for several days. He remembered that grudge very clearly. At night, XuHong stayed at the Wu Yue gang. The so-called banquet was actually simple. Everyone gathered together to eat meat and drink wine. The wine was mediocre. XuHong took a sip, and it was no different than drinking urine. If it weren't for the fact that he had come from Juchuan town and had dealt with wine since childhood, he would have thought Ji Zunbao was deliberately treating him with urine. The food was also very ordinary. There were no seasonings, and the meaty smell was quite strong. XuHong had to take out food from his own storage bag. This move stunned everyone in the Wu Yue gang. But XuHong just smiled and said it was a Taoist trick. It was nothing. However, XuHong noticed that Ji Zunbao clearly valued him more. Moreover, he would occasionally glance at XuHong's storage bag like a peeping Tom. This made XuHong have to take out a storage bag and give it to him, letting him play with it on his own. That night, Ji Zunbao directly had someone tidy up the room next door for him. It was to serve as XuHong's residence. In reality, it was just a regular wooden house. However, XuHong didn't mind. He had no requirements for where he stayed. After all, he didn't need to sleep. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since XuHong arrived at Wu Yue Mountain. During these 3 days, XuHong observed and found that Zhou Dagong and the blind man were in the same situation as Ji Zunbao. Both of them also had seals placed on them. As long as the seals were lifted, they could recover their memories and powers as celestial beings. Compared to the seal on GainsSuperman, the seals on the two were much simpler. If XuHong wanted to lift the seals on them, he wouldn't need to exert much effort. At the same time, XuHong noticed that the big shots didn't seem to care about his arrival. However, XuHong didn't care either. Since you don't care about me, then I'll act as if I don't know about your existence. Everyone got along peacefully. Every day, aside from basking in the sun, XuHong practiced. He was now at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, only half a foot away from the nascent soul stage. But he wasn't in a hurry to break through, because cultivation had never been his strongest point. His greatest strength was still his body. Although his cultivation was only at the late stage of the Golden Core, his physical strength had long surpassed that of the nascent soul. At the very least, he had to be at the Earth Immortal level. Of course, XuHong's comparison was based on the Earth Immortal level from the XuHong and Journey to the West. If classified according to the power levels of the Chinese Odyssey world, his Earth Immortal strength could basically be said to be among the top existences in this world. Perhaps he didn't possess spells or abilities worthy of the Earth Immortal level, such as transformation, tribulation, and ascension, but his super strength, super hearing, super defense, super recovery, super vision, and thermal vision were all not simple abilities. In XuHong's view, his steel body was definitely not inferior to the indestructible body of Sun Wukong in this world. It might even be stronger. Plus, with the dog talisman and horse talisman in hand, even if he couldn't win, he would still be in an undefeated position. As for those gods and Buddha's spells and abilities, XuHong wasn't afraid of them either. Did they think his super speed was just for show? No matter how powerful the spells and abilities were, they still had to be able to hit him. If Sun Wukong could leap 108,000 miles in a somersault, then if he could do it in a second, that would only be 10,800 miles per second. That is 54 million meters per second. And XuHong's speed, under the constant sunbathing, was already infinitely close to the speed of light. Plus, with the rabbit talisman, his speed had almost reached the level of light speed. And how fast is light speed? It's about 300 million meters per second. Even Sun Wukong's speed would pale in comparison to XuHong's. Moreover, the world he was currently in wasn't the XuHong and Journey to the West world. Perhaps Sun Wukong in that world could achieve a speed of 108,000 miles a leap, but XuHong didn't think the Sun Wukong in this world had that kind of speed. At most, it could reach dozens or hundreds of times the speed of sound. No matter how fast those gods and Buddha's attacks were, they couldn't surpass XuHong's speed. Therefore, he didn't care whether anyone was peeping in the dark. After all, he wasn't concerned. He didn't even have the idea of using super hearing and supervision to take a look. With the dimensional gate as a foundation, he had no fear at all. He planned to wait until the plot unfolded and see if he could get his hands on the Moonlight treasure box. As for plotting something in this world, the aura here is indeed the most intense XuHong has ever encountered. However, the waters of this world are equally deep, and he only intends to treat it as a transitional place. Of course, it would be even better if he could incite Sun Wukong to rebel against the gods and Buddhas. When he first watched a Chinese Odyssey, XuHong was quite indignant about its ending for a long time. As for the story's conclusion, where a man resembling GainsSuperman and a woman resembling Xia ended up together, XuHong was dissatisfied with that ending. Even if they looked alike, that person was still not GainsSuperman. Sun Wukong is Sun Wukong, but GainsSuperman is a combination of Sun Wukong and GainsSuperman. Even if the man looked just like him, he was still not GainsSuperman and could never be Sun Wukong. The woman, even if she looked identical to Xia, was still not Xia. Especially the man's last remark about the Sun Wukong, who had transformed into a combination of Sun Wukong and GainsSuperman, that he seemed like a dog, further fueled his indignation. The ending seemed to suggest that GainsSuperman and Xia were together, but in reality, GainsSuperman had merely transformed into Sun Wukong to fulfill the task of retrieving the scriptures from the West, a task imposed on him by others. Hatred can never be resolved by a mere scripture. Even if scriptures could truly resolve hatred, it would only be a different form of resolution, not a genuine resolution of hatred. It's like malice. People can be kind, but they cannot completely dismiss the malice of others. A purely good person will only suffer losses. The so-called balance of yin and yang in the world of Jackie Chan adventures holds true in any world. There are good people and there are bad people, but there are never purely good people or purely bad people. XuHong was dissatisfied with the ending of a Chinese Odyssey. So even if this world had no benefits to offer, he still wanted to change that unsatisfactory ending. Of course, this was only if he had the ability. If he didn't possess that ability, he would have long since taken his leave. One day, XuHong and GainsSuperman were drinking and eating meat in the courtyard. The life of bandits is quite simple. Every day is just about drinking and eating meat. Of course, it might also be related to the fact that the wine and meat were all provided by XuHong, making them taste great. Compared to the food they had eaten before, after tasting the wine and meat XuHong brought out, Zhizun Bao finally understood. No, it should be said that the things XuHong brought out were truly fit for human consumption. What they had eaten before was entirely pig food. Anyway, now Zhizun Bao would drag XuHong to drink and eat meat whenever he had the time. As for robbing passing merchant caravans, Zhizun Bao had completely handed that over to the third deputy and the blind man. Hard work and heavy tasks should be done by his subordinates. Otherwise, what was the point of him being the leader? Moreover, there were no women in this broken place of Wuyuan Mountain. On ordinary days, aside from drinking, chatting, and joking with XuHong, there was nothing else to do. The atmosphere between the two was quite good. It turned out that there could be such a significant difference between food and food. When Zhizun Bao got drunk, he loved to boast about his past exploits. XuHong's evaluation of Zhizun Bao's past was just 2 words: ridiculous. Anyway, it sounded like something a person couldn't possibly do. XuHong felt that he should only believe about 30% of Zhizun Bao's words. While they were eating, the third deputy and the blind man rushed in with a group of bandits, shouting, "Boss, second deputy, bad news, bad news." Before they even entered the door, Zhou Dagong, the third deputy, was shouting as if he were slaughtering a pig. This immediately darkened Zhizun Bao's face, who was in high spirits. As a listener, XuHong was quite qualified. At least he was a cultured person, and his compliments were pleasant to hear. He didn't want Zhou Dagong and the blind man to take so long to spit out a word, feeling as though he was playing music to cows. Therefore, Zhizun Bao particularly liked to share his past with XuHong. Just as the mood was getting lively, the third deputy, Zhou Dagong, rushed in like he was slaughtering a pig. It was no wonder Zhizun Bao was upset. Both of them turned their heads to look at the third deputy and the blind man who had rushed into the small courtyard. They saw over a dozen people, each with a string of copper coins on their heads. Fearing that the coins would fall, everyone was holding their heads with both hands, looking quite comical. XuHong's expression changed. He knew that Chun Sanshirnyang had arrived. XuHong released a bit of his divine sense, which he had originally kept suppressed within himself, and immediately felt a strong wave of demonic energy. From the fluctuation of the demonic energy, it was far beyond the golden core stage, and the strength must be at least at the nascent soul level. Chun Sanshirnyang's strength must be at least in the mid to late stages of the nascent soul. After all, a spider spirit with hundreds of years of cultivation having the strength of the nascent soul was not too surprising. This was also XuHong's first encounter with a demon. Before this, he had never encountered a demon. Third deputy, blind man, what are you idiots doing with the money on your heads? Also, weren't you supposed to rob the passing merchant caravans? Is this the result of your robbery? Seeing the state of the third deputy and the others, Zhizun Bao was even angrier. No, boss, listen to us. This money isn't what we wanted to put on our heads. Someone placed it there, the blind man explained. Someone put it on your heads, and you're just going to keep it there? You bunch of idiots. Quickly take the money down. We can't, boss. This money was placed on our heads by Chun Sanshirnyang, and you know that female demon well. Where she walks, not a blade of grass grows. If the money falls, our heads won't be safe, boss. Those who dare to provoke Chun Sanshirnyang have already become grass on their graves. Chun Sanshirnyang? Zhizun Bao's expression changed, and his thick eyebrows furrowed deeply. Chun Sanshirnyang is quite a famous female bandit, even beyond the pass. Although she is just one person and a woman, it is said that her martial arts are exceptionally strong, and she is one of the top experts in the martial world. Anyone who dares to provoke her ends up dead. It is also said that she enjoys beheading people. She is said to be very beautiful, but has a heart as venomous as a snake. The number of people who have died at her hands is not in the hundreds, but at least several hundred. So many people secretly call her the female demon. In this outer region, Chun Sanshirnyang's reputation is much louder than that of Zhizun Bao, the jade-faced little flying dragon. What does that female demon want in Wuyuan Mountain? She usually only acts when there is profit to gain. Could it be that Wuyuan Mountain has something good that attracts her? Zhizun Bao was somewhat perplexed. Brother, what background does Chun Sanshirnyang have? I can see that you all seem to be very afraid of her. XuHong, who had remained silent, spoke up at this moment. The brother he referred to was naturally Zhizun Bao. After XuHong gave him a storage bag, he insisted on acknowledging XuHong as his elder brother. XuHong thought for a moment and didn't refuse. After all, the other party had the identity of Sun Wukong. Influenced by the culture of journey to the west since childhood, he naturally had a good impression of Sun Wukong. Even if Ji Bao was not Sun Wukong at the moment, he was still quite willing to take this younger brother. Big brother, you might not know this, but Chun Sanshurnyang is a female demon who has committed all sorts of evils, and many have died at her hands. It is said that she enjoys making people balance a string of copper coins on their heads. If anyone drops the coins, she will relentlessly pursue that person until that person is killed. She's a complete female demon, explained Ji Bao. But now that you, my big brother, are here, no matter what that female demon intends to do on Wuyue Mountain, with the two of us joining forces, we will definitely be able to easily defeat her. XuHong smiled faintly. Indeed, the two of them together could easily defeat Chun Sanshurnyang, but having Ji Bao or not made no difference. With the two of us brothers joining forces, one Chun Sanshurnyang is nothing to be afraid of. Ji Bao smiled with satisfaction. Then he looked at the third master and the blind man and others. You idiots, why are you still holding on to the copper coins? Put down the money on your heads. No way, boss. If the money falls, our heads won't be safe. The third master shook his head. Although XuHong and Ji Bao are powerful, Chun Sanshurnyang's reputation in the martial world is indeed too loud. If Ji Bao and XuHong can't handle her, wouldn't we all be finished? Your head won't be safe. You clearly are just afraid of dying and don't have confidence in me and my big brother. Do you believe I will beat you to death right now? Everyone, take off the money on your heads. Ji Bao kicked the third master fiercely. Zhou Gang didn't dare to resist. No matter how powerful Chun Sanshurnyang is, she's just a woman. With so many of us, can we not handle her? A bunch of idiots. Grab your weapons. We're going to take down that woman right now. In the end, everyone had no choice but to take off the copper coins on their heads. There was no way. If anyone didn't take down the money, Ji Bao would kick them fiercely. Who can withstand that? Moreover, Ji Bao's strikes were not light. Of course, the main reason they put down the money was still XuHong. XuHong had been holding up the black cauldron the whole time. His strength was naturally unquestionable. Although Chun Sanshurnyang was powerful, their new second master wasn't bad either. Where's Chun Sanshurnyang now? In the end, the third master spoke. Although the main business of the Wuyue gang is robbery, they also operate as a black shop, specifically targeting passing merchant caravans. After all, there are basically no people to be seen outside the pass. Getting water and food is a problem. The wind and sand are also heavy. Although this place is a bit broken, at least it can shelter from the wind and sand, wash up, and get a good night's sleep. Moreover, there's a small water pool in the inn. Ji Bao loves to bathe in the pool. As for the other people in the Wuyue gang, they don't have that privilege. However, for these rough men, whether or not they bathe is irrelevant. The reason Ji Bao wants to bathe is that he has a title of Jade-Faced Little Flying Dragon. Although this title is self-given, not bestowed by others, he likes it very much. Therefore, he pays great attention to his hygiene. Let's go. Let the brothers bring their weapons, and we'll directly take down that female demon. Once we take her down, the reputation of our Wuyue gang will surely surpass before. You've got guts. The third master gave a thumbs up. Just as he was about to put it down, Ji Bao suddenly grabbed his hand. Wasn't it you who just said you have guts? No, boss. I was just joking. The third master immediately realized that something was wrong and wished he could slap himself. Why waste words at this time? It's okay anyway. You have a powerful two-word phrase, so later you will be responsible for leading the charge. No, boss. Yes, why? Are you afraid? Ji Bao looked at Zhou Gang with a mischievous smile. A little bit. Since you're afraid, then you must go. Now I'm not afraid. Since you're not afraid, then you come. The other brothers are still a bit scared, but with you, the fearless third master leading the charge, everyone will no longer be afraid. Big brother, am I right? Younger brother is absolutely right. I think the third master is suitable to be the vanguard. Third master. I feel like you two are messing with me. You want to get me killed. Chapter 159. Chun Sanshurnyang, Seeking Flowers, in the inn. Chun Sanshurnyang was bathing in the pool. After rushing to Wuyue Mountain, she had accumulated a lot of sand and dust on her body, so it was good to wash it off. As for the bandits of Wuyue Mountain, she didn't take them seriously at all. Previously, when she threw some copper coins at them, they were so scared that they ran away. With such subordinates, their boss can't be much better either. He must also be a coward. Upon hearing her name, he probably wouldn't even dare to show his face, and it wouldn't be impossible for him to run away with a bucket in hand. Chun Sanshurnyang had a very good understanding of her fierce reputation. However, this time, she encountered someone bold. Ji Bao, not to mention anything else, is definitely the type with great courage. Whether facing the Bull Demon King or the Black Mountain Old Demon, although he was also afraid, at least he spoke fluently and his mind was normal. Unlike Zhou Gang, who, after accidentally seeing the true identities of Chun Sanshurnyang and Bai Jing, was so scared that he babbled incoherently. His mind was unclear, and his hands trembled. Of course, it could be said that Ji-Zun Bao has a problem with his brain, because his thought process is indeed quite different from that of ordinary people. Just as she was washing, Chun Sanshurnyang suddenly heard faint footsteps outside the inn. Although the other party was deliberately keeping it low, she still heard it. This surprised her a bit. She didn't expect those bandits to dare to come over. Outside the inn, a group of bandits brandishing axes and knives looked fierce. At the front was the third master Zhou de Gang, holding an axe. XuHong and Ji-Zun Bao were right behind the third master. Third master, it's time for you to show your might. That female demon is currently bathing. Once you go in, just chase her and chop away. I guarantee she won't be able to do anything to you. Hearing Ji-Zun Bao's words, the third master's hands were trembling. Boss, how about you let someone else go? I can't hold up, the third master said with a, we've come this far. Even if you can't hold up, you have a hold up, hurry up. After saying that, he directly pushed the third master from behind. The third master had no choice but to rush into the inn. As soon as he entered the inn, he was stunned, because he didn't expect Chun Sanshurnyang to actually be bathing. Although the other party was clothed, the subtlety was even more enticing. The third master was directly dumbfounded. After coming to Yua Mountain, he hadn't seen a woman for a long time. He hadn't touched a woman in years. As the saying goes, after 3 years in the army, even a soul looks good. Yua Mountain may not be an army, but not seeing a woman for years, isn't much different from being in one. Chun Sanshurnyang was also taken aback. She didn't expect these bandits to really have the guts to charge in. Who is it? Spring 30 Nyang turned around and immediately saw San Dongjia standing at the door. When she noticed his gaze and expression, her face darkened. If San Dongjia were a bit more handsome, it might have been bearable. But unfortunately, this guy didn't look great, and at that moment his scruffy appearance made him seem even more sleazy, just a big pervert. His lecherous eyes were disgusting to look at. Spring 30 Nyang's face instantly turned cold. Her icy gaze was like a knife, scraping against San Dongjia. He suddenly shivered and came to his senses. I just came to take a look, sorry. I'll leave now. Stop, did I let you go? Spring 30 Nyang's cold voice rang out, making San Dongjia halt in his tracks. His feet froze in place. What is that axe in your hand? San Dongjia awkwardly smiled and prepared to turn and leave. Axe. He glanced at the axe in his hand and was suddenly startled, throwing it directly to the ground. I was just playing with it. Playing? Since you want to play so much, how about I play with you? Spring 30 Nyang said with a smile. But the coldness in her tone made San Dongjia understand that the play she mentioned was definitely not innocent. Most likely, it was to play with him. I was sent here by our leader. After saying that, San Dongjia completely ignored Spring 30 Nyang and ran straight outside. Naturally, Spring 30 Nyang couldn't let him go so easily. She slapped the surface of the water, and her internal magic circulated, causing the ordinary water to instantly freeze into ice. It flew towards San Dongjia back. Bang! The ice block struck San Dongjia, and the immense force sent him flying. Bang! Outside, XuHong and the others only saw a black shadow fly out, then heard a bang as it hit the ground. Who else could it be but San Dongjia? Ji-Zun Bao stepped forward to turn San Dongjia over and found that he had already fainted. Usas, Ji-Zun Bao Guset. He then set San Dongjia down. He didn't notice that after hitting the ground, San Dongjia, who had originally closed his eyes, opened them for a moment before closing them again. But this scene didn't escape XuHong's perception. XuHong had long anticipated San Dongjia's act of playing dead. After all, this guy was inherently cowardly. Big brother, these guys are useless. It seems we have to step up and take the lead ourselves. So, Brother Xian, do you think it's better for you or me to take the lead? Of course, it should be you, big brother. I know my skills aren't as good as yours, so this tough task is definitely for you. You don't need to discuss who goes first. Let us go together. Before XuHong could respond, Spring 30 Nyang had already walked out of the inn. Having just come out of the water, she still had a certain beauty reminiscent of a lotus flower. She looked quite pleasing to the eye. Unfortunately, the infamous female demon, Spring 30 Nyang, was beautiful but also very dangerous. You are their leader. You look quite handsome, what a pity. Spring 30 Nyang's gaze landed on XuHong, sizing him up. Having lived for hundreds of years, she had seen many types of men. But in terms of handsomeness, XuHong, whom she saw today, was definitely the most handsome man she had ever encountered. He was even more beautiful than a woman, but not at all effeminate. His features radiated masculinity, and his eyes were full of confident light. Such a man was a first for her. He shouldn't be a mountain bandit. He should be a top scholar instead. Of course, I am the so-called jade-faced little flying dragon GainsSuperman. Looking handsome is only natural. As for what a pity. I was he talking about you. I was talking about him. Spring 30 Nyang interrupted GainsSuperman, pointing at XuHong. GainsSuperman, are you being polite? XuHong. Chapter 160. Surprise Spring 30 Nyang, seeking flowers. What a pity. XuHong spoke up. What a pity that you're all about to die. Especially that one lying on the ground pretending to be dead. I'll dig out your eyes later. Spring 30 Nyang said coldly. Her tone didn't sound like she was joking. She was a spider spirit, not an ordinary person. Sandangjia, lying on the ground, pretending to be dead, could not fool her. Oh no, don't dig out my eyes. Heroine, I surrender. Is surrendering okay? Upon hearing that his eyes would be dug out, Sandangjia immediately shrank back. He stopped pretending to be dead and got up from the ground. You spineless thing. GainsSuperman was infuriated by Sandangjia. They hadn't even started fighting, and his own man had already surrendered. It was as if he didn't take him, the leader, seriously at all. He kicked Sandangjia, sending him flying to the side. Spring 30 Nyang subconsciously glanced at the flying Sandangjia. What a good opportunity. Seizing the moment, GainsSuperman saw that Spring 30 Nyang had indeed been distracted. He smiled triumphantly and hurled his axe at Spring 30 Nyang. His flying axe was fast and powerful. He believed that if it hit Spring 30 Nyang, she would either be dead or injured. Whoosh! A gust of wind brushed past Spring 30 Nyang's ear, and a black shadow flew past her ear. She looked at GainsSuperman, who was now dumbfounded. His flying axe had missed. No way, dude. You leave me hanging at such a critical moment? XuHong dai stili buset di Zunbao asai. Spring 30 Nyang? Not bad. Spring 30 Nyang looked at XuHong. Given XuHong's handsomeness, she didn't mind letting them live a little longer. Having living people to talk to was certainly more interesting than being alone. I am XuHong. I am currently the second in command of the Five Mountains sect. So, what is next? This Five Mountains is just a bunch of rough men. There is nothing else here. You're clearly not here for us. No matter what your purpose is, you do your thing, and we'll continue being our mountain bandit robbers, and we want to interfere with each other. How about that? I'm indeed not here for you. I came to find someone, but I don't know where this person is right now. So I need your help to find them. Why should we help you find someone? Just because you're called Spring 30 Nyang? XuHong replied with a smile. If you don't help me find someone, that is fine, but I'll just have to kill all of you and find it myself. You're that sure you can kill us all? XuHong countered. You won't know unless you try. Spring 30 Nyang sneered. Then she drew her soft sword from her waist and lunged at XuHong. The group of mountain bandits immediately retreated. Even GainsSuperman's expression changed as he backed away repeatedly. XuHong's eyes narrowed slightly. In his view, Spring 30 Nyang's movements slowed down infinitely. He lifted his foot and took a small step to the side. In Spring 30 Nyang's eyes, this strike should have hit XuHong. But the next second, Chun Sanyan was stunned because she missed her strike. The attack that should have hit instead was dodged by the opponent, who seemed to have anticipated it and moved aside. She didn't even manage to see XuHong's movement clearly. Chun Sanyan furrowed her brows. She finally realized that XuHong was not an ordinary opponent. However, it was clearly impossible for her to just give up. After missing the thrust, she immediately changed it to a sweeping attack. The soft sword instantly straightened and swept towards XuHong's neck. This strike was deadly. Any ordinary person hit by it would undoubtedly die. But XuHong remained completely unperturbed. An ordinary person would not be able to react to Chun Sanyan's movements, but to XuHong, they were too slow. He simply took a small step back and dodged her attack again. Having been evaded by XuHong once more, Chun Sanyan felt a bit irritated. This time, she started to use her magical powers. After using her magic, her speed noticeably increased. But her attack still missed again, easily dodged by XuHong. At this point, even Chun Sanyan, no matter how foolish, realized that XuHong was deliberately hiding his true abilities. However, she had no intention of holding back. Instead, she channeled more magical energy, increasing her speed even further. This time, XuHong did not evade. Instead, with lightning speed, he grabbed Chun Sanyan's hand that was holding the soft sword. Using her own force against her, he easily took the soft sword from her. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he sent Chun Sanyan flying. The entire sequence was smooth and elegant, dissipating in a stylish manner, leaving GainsSuperman and the other bandits dumbfounded. Chun Sanyan, having been thrown into the air, forcibly stopped herself using magic and then performed a backflip to dissipate the force, landing on the ground. She looked up at XuHong again, and, at that moment, she had already retracted her previous disdain towards him, her eyes filled with caution. The strength XuHong had just displayed was something she couldn't resist. After all, She was a spider demon, having lived for nearly 1,000 years. Her true form was not small, and her strength was considerable. She could easily lift boulders weighing dozens of tons. Yet, she had just been overpowered by XuHong in terms of strength. If she still thought XuHong was an ordinary person at this moment, then she clearly had a problem with her judgment. Who exactly are you? Chun Sanyin raised her head, looking at XuHong with a face full of caution. Haven't I already introduced myself? I am XuHong, he replied with a slight smile. No, you are not human. What exactly are you? You are definitely not an ordinary person, Chun Sanyin insisted vehemently. Well, saying that is one thing, but insulting is another. I really am human, just with a bit more strength. I possess divine strength, XuHong said. Chun Sanyin looked at him as if he were a fool. Strength? You call that strength? It's greater than even a demon's strength. You can't be an ordinary person. Do you really think I'm a fool? If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. XuHong shrugged, feeling helpless. Zizun Bao Laoget. Big brother, you really haven't disappointed your younger brother. This female demon has committed countless evils, and now she has fallen into the hands of you and me. Big brother, I think we must not let her go easily. How about this? When we brothers drink, we have nothing to entertain ourselves with. This female demon may kill without blinking, but she does have some charm. Why not let her dance for us to liven things up? Zizun Bao approached XuHong and spoke. He had realized that his newly recognized big brother was quite skilled, likely surpassing him. He had just been unable to see Chun Sanyin's movements. While XuHong could easily evade her attacks, and even easily take her sword, clearly indicating that he was stronger than Chun Sanyin. In this situation, Chun Sanyin naturally allowed them to take control of her. Since the 5 mountains lacked women, Chun Sanyin was fierce, but she was indeed quite beautiful. Keeping her as a dancer wouldn't be bad. Moreover, if word got out that this female demon had fallen into the hands of their 5 mountains gang, their reputation outside would surely soar. At that time, no one would dare to provoke them again. Chapter 161. Compromise, extortion, seeking flowers. This suggestion isn't bad, XuHong said, his gaze falling on Chun Sanyin as he appraised her from head to toe. Her figure was decent, and her skin was exquisite, full of collagen. Just out of the water, her clothes were still wet, giving her a unique charm. Chun Sanyin was infuriated by the shameless words of the two. Her eyes glared at Zizun Bao with hatred. If her soft sword hadn't been taken by XuHong, she would have likely attacked Zizun Bao by now. However, due to her caution towards XuHong, she held back. Considering the prophecy that Tang Sung would appear at Wuji Mountain in 500 years, which happened to be this year, she didn't want to miss out on Tang Seng's flesh. Therefore, she decided to endure for the time being. No matter what XuHong's background was, his appearance at Wuyi Mountain at this point must have ulterior motives. Perhaps, like her, he was also here for Tang Seng's flesh. However, the news that Tang Sung would appear at Wuji Mountain in 500 years, which is now Wuyi Mountain, was not known only to her. She was merely scouting the area in advance. Soon, many demons would gather at Wuyi Mountain, and whether she could snatch a piece of Tang Seng's flesh for immortality would completely depend on luck. So, even if XuHong was stronger than her, what did it matter? When the demons gathered at Wuyi Mountain, could XuHong really take on hundreds or thousands of them alone? Therefore, all she needed to do now was to keep XuHong steady. With this thought in mind, she retracted her anger and put on a smiling face. You two really know how to joke. Actually, I was just playing with you earlier. How about this? Let's pretend that nothing happened just now, and the previous money can be considered as buying drinks for everyone. What do you think? All right, it's best when everyone is amicable, the third manager, who had somehow gotten back on his feet, chimed in. Well, load of crap, get out of here. Zizun Bao kicked him away again. Of course, we can pretend that nothing happened, but I find it hard to pretend that the money issue was inconsequential. Zizun Bao looked at Chun Sanyin. He knew very well that this was a rare opportunity. If they didn't extort a good amount now, there would be no second chance. Why did he become a bandit? Besides the harsh realities of life, his main goal was to make money. How much does the leader want? Chun Sanyin's gaze fell on Zizun Bao. She naturally knew that Zizun Bao was the leader of the 5 Mountains gang. Although she felt a bit displeased with him and even thought of eliminating him, she understood that with XuHong present, she couldn't kill Zizun Bao just yet. But by the time Tang Sanzang is born, all the demons will gather at Mount Wuyue. By then, XuHong will probably struggle to protect himself, let alone protect Zizun Bao. That will be the end for these guys. For now, compromising a little is not a big deal. Anyway, these two will still die later. There must be at least tens of thousands. What? Chun Sanshirnyang widened her eyes. Although she thought Zizun Bao might ask for a lot, she didn't expect him to be so bold. It's the Song dynasty now, and the purchasing power of one tael of silver is roughly equivalent to 1,000 RMB in later years. 100,000 taels of silver is equivalent to 100 million in later years. For anyone, this is not a small amount. She didn't expect GainsSuperman to dare to ask for so much. What is it a lot? It's only 100,000 or 80,000. Normally, when we rob once, we can get several thousand taels of silver. We can also rob 100,000 in a year. GainsSuperman is just bragging. If they could really rob that much money, they would have already left Mount Wuyue. Moreover, if they could really rob that much money, the local officials would definitely come to eradicate them immediately. After all, if they wiped them out, the money would belong to them. Casual casualties wouldn't matter to anyone. Chun San-Shirnyang looked coldly at GainsSuperman. This guy was really making her want to kill him more and more. Fine, I'll give it. Although she was angry, money didn't mean much to her as a demon. With her status, it wasn't too difficult to get money. It's only 100,000 taels. She could afford it, and she didn't care. She was just unhappy about being extorted by GainsSuperman. But the current situation was that she had to be extorted by him. Here is the 100,000 taels you wanted. The money is yours. Keep your people away from here. If they come over, you better be ready to deal with them. She tossed down the banknotes of 100,000 taels. After taking a deep look at XuHong, she turned and walked towards the inn. Bang! When she entered the inn, the door was closed from the inside. GainsSuperman didn't pay attention to these, but picked up the banknotes that Chun San-Shirnyang had thrown down. A large stack, all 1,000 taels banknotes. Wow! All real banknotes of 1,000 taels, a full 100,000 taels. I'm rich. I didn't expect that the female demon Chun San-Shirnyang was so wealthy. I should have asked for more. Brother, you've worked hard this time. How about we split these banknotes evenly? He wanted to give XuHong less, but he knew that Chun San-Shirnyang gave money entirely because of XuHong. GainsSuperman walked up to XuHong and divided the banknotes into two piles, not because he was afraid of XuHong. In this situation, he didn't dare to cheat XuHong too much. No need, you keep the money. I have enough. XuHong shook his head. He didn't take the banknotes. To XuHong, money had no value. In the palace of the Holy Lord, there were mountains of gold and silver, various jewels and jades. And he didn't take even one. How could he care about a mere 100,000 taels of silver if he really wanted it? The earth earrings could directly extract gold and silver from the earth's veins. He could extract as much as he wanted as long as there was gold and silver on earth. With the earth earrings, he could get as much as he wanted. Don't want it? This, brother, you really don't want a single cent? GainsSuperman was a bit stunned. Is there really someone in this world who doesn't like money? This was his first time seeing that. XuHong glanced at GainsSuperman, said nothing, and turned to walk towards the small courtyard. GainsSuperman then realized that XuHong truly didn't want it. Forget it, since brother doesn't want it. I'll just keep it for him. With that thought, GainsSuperman directly put the money away. He was already thinking about how to spend this money. It seemed like he needed to find a time to leave Mount Wuyue. After all, having so much silver in hand, if he didn't leave Mount Wuyue, it would be useless, just like worthless paper. Boss, there's a share for everyone, boss. Yes, boss, I and the third master have always been loyal to you, boss. XuHong doesn't want it, but the third master and the fourth master are eyeing it greedily. As soon as XuHong left, the two immediately gathered around. Not just them, the other bandits were also eyeing it greedily. If they hadn't known that they couldn't beat GainsSuperman, even less XuHong, their greed might have already made them act. They're bandits, robbers, specializing in robbery. How could people who do such things be good people? They became bandits and robbers simply because living in the outside world was even harder. Chapter 162, by Jingjing, Seeking Flowers. GainsSuperman was a bit displeased but still took out 10,000 taels of banknotes to give to the third master, the fourth master, and the rest of the gang members. These people had been following him for quite some time, and they were relatively loyal to him on ordinary days. He still needed to give the rewards that should be given. So, everyone was happy. The ordinary gang members received at least 50 taels of silver, with some receiving a bit more, several hundred taels. But whether it was 50 taels or several hundred taels, it was not a small amount. In some poorer places, having this money would be enough for them to build a new house or marry a wife. The only one who was probably unhappy was Chun San-Shirnyang. Soon, GainsSuperman found XuHong. Brother, that Chun San-Shirnyang came to Mount Wuyue with impure intentions. Do you think we should take the initiative since she is not your opponent right now? No rush. No matter what her intentions are, there is no need to hurry. As long as we are brothers here, even if there are benefits, they won't fall to her. Otherwise, I could have captured her today. GainsSuperman nodded. He was actually worried that XuHong also had other motives. After all, XuHong had just arrived. But after thinking about it, if he didn't even want 100,000 taels of silver and just gave it to him, even if XuHong had some motives, he couldn't be bothered. If he couldn't handle it, it was just a matter of having money now. At worst, he could just leave Mount Wuyue and stop being a bandit. He became a bandit because he couldn't survive outside and had no money. Now that he had money, who would still want to be a bandit? He was sure that by the next morning, there would probably be fewer people in the gang. Being a bandit, eating meat and drinking wine every day, living like a carefree immortal. But meat and wine weren't available every day, and besides, living by the knife's edge, one might not survive any day. Where would there be a comfortable life? Who would willingly prefer to live day by day? If there were comfortable and easy days to live, who wouldn't want to live them? Good, with your words, brother, I can relax. I was thinking of using the 5 poisons enchantment incense to knock that Chun Sanshurnyang out tonight and send her to you. XuHong. No need, I'm not interested in that woman. If you have any ideas, you can act on your own. Forget it, that woman is too fierce. Although she is quite beautiful, she has a heart as venomous as a snake, which is not my type. Chun Sanshurnyang is very beautiful, but her heart is too vicious. He is someone one should not provoke. Jizun Bao shook his head. On the other side, in the inn, Chun Sanshurnyang was still speculating about XuHong's identity. With such great strength, he might be a celestial general descended from heaven, which is not impossible. However, during the battle earlier, she did not sense any magical fluctuations from XuHong. Even if he were a celestial being, without using magic, he wouldn't be much stronger than an ordinary person. Yet XuHong completely suppressed her with sheer strength. This made it difficult for her to pin down XuHong's identity for a moment. Just then, she suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. She had been thinking too seriously, and only then did she realize. Who is it? Chun Sanshurnyang snorted coldly, and the soft sword at her waist was already drawn. Sister, why did you come to Mount Wuyue alone without bringing me along? The door was pushed open, and a figure in a white robe walked in. It was a woman who looked to be in her 20s. She was also considered pretty, but slightly less so compared to Chun Sanshurnyang. Chun Sanshurnyang's gaze fell on the newcomer. The hand that was holding the soft sword loosened slightly. So it's you, junior sister. I thought someone else had come. Sister, are you trying to change the subject? You left me behind to find you, and I've put in a lot of effort. What are you here for? You should know the principle that 1 monk can fetch water, but 2 monks can't. Chun Sanshurnyang raised her head to look at Bai Jingjing and said coldly. The two were in a sister-sister relationship. They used to get along quite well, but for some reason, they had started to argue more frequently and had grown increasingly distant. Every time they met, they would often draw their swords at each other, and fights occur from time to time. Sister, that saying might work elsewhere, but it doesn't apply this time. Regarding the prophecy of Tang Sung, it's not just the 2 of us demons who know about it. When the time comes, Mount Wuyue will surely be filled with demons. Although your strength is decent, do you really think you could defeat several demons? When the time comes, the Bull Demon King, the Golden Lion King, the White Elephant, the Rock, and the Black Flood Dragon will not let go of this once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity. Do you have the confidence to snatch a piece of Tang Sang's flesh from their hands? Bai Jingjing asked with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Chun Sanshurnyang fell silent. There was no need to mention the Bull Demon King. He was Sun Wukong's sworn brother, and his strength was not much inferior to Sun Wukong. The Golden Lion King, White Elephant, Rock, and Black Flood Dragon were all top demon kings, not to be underestimated. She and Bai Jingjing could at most be considered big demons, and compared to those demon kings, they were completely outmatched. What if I can't snatch it? When the time comes, those guys will fight among themselves over the spoils, and I certainly won't be able to snatch anything from them. But fishing in troubled waters wouldn't be impossible. Ha ha, sister, you really are quite naive. Then tell me, who released the news that Tang Sung will appear at Wuji Mountain in 500 years? Chun Sanshurnyang frowned. Do you think the Bull Demon King and the others are really foolish enough to have no brains at all? Sister, if we want to compete for Tang Sang's flesh, the 2 of us teaming up still has a slim chance. If we go solo, then there's not even a shred of chance. Such an opportunity, once missed, will never come again. Chun Sanshurnyang did not respond immediately to Bai Jingjing. The latter didn't mind and quietly sat opposite her, watching her and waiting for her answer. How do I know if you really came to snatch Tang Sang's flesh or just to see that dead monkey? Bai Jingjing's smile faded when she heard Chun Sanshurnyang's words. That heartless man. I heard he died long ago at Guanin's hands. What do I need to see him for? Besides, even if he didn't die, what does it matter if he appears in front of me? Our relationship has long been severed. Chun Sanshurnyang looked at Bai Jingjing. After a moment, she nodded. All right, then I will cooperate with you, junior sister. When the time comes to get Tang Sung, we will split it half and half. How about that? Of course, Bai Jingjing smiled slightly. By the way, sister, when I just arrived, I heard you didn't seem very happy. Did someone make you angry? Why don't you tell me, and I'll help you kill that person to vent your anger. How about that? Chapter 163. Patriarch Bodhi, seeking flowers. Sure, go ahead and help me kill him. Chun, San Shinyang said lightly. Bai Jingjing looked at Chun, San Shinyang's expression, and knew she must have suffered a great loss. Knowing her temperament, Bai Jingjing was certain the target was someone Chun, San Shinyang could not defeat. If Chun, San Shinyang could defeat the opponent, her personality would have ensured that the opponent was already dead. Ahahaha. I was just joking with you, sister. If you can't handle that person, how could I possibly be a match? Chun San Shinyang glanced at her junior sister Bai Jingjing. She was still as sharp-tongued and relentless as she remembered. On the surface, she said she couldn't defeat that person. How could she possibly defeat him? In reality, it was a mockery that she couldn't even defeat a single person now. Not necessarily, junior sister. Your skills may be better than mine, especially your charm technique. What man can resist your charm? Wasn't that son XuHong, who was so enchanted by your charm that he couldn't marry anyone else but you? Bai Jingjing's face instantly darkened. Right now, the three words she least wanted to hear were son XuHong. Mentioning son XuHong was like rubbing salt into her wounds. And saying her charm technique meant she could only seduce men and nothing else. Sister, we haven't seen each other for a while. Why don't I try your skills and see if you made any progress? Sure. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Chun San Shinyang was also hot-tempered. She slammed the table and flew up. The soft sword at her waist was already drawn. Bai Jingjing also took out her weapon, the bone whip. The two immediately started a fight. Their commotion did not go unnoticed, quickly attracting the attention of XuHong and his group. XuHong was completely unconcerned. Bai Jingjing's arrival was already within his expectations, and the two sisters fighting was also anticipated. Zhizun Bao and the others, however, felt they had no ability to intervene, so they simply pretended not to hear. A night passed without incident. The next day, when Zhizun Bao and his group passed by the inn, they found it had turned into ruins. Only 2 beds remained relatively intact. This made Zhizun Bao secretly relieved. Fortunately, they hadn't come over last night, or else it wouldn't have just been an inn that got destroyed. Leader, is there anywhere else to stay around here? Chun San Shinyang immediately noticed Zhizun Bao's arrival and directly blocked him. Don't worry, I'll pay, Chun Shinyang added. That's good to hear. As soon as he heard Chun Sanyang was going to pay, Zhizun Bao's face immediately broke into a smile. If you don't mind, I can give you my little courtyard, and I'll go live with my elder brother. Chun Sanyang frowned. Staying too close to XuHong wasn't a good idea. But after thinking about it, since the other party didn't attack her last night, it meant they either didn't take her seriously or weren't interested in her background. Since that was the case, living a bit closer to XuHong didn't seem like a big deal. Boss, I wonder if there are any vacant rooms left. I would also like one, and of course I can pay. Bai Jingjing suddenly walked over from the other side. Upon seeing Bai Jingjing, Zhizun Bao was momentarily stunned. He had never realized that there could be such a beautiful woman in the world. Who are you? She's my junior sister. What's wrong? Boss, do you have feelings for her? Chun Sanyang was so close to Zhizun Bao that she couldn't help but notice the change in his gaze. Zhizun Bao clearly had feelings for his junior sister, Bai Jingjing. At this moment, Zhizun Bao still had his chin covered in stubble. His eyebrows were thick, making him look quite rugged, similar to someone in their 30s. In reality, he had just turned 20 this year. Bai Jingjing also looked at Zhizun Bao, but there was a little smile left on her face. Ah, so it's Miss Bai. May I ask for your name? Bai Jingjing. Chun Sanyang directly stated Bai Jingjing's name. So it's Miss Bai. I am Zhizun Bao, the leader of the 5 Mountain Gang, also known as the Jade-Faced Little Flying Dragon. It's a pleasure to meet you. Miss Bai. Ahaha. Seeing Zhizun Bao's serious demeanor, Chun Sanyang knew that he was genuinely interested in her junior sister, Bai Jingjing. She found it quite amusing and was curious about how her junior sister would respond to Zhizun Bao. Bai Jingjing, however, looked exceptionally displeased, especially upon seeing her senior sister's expression. Her mood worsened, yet she still managed to suppress her urge to kill Zhizun Bao. Compared to Chun Sanyang, she wasn't as bloodthirsty, even though she had taken many lives. But she hadn't reached the point of killing at the drop of a hat. Boss is right. I wonder if you heard what I said earlier. Don't worry, if Miss Bai has no place to stay, she can stay with me. Oh, but you just said you would give your place to my senior sister. I have plenty of places to stay on Wuyue Mountain. I can also introduce other places to Miss Chun. As for you, Miss Bai, naturally you can stay in my room. The room I live in on Wuyue Mountain is the best. But I don't have much money. It's fine. Money isn't important. What matters is that you, Miss Jingjing, are happy staying there, and that will satisfy me, Ji Zunbao said with a smile. Meanwhile, Chun Senyang's face had long lost its smile and had turned dark. But Ji Zunbao didn't care at all. Bai Jingjing also didn't mind and was actually quite happy. She found herself developing a bit of fondness for Ji Zunbao. Although he looked a bit older and rough around the edges, he was quite interesting. By the way, I wonder what you think of me, Miss Jingjing? Bai Jingjing was taken aback. Boss, you do look a bit rough, but other than that, it's all fine. Rough? Not far from Wuyue Mountain. A bald man in a Taoist robe, holding a floating dust, was rushing towards Wuyue Mountain. So many immortals, and they want me, a person with low magical power, to help Ji Zunbao. This is really too difficult. Bodhi Laozu shook the floating dust in his hand. I hope Wuyue Mountain isn't overrun with monsters yet. I don't want to arrive at Wuyue Mountain only to find Ji Zunbao is already dead. That would be a big problem. P.S. In A Chinese Odyssey, Bodhi Zushi is not Sun Wukong's master. He is just a low-powered immortal. Bodhi Zushi quickened his pace. Although his magical power was low, he was still an immortal. The distance of more than 10 miles didn't take much time to cover. Soon, he arrived at Wuyue Mountain. He didn't sense much demonic energy. Just 2 strong concentrations of demonic energy, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Now I should go find Ji Zunbao. First, I'll help him catch the monsters, then tell him he is the reincarnation of Sun Wukong. That way, my task will be complete. Shaking the floating dust in his hand, Bodhi Zushi confirmed the direction where Ji Zunbao was and headed towards him. Chapter 164. No need to be so harsh, right? Seeking flowers, XuHong also noticed Bodhi Zushi arriving at the first moment. Finally, he's here. As the voice fell, XuHong had already disappeared from the room. On the other side, after Bai Jingjing said he was too rough, Ji Zunbao returned to his room, took out a razor, and shaved off his beard and excess hair. His previously thick eyebrows were also shaved into neat lines. He looked like he had suddenly rejuvenated by more than 10 years. While he couldn't be called a delicate young man, he was certainly charming and handsome. Of course, compared to XuHong, he was still quite lacking. He took out a mirror to check and nodded in satisfaction. Now it doesn't seem so rough. Jingjing should no longer think I'm coarse. The first time he encountered a girl who made his heart flutter, he was determined to win her over this time, no matter what. Plus, with the money Chun Senyang gave him, as long as Jingjing agreed, he would immediately leave and soar high, leaving the position of the leader of the 5 mountain gang to whoever wanted it. After changing into cleaner and whiter clothes, Ji Zunbao directly went out. In the past, he never cared about his image, but facing Bai Jingjing, he felt it necessary to pay attention to his appearance. Hey, where is everyone? Wasn't someone just here? Just as Ji Zunbao left, Bodhi Zushi arrived, sneaking into Ji Zunbao's room. But he couldn't see Ji Zunbao. He had just sensed Ji Zunbao's presence, expanding his divine sense. He sensed Ji Zunbao's aura again and found that he was gradually moving away towards the location of the 2 monsters. Oh no, I'm too late. He has gone out. Forget it. I'll wait for him in the room. Those 2 monsters probably don't know that Ji Zunbao is the reincarnation of Sun Wukong. He should be fine. Bodhi Zushi thought for a moment and decided to wait in the room for Ji Zunbao to return before reminding him. Besides, as the reincarnation of Sun Wukong, Ji Zunbao couldn't easily die. Otherwise, who would escort Tang Sung on the journey to the west? Bodhi Zushi? Just then, a voice suddenly sounded from behind Bodhi Zushi, startling him. He jumped and quickly turned around, looking cautiously behind him. He saw a tall, handsome man in a white robe standing behind him, though he didn't know when he had arrived. The man was extremely handsome, almost prettier than a woman. Dressed in a white robe, he was not a speck of dust on him. While Ji Zunbao and the others lacked insight, Master Bodhi could see at a glance that the man before him was not simple. Moreover, he had not even noticed when a man appeared behind him. Even if he wasn't an extraordinary immortal and his strength was average, it was hard to believe that he could be approached without noticing. Especially now that XuHong stood in front of him, he still couldn't sense the slightest aura from the other party. This was simply absurd. Who are you? It seems you're the one, he said. XuHong did not answer Master Bodhi's question, but instead pondered aloud while sizing him up. Based on the fluctuations of his aura, the other party's strength should be around the nascent soul stage. To be honest, it was hard to believe that the dignified Master Bodhi had such strength, but if it were in the world of a Chinese Odyssey, it would be considered normal. After all, this was the immortal who was accidentally brought down by Bai Jingjing, falling off a cliff and nearly dying. An immortal falling off a cliff and almost dying, such a thing would be laughed at. But this was how immortals were in this world. In this world, Sun Wukong's master was not Master Bodhi. He was just an ordinary immortal. Otherwise, XuHong wouldn't have appeared before him at this moment. In the original Journey to the West, Master Bodhi was a super strong figure on par with the Tathagata belonging to Taoism, due to investiture of the gods. Some said Master Bodhi was a manifestation of the Zhuni, while others speculated he was the Tongtian cult leader, as both enjoyed reading the Huangting Jing. But regardless of whether it was the original Journey to the West or investiture of the gods, Master Bodhi's identity and status were not low. In the original Journey to the West, Master Bodhi was indeed Master Bodhi, with a status not inferior to that of the Tathagata. If we consider the prehistoric version of Journey to the West in investiture of the gods, Master Bodhi was more likely a manifestation of Zhuni, which meant his status was even greater than that of the Tathagata. Both were formidable figures. In a Chinese Odyssey, however, Master Bodhi was merely an ordinary minor immortal, unable to even defeat the Bull Demon King. Moreover, if Master Bodhi's status were truly high enough, it should be Guanyin coming to Mount Weihua, not Bodhi, as Guanyin's status was clearly above that of Master Bodhi. Realizing the situation was amiss, Master Bodhi planned to escape, but XuHong would not let him leave. With a flick of his long sleeve, the Sleeve of the Universe technique was activated. Master Bodhi had no chance to escape and was captured by XuHong into the technique. In the next moment, XuHong's spiritual clone appeared in the space of the Sleeve of the Universe. Sleeve of the Universe? It turned out that the upper deity was present. Please accept the bow of the lower deity. The Sleeve of the Universe was a well-known technique, but not many could master it. Anyone who could use it was undoubtedly a super strong figure. After all, if your magical power was not deep enough, even if you performed the Sleeve of the Universe, you could not trap anyone. Although XuHong was only at the late Golden Core stage, the pure yang power within him was vast as the sea, not much inferior to a true Earth immortal. The power of the Sleeve of the Universe in XuHong's hands was naturally formidable. A mere nascent soul stage minor immortal like Master Bodhi could not resist. However, as a proper immortal, Master Bodhi had good insight and quickly recognized that XuHong was using one of the Taoist techniques, Sleeve of the Universe, which had a similarity to the Buddhist palm of the Buddha kingdom. I'm not any upper deity. First, tell me about your gods, such as your divine rank. What gods are above you, and what their strengths are? XuHong's consciousness spoke. His words left Master Bodhi taken aback. Initially, he thought XuHong should be an upper deity, but his words made it difficult to grasp. It felt as if he knew nothing about it. Yet, the other party's strength was quite extraordinary. Just this technique, Sleeve of the Universe, left him without the power to resist. If you don't speak, you won't be able to leave here. Not even your divine soul can escape. XuHong directly threatened. Isn't that a bit harsh? Master Bodhi's face changed. XuHong merely smiled slightly, looking at Master Bodhi with an expression that suggested he could try not to speak. If his divine soul couldn't escape, wouldn't that mean he had no chance of reincarnation? Realizing this, Master Bodhi could no longer remain silent. After all, given XuHong's demeanor, it was obvious he wasn't joking with him. Chapter 165, Soul Search, Request for Flowers. In the end, under XuHong's threat, Master Bodhi chose the correct option, which was to tell XuHong everything he knew. After all, what XuHong was asking was not exactly a secret. It was merely about what gods existed in the heavens and their strengths. It wasn't like he was being asked to reveal some minor secrets about the immortals. If XuHong really asked about that, he might not dare to speak. Generally, it was fine, but if it were about the Jade Emperor, even if XuHong spared him, he wouldn't be able to protect himself if the information leaked. Through Master Bodhi, XuHong gained some understanding of the gods and Buddhas in this world. Similar to Journey to the West, the necessary immortals existed in the heavenly court, and the required Buddhas were also present in the Buddhist realm. However, in terms of strength, it was completely incomparable to the true Journey to the West. Top-tier battles were more about magical techniques and divine powers. Those slightly less capable were more engaged in close combat, competing with treasures and physical strength. For those even weaker, without treasures, they could only rely on their physical strength. Just like the battles between Bai Jingjing, Chun, San Shinyang, and the Bull Demon King, the three primarily engaged in close combat. There were fewer magical battles and divine powers involved. Of course, this might also be due to the limited magical techniques mastered by the two. As for the Bull Demon King, he at least mastered the magical technique Law of Heaven and Earth, allowing him to grow larger and unleash full power and defense. Relying on this technique, he climbed into the ranks of Demon Kings and was considered a top-tier Demon King. Other Demon Kings generally possessed this technique as well, making it a universal skill. Although this technique was commonplace at the Demon King level, it was undeniable that it was powerful. With this technique, Demons like Bai Jingjing and Chun Sanshirnyang were completely outmatched before a Demon King of the Bull Demon King's caliber. The Bull Demon King could easily defeat them with just a law of heaven and earth. However, activating the law of heaven and earth also consumed significant magical power. It was a skill of a grand move, not easily activated. XuHong compared his strength with the gods and Buddhas described by Master Bodhi and found that his power was not much inferior to theirs. Apart from being unable to match them in realm, his actual combat power might even surpass theirs. After all, his strength, speed, and defense were all quite exaggerated. With the combination of these three aspects, XuHong's destructive power was maximized. XuHong believed that even if they had powerful treasures, they couldn't withstand his charge. Moreover, with the vast pure yang power within him, the spells he cast were also extraordinary. However, to prevent Master Bodhi from deceiving him, XuHong still conducted a soul search on him. The Bodhi Patriarch was naturally cursing, but what could he do? His strength was no match for XuHong, and he couldn't resist at all. In the face of XuHong's powerful soul and spiritual awareness, he had no power to fight back. However, XuHong was proficient in magic. Although he searched the Patriarch's soul, he didn't turn him into an idiot. Instead, it felt like he had been on a long car ride, leaving him particularly dizzy and uncomfortable. But this was already acceptable for the Bodhi Patriarch. At least he wasn't turned into a fool directly by XuHong. At the same time, it made him realize that XuHong might not say much. But when he acts, he is truly ruthless. His strength was also quite formidable, and the power of his soul and spiritual awareness left the Patriarch in shock. Such soul power might not be much inferior to that of the Jade Emperor or the Buddha. After clarifying the reason, XuHong directly released the Bodhi Patriarch. The Supreme Treasure Guy had gone to find Bai Jingjing and wouldn't be back for a while. Even if he did return, it wouldn't matter much. At most, he could tell him some news. The appearance of the Bodhi Patriarch already indicated that the plot had completely begun, and it was indeed time to inform him of some things. Now, let us talk about who sent you to Mount Wuyue. Who else could it be but the Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva? The Bodhi Patriarch knew he couldn't resist XuHong, so he simply gave in. Whatever XuHong asked, he answered honestly. He was truly scared of XuHong. If the other party conducted another soul search, he really couldn't withstand it. As for why XuHong didn't know who sent him, a person's memory is vast, and even if XuHong searched the soul, he would only uncover part of it, not everything. If he were to extract all the memories of the Bodhi Patriarch, even with his magical abilities, the Patriarch would inevitably be turned into an idiot. The dog talisman could indeed ensure that a person wouldn't die no matter what, but that only applied to the physical body. In terms of the soul, the dog talisman couldn't prevent the soul from dying or being destroyed. So XuHong couldn't guarantee that after fully searching the Bodhi Patriarch's soul, the other party wouldn't become a fool. Where is she now? Who knows? She is probably watching the show in secret. However, she shouldn't be keeping an eye on this side until the Supreme Treasure returns to the Flower and Fruit Mountain. The Bodhi Patriarch added, "What did she ask you to do here?" "To tell the Supreme Treasure what happened 500 years ago. Inform him that he is the reincarnation of Sun Wukong, and then let him return to the Water Curtain Cave to obtain the Moonlight Treasure Box." Reincarnation? Is he really Sun Wukong reincarnated? Of course, he is. Otherwise, the Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva wouldn't need to send me on this trip, the Bodhi Patriarch said emphatically while shaking the dust in his hand. That is not necessarily the case. Perhaps he was just sealed of his memories and powers, turned into a human form, XuHong said with a smile. But the Bodhi Patriarch could tell that XuHong had already confirmed the identity of the Supreme Treasure. The other party was not some reincarnation of Sun Wukong, but Sun Wukong himself. No matter how powerful Avalokiteshvara is, it is impossible for an ordinary person to directly become the mighty Sun Wukong with profound magical powers. After all, Sun Wukong had once stirred up trouble in the Heavenly Palace. Even if his strength were lacking, it would only be a notch below the top-tier experts. No matter how powerful Avalokiteshvara is, she couldn't just transform the Supreme Treasure into Sun Wukong. Moreover, even if the Supreme Treasure really is Sun Wukong, would the one with Sun Wukong's memories still be in control? The one in control should be Sun Wukong himself. And if it were Sun Wukong, would he care about Zixia's death? Absolutely not. Compared to Zixia, Sun Wukong would be more concerned about Bai Jingjing, and he also had connections with Princess Ironfan, the wife of the Bull Demon King. He had ambiguous relationships with many female demons as well. In short, Sun Wukong is a scumbag. How could he be enraged by Zixia's death and directly explode the Bull Demon King? Thus, the one in control could only be the Supreme Treasure. Therefore, the Supreme Treasure must be Sun Wukong himself. rather than the reincarnation of Sun Wukong as mentioned by the Bodhi Patriarch. Only in this way, even after he becomes Sun Wukong, even if he possesses all of Sun Wukong's memories and recalls everything from the past, the consciousness and control would still be that of the Supreme Treasure, because they have always been one person. What exactly is your purpose? This journey to the West was planned by both the Buddhist sect and the Heavenly Court. If you interfere, neither the Buddhist sect nor the Heavenly Court will let you go, the Bodhi Patriarch said, catching the meaning of XuHong's words that suggested trouble. He spoke up. He was not kindly reminding the other party. He just wanted to make the other party retreat in the face of difficulties, not to cause trouble, so that he could complete his task and leave this troublesome place. After all, the upcoming Mount Wuyue was not a good place. Those demons who heard the news would soon all rush to Mount Wuyue. With his strength, regular demons were manageable, but against powerful demons like by Jingjing and Chun Sanshunyan, he would struggle. And there would definitely be a lot of powerful demons coming, including demon kings. If he continued to stay here, he might die. Moreover, he felt that XuHong was very dangerous, and he wanted to distance himself from this guy. On the other side, the Supreme Treasure, who had shaved his beard and changed his outfit, appeared before Bai Jingjing and Chun Sanshunyan. The dismantled and had already been repaired by a third, and compared to before, it was at least livable now. Of course, the inn was not repaired by them. It was the people from the Wuyue gang that the Supreme Treasure had summoned to fix it. He thought about it, and XuHong probably wouldn't want to stay with him. He also couldn't let Bai Jingjing mistakenly think he liked men, so he decided to let them continue staying at the inn. The conditions were a bit lacking, but the Supreme Treasure thought that in their situation, as long as it was livable, it was fine. The conditions didn't need to be too good. Moreover, he had money now. Once he pursued Bai Jingjing successfully, he would immediately take her away from here and return to the mainland. With money in hand, he would be crazy to continue staying outside as a bandit. Jingjing, your old flame is looking for you again. Chun Senyang smiled at Bai Jingjing beside her and reminded her. The latter's expression was not pleasant. She glared fiercely at Chun Senyang, but Chun Senyang didn't care at all. Bai Jingjing walked outside, and Chun Senyang immediately followed. It would be a waste not to watch such a good show. Seeing her junior sister embarrassed was definitely a great source of amusement for Chun Senyang. When they went outside, they immediately saw the greatly transformed Zhizun Bao. Both Chun Senyang and Bai Jingjing were taken aback. Dead monkey? Dead monkey? Zhizun Bao was also stunned. He looked quite handsome now. Why were they calling him a monkey? You're still pretending here. My junior sister has been tricked by you and can't get married now. What are you doing here again? Bai Jingjing didn't say anything, just stared at Zhizun Bao. What do you mean can't get married? Miss Jingjing, I'm the jade-faced little flying dragon, Zhizun Bao. How about it? Am I handsome in this form? Zhizun Bao struck a pose he thought was very handsome, but it only made Bai Jingjing feel worse. Are you really not that dead monkey? What dead monkey? Miss Jingjing, I really don't understand what you're talking about. Zhizun Bao looked confused. Bai Jingjing realized she had misidentified him. The person in front of her was not Sun Wukong at all. He just resembled Sun Wukong. If he were really Sun Wukong, he would never talk to them so amiably. That monkey could talk better than anyone. If they insulted him like this, he would definitely retort. Moreover, Sun Wukong would never come to see her on purpose. For a moment, Bai Jingjing's gaze towards Zhizun Bao became increasingly complex. Really not that monkey? Chun Senyang also frowned. If it were him, do you think he would stand here and let us insult him? Bai Jingjing retorted. Chun Senyang was still somewhat uncertain. After all, Sun Wukong was notorious for playing tricks on people. What if this dead monkey was deliberately transformed to make fun of him? Miss Jingjing, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. But how do I look like this? Still rough, right? Zhizun Bao seized the opportunity to ask. He completely failed to notice that Bai Jingjing's mood was quite poor at that moment. Get lost. Your current appearance makes me very uncomfortable. Don't you know that without your beard, you look quite annoying? Ah, didn't you say? I said, what is wrong? Did I ask you to shave your beard? Really? Why do you have to look like a monkey? Hurry up and get lost. Bai Jingjing pushed Zhizun Bao, causing him to stagger and almost fall to the ground. If you don't like how I look now, I'll change it immediately. I'll be back soon. Bai Jingjing said with a complex expression as she watched Zhizun Bao leave. Chun Senyang observed everything and leaned slightly towards Bai Jingjing. Miss Jingjing, wait for me. After saying that, Zhizun Bao ran off. What's wrong, junior sister? You haven't forgotten that dead monkey, have you? No way. He treated you like that. And you still remember him? Mind your own business. Bai Jingjing snorted coldly, not wanting to pay any attention to Chun Senyang. You're wrong about that. I'm still your senior sister, your elder. What is wrong with caring about you? Chun Senyang smiled. You just want to see my jokes, don't you? But don't worry, I've long given up on that dead monkey. After saying that, Bai Jingjing went straight back into the house. Chun Sen Yang watched Bai Jingjing's retreating figure, falling silent for a moment, unusually not speaking. Meanwhile, Ji Zunbao dashed back to his little courtyard. As soon as he opened the door, he was taken aback. XuHong and an unfamiliar bald man were standing in his room. Big brother, why are you in my room? And who is this guy? I am the Bodhi Patriarch, a celestial being. Bodhi Patriarch? Celestial being? Ji Zunbao looked at the Bodhi Patriarch with a foolish expression. What he said is true, my younger brother. XuHong's voice rang out at that moment. Ji Zunbao immediately changed his expression and looked at XuHong. Big brother, you're joking, right? Or are you also a celestial being? Remembering XuHong's terrifying divine power, if XuHong said he was a celestial being, he would really believe it. After all, Ji Zunbao felt that if he were human, it would be impossible to have the power of XuHong. If XuHong were a celestial being, it would explain everything. I'm not a celestial being, but he is a genuine celestial being. Bodhi Patriarch, you can tell him about my younger brother's identity. The Bodhi Patriarch nodded and looked at Ji Zunbao. This matter goes back 500 years. 500 years ago, Mount Wuyue was not called Mount Wuyue, but was known as Wuji Mountain. At that time, all right, XuHong directly interrupted the Bodhi Patriarch. Upon hearing XuHong's words, the latter dared not continue and could only close his mouth. Ji Zunbao looked at XuHong. Big brother, so you're saying I'm the reincarnation of that son, Wukong? No, you're not the reincarnation of that son, Wukong. You are son Wukong. Ji Zunbao. Isn't it strange why I say you are son Wukong? Haven't you noticed that your body is different from ordinary people? Even when injured, you recover faster than others. You don't really think I healed your 7 injuries fist just by beating you, do you? The reason your injuries healed so quickly is simply that you are son Wukong. Aren't you curious why you have memories of your parents? Yet it seems you've never seen them? Because all of this is fake. You were just sealed away, your memories and powers sealed, turning you into a mortal. You are both Ji Zunbao and Sun Wukong. Chapter 167. Who is this person? Please send flowers. I am Sun Wukong. That's right. Everything you are experiencing now is secretly manipulated by the Buddhist sect. You are a carrier of fortune. Only you can escort Tang Sung to obtain the scriptures from the West. No one else can replace you. So they need you to repent and then accept your fate to escort Tang Sung to obtain the scriptures. Once they confirm that you have repented and can properly escort Tang Sung to obtain the scriptures, they will allow you to restore your identity as Sun Wukong and return to being the great sage equal to heaven. Ji Zunbao's eyes widened as he looked at XuHong. XuHong's words made it difficult for him to digest for a moment. He even felt that XuHong was deliberately teasing him because these things sounded too incredible. It was like living a good life, and suddenly someone appeared in front of you, saying you are Ultraman. Could you accept it immediately? I think you must have often dreamed of being in a water cave, seeing a group of monkeys. I actually do have that. Ji Zunbao nodded. He has been dreaming recently about a water cave filled with many eyes staring at him, making him feel uneasy. That is your subconscious. I tell you this because I want to know your choice. Do you want to continue being your supreme treasure or transform back into the boundless, powerful Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, to fetch scriptures for Buddhism? Brother, I don't want anything right now. I don't care about being the Monkey King or fetching scriptures. I just want to make Miss Jingjing like me and then take her away from Mount Wuyue. Brother, I don't want to be a mountain bandit anymore. Why don't I give you the position of the leader of the Wuyue gang? Supreme Treasure looked at XuHong. This was the first time he had shared his true thoughts with XuHong because he felt he could trust him. Not because of XuHong's words just now, but because he realized that since XuHong appeared, aside from the first time he beat him up and healed his injuries from his 7 injuries fist, XuHong had never done anything to wrong him. He even gifted him a precious storage bag and thought of him when there were good things to eat and drink. The 100,000 taels of silver notes extorted from Spring 30 Nyang. He didn't even glance at them before handing them to him. No one had ever treated him this well in his life. At least in his memory, no one had been better to him than XuHong. If calling XuHong brother before was for self-serving reasons, intending to take advantage of him, now, when he called XuHong brother, there was more sincerity in his tone. I'm not interested in your position as the leader. But don't you really want to be the Monkey King again? If you want, I can help you. The seal on Supreme Treasure can never be broken by him alone in this lifetime. But for XuHong, breaking the seal on him is not difficult. Brother, you said the Monkey King is very powerful, able to wreak havoc in heaven, and even the gods are afraid of him. Such a person is remarkable. But for me, I am just Supreme Treasure, and being immortal is actually quite good. Of course, if you can help me win over Miss Jingjing, that would be even better. That Bai Jingjing is not a human, but a demon. Don't be fooled by her beauty. If she restores her true form, she could probably scare you to death," said Patriarch Bodhi, interjecting. "A demon?" Supreme Treasure glanced at Patriarch Bodhi and then looked at XuHong. XuHong nodded. Bai Jingjing is indeed not human, but a bone spirit. However, if you really like her, just go after her directly. After all, Sun Wukong once said he would marry her, but never fulfilled that promise. This is something you once said, so she should still have some feelings for you. If you pursue her wholeheartedly, she will definitely not reject you as long as she feels your sincerity. Did I ever pursue her? Supreme Treasure frowned. To be honest, he accepted XuHong's statement that he was Sun Wukong, but he preferred to be called Supreme Treasure. He is not Sun Wukong. He is Supreme Treasure. The Supreme of Supreme Treasure. The Treasure of Supreme Treasure. But soon he let it go. Regardless of whether he had pursued Bai Jingjing before, he was going to pursue Bai Jingjing now. Not as Sun Wukong, but as Supreme Treasure. Why think so much? Whether it's Sun Wukong or Supreme Treasure, the priority is to win her over first. Once he wins her over, it doesn't matter whether she likes Supreme Treasure or Sun Wukong. Having her by his side is enough, right? No need to overthink it. Seeing Supreme Treasure still lost in thought, XuHong directly slapped him awake. She said she likes a rougher version of me. That was just her talking nonsense. You're already very handsome, so hurry up and go. XuHong pushed Supreme Treasure out the door. He stood in place for a moment, then clenched his fist and left the courtyard to find Bai Jingjing. Patriarch Bodhi watched Supreme Treasure leave and was momentarily at a loss for words. His mission could be considered a failure. Although Guanyin wouldn't cause him trouble, it would be hard to seek her help in the future. It seemed that this mission was impossible to complete, and it was time for him to leave this place of turmoil. Patriarch Bodhi shook his head and then looked at XuHong. After all, he knew that he was currently a captive. If XuHong didn't let him go, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. Why are you looking at me? I already know everything I need to know. Whether you stay or leave is not important to me. Of course, if you want to stay and watch a big show, I don't mind. Well, forget it. I can't afford to watch this big show. It's life-threatening. Patriarch Bodhi flicked his dust and slipped away. As for staying to watch the big show, while he was indeed quite curious, he knew that XuHong would definitely stir up trouble, and it would inevitably lead to a big battle. With his current strength, it was better to stay far away, lest he ends up losing his life. After Patriarch Bodhi left, XuHong also opened his divine sense fully. XuHong's divine sense had already grown to a terrifying level. In an instant, his divine sense covered a radius of nearly 10,000 miles. Soon, XuHong locked onto the location of the Water Curtain Cave. After all, from the original movie, the Water Curtain Cave was not far from Mount Wuyue. It was not difficult for XuHong to locate the Water Curtain Cave. Inside the Water Curtain Cave, XuHong also locked onto a figure. Who is it? A surprised voice rang out. Judging from the voice, it was a woman. This was the first time XuHong encountered someone who could detect his divine sense. So, after just a second, XuHong retracted his divine sense. The other party seemed to want to trace XuHong, but in terms of divine sense, they were far inferior to XuHong and couldn't catch up at all. Guanyin? XuHong whispered after retracting his divine sense. Chapter 168. I Like You on the Other Side. Bai Jingjing and Spring 30 Nyang had already started fighting. After Supreme Treasure arrived and directly admitted he was the reincarnation of Sun Wukong, Spring 30 Nyang immediately attacked him. After all, she had suffered under Sun Wukong before and had been humiliated by him. Sun Wukong's temperament is not good at all, at least in this world. He is indeed a troublemaker and a big scumbag. With many female demons he has wronged. Spring 30 Nyang attacked Supreme Treasure, and he was naturally no match for her. Bai Jingjing, watching from the side, couldn't bear to pretend not to see and came to help Supreme Treasure. Thus, the two women began to fight again. Both of them had decent cultivation levels, and their strength was not far apart, resulting in a fierce battle. Supreme Treasure watched from the side, wanting to help Bai Jingjing, but he didn't have the ability. Going up would only complicate things. Then, he remembered XuHong. He went back directly to get help. Look, junior sister, your lover has run off and left you alone again. I told you, he is unreliable. Whether he is Sun Wukong or Zhizun Bao, he is the same unreliable. Are you really going to fight me to the end for such a man? Senior sister, I know exactly who you are, so why say these words now? Bai Jingjing is not foolish. Chun Sanyang's words are clearly meant to sow discord, and she naturally wouldn't easily believe her. It seems there is nothing left to discuss. It seems that the feelings between you and me are not as important as a man to you. Chun Sanyang's face turned cold, and her attacks became fiercer. Bai Jingjing also stood her ground, and the two fought more fiercely. The inn, which had just been repaired, was also affected by their battle and turned into ruins. Sandang Jia and the others dared only to watch from afar, not daring to approach. Sandang Jia, what are those two women doing? They fought last night and are fighting again today. It's simple. They're fighting over the leader's jealousy. By the way, the leader has indeed become much more handsome after shaving his beard, just a little less than me. The group of bandits was stunned, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ji Zunbao had already found XuHong and brought him to Bai Jingjing and Chun Sanyang. Jingjing, I brought my big brother over. Your senior sister is no match for my big brother. Chun Sanyang, I advise you to stop now. Otherwise, when my big brother makes a move, you'll be in trouble. With XuHong there, Ji Zunbao suddenly felt more confident. After Ji Zunbao's words, Bai Jingjing and Chun Sanyang indeed stopped. Zhou Dagong stroked his chin and said, Chun Sanyang knows how powerful XuHong is. If XuHong helps Bai Jingjing, then she will definitely be no match. Therefore, there is no need to continue fighting. Besides, she didn't really want to kill Bai Jingjing. After all, she was just annoyed with Bai Jingjing and couldn't stand to see her doing well. Jingjing, are you okay? As soon as the two stopped, Ji Zunbao ran to Bai Jingjing's side with concern. Love is not something that suddenly appears out of nowhere. If Ji Zunbao previously only liked Bai Jingjing, then when Bai Jingjing was willing to stand up for him, he completely fell in love with her. Loving someone requires a reason, but that reason can be anything. It could be a glance, a simple action, or something that happened. And Ji Zunbao's reason for loving Bai Jingjing is that she stood up for him. No matter why Bai Jingjing stood up for him, at least she truly saved him. That's enough. I'm Yufine. Bai Jingjing glanced at Ji Zunbao. The more she looked at him, the more she felt she was looking at Sun Wukong. Although one had fur and the other did not. It's good that you're fine. Ji Zunbao's words left Bai Jingjing momentarily speechless. Although their faces were the same, the person in front of her was hard to believe was Sun Wukong because the personality difference was too great. Is this guy really the reincarnation of Sun Wukong? The one asking was Chun Sanyang. Of course, she was asking about XuHong. However, XuHong completely ignored her, as if he hadn't heard anything. Seeing XuHong directly ignore her, Chun Sanyang was furious. When had she ever been so disregarded? XuHong was the first. But thinking of this guy's strangeness, she wasn't sure if she could defeat him, and her junior sister Bai Jingjing might not help her either. She still held back from making a move. Is he really the reincarnation of Sun Wukong? This time, the person asking was Bai Jingjing. Of course, she was not asking about Ji Zunbao, but XuHong. Can't you feel it? This guy has had his memories sealed, his powers sealed, and has become an ordinary person. He has forgotten his past identity and everything from his past. But when he saw you for the first time, wasn't it just like when Sun Wukong first saw you? XuHong's rhetorical question left Bai Jingjing stunned. She recalled carefully and found that XuHong was indeed not wrong. When Sun Wukong first saw her, it was very similar to when Ji Zunbao first saw her now. Bai Jingjing was momentarily at a loss for words. Should she be happy? Sun Wukong had ended up in such a state that he didn't even know who he was. His immense powers were sealed, and he remembered nothing of his past. He had become an ordinary mortal, but she couldn't feel happy at all. All she felt was heartache. Jingjing, perhaps I was Sun Wukong in the past, but now my name is Ji Zunbao. I just want to say, I like you. Would you be willing to leave Wuyuan Mountain with me? Ji Zunbao knew the opportunity had come. No matter what Bai Jingjing was thinking in her heart right now, he just wanted to take her away to live the ordinary life he wished for, instead of being a bandit on Wuyuan Mountain. As for his former identity and everything he had done, he didn't care at all. Bai Jingjing stared blankly at Ji Zunbao, seemingly not expecting him to suddenly say such words. Even Chun Sanyang was taken aback by Ji Zunbao's sudden declaration. Stop dreaming. You deceived my junior sister once. Do you want to deceive her a second time? Bai Jingjing hadn't spoken yet, but Chun Sanyang was already furiously unable to contain herself. Junior sister, do you really want to believe this guy's words? He is just lusting after you. He doesn't love you at all. And besides, he is also in a difficult position himself. With his powers lost, there are many in the demon world who want his life. The Bull Demon King is his elder brother, but he is seducing his sister-in-law. This matter caused quite a stir in the demon world. You must know about it. His words this time are just trying to deceive you once again. Chapter 169. Guanyin, please send flowers. Jingjing, I am serious, and I said I am Ji Zunbao, not Sun Wukong. Don't attribute what he did to me. Jingjing, I truly like you. I am serious. Ji Zunbao looked at Bai Jingjing with sincerity. Bai Jingjing saw the sincerity in Ji Zunbao's eyes. She knew that this time he was not lying to her. So she smiled. All right, I will leave Wuyuan Mountain with you. After waiting for so many years, searching for Sun Wukong everywhere. Wasn't she waiting for this very sentence? Is Ji Zun Bao Sun Wukong? The answer is yes, although he now looks like a completely different person compared to Sun Wukong. She actually likes this Ji Zun Bao in front of her even more. And when Ji Zun Bao heard Bai Jingjing's words, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that Bai Jingjing would reject him. He didn't understand why. He just knew that his heart didn't want to hear her refusal. If she rejected him, then his heart would definitely hurt. Junior sister Yu. Chun Sinyang was momentarily at a loss for words. Senior sister, let's leave together. Tang Sung is just a scam. You should know that this is all a conspiracy designed by them for the journey to the west. Even if Tang Sung really appears, we won't be able to do anything to him. Bai Jingjing looked at Chun Sinyang seriously and said, if we're going to leave, we should do it now. Otherwise, later on, even if you want to leave, you won't be able to. XuHong's voice sounded at this moment. Big brother, why don't you come with us? Me? Forget it. XuHong shook his head. If I leave with you, then you really won't be able to escape. All right, enough with the nonsense. Let's hurry and leave, otherwise, you really won't be able to leave later, and I may not be able to take care of you. Okay, it's too late. That was really fast. Just as XuHong's words fell, a burst of silver light shone down from the sky. As the silver light gradually dissipated, a graceful white figure appeared in the sky. Holding a white jade bottle and standing on a lotus platform, she looked solemn and sacred. When Bai Jingjing and Chun Sinyang recognized the identity of the visitor, both of their expressions changed. They instantly recognized her as Guanyin. In the Buddhist realm, her status is second only to the Buddha himself. Her power is also among the top of the great supernatural beings. Whether it is Sun Wukong or Niu Moong, they're nothing in front of her. Guanyin's gaze first lingered on Ji Zun Bao and then fell on Bai Jingjing and Chun Sinyang. When the two felt Guanyin's gaze sweep over them, their bodies suddenly stiffened. No matter how fierce they usually are, they couldn't muster any fierceness in front of her, as their strength was simply not comparable. However, the two breathed a sigh of relief when Guanyin quickly shifted her gaze to XuHong and did not look away. I sensed there would be changes back at the water curtain cave, and later I detected someone spying on me. That person must be you, Guanyin said, looking down at XuHong. Her tone showed almost no fluctuation, making it hard to discern her emotions. But inside, she was actually quite surprised. She found that she couldn't perceive XuHong's depth. She could sense the fluctuations of spiritual power from him, and it was certain that XuHong was not an ordinary person. However, she couldn't discern his specific realm at all. Moreover, she also felt a sense of familiarity from him. Previously, at the water curtain cave, she sensed someone spying on her. But when she reacted and planned to see who it was, the person had quickly retreated, and she couldn't catch up. Now, she sensed that familiar aura from XuHong. Yes, that's me. I don't know who you are, but Ji Zun Bao is related to the Buddhist scripture's great undertaking. So I hope you won't intervene. Guanyin first glanced at Ji Zun Bao and then said to XuHong, what if I insist on intervening? XuHong smiled slightly. Then you would be against the Buddhist sect, and I would have no choice but to help you attain Buddhahood. Just afraid you don't have that capability. XuHong completely disregarded Guanyin's words. If it were Guanyin from another world, XuHong might have been cautious. But he truly wasn't afraid of the Guanyin from the A Chinese Odyssey world. Even the patriarch Bodhi had been reduced to a dog. How strong could Guanyin be? Then let's give it a try. Before Guanyin finished speaking, her right hand swiftly reached out towards XuHong. Her ordinary hand began to grow larger, and the distance between XuHong and her seemed to shrink infinitely. Aren't you leaving? What are you planning to watch here? XuHong reminded Bai Jingjing and the others. Then he exerted force with his legs, leaping up to meet Guanyin. Just as he flew up, the sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, and a bolt of lightning struck down, hitting XuHong. XuHong instantly transformed into the thunder god. Lightning surrounded him, with lightning snakes dancing around. His right fist, accompanied by rumbling thunder, was thrown out. A visible wave of energy formed in an instant. Boom! With a loud bang, XuHong's fist collided with Guanyin's palm. A massive wave of energy appeared in midair. XuHong remained completely motionless. After Guanyin withdrew her hand, her brow furrowed. She noticed that her palm was slightly charred. However, with a flash of silver light, the charred area instantly returned to normal. She looked at XuHong again, but this time her eyes were filled with gravity. XuHong's power exceeded her imagination. Moreover, it seemed that the power came from within him, rather than from any supernatural ability, which made her even more wary. Such an enemy cannot be confronted with brute strength. Understanding this, Guanyin directly pulled out the willow branch from the white jade bottle. Then she gently flicked it, and the pure water that clung to the willow branch instantly flew out. After leaving the willow branch, the water expanded rapidly and soon turned into a large mass of water. The water then condensed into ice, transforming into an ice dragon. It swelled in the wind. In the blink of an eye, a several hundred-meter-long ice dragon appeared in the sky. Zhizun Bao was being urged to flee by Jingjing, occasionally glancing back. It wasn't until this moment that he understood what a celestial being truly was and what level XuHong existed at. Facing the approaching cold, XuHong was completely unconcerned. He furrowed his brow, and a powerful force surged out from within him. The increasingly rich blood energy was deep red, resembling blood plasma. In an instant, a deep red giant dragon also appeared in the sky. Roar! The red dragon let out a furious roar and charged towards the ice dragon. The ferocious dragon had opened its massive mouth and bit towards the ice dragon. The two giant dragons clashed directly. Guanyin frowned, but did not take any further action. She wanted to see just how much power XuHong possessed. Chapter 170. The Buddhist Kingdom in the Palm. Seeking flowers. The two giant dragons fought from the sky to the ground. The bandits of Mount Weiyue had long since fled far away. In just a moment, the entire Mount Weiyue was flattened. XuHong's blood energy was incredibly thick. He didn't need any supernatural power to maintain it. Guanyin's supernatural power was also not weak. Maintaining that ice dragon was nothing to her. Soon, the area within dozens of miles was affected by their battle. The commotion could be clearly heard and seen from 100 miles away. Bai Jingjing and the others soon encountered the patriarch Bodhi, who had left earlier. This guy couldn't resist his curiosity after XuHong and Guanyin started fighting and paused to watch for a moment. There was no way around it. Such a grand scene was rare to see. The battle of great supernatural beings was truly a rare sight. He is now more than 20 miles away from Mount Weiyue, and this place is no longer easily affected. Upon seeing Patriarch Bodhi, Bai Jingjing and the others also stopped, not continuing to flee. They all knew that if XuHong couldn't defeat Guanyin, it wouldn't matter how far they ran. XuHong had just told them to run, mostly to get them out of the battle zone and prevent them from being affected by the fight. Boom! The blood dragon first suppressed the icy dragon beneath it. Then, terrifying flames erupted from its mouth, instantly engulfing the ice dragon in flames, which quickly turned it into water vapor due to the intense heat. The power of the dragon talisman was further enhanced in this world rich in spiritual energy. Although it was slightly weaker than the original flames of the Holy Lord, the difference was not significant. Moreover, with the abundant spiritual energy in this world, the power of the dragon talisman was further amplified. The ice dragon was no match for it. Guanyin made another move. She drew a white ribbon from her waist and lightly tossed it, causing the ribbon to fly towards XuHong. Although it seemed slow, it reached him in an instant. Facing the approaching ribbon, XuHong's eyes turned red. In the next second, terrifying heat rays shot out from his eyes. Two red lines pierced the sky and rushed toward the ribbon. A layer of golden energy blocked the heat ray's penetration, but the ribbon's advance was also restricted. For a moment, the two forces were at a standstill. However, after dealing with the ice dragon, the blood dragon had some free time. With a roar, it lunged at Guanyin, seemingly wanting to swallow her whole. In response to the incoming blood dragon, Guanyin extended her jade hand to grasp it. The space between her and the blood dragon seemed to vanish. Her hand easily reached the blood dragon, which appeared to shrink in an instant, being captured in her grasp. This was akin to the Taoist technique of sleeve universe, a Buddhist divine power known as Buddha Kingdom in hand. The hundreds of meters long blood dragon was instantly subdued by Guanyin, transforming into a tiny dragon just 2 or 3 centimeters long. When Guanyin held the blood dragon, she realized that this dragon was merely composed of XuHong's blood energy. This level of blood energy was not even comparable to that of a Buddha who specialized in cultivating the golden body. However, before she could examine it closely, her expression changed, and she quickly threw the blood dragon away. The thrown blood dragon let out an angry roar in midair, rapidly expanding in size. Compared to its previous hundreds of meters, it now swelled to thousands of meters long, and its scales became clearly visible. The oppressive force also increased significantly. Meanwhile, the ribbon that Guanyin had thrown out was also broken through by XuHong's heat rays, turning to ashes from the intense heat. Guanyin took a deep look at XuHong and did not make another move. Instead, she stepped on her lotus platform and vanished in the blink of an eye. She understood that she could not subdue XuHong. Staying here was meaningless. At this time, reporting this news back to Mount Ling and the Tathagata was the priority. After all, Their Western sect was large, with many arhats and more than just one bodhisattva. There were quite a few powerful practitioners. Since XuHong chose to be an enemy of the Buddhist sect and meddled in its affairs, he should be prepared for a group assault. As for seeking help from the heavenly court, that was wishful thinking. Although the Jade Emperor cooperated with the Western expedition, it was due to the trend of events. He had no choice but to comply, but expecting him to fully cooperate was impossible. After all, the Western expedition was not like the Fengshan, and it offered little benefit to the heavenly court. Thus, if she wanted to find assistance, she could only go back to Mount Ling regarding Guanin's departure. XuHong did not pursue her. After the recent battle, he had a preliminary understanding of Guanin's strength. There was still some gap compared to him. If he had been willing just now, he could have easily kept Guanin. Her speed was no match for his. In terms of spiritual awareness, XuHong could completely suppress her. From a moment Guanin appeared, she had used illusion techniques on XuHong, attempting to control him. But unfortunately, she underestimated XuHong's spiritual awareness and the power of his soul. XuHong's soul had always grown alongside his physical prowess. As he absorbed solar energy and other energies, his soul's power was also increasing, and the rate of increase was greater than before. After all, with a stronger soul, he could absorb more energy, thus enhancing efficiency. XuHong was currently in a rapid growth phase and was not far from entering an ultra-rapid growth phase. He had awakened a power he had long wanted to awaken, the biological force field. The biological force field awakened after XuHong arrived in this world. Just a couple of days ago, with the mastery of the biological force field, XuHong felt more confident. Although this ability seemed to be auxiliary, like allowing XuHong to lift an airplane without breaking it in half. In reality, the biological force field can be seen as an extension of his body. As long as you touch it, it is equivalent to your body's perception. Even the most ordinary piece of paper, in XuHong's hands with the biological force field, could become as hard as his body. This also meant that XuHong could unleash greater strength and speed. Additionally, XuHong's spiritual awareness was extremely powerful, which also allowed his biological force field to cover a vast area. This gave him an unbreakable zone of protection. Within this range, as long as he wanted to protect something, no one could harm it. Likewise, if he wanted to destroy something, no one could stop him. It was as if he had become a god within the established area, omnipotent. During the battle with Guanin, XuHong did not take it seriously. After all, the real main combatant had not yet appeared, so how could he expose all his means? The battle with Guanin felt more like a probing fight. XuHong was playing around with it. Otherwise, the blood energy would not have taken the form of a giant dragon to fight the ice dragon created by Guanin with pure water. Instead, he would have transformed it directly into a giant hand and smashed the ice dragon with a punch. Chapter 171, Moonlight Treasure Box, Seeking Flowers, Mount Ling. As a powerful practitioner, Guanin's speed was not slow, especially with her lotus platform for transportation. Therefore, she quickly returned to Mount Ling. At Mount Ling, the Tathagata was seated high on the main platform, reciting Buddhist scriptures, while the Bodhisattvas, Arhats, the 18 guardians, and 20 heavens, along with some ordinary Buddhas, were divided into two sides, quietly listening to the Tathagata's explanation of the scriptures. Guanin's sudden return made the Tathagata stop reciting. However, something unexpected happened. The voice of the Tathagata thundered like a roar, echoing throughout the spirit mountain, shaking people's souls while also inexplicably calming their hearts. Respectfully reporting, Venerable One, there has been a disturbance at the Five-Finger Mountain. A mysterious person has intervened, attempting to obstruct the journey to the west. I can't discern their background, nor am I their match. Upon hearing this, the Tathagata said nothing but raised his right hand and began to calculate with his fingers. After a moment, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He seemed to feel that his calculations were off and tried again. The Arhats and Bodhisattvas watched him, surprised to see the Tathagata calculate a second time. After all, they knew his powers best. Interesting, I can't even discern where this person comes from or their background. When the Tathagata spoke, the Arhats, Buddhas, and Bodhisattvas present were astonished. Even Guanin felt the same. Previously, she couldn't see XuHong's background and couldn't deduce his origins. She only believed that he was of equal standing to her, which made it normal for her not to uncover his origins. But now, even the Tathagata couldn't determine XuHong's background, which was unusual. After all, the Tathagata was the supreme being of the Western paradise, whose status, while not as high as the Jade Emperor, was not far behind. In terms of power, he was on par with the Jade Emperor. If even the Tathagata couldn't discern XuHong's background, then XuHong's realm must be at least equal to that of the Tathagata and the Jade Emperor. As for whether XuHong could be disguised by the Jade Emperor, it was unlikely. After all, if he were the Jade Emperor, the Tathagata wouldn't be able to calculate him either. But if she weren't foolish, she wouldn't think that way. The Jade Emperor, being the supreme of the heavenly court, has countless divine generals under his command. The journey to the west was a propagation of Buddhism to the east, meant to promote Buddhism's prosperity. However, even if Buddhism flourished, it wouldn't significantly impact the heavenly court. Although there might be a slight influence, it wasn't substantial enough for the Jade Emperor to feel the need to obstruct them. Moreover, if this matter were truly orchestrated by the Jade Emperor, it would instead tarnish his identity in the face of the heavenly court. It would be something to be laughed at if it got out. Therefore, Guanyin never considered that angle. But aside from a Jade Emperor, who else in this world could be someone that even the Tathagata couldn't calculate? Supreme. Guanyin was about to say something, but the Tathagata raised his hand. This matter, I will personally investigate. You need not concern yourself. Upon hearing the Tathagata's words, Guanyin ceased to speak. The Tathagata then left the spirit mountain directly. Meanwhile, after Guanyin left, XuHong also departed from Mount Weiyue and went to Flower Fruit Mountain, where the water curtain cave is now called the Ponzi Cave. Entering the cave, XuHong's consciousness extended outward and quickly located the Moonlight Treasure Box within the cave. The Moonlight Treasure Box, held in his hand, appeared unremarkable, looking like an ordinary wooden box, but XuHong could sense the immense energy within it. Was this thing truly capable of traversing time and space? As his internal power circulated, the Moonlight Treasure Box in XuHong's hand suddenly emitted a burst of light. In movies, the Moonlight Treasure Box can only be used when there's a moon and a spell is recited, but in reality, as long as one's own strength is strong enough, it can be used without waiting for nightfall. The next moment, XuHong felt himself enveloped by a surge of energy. This energy was familiar to XuHong. He had experienced it before. The heavenly mystical gate. Therefore, the Moonlight Treasure Box was not about time travel, but was instead a means to another parallel world. However, thinking it over, the timeline is not something just anyone can manipulate. A world like that in Jackie Chan Adventures can be excused, as it's merely an animated world with simpler rules. But in a world like this, while space might be manageable, time is not something that can be easily toyed with. If the Moonlight Treasure Box were truly a treasure that could manipulate time, the Buddhist sect would never allow it to be kept in the open. If it were accidentally lost or damaged, it would be a great loss. XuHong had a rabbit talisman in hand, which, although a copied version, was nearly indistinguishable from the original in every way except for one being infinite energy and the other not. The rabbit talisman also possessed the ability to traverse time. In Jackie Chan Adventures, Xiao Yu once used the rabbit talisman to travel back in time and met his father in his middle age and an 8-year-old Jackie Chan. However, in this world, XuHong discovered that the rabbit talisman's ability to traverse time had vanished. Upon arriving in this world and realizing the timeline was still in the Song Dynasty 500 years later, XuHong had attempted to use the rabbit talisman to travel back 500 years but was unsuccessful. The timeline is not so easily traversed, especially in high-level worlds. The higher the level of the world, the more difficult it becomes to traverse its timeline. On the other side, as XuHong disappeared from this world using the Moonlight Treasure Box, the Tathagata also sensed something. His form, which was originally moving toward Flower Fruit Mountain, suddenly paused. He faced the void and chanted a Buddhist incantation. After the incantation faded into the void, he turned back the same way and headed toward Spirit Mountain. A minute passed, and XuHong sensed that physical objects had reappeared in the outside world. The energy enveloping him dissipated, and he found himself back in the Water Curtain Cave. The difference was that this Water Curtain Cave was not the same as the previous one. Activating his super sight and hearing, XuHong quickly obtained the information he needed. He had returned to a timeline still set in the Tang Dynasty of the Chinese Odyssey world. In this world, he did not see Ji Zunbao, but he did see Sun Wukong. This also explains why Ji Zunbao and Sun Wukong could appear simultaneously in the movie, even though they are the same person. Because the Moonlight Treasure Box was not a time travel machine, but a space travel machine. XuHong immediately lost interest in the Moonlight Treasure Box. Was this it? While it seemed more convenient than the Moonlight Treasure Box, its safety could not be guaranteed. Moreover, like the heavenly mystical gate, it could only open parallel worlds and could not penetrate the barriers of the small and great thousand worlds. It wasn't even worthy of carrying the dimensional gate. XuHong had completely lost interest in the Chinese Odyssey world. Forget it, I might as well plant some spiritual herbs to take back. I can't come to this world and leave empty-handed. Besides, he had also been in the late Golden Core stage for some time. It was time to break through to the Yuan stage. Other matters could wait until after the breakthrough. Chapter 172. Another Zhizun Bao, seeking flowers. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, XuHong spent his days sunbathing, cultivating, and using the spirit transformation technique to plant spiritual herbs. His realm had naturally entered the Yuan stage. The original purple golden core had transformed into a small purple figure. If one looked closely, they would see that it was a miniature version of XuHong, resembling a meticulously crafted figurine of him. XuHong's realm had remained very stable, and breaking through to Yuan posed no difficulty for him. Everything fell into place naturally. After breaking through to the Yuan stage, XuHong's power surged tenfold. His consciousness and spirit also saw significant improvement. Strength can be said to have increased significantly. Because the spiritual energy in this world is denser, XuHong's spirit transformation technique is also more effective. The spiritual herb field he opened up in Water Curtain Cave is thriving. The herbs planted there have already surpassed 1,000 years in age. The medicinal effects are quite exaggerated. The spiritual energy in the entire Water Curtain Cave has increased several times. On this day, an unexpected guest arrived at Water Curtain Cave. It was an old acquaintance of XuHong, Zhizun Bao. Of course, this Zhizun Bao is not the same as the other Zhizun Bao. Zhizun Bao looked blankly at the vast spiritual herb field in Water Curtain Cave. What is going on? Why are there suddenly so many grasses in the spider cave? And why does the air here inexplicably feel so comfortable? Also, where did his wife Bai Jingjing go? Stepping out of Water Curtain Cave, the moon was gone, and instead, a full sun hung high in the sky. CND, what are you thinking? Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind Zhizun Bao. Zhizun Bao jumped in fright, thinking it was the Bull Demon King chasing after him. After all, as the reincarnation of Sun Wukong, the Bull Demon King is indeed his sworn brother. But upon hearing the voice, he realized it wasn't right. The Bull Demon King's voice was deep and thick, sounding like a 34-year-old man, while this voice was clearly from someone very young. Turning around, he saw a young man in a white robe standing behind him, looking to be in his early 20s. He was surprisingly handsome, prompting Zhizun Bao to subconsciously touch his own face. "Were you calling me?" Zhizun Bao asked in a daze, unsure if the other person had just called him. "Besides you, is there anyone else here? If it's not you, who else could it be?" XuHong replied with a smile. "You are the Bull Demon King?" Zhizun Bao's expression stiffened a bit. "Do I look like a bull to you?" XuHong replied. "Not at all. My name is XuHong, not the Bull Demon King." XuHong pulled Zhizun Bao up from the ground. Then his gaze fell on the moonlight treasure box in Zhizun Bao's hand. Zhizun Bao instinctively hid the moonlight treasure box behind him, but this action only drew more attention. However, XuHong didn't mind. Instead, he casually took out the moonlight treasure box he had brought. Seeing that XuHong also had a moonlight treasure box, Zhizun Bao was a bit stunned. How can there be two of these things? He instinctively took the moonlight treasure box from XuHong's hand for a closer look and found that the two moonlight treasure boxes were exactly the same. "Big brother, how come you also have a moonlight treasure box?" XuHong's identity was completely unknown to Zhizun Bao, but that didn't stop him from addressing the other as big brother. After all, it was just a term of endearment that cost him nothing and might even benefit him. Moreover, XuHong looked like he wasn't an ordinary person. His intuition told him that the man in front of him was not simple, especially when he noticed that XuHong's white robe was extraordinarily clean, with not a speck of dust on it. In this dusty and windy area, that was particularly abnormal. He wasn't blind. He wouldn't have missed such an obvious detail. "Like you, I came from the future through the moonlight treasure box," XuHong smiled. He didn't tell Zhizun Bao the truth, because explaining would be too troublesome, and Zhizun Bao might not understand. "The future?" Zhizun Bao was shocked. "Yes. 500 years ago, this is the Tang dynasty, not the Song dynasty you're familiar with," XuHong nodded. 500 years ago. Zhizun Bao Suden Li Bani. "No way. I still have to go back and save my Jingjing." Just as he was speaking, a sound of hooves striking the ground suddenly echoed. A woman in a red and white robe appeared on horseback in the line of sight of XuHong and Zhizun Bao. Her appearance immediately caught the attention of both XuHong and Zhizun Bao. Zhizun Bao's expression was somewhat dazed. XuHong's appearance had already surprised him, but no one expected a third person to appear in this desolate place. Zixia also curiously looked at XuHong and Zhizun Bao. Zhizun Bao could be ignored, but XuHong looked rather extraordinary, and it was her first time seeing a man so handsome, almost more beautiful than a woman. The other party felt like a celestial being, yet she didn't sense any magical fluctuations from XuHong. Similarly, she felt no magical fluctuations from Ji Bao. XuHong couldn't be sure, but Ji Bao was definitely an ordinary person. After all, he looked quite plain, and even his expression upon seeing her was rather ordinary. Unlike XuHong, who was staring at her, his face showed no change. Celestial being? She jumped off her horse and led it closer to the two, tentatively asking. Ji Bao shook his head. XuHong remained silent. Why aren't you speaking? Zixiao looked at XuHong. I'm not a celestial being. Then you must be an ordinary person. Zixiao's face instantly broke into a smile. I suppose so. XuHong not that. Is this your place? Zixiao pointed at Water Curtain Cave. I live here now, XuHong replied. Ji Bao remained silent, continuing to compare the two moonlight treasure boxes. He was interested in Zixiao. He only wanted to use the moonlight treasure box to go back and save his Jingjing. Oh, then can you give this place to me? How about that? I can offer you ordinary people's money. Zixiao said, it's just a broken cave. If you want to live here, you can. The space is big enough. But giving it to you, that's impossible. XuHong shook his head. Right now, Water Curtain Cave was a spiritual herb field. It was definitely out of the question for him to give it to Zixiao. I see. Zixiao nodded. Well then, I'll just borrow it. I probably won't stay here for long anyway. After saying that, she ignored XuHong and led her horse toward Water Curtain Cave. In no time, both she and the horse entered the cave. XuHong then turned his attention back to Ji Bao. He wasn't in a hurry about Zixiao. What he needed to do now was solve Ji Bao's problem. You want to go back to save Bai Jingjing? Yes, big brother, can you help me? Upon hearing XuHong's words, Ji Bao, who was fiddling with the moonlight treasure box, immediately looked up. He had no way at all and was very worried about whether Bai Jingjing was alive or dead. But he was out of options. Since it was daytime, he couldn't use the moonlight treasure box at all. With your abilities, even if you go back to the past, you still won't be able to save Bai Jingjing. I believe someone has told you that you are the reincarnation of Sun Wukong. XuHong asked with a smile. Ji Bao nodded. A grape told me about it. But I'm not Sun Wukong at all. No, you are. But you are not the reincarnation of Sun Wukong. You are Sun Wukong. Huh? XuHong's words left Ji Bao stunned. Looking for flowers. To put it simply, you have had your memories sealed by Tathagata, and your incredible abilities sealed away. You're actually Sun Wukong, but you just don't know it. Upon reflection, although you have memories of your parents, have you ever really seen them apart from those memories? Ji Bao lowered his head and thought carefully. It seemed that indeed, it was like that. If XuHong hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have noticed. But once XuHong spoke, he immediately realized that something was indeed off. He had memories of his parents, but those memories didn't seem very deep or real. They gave off a sense of falseness. Moreover, he couldn't recall much about his childhood either. It was actually quite simple, because those memories were all fake. You are Sun Wukong. If you want to go back and save Bai Jingjing, you must transform back into Sun Wukong. But if you do, the people of the Buddhist sect will definitely come after you. If you want to get rid of this, after saving Bai Jingjing, just use the moonlight treasure box to come back and find me. Now, I will help you break the seal on your body and let you transform back into Sun Wukong. All right, Ji Bao nodded. To return and save Bai Jingjing. He was willing to become anything. Besides, he had no other options now. All he could do was trust XuHong. Get ready. Next, it might hurt a little. Bear with it. Ji Bao was just about to nod. But before he could, a ball of fire landed directly on him. The terrifying high temperature made Ji Bao scream in agony. However, the seal on his body indirectly protected him, preventing him from being burned to death. The power of the seal was rapidly being consumed. At the same time that XuHong was breaking the seal on Ji Bao in this world, Tathagata on Ling Mountain sensed it immediately. After all, the seal on Ji Bao was left by him. Only he could plant such a seal on Sun Wukong, turning him into Ji Bao. The extreme pain almost made Ji Bao faint, but he didn't pass out. Fortunately, the pain didn't last too long. Ji Bao quickly fell into memories. These were memories about a monkey. The memories were long, but Ji Bao didn't take too long to fully absorb them. After all, they belonged to him. When the memories belonging to Sun Wukong surfaced, Ji Bao understood what XuHong had said earlier. After regaining Sun Wukong's memories, a bitter smile appeared on Ji Bao's face. Perhaps he didn't even realize what kind of person he used to be. He understood why Bai Jingjing had that expression when she first saw him without a beard. Why Chun San Shenyang was so angry when she saw him. Why he revealed his identity in front of the Bull Demon King, and the other party wanted to kill him. It turned out there were reasons for everything. He also understood why he became Ji Bao. Of course, he still had no memories of XuHong, but now that he had regained his memories, He understood that XuHong, who also had the Moonlight treasure box, might have known him later in time. The version of him that XuHong knew was from a later timeline. By the time he snapped back to reality, he was no longer Zhizun Bao, but the mighty Qi Tian Dasheng, the beautiful monkey king, wielding the golden cudgel. No, he was still Zhizun Bao, but he was also Sun Wukong. The memories of being Zhizun Bao had a significant impact on him. At least, his current temperament was not as wild as before. Perhaps living as a human taught him many things. His feelings for Bai Jingjing were now very complex, but he still decided to go back and save her. It was time to fulfill his past promise. What a magnificent sight! XuHong's voice rang out. Go, bring Bai Jingjing back. Remember to use the Moonlight treasure box to bring her back after saving her. Otherwise, Tathagata won't let you off easily. After saying that, XuHong directly activated the Moonlight treasure box for Zhizun Bao. XuHong had long since mastered this thing. Zhizun Bao might not be able to return to the world he came from by himself, but if it was XuHong doing it, then it was a small problem. He could accurately locate the world Zhizun Bao came from and send him precisely there, rather than to a parallel world. Just as XuHong sent Zhizun Bao off, Zixia came running out from the water curtain cave, her face filled with surprise. Wow, there are so many spiritual herbs in the water curtain cave. Are all these herbs grown by you? Upon entering the water curtain cave, Zixia discovered the field of spiritual herbs. Even for a deity of the transformation stage like Zixia, the 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs had quite an effect. And in XuHong's field, there were at least hundreds of spiritual herbs. Such a sight, apart from the heavenly court and Ling Mountain, she never expected to see in the human world. XuHong, note that you can stay here, but you'd better not touch those spiritual herbs. XuHong spent a lot of time cultivating them. He doesn't want the herbs to be used to dress someone else when they finally mature. These spiritual herbs are prepared for Bairuru and the others. He has no intention of giving them away. Don't worry, I don't care about cultivation. Those spiritual herbs may be tempting, but I'm not interested. I came down from heaven to find my destined husband. I don't care about cultivation. Zixia smiled, not minding XuHong's warning. She was genuinely uninterested in the spiritual herbs, as long as she could be with the one she loves. Even if the Jade Emperor offered her his position, she wouldn't be interested. XuHong didn't respond, but his gaze fell on the purple-green sword in her hand. XuHong was curious if this sword could only be drawn by Zhizun Bao. Zixia also noticed XuHong's gaze. To be honest, she wasn't clear about XuHong's identity, but he was definitely the most handsome man she had ever seen in her life. If the person destined for her was XuHong, she might accept it more easily. Thinking of this, she raised her hand and brought the purple-green sword to her chest. What? Are you very interested in my sword? Want to try and see if you can pull it out? Zixia asked with a smile. XuHong didn't speak. He slowly walked up to Zixia. After glancing at her, XuHong took the purple-green sword that Zixia had offered. Zixia looked at XuHong with a smile. To be honest, she really hoped XuHong could pull out the purple-green sword. If the man destined for her was XuHong, she would be very happy, because XuHong was truly handsome. Although she had long since made up her mind to marry the one who could pull out the purple-green sword. If XuHong couldn't pull it out, it would mean they were not destined for each other. But if she had to choose, she really hoped that person would be XuHong. At least XuHong is a person, and he looks good. Chapter 174. Qingxia. XuHong held the purple-green sword, but did not draw it immediately. Instead, he carefully examined the purple-green sword. In his hand, the sword appeared quite ordinary. However, as a weapon master, XuHong knew that the material of the purple-green sword was definitely not simple. Aside from that, he did not perceive anything special about the sword, nor did he realize that the Buddhist sect had tampered with it. This made him frown. Seeking flowers, in his view, the appearance of Qingxia, her encounter with Zhizun Bao, and the fact that Zhizun Bao could pull out the purple-green sword were all manipulated by the Buddhist sect behind the scenes. But at this moment, with the sword in hand, he did not notice anything unusual about it. Aside from its material, the sword had not been tampered with. The more he thought about it, the more unreasonable it seemed to XuHong. If it were just a sword made of better material, why could only Zhizun Bao draw it, and no one else? Why just hold it and look? Why not give it a try? Seeing XuHong staring at the purple-green sword for a long time, without drawing it, Qingxia couldn't help but speak up. Hearing this, XuHong stopped his observation. Since he couldn't see anything special about the sword, he might as well give it a try. He exerted a bit of force, and the resistance he imagined did not appear. Clang! With a crisp sound, the purple-green sword was easily drawn out. XuHong felt as if he had been set up. This sword didn't seem special, and why could he pull it out? That didn't make sense. Meanwhile, Qingxia's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect XuHong to truly be the one destined for her. XuHong frowned slightly. Something was off. This sword was not right. XuHong closed his eyes, fully opened his spiritual sense, and locked onto the purple-green sword. He sensed a special energy emanating from it. This energy was not abundant, but it felt high-level. Was it luck? So that's it. XuHong quickly understood the problem with the purple-green sword. This sword could not only be drawn by GainsSuperman, but by the Child of Destiny, the protagonist of the world. After drawing the purple-green sword, XuHong felt a deeper connection with this world. Even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was automatically gathering towards him, allowing him to absorb more. Even the sun in the sky was being absorbed a bit faster. Although XuHong was not from this world, his luck was also quite formidable. Compared to GainsSuperman, the true protagonist of the world, XuHong's luck was even thicker. Therefore, he could also draw the purple-green sword. After he drew it, the power of luck within the sword was bestowed upon him. In simple terms, all of this was destined. The encounter between Qingxia and GainsSuperman was not orchestrated by the Buddhist sect, but was fated. The encounter between GainsSuperman and by Jingjing was indeed manipulated by the Buddhist sect. After all, the news that Tang Sung would appear on Mount Wuyue 500 years later was released by them. Otherwise, who could accurately know this information and release it? The Buddhist sect had the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva stationed in the underworld, able to decide when Tang Sung would be born and where. And naturally, they were the only ones who could release the news. Thus, GainsSuperman was directly arranged to be a mountain bandit on Mount Wuyue. You really could pull out, Qingxia said, her face filled with surprise. But then she became a bit nervous because she didn't know how to tell XuHong that he was her destined husband. She was also worried that XuHong already had a wife and wouldn't he want her. Pulling this out isn't that hard. XuHong shook his head and put the purple-green sword back. After absorbing its luck, the sword had completely turned into an ordinary sword of decent quality. Hey, do you believe that some things are destined? Despite her worries, Qingxia hesitated for a moment before saying what she wanted to say. She was not a weak person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have defied the heavenly laws and run out of Ling Mountain just to find her destined husband and be with him. You're not saying that me pulling out this sword means I'm your destined husband, right? XuHong smiled. Hey, how did you know? Hearing XuHong say what she was about to say, Qingxia was instantly filled with surprise. It's such a coincidence, you know? My purple-green sword cannot be drawn by anyone except my destined husband. Since you can pull out, it means you're my destined husband. Do you have a wife? If not, would you mind if I became your wife? I'm mine or not, but I already have many wives. Can you accept that? That's nothing. Even if you have dozens of wives, I don't mind. Marry a chicken, follow a chicken. Marry a dog, follow a dog. As long as you're willing to let me be with you, I don't care how many wives you have, Qingxia said with a smile. XuHong felt it was still a bit strange. As for how Qingxia looked, there was no need to elaborate. She was a fairy. She was even more beautiful than the goddess Xu. Her look surpassed Lu Yun by a lot. After all, as a fairy, Qingxia's body was not an ordinary one, and she would not age. Even without any skincare or cosmetics, her skin was still very good. Her appearance was quite resilient. Are you really willing to decide your other half with a sword? XuHong spoke up. No, the purple-green sword is not just a sword. I am the wick of the sun and moon lamp before the Tathagata in Ling Mountain, but in my previous life, I was not a wick but a piece of divine iron, which was later obtained by the Tathagata and forged into the sun and moon lamp. And then I became the wick of the lamp. This purple-green sword is also made from fragments of divine iron. You could say that this sword is also a part of me. If you can draw it, it means we're destined to be together. Did you forget to mention someone? XuHong asked with a smile. Are you talking about my sister? Do you know her too? Qingxia was a bit surprised. I not only know her, but I have also seen her, XuHong said, then directly activated the power of the sheep talisman. Qingxia's soul was immediately separated from her body by XuHong. Sister? Seeing Qingxia's soul, Qingxia was very surprised and a bit delighted. She didn't expect Qingqing to escape with her. No wonder she had been hearing her sister Qingxia's voice before, but had never seen her in person. Who are you? Qingqing frowned and coldly stared at XuHong. What surprised XuHong was that Qingqing and Qingxia did not look alike. Instead, she resembled that goddess Qiu. However, compared to goddess Qiu, Qingxia is even more aloof and a bit taller. Chapter 175, The Canon of Fengshen, Seeking Flowers. Sister, he is my husband. Before XuHong could speak, Zixia had already walked up to him, naturally linking her arm with his and smiling as she explained. By the way, husband, what's your name? But as soon as she finished speaking, Zixia realized she didn't even know XuHong's name. XuHong. XuHong stated his name. Qingxia's brows immediately furrowed even deeper. Zixia was simply being reckless, casually picking someone to call her husband without even knowing his name. She didn't know what to say. Moreover, the fact that XuHong could separate her from Zixia's body indicated that he was not an ordinary person. Approaching someone like that recklessly was not a good idea. Reckless, Zixia, do you know that body is shared between us? If you randomly choose someone as your husband, what about me? Qingxia said a bit angrily. Right now, she and Zixia were sharing one body, and if Zixia chose a husband, what did that make her? It was equivalent to Zixia finding a husband for her, but she didn't want any man. This was not something to be taken lightly. He drew out the Ziqing sword, and, theoretically, by drawing the Ziqing sword, he was not only my destined husband, but also your destined husband, senior sister. He drew the Ziqing sword? Qingxia was momentarily stunned. It was only then that she noticed the Ziqing sword in XuHong's hand. There was no way. She had just been forcefully pulled out, and her consciousness was not particularly clear. Her attention had completely been drawn to XuHong's face. That face was more beautiful than hers. She simply couldn't help but be attracted. So, she didn't notice at first that XuHong was holding the Ziqing sword. Yes, husband, draw it out again for my sister to see, so she knows you're my destined husband. XuHong was a typical person who couldn't resist the charm of pretty girls like Zixia when she acted cute in front of him. So he quickly complied with Zixia's request. Clang! Zixia shook XuHong's hand and acted cute. The crisp sound of sword being drawn echoed. XuHong easily drew out the Ziqing sword. Qingxia watched this scene, momentarily at a loss for words. The Ziqing sword, one purple and one green, represented the two sisters, her and Zixia. Therefore, the fact that XuHong could draw the Ziqing sword not only indicated that he was Zixia's fated person, but also hers. Even if she didn't want to admit it, that was the truth. Sister, see, I told you, XuHong is my destined husband. No matter what happens in the future, I will always follow him. The heavenly rules 1T let us go. We will eventually be caught back. Qingxia shook her head. I'm not afraid of them. If they dare come, we could just fight them. What will you use to fight them? From a moment, he drew the Ziqing sword. Your divine status and my divine status have already been erased. From this moment on, our cultivation will slowly dissipate until we become true mortals. By then, as an ordinary person, what will you use to confront the heavenly soldiers? Hearing Qingxia's words, Zixia's expression changed slightly, and she became flustered. She almost forgot about this matter. Now, after Qingxia's reminder, she remembered. Right now, there is no need to be afraid. But as time passes, her strength would weaken until she eventually became an ordinary person. XuHong, who was standing by, did not speak but frowned. What is divine status? Divine status is the heavenly court's management of the canon of Fengshen. Anyone who writes their name in the canon of Fengshen can directly become an immortal. Even an ordinary person can become an immortal in an instant. They can enjoy offerings from the mortal world. However, any immortal listed in the canon of Fengshen, once their name is crossed off, loses their divine status, and their powers will gradually dissipate, ultimately becoming immortal. Qingxia explained to XuHong what divine status is. Do people from the Buddhist sect also go to the heavenly court's canon of Fengshen? We are not considered part of the Buddhist sect, and there are also specific Buddhist canons. XuHong, that is quite absurd. To be honest, the canon of Fengshen sounds pretty good. Just writing your name on it allows you to become an immortal, which is already considered a good treasure. Unfortunately, the potential for ascension is limited. Moreover, even immortals have lifespan limits. When their lifespan ends, they must reincarnate. Of course, if it is used to control people, it is quite good. However, XuHong wants to seize it, which is basically impossible. After all, this thing is too important. Apart from the Jade Emperor, no one knows where it is kept. Now, do you still dare to take us with you? As long as we are here, the heavenly court will come to capture us, and the Buddhist sect will also come to capture us. XuHong smiled confidently. I'm not afraid of them, even if the Tathagata and the Jade Emperor come personally. As long as I don't want to, they won't be able to take you away from me. As for you, you two sisters share one body, which is somewhat inconvenient. Why don't I make a body for you? XuHong's indifference to the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect made Qingxia frown. But she didn't say anything. She was sure where XuHong got the confidence to say such things. But seeing him so serious, he didn't seem to be joking. As for his suggestion to create a body for her, she did not resist. Although she had become accustomed to sharing a body with Zixia, she would still be willing to have a body of her own if it was possible. How do you plan to make one for me? You'll know once you come in. With that, XuHong walked directly towards the water curtain cave. Zixia hurriedly followed him. Qingxia hesitated for a moment, but also followed. Although in a spiritual state, she was still a proper immortal with divine status. and her soul was much stronger than an ordinary person. Even in a wandering spirit state, she wouldn't encounter any issues in a short time. Entering the water curtain cave with XuHong, Qingxia quickly saw the spiritual herb field. Even in a spiritual state, she could feel the rich spiritual energy in the cave. It was like stepping from the scorching sun into an air-conditioned room on a 40-degree summer day. The change was particularly evident. Such rich spiritual energy, and this spiritual herb field, all of which were thousand-year-old spiritual herbs. Even Qingxia revealed a shocked expression. Thousand-year-old spiritual herbs are not only larger than ordinary spiritual herbs, but their spiritual energy is also denser, making them easily distinguishable at a glance. Moreover, thousand-year-old spiritual herbs have a certain chance of becoming sentient. What if I use spiritual herbs to create a body for you? Seeing Qingxia's shocked expression, XuHong's vanity was satisfied. Although he didn't plant such a large field of spiritual herbs to show off, that didn't stop him from showing off a bit. Qingxia's shocked expression was very pleasing to him. Chapter 176. New ability, seeking flowers, of course. A body created with spiritual medicine is much better than you directly finding a body for me. Spiritual medicine with a high enough spirit is the best material for creating a body. It's better than just finding a human body directly, and it fits more perfectly. After Neza died once, he was reborn with a new body made from lotus roots and lotus flowers. The new body is just as good as his previous physical body, even stronger. Although XuHong's spiritual medicines can't compare to the lotus roots and lotus flowers used by Neza, they aren't too far off. Moreover, XuHong still has 12 talismans as a trump card. XuHong can completely copy the power of the 12 talismans into Qingxia's new body, creating a powerful physical body for her. This is not difficult for XuHong. That's great, sister. We can finally see each other every day, Zixia said with a surprised expression. Although she and Qingxia often argue, the bond between the two sisters is actually very deep. On the surface, Qingxia is dissatisfied with Zixia, but in reality, she cares a lot about her sister. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so angry when she learned that XuHong casually chose to be Zixia's husband. It wasn't until she saw XuHong draw the purple-blue sword that she tentatively acknowledged him. The idea of destiny sounds unrealistic in a non-supernatural world, and can even be considered a bit ridiculous. But in a world with gods and Buddhas and a heavenly path, the concept of destiny is more easily accepted, especially since both Zixia and Qingxia are immortals. As immortals, they are closer to the truth of the world. Therefore, the idea of destiny is clearer to them. As for acknowledging XuHong, it requires more interaction. Although XuHong drew the purple-blue sword, she is not like Zixia and will not immediately recognize XuHong as a person. Instead, she will first observe what XuHong does. Only after that will she decide whether to stay by XuHong's side. Although it is destined that XuHong is the perfect match for the two sisters, Qingxia does not completely believe in destiny. She acknowledges it, but that does not mean she will accept it without hesitation. Soon, Qingxia's body was created by XuHong. Using created isn't entirely accurate. Refined is more appropriate, because Qingxia's body is actually a spiritual pill refined from spiritual medicine by XuHong. Then, using the method of transformation, he changed it into the form he wanted. Lastly, he infused the power of the 12 talismans into it. This way, even after Qingxia obtained her body, she would not become an ordinary person. Infusing the power of the 12 talismans is not difficult for XuHong. After all, he is a master of magic, and his storage bag and inner world contain plenty of magical tools, more than enough for him to create new magic. After Qingxia merged with her new body, she was effectively revived. Do you feel any discomfort? Or anything uncomfortable? XuHong asked while standing in front of Qingxia. The latter shook her head. I feel great. This body suits me very well. After speaking, Qingxia shyly glanced at XuHong. She couldn't help it. Her body was refined by XuHong, which is equivalent to him giving her a bath. No matter how indifferent she tries to be, she is still a woman with her own sense of modesty. Now standing in front of XuHong, she always feels as if she isn't wearing clothes. Fortunately, XuHong did not explicitly mention this, and she subconsciously chose to ignore it, allowing the matter to pass. Now that she has her new body, she is very happy. Especially after discovering that XuHong's new body has 12 different powers, she is even happier. Qingxia spent 3 days fully mastering the 12 different powers in her new body. It is no exaggeration to say that even though it is a weakened version of the power of the 12 talismans, in this world rich in spiritual energy, her strength is already comparable to before. Except for the inability to cast certain spells and divine abilities, her current strength is not poor. If given some time to raise her cultivation level, she could become much stronger than before. The power of the 12 talismans astonished her. Such a strong power, directly bestowed upon her by XuHong, gives a glimpse of how powerful XuHong himself is. The guy is probably not weaker than the Jade Emperor. No wonder he previously said that even if the Jade Emperor and the Buddha came, they could not take the two sisters away. Because of Qingxia and Zixia, the originally quiet water curtain cave became lively. The people from the Buddhist sect did not come. The returned son Wukong, the supreme treasure, also did not return. Days passed slowly in this situation. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Due to the rich spiritual energy, XuHong's realm again increased. Reaching the mid-stage of the Yuaning, his spiritual consciousness and soul increased significantly. In terms of physical body, his strength, speed, and defense also saw considerable improvement. In addition, he awakened a new ability, telepathy. Simply put, it is a super mind-reading ability. Anyone with a lower spiritual power than XuHong, as long as XuHong wishes, can hear their thoughts and know what they are thinking. Additionally, he can forcibly read the memories of others. This ability is not possessed by Superman. Logically speaking, XuHong should not have awakened this ability. However, nothing is absolute. Perhaps it is because the sunlight XuHong was exposed to is different from Clark's. And since XuHong is also a cultivator, this allowed him to awaken this super mind-reading ability. In terms of practicality, it is still very useful. After all, his mental power is so strong that even XuHong himself does not know how many can match him. The Buddha and Jade Emperor from the journey to the West world have not been seen, so he is unsure. However, he can confidently say that Guanin's spiritual power is beneath his own. Just think in battle, knowing what moves the opponent will make, which hand they will strike with first, and where they intend to attack, gives you a significant advantage. The balance of victory has already tilted in your favor. One day, it was time for XuHong to harvest spiritual medicine again. Although the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine can continue to grow, this year's spiritual medicine is just right for Bairuru and the others. If the age is any higher, the efficacy would be too strong and would actually be detrimental to them. Previously, XuHong had already harvested spiritual medicine once. His inner world has already stocked a considerable amount of 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine. Today, it was time for another harvest. Due to the rich spiritual energy in this world and XuHong's increased realm, his transformation technique is even more effective. In just 1 month, 100-year-old spiritual medicine has grown to 1,000-year-old quality. It is even more efficient than Han Peopeo's small green bottle. After finishing the harvest of the spiritual medicine in the field, he planted new spiritual medicine. A significant wave of magical energy erupted outside the water curtain cave. This surge of magical energy is familiar to XuHong. It is indeed the supreme treasure transformed into Son Wukong. A month ago, it was XuHong who used the Moonlight Treasure Box to send him away. Chapter 177. You come from beyond the realm, right? Seeking flowers. XuHong's gaze turned towards the cave entrance. Through the stone wall, the figure of Supreme Treasure appeared in XuHong's line of sight. Of course, besides Supreme Treasure, there were also 3 other figures. Spring 30 Nyang by Jingjing, and the second in command, not the one XuHong knows, Zhou Dagong. XuHong's figure flickered, and he was already at the entrance of the water curtain cave. It's no wonder he came out so quickly. If he hadn't, the entire flower and fruit mountain would likely have been leveled. In the sky, a golden giant hand descended. The terrifying giant hand obscured the sun, almost filling the entire horizon. Roughly estimated, it was at least 50 miles long. Just a glance at it instilled a sense of horrific oppression. Moreover, at that moment, this giant hand was descending from the sky. If no one intervened, XuHong was unsure if anyone would survive. But Flower and Fruit Mountain would definitely be turned to rubble. The 2 sisters, Zixia and Qingxia, who were in the midst of cultivation, were also awakened by this terrifying aura. Qingxia was cultivating because she had lost her cultivation and needed to start over. As for Zixia, she was forced by XuHong to disperse her cultivation derived from the Book of Gods. And like Qingxia, she was starting her cultivation anew. Usually, the 2 focused mainly on their cultivation. Big Brother, upon seeing XuHong, Supreme Treasure instantly smiled. With XuHong's help, Supreme Treasure successfully returned to the time point of the world he came from. And the timing was just right. If he had returned even a second later, Bai Jingjing would have died at the hands of the Bull Demon King. Supreme Treasure actually didn't know how to face the Bull Demon King, his sworn brother. After all, he had indeed done wrong by the Bull Demon King. It was a fact that he had seduced the elder brother's wife. It was also understandable for the Bull Demon King to want to kill him. But when it came to Bai Jingjing's life and death, he couldn't think too much about it. In terms of strength, the restored power of Sun Wukong and Supreme Treasure was still stronger than the Bull Demon King. Although the difference wasn't significant, Supreme Treasure was indeed stronger than the Bull Demon King, and he also had good fortune on his side. In the end, Supreme Treasure successfully defeated the Bull Demon King. He did not strike a lethal blow. Knowing he couldn't win against Supreme Treasure, the Bull Demon King simply left. However, before leaving, he still shouted that he would come back to trouble him. Although his feelings for Princess Iron Fan were no longer as deep as before, being cuckolded was still unbearable for him. He wanted to reclaim his dignity. Supreme Treasure didn't care about this at all because he never intended to stay there. As soon as the Bull Demon King left, the Tathagata arrived. Facing the Tathagata, Supreme Treasure was naturally no match. So he chose to escape using the Moonlight Treasure Box without hesitation. But unexpectedly, the Tathagata followed him. Now, he could only place his hopes on XuHong. If XuHong couldn't hold on, they would all be doomed. What's going on? Qinxia and Zixia also walked out from the water curtain cave. It's nothing. I just went out for a bit. You stay here and don't go anywhere. Wait for me to return. After saying this, XuHong shot up into the sky. The giant hand in the sky was getting closer. XuHong couldn't let it actually land. In midair, blood energy erupted from XuHong's body. In an instant, a massive red sword appeared in the air. This was the Blood Chi sword condensed from his blood energy, and XuHong, positioned at the tip of the sword, thrust it toward the giant hand. Both speeds were incredible. The next second, a thunderous boom echoed. The giant hand collided with the giant sword. The golden giant hand shattered in an instant, as if a hole had appeared in the sky. Golden light cascaded down. The red giant sword, still carrying its momentum, continued soaring into the sky. Above the clouds, a 10-meter tall massive figure sat on a golden lotus platform, watching the red giant sword flying below. He showed no signs of panic. He slowly raised his golden right hand and gently pushed toward XuHong. The next second, a massive golden wall appeared out of thin air. The giant sword instantly collided with the wall. The terrifying impact directly cleared the clouds beneath them, leaving a vast vacuum space. The giant sword couldn't break through the golden wall. But before the golden giant figure could show any sign of joy, the next second, the red giant sword suddenly transformed into a massive hand. With a backward swing, it was like pulling a bowstring. Before the golden giant figure could react, the red giant fist had already clenched and smashed toward the golden wall. Boom, boom, boom. One punch after another. Boom, crash. After enduring 4 punches, the golden wall could no longer withstand the force and was smashed to pieces. Then came another punch, this one aimed directly at the golden giant figure. The golden giant figure naturally couldn't just stand there and take it. But the speed of the red giant fist was unexpectedly fast. Before he could evade, the giant fist had already reached him with a blade-like gust of wind. The punch struck its target. Under the impact of the terrifying power, the golden giant figure transformed into a stream of golden light flying away. Before he could fly very far, XuHong had already reached in front of him at an even faster speed. Another punch. Left punch, right punch. It was as if he were hitting a sandbag. The golden giant figure was treated like a sandbag by XuHong, being struck back and forth. The final blow, a mighty strike, sent the golden giant figure crashing toward the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise and violent tremors of the ground. When the dust settled, there was now a massive pit with a radius of over 100 meters. In the pit, the golden figure was seated within it. Its golden giant body was already covered in cracks, golden blood oozing from the fissures. And the golden lotus platform beneath it had turned into a pile of golden scrap metal. It looked quite miserable. Boom! XuHong descended from the sky, causing the ground to shake again. The golden giant figure's gaze fell on XuHong. Its injuries were also healing rapidly. The cracks on its body had healed completely in a moment. However, its already torn clothing could not be restored, making it look quite disheveled. I can't figure out your origins and background, but your power is formidable, so you must come from beyond the realm. Looking at XuHong, the Tathagata suddenly spoke. XuHong's strength was surprisingly strong to him, especially in terms of power and speed. It was one thing for the power to be strong, but XuHong's speed was also astonishingly fast. He simply couldn't keep up with the latter's speed. The power was also terrifying. Although the injuries on his body appeared to have healed, in reality, they were only superficially healed. The true injuries would take decades to recover fully. XuHong's strength is beyond his imagination. If it were anyone else taking XuHong's punch, they would probably have died long ago, if not for his formidable Buddha form. With such power, XuHong is definitely a top-tier expert at their level. However, he had never heard any news about XuHong. This person seemed to have suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He tried to use his divine powers to figure out XuHong's origins, but he couldn't find anything. Even when he attempted to trace his background, it was also a blank slate. In this situation, it made the Buddha doubt that XuHong was from their world. Instead, he might be from beyond the realms, outside their world. The journey to the West world has parallel worlds with different timelines. He had traveled between parallel worlds before, so he had long suspected that there were other worlds outside of theirs. However, even with his current level, he couldn't open a path to the outside realms. So he gave up. He never expected to encounter someone from beyond the realms one day. Only someone from outside would be untraceable even by his divine powers. Chapter 178, Transaction. Seeking flowers. XuHong did not rush to take action. Even though he had just fought with the Buddha, he had no intention of killing him. After all, he had no grievances with the Buddha. Moreover, with an existence like the Buddha, if he truly wanted to escape, XuHong might not be able to catch him. Speed is one thing, but sometimes it's not just about being fast to catch someone. An existence like the Buddha definitely has life-saving escape techniques. And that kind of divine power that can instantly cross vast distances means that even if XuHong reached the speed of light, he wouldn't be able to catch up in a short time. It would be even harder to kill him. Although the power of a sheep talisman is indeed strong, an existence of the Buddha's level surely has life-saving techniques in terms of spirit and soul. XuHong wanted to rely on the sheep talisman to directly separate the Buddha's soul from his body, but it wouldn't be as simple as separating Qingxia's soul. Yes, I indeed come from outside the realms. As soon as XuHong finished speaking, the Buddha's expression noticeably brightened, even without using his super mind-reading technique. XuHong could see the desire in the Buddha's eyes. It makes sense. At the level of the Buddha and others, their pursuits and avenues for advancement have reached their limits. This also means they have run out of room for growth and no longer have goals to strive for. A completely new world is very precious to them. The unknown sometimes represents not just fear, but also hope. Although the Moonlight Treasure Box can traverse parallel worlds, it can only cross parallel worlds and cannot meet their needs. XuHong's appearance just happened to break that point, because it represented that his previous guess was correct. There are indeed other worlds outside of theirs. Do you want to leave this world? The Buddha nodded. Who doesn't long for a higher sky? Everything in the journey to the West world is different. Sun Wukong is different, the demons are different, and even the Buddha is the same. So even the Buddha is not without desires. If he truly had no desires, then why would he plan the journey to the West to obtain scriptures? And why would he propagate Buddhism to gain fortune for the Buddhist sect? Then why should I take you with me? Being human means having desires. Even I, as the Buddha, have desires too. So what is your desire? You cannot satisfy my desire. XuHong shook his head. Of course, you have some things I need. How about adding me? A golden dragon descended from the sky and then transformed into a young man wearing a golden crown. The aura around him was vast, no less than that of the Buddha. XuHong immediately guessed the identity of the other party. The Lord of Heaven, the Jade Emperor. I can take you, but the question is, what can you offer me? No one knows what transaction XuHong reached with the Jade Emperor and the Buddha. But since that day passed, no one mentioned the journey to the West anymore. In the heavenly palace, there was no longer any discussion among the deities about capturing Zixia and Qingxia. Everyone seemed to have suddenly forgotten about this matter. Meanwhile, Flower Fruit Mountain was transformed by XuHong into a paradise. XuHong went back to the world of Jiushu through the dimensional gate and brought Bairu and the others over. With the rich spiritual energy of this world, they could easily cultivate to the earth immortal realm. After bringing them over and spending 2 months with them, XuHong opened the dimensional gate again. After all, he had made a deal with the Buddha and the Jade Emperor. Those two had been waiting impatiently, and XuHong couldn't keep them waiting indefinitely, especially since they had given him quite a few good things in exchange for a ticket to leave. One should be decent, right? This time, the energy XuHong input was even more massive, far exceeding what he had put into the journey to the West world. He pushed open the dimensional gate and stepped into the new world beyond it. The rich spiritual energy hit him like he had entered the water as a fish. With his supervision and super hearing activated, XuHong quickly confirmed which new world he had arrived in. The Journey to the West, Demon Slaying Edition. In terms of worldview, the Journey to the West, Demon Slaying Edition world is definitely more grand and dangerous than the Journey to the West world. This includes the strength of the demons in this world, which is also much stronger. The biggest change is that Sun Wukong has become a genuine demon king. Although the Sun Wukong of the Journey to the West world is also a demon king. He is not as wicked and murderous as the Sun Wukong in the demon-slaying edition. Besides that, the Buddha's strength in this world is also exaggerated. Tang Sung can borrow his power to condense a terrifying phantom comparable to Earth to suppress the Demon King Sun Wukong. It's simply absurd. Of course, it can't compare to the Hongwang journey to the West. While the journey to the West, Demon-slaying edition world is not small, it is still on a single planet. Unlike the Hongwang journey to the West world, which is clearly divided into 4 divine continents, each of which is enormous. For an ordinary person, it would be difficult to cross one divine continent in their lifetime to reach another. XuHong had no intention of lingering in this world. Although there should be good things in this world too, XuHong planned to digest what he had obtained in the journey to the West world first. After confirming what world it was, XuHong returned to the journey to the West world through the dimensional gate. He then found the Buddha and the Jade Emperor and informed them about the information regarding the journey to the West, Demon-slaying edition world. He also told them that there was a Buddha and a Jade Emperor in that world as well. However, the strength of those two was completely on a crushing level compared to them. If they went there, it could be dangerous. But the two didn't care about that at all. After hearing XuHong's news, they clearly expressed their desire to go there immediately. Because in their view, since it is a different world, their corresponding selves could grow stronger than them, simply because their world is more powerful and provides them with better opportunities for advancement. They don't feel that they are lacking compared to others. After they leave, give them some time. It's not difficult for them to catch up in terms of cultivation. Moreover, if they retreat just because the other party is stronger, then why bother giving XuHong a pile of good things and buying a ticket to leave? Seeing that both of them expressed their fearlessness and wanted to go straight over, XuHong didn't say much more. He directly opened the dimensional gate and sent them over. The dimensional gate is bound to him, unless he allows it, even if Buddha and the Jade Emperor have strong cultivation. They cannot forcibly use the dimensional gate to travel to another world. After sending the two over, XuHong didn't care about them anymore. The transaction was already completed. After they left this world, XuHong felt even more at ease. After all, both of them are not weak. But once they left, the remaining gods and Buddhas in this world were not worth mentioning to XuHong. As long as he wished, he could easily annihilate them, because their strength was no longer on the same level. Chapter 179, The Annihilating Black Flame, Seeking Flowers, after sending Buddha and the others over. XuHong stayed in the world of a Chinese odyssey, accompanying the women while enjoying life. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year quietly passed. XuHong also. The first annual signing, XuHong obtained the Superman Bloodline. The second annual signing, he obtained the Dimensional Gate. Both times, the rewards were not simple. So XuHong was very interested in the third annual signing, wondering what good things he would get. Ding! Sign-in cooldown completed. Would you like to proceed with a new sign-in? Sign-in. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations on receiving the reward. Annihilating Flame. Annihilating Flame, a materialized flame that destroys rules, can incinerate rules, space, time, and worlds. Extremely dangerous. Please use with caution. What? He felt a violent aura erupting within him, and with his physical quality, he was almost knocked unconscious by the intense pain. It should be noted that he hadn't felt such pain for a long time. After all, his physical quality is such that ordinary people can't even break through his defenses, let alone cause him pain. XuHong raised his right hand, and a small black flame appeared at his fingertips. As soon as it appeared, the space began to distort, and the surrounding air was instantly burned clean. Any material and non-material were ignited by the black flame in an instant, which was simply domineering. It should be noted that this was still when XuHong did not actively control it. Fortunately, this was a direct reward from the system, which he could perfectly control, just like the Dimensional Gate. Otherwise, he wouldn't even dare to accept this thing, and it's no wonder it was rated as extremely dangerous. A terrifying flame that could incinerate worlds. With this thing, even if he went to the primordial world now, he would have sufficient self-protection power. However, the energy consumption of this thing was also quite exaggerated. With his late-stage nascent soul, just broke through realm and still having a large amount of pure yang power in his body, he could only maintain this black flame for a few seconds. The energy and pure yang power had already consumed more than 10%. It was even more than his divine abilities. Moreover, what he maintained was just a wisp of black flame. If he wanted to produce a large area, wouldn't it instantly drain his magical power and pure yang power? After marveling at the power of the black flame, XuHong knew that he could now go to a higher level world. Of course, in a stable situation, XuHong did not plan to go to a world that was too high level all at once. Therefore, He did not plan to go to the world of Journey to the West, conquering the demons. He didn't know much about that world, except that Buddha appeared once. The heavenly court in that world did not appear at all in the movie. When facing powerful demons, even son XuHong couldn't handle them alone. He needed Tang Sung, the master, to use the Great Sun Buddha scripture. XuHong certainly couldn't just go over to grab a Great Sun Buddha scripture. To be honest, when Buddha was shown in the movie, XuHong really wasn't sure if he would fear him. After all, his strength was not weak now. But if asked what he could gain, he really couldn't say. People always need a purpose for doing something. Bairuru and the others currently did not lack cultivation resources. Previously, in the trade with the Jade Emperor, XuHong obtained a lot of pills to improve cultivation, such as the 3-turn golden pill that directly allows ordinary people to reach the transformation realm. This thing was refined by the Taishang Lao Jun of this world. There were also peaches that could increase cultivation and lifespan. These things were eaten by Bairuru and the others casually. Their cultivation had long caught up with XuHong, especially Bairuru, who was now at the late stage of the transformation realm. Of course, this does not mean that Bairuru and the others have better talent than XuHong. It's just that XuHong used all the pills in his hands for them. As for XuHong himself, he had never used any elixirs for cultivation. Otherwise, let alone the transformation realm, he could reach the Great Ascension, Tribulation Crossing, and Earth Immortal realms. After all, XuHong's body was stronger, and he digested spiritual medicines faster. Therefore, a world that is too high level is not so urgent for XuHong. Instead, a world that is slightly higher is more suitable for him to go to. Just like the world of Jackie Chan Adventures. If you say that the world is high level, it can be considered, but if you say it's very high level, it can't be considered either. However, the world of Jackie Chan Adventures has many good things that XuHong knows about. These things are also easy to obtain. Therefore, the world doesn't necessarily have to be high level. A slightly lower one is also fine. After the 3rd annual sign-in, XuHong once again opened the dimensional gate. This time, he planned to go to a world that is neither too high nor too low. Still, he was alone. This time, XuHong input more energy into the dimensional gate than when he opened the world of a Chinese Odyssey, but less than when he opened the world of Journey to the West, conquering the demons. Soon, the dimensional gate connected to a new world. Pushing open the dimensional gate, XuHong stepped into the new world. This time, he was still alone. Giant Canyon City. Giant Canyon City University. In the bathroom of the teaching building, a colorful door suddenly appeared out of thin air. Fortunately, it was class time, and there were no students or teachers in the bathroom. Otherwise, this scene would probably startle people. The colorful door quickly opened, and a man dressed in a white robe walked out from inside. It was XuHong. As soon as he arrived in the new world, XuHong frowned. A place devoid of spiritual energy? If the world of Uncle Nine was still just an era of declining magic, with thin spiritual energy still present, then the world he was in now was completely a place devoid of spiritual energy, and he could not sense any spiritual energy at all. Interesting, since so many worlds, this is the first time encountering a place devoid of spiritual energy. However, it took a lot of energy to open the passage to this world. The dimensional gate definitely did not open to an ordinary world. Martial arts or technology? XuHong thought to himself. Then he activated super hearing. Soon, XuHong obtained the information he needed. Earth, Giant Gorge City, Super God Academy, Black Wall Plan of the Heroic Squad, Invasion of Super Extraterrestrial Civilizations, Interstellar War. Super God Academy? After obtaining this information, XuHong immediately confirmed which world he had arrived in. Super God Academy. This is an anime world set against a backdrop of technology. The technological content is very high, especially the super gene engineering of this world, which has incredibly strong growth potential, is also set against the backdrop of the entire universe, not just a single Earth. It contains many technologies that other worlds do not possess, such as interstellar battleships, interstellar weapons, and interstellar teleportation gates. These are things XuHong had never even seen in his previous world. However, in terms of world level, XuHong did not think this world was inferior to the Journey to the West, conquering the demon's world. There are also many good things here. XuHong is very interested in the unique gene engineering of this world. However, wanting to get in touch with super gene engineering is not that simple. At least on Earth, there is only one person who has mastered this technology. That is Takeo. Chapter 180, Go Shaolin, Seeking Flowers, Dormitory 303, Sophomore Year. Guys, I heard that a new student is coming to our dormitory today, a transfer student. Really? Even sophomore year, they're transfer students? Who knows? Maybe the person has strong connections. Go Shaolin, What are you looking at? Laughing so lewdly. Ma Xiaolong, seeing Gu Xiaolun lying on the bed with a silly grin, couldn't help but ask, I'm not doing anything. Gu Xiaolun was startled by this call and hurriedly put away his phone. Ma Xiaolong smiled slightly at his reaction. I say, Xiaolun, what unhealthy stuff are you looking at? Aren't you going to share it with us? No, stop talking nonsense. I'm not looking at anything unhealthy. It's broad daylight. Ah, you still know it's broad daylight. Did you hear what I just said? Pack up your things. Someone is coming to our dormitory later. I heard the dean personally brought them over. If the dormitory is too messy, we're definitely going to get scolded. Even in sophomore year, someone is still being assigned to our dormitory? What class are they from? I don't know. I heard they have strong connections. So let us not worry about it. Let us just clean up first. Dormitory 303 only has 3 people. Originally, there were 6, but 3 moved out after finding girlfriends and rented places off campus. Now, only the 3 of them remain. Ma Xiaolong, Gu Xiaolun, and Zhang Huaibin. It's normal for boys not to care about cleaning. The 3 of them had just tidied up halfway when the dormitory door was pushed open from the outside. A middle-aged man walked in, followed by a young man. He was very tall, looked strong, and most importantly, he was exceptionally handsome, even more so than movie stars. Wow, a tall, rich, and handsome guy. Gu Xiaolun couldn't help but mumble. Dean, of course. The 3 of them first greeted the dean. Otherwise, they might face trouble later. The dean nodded. XuHong, from today on, you will live in dormitory 303. Buy your own things. And if there is anything you're not satisfied with in the dormitory, come to me and tell me. Okay, Dean Zhou, I understand. Thank you. No trouble. No trouble. Well, I'll leave now. You can get to know your dorm mates. After saying this, the dean left. XuHong was holding a bag. Xiaolun, why are you still dawdling? Help the new roommate with his things. Huayan, get some water. Ma Xiaolong nudged the shoulders of the 2 beside him and said. Only then did the 2 react. Gu Xiaolun ran directly to XuHong to help carry his bag. Bro, you're so handsome. We'll be roommates from now on. I'm Gu Xiaolun. XuHong did not refuse Gu Xiaolun's kindness and let go of the bag. Gu Xiaolun's body suddenly sank, almost stumbling to the ground. Wow, this bag is heavy. What's inside? Not much, just some daily necessities and a few dumbbells. XuHong smiled at Gu Xiaolun. Gu Xiaolun, the protagonist of Super God Academy. But he is also the protagonist with the least protagonist halo. Throughout the series, he was only impressive once. At other times, he was always a coward. But he is not annoying because he realistically represents most ordinary people. He fears death. When he learns he has to go to the battlefield, he gets nervous. When he thinks he might accidentally kill someone, he panics. But when the country needs him, he bravely steps forward, even if he is scared. He is scared on the battlefield, not hiding at home like a turtle. This is the true portrayal of most ordinary people. When XuHong watched Super God Academy, he also saw his own reflection in Gu Xiaolun. So, while he may be cowardly, he is indeed not annoying. Dumbbells? Gu Xiaolun was taken aback. Is there someone who specifically brings these things? Of course, he was puzzled, but he didn't say much. By the way, bro, I still don't know your name. XuHong. Su from double, Hong from great. XuHong, the name sounds imposing. Bro, to be honest, you're more handsome than those movie stars. I think you should go to film school, Gu Xiaolun said with a smile. But I don't rely on looks to make a living. I'm not interested in the entertainment industry. XuHong smiled and shook his head. Bro, now that you're here, our dormitory's average looks just shot to the top of the school. Bro, how old are you? I'm Ma Xiaolong, 22 this year. Zhang Huaibin, 21, turning 22 soon. Gu Xiaolun is also 21 now. Then I'm older than you all. I'm 25 this year. 25? Wow, you don't look like it. Bro, are you in a Master S program? Not really. I already have a doctoral degree and am currently looking for a job in my field. I probably won't stay in this dormitory for long. Wow, that's awesome, a top student. The 3 of them were surprised, not expecting XuHong to already be a doctoral student. This is totally a big shot, completely on a different level than them. Besides envy, there was more admiration. After all, a doctoral degree is not easy to obtain. Of course, for XuHong, getting a doctoral degree is easy. With his super brain, he can master whatever he wants in just half a day. Even fields he has never touched before do not affect him. A super brain is not just good at memorizing things. It's also great at learning. After all, brain thinking is more agile, and comprehension ability is higher. Master the relevant knowledge, and then hypnotize the corresponding people. A doctoral degree comes naturally. In order to better access the super gene engineering of the Super God Academy in the future, XuHong specifically obtained a doctorate in biological genetics. His resume has already been sent out. XuHong believes that the Super God Academy should want him. Of course, even if they don't, it's not a big deal. If he can't infiltrate secretly, he can join openly. The current timeline is still early. The angels have not yet descended to Earth, and the first war between Earth and the tasting civilization has not yet begun. Right now, Tianhe City is doing well. If he can't get in secretly, when the Tianhe City battle occurs, he can just visit the battlefield, and he believes the Super God Academy will welcome him to join later. If he has to say which super gene he is most interested in, it must be Delanus. After all, she is the sun goddess, controlling stellar energy, which matches his Superman lineage perfectly. Superman can sleep in the sun for 100,000 years and grow into a multiverse-level Silver Super. If he can merge Delanus' solar gene, it might shorten that time significantly. As for the absolute spirit or something, he doesn't care at all. After all, he has elixirs to replenish his mana. Moreover, even without mana, the pure yang power within him can always be replenished, as long as the sun exists. His pure yang power will not dry up. Chapter 181. XuHong, Seeking Flowers. In addition, XuHong is also quite interested in GainsSuperman and XuHong's super genes. One has thick skin, and the other has great strength. They can be considered decent super genes. Although in the anime, GainsSuperman's galaxy power and XuHong's Nockstar power don't have any particularly impressive achievements. The previous generation of Nockstar power once split Delena's hometown, the Sunstar, in half with an axe. XuHong isn't clear about the exact size of the Sunstar, but as a planet, it can't be too small. Being able to split in half at once shows quite a strong capability. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, XuHong spent most of his time in the dormitory or at the library reading. As for attending classes, with his knowledge reserve, he didn't need to attend them at all. In these 3 days, he became quite familiar with the 3 people in his dorm. Since he is the oldest, everyone usually calls him Brother Hong. Meanwhile, there has been no news from the Super God Academy. XuHong knew that his first method had failed. Of course, if he directly used mental control to make the other party let him in, it wouldn't be impossible, but XuHong didn't plan to do that. After all, this was not his only option. He still had a second path to take. Brother Hong, there are no classes this afternoon. How about we go out for a walk? That day, XuHong happened to be in the dorm. GainsSuperman pushed open the dorm door and, seeing XuHong indeed inside, called out. XuHong is exceptionally handsome. He had only been at the school for a few days, but he was already famous throughout Jusha City University. Even though he had never attended a single class, he had been to the library, and he usually ate in the school cafeteria. Many students had seen him. The female classmates who actively approached him were so many that other boys were envious and jealous. But regardless of the type of woman who tried to chat with XuHong, he would casually respond a few times and then find an excuse to leave. So far, not a single flower had been able to pick him, the renowned grass. Now, XuHong could be considered a prominent figure at Jusha City University. Wherever he went, he attracted people's attention. After all, this guy is just too handsome. Even male stars in movies can't compare. GainsSuperman sought out XuHong to go out because XuHong would be the center of attention as soon as he stepped out. And he, naturally, could bask in that glow. Who knows, maybe some senior or junior would think GainsSuperman looked alright and take a liking to him. Then GainsSuperman would be single no more. XuHong initially wanted to say he didn't want to go, but after thinking about it, there didn't seem to be anything important to do at school. Plus, he remembered that GainsSuperman first activated his super gene when he was fighting XuHong outside of school. After some thought, XuHong nodded. Alright, sounds good. It just so happens that I don't have anything urgent to do. Okay, let's go to the pedestrian street. I know a hot pot restaurant there that tastes great. I'll ask Lao Zhang and Xiao Long if they're going, GainsSuperman said, pulling out his phone to send a message. Zhang Huaibin and Ma Xiaolong quickly replied. Although they both wanted to go, they were currently busy with other matters and couldn't make it. So it ended up being just XuHong and GainsSuperman. Lao Zhang and Xiao Long can't make it? No problem. I can help them finish their share, XuHong said with a smile. XuHong usually worked out with dumbbells in the dorm and had great strength, so everyone knew he had a big appetite. The two casually tidied up and then left the dorm. College students have a lot of freedom. The two left the university and quickly arrived at a pedestrian street near Jusha City University. The pedestrian street had a decent crowd, and after browsing around for a while, they headed to the hot pot restaurant that GainsSuperman mentioned. Mainly, XuHong couldn't take it anymore. It was one thing for people to take photos on the way, but it was another for people to approach them one after another. Ignoring them would be rude, but responding would be troublesome. So they simply headed straight to the hot pot restaurant. Meanwhile, GainsSuperman was hoping to replace XuHong in the spotlight. However, the scene he fantasized about, where some girl would take a liking to him, never appeared. He was merely a background character. From start to finish, no girl even glanced at him. He was completely ignored. This left Gu Xiaolun quite speechless. Although he wouldn't say he was exceptionally handsome, he wasn't bad-looking either. Calling him a bit handsome wouldn't be an exaggeration. Why did he seem to have no presence at all? At the hot pot restaurant, the two ate and chatted. XuHong had a large appetite, so they ended up eating a bit later. Gu Xiaolun said the hot pot here was good, and it indeed tasted great. Speaking of which, XuHong hadn't had hot pot in quite a while. Usually, he ate more barbecue and stir-fried dishes. As for hot pot, he had hardly eaten it at all. They spent nearly 2 hours eating before finally leaving the hot pot restaurant. The meal cost almost 3,000. When Gu Xiaolun went to pay, he didn't have enough money, but in the end, XuHong footed the bill. This made Gu Xiaolun feel a bit embarrassed. After all, he was the one who invited XuHong out for hot pot, and then he couldn't cover the cost. XuHong, however, didn't mind at all and said he could pay this time, and next time it would be Gu Xiaolun's turn. After finishing the hot pot, the two prepared to return to school. Because they had browsed around for a while and spent over 2 hours eating hot pot, it was already dark. The pedestrian street wasn't far from Jusha City University, so they didn't take a taxi but planned to walk back. What do you want? Don't come over or I'll call. Suddenly, a panicked female voice came from an alley. Both XuHong and Gu Xiaolun heard it. Brother Hong, there's a situation, Gu Xiaolun said in surprise. I heard it. Let's go take a look. With XuHong leading the way, Gu Xiaolun immediately followed. The two walked to the entrance of the alley where the voice had come from. In the alley, 3 men surrounded a young girl, preventing her from leaving. 2 of them had visible tattoos on their arms, and one had a scorpion tattoo on his neck. The leader appeared to be in his 30s, looking somewhat fierce and tall, clearly not a good person. He stood in front of the girl with a smug grin. Hey, don't be scared, we mean no harm. We just think you're pretty and want to get your contact info. Nothing malicious, he said. Don't come any closer, or I'll call for help. Oh, you don't understand what I'm saying, huh? We just want her contact info. We want to hurt you. Hey, what are you doing? You can't talk to a girl like that. Get lost. After Lu Chuang scolded his lackey, he was about to say something else when he was interrupted. Hey, you 3 punks over there, what are you doing? Harassing a good woman in broad daylight? I advise you to let that girl go, or else. Or else what? She looks young, probably a college student. You little brat. Do you know what it means to mind your own business? Lu Chuang was a bit annoyed. He just wanted contact info. Why did someone have to act like a hero? Stop talking nonsense. Let her go, or don't blame us for being rude. After saying this, Gu Xiaolun glanced at XuHong beside him. XuHong was tall and muscular, even taller than him. Usually, he worked out in the dorm with 30-kilogram dumbbells, which he lifted easily. Especially after XuHong took off his shirt, his defined muscles were impressive, but not exaggerated. With undeniable explosive power. Although XuHong had never fought, he was definitely not simple. If he were alone, he wouldn't dare to be so tough. What are you going to do, be rude? Lu Chuang approached the two with an unfriendly expression. The commotion attracted some passers-by nearby, and soon someone took out their phone to call the police. Xiaolun, go for it. Okay. Gu Xiaolun didn't have much of an opinion, but since XuHong spoke, he immediately followed suit. After all, he believed XuHong was not an ordinary person and had a background. Since XuHong said to go for it, if anything happened, XuHong would take the blame, so he didn't worry too much. However, he overestimated his fighting ability. As soon as he charged at Lu Chuang, the latter kicked out first, landing a blow right in Gu Xiaolun's stomach. Gu Xiaolun felt a sharp pain and immediately collapsed, feeling weak all over. XuHong. Gu Xiaolun wasn't too short and worked out regularly, even having abs. But being knocked down by Lu Chuang in one hit showed he was too weak. TCH, thought you were tough. Just this? Daring to meddle in others' business, looking for death. Lu Chuang spoke with disdain while lifting his right foot, clearly intending to kick Gu Xiaolun again. Since XuHong was there, he obviously wouldn't let Lu Chuang land that kick. As soon as Lu Chuang lifted his foot, XuHong kicked out. This kick wasn't too forceful. Bang! With a dull thud, Lu Chuang was sent flying back by XuHong's kick. He soared 6 or 7 meters through the air before hitting the ground, landing silently. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Even Gu Xiaolun, who was in pain, forgot about it for a moment. He looked at Lu Chuang, then at XuHong, suddenly panicking. Fighting was one thing. At worst, they would end up in jail. And since they were acting in defense of a good woman, they wouldn't be held responsible. But if someone died, that would be a serious matter. That kick sent Lu Chuang flying 6 or 7 meters. How much strength did that take? That thug wouldn't be dead, would he? Boom. Your kick was too strong. That thug won't die, will he? Gu Xiaolun was a bit frantic. He couldn't help it. After all, he was just an ordinary college student, and anyone would panic in a situation that could lead to death. Don't worry, he won't die. XuHong shook his head. Just now, his awareness extended outward, constantly observing Lu Chuang's physical condition. That kick he just delivered would have been fatal for an ordinary person. After all, it was quite powerful. But Lu Chuang was not an ordinary person. Sure enough, although he seemed dead, just 2 seconds later, his life signs returned. XuHong could sense a surge of energy within Lu Chuang. This energy was special, something XuHong had never encountered before. Most likely, it was dark energy from the Super God Academy world. When XuHong first arrived in this world, he had attempted to absorb dark energy, but he couldn't sense its existence. This was energy that neither reflected, radiated, nor absorbed light. Compared to spiritual energy, dark matter energy was even less detectable, let alone absorbable. Just now, XuHong clearly sensed a large amount of unknown energy appearing in the void. Most likely, this energy was dark energy. XuHong tried to absorb the dark energy. Although he achieved his goal, he didn't absorb much since there wasn't much dark energy available. Most of it was absorbed by Lu Chuang in an instant, leaving him with very little. Moreover, he had clearly noticed that Lu Chuang's soul vanished for 2 seconds. It was likely that he entered the dark matter space. XuHong felt that the dark matter space wasn't accessible to just anyone. There must be some special conditions to enter. Lu Chuang and GainsSuperman could access the dark matter space, likely due to their super genes. Because they could interact with the dark matter space, they could absorb dark matter energy at any time to enhance their strength and replenish their energy consumption. But XuHong couldn't access the dark matter space, so naturally, he couldn't sense the dark matter energy unique to it. However, XuHong didn't care about this. Not being able to sense it now didn't mean he couldn't in the future. Damn it, what glory or honor. I don't care about that. I just want to kill that guy. Lu Chuang muttered as he got up from the ground. Brother Chuang, are you okay? His 2 lackeys were instantly delighted. They had thought Lu Chuang was dead after being kicked by XuHong, especially after flying 6 or 7 meters away. I'm fine. Everyone get back. I'm going to kill that guy, Lu Chuang said, picking up a beer bottle and charging towards XuHong. At this moment, GainsSuperman had also recovered. Lu Chuang, not being dead, relieved him. But he never expected Lu Chuang to get up and rush at him, and XuHong with a beer bottle. He crawled up from the ground, just getting stuck between XuHong and Lu Chuang. Bang! With a crisp sound, a beer bottle hit GainsSuperman right on the head. Having just gotten up, he fell down again instantly. However, this time, he was indeed dead. After the activation of the super gene, Lu Chuang's strength had already exceeded that of ordinary people by dozens of times, and his power was continuously increasing while his body absorbed dark matter. Not just strength, but also the defense of his body and the intensity of his internal organs were being enhanced. GainsSuperman couldn't possibly survive this hit. Lu Chuang was also somewhat stunned. Although he claimed he wanted to kill XuHong, he didn't really dare to murder someone. After all, killing is against the law. He could beat XuHong into the hospital, but killing, he truly didn't dare to do it. However, he never expected GainsSuperman to suddenly get up and right then be hit by the bottle on his head. Looking at the shattered beer bottle and GainsSuperman lying motionless on the ground, he was dumbfounded. Did he just kill someone? Chapter 183. Qilin, seeking flowers, XuHong, on the other hand, appeared calm. The onlookers outside gasped in shock. After all, the sound of that beer bottle breaking was too crisp. If it had hit somewhere else, it would have been fine, but hitting right on the head, he would at least have a concussion, if not dead. Lu Chuang suddenly felt a bit panicked. But before he could fully comprehend his panic, GainsSuperman suddenly regained movement and crawled up from the ground. Oh, I'm not dead. He first touched his head, confirming he was alive, and immediately felt delighted. At the same time, he was also a bit puzzled. What was that system, that galaxy power? Why couldn't he understand it at all? Or was it that he had become a super soldier? Just like the Hatred Alliance from the ugly country. Had he gained super strength? Wow, I'm not dead, that's great. But being alive is even better. This way, I can send both of you to the hospital. Saying this, Lu Chuang was about to make another move. Just after Lu Chuang had nearly killed him with a blow to the head. GainsSuperman was furious upon hearing Lu Chuang's words. Damn it. Wasn't he at this guy who had just almost killed him with a headshot? If it weren't for the awakening of some superpower, he might have really died. Thinking of this, his anger surged, and he didn't care about anything else. Instinctively rushing forward, he wrapped his arms around Lu Chuang's neck, lifted him up, and slammed him against the wall. This fierce scene instantly stunned Lu Chuang's 2 little brothers, who hurriedly dodged. Bang! A loud sound echoed as the wall cracked. Lu Chuang was embedded directly into the wall. This scene naturally caused another round of gasps from the onlookers. However, GainsSuperman and Lu Chuang paid no attention to this. Right now, all they wanted was to thoroughly beat each other up. Although being slammed against the wall by GainsSuperman caused a sharp pain in XuHong's back, it was just pain. He didn't feel any bones were damaged. So, once he regained his senses, he exerted force and broke free from GainsSuperman's grasp. In terms of strength, GainsSuperman was somewhat inferior to XuHong, and in terms of fighting skills, he was completely outmatched. GainsSuperman was just an ordinary college student. This might have been his first fight in life. On the other hand, XuHong, as a street thug, had definitely fought before. He might not compare to those who practice martial arts, but against someone like GainsSuperman, it was a piece of cake. With such a disparity, GainsSuperman was completely no match for XuHong and was quickly taken down. Just as XuHong was about to cause trouble for XuHong, the sound of police sirens grew closer. The bystanders outside cleared a path, and 2 police cars drove in. Subsequently, several uniformed police officers got out of the cars. After receiving a report that someone was fighting, the police station dispatched officers immediately. Upon seeing the scene, the police were dumbfounded, confirming this was not a construction site. The broken walls, the damaged air conditioning, and the cracked ground. First, take all the people back, said Captain Liu. A few police officers quickly composed themselves and walked inside. Due to the chaotic scene, several police officers drew their guns. After all, the fight had escalated to such an extent that the impact was quite severe. Upon seeing the guns, both XuHong and GainsSuperman, who had just appeared fierce, immediately shivered in fear. Although they realized they had become unusual, their mindset hadn't changed, and they were still quite afraid of guns. The calmest person was XuHong. After all, he had anticipated this scene long ago. Of course, his gaze didn't forget to land on Qilin in the police squad. The beautiful police officer Qilin, a super soldier from the super gene of Xinhe, a member of the Xiong Binglian. Of course, her appearance was absolutely top-notch. Her looks could easily score 95 points, not inferior to Liu Yun in the slightest. In fact, she might even surpass her, as she was an anime beauty. More perfect in every way, whether it was her face or figure, and wearing a uniform, she had a different kind of allure. As one of the involved parties, XuHong was naturally taken by the police. However, only 2 cars had come this time. Qilin and her team had 6 people. XuHong, his 2 little brothers, the victim girl, plus XuHong and GainsSuperman totaled 12 people, which definitely couldn't fit in 2 cars. Therefore, GainsSuperman and XuHong were taken back first. Qilin stayed behind with a middle-aged police officer to take XuHong and the victim girl back to the police station. Why were XuHong and the girl left behind? Because they looked the least like criminals. XuHong was very calm when the police arrived. If he hadn't spoken up, they would have thought he was just a bystander. The girl was clearly the victim. As a police officer, Qilin's perception was quite sharp. She noticed that as soon as she appeared, XuHong glanced at her several times. She was very confident in her looks. Being noticed wasn't new to her. Many male colleagues in the police station wanted to pursue her. However, she had yet to agree to any of their advances. In her words, she had only graduated for 2 years and didn't want to date too early. But XuHong was not ordinary either. XuHong was definitely the most handsome and charismatic man she had encountered in all her years. As a police officer, her observational skills were higher than average. Although XuHong looked young, he exuded a calm confidence from within. XuHong's confidence was quite understated. If one didn't observe closely, it was impossible to notice, but she sensed it from XuHong's eyes. So, although XuHong looked young, he was definitely not as simple as he appeared. Moreover, if he wanted to, he wouldn't have trouble finding a girlfriend. Although she considers herself beautiful, she doesn't think she's the most beautiful in the world. Men like XuHong have definitely seen many beauties. The other party has been looking at her, not because of her looks. However, she didn't point this out, as if nothing had happened. On the way back in the car, Qilin remained silent and didn't speak. XuHong also quietly stared out the window, not initiating conversation. He didn't seem nervous at all, feeling as if he was going on a trip. There was an indescribable sense of ease on his face. Soon, XuHong and the girl were taken to the police station. The girl was taken away by a middle-aged police officer. Her emotions were unstable and required someone experienced to handle her. As for XuHong, he was naturally in Qilin's care. After being led by Qilin to a small room, XuHong saw GainsSuperman and XuHong, along with his 2 little brothers. The expressions on their faces were not good, clearly having undergone some education. GainsSuperman initially had a bitter expression, but upon seeing XuHong, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. However, realizing that it was not the right time to smile, the expression quickly faded. Chapter 184. Duka Ao, request for flowers, please take a seat. Qilin pointed to a stool in front of him, then sat down across from XuHong with a piece of paper. XuHong was not polite and sat down directly across from Qilin without feeling nervous. I asked. You answer. Name. XuHong. How old are you? 25. Where's your hometown? Jusha City XXXX. ID card. XXXXX. What do you do? Student. Please recount what happened before. Qilin continued. Her colleagues were watching from the side, and no one spoke. Gu Xiaoluan and Lu Chuang had clearly already given their statements before XuHong arrived, so they were asking XuHong again to avoid anyone lying. The girl, as the victim, also needed to provide a statement. This afternoon, XuHong honestly recounted what happened today. He didn't embellish the story. He only concealed the fact that he didn't hold back on the kick he gave Lu Chuang. He couldn't say he kicked the guy to activate the super gene in Lu Chuang, could he? Meanwhile, as XuHong and Gu Xiaoluan were taken to the police station to give statements, Duka Ao received news about the fight between Gu Xiaoluan and Lu Chuang at the military district in Jusha City. The gene of the Xinhe civilization, 153, was actively spread by Duka Ao on Earth, meaning the super genes inside super soldiers like Gu Xiaoluan, Lu Chuang, and Qilin came from Duka Ao. He was also aware of who had these super genes and had been monitoring them closely, though not on a 24-hour basis. He still granted them some privacy. However, he would receive news of their major actions promptly. Naturally, he couldn't hide the activation of the super genes in Gu Xiaoluan and Lu Chuang from him. The video of the two fighting had already been obtained by Duka Ao. Duka Ao had actually planned to recruit Gu Xiaoluan and the others after the Black Wall project of the Super God Academy fully commenced. However, he didn't expect Gu Xiaoluan to unexpectedly encounter Lu Chuang, both activating their super genes and getting into a fight. Once their super genes were activated, they could be considered super soldiers. The destruction and loss caused by such super soldiers if they went out of control would be immeasurable. Therefore, the Black Wall project of the Super God Academy, also known as the Xiongбing Lian project, had to be initiated ahead of schedule. Chief, you were looking for me. Liao Jia, you're here. I have a task for you. Take Rose with you. Actually I can go alone. Upon hearing this, Liao Jia's expression changed immediately. You can't go alone. Take Rose with you. Her super gene has awakened, and she can help you in special situations. Besides, you're going to recruit someone this time, and that kid is not easy to recruit. It won't work if you go alone. Liao Jia wasn't foolish. He could tell Duka Ao was clearly planning to use a beauty trap. Du Qiangwei, Duka Ao's daughter, was a young girl with wine-red hair, who had a relatively cold personality. However, she was very beautiful and had a great figure, definitely goddess level. Any man who saw her wouldn't be able to help but like her. Of course, Liao Jia was an exception. As Du Qiangwei's teammate, he knew all too well about her bad temper. Once she got angry, even a few oxen couldn't pull her back. Because of Du Qiangwei, he had received several disciplinary actions. He was genuinely scared of her and didn't dare to go on missions with her. Chief, you just don't believe in my abilities. I can do it alone. It's just recruiting someone, so don't worry, I will definitely bring the person back. He knew that Liao Jia had received several disciplinary actions because of Du Qiangwei. Although it wasn't Liao Jia's fault, they were teammates. If Du Qiangwei made a mistake, Liao Jia couldn't escape responsibility. So he couldn't blame Liao Jia for his current attitude. All right, I know you're afraid that Qiangwei will cause trouble and get you disciplined. No, Chief. Don't say that. I never thought that. Okay, I have already taught her a lesson. Don't worry, this time she won't make any mistakes. I have instructed her to listen to you completely. Just help me out. That girl has been locking herself in her room to train, and I'm really worried that if she stays alone for too long, something might go wrong with her mind. Oh yeah. No wonder their father and daughter, one excuse. With Duka Ao saying this, Liao Jia naturally had no way to refuse. All right, where's Qiangwei? I've already called her over. She'll be here soon. This is your target this time, a total of 2. One is called Gu Xiaoluan, a student from Jusha City University, and the other is called Lu Chuang, a street thug. You should first contact Gu Xiaoluan and recruit him. As for Lu Chuang, he needs to be detained for half a month. Oh, detained for half a month? What for? Liao Jia immediately became interested. You'll know after watching this video. Soon, in the video, Gu Xiaoluan was first kicked by Lu Chuang and then directly knelt down. This scene made Liao Jia laugh. Who fights like this, just rushing up? ISNT that just rushing to get beaten? In the video, Lu Chuang was preparing to kick Gu Xiaoluan again to knock him out. XuHong moved swiftly and kicked Lu Chuang, sending him flying 6 or 7 meters. Wow, this guy's kick is so powerful. Is he filming a movie? This person is XuHong, a roommate of Gu Xiaoluan and a PhD student at Jusha City University. He is quite strange, although his information can be found. There is very limited information about his childhood. Is there nothing in our personnel database? Liao Ye from it. Du Kao shook his head. No, I feel this person is not simple. You need to pay attention to him when you go. Don't worry, I will be cautious. Liao Jie nodded. Soon, after watching the video, Liao Jie was also very surprised by the destructive power of GainsSuperman and XuHong. Such destructive power is no longer something that can be achieved by just anyone. Although he is also a super soldier, in terms of strength, he might not even compare to those two guys. Report. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. Kumin. As soon as Du Kao finished speaking, a young girl with long wine-red hair walked in from outside. The girl looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, about 175 meters tall, wearing black knee-high boots. On her upper body was a brown patterned shirt, and on her lower body, a pair of jeans. She had a very good figure, but her expression was cold, as if she were saying no entry to strangers, with a look that suggested others owed her money and hadn't paid it back. The girl was none other than Du Kao's daughter, Du Qiangwei. Du Qiangwei entered, first glancing at Du Kao, then moving her gaze to Liao Jie. Let us go. Why are you still standing there? After speaking, Du Qiangwei stepped outside. Du Kao could only smile helplessly. After bringing Du Qiangwei to earth, she had been in a frozen state. It was only in recent years that he had thawed her. Although she is over 1,000 years old, her mental age is only around 18 or 19, and she is currently in a rebellious phase. Du Kao truly has no way to manage her. If Du Qiangwei were a son, it would be easier for Du Kao to discipline him with a beating. But the problem is that Du Qiangwei is a daughter, and now that she's grown up, he definitely can't hit her. Liu Yi glanced at Du Kao. You all go. Remember to bring the person back. By the way, pay attention to that XuHong. If possible, bring him back too. I'm very curious about who he really is. Yes, sir, Liao Jie replied, saluted, and then left. Du Qiangwei was disrespectful to Du Kao, but that was because they were father and daughter. She certainly wouldn't dare to be disrespectful to Du Kao. After all, he is an ancient being who has lived for thousands of years. If she dared to offend him, she would never know when she might fall into a trap set by him. Liao Jie did not want to give Du Kao a chance to make him wear small shoes. Walking out of Du Kao's office, Du Qiangwei was leaning against the wall outside. As soon as Liao Jie came out, she glanced at him. Talkative. After spitting out these two words, Du Qiangwei straightened her body and walked outside. Liao Jie could only smile wryly and follow her. The two quickly arrived at the parking lot and drove away in a Hummer from the military district. In the car, Liao Jie drove while glancing at Qiangwei in the passenger seat. Qiangwei, you should know our mission this time, right? The old man has already told me to recruit a potential teammate, a stinky shoulder surfing guy. Liao Jie. Then he must have told you. Yes. He told me to listen to you and not to say anything unnecessary. I know, don't worry. I'm just a transparent person this time. If it weren't for the old man insisting I come with you, do you think I would want to come? Or do you think I want to see you? Liao Jie. Forget it. Don't be angry. Who told you to be the leader's daughter? Seeing Liao Jie stop talking, Du Qiangwei snorted coldly and looked out the window. At the police station, XuHong had finished giving a statement and was now sitting there bored and in a daze. He had asked the police if they could leave, but they said not yet. XuHong knew they were probably waiting for Du Qiangwei and the others to take over the matter. Having read the original work, he knew that Du Kao had always been paying attention to Ge Xiaoluan, and Lu Chuang was also the same. Since these two had fought, Du Kao would definitely have received the news. It was likely that his people were already on the way. If Ge Xiaoluan had not awakened his super gene, it would be fine, but since he had awakened it, he must be taken to the Super God Academy for guidance. Otherwise, if Ge Xiaoluan was left outside and happened to turn dark after gaining power, that would be a big trouble. Although the possibility of that happening was low, given Ge Xiaoluan's somewhat foolish demeanor, even if there was a slight chance of corruption, Du Kao could not allow it to happen. After all, Ge Xiaoluan was an important part of his plan. Therefore, the people sent by Du Kao would definitely come back soon. Most likely, it would be Du Qiangwei and Liao Jie. Police officer, when can we leave? Although XuHong didn't care when they could leave, it was clear that Ge Xiaoluan did not want to stay here. After all, the police station is not a good place. Neither good nor bad people like to enter this place, because entering the police station means either committing a crime or being a victim of one. The young police officer called by Ge Xiaoluan was taken aback. What the hell? He is only in his 20s, and Ge Xiaoluan, who looks about the same age, calls him police officer uncle. Does he look that old? Of course, even if he felt speechless, he wouldn't get angry over it. At most, he would just feel speechless. No rush. Although you acted bravely, You know what kind of mess you made at the place where you fought. Oh, you're not going to make us pay for the damages, right? Gu Xiaolun was startled. His family is just an ordinary one, not a rich family. And if news of him needing to pay for the damages reached home, he would definitely get a beating from his dad. Don't worry. You won't have to pay for damages. It's just that someone wants to see you. The police officer smiled and explained to Gu Xiaolun. Naturally, the police station received news from the military district immediately. Although they are not in the same department, Du Kao's rank is high, and it's very easy for him to request people from the police station. Someone wants to see us? Gu Xiaolun was taken aback. Otherwise, you don't want to see what kind of mess your fight has caused. Good heavens, the air conditioning was even directly taken down. Do you know how severe the impact of your fight was? At that time, many people recorded videos. To wrap this matter up for you, the internet police over there will probably have to work overtime today to handle it. Gu Xiaolun immediately fell silent. He glanced at XuHong and found that XuHong appeared calm. He didn't know when he had put on headphones and was listening to music. Seeing that XuHong was not flustered at all, Gu Xiaolun also calmed down. Just then, Qilin, who had finished processing XuHong's information, walked in. As soon as she entered, everyone's gaze immediately fell on her. There was no helping it. She was a beautiful police officer. And who wouldn't he want to take a few more looks? Even Gu Xiaolun stole a few glances. However, upon noticing that Qilin glanced at him, he immediately withdrew his gaze, acting as if nothing had happened. Qilin didn't pay much attention to it, but directly pulled open the chair next to XuHong and sat down. Then she directly took off the headphones from XuHong's ears. XuHong was momentarily taken aback and looked at Qilin in confusion. The faces of the police officers also showed signs of doubt. Some young policemen who had thoughts about Qilin felt a sudden pang in their hearts. Could it be that the goddess was about to fall? In fact, ever since XuHong arrived at the police station, he had been secretly observed by everyone. There was no way around it. This guy was so calm after arriving at the police station, and on top of that, he was exceptionally handsome. It was hard to ignore him. Why were you staring at me before? Do you know me? Qilin was sure she didn't know XuHong at all, nor had she seen him before. Otherwise, with his looks, she would have had some impression of him. Good-looking people tend to leave a deep impression, especially someone like XuHong. Any woman who had seen him once would probably find it hard to forget. Really? XuHong was slightly surprised, not expecting that Qilin had noticed his gaze. Should it be said that her perception as a woman was keen, or that she truly deserved to be one of the main characters? I trust my instincts. You were peeking at me. Qilin's words made XuHong pause. What did she mean by peeking? It sounded like she was saying he was a voyeur. I was clearly looking openly, right? XuHong replied helplessly. So, you really do know me. Kind of, I stumbled upon your photo before. You look much prettier in person. Thank you. But you didn't tell the truth. Qilin looked at XuHong earnestly. She was certain that he was not being honest. He definitely hadn't casually seen her photo. The way he looked at her was definitely the gaze of someone familiar. But she truly did not know XuHong. This guy had secrets. There was surveillance footage of the fight between Gu Xiaolun and Lu Chuang, and they had seen it. The strength XuHong used to kick Lu Chuang 6 or 7 meters away was definitely not something an ordinary person could achieve. Don't say it's an ordinary person. Even special forces can only kick someone 2 or 3 meters away. 3 or 4 meters is already considered far. Yet XuHong kicked Lu Chuang 6 or 7 meters away without moving an inch, just a casual kick without any run-up. If someone like him could be an ordinary person, then these policemen might as well quit their jobs and become ordinary people. Otherwise, they would only cause harm. Moreover, considering this guy's calmness throughout, she couldn't believe that XuHong had no secrets. That's the truth, XuHong said with a faint smile. Qilin fell silent, just staring at XuHong. XuHong also smiled back at her, and Qilin's gaze was fixed on him. Not to mention, the way he smiled was indeed very good-looking. She felt. Wait, what was she thinking? Why was she suddenly paying attention to XuHong's looks? Just then, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. 2 figures walked in, a young man in his 20s and a beautiful young woman with long wine-red hair and a great figure. Gu Xiaolun first glanced at the man. Then his gaze fell on the young woman, and he was instantly mesmerized. His heart began to race. Qilin was already very beautiful, but the wine-red-haired beauty in front of him was no less than Qilin, especially since she was wearing jeans. Her long legs and perfect figure left Gu Xiaolun in awe. The female leads in movies were weak compared to this beauty. Who are you? A middle-aged policeman approached them. We're for national security, Liao Jie said, showing his credentials. Here to take over this case. So it's the comrades from national security. We've been waiting for you for half a day, the middle-aged policeman said with a smile. Shaking hands with Liao Jie. After shaking hands, Liao Jie's gaze fell on Gu Xiaolun and XuHong. Gu Xiaolun was the main target, but Liao Jie only glanced at him and then withdrew his gaze. Seeing Gu Xiaolun's nervous expression, Liao Jie knew he must be thinking of something chaotic again. However, he didn't mind. He would explain it to him later. On the contrary, when Liao Jie shifted his gaze to XuHong, he found XuHong was also looking at him. But XuHong's expression was very calm, seemingly unfazed by their arrival or the mention of national security. It should be noted that the term national security carries significant weight. Ordinary people would inevitably be surprised to hear it. Even many police officers in the station showed expressions of surprise. Although they had heard of national security before, they always thought this department didn't really exist. They didn't expect there was actually such a department. From this point alone, it was clear that XuHong was not ordinary. Moreover, the kick he delivered to Lu Chuang in the surveillance footage was obviously not something an ordinary person could do. XuHong seemed to have intended to kick Lu Chuang to death. After all, that kind of force was something an ordinary person could not withstand. It was precisely because Lu Chuang died once that he was able to activate the super genes within him and come back to life. Yes, it was a true resurrection. After taking XuHong's kick, Lu Chuang was essentially dead. This point was clear to Duca Ao and Liao Jie. That was why Duca Ao had asked Liao Jie to pay attention to XuHong. Now it seemed that XuHong must have some secrets. As for Gu Xiaolun, he was already dumbfounded. There really was a department like national security. They only had a fight, so why did national security come? Did they get into some big trouble? He hurriedly looked at XuHong. At this moment, he didn't even care about the beautiful woman anymore. But when he saw that XuHong's expression remained unchanged, his own panic slowly eased. However, deep down, he was still a bit anxious. If it weren't for the distance between him and XuHong, and the fact that they were in the police station, he would have rushed over to ask XuHong what they should do now. XuHong, GainsSuperman, your people have come to take you. You can leave with them now, the middle-aged policeman said after greeting Liao Jie. Qilin had no choice but to stand up. She took a deep look at XuHong, then left with the documents. XuHong said nothing. He walked over to Gu Xiaolun, pulling him up. Gu Xiaolun was so dazed that he didn't even notice how strong XuHong's pull was. After all, his physical fitness was constantly being enhanced, now comparable to when XuHong had not yet entered his rapid growth period. Of course, Gu Xiaolun would still grow in the future, but he was still far from being able to compare with XuHong. Even after he entered the Super God Academy, his growth rate accelerated, but he still couldn't compare to XuHong, who was in a rapid growth phase. Not to mention that XuHong is now in a super growth phase. XuHong's strength is still far from multiverse level, but not too far from single universe level. After all, this guy's growth rate cannot be measured by the normal growth rate of superheroes. Ah, Hongge, let's go. Someone is here to pick us up. Oh, Gu Xiaolun nodded and obediently followed XuHong. Liao Jie glanced at XuHong with interest, then went to handle the paperwork with a middle-aged police officer. Even if he was from the national security, the necessary procedures still had to be followed. However, the paperwork was done quickly, just signing a few names. You too, let's go. Aren't you taking Lu Chuang with you? It was XuHong who spoke. Liao Jie was quite surprised that XuHong would say this. How did this guy know that Lu Chuang was also one of their targets? It seems that the KO was right. This guy has issues. Liao Jie smiled. He is not like you guys. He still needs to stay in for half a month. Only half a month? That guy was acting like a thug in the street. Gu Xiaolun immediately became unhappy. That Lu Chuang is like that, and he is only staying for half a month, which made him very angry. Don't worry. Half a month is a lot for him. You'll know the reason later. Liao Jie glanced at Gu Xiaolun, then his gaze returned to XuHong. Let's go first. I still have something to discuss with you later. Chapter 187. The Future? Seeking flowers. I know a good hot pot restaurant nearby, XuHong said. Liao Jie looked at XuHong, while Gu Xiaolun was shocked and looked at XuHong. He increasingly admired XuHong in his heart. The boss dares to negotiate in front of such a special department as national security, truly worthy of being Hongge. What? We're not prisoners now, right? If we're talking business, I think that place is quite suitable. We've been in the police station for almost 3 hours and only had 2 cups of water. I'm a bit hungry. Or is it that national security doesn't have a budget for field duty? Great, I'm also hungry. Hot pot sounds like a good suggestion. Qiangwei, what do you think? Liao Jie looked at the cold goddess Du Qiangwei, who had been silent. Whatever. Du Qiangwei replied with 2 words. All right, then we'll eat hot pot. Gu Xiaolun's eyes widened. Boss, are you really for national security? Are you all this easy to talk to? Of course, even though he thought this in his heart. Gu Xiaolun didn't have the courage like XuHong to propose conditions. If it weren't for XuHong, he would definitely be very timid, stammering, and unable to speak clearly. It was only because XuHong was with him that he didn't feel too nervous. After all, XuHong was always there to take the lead. He was also very glad he called XuHong out today. Otherwise, if it were just him, facing XuHong, he would have to go up. But at that time, he would probably be taken out by the national security alone. Just thinking about facing Liao Jie alone made Gu Xiaolun shiver. What's wrong? Are you cold? Liao Jie noticed that Gu Xiaolun's body trembled a bit. It was already around 10:30 at night, and the temperature had dropped quite a bit. No, I'm not cold. Gu Xiaolun shook his head, having already become a super soldier. His physique was exaggeratedly strong. How could he feel cold? Cold is fine. We'll warm up right away when we eat hot pot. Speaking of which, I haven't had hot pot for a while. Soon, the four of them arrived at the hot pot restaurant XuHong mentioned. It was actually the same one XuHong and Gu Xiaolun had eaten at before. Hot pot restaurants generally operate quite late, especially in big cities like Juxia City, which usually only close at around 3 in the morning. As soon as the four sat down, XuHong unceremoniously grabbed the menu and started ordering. Liao Jie had prepared for this, but he didn't expect XuHong to order so aggressively. Can you eat all this? Don't worry, our appetite is not small. This is just an appetizer. By the way, you haven't introduced yourselves yet. Liao Jie. Why did the one in charge become XuHong? Shouldn't he be the one in charge? But Liao Jie still answered XuHong's question. My name is Liao Jie. This is my partner, Du Qiangwei. We want to introduce ourselves. You must know our names. Since the dishes haven't arrived yet, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I do have quite a few doubts. Liao Jie looked at XuHong. Du Qiangwei also focused on XuHong. XuHong continued, sensing that Du Qiangwei found him quite interesting. It was her first time seeing someone able to take the lead in a conversation with Liao Jie. Although XuHong looked young, every word and action exuded maturity and steadiness. Furthermore, this guy had a special aura about him. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but she felt he was extraordinary. Moreover, XuHong was obviously very intelligent. She was curious how someone like XuHong could be with someone like Gu Xiaolun, who was clearly a bit of a shoulder-surfing type. Also, XuHong's looks were quite surprising. This guy's appearance was definitely the most perfect among the men she had ever seen. If the stick country had XuHong's photo, those plastic surgery clinics would absolutely use his face as the best model. Men going to their clinics for surgery would probably ask to model their faces after XuHong. Then go ahead and ask. Whatever I can tell you, I will. XuHong nodded and spoke. The four chose a private room, so they didn't have to worry about their conversation being overheard. As for the surveillance in the room, in a hot pot restaurant's private room, there was hardly any surveillance. All right, I want to know if you already knew about Lu Chuang and Gu Xiaolun's situation. Liao Jie asked his question. Gu Xiaolun looked puzzled. What situation do they have? Why did Liao Jie even mention that thug? Did the country already know about their special circumstances? Gu Xiaolun wasn't stupid. When he left the police station, he already understood that he was no longer an ordinary person. After all, after leaving the police station, he felt less tense and recalled his earlier fight with Lu Chuang. He finally remembered that the power he used at that time was not something an ordinary person could possess. If he didn't know that something special had happened to him, he would really be a fool. Moreover, since Liao Jie asked XuHong if he knew early on, did Honggu already know about his body's uniqueness? Upon hearing this, XuHong, under Liao Jie's gaze, slowly nodded. Yes, I indeed knew long ago. XuHong had no intention of denying it, because there was no point in doing so. He believed that everything that happened in the alley was captured without missing a beat, including the kick he initially gave Lu Chuang. DeKo and the others were not fools. They couldn't have failed to see that his kick was intentional. Moreover, the strength of that kick was not something an ordinary person could deliver. Du Cao and the others would definitely not overlook it. So even if he denies it, Du Cao and the others can surely confirm that he must know something. Even if he doesn't admit it, they will think so. So there's really nothing to deny. It would be better to directly acknowledge it. Moreover, since Liao Jie took the initiative to involve him, he feels that he can completely change his plan. He can directly enter the Super God Academy ahead of time and come into contact with super genes. What he needs to do is to switch his identity. Super Soldier, Galaxy Power, North Star War God. In the future, these two will be quite famous. How could I not know them? Future? Liao Ye Fromnet. Clearly catching the important words in XuHong's speech. Even Du Qiangwei, whose expression had remained unchanged, now widened her eyes in surprise, looking at XuHong. The military district of Juxia City. Future? Du Cao also furrowed his brow. The scene of XuHong and Liao Jie talking in the hot pot restaurant was now displayed on the screen in front of them. XuHong was already aware that Du Cao was secretly monitoring this side. Liao Jie's situation could not be hidden from XuHong. He just hadn't paid much attention to it. That's right. If I say I come from the future, would you think I'm crazy? XuHong smiled as he looked at Liao Jie. Gu Xiaolun was also dumbfounded. XuHong comes from the future. Is there really someone who can travel through time? Of course, if he had heard this a day ago, he would have definitely thought the other person was a big fool. Such words would be completely unbelievable. But after experiencing the fact that he became a superhuman, he felt that it wasn't impossible for XuHong to really come from the future. After all, XuHong seemed both mysterious and powerful in his eyes. Chapter 188. Impossible. Seeking flowers. There is indeed a possibility. Liao Jie nodded, but this time he didn't smile. Even Du Qiangwei, with her beautiful eyes, was staring intently, seemingly wanting to know whether XuHong was lying. Report. Kumin. Chief, you were looking for me. The door opened, and a woman in military uniform with long golden hair walked in. To their surprise, the woman had a golden star resting on her shoulder. Lianfeng, come here. Listen to this. Du Cao signaled the technician to rewind the video. That's right, if I say I come from the future, would you think I'm crazy? XuHong's voice echoed again in the video. After watching the video, Lianfeng frowned. Chief, what is this? Do you think what this person said is credible? Lianfeng furrowed her brow, not speaking immediately, but thinking for several seconds before saying, even the highest known level civilizations have never heard of technology that can traverse time. Even Jilin, the principal of the Super God Academy, or Mr. Dingahe, the creator of the God River civilization, have never mentioned technology that can touch time. He says he comes from the future. I think the possibility is very low, even negligible. Lianfeng expressed her opinion. Like Du Cao, she is a survivor of the Denner civilization. Although Lianfeng looks like she's in her late 20s, she is actually over 1,000 years old, much older than Du Qiangwei. Of course, like Du Qiangwei, she was also frozen when she arrived on Earth. It wasn't until 50 years ago that Du Cao unsealed her. After all, the super genes in her body are not as advanced as Du Cao's. In terms of lifespan, she cannot compare to Du Cao. So it was only 50 years ago that she was unsealed by Du Cao, and she then became Du Cao's right-hand person. The golden star on her shoulder was something she earned through her own abilities and had little to do with Du Cao. It was a normal promotion. However, this is normal. After all, even if Lianfeng's super genes are not great compared to Earthlings, she is definitely a top talent. Whether in technology research and development, learning ability, or tactical guidance, she excels. During her time in the Denner Galaxy, she participated in wars there. To be honest, if it weren't for her alien identity, she wouldn't just be carrying one star on her shoulder right now. As for why Du Cao was able to become a general and the commander of the Juxia City Military District, it was related to his thousands of years of life on Earth. His contributions were quite significant. If he hadn't confessed his alien identity, his position might have been even higher. Of course, although his position cannot be raised, his power is substantial. I also think it's unlikely that he came from the future. Du Cao clearly agreed more with Lianfeng's words. If there were really someone who could traverse time and return to the past, then the Denner civilization would not have perished. Moreover, if someone truly possessed such technology, their civilization's technology would undoubtedly have reached the level of the universe's sole overlord. But in reality, even the powerful righteous civilization, the angels, cannot claim to have reached the level of the universe's sole overlord. The God River civilization, while also powerful, cannot be said to have reached that level either. It's not that he looks down on Earth, it's just that given Earth's current pre-nuclear civilization level, let alone being an overlord, any civilization with a star destroyer could defeat Earth. Of course, this is under the premise that Earth has no help from him. If he helps, then it would be completely different. On the other hand, Du Cao and the others' thoughts are of no concern to him. Liao Jie, sitting across from him, after hearing his words, just looked at him, his expression unreadable as to whether he believed it or not. However, it was most likely disbelief. After all, this was equivalent to someone suddenly telling you in front of you that he is a god and all-powerful. Normal people wouldn't believe it. Coming from the future and such. Does he really think this is a movie? Or does he think Liao Jie is a fool? I do indeed feel you're a bit crazy. Compared to Gu Xiaolun, who understands little, Liao Jie knows better just how absurd it is to toy with time. Perhaps in Gu Xiaolun's view, since he could become a superhuman, it doesn't seem so outrageous for something like time travel to happen. But in reality, him becoming a superhuman is one thing, and time travel is completely unrelated. Simply put, Gu Xiaolun becoming a superhuman is like suddenly having a bigger appetite while Earth's gravity remains the same, without losing weight. There is absolutely no connection between the two. Things should still be as they are. Moreover, if there really is a civilization that can manipulate time, then that civilization would have long since dominated the entire universe. It's simple, In a powerful civilization, what they can plunder is only the time in which that civilization exists. But if you can manipulate time, then you can plunder any time in the world. You can even repeatedly plunder the resources of a single point in time. The development of civilizations is limited not only by technology, but also by resources. If resources are abundant, then the development speed of that civilization will be faster. It will far surpass other civilizations and achieve the goal of dominating the universe. Liao Jie may still be on Earth, but he has been beside Du Kao for some time. From Du Kao, he has learned quite a bit about civilizations beyond Earth. It is precisely because of this that he is even more convinced that XuHong is lying. You don't have to believe me. Time will prove what I've said. After all, if nothing unexpected happens, angels will soon descend upon Earth, and your first battle with the gluttonous civilization will take place in Tiana City. By then, you will know whether I really came from the future, XuHong said with a slight smile. XuHong was already prepared for Liao Jie not to believe him. He didn't really expect Liao Jie to believe everything he said. If he expected that, he would instead have to suspect whether Liao Jie was a fool. Liao Jie took XuHong's words to heart. Meanwhile, Du Kao and Ling Feng in the military district of Jusha City frowned. They were both puzzled about how XuHong knew about the angel civilization and this gluttonous civilization. Currently, Du Kao had only received news that demons and angels wanted to extend the war to Earth. As for the gluttonous civilization, he was completely unaware. The appearance of the Xiongbing Lian was merely to provide Earth with a means of self-defense, or even to encourage the angels and demons to move the war elsewhere. Once the angels and demons waged war on Earth, those living on Earth would inevitably be affected. It would be hard to avoid widespread casualties. The Xiongbing Lian plan of the Black Wall was created for this very reason. Chapter 189, Du Kao's Thoughts, Seeking Flowers. I received the news about the angels descending on Earth a long time ago. The demon Queen Morgana may already be on Earth, but she is currently in hiding. Her presence on Earth and the arrival of angels is just a matter of time. But what is the gluttonous civilization? In the military district, Du Kao looked puzzled. Moreover, he was certain that we would be at war with this gluttonous civilization, and the location would be in Tiana City. Ling Feng, do you think there's a possibility that he really comes from the future? Or can he foresee what will happen in the future and is saying this on purpose? Du Kao looked at Ling Feng. It's not impossible. Ling Feng replied, after pondering for a few seconds. XuHong spoke with such conviction that he didn't seem like a madman. So, even if you don't believe him, you can consider the possibility. But whether he really came from the future or foresees the future, I think he is suitable to join the Black Wall plan. Ling Feng expressed his opinion. Regardless of XuHong's intentions, they could temporarily invite him to join the Xiongbing Lian plan because it was more beneficial than harmful for them. As for whether XuHong might deliberately join them to cause trouble secretly, that was not a concern. The Super God Academy has always had a secret weapon. And it was because of this secret weapon that Du Kao had the time to slowly organize the Xiongbing Lian. The demons had actually already descended on Earth. However, the demons' technology far exceeded theirs, and he couldn't pinpoint the demon's location or know where the demon Queen Morgana was currently hiding. But with that secret weapon in hand, the demons were at least not bold enough to go too far for now. Of course, this might be because they didn't want to expose their presence on Earth, which could lead to the angels coming after them. But Du Kao felt that as one of the most powerful civilizations among known civilizations, it was only a matter of time before the angel civilization sought out Earth. So do you think he will join us? I think he will. If he didn't want to join us, he wouldn't have chosen to contact Liao Jie. Moreover, all his information in Jusha City, including his identification, was just entered into the system a few days ago. This person appeared out of nowhere, Ling Feng said. XuHong's methods of obtaining identification and student status did not seem too concealed. He seemed to want Du Kao to know that they appeared out of thin air. Therefore, Ling Feng did not spend much effort to investigate XuHong's background, which was not difficult for a technician like him. Appeared out of nowhere, Du Kao was slightly surprised. At the hot pot restaurant, after XuHong finished speaking, Liao Jie did not say anything further. The few of them sat in silence. Gu Shaolin noticed that neither XuHong nor Liao Jie was speaking, so he also shut his mouth tightly and acted like a mute. He would occasionally steal glances at Du Qiangwei, who was sitting across from him. The latter was not known for her good temper. Once or twice could be overlooked, but Gu Shaolin kept looking away and then looking back. He didn't even have the courage to look at her openly, which irritated Du Qiangwei. Hey, what's wrong with you? If you want to look, then look. You keep glancing away and then looking back. Do you have a peeping habit? Du Qiangwei suddenly exploded, leaving the other three stunned. The most embarrassed was undoubtedly Gu Shaolin. Being called out so bluntly by Du Qiangwei made his already thin-skinned face turn bright red immediately. I. He was so speechless that he didn't know what to say. XuHong was also quite speechless. He couldn't understand why, when they were sitting across from each other, one would need to steal glances. Couldn't he just look openly? Liao Jie found it very amusing. Gu Xiaoluan had directly broken Du Qiangwei's defenses. Hey Qiangwei, what's wrong? Xiaoluan is just shy. You're so beautiful. How could he dare to look directly at you? The guy next to him dares to look directly at me. Du Qiangwei shot a glance at XuHong. XuHong, when did I look directly at you? Hadn't he been talking to Liao Jie the whole time? You know it yourself. Fact. XuHong was speechless. Fine. He admitted that he had indeed glanced at Du Qiangwei earlier. Although Liao Jie was also quite handsome, he didn't like men. Compared to men, beautiful women were certainly more pleasing to the eye. But the problem was that he was appreciating beauty, not just looking. Ahem. All right, I looked. People are beautiful. Aren't they meant to be looked at? I see you've been stealing glances at him too, Liao Jie said. Du Qiangwei indeed often stole glances at XuHong. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for Liao Jie, who was focused on chatting with XuHong, to notice her actions. Du Qiangwei simply stopped speaking. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open. The waiter from the hot pot restaurant brought the broth and the dishes they ordered. The four of them stopped talking. After the waiter left, XuHong directly started adding ingredients and began to eat. He didn't waste any time. Gu Xiaoluan was indeed a bit hungry. After awakening his super genes, the little food he had with XuHong in the afternoon had long been digested. Now, he was feeling quite hungry. Liao Jie also began to use his chopsticks. The only one who didn't pick up their chopsticks was Du Qiangwei. Qiangwei, aren't you eating? Not hungry, Du Qiangwei coldly replied with 2 words. Liao Jie didn't mind. After all, he was already accustomed to Du Qiangwei's attitude towards him. Don't be fooled by Du Qiangwei's cold demeanor. In reality, this girl has a warm heart. When they went out on missions together, she cared a lot about him as a teammate. They shared a bond of camaraderie. Otherwise, even though Du Qiangwei is the daughter of Du Kao and is beautiful, Liao Jie would have long refused to team up with her after being implicated by her the first time. After all, his rank is not low, and he is qualified to choose whom to carry out missions with. Although Du Qiangwei seems cold, she actually has a bit of proud side. Plus, she is currently in a rebellious phase and has argued with Du Kao more than once or twice. She is still not mature enough. Therefore, Liao Jie has always regarded Du Qiangwei as a younger sister. When a younger sister throws a tantrum, how could an older brother get angry? Well, we won't bother you then. Liao Jie smiled. For a moment, no one spoke in the room, and only the sound of XuHong and the others eating could be heard. The slurping sounds annoyed Du Qiangwei. The aroma wafting through the air eventually made Du Qiangwei pick up her chopsticks. Aren't you not hungry? XuHong looked up at Du Qiangwei, who had already reached her chopsticks into the pot. Du Qiangwei merely shot him a glare, not saying a word. She knew that at this point, it was useless to say anything. The best approach was to play dead and not speak. Liao Jie smiled from the side, but remained silent. Chapter 190. Done. Request for flowers. They ate hot pot for a full 3 hours. By the end, Liao Jie and Du Qiangwei had stopped using their chopsticks. Only XuHong and Gu Xiaoluan were still eating. Both were super soldiers. Du Qiangwei's super genes had long awakened, and although Liao Jie's super genes couldn't compare to hers, they had also awakened. Therefore, both of their appetites were considerable. But now, they were both starting to feel a bit full. Yet XuHong and Gu Xiaoluan continued to eat, their chopsticks never stopping. This only further convinced Liao Jie that XuHong was not an ordinary person. That guy might also be a super soldier, otherwise his appetite couldn't be so large. You can all consider what I just said. If you are willing, you can contact me later by phone. Before Liao Jie could finish his sentence, XuHong directly interrupted him. Earlier, after chatting about some useless topics, Liao Jie finally revealed his purpose to recruit them. Of course, he hadn't directly mentioned the XuHong plan. However, XuHong's words clearly indicated that he knew about the XuHong plan. Liao Jie felt a bit helpless. He didn't know whether recruiting XuHong, who knew about the XuHong plan, was good or bad. But this was Du Kaio's order, and he could only execute it. XuHong? Is that some sort of superhero alliance organization? Gu Xiaoluan paused for a moment. That's one way to understand it. But unlike the hate alliance in ugly country movies, it is state-controlled. Simply put, it's a special forces unit that goes to the battlefield. Going to the battlefield? Gu Xiaoluan initially wanted to join, especially since XuHong was joining. But upon hearing about going to the battlefield, he hesitated. He was afraid. After all, He was just an ordinary person and knew that once on the battlefield, life and death were unpredictable. But there were more concerns. What's wrong? Are you scared? Liao Jie smiled as he looked at Gu Xiaolun. Du Qiangwei also looked at him, her eyes filled with disdain. Gu Xiaolun immediately became anxious. Scared? No way. It's just that I'm the only one in my family. If I die on the battlefield, my parents... You're still afraid. Du Qiangwei interjected from the side. Qiangwei. Liao Jie tried to stop her. She snorted coldly and fell silent. At that moment, XuHong patted Gu Xiaolun on the shoulder. Brother Hong. Gu Xiaolun looked at XuHong. Just as I said, the Xiong Binglian will be going to the battlefield in the future and will be fighting against aliens. If the country needs you, and your parents agree to let you go to the battlefield, would you dare to go? Of course I would dare. Gu Xiaolun replied without hesitation. Death? Everyone fears it. It was normal for Gu Xiaolun to be afraid of death, but sometimes, even if you were scared, you still have to go against the tide. Gu Xiaolun actually had the thought of enlisting, but he knew that the country wouldn't miss him if he left or stayed. He wasn't sure if he could endure the hardships of the military. But now that the country needed him, even if he was afraid, he would still go. About my parents? You can rest assured about that. Defending the country and fighting for your family, as long as you are willing. The mayor will come to your home to formally invite you. Then I'm in. Gu Xiaolun clapped his hands, confirming his decision. Great. Now you can go home and wait for the notification. Tomorrow, the mayor will come to your house to formally notify you. Ah, that's good. I don't even have to submit my graduation thesis. We will also notify your school. You'll graduate early. Gu Xiaolun felt a bit happy. He had been unsure about what to do after graduation. Now he didn't have to worry. The path to his future was already set. Okay, you can leave now. Oh, Gu Xiaolun nodded and stood up. But after standing up, he froze for a moment. Why is it that I can leave, but not you? He looked at XuHong. He was going to become a super soldier, yet XuHong was still sitting there without moving. Brother Hong, aren't you going to leave with me? He is special and will leave with us later. You can take a taxi home by yourself now. Gu Xiaolun felt a bit sour, wearing a wronged expression. Why can XuHong leave with him now, while I still have to go home and wait for a notification? If I had known, I would have directly said I'm in like XuHong and Wu Ti have expressed any opinions. After that, Gu Xiaolun left alone. He had no choice but to leave. He couldn't just stay there. They had already told him to go home and wait. After Gu Xiaolun left, Liao Jie settled the bill and took XuHong with him as they left. However, when he learned the bill amount, he was speechless. XuHong and Gu Xiaolun. Those two guys had a hot pot meal that cost nearly 10,000. Just for a hot pot meal, they had eaten almost 10,000 worth. What kind of appetite was that? Although he and Qiangwei had eaten too, they hadn't eaten much at all. Now we're heading directly to the military area to meet General Du Kaio, right? XuHong spoke in the car. Speaking of which, I've never really met General Du Kaio. The only thing I've seen about him in the future are videos. Since he had to pretend to be someone from the future, he certainly had to act the part. Appropriately sharing some future news would make it easier for XuHong to convince the other party of his so-called identity from the future. Videos. Although Liao Jie was driving, he was still listening carefully to XuHong's words. He quickly grasped the key points in XuHong's speech. Even Du Qiangwei's expression tightened, and she slightly moved her head to look out the window. Although she didn't turn directly, her attention momentarily shifted to XuHong. That's right, the recording. General Du Kaio would sacrifice himself in the upcoming battle of Jusha City, after which the Xiong Binglian would be handed over to a general named Lin Feng under General Du Kaio to resist the invasion of extraterrestrial civilizations on Earth. Sacrifice? At this point, both Liao Jie and Du Qiangwei couldn't remain calm, especially Du Qiangwei. You say he will die? Du Qiangwei directly turned to XuHong. She and XuHong were sitting in the back seat, and she had been looking out the window, not paying much attention to XuHong. She wasn't infatuated. XuHong was indeed very handsome, making one want to admire him, but she didn't want to overtly stare at him. It wasn't like she fell for him at first sight. Yes, General Du Kaio will die in the Battle of Jusha City due to a decapitation raid by the Sirius fleet under the banner of the gluttonous god. If I remember correctly, this battle should happen a year from now. By the way, you must be General Du Kaio's daughter. No wonder you were so nervous. This time, Du Qiangwei surprisingly didn't refute. She just stared at XuHong, seemingly trying to see if he was just talking nonsense. XuHong smiled at her, showing no signs of panic on his face. Liao Jie's expression also turned very ugly, but he didn't say anything. Chapter 191. Emperor Reina, Seeking Flowers, Jusha City Military District. XuHong's words in the car were also heard by Du Kaio and Lin Feng. Du Kaio himself showed no change in expression, but Lin Feng's expression slightly shifted. Chief, Du Kaio didn't speak. Just then, the screen in front of them suddenly changed. Hello, hello, are you there? Old Du. A young man in a yellow robe appeared on the screen. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were filming on set. Reina, what do you want from me? Du Kaio frowned and spoke. He knew Reina. After all, 1,000 years ago, the Li Huaying star had invaded Earth, but was eventually driven away. Du Kaio was also an old acquaintance of Panjun from the Li Huaying civilization. Of course, their relationship wasn't very good. Reina, full name Emperor Reina, is the main god of the Li Huaying civilization. After the last main god of Li Huaying fell, Reina inherited the throne and became the new main god of Li Huaying 170 star, the sun goddess. The super genes within her are incredibly powerful, comparable to super creation projects like the North Star War God and Galactic Power. It is also the ultimate manifestation of Li Huaying civilization's technology. It's nothing. Didn't I just intercept some information? I was going to send it to you, and by the way, get your approval for me to come to Earth to participate in your so-called Blackwall project. What information? Du Kaio frowned. Although Reina had a somewhat carefree personality, her status as the sun goddess of Li Huaying star was noble, and her authority was high. You might find her personality exasperating, but you couldn't doubt her abilities. Just now, we observed that your Chiwu star system, which you call the Milky Way, has an interstellar transmission device reactivated in the Pluto region. Panjin said that thing belongs to the Grim Reaper Carl of the Mingi star system. That guy loves to cause death everywhere. With the reactivation of the Pluto star-level legendary device, I think Carl must be eyeing your Earth, so you need to be careful. Du Kaio frowned. The arrival of demons and angels was already enough of a headache, and now a Grim Reaper from the Mingi star system was coming. He had certainly heard of Carl's name. A guy who loves death and war, based in the Mingi star system, is incredibly powerful, even compared to angels and demons. He is not inferior, and may even be stronger, because Carl's wars have always been launched in the Mingi star system. Du Kaio didn't know much about Carl, but he knew he was definitely a very dangerous guy. By the way, I plan to stay on your Earth for a while. You shouldn't mind, right? You're coming to Earth? Du Kaio was taken aback. Yes, I'm coming to Earth. Although the Li Huaying civilization is old, compared to your Earth civilization, it's too ancient. Your Earth civilization is younger, more vibrant, and more interesting. So I want to come to Earth for a while. Of course, I can guarantee that I will not cause any trouble on Earth. In fact, I can help you deal with the invasion of hell demons, angels, and Grim Reaper Carl. Reina said, to come to Earth. She also laid out her conditions, fearing that Du Kaio would not allow her to go. Of course, with the civilization level of the Li Huaying civilization, she wouldn't need Du Kaio's approval to come to Earth. But if Du Kaio did not authorize her, her entry into Earth would be equivalent to an invasion. And she didn't like war. She had no intention of fighting with Earthlings. Will Panjin agree on his end? Du Kaio frowned and, after thinking for a while, spoke. He didn't rush to refuse, but instead asked whether Panjin agreed. Although Reina was the sun goddess, Du Kaio knew very well that she was still too young. The current Li Huaying star was not under her control. Without Panjin's consent, even if he agreed, Reina could not come to Earth. I'll handle on my end. Just tell me if you agree to let me come to Earth. This time, I brought you a piece of news, and this news is beneficial to you, which is equivalent to you owing me a favor. If you refuse me, that will be your fault. Du Kaio was exasperated, but he knew that Reina was not much more mature mentally than his daughter, and perhaps even less mature than Du Qiangwei. So although he was speechless, he still nodded. If Panjin agrees, you can come to Earth. But I have a request. Once you arrive on Earth, you must not cause too much commotion. If you cause significant and irreparable damage, we will forcibly expel you from Earth. Don't worry, I'm just coming to Earth to have fun. I won't cause any trouble. That's it, I'll hang up now. After receiving Du Kaio's consent, Reina immediately smiled with satisfaction and then eagerly hung up the communication. With her goal achieved, she had no interest in wasting words with Du Kaio. Now, as long as Panjin agrees, she could go to Earth to have fun, which was much more interesting than staying bored on Li Huaying star. Chief, is it really okay to let the main god of Li Huaying star, Emperor Reina, come to Earth? After the video call ended, Lien Feng spoke. Although Reina was not a walking star, she could mobilize stellar energy, or rather, control the sun to directly emit solar flares or solar storms, or bombard with energy. Her abilities were incredibly powerful and destructive. The Earth simply cannot withstand the destruction caused by a super warrior like Reina. Rather than letting her come secretly, it's better for us to bring her here, allowing her to be under our watch. This is a better option. She is just a little girl. What extreme thing do you think she can do? Moreover, the Earth does need power and assistance right now. even if it's just having a solar goddess. Du Cao has significant authority. He has the complete decision-making power regarding Reina coming to Earth. Of course, he will have to report on it afterward. But the fact that he has this authority shows that the country trusts him greatly, and this trust is built on Du Cao's contributions time and again. Therefore, the country is willing to believe in him. Hearing Du Cao's words, Li Yinfeng understood that Du Cao had his own considerations. The super genetic engineering he brought from the Danu civilization was scattered on Earth 1,000 years ago and has been passed down through bloodlines. However, up until now, the only activated super genes are GainsSuperman and XuHong. Du Qiangwei is different. Her genes were actively activated by Du Cao. In contrast, GainsSuperman's genes were passively activated, which was also a matter of fate. The super genes brought by Du Cao, known as the power of the galaxy, are also referred to as the power of the divine river. Although this gene is not complete, its power is undeniable, and its future is more promising than the power to slay gods. However, it also has a long way to go. Lu Chuang's power to slay gods is complete, while Qiangwei's time-space rose and the divine river power are both incomplete. Therefore, Earth still needs powerful external forces for assistance. Relying solely on Lu Chuang's power to slay gods is not enough to face the crises that Earth is about to encounter. After all, this time, Earth has to face not only demons and angels, but also the Grim Reaper Carl. None of these three are to be trifled with. They are all top-tier civilizations in the known universe, with unprecedented strength. Chapter 192, Sun Wukong, Seeking Flowers. A few minutes ago, Du Cao was still on the phone with Reina. Inside the car with XuHong and the others, ever since XuHong mentioned that Du Cao would die. The atmosphere in the car became unusually quiet after Du Qiangwei asked that question. The future is not unchanging. My appearance signifies that the future has already changed. You should know about the butterfly effect, right? If I hadn't appeared, General Du Cao might still have been ambushed and killed in the Battle of Jusha City. But now that I have appeared, that event will definitely not happen. So, you really don't need to care about what I just said. After all, that was the predetermined future without my presence. However, after I appeared, it is no longer the predetermined future. My appearance is precisely to change the bad things that happened in the past. Du Qiangwei and Liao Jie did not respond to XuHong, but it was clear that they absorbed his words. However, neither spoke up because if there was to be any discussion, it should be Du Cao speaking with XuHong, not them. After all, if what XuHong said was false, that would be fine, but if it were true, it would be a big trouble. 10 minutes later, the car drove into the Jusha City military district. Du Cao and Li Yinfeng had been waiting for a long time. Although they did not hear XuHong's subsequent words, they were very curious about this so-called person from the future. Regardless of whether XuHong had other purposes, they could not determine what he intended without meeting him. Of course, to be safe, Du Cao also called in his secret weapon. Old dude, do you believe that guy? Can someone really travel through time? If time travel is possible, why not do it earlier and instead come to our timeline? A young man wearing a hat stood next to Du Cao, but from the way he addressed Du Cao, it was clear that he was quite familiar with him. Du Cao shook his head. His words are hard to believe, but I must meet him. If what he says is true, or if he really is from the future, it would be a great help for us. If XuHong really is from the future, then we can make many preparations in advance. Just as XuHong said, the changes brought about by the butterfly effect can alter the predetermined future significantly. Of course, it's also possible that he wants to approach us deliberately. So, Wukong, if anything unusual happens later, I'll have to trouble you. Du Cao looked at the young man wearing the hat. It turned out that this person was none other than Du Cao's old friend and his secret weapon, the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. He was another guy who had lived for over 1,000 years. The two had been protecting this beautiful planet together since 1,000 years ago, being close comrades. Don't worry, old Du called me in. I was already prepared. Sun Wukong responded. As soon as he finished speaking, Liao Jie and Du Qiangwei appeared with XuHong in their line of sight. They're here, Sun Wukong said, his eyes fixed on XuHong. A golden light flashed through his eyes as he activated his fiery eyes. But the next second, Sun Wukong was taken aback. He discovered that XuHong's values after activating his fiery eyes were just like an ordinary person's, with no special traits whatsoever. Sun Wukong furrowed his brows. This was quite strange. If he was scanning an ordinary person, then the ordinary values would be perfectly normal. However, he was scanning someone who claimed to be from the future, so this was not normal. A person who could travel from the future to the present could not possibly have ordinary physical attributes. Simply put, he might not be very strong, but he couldn't be too ordinary, especially regarding physical values. XuHong was just too ordinary enough that anyone pulled from the street would have the same values. What's wrong? Du Cao obviously noticed the change in Sun Wukong's expression. He had anticipated that Sun Wukong would activate his fiery eyes to scan XuHong. Old Du, this person is very strange. His values are very ordinary, but I remember you just told me that he kicked someone 6 or 7 meters away. Du Cao nodded. Be careful. This guy is not simple, Sun Wukong said seriously. XuHong's values were too ordinary, and combined with Du Cao's words, it could mean either XuHong was really ordinary, or this guy was hiding his strength and was actually very powerful. Du Cao and Sun Wukong did not know that their conversation was being overheard by XuHong, who could hear them perfectly even without activating superhearing. Chief, the person has arrived. At this moment, Liao Jie and Du Qiangwei also brought XuHong to them. Liao Jie and Du Qiangwei saluted. Du Cao and Lianfeng returned the salute. Sun Wukong did not move because he did not belong to the military. Thank you for your hard work. Du Cao glanced at Liao Jie. Then his gaze fell on Du Qiangwei. Unlike before, this time Du Qiangwei did not contradict him. When he looked at Du Qiangwei, she was also looking at him. The gaze of the father and daughter intersected in midair. Du Caio knew that XuHong's earlier words in the car had definitely influenced her. This made him very happy. Although Du Qiangwei acted very rebellious, he knew that she still cared about him as her father. Of course, while he was happy, Du Caio knew what the main issue was now, so his gaze quickly shifted to XuHong. Hello, nice to meet you. I think you should know who I am. Du Caio said as he walked up to XuHong and extended his hand. XuHong was not yet part of the military, and there was no superior-subordinate relationship between them. Of course, hello, sir. I hope you don't mind me calling you that. Not at all. Liao, yeah. You and Qiangwei go rest. XuHong, come with us, Du Caio instructed and then led XuHong to his office. The conversation that followed was not suitable for too many people to know. Even Du Qiangwei and Liao Jie were better off not knowing. Although Du Qiangwei wanted to follow, she thought about it and refrained. Her current identity was a soldier, and soldiers must obey orders. There were some things she could be willful about, but for others, she knew she could not be willful, and she was very clear about that. XuHong followed Du Caio into his office. The door closed, and there were 4 people in the room. XuHong, Du Caio, Lianfeng, and Sun Wukong. The gazes of Du Caio and the other 2 were focused on XuHong. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably start to feel nervous. But XuHong remained calm, showing no signs of panic or tension, with a faint smile on his face. Chapter 193. Surprise, Seeking Flowers. We have already investigated your identity information. It was all recorded recently, and your academic records and identification are all fake. You just suddenly appeared out of nowhere. And we also heard what you said to Liao Jie and the others. I'm curious where you got this information from. Or are you really from the future? But how can I believe you? You say you are for the future, Du Caio said seriously as he looked at XuHong. XuHong was not surprised that his identity information was exposed as fake. After all, when he controlled people to input identity information, he had randomly picked people. If someone specifically investigated his information, it was inevitable that the fact his identity information was fake would be revealed. XuHong was already aware that his identity information could not withstand scrutiny, so he was not surprised that Du Caio and the others knew his identity was forged. On the contrary, he would have found it strange if they didn't. In front of the national machinery, many things become simple. Du Caio relied on a powerful nation. If he couldn't even manage this, it would be laughable. I have a proof that will make you believe I am from the future. What proof? Du Caio asked curiously. Lianfeng and Sun Wukong also showed curious expressions because they were genuinely interested in how XuHong would prove that he came from the future. Power. Power? All 3 were taken aback. Their expressions changed as they quickly understood what XuHong meant. If I wanted to, I could destroy the earth in an instant, as long as I wished. As XuHong spoke, he began to activate his abilities. Under the influence of the biological force field, Du Caio and Lianfeng felt nothing, as although both had super genes in their bodies, they were not super soldiers. The only one who sensed something unusual was Sun Wukong. He noticed subtle changes in the space around him. Though minor, he caught it. After all, his super genes could be compared to the power of the galaxy, the power to slay gods, and the light of the sun. So Du Caio and Lianfeng saw Sun Wukong transform back into his golden armor form in an instant. At the same time, his weapon, the Rui Jingu Bang, appeared in his hand, just as Sun Wukong finished transforming. Du Caio and the others realized they had followed XuHong into outer space. The 3 stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked. They had just been on Earth, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in the vacuum of space, which was simply absurd. The speed was one thing. The question was, how did XuHong manage to bring them along? Du Kao had once been the Marshal of a No-Star and had initiated numerous interstellar wars. Lien Feng had also participated in many interstellar wars. Sun Wukong could cross the vacuum of space on his Nimbus cloud. Therefore, the three were not unfamiliar with the vacuum of space. They quickly confirmed that this was indeed the vacuum of space and not some illusion. As for how Du Kao and Lien Feng could exist in the vacuum of space without any impact like Sun Wukong, it surely had to do with XuHong. After all, they were now in the vacuum of space because of XuHong's actions. But this was not over. Before they could fully process their shock, XuHong had already taken them flying further out. XuHong's speed increased, and moments later, he surpassed the speed of light. Is that Pluto? Du Kao frowned as he looked at the increasingly large planet in their view. Yes, XuHong nodded in affirmation. Do you remember what I said before? Before I appeared. The future was predetermined, but after I appeared, the future is no longer predetermined. It can be changed. You should have received the message from the Sunstar Reina by now. In the vicinity of Pluto, a spatial transfer device has been reactivated. That was left behind by Death God Carl when he passed through the solar system 20,000 years ago. Now, this transfer device has been rebooted by the Taucan civilization, and they plan to establish a space station here as a foothold for their invasion of Earth. But I do not intend to let them have their way. Are you planning to take the initiative? Du Kao spoke up. XuHong's intent was already very clear. If the battlefield is on Earth, it will be very unfavorable for us. But what if the battlefield is in a vacuum of space? While XuHong spoke, Du Kao and the others could already vaguely see the massive space station next to Pluto. It was a very large space station, and even from a distance, they could see it clearly. How do you plan to destroy their space station? Du Kao was an expert in interstellar warfare. XuHong smiled. He had commanded thousands of interstellar wars. From a scale of the space station, it was clear that the opposing technology was not weak. The number of large interstellar battleships would definitely not be small, even without having truly encountered this civilization. A civilization capable of using a spatial transfer device could not be too weak technologically. He was very curious about how XuHong planned to fight a civilization alone. XuHong smiled, but did not answer to Kao. Instead, he looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, I'll leave those two to you for now. The next battle belongs to me alone. Sun Wukong nodded. As for XuHong knowing him, he was not surprised. In the entire flower-planting family, very few did not recognize his image. However, he felt that XuHong should have known his true identity from the very beginning. He was also very curious about how strong XuHong was to have such confidence to face a civilization alone. Although Lianfeng and Kao were not super warriors, they also had super genes within them, which meant that staying in the vacuum of space for a while would not greatly affect them. With Sun Wukong watching over them, there was no need to worry about any accidents. After Sun Wukong nodded, XuHong stepped forward, his eyes slightly reddened. In the next moment, two terrifying heat rays erupted directly from his eyes. These two heat rays were much thicker than expected, roughly the size of an infant's arm. The terrifying heat rays were also fast. The distance of nearly 1,000,000 miles was instantly crossed, striking the interstellar warships that were continuously emerging from the teleportation device. Due to the speed being too fast, the tasting fleet did not have time to react and activate their defensive shields. In just a moment, several warships were destroyed under the terrifying high temperature of the heat rays. XuHong's heat rays were not simply 5,000 degrees Celsius. With his continuous absorption of sunlight for enhancement, the temperature of his heat rays had long surpassed 10,000 degrees. 5,000 degrees was enough to melt all materials on Earth, and over 10,000 degrees was even more terrifying. Chapter 194. The tasting fleet, seeking flowers. This terrifying heat ray, even from over 100 meters away, could still be distinctly felt by Kao and Lianfeng. After all, they were not super warriors. Even from over 100 meters away, the terrifying temperature of over 10,000 degrees still made them feel uncomfortable. Sun Wukong, of course, was not affected. If he faced the high temperature of 10,000 degrees directly, even his body would struggle to withstand it, but from over 100 meters away, he could endure it. However, Kao and Lianfeng could not bear it. He could only lead the two of them to continue retreating. After retreating over 500 meters, they felt much better. Fortunately, this was a vacuum in space, and there was no air, so the transfer of temperature was not as exaggerated. Otherwise, if this were on Earth, even running 500 meters in the terrifying high temperature of over 10,000 degrees might not be bearable. Of course, if it were on Earth, XuHong's biological force field would definitely control the temperature of the heat rays. The reason he did not control it now was that they were in the vacuum of space, and there was no need to do so. What he needed to do now was to seize the opportunity to destroy as many of the tasting fleet's warships as possible. On the other side in the tasting fleet, on the main battleship 170 in the command room, "Commander, we have just been attacked by an unknown enemy. We have already lost 12 medium-sized warships and 36 small warships." Who is the enemy? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Commander Lung Hao's tone was not anxious at all. It was as if it was the enemy that had suffered heavy losses. Lung Hao was the commander of this tasting fleet, which was a vanguard team assigned by the Tasting King. Yes, this tasting fleet was just a vanguard team and not the main fleet of the tasting civilization. The main fleet was currently in another star system space station, waiting for the situation on their side to stabilize before all coming over through the teleportation device. Although Earth civilization was not significant enough for the tasting civilization to take seriously, the tasting civilization would not be overly careless. They knew that this time, not only their tasting civilization was coming to Earth, but also the angel civilization and the demon civilization. The tasting civilization could be considered a mid to high level civilization among known civilizations in the universe. However, it was not a top-tier civilization. In terms of strength, both the demons and angels could easily defeat them, but they might not necessarily encounter angels and demons. The demons, for instance, seemed to have a good relationship with their god, Carl, and the demon Queen Morgana, so they could completely form an alliance. As for the angels, they only had eyes for the demons. The tasting civilization might not even be regarded by them. Although this sounded quite frustrating, it was a fact. Their civilization level simply did not catch the attention of the angels. But even so, they still had to be cautious. After all, the angels regarded themselves as a righteous civilization, opposing the invasion of powerful civilizations against weaker ones. The tasting civilization's invasion of the XuHong star system just happened to fit the narrative of a powerful civilization invading a weaker one. If the angels intervened, it would be challenging for them to attack Earth and bring death to their respected god, Carl. They just did not expect that as soon as they arrived in the XuHong star system, they would encounter an attack. The subordinates did not speak. A projection appeared, and a figure appeared in the image, which was XuHong located millions of miles away. His eyes emitted crimson rays, spanning the entire vacuum of space. Even viewed through the projection, it gave a tremendous sense of oppression. What is this? Lung Hao's voice suddenly turned cold. The tasting civilization believes in abandoning their flesh and blood, transferring their consciousness into mechanical bodies, becoming special mechanical life forms. As the commander of the vanguard team, Lung Hao is no exception. After all, only by becoming a mechanical life form could they utilize the void engine technology created by Carl. This was a very powerful technology, providing great combat capabilities. Of course, it could not compare to the God Creation Project. However, compared to general biological technology, the void engine technology was already much more advanced. This is our enemy. It seems to be a super warrior from Earth. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm asking why our counterattack hasn't started yet, why the enemy can continue to attack us. His attacks were clearly thermal energy attacks. Activate the stellar protective shields and immediately send several squads to deal with him. Lung Hao said coldly. From his tone, it was not difficult to hear that he was very displeased at the moment. However, this was normal. The enemy had already destroyed so many of their warships, and his subordinates had not yet begun to counterattack. How could he tolerate that? His subordinates were also helpless. After all, XuHong's attack was sudden, and due to the long distance, they had not detected XuHong's appearance before he launched his attack. His thermal ray attack was also abnormal. With such high thermal energy attacks, although their warships were made of decent materials, XuHong's ray temperature was simply too high. The warships could not withstand it. Yes. Soon, the massive stellar energy protective shield was activated. The stellar energy shield, as the name suggests, is a protective shield formed by harnessing the energy of stars. This type of shield can withstand both physical and energy attacks and is extremely formidable. This technology is incredibly powerful. Once activated, a battleship will absorb the energy released by nearby stars over a wide area. As long as the star does not deplete, the shield can exist indefinitely. In this scenario, there are only two ways to destroy the battleship. First, to destroy the core of the battleship from within. Second, to forcibly break through the shield and attack the battleship inside. The first option is nearly impossible unless someone infiltrates the battleship. The second option is even more difficult. The defense of the shield is astonishing. Even a supernova explosion can be withstood as long as it is not in the central area of the affected zone. It should be noted that the energy released in an instant during a supernova explosion is enough to destroy an entire galaxy in a flash. a terrifying cosmic explosion that is hard for ordinary people to imagine. After the opponent activates the stellar energy shield, XuHong's thermal rays lose their effectiveness. Thousands of degrees of temperature are indeed terrifying, but they cannot penetrate the stellar energy shield. Just this one stellar energy shield is enough to leave most lower civilizations in despair, because once war breaks out, they have no ability to breach the opponent's defenses. It is the same for Earth. Earth's most powerful weapon, the Muhai bomb, is also ineffective against the stellar energy shield. However, this does not pose a challenge to XuHong. After all, XuHong's method is different from the God-making project of this world. The God-making project still adheres to some scientific principles, while XuHong practices immortality and does not adhere to science. Chapter 195. The terrifying XuHong, seeking flowers. The thermal rays in his eyes dissipated. 100 meters away, Sun Wukong and the others blinked in confusion. XuHong had already vanished into thin air. Where'd he go? Du Cao and Ling Feng are not super soldiers. Once XuHong disappeared, they could see nothing due to the distance. They were unaware of XuHong's recent attack on the Taucan fleet and could only infer from the distant explosions that there must have been some effect. It's over. Sun Wukong replied to Du Cao. Wukong, take us closer. Okay. Sun Wukong did not refuse Du Cao's request. Even getting closer was not difficult for him to protect Du Cao and Ling Feng. Although Sun Wukong's speed cannot compare to XuHong's, he is not slow. The three of them drew closer to the fleet. When they were just over 1,000 miles away from the fleet, Sun Wukong finally stopped. Although this distance is not far, it allows them to see the situation over there clearly. Moreover, this distance has already entered the attack range of the enemy battleship group. If they got any closer and the attacks came too frequently, it would be more difficult for Sun Wukong to protect the two of them. This distance is the most suitable for them. But in the next second, the three of them widened their eyes again, staring in disbelief at the direction of the fleet. Above the fleet, a terrifying giant towering 10,000 meters high radiated a golden glow. In front of its massive form, even the main battleships of the Taucan fleet appeared small. This was XuHong directly utilizing Taoist magic, the law of manifesting heaven and earth. Unlike Sun Wukong's law of heaven and earth, the law of manifesting heaven and earth is a manifestation of a spell reaching its peak, while the law of heaven and earth is a manifestation of the physical body reaching its peak. Many demon kings can use the law of heaven and earth because they are born with strong physical bodies, especially demon kings like Sun Wukong and the Bull Demon King. When the physical body becomes strong enough, they naturally comprehend a magical power, which is the law of heaven and earth, the law of manifesting heaven and earth. On the other hand, is a magical power created by Taoists based on the law of heaven and earth. This is a powerful magical power that XuHong traded with the Jade Emperor in the world of a Chinese Odyssey. After casting it, not only does his body grow larger, but his defense and strength also increase by hundreds of times. Yes, you heard it right, by hundreds of times. XuHong's own strength is already formidable, and with a 100-fold increase on that foundation, it is incredibly terrifying. It is no exaggeration to say that under the law of manifesting heaven and earth, he possesses the ability to punch through a planet. Of course, while the magical power is powerful, the consumption is equally terrifying. With XuHong's magical power, he cannot even sustain the use of this magical power, let alone activate it. However, the dominant force within XuHong has always been the pure yang energy in his body. Now, he is fighting in the vacuum of space. Not only is the Taucan fleet absorbing stellar energy, but XuHong is also continuously absorbing the stellar energy in the cosmic vacuum. Due to being in space, XuHong absorbs energy at a much faster rate than on Earth. In this situation, the pure yang energy in XuHong's body remains between 199, fluctuating back and forth between these two values. There is no need to worry about running out of energy. His terrifying size brings a terrifying pressure. Larger beings instinctively evoke fear in others, just as a person feels afraid when standing in front of an elephant, even if the elephant is doing nothing. Faced with the terrifying figure of XuHong, the Taucan advance team was left dumbfounded. Countless shells, energy attacks, god-slaying bullets, electromagnetic attacks, and sound wave attacks struck XuHong's massive body. But apart from a few sparks, they could not inflict any injuries on XuHong. XuHong's steel body had already been reinforced to a terrifying level. With the 100-fold enhancement of the law of manifesting heaven and earth, let alone their energy attacks, XuHong felt that he could even spend some time at the core of the sun, where the temperature reaches 15 million degrees Celsius. At such temperatures, everything would be melted clean. But XuHong believed that with his current physical quality, staying there for a while was not a problem. Ignoring the counterattacks from the Taucan fleet, XuHong threw a punch. Despite his massive size, it did not affect his speed. XuHong shall feet descender. Not only was the area vast, but the speed was astonishingly fast. The Taucan fleet could not even dodge. With one punch, a large main battleship, 3,000 meters long, was smashed to pieces and turned into a sea of flames. Then, with a casual sweep of his hand, dozens or even hundreds of medium and small warships, which looked like toy battleships compared to XuHong's size, were also destroyed. The stellar energy shield crumbled like a joke in the face of XuHong's terrifying might, shattering with just a light touch. The interstellar fighters piloted by the Taucan soldiers that flew toward XuHong were completely ignored. The energy weapons equipped on the interstellar fighters did not even qualify to tickle XuHong. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention. This was an utterly one-sided battle. A few minutes later, the battle was over. In the entire vacuum of the universe, only XuHong remains, a towering giant. The tasting fleet has been completely annihilated, with not a single warship intact. Almost all of it has turned into space debris. To prevent this space debris from threatening Earth, XuHong directly unleashed the destructive black flames, incinerating all the wreckage completely. The entire universe was instantly clean again. As for the space teleportation device, it was violently dismantled by XuHong with a single punch. Takeo and the others were already dumbfounded. Even though Sun Wukong was confident in his own strength, he realized the gap when compared to XuHong. Although they were from different worlds, he could still manipulate the heavens and the earth. However, manipulating the heavens and the earth only allowed him to grow to a height of 100 meters at most. He couldn't grow any larger. Compared to XuHong's terrifying body, which was 10,000 meters tall, he was like an ant, with no comparison whatsoever. That terrifying destructive power and pure strength made him understand the immense gap between himself and XuHong. Takeo's astonishment stemmed from the fact that XuHong's strength was even more terrifying than that of his close friend, the god of war of the Noxus. He could confidently say that XuHong's strength surpassed that of the god of war of the Noxus. The god of war could split the Sunstar in half with a single axe, but much of it relied on the aid of weapons. With his own strength, directly destroying a planet would still be somewhat challenging. In contrast, the power that XuHong had just displayed was absolutely capable of annihilating a planet, and it would be effortless. That terrifying power, even though sound does not travel in a vacuum of space, was evidenced by his ability to break through a stellar energy shield as if it were paper with just one punch, proving how incredibly terrifying XuHong's strength was. Compared to XuHong, those so-called gods now seemed rather laughable, because XuHong was the true god. Chapter 196. Contact with Super Genes, Seeking Flowers, but Takeo had no idea that this was not even XuHong's strongest combat power. The ability to manipulate the heavens and the earth was indeed terrifying, elevating XuHong's destructive power and defense to an extremely terrifying level. However, there was still a huge room for improvement in XuHong's destructive power and defense. He was still far from his limits. Moreover, XuHong had many divine abilities that he had not yet used. Although the world of A Chinese Odyssey had a huge power gap compared to the world of Journey to the West, it did not mean that the divine abilities of the former were weaker than those of the latter. Weakness or strength ultimately depended on the user. Just like XuHong, someone else's 18 dragon-subduing palms and Xiaofeng's 18 dragon-subduing palms were entirely different categories. One practiced martial arts, while the other was completely about cultivating immortality. This principle also applied to XuHong. After annihilating the entire front line of the tasting fleet, XuHong knew that the main force of the tasting civilization was likely still in some galaxy, waiting to use the space teleportation device to come to the Milky Way. Although he had already destroyed the teleportation device located on Pluto, the main force of the tasting civilization would eventually arrive in the Milky Way. The teleportation device was broken. They could just build another one. The only way to stop the main force of the tasting civilization from entering Earth was to eliminate them all outside of Earth. However, XuHong did not have that idea for the time being. Even though XuHong was already very strong and fast, his speed was still not enough compared to the entire universe. The solar system was manageable, but in the Milky Way, even without using divine abilities for large-scale traversal, it would take XuHong several years or even decades to fly out at the speed of light. The solar system was just a small galaxy, very small. For XuHong, flying out of the solar system was too simple. However, the Milky Way was a large galaxy, and even at the speed of light, it would take XuHong a long time to leave the Milky Way. In the era of technological explosion, space teleportation technology, similar to the divine ability of space jumping, was the true way to travel. Upon contacting the law of manipulating the heavens and the earth, XuHong felt no discomfort. The pure yang power within his body remained abundant and unwavering. The sun was constantly replenishing his energy. After battle, XuHong's strength had actually increased significantly. With a burst of blue light, XuHong appeared before DKO and the others in an instant, accompanied by thunder. "Chief, now you believe I am from the future, right?" XuHong asked with a smile. DKO nodded and joked, "If I don't believe it in this situation, that would prove I'm a complete fool." However, Lin Feng and Sun Wukong beside him couldn't find anything to laugh about. The strength XuHong displayed was simply too powerful. With the strength he exhibited, he could easily destroy the entire Earth by himself. Even if he had some ulterior motives, he could completely achieve them with his own power. There was no need to waste words with them. This was also the reason they chose to believe XuHong was from the future. Because XuHong's strength meant he had no need to engage in such games with them. If he really had some secrets, he could achieve his goals entirely with his own strength. Although DKO yearned for peace now, he understood very well that all peace is maintained by strong power. Without strength, there is no peace. Earth, Giant Canyon City Military District, DKO's office. The figures of the four had already returned from the universe. During this time, no one had noticed that DKO and the others had left. Soon, DKO called for Liao Jie. "Chief, Liao Jie, take XuHong down. His residence will be arranged next to yours. Whatever he wants to do, take him. Whatever he wants to see, take him to see." "Huh?" Liao Jie was taken aback. "As for the recruitment task for the members of the Heroic Soldier Company, I will assign someone else to take care of it. You don't need to worry about this." "Yes." Liao Jie nodded, then looked at XuHong. He knew that XuHong was from the future, and his identity was probably confirmed. Although it's unclear how he convinced Du Cao and the others, it's evident from Du Cao's arrangements that they have completely trusted XuHong. "Well, Chief, I'll take my leave now," XuHong said with a smile and waved his hand. Du Cao nodded in response. After that, XuHong followed Liao Jie to leave. Even within the military district, there are independent villas. Senior military officers like Liao Jie, Lin Feng, and Du Cao all live in such villas. It wouldn't be appropriate to make them stay in dormitories. The military district is large enough to accommodate them. Yes, Liao Jie is a senior officer with the rank of colonel, which is quite high. As for Qiang Wei, her rank isn't sufficient. Of course, she is not an ordinary soldier. As a super soldier of the Brave Legion, she lives in the dormitory of the Super God Academy. The dormitory is quite high-end. Following Liao Jie, the two arrive at the villa area of the military district. Those living here are all senior officers within the military district. XuHong is the only one without a military rank or being a senior officer who has moved in. XuHong was assigned a place next to Liao Jie, making it convenient for him to find him. After getting his accommodation settled, XuHong asked Liao Jie to take him to the research department of the military district. The research department is affiliated with the Super God Academy. The primary task of the research department now is to develop super dark alloy weapons for the Brave Legion. The method of refining dark alloy was brought by Du Cao. This is currently the most mainstream alloy in the universe. While it may not be the strongest, it is undoubtedly a decent alloy material, perfect for crafting weapons for the Brave Legion. Du Cao naturally possesses top-notch alloy material technology. However, given Earth's technological level and industrial capacity, creating dark alloy is feasible, but anything more advanced is truly out of reach. Yet, XuHong has little interest in dark alloy. He is far more interested in the super genes that Du Cao controls. Thanks to Du Cao's permission, XuHong has easy access to these super genes. He can access all genes, including Gu Xiaowen's Divine River Power, Lu Chuang's Nova God of War, and Qiang Wei's Time and Space Rose, all of which are documented. Even Lena's Solar Light God Creation Project has some related records. Of course, the recorded data is relatively sparse and not comprehensive. After coming into contact with these super genes, XuHong immediately transformed into a research fanatic. Under his super brain, his learning ability is extraordinarily formidable. He absorbs knowledge like a dry sponge, soaking up water. In just a few days, XuHong has initially grasped the principles and application methods of these super genes. It is no exaggeration to say that his few days of study equates to what an ordinary person might achieve in a lifetime. Now, he can already mass-produce super soldiers. Of course, these super soldiers are akin to Liao Jie, who are primary super soldiers with strength, speed, and recovery capabilities comparable to those of Marvel's Captain America. It's not overly exaggerated Chapter 197. Selection of Instructors. Seeking Flowers. Du Cao is naturally aware of XuHong's engagement with super genes. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. In his view, XuHong's strength is already comparable to, or even greater than that of the three major god creation projects. In this case, whatever XuHong researches is good news for them. As for XuHong becoming stronger, it is also good news for them. At least XuHong is on their side. Whether he becomes stronger or remains as he is, XuHong possesses an overwhelmingly powerful force that they cannot resist. Whether he becomes stronger or not, the outcome remains the same. Since that is the case, why impose restrictions on XuHong and make him unhappy? Therefore, even upon learning that XuHong is researching super genes, he did not mind. Meanwhile, the first batch of members for the Brave Legion has almost been recruited. They have already been arranged to stay in the dormitory of the Super God Academy. However, as of now, the selection of instructors has not been finalized, and the position of captain for the Brave Legion has not been confirmed either. In Du Cao's office, a woman with long dark golden hair, wearing a short skirt that reached her thighs, was sitting on the sofa opposite Du Cao with her legs crossed in a rather unrefined manner. The other party had a tight face, but her expression looked quite peculiar, even somewhat lewd, giving off a feel of a female rogue. She looked nothing like a goddess. I say, old Du, let me join this Brave Legion you're forming. It's boring just sitting around on Earth doing nothing. It would be nice to make some friends, right? I heard that the positions of the instructor and captain for the Brave Legion haven't been filled yet. Why not? In your Earth terms, I'll recommend myself and take on the roles of instructor and captain for the Brave Legion, Lena said with a smile. She came to Earth just to pass the time. It's much more interesting than staying in the palace on the Sun Star every day. Moreover, this Brave Legion is made up of super soldiers, and playing with these people should be quite entertaining. With the position of instructor, she could train them well, and it would definitely be fun. After all, sometimes having a long lifespan can also be a hassle. It's too easy to get bored. So, she needs to find a good source of amusement. Du Cao, upon hearing this, did not respond to Lena immediately, but remained silent for a moment. I can give you the position of captain, but I have other candidates in mind for the instructor. Du Cao thought of XuHong. Although XuHong has been going to the research department every day since arriving at the military district, he hasn't forgotten XuHong's powerful strength. No one is more suitable than him for the position of instructor. Furthermore, compared to XuHong's strength, Du Cao values his intellect even more. XuHong is a very smart person. Although they haven't known each other for long, Du Cao is certain that XuHong is rational, calm, steady, and mature. That guy may look young, but he is a clever fox. Otherwise, if strength alone could qualify someone to be an instructor, then Sun Wukong could also take on that role, as his strength is not weak either. However, in Du Cao's view, the strength of the instructor is not the main factor. The wisdom of the person is far more important. XuHong is the most suitable candidate. Moreover, this guy has been researching super genes during this time. Although it's unclear how much he has progressed, given his abilities, he should have made some gains. The position of instructor for the Brave Legion is the most fitting for him. Moreover, with XuHong's terrifying strength, it would not be appropriate for him to be a member of the Brave Legion. The instructor role is just right for him. Other candidates? Who? Bring them out. I want to see who can be this goddess's instructor. Lena's tone was somewhat dissatisfied. She felt that the position of instructor should belong to her, but unexpectedly, Du Cao did not give it to her and mentioned he had other candidates. Of course, she was just a bit unconvinced, but it wasn't to the point of dissatisfaction. After all, she had made an agreement with Du Cao before coming here. On Earth, she couldn't act recklessly. If their requests were reasonable, she had to comply. Otherwise, she would have to return to Liang's star, and she didn't want to go back. After just a few days on Earth, she had already grown fond of the diverse clothing styles, makeup techniques, and skincare methods that seemed novel and interesting to her. The culture and scenery of Earth were fascinating to her. She definitely didn't want to leave such an interesting place. He isn't here right now, but you'll see him later. Of course, the reason Du Cao didn't elaborate was that he was concerned about whether XuHong would take over the position of the instructor for the Xiong Lian. However, regardless of whether XuHong was willing or not, he planned to give it a try. Soon, XuHong received a call from Du Cao. The content of the call was simple. He was asked if he was willing to become the instructor for the Xiong Lian. In the original work, the instructor for the Xiong Lian was Reina. Since the members of the Xiong Lian were all super soldiers, sending an ordinary soldier to guide their training was impractical, as he couldn't even set an example. So, there was no suitable candidate, and ultimately, the position fell to Reina. Reina was both the captain and the instructor of the Xiong Lian. Unexpectedly, This time the identity of the instructor would fall to XuHong. XuHong was surprised, thought for a moment, and did not refuse. He had already made good progress in his research on super genes, achieving notable results. After studying super genes, XuHong understood why super soldiers could absorb energy from the dark matter dimension. It must be said that Ding He, who developed the super gene, was truly a genius. XuHong did not implant super genes into his body. However, he also mastered the means to communicate with the dark matter dimension and could already absorb dark matter energy. Ordinary human cells could not fuse with dark matter energy, but XuHong cells could. Therefore, XuHong was essentially a super gene warrior, needing no other super genes to achieve his goals. However, his current speed of absorbing dark matter energy was not fast. XuHong was researching how to increase his absorption of dark matter energy. At the same time, he was also studying Reina's solar light gene, but unfortunately, the data was too limited. There was very little he could research. However, if he became the instructor of the XuHong Lian and built a good relationship with Reina, he might be able to obtain her blood and potentially unlock the secrets of the solar light. This would undoubtedly be a significant enhancement for XuHong, who already possessed superhuman lineage, greatly accelerating his growth. This was also one of the main purposes of his arrival in this world. As for the other purpose, Chapter 198, XuHong Lian, Seeking Flowers, Super God Academy, Student Dormitory. According to the military personnel who brought them, Super God Academy is a special military academy with a high level. They're the first batch of students recruited by this academy. The recruited individuals were quite puzzled, as most did not understand why they had been specially recruited. In the girls' dormitory, there were currently 3 people: Du Qiangwei, Qilin, and Rumingming. Since the 3 were still unfamiliar with each other, Du Qiangwei was not the type to talk much, and neither was Qilin. Both remained silent. Rumingming felt a bit insecure and self-conscious, and seeing that Du Qiangwei and Qilin were not speaking, she chose to remain silent as well. For a moment, the dormitory was very quiet. Bang! At that moment, the dormitory door was kicked open. A woman dressed in a black coat and black knee-high boots, with dark golden hair, appeared at the doorway. This sudden kick of the door startled the 3 girls in the room, who then looked over. Well, since everyone is in the dormitory, I don't have to go looking for you. Seeing that Qiangwei and the others were all present, Reina nodded. Let me introduce myself. My name is Reina, and some of you may know me. Reina glanced at Du Qiangwei when she said this. The latter knew her identity. There are also those who do not know me. At this point, Reina looked at Qilin and Rumingming. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that from now on, you should know that I will be your captain. Now, everyone, follow me outside to gather. Our instructor will be coming soon. All right, I've said what I needed to say. I still have to go to the boys' dormitory, so you can head downstairs on your own. After saying that, Reina left with purposeful strides. The thick soles of her knee-high boots made crisp sound against the floor. Du Qiangwei and the others exchanged glances, curious about who their instructor would be. Since they were specially recruited, their instructor should be extraordinary as well. Du Qiangwei was equally curious about who their instructor would be. As for XuHong, she had never even considered it. Although she hadn't seen XuHong since she brought him to the military district, she felt that XuHong was at most just one of the members of XuHong Lian, not much different from that loser Xiaolin. The reason she thought this was that Qilin and the others had just moved in that morning, and the male team members were the same. She still didn't know who the male members of the XuHong Lian were. The specifics would only be known when they went downstairs to gather later. The 3 of them tidied up their things and headed downstairs to gather. On the other side, the boys' dormitory was quite lively. Gu Xiaolin was quite talkative, and Zhao Xian was also good at chatting. The 2 started talking as soon as they met. Cheng Yaowen was not good at initiating conversations, but because of Gu Xiaolin's enthusiasm, he would occasionally say a word or 2. The only thing that puzzled Gu Xiaolin was why he didn't see XuHong. XuHong had left directly with Liao Jie and the others. Logically, XuHong should have arrived before him, but why didn't he see XuHong? Of course, puzzlement aside, this question could only remain in his heart for now, as no one could provide an answer. The only thing that annoyed him was that Lu Chuang, that guy, was also in the dormitory. Yes, the punk he had fought with was also there. Gu Xiaolin was quite displeased to see Lu Chuang. Logically, this guy should still be in jail. But if it weren't for XuHong's appearance, he would indeed still be in jail. Because of XuHong, the formation of the XuHong Lian was expedited. Thus, after being locked up for a few days and receiving some education, Lu Chuang was brought over. During his days in jail, many people had gone to talk to him. Even the mayor personally visited his home. Upon seeing his father, who had always treated him coldly and had the expression of wanting to beat him to death, suddenly showing a smile, it was a rare sight of pride in him. Lu Chuang also decided to turn over a new leaf and be a good person, completely bidding farewell to his past self. In front of his father, he promised that once he joined the army, he would never cause trouble, never betray the country, and never betray the people. His father, who had once served in the military, was very pleased to see this. For the first time, he talked with Lu Chuang for half the night. The next day, Lu Chuang was taken to the Super God Academy. Because of his earlier promise to his father, even in the dormitory, despite Ge Xiaoluan's displeased look and seemingly wanting to hit him, he still held back. Otherwise, with his usual temper, he would have probably fought with Ge Xiaoluan by now. But Lu Chuang knew that if he caused trouble in the military and got kicked back home, his father would definitely be furious. His father's health wasn't as good as before, and he needed to take medicine regularly. Although Lu Chuang was a troublemaker, he wasn't a bad person and was filial. So he didn't dare to cause trouble, as he certainly didn't want to see his father upset. While they were chatting animatedly, suddenly, bang! The iron door of the dormitory was kicked open. The lock fell to the ground with a clatter. Everyone in the dormitory turned to look at the sound. In the next second, several men were taken aback. The first thing that appeared in their sight was a pair of long, snow-white legs. When they saw Reina's face, their eyes lit up. "Wow, a beauty!" Zhao Xian exclaimed. Cheng Yaowan, who had been silent and looked like a farmer, also seemed speechless. Ge Xiaoluan was similarly taken aback. Reina was indeed beautiful, but compared to Du Qiangwei, he still preferred her. "Beautiful lady, who are you looking for?" Zhao Xian asked again. Lu Chuang also remained silent. If it were outside, he would have started flirting by now. "I'm looking for you guys," Reina replied. Not caring about Zhao Xian's tone, she introduced herself. "My name is Reina. From now on, I will be your captain. I'm here to inform you to gather downstairs immediately. If you don't want to leave a bad impression on your instructor, hurry up." After saying this, Reina turned and left. She was also curious about who the instructor would be. Seeing Reina leave, Ge Xiaoluan and the others were momentarily stunned. But soon, they reacted, casually tidied up, and ran downstairs. Lu Chuang followed behind, somewhat displeased. By the time they reached downstairs, Du Qiangwei and the others were already waiting. Upon seeing Du Qiangwei, Ge Xiaoluan's eyes lit up, but after being glared at by her, he immediately dared not look again. Qi Lin frowned and glanced at Lu Chuang among the male team members. She had caught him before and didn't have a good impression of him either. Zhao Xian's gaze lingered on Qi Lin and Du Qiangwei for a moment before shifting away, a smile on his face. He felt that he had come to the right place, as all the female teammates were beauties. Even Rui Meng wasn't bad looking, though she was dressed simply and didn't know how to dress up. Chapter 199. Instructor XuHong, seeking flowers. Everyone stood downstairs for quite a while, but the instructor still hadn't arrived, and Zhao Xian was starting to feel impatient. "Captain Reina, is our instructor coming or not? Did he forget the time? We've been standing here for a while." Reina shot him a glance. "Don't ask me, I don't know either." Du Qiangwei frowned. "Are these guys really here to fight? They don't look like soldiers at all." To be honest, as someone who had been in a regular army, she was quite displeased with their lack of discipline. Particularly Zhao Xian's earlier words had significantly lowered Zhao Xian's image in her mind. At the same time, she was puzzled about why she hadn't seen XuHong. Logically, he should be one of the members of the Xiong Lian, but she hadn't seen him among the male team members. Or was that instructor XuHong? Du Qiangwei vaguely speculated but felt it was unlikely. But if it wasn't, where had XuHong gone? She had a deep impression of XuHong. Just then, accompanied by a series of honking sounds, a military vehicle drove into the academy playground. Everyone immediately fell silent and looked toward the military vehicle. The vehicle quickly stopped not far in front of them. The driver's door opened, and a man in military uniform stepped out. When he appeared, everyone's eyes widened. "Brother Hong?" Ge Xiaoluan exclaimed in surprise. "Is it really him?" Du Qiangwei's face was also filled with astonishment. "Is it him?" Qi Lin frowned as well. She never expected that XuHong, whom she had caught just a few days ago, would now be her instructor. "Damn, where did this pretty boy come from? Could he really be our instructor?" Zhao Xian blurted out. Cheng Yaowan remained silent. Rui Meng was also surprised because XuHong was very handsome, especially in his army uniform. He looked even more dashing. Reina was equally taken aback and her eyes brightened. She had seen handsome men before, but someone like XuHong was a first for her. If handsome men were categorized, XuHong would definitely be in a league of his own. "Oh no, it's this guy," Lu Chuang thought with a bitter expression. He couldn't forget XuHong, as this guy had just kicked him a few days ago. That kick was something he would probably never forget in his life. XuHong observed the changes in everyone's expressions, including Zhao Xian's words. However, he didn't pay attention to Zhao Xian and instead walked up to everyone. "Brother Hong, it really is you. You're our instructor. That's great. Gu Xiaolun was instantly happy upon seeing XuHong. XuHong smiled. Xiaolun, it's been a few days since we last met. You look quite good. Not bad. You don't know, ever since the mayor specially recruited me, all my relatives and friends. This isn't the time for reminiscing, and you should pretend you don't know me. Huh? Why? Because if you openly acknowledge that you know me, others will think I will take special care of you, and during training, I can only push you hard so that they will think I'm fair and not giving you any preferential treatment. XuHong said seriously. Huh? Gu Xiaolun was stunned. Hey, so you're our instructor? I was really curious about who old Du would appoint as our instructor. I don't know about your abilities, but you're quite handsome. Handsome? Isn't he extremely handsome? XuHong looked at Reina, who had spoken. XuHong's casual remark made everyone feel that this instructor should be easy to get along with and approachable. Then, XuHong's gaze fell on Lu Chuang, who immediately lowered his head upon noticing XuHong looking over. It wasn't that he was afraid of XuHong. Well, one could say he was afraid, considering XuHong was the instructor. If XuHong was dissatisfied with him and decided to kick him out of the XuHong out of the military, he would truly have no face to go back. He was afraid XuHong would seek revenge. But XuHong merely glanced at him and then shifted his gaze. XuHong then looked at Qilin and smiled slightly at her. Qilin was taken aback and then blushed. She held no malice towards XuHong. After meeting him once at the police station, she even dreamed about him later, where they did some indescribable things. She felt embarrassed when she woke up. Although she suspected she might see XuHong again when she was recruited, she didn't expect him to become her instructor so soon. The change in status was indeed quite rapid. All right, everyone, stand in line, XuHong said again after a brief exchange. Upon hearing XuHong's words, everyone immediately began to line up. In the military, the foremost principle is to obey orders. Since XuHong was their instructor, they had to listen to him. Of course, there was one exception among them, and that was Reina. Hey, wait a minute. Although it's old Du's idea for you to be our instructor, I refuse to accept it. Therefore, I want to duel with you. If you can defeat me, I will acknowledge you as my instructor. Of course, I will go easy on you and not use my full strength, Reina said to XuHong. Everyone was taken aback. Du Qianwei was about to explode with anger. The others didn't know Reina's identity, but she did. Reina was the sun god, the goddess of the solar star, and she was not even from Earth. Allowing her to join the XuHong was already a huge exception, and now she wanted to cause trouble. Du Qianwei, who had long been displeased with Reina, could no longer tolerate her. But before Du Qianwei could speak, XuHong spoke first. All right, that's fine. Then you can start by dancing for us. Dance? Reina was taken aback. But the next moment, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. After Reina's words, she immediately began to dance on the spot. Although her dancing was not great and a bit comical, she was indeed dancing. XuHong, at some point, had produced a phone and was recording the whole thing. As for the members of the XuHong, they could only watch. After arriving at the Super God Academy, their phones had been confiscated. At least until they completed their training tasks, it would be difficult for them to access their phones. However, the amusing scene before them intrigued everyone. Of course, some are also surprised by XuHong's methods, such as Qilin, Du Qianwei, and Cheng Yaowen. The three of them were among the most intellectually astute in the XuHong. The moment XuHong finished speaking, Reina started dancing. It was evident that the reason Reina was dancing was because of XuHong. Although they didn't know what XuHong had done, it was clear that he had manipulated the situation. Thinking about it, the one dancing right now was her, and the three of them suddenly felt a chill. This was completely social death on the spot. They couldn't handle it. 3 minutes later, Reina suddenly stopped. Confusion filled her eyes. Why are you all looking at me? Hey, you over there, weren't you the one who promised to duel with me? You go first, so I won't be accused of bullying you later. As soon as Reina finished speaking, the members of the XuHong looked at her with increasingly strange expressions. Reina wasn't blind and could naturally sense the odd looks from her teammates. The serious expression she was trying to maintain immediately broke. What kind of look is that? Why are you looking at me like this? Do you think I'm not good enough as your captain? Reina was puzzled. What the heck? Do these guys really think I can't beat XuHong? No way. Although I look young, XuHong is pretty young too, and he doesn't seem that impressive. Did they really have so little confidence in her? It seemed her authority as captain wasn't strong enough. She needed to find an opportunity to establish her credibility as a leader. With that thought, she prepared to take action. But the next second, a black object flew towards her. Reina instinctively caught it and found that it was a phone. She had encountered phones since coming to Earth and knew they were quite interesting. You should watch what's on it before you speak. XuHong's voice echoed. What is it? What do I need to watch? Reina was confused but instinctively looked at the phone. She saw that the screen was showing a video. She subconsciously clicked to play it. When she realized what was playing in the video, her face instantly turned brilliant. Moments later, it flushed red, mixed with anger. She angrily deleted the video from the phone and looked up at XuHong. When was this video taken? Why don't I remember any of it? Just a moment ago. Your teammates all saw it clearly. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Reina's face turned even redder, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. No wonder the members of the XuHong Lian had looked at her so strangely earlier. It was because of this. She wondered why the atmosphere felt off before. Now it was clear. Just now you controlled me? Reina was extremely surprised. XuHong pointed at the members of the XuHong Lian. It was only at that moment that she realized that the Reina in the video was under XuHong's control. Moreover, his control was so skillful that she hadn't even realized she had been manipulated. If XuHong hadn't shown her the video, she wouldn't have known she had been controlled and danced. It was simply absurd. Are you only realizing this now? Reina, I've studied your solar light gene. You, who can control the sun and manipulate stellar energy, are indeed remarkable. However, your strength is not comprehensive. You're like a 3-year-old child holding a gun. You possess powerful weapons, but don't know how to use them. If I can control you, it also means others can control you. If your enemies control you and use your power to attack your friends, your family, your compatriots, what will you do? Hearing XuHong's words, Reina was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. In the original story, Morgana was able to easily destroy the Juxia because she controlled Reina. She could crush Kaisa because she controlled Reina, using Reina to unleash solar flares, which triggered a supernova explosion. Although Kesha's divine body is incredibly powerful, it cannot withstand a supernova explosion. The super soldiers in this world have a very obvious characteristic. Their souls are particularly fragile. Of course, this fragility is in comparison to XuHong. Compared to normal people, their souls are still quite strong. It's like Superman. They say he has low magic resistance, which is relative to his strong physical defense. In fact, his magic resistance is not low at all. Compared to normal people, his magic resistance is actually quite high. The same goes for super soldiers like Reina. Their souls are not weak, but relative to XuHong, their souls are very fragile. XuHong can control them quite easily. After studying super genes, XuHong also discovered that their so-called permissions are related to their souls. If Reina and the others had sufficiently strong souls, it would be almost impossible for Morgana to control Reina as easily as in the original work. Morgana's control can be seen as a kind of soul attack. Seeing that Reina was silent, XuHong knew he had her under control. XuHong Lian Reina, present. Yes. This time, Reina did not contradict him, because after carefully recalling XuHong's words, she felt a wave of fear. She is very clear about her own strength, or rather, she knows what she is capable of. As the light of the sun, what she can do is absolutely unimaginable for ordinary people. A supernova explosion is enough to destroy the entire solar system, and even nearby, small galaxies would be affected. And where the sun of the Liang star is located, there is also a sun. If someone controls her to initiate a supernova explosion at the sun of the Liang star, the entire Liang civilization would vanish from the universe. This also made her clearly aware of her shortcomings. Additionally, XuHong easily controlled her, making her realize that XuHong is not simple. It's no wonder KO rejected her suggestion to be an instructor. The biggest troublemaker, Reina, was tamed by XuHong, so the others naturally behaved more obediently, standing up straight and not daring to slack off even a bit. Even Zhao Xian, at this moment, was behaving honestly and did not dare to talk back. The event of Reina being set as a typical example had just happened, and he certainly did not want to become the second typical case. Now I'll call the roll. Gu Xiaoluan, here. Sheng Yaowen, here. Lu Chuang, here. Zhao Xian, here. Du Qiangwei, here. Qi Lin, here. Rui Mengmeng, here. Here. XuHong glanced at Rui Mengmeng, who was already nervous, and she became even more anxious, but fortunately, XuHong only looked at her for a moment before shifting his gaze away. She let out a sigh of relief. Reina, here. Reina also responded loudly. Very good. Everyone sounds energetic. XuHong looked at everyone and slowly said, I have 2 purposes for appearing here today. First, to greet you all. A small face turned red as a group of people listened carefully, curious about XuHong's second purpose. As for the second purpose, it was to activate the super genes within you. Some of you might be curious why you were specially recruited. The reason is simple, because you have super genes in your bodies. You're super soldiers. However, some of your super genes have already been activated, while others have not. Therefore, my primary task today is to activate the super genes within you. In the team, Qi Lin, Rui Mengmeng. and Zhao Xian were all very surprised because their super genes had not yet been activated and were no different from ordinary people. P.S. In the first part, Reina discovered the invasion of the Taosan civilization into the solar system and directly activated GainsSuperman and the other super genes. Here, the author has made changes to this setup, as the setting of the Super God Academy has been altered several times. Aside from the three of them, the super genes of the others had already been activated. Cheng Yaowen, being from the Destar royal family, had always known about his alien identity. When the Destar royal family fell, he was already 10 years old and had long been able to remember. If counted, Cheng Yaowen is actually quite old, over 10,000 years. However, like Du Qiangwei, Cheng Yaowen was in a sealed state before being brought to Earth by Decao. P.S. Du Qiangwei's initial setting was that she was brought to Earth by Decao. Later, the setting was changed to Decao, giving birth to her on Earth. Here, the author uses the first setting. He was only unsealed in modern times. After being unsealed, Cheng Yaowen, who had already been able to remember, naturally remembered the past of Destar and knew he had once been a prince. It would be a lie to say he did not resent it, but he understood that there was no point in resentment. He was still alive, and the new life had to continue. Eventually, with his own efforts, he was sent to grow up in an ordinary farming family. More than 20 years passed in a flash. Now he looked like he was in his 30s, with a face full of hardships. Over 20 years of farming life had made him completely regard Earth as his second hometown. There were changes, but due to past experiences, he remained taciturn. His super genes had already awakened back onto Star and did not need to be awakened again. Gu Xiaoluan and Lu Chuang's super genes awakened after completing their tasks. Du Qiangwei and Reina had also awakened their super genes long ago. The only ones left without awakened super genes were Qi Lin, Rui Mengmeng, and Zhao Xian. Qi Lin's super gene awakened similarly to Gu Xiaoluan and the others, but awakened after death. The difference is that Qi Lin awakened while in the hands of Taosan. However, due to XuHong's influence, the plot has changed significantly. The advanced troops of Taosan have been completely cleared by XuHong. Therefore, there are currently no Taosan people on Earth. Additionally, due to the early recruitment, Qi Lin naturally would not encounter the incident that led to her demise. Speaking of which, XuHong not only saved Qi Lin, but also her colleagues. Otherwise, the casualties caused by Taosan would have been even greater. In the original work, Qi Lin not only died at the hands of Taosan, but her colleagues also suffered heavy casualties, and the military also incurred significant losses. The only exception is that Qi Lin had super genes within her. The super genes in her body revived her. However, for others, once they sacrificed, they were gone for good. Not to mention the enhancement of super genes, just the ability to allow the owner to revive is already quite abnormal. Qi Lin was very surprised. She never expected that she had super genes in her body. No wonder she was specially recruited by the country. She was doing well at the police station, but she wasn't particularly impressive. By all accounts, she didn't have anything special about her. Aside from being exceptionally beautiful, there wasn't anything that warranted a special recruitment by the state. Now, after XuHong's explanation, she understood. Rumingming and Zhao Xian also got it. Before being specially recruited, Rumingming was an orphan who grew up with her grandmother and had to take on odd jobs to pay for her college tuition. Zhao Xian was even more ordinary. He had just graduated from high school and planned to work in a factory instead of going to college. As for hobbies, he liked doing good deeds. Whenever he saw someone being bullied, he would definitely step in to help. As a result, he often ended up in the police station and received quite a bit of education. One could say he was a troubled youth. Of course, XuHong's method of activating the super genes within the three of them was not the violent way that Lu Chuang had used before, where they had to die once first. Death was a passive method of activating the super genes within them, but it wasn't a guaranteed success. It depended on luck and the activity level of the super genes in their bodies. If things went wrong, death would be real death. Therefore, XuHong wouldn't use that method. Instead, he would use another approach. This method was simple. Directly use dark matter energy to activate the supercells within their bodies, thereby achieving the goal of activating their super genes. As long as XuHong guided them once, their supercells would connect to the dark matter dimension, and then the super genes would be considered activated. This was not difficult for XuHong, who had already made significant progress in the research of super genes. Qilin, Rumingming, Zhao Xian stepped forward. XuHong directly called out the names of the three. They immediately understood that they were the ones who had yet to activate their super genes. Of course, understanding this, they didn't hesitate and autonomously began to absorb dark matter energy. As soon as XuHong's words fell, the three had already stepped forward. XuHong walked up to them. Zhao Xian and Qilin were fine, but the more self-conscious Rumingming became nervous immediately. Rumingming, there's no need to be nervous. Take a deep breath and relax. Activating the super genes is very simple. XuHong's voice was very reassuring. When he spoke, he used a Buddhist incantation. Originally a bit tense, Rumingming suddenly relaxed. She couldn't quite explain the feeling. Seeing Rumingming calm down, XuHong couldn't help but comfort her. He reached out and tapped her forehead. Dark matter energy guided within her. The next second, Rumingming found her consciousness entering a dim space. Everything around her was gray and empty. This was the dark matter space. Perhaps because of XuHong's earlier words, she wasn't too panicked. After a moment, the world before her changed, and XuHong's figure appeared in her line of sight. Instructor? Yes, it's done. Your super genes have awakened. You can join the ranks now. Oh, Rumingming nodded, somewhat surprised that the awakening of the super genes was so simple. Thinking about the dim space she had just experienced, she contemplated whether to mention it to XuHong. But after thinking for a moment, she figured XuHong should know what that dim space was and decided not to speak up. Then it was Zhao Xian's turn, and finally, Qilin. Originally, Qilin wasn't nervous. After all, she had been a police officer before, so there was no reason to be anxious. She had experienced many cases, big and small. However, when XuHong stood in front of her, she found herself unable to control her nervousness. No need to be nervous, XuHong's voice rang out. Then, using the same method, Qilin's consciousness also entered the dark matter space. When her consciousness returned, her super genes had awakened, and her body cells had begun to autonomously connect with the dark matter space to absorb dark matter energy to enhance themselves. Everything seemed long, but in reality, it only took a few seconds. In less than half a minute, all three of them had awakened their super genes. Chapter 202. Curious onlookers, seeking flowers. After awakening their super genes, the three clearly noticed their respective changes. Zhao Xian found that his feet felt lighter, as if he could jump very high with a single leap. In addition, his senses and strength had significantly improved. He could see clearly from a great distance, even the feather patterns of several birds flying in the sky. Rumingming felt the same. She clearly sensed an increase in strength, speed, and senses. The world seemed to have changed, as if a person with severe myopia suddenly regained normal vision. The entire world appeared different in her eyes. Qilin discovered that she had gained super long-distance vision. When she focused her mind and looked closely at something, it felt as if time had slowed down. They all understood that from this moment on, they were also super soldiers. All right, that's it for today. You can return to your dorms. Cherish this moment, because today might be the easiest day you'll have after joining the XuHong Binglian. After this, you may not have such easy days again. Feel free to do whatever you want today, because after today, it will be hard for you to find free time or holidays. I have a full schedule planned for your future, XuHong said with a smile. However, the members of XuHong Binglian felt that there seemed to be something ominous mixed in with that smile. Dismissed. After saying that, XuHong turned to leave. The members of XuHong Binglian were stunned. Was that it? Just called down to take attendance and get acquainted? But soon, everyone reacted. Gu Xiaolin directly ran after XuHong. Brother Hong, wait. Reina followed, right behind. She was very curious about what method XuHong had used to make her dance. Though she was impressed, she couldn't stand the embarrassment of being a captain of XuHong Binglian in front of her teammates, especially since her dance had been so stiff. It was more comical than beautiful. Plus, she was very curious about XuHong's identity. So after Gu Xiaolin, she followed along. Qilin had also planned to follow, intending to ask XuHong a few things. But seeing Gu Xiaolin and Reina following, she decided not to. How could she maintain her authority as captain in the future? There would be plenty of opportunities later to ask. Du Qiangwei also wanted to follow, but thinking of Gu Xiaolin being there, she lost the desire to go. As for Lu Chuang, he was avoiding XuHong as much as he could. As soon as he heard dismissed, he ran off the fastest. Zhao Xian, on the other hand, was happily testing the changes after activating his super genes. As soon as he started running, he realized how fast he was now. He could cover 100 meters in less than a second. If he hadn't braked in time, he would have crashed into the wall. Hong Yi, it's been a few days since we last met, and I didn't expect you to become our instructor directly. Impressive. Gu Xiaolin walked up to XuHong and smiled, giving him a thumbs up. He had been curious about where XuHong had gone. After all, he had called XuHong several times, but no one picked up. He wondered if XuHong had been locked up by Liao Jie and the others. Unexpectedly, when he saw XuHong again, he had become their instructor. Moreover, the way he made Reina dance just now surprised him. When he first met XuHong, he jokingly said that XuHong was so handsome that he looked like those immortal figures in novels. Perfect. If he changed into a white robe, and let his hair grow long, he would look even more like one. It seems that XuHong might really be an immortal. Gu Xiaolun wasn't really foolish. His mind was quite normal, not particularly smart, but definitely not stupid. In Gu Xiaolun's view, the ability to speak and act freely could only be explained by legendary immortals. Actually, you should feel sad that I'm your instructor, XuHong said with a smile. Why? Gu Xiaolun reacted only after asking this question. What you just said wasn't a joke. Xiaolun, you're very special. I can go easy on you. If I go easy on you during training, I'm just sending you to the battlefield to die. Do you understand? Seeing XuHong suddenly become serious, Gu Xiaolun didn't know what to say for a moment. I understand. Then Honggu, just train me hard. Gu Xiaolun didn't know how much he would regret saying this in front of XuHong in the days to come. All right, go back to your dormitory. Cherish this hard-earned vacation. After this, even if you want to rest, you won't have such a good opportunity. He patted Gu Xiaolun on the shoulder, and the latter didn't react. By the time he regained consciousness, he found himself already in the dormitory. Huh, how did I get back to the dormitory? Wasn't I just? Gu Xiaolun immediately realized he had been controlled by XuHong. Suddenly, he didn't know what to say. In the dormitory, Cheng Yaowen and Lu Chuang had already returned. As for Zhao Xian, that guy was now outside, testing his limit speed, having a great time, and had no intention of coming back. Xiaolun, I called you just now, and you didn't respond. You weren't. Yeah, I was controlled by Honggu. I don't even know how I came back. Gu Xiaolun nodded. Although he had been controlled by XuHong, Gu Xiaolun wasn't particularly angry. After all, he was quite familiar with XuHong. You 170 call him Honggu. You two know each other? Yeah, we were in the same university, living in the same dormitory. Honggu is very easy to talk to, has a good temper, and is generous. Although we were dorm mates for only a few days. Cheng Yao nodded, not asking further questions. From Gu Xiaolun's words, it was not hard to analyze that he didn't know much about XuHong. Continuing to ask wouldn't yield much. Besides, he didn't really care about XuHong. No matter how mysterious their instructor was, he didn't pay much attention to it. He came to the Xiong Lian to protect Earth. The Xing was already gone, but Earth was his second hometown, where there were people he cared about. He wanted to protect it. In the past, he didn't have the ability to protect the Xing. Now, at least he had some strength to protect Earth. Therefore, he wouldn't easily give up this opportunity. Lu Chuang simply lay on the bed without speaking. He knew Gu Xiaolun was unhappy with him, so he didn't talk to him. Enjoying the peace alone, Gu Xiaolun just glanced at Lu Chuang and then shifted his gaze away. After all, this was the Super God Academy, part of the military district. If they were outside, he would definitely have a fight with Lu Chuang. It's better not to see him and not be annoyed. On the other side, XuHong had just opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat when Reina opened the passenger door and sat down. Chapter 203, Thunder Arena, Seeking Flowers. XuHong slightly turned his head to look at Reina, who had just sat down. Why did you get in? Today is a rare vacation day. XuHong wasn't in a hurry to rush her out, but instead asked with a smile. How did you control me just now? Reina directly asked her curiosity. Just now, there were too many people, and she felt embarrassed to ask. After all, it was a bit humiliating to be controlled by XuHong so easily. She wouldn't dare to ask in front of so many people. What if she couldn't be the captain of the Xiong Lian anymore? Want to know why? I don't want to know. Why should I ask you? Reina shot a glare at XuHong. She was convinced, but to completely submit, she still needed a bit more. After all, in her view, XuHong didn't really defeat her by skill. He used some tricks. I think you're focusing on the wrong point. You should take advantage of the half-day vacation left to have some fun. Otherwise, you might not have the chance to play for a long time. What? Are you going to restrict our actions later? Not to that extent. Just worry that you won't have the energy or spirit to enjoy later. XuHong shook his head. You're looking down on people. Do you know who I am? The sun god of the burning sun star. The light of the sun, Emperor Reina. Do you think, as your instructor, I wouldn't know your identity? I know everyone's identity, clearly. Do you think that because you're a divine body, you won't get tired? That your stamina is infinite? Your spirit is infinite? XuHong asked back with a smile. Reina originally didn't care about XuHong's words. But now, listening to him and thinking about how he had controlled her without her noticing, she suddenly felt that XuHong was a bit eerie. He wouldn't come up with some particularly perverse means to play with them, would he? She suddenly began to doubt whether joining the Xiong Lian was the right decision. All right, get out of the car. I have things to do. Not getting out. If you don't tell me, I'm following you today. Wherever you go, I go. I just don't believe in evil. All right, then sit tight. Remember to fasten your seatbelt. Reina didn't say much and directly fastened her seatbelt. XuHong started the car. The car moved and quickly exited the military district. XuHong, taking Reina out of the military district, was quickly reported to Du Cao. But he didn't care. Before XuHong, he was actually quite worried about Reina causing trouble on Earth. But now that XuHong was here, he was no longer worried. Although Sun Wukong was strong, he didn't have the strength to suppress Reina. But XuHong was different. Even that guy Panjun probably couldn't take XuHong. And let alone Reina, whose strength was still not fully developed and couldn't even compare to Panjun. Reina is not weak. That is only in comparison to GainsSuperman and XuHong. In the Great God Creation Project, Reina's Solar Light Project is currently the strongest and also the most developed. GainsSuperman and XuHong have only just awakened their super genes and are still in their juvenile phase, while Reina is at most in her growth phase. She can't compare to her grandfather, the former god of the Sun Star. She can't even beat Panjun, and if XuHong really wants Reina, it won't be too easy. With XuHong watching over Reina, there's no need to worry about her causing any trouble. The car quickly arrived at the pedestrian street near the giant Gorge City University, still at the same old spot. Because it was a military vehicle, it attracted quite a bit of attention on the road, especially since XuHong was dressed in military uniform and was also quite handsome. Perhaps because people knew XuHong was a soldier, many stared but no one approached him. What if XuHong was on some secret mission? Reina followed XuHong closely, and they soon entered a hot pot restaurant, the same one XuHong had visited before. He was quite satisfied with the taste there. After going to the military district, he had been eating at the military canteen every day. Although the food there wasn't bad and there was hot pot, it still felt a bit lacking compared to the outside. You call this business just coming to eat? Reina looked at XuHong with wide eyes. She initially thought he had something serious to discuss. But is that all? XuHong Vito. This time, XuHong didn't go into a private room. After all, there were just the two of them, and eating in the hall was fine too. Their appearance caused quite a stir in the hot pot restaurant. After all, a handsome man and a beautiful woman were one thing, but XuHong was also in military uniform. Judging by his rank, it seemed quite high. Yes, XuHong had a rank, just like Liao Jia, both being colonels. In the military, promotions are usually slow, but XuHong was an exception. Just based on his solo destruction of the invading, tasting civilization's frontline forces on Pluto, his merits were so great that he could have been promoted directly to general. After all, that was an alien civilization fleet. Given Earth's current strength, if that fleet had entered Earth, even if they could resist with current weapons, it would still be a hard battle with severe losses inevitable. But XuHong took them out alone, thus avoiding the war being brought to Earth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say his contributions were monumental. Being a colonel was already considered low for him, and it was even forcibly given to him by Du Cao. In reality, XuHong had no intention of holding a military rank, but Du Cao insisted, and XuHong did not refuse. After all, he had once wanted to wear a military uniform. Although he couldn't in his own world, this world was similar enough. So wearing was also nice. Therefore, he didn't refuse. Have you eaten? Hot pot. Do you have this thing on the Sun Star? Don't you know everything? Reina didn't answer XuHong, but retorted instead. The more she looked at XuHong, the more annoyed she became, finding opportunities to poke at him. Unfortunately, XuHong had long anticipated her thoughts, so he chose to ignore her. Since she didn't want to answer, he wouldn't force her. Perhaps because he was in military uniform, the hot pot restaurant served food quickly. So, since Reina didn't answer him, he simply lowered his head and started cooking the food. Reina was waiting for XuHong to ask for her response, but he directly ignored her and focused on eating. This frustrated her immensely. But soon, the aroma of the hot pot made Reina unable to resist picking up her chopsticks. Especially seeing XuHong eating meat so heartily made it look very delicious, which tempted her even more. Having just arrived on Earth a few days ago, everything was still unfamiliar to her. She had never eaten hot pot before. Upon trying it, she immediately found that hot pot was really delicious. But soon, she was overwhelmed by the spiciness. Even as a divine body, she couldn't handle the heat. She drank a lot of milk to cool down, but the more spicy it was, the more she wanted to eat. She couldn't stop at all, especially when someone was competing with her for food. It became even more interesting, especially when she snatched a piece of meat from under XuHong's chopsticks and stuffed it in her mouth, watching his speechless expression, which made her very happy. After finishing the hot pot, XuHong drove back to the academy, with Reina naturally following him. After dropping Reina off at her dormitory, XuHong returned to the research institute. Now that he had become an instructor, he needed to prepare some things overnight for the upcoming training of the heroic troops. Due to the different abilities and development directions of each individual, XuHong would have to train them separately. But this was not difficult for someone with a super brain like XuHong. However, when XuHong returned to the research institute, before he could start preparing, Du Cao came looking for him. Du Cao still had doubts about XuHong's identity. After all, this guy had been in contact with the super gene data in his hands. If he really came from the future, he should know about this data. But XuHong seemed completely unaware of the super genes. However, it was too late to backtrack. Moreover, given XuHong's strength, if he had any malicious intent, he could easily achieve it with his own power. From XuHong's every word and action, it was clear that no matter how mysterious his identity was, at least he loved the country under his feet, especially when XuHong looked at the red 5-star flag. The solemn, serious, yearning, and loving look in his eyes didn't seem like an act at all. Therefore, even though Du Cao had some doubts in his heart, he did not impose any restrictions on XuHong. A day earlier, XuHong had informed him of a piece of news. He had cracked the secret of the super gene and could produce super soldiers in bulk. Of course, these super soldiers couldn't currently compare to those created by the God Creation Project, like Shaolin and the others. But compared to ordinary people, these types of super soldiers could indeed be called super soldiers. This surprised Du Cao. It should be noted that even scientists from the two super civilizations of Dexing and Nuoxing had not developed this technology, yet due to its significant limitations. Dark matter energy is not so easy to manipulate. In this situation, it was easier to create first-generation super soldiers like Zhao Xian, Su Xiaoli, and Qilin, while ordinary super soldiers were harder to produce. Simply put, it was easy to manufacture cars, but difficult to make bicycles. Now that XuHong had cracked the secret of super genes and could produce bicycles in bulk, this was undoubtedly good news for Earth. In fact, if Earth's weapons were considered poor, they weren't particularly bad either. After all, Du Cao had brought technology over, and the weapons they could produce were also powerful. However, there are significant limitations in their use, primarily due to individual physical fitness. If XuHong could indeed mass-produce super soldiers, it would be great news for them. That's why Du Cao came directly to him. XuHong was not surprised by Du Cao's visit. After all, he had just provided him with information about mass-producing super soldiers a day earlier. It would have been strange if Du Cao hadn't come. The reason for notifying Du Cao was that if experiments were to be conducted, they would necessarily involve human trials. However, human trials are highly taboo, and without approval from higher authorities, XuHong would not take the initiative to proceed. Leader, I believe you understand the purpose of my visit. I just want to know how confident you are, Du Cao stated directly upon meeting XuHong. 100%, XuHong replied confidently with a smile. Although he had not conducted actual human trials, various data had already been simulated in XuHong's mind. His super brain operated more dramatically than a supercomputer, with extraordinary computing power. Continuing a few more experimental data simulations was nothing to him. Seeing XuHong's resolute expression, Du Cao's face brightened. All right, I will report this immediately. As long as the higher-ups agree, I will bring the people to you, Du Cao said before hurriedly leaving. This matter was very important. Demons had already begun to operate on Earth. Although, due to Sun Wukong, most of the demon activity was concentrated in Southeast Asia. It was inevitable that demons would eventually set their sights on the Huagua family. Therefore, necessary defensive preparations were essential. If XuHong's super soldier mass production plan could succeed, the strength of the Huagua family would undoubtedly receive an unprecedented boost. In today's world, where hot weapons are rampant and various high-tech information technologies are prevalent, many people say that warfare is now different from the past. Simply relying on numbers is no longer effective. However, the root cause remains that individual physical fitness is severely limited. In Europe and the African Indian regions, demons can hardly be found in Huagua. But if the super soldier plan succeeds, with each person being a humanoid tank, the situation would undoubtedly change again. After Du Cao left, XuHong continued to prepare for the training of the Xiong Lian members the next day. The following day, because they were all wondering how XuHong would train them, the members of Xiong Lian surprisingly did not sleep well. Of course, even without good sleep, this did not affect them, as they possessed super genes. After getting up early, washing up, and dressing, they sat in their dormitory, waiting for XuHong to notify them to go downstairs. While sitting there bored, they also discussed how XuHong would train them. All members of Xiong Lian, gather in the playground downstairs. You have 3 minutes. There will be rewards for those who are late. XuHong's voice suddenly echoed in the minds of the Xiong Lian members. Since they had experienced yesterday's events, they were not too surprised and went downstairs one by one. They did not believe that the rewards XuHong mentioned were genuinely rewards. However, they were equally puzzled as to why XuHong kindly gave them 3 minutes. For their physical fitness, 3 minutes felt like an insult. What left XuHong speechless was that Zhao Xian directly climbed out of the window and jumped down from the 5th or 6th floor. The lawn below was dented by his landing, so He was fortunate enough to receive XuHong's reward of having the entire lawn renovated, but not immediately, only after training. Zhao Xian shrugged, not caring about this minor punishment. With his current physical fitness, this was a trivial matter. Moreover, he felt he was justified in his actions, believing that in battle, one should act as conveniently as possible. If he could jump down quickly, why bother climbing the stairs? XuHong chose not to comment on this. Once everyone was gathered, XuHong took out the items he had prepared earlier. Naturally, it was impossible for him to equip them with dark alloy armor right from the start like Reina did. For XuHong, the time was not yet right. The dark alloy armor tailored for the Xiong Bing Lian members had long been manufactured, but XuHong did not plan to equip them just yet, as he had his own training methods. Chapter 205, Gravity Rings, Seeking Flowers. Gu Xiaolun stepped forward. Gu Xiaolun did not understand why XuHong called him out first. Put on these 2 rings. XuHong tossed a pair of silver rings. The rings looked beautiful, with patterns engraved on them that the others did not recognize. They resembled letters, but were not quite, and while they could be considered designs, no one could pinpoint exactly what they depicted. Oh, Gu Xiaolun replied, picking up the rings and putting them on. He was still curious about what these rings were and why XuHong wanted him to wear them. As soon as he put the rings on, boom! Gu Xiaolun fell straight to the ground, unable to stay upright. This scene left the other members of Xiong Bing Lian stunned. What happened? Why did he just fall flat? The outsiders did not know, but for Gu Xiaolun, who wore the rings, it felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Though it wasn't so severe that he couldn't breathe, he felt uncomfortable all over. It was as if he were in mud. Even the slightest movement required tremendous effort. Additionally, the weight on his back felt immense, making it hard for him to stand. It was precisely this overwhelming pressure that caused him to lose his balance and fall. When Gu Xiaolun struggled to get up from the ground, everyone noticed that the ground beneath him had already sunken, with fine cracks clearly visible. It felt as though something had just fallen from the sky and smashed into the ground. Everyone was not foolish. Connecting the dots with the rings XuHong had given Gu Xiaolun, they could almost confirm that the reason Gu Xiaolun fell was indeed related to the rings XuHong had provided him. How do you feel now? XuHong asked with a smile. Very uncomfortable. It feels like a mountain is pressing down on me, and every movement feels unpleasant. That's the point. Return to the ranks. Yes. Gu Xiaolun struggled to salute, and then slowly returned to the lineup. Now, he felt that even standing was not easy, under the gazes of everyone. XuHong took out another ring. The crowd gasped. XuHong took note of everyone's expressions and smiled slightly. He had prepared such a ring for each of them. Due to the differences among individuals, the effects of the rings varied. XuHong named this ring the Gravity Ring, a magical item he had improved. Because this world lacked spiritual energy, XuHong's magic could not be directly used. However, XuHong had a high level of mastery in magic, and after studying the properties of dark matter energy for some time, it had begun to show initial effects. The gravity bracelets are magical tools he has modified. Although they are called magical tools, in reality, the energy for the gravity bracelets comes from dark matter energy. This is something that others might not be able to create. However, for XuHong, who possesses a super brain, it is not difficult. Therefore, he designed different gravity bracelets for each member of the Xiong Bing Lian team, with varying effects. The most powerful ones are worn by Gu Xiaolun and Lu Chuang. As for the others, the gravity bracelets they wear are not as exaggerated. After all, Lu Chuang and Gu Xiaolun have the best physical fitness among them. Others cannot compare. Therefore, the pressure they have to endure is naturally higher than that of the others. Thanks to Gu Xiaolun's release, the others were somewhat prepared. There was no scene of anyone collapsing immediately after putting on the gravity bracelet, but after each of them put on the bracelet, even just standing at attention became difficult for them. Their faces began to change. The feeling of being as if their whole bodies had sunk in a muddy ground made them very uncomfortable. Wearing the gravity bracelet is purely a form of torture. But without XuHong's order, they dare not take it off. Since they are in the military, they are prepared to endure hardships. Even Gu Xiaolun did not shout that he couldn't take it anymore or that he wanted to give up, because before coming here, they had already prepared themselves for hardship. Moreover, they had no intention of going back, or rather, they had no intention of returning home as failures. So, for them to give up, at least for now, was not an option. Although Reina was also very uncomfortable. Seeing that the others in the Xiong Bing Lian team were silently enduring, she said nothing. After all, she, as the captain, cannot be outdone by her team members. That would be too embarrassing. If she gave up directly, she would have a hard time claiming to be the sun goddess in the future. Very well. None of you said you want to give up. The first lesson I'm teaching you today is to stand at attention. Some of you may have done this before. XuHong's gaze lingered on Du Qiangwei and Qi Lin for a moment. One was a soldier, and the other was a police officer. Standing at attention was nothing for them. Some might be doing this for the first time, but that wasn't too important. I don't care if you've stood at attention before. Today, you all have to stand here and do it again. Raise your heads, puff out your chests. Tighten your hands, and don't move. Starting now, we will time it for 1 hour. 1 hour? Isn't that too long? Upon hearing 1 hour, Zhao Xin's expression immediately changed. Forget about 1 hour. He felt like he couldn't hold on even for a few minutes right now. What? Are you thinking of giving up? Or are you the only one with a big mouth? Zhao Xin was instantly silenced by this thought, because as XuHong said, no one else had spoken. If he opened his mouth, wouldn't that mean he wanted to give up? He couldn't give up. He valued his pride the most. If he gave up at the start of the training, not only would Xiaoluan and the others look down on him, but even his friends would look down on him when he returned. It's worth noting that when the mayor specially recruited him, he had boasted quite a bit in front of his friends, almost making himself sound like a deity. If he returned like this, he would never be able to hold his head up high again. He couldn't afford to lose face. Before long, an hour passed. The members of the Xiongbing Lian were already sweating profusely, their bodies slightly swaying, as if a gust of wind could knock them over at any moment. Even Reina was clenching her teeth at this moment, constantly battling with her body. Her body wanted to give up, but her mind did not want to yield, forcing her to grit her teeth and stand firm. Because of the gravity bracelets, the members of the Xiongbing Lian were essentially on the same starting line. So everyone was in the same boat. What was being tested now was their willpower. From the current situation, their willpower seemed quite good. Reina was struggling, and so were the others. Du Qiangwei, Qi Lin, and Rui Mengmeng were also soaked in sweat, their bodies slightly swaying. But all three were gritting their teeth, refusing to give up. With a few girls doing so well, Gu Xiaoluan and the others were even more impressive. Perhaps it was that inner drive. Gu Xiaoluan had long reached his limit, but thinking about how Du Qiangwei and the other girls were holding on, he felt it would be embarrassing if he, a big man, couldn't hold on. So he continued to grit his teeth and persist. Time flew by, and an hour and a half had passed. The swaying of the Xiongbing Lian members grew more pronounced, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. XuHong picked up his watch. How has it already been an hour and a half? My, I didn't notice. Everyone, take a break. The members of the Xiongbing Lian wanted to curse, but had no strength left to do so. After XuHong said they could rest, everyone felt like mudfish and collapsed to the ground, disregarding whether the ground was clean or not. However, due to the gravity bracelets, even lying on the ground, they still felt exhausted. Breathing was heavy. Some wanted to take off the bracelets, but when they touched them, they remembered XuHong hadn't allowed them to, and their movements stopped again. XuHong, looking at the Xiongbing Lian members sprawled out on the ground, couldn't help but smile slightly. Everyone get up. I said you can take a break, but I didn't say you could lie down to rest. Now, either take off the bracelets and withdraw from the Xiongbing Lian, or get back up. XuHong's voice sounded like that of a devil, but no one wanted to withdraw. Part of it was about face, and the other part was that they understood that they were not ordinary people. Typical training methods might not be useful for them, but XuHong's training might be beneficial. So soon, everyone got back up from the ground. Even though they were all very tired and looked like they were about to die, they still stood up. Very good. 3 minutes of rest. After 3 minutes, we will jog for a bit. The standing at attention, just now, was merely a warm-up. Everyone looked at XuHong with eyes that seemed to be gazing at a devil. That was called a warm-up? Remembering that XuHong had said 1 hour, but had them stand for over an hour and a half, everyone felt a pang of frustration. They wanted to curse, but they had no energy left to do so. Before long, the 3 minutes passed, but the members of the Xiongbing Lian felt as if only a few seconds had gone by. This time, XuHong did not miscalculate the time. Well, 3 minutes are up. Good. Now let us go for a jog. The track in the academy is 1,000 meters per lap. Today, we will run a little less. 20 laps. 20 laps. Even though they were exhausted, everyone still shouted out. 1 lap was 1 kilometer. 20 laps was 20 kilometers. If it weren't for the gravity wristbands, they definitely wouldn't care. But now, wearing the gravity wristbands and having to run 20 kilometers felt like it was taking their lives. What? Do you think it's too little? Then let's make it 30 laps. XuHong smiled slightly, looking as if he had underestimated them. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. They were angry, but also very tired. Too tired to even complain. Reina was on the verge of breaking down. She realized that coming to the Xiongbing Lian was just to suffer and to be played by XuHong. But now, it was out of the question for her to quit. She wouldn't tea back down. She could almost imagine the expression on XuHong's face when she suggested quitting. Just thinking about it made her feel ashamed. Du Qiangwei only glanced at XuHong. Her hair, once flowing and elegant, was now clinging together due to sweat. But a goddess is still a goddess. Even covered in sweat, she had a unique beauty. She said nothing and quietly walked toward the playground, then started jogging. With Du Qiangwei leading the way, Qilin quickly followed. Ruiming also immediately joined in. Gu Xiaoluan and Zhao Xin exchanged glances, and they also followed suit. If the girls weren't complaining about being tired, as big men, they certainly couldn't complain. Lu Chuang was also exhausted, but followed along. The difficulty here was even more intense than he had imagined. To be honest, he felt a bit regretful. But regret aside, he had no other path to take. Quitting was not an option. Otherwise, when he got back, his old man would break his legs. He didn't want to give up this rare opportunity where he felt proud because of himself. Moreover, now that he was a super warrior, how could he give up easily? Doing what others couldn't do was what made a super warrior. Otherwise, he would just be a coward. Seeing that everyone from Xiongbinglian had started running, Reina also joined in. Soon, everyone from Xiongbinglian began to jog around the playground. The pace felt like that of an old lady taking a walk. But not a single person stopped. XuHong didn't urge them to run faster either. Thus, 30 laps stretched from day to night, and no one managed to finish. Yet, not a single person stopped. Du Cao and Liao Jie had no idea when they ran over. Would this kind of training break them? Liao Jie stood next to XuHong at some point. Du Cao stood beside him too. It won't break them. Why don't you join them in training? You're a super warrior too. Me? No way. Liao Jie shook his head repeatedly. That's a joke. With my physical condition, compared to an ordinary person, I'm definitely a little Superman. But compared to Gu Xiaoluan and the others, my physical condition is like that of child. There's no comparison at all. Although he didn't know how XuHong managed to train Gu Xiaoluan and the others in such a dying state, he was sure that XuHong's training was incredibly harsh. Otherwise, with Gu Xiaoluan's physical condition, it was impossible for them to be this exhausted. He would be crazy to think about joining Xiongbinglian for training. His little body couldn't handle it. What were they wearing on their wrists? Compared to Liao Jie, Du Cao's observations were clearly more detailed. Of course, it could be that Liao Jie hadn't had the chance to ask. Gravity wristbands, I specially made them for one-on-one training. No wonder, with their physical conditions, they were worn out like this. Du Cao nodded. Gravity wristbands, just from the name, you can understand their function. How many laps did you make them run? 30 laps? That's not too many. Du Cao smirked. I've already arranged with the cafeteria that it will be open for 14 hours, so you can take them over whenever you want. I'm leaving now. After speaking, Du Cao glanced at Du Qiangwei, who was running on the playground, and then left with Liao Jie. XuHong sighed. It wasn't until around 10:30 at night that everyone finally finished 30 laps. After they completed the 30 laps, XuHong waved his hand and removed all their gravity wristbands. XuHong didn't use any spiritual techniques on them. The reason was simple. He wanted them to remember the pain of today, because such pain would become the norm in the future. Without the pressure of the gravity wristbands, their super genes immediately kicked in. Their recovery rate shot up. Although they still felt very tired, at least it was not as unbearable as before. That feeling of wanting to die was gone. After letting them rest for 10 minutes, everyone had recovered a bit. Chapter 207. Training 2. Seeking Flowers. However, the mental fatigue and physical exhaustion had not completely subsided. Everyone lined up and assembled. XuHong stood in front of them, looking at them. After XuHong's words fell, everyone began to gather again. Even though they were dead tired and their feet ached, they still got up, ran to XuHong, and stood in line straight. XuHong nodded. Then he took out a small bottle. He poured out small green pills from inside. One for each person. Eat it. Looking at the green pills in their hands, everyone had different expressions. They glanced at the green pills and then at XuHong, feeling that XuHong was giving them something strange. But Du Qiangwei quickly set an example. She was the first to swallow the green pill. To her surprise, the green pill dissolved instantly in her mouth. Contrary to her expectation of a bitter medicine, it had an unknown fragrance and a faint sweetness. It felt like eating a not-so-sweet candy. Seeing that Qiangwei had eaten it, the others no longer hesitated and swallowed the green pills one by one. They thought XuHong wouldn't give them anything strange. Then they were surprised to find that the pills dissolved instantly. What did you give us to eat? Why do I feel like my absorption of dark energy has sped up? Reina, who was the strongest among them and had the most exposure to dark matter energy, was the first to notice the change in her body. Dark energy was equivalent to spiritual energy for them. The amount and speed of dark energy absorption were related to their strength. The more dark energy we absorb, the faster our growth rate will be. All aspects of our physical attributes will improve quickly. For example, under normal circumstances, Lu Chuang's Nockstar Warrior gene would take at least 10,000 years to grow to Du Cao's level, the Nockstar Warrior. But if his absorption of dark matter energy sped up, then his growth rate would also speed up. But the speed at which each person absorbs dark matter energy depends on their own super genes, as well as how closely connected they are to the dark matter dimension. Simply put, the rate at which each person absorbs dark energy is constant. What was at the beginning is what it will be later. Its speed does not change. The difference lies in how much your body can absorb. Therefore, the growth of super soldiers is very slow, at least relative to the lifespan of Earthlings. It is incredibly slow. It often takes thousands or even tens of thousands of years. They need a long time to enter a rapid growth phase. As for Reina, to become a true sun goddess, she still has several thousand years to go, and to catch up with the likes of Kaisa and Morgana, she needs at least 10,000 years. The current strength of the Sun Star relies not on him, but on Panjun. After all, Panjun is someone who can spar with Carl and negotiate with Morgana. His own strength has already been highlighted. The rule of the cosmic forest is that without corresponding strength, you don't even have the qualifications to negotiate. In every war negotiation, one side is usually beaten to the negotiation table. When you have enough strength, what you say will be heard by others. Reina's words left others puzzled. Gu Xiaoluan and the others, who had just become super soldiers, did not understand what dark energy was at all. However, Du Qiangwei and Cheng Yaowen did know. So after Reina's words fell, the two of them sensed carefully and found that the speed of absorbing dark energy had indeed increased. The amount of dark energy their bodies could withstand had also increased. This surprised both Du Qiangwei and Cheng Yaowen. It is worth noting that this was something that the Dinu civilization, which inherited the Xinhe civilization, could not achieve. It was accomplished by XuHong. However, they did not realize that XuHong not only had a super brain and was intelligent, but he was also a cultivator. Whether cultivators or magicians, they possessed the ability to transform decay into miraculousness. Just because ordinary people cannot do something does not mean they cannot. And with XuHong, who combines all three, developing a medicine to accelerate dark energy absorption is not difficult. He is also a great magician. As for why he doesn't research a medicine to accelerate sunlight absorption, it's because XuHong's current speed is already very fast. He is in a super rapid growth phase, and the speed and efficiency at which he absorbs sunlight is astonishing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to unleash such a powerful attack as Law of Heaven and Earth during the battle against the Taucan Vanguard troops. After all, that consumes a lot of pure yang power. It is precisely because his absorption of sunlight is fast enough that his pure yang power remains above 99. That's why he can unleash such a powerful move. For him now, ordinary small medicines have no effect at all, and there is no need to bother with them. It's better to thoroughly research Reina's genes. Studying this is much more reliable than researching medicines to speed up his absorption of sunlight. Gu Xiaoluan and the others, because they didn't understand, completely could not grasp the meaning of Reina's words. But they could clearly perceive the changes in their bodies. The feeling of constantly becoming stronger was exceptionally clear. Of course, this was due to the enhancement from the green pills XuHong gave them. With the enhancement from the green pills, their speed of absorbing dark energy increased, and naturally, the speed of becoming stronger also increased. But once the effects of the pills wore off, that feeling would disappear. It's like when a person walks and doesn't feel tired, but once they sprint, they immediately feel like their lungs are about to explode. The feeling when taking medicine and not taking medicine is also different. Half an hour later, the effects of the green pills wore off. That feeling of becoming stronger disappeared. But Reina, Du Qiangwei, and Cheng Yaowen, who knew better, understood that during that half hour, their strength had increased significantly. At least, it was equivalent to the effect of their usual self-absorption of dark energy for 2 to 3 months. Of course, before they could even feel the changes in their bodies, their stomachs began to protest first. After training all day, they hadn't eaten anything, not even a sip of water, so they were already starving. XuHong wasn't worried about them starving. After all, they were super soldiers with super genes, and it was that easy to starve them or cause any problems. Eating once a day didn't affect them at all. If it weren't for the excessive consumption, even if they didn't eat for a year, they wouldn't die. After the effects of the medicine wore off, XuHong first took them to the cafeteria for a meal, and then sent them back to their dorms to rest. Today was just an appetizer, and the main course hadn't even been served yet. But even so, after being pushed hard by XuHong all day, the group hurried back to their dorms, quickly took a shower, and fell asleep as soon as they hit the bed. They were too tired to even say anything extra. After all, physical fatigue can recover, but mental exhaustion is not so easily recovered. This is also why XuHong didn't let them use their spiritual techniques. XuHong wanted to keep their spirits taut. Once back in the dorm, everyone felt more tired than ever before. After taking a shower, they fell asleep as soon as they hit the bed. Chapter 208. The next day, everyone slept deeply. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise echoed in the minds of the members of the XuHong. Still in their dreams, they were jolted awake. They sat up. What happened? Everyone looked confused. Super soldier transformation. Please give flowers. It's nothing. I just fired a cannon to wake you up. Now everyone go downstairs. I'll be waiting for you down there. You only have 3 minutes. XuHong's voice echoed in their minds. Everyone immediately realized it was XuHong playing tricks. They all looked drowsy, not fully awake. Almost everyone instinctively wanted to lie back down and continue sleeping. But they quickly realized their current situation. They were in the Super God Academy. They were in the XuHong. They had to endure hardships. 3 minutes. Yesterday, they thought this time was too long. Today, they wished it could be a bit longer. Everyone hurriedly rushed around, but at least they managed to get downstairs before the 3 minutes were up. On the playground, XuHong was already waiting for them. When everyone came down, XuHong glanced at his watch. 3 minutes, no delays, not bad. Since you performed so well, I'll give you a little reward. As soon as they heard XuHong say he was going to give them a reward, everyone's expressions changed. But XuHong didn't care how their expressions changed. Now everyone put on the gravity bracelets, aim for the cafeteria. We're going to have breakfast. The crowd was speechless. They were startled. It turned out to be a reward. They hadn't had breakfast yesterday during training, and by the end, they were starving. Today, XuHong was kind enough to let them eat breakfast. But Du Qiangwei and Qilin felt that XuHong had no good intentions. This guy must be hiding some tricks up his sleeve, waiting to spring them on them. Everyone put on the gravity bracelets. That uncomfortable feeling returned, but after yesterday's training, they had adapted a lot by the time they wore the gravity bracelets today. Although it was still uncomfortable, it was not as unbearable as it had been yesterday. Very good. Seeing that everyone had put on the gravity bracelets, XuHong nodded in satisfaction. Now, run forward. If you fall behind me by more than 10 meters, you want to get breakfast, plus there's a reward of 50 laps. After saying that, XuHong started jogging. The members of the XuHong snapped back to their senses, surprised. As expected, XuHong had no good intentions, but everyone hurriedly chased after him. Perhaps their strength had improved a bit, and the effect of the gravity bracelets was slightly weaker. At least they could manage a jog. XuHong wasn't running too fast, or else they really wouldn't be able to keep up. The playground was over a kilometer away from the academy cafeteria. Although it was just over a kilometer, by the time they reached the cafeteria, everyone was utterly exhausted. Sweat poured down. They just felt a bit hungry, but now they only felt tired. XuHong didn't let them take off the gravity bracelets and led them directly into the cafeteria. Before the meal, XuHong first distributed a small green pill to everyone, which he named 1 pill per person for acceleration. The absorption efficiency of dark energy instantly increased dozens of times. The group slowly recovered, at least physically. They then began to have breakfast. After finishing breakfast, XuHong took everyone away. The acceleration pills continued the training program from yesterday. Of course, the quantity had definitely increased. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. The group trained every day, alternating between running and standing in military posture. The difference was that the time spent standing in military posture became longer and longer, from initially having empty hands to later holding objects, and even wearing dark alloy battle armor. Yes, later XuHong made them wear dark alloy battle armor. Under the effect of the gravity bracelets, the dark alloy battle armor felt like an additional weight. Even standing in military posture became excruciating. They were tortured every day. Running also evolved from slow jogging to sprinting. XuHong seemed afraid that they wouldn't be exhausted and pushed them to their limits. Every day, they teetered on the brink of wanting to die. However, their efforts were not in vain. Their progress each day was significant, especially Gu Xiaoluan and Lu Chuan. Their improvements in physical fitness were the greatest. If before they could lift a single arm with dozens of tons of strength, in just a week, their strength had surpassed 100 tons, increasing by at least 2 or 3 times. Their physical defense had also seen a huge improvement. Although there had not yet been any substantial tests, there was certainly a notable enhancement. Zhao Xian, Du Qiangwei, Qilin, Rui Mengmeng, Cheng Yaowen, and even Reina all had considerable improvements in physical fitness. After a week of training, everyone in the XuHong had different significant enhancements, at least in terms of physical fitness. XuHong was also ready to begin his second phase of training. However, before that, XuHong found XuHong first. The higher-ups had already agreed. XuHong could start mass-producing super soldiers. The first batch of test subjects had been selected and sent to XuHong. Along with them were numerous experts to assist XuHong. The logistics department head even came to see XuHong personally, stating that whatever XuHong needed, he could just list it, and he would directly help get it. After XuHong provided a list, everything was delivered in less than half an hour, and it was sent via transport aircraft. The efficiency was undeniably high. When the powerful machinery of the state was in operation, one could not doubt its efficiency. Once the materials were available, XuHong began his super soldier program. Of course, during these 7 days, XuHong had not been idle and had developed new things. He had preliminarily mastered the so-called void engine technology, which was controlled by the demons and the gluttonous. And he felt it would be better to call it the superpower implantation technique. This was a technology that could grant people superpowers. XuHong had already initially grasped it, with controllability over 80%, but it had not yet reached 100%. Therefore, he did not plan to use it for the time being. For him, if the technology was not perfect, then it was not technology. He believed that given a few more days, he could perfect this technology and was not in a hurry. The super soldier program was very successful, even though XuHong was confident in a 100% success rate, alongside XuHong's guarantee. The first batch of test subjects consisted of only 100 people. 100 people seemed like a lot, but compared to the entire army, it was quite small. XuHong's efficiency exceeded others' imaginations. In less than half an hour, all 100 people were successfully modified. It felt as simple as getting an injection. And the next step was to collect test data and observe if there were any abnormalities in the test subjects. Chapter 209. Do you love training this much? Please send flowers. The first batch of soldiers participating in a modification program was very excited. The imagined pain was non-existent. The modifications depicted in those awful country movies about super soldiers were supposed to be very painful. They had all mentally prepared themselves. But the actual modifications were as simple as getting an injection, without any pain at all, fast and efficient, and not painful in the slightest. After the modifications were completed, they clearly noticed changes in their bodies. There was no discomfort, and they felt very energetic. Their vision was clearer, and their senses were sharper. Both strength and speed had greatly improved. Due to the need for it, XuHong had long since set up a testing center next door for them to use. After testing, among the modified super soldiers, some were stronger than others. The strongest could deliver a punch with a force of 800 kilograms, reaching a speed of 2 seconds for 100 meters, and could jump up to 8 meters from standstill. The weakest could still deliver a punch with a force of 200 kilograms, with a 100-meter speed of 6 seconds, and could jump up to 7 meters from standstill. The average punch force was 12 for 100 kilograms, a 100-meter time of 42 seconds, and a vertical jump of 3 meters. Such physical fitness could definitely be considered superhuman. In addition, their cognitive abilities and memory had also seen significant enhancements. While they couldn't claim to have photographic memories, they could easily remember what they needed to after just 2 repetitions. The error rate is less than 1. In addition, physical strength and recovery have also greatly improved. It can be said that as long as these people are equipped with enough vitality, one person can serve as a whole squad. The higher-ups were also quite shaken when they received the news. Soon, someone came to the scene to observe the situation personally. After understanding the facts, they greatly appreciated XuHong, expressing that they would directly support whatever XuHong wanted to do in the future, allowing him to act freely. In terms of courage, whether in this world or XuHong's own world, it is equally strong. The Super Soldier program is highly confidential. At this stage, not many people are aware of it. Although the results are promising, it is still in the experimental phase, and full military promotion can only happen after confirming there are no significant side effects or adverse consequences. In the future, there might be a nationwide promotion, but the possibility of that is not particularly high. There are concerns about people misusing the power they gain. Not everyone has strong self-control. After gaining power, it is inevitable that some may have thoughts of committing crimes. Therefore, the confidentiality level of this matter is very high. Currently, apart from 100 people involved in the experiment and the main responsible persons who selected them, there are not many who know about it. The 100 people were informed that they were participating in a super soldier human trial only after arriving at the Super God Academy. At that time, they were given the option to withdraw if they were unwilling. They only needed to sign a confidentiality agreement upon withdrawal. However, none of the 100 people chose to withdraw. After all, the commander had stated that the success rate was 100. Under such circumstances, how could anyone refuse this hard-won opportunity? The fact that these 100 people can stand here is not just a matter of lip service. Each of them is the elite of the military. Their iron willpower is a perfect description of them. They will not back down even in death. So how could they possibly back down here? Moreover, the stronger power is what they desire. After all, they wish for stronger power to protect the land beneath their feet, their country, and their relatives and friends in this country. When they joined the military, they were already prepared to carry the burdens for others. This is their responsibility and mission, and they take pride in it. The results have also satisfied them. At least so far, none of the people who have gained power regret their decision. On the contrary, each of them is very excited and eager to familiarize themselves with the power they have gained and make full use of it. The experiment is conducted at night, so it does not take up XuHong's time. For him, it does not matter whether he sleeps at night or not. Early the next morning, without XuHong needing to call anyone, the members of the elite squad had already gathered on the academy's playground before dawn. After a week, they had become accustomed to XuHong's rigorous training. At least in terms of endurance, they had made great progress. When XuHong arrived, he saw that the members of the elite squad had already assembled, wearing gravity bracelets and standing at attention. XuHong smiled slightly and said, "Why are you all so eager today? I was planning to give you a half day off. How come you like training so much?" XuHong's words almost drove the group mad. Like training? They are not masochists who would enjoy suffering. "Instructor, are you really planning to give us a half day off?" asked Reina. XuHong's training and the acceleration drugs had indeed improved her strength significantly during this period, so she had completely submitted to XuHong. Therefore, she no longer referred to him as "Hey," but as "Instructor." "What, do I look like someone who doesn't keep promises?" XuHong retorted. The group rolled their eyes in unison. Yes, he does keep his promises, and whatever he says he will do, he definitely does. But who the hell knows that one of his statements can have several meanings? Anyway, they were scared of being tricked by XuHong. They were afraid that this so-called half-day off was also a trap prepared to deceive them. But XuHong genuinely intended to give them a half-day off. During this period, he had been busy researching super genes and training these people, leaving him with little free time. He had eaten hot pot for several days. XuHong loves hot pot because he is from the south, where spicy food is favored. He enjoys the spiciness of hot pot. The cafeteria at the Super God Academy serves good food, but eating stir-fried dishes every day has made him tired, and he wants to change his taste. Coincidentally, giving them a half-day off is equivalent to giving himself a half-day off, allowing them to relax their overly tense nerves. After all, what he would teach them next would be practical combat lessons. If all goes well, angels will soon descend upon Earth. Although he had completely wiped out the advanced troops of the Gourmet Corps, the main force of the enemy still exists. And practical combat training is crucial before they face the Gourmet Corps. Regarding their battle with Sun Wukong in the original story, XuHong thought it was simply child's play, having no practical combat significance. Moreover, Sun Wukong had let them win too easily, perhaps out of fear of demoralizing them. But in XuHong's view, if they do not face some setbacks and do not understand the power gap, they might think that they are invincible. XuHong did not know about others. But Reina and GainsSuperman must have already started to swell with confidence, and Zhao Xian was probably the same. Chapter 210, Practical Combat. 1. Please send flowers. Alright, take off the gravity bracelets. I said I would give you a half day off today, but you must return by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Then we will conduct practical combat, and I want to see the changes you've made during this time. The upcoming training will all be practical combat. You've already passed the easiest stage, XuHong said, putting away his smile and speaking seriously. At this point, the members of the elite squad realized that XuHong was not joking. He was serious. "Instructor, does practical combat mean we will be fighting you?" asked GainsSuperman. He could call XuHong Gu privately, but during training, he must call him Instructor XuHong. "What, do you, with divine power, want to bully ordinary people?" XuHong countered. No, I was just asking," GainsSuperman replied. Although XuHong did not respond directly, the answer was already very clear. Their practical combat opponent would be XuHong. None of the group members truly understood XuHong's real strength. But it was not difficult to guess from XuHong's current display of abilities that this guy was definitely not simple. Or rather, XuHong was certainly very strong. Thinking about the practical combat they would have with XuHong in the afternoon, the group lost much of their interest in going out for a break. First, they also want to know how much progress they've made after a week of painful training. The pain of training is nothing. What's important is to see improvement. It's hard to keep going with training where no progress is visible. Therefore, they're eager to find out how much their hard training has elevated them during this time. Meanwhile, they're also curious about how strong XuHong really is. Let us disperse. XuHong smiled and did not respond to GainsSuperman. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the parking lot. The members of the XuHong dispersed. Reina saw XuHong heading towards the parking lot and knew he was definitely going to eat hot pot. She immediately followed him. Moreover, she planned to extract information from XuHong, such as where their combat training ground was, whether XuHong would go easy on them, whether they would go one by one or all at once, and so on. Reina chased after XuHong, and seeing this scene, Du Qiangwei also followed. She shared the same thoughts as Reina. Furthermore, XuHong was clearly going to drive out of the parking lot, which meant she could catch a ride with him. As for herself, she didn't have a car. Initially, she did, but after 2 racing incidents, although nothing happened, her car was confiscated by DKO because of it. Qilin, Rumingming, if you also want to go out, just follow along. You can catch a ride with that guy. Otherwise, once we leave the military district, there won't be any cars around to give you a lift, Du Qiangwei said. Upon hearing this, Qilin and Rumingming quickly followed. They had been in the military district for over a week and also wanted to go out for a walk and buy some things. When they came, they hadn't brought much, and since they were training every day, they hadn't felt like moving afterward, so they hadn't bought anything yet. Today was a good opportunity to buy what they needed. Rumingming also planned to send some money back to her grandmother. As a formal member of the XuHong, Rumingming's allowance was quite high, almost 5,000 a day. It seemed high, but in reality, it wasn't that much. After all, the XuHong was different from regular troops. Their daily training, including their future enemies, was not simple. The more they endured, the more they would naturally gain. An allowance of 5,000 a day wasn't considered high. Of course, this was also because the XuHong had not yet officially served and was still in the formation and training stage. Once they officially served, an increase of 10 times would still be considered low. Therefore, the members of the XuHong were not short of money. They lacked opportunities to spend it. Naturally, XuHong's allowance was even higher. After all, his rank was too high. DKO had long reported the incident where XuHong destroyed a Taoqian civilization's advanced fleet. This matter was such that if you weren't among the top ranks, you wouldn't even have the qualification to know about it. The human-shaped Muhai bullet could hardly describe XuHong's power. With such an existence, his allowance was naturally not low. However, XuHong had never cared about such matters because he didn't care about money at all. To him, it was just a number. DKO had given XuHong a card that contained his advanced allowance. XuHong had never checked how much money was on the card. When XuHong drove out, several beautiful women were already standing outside. Of course, they weren't wearing black armor, but regular clothes. As for GainsSuperman and the other boys, they originally planned to come along. But thinking that XuHong's car couldn't fit so many people, they left the military district on their own. With their physical fitness, running out of the military district was nothing. After XuHong parked the car, Reina naturally opened the passenger door and sat inside. Du Qiangwei and the others also unreservedly opened the back door and sat directly in the back seat. XuHong said nothing and started the car. Since it was still early and the hot pot restaurant wasn't open yet, XuHong accompanied Reina and the others to stroll around for a while. Then went with Rumingming to send money and made a call to her grandmother to report that she was safe. Qilin also used XuHong's phone to call her family to update them on her current situation, of course, only what she could share. She didn't say a word about what she couldn't disclose. After all, she used to be a police officer and understood the principle of confidentiality very well. When noon came and the hot pot restaurant opened, XuHong took them to eat. After finishing the hot pot, they returned to the military district. GainsSuperman and the others had already returned. When they went out, besides making phone calls, they just looked at the beautiful women and then returned. There was nothing they needed to buy. After all, boys have simple lifestyles. In the afternoon, at 1 o'clock, everyone from XuHong gathered on the academy's playground, because next it was their combat training with XuHong. GainsSuperman, Lu Chuang, Zhao Xen, and others were already eager to try. After being trained by XuHong for a week and suffering greatly, it would be a lie to say they didn't want to beat up XuHong to vent their frustrations. Even though they knew that XuHong was training them for their own good, such intense training was really hard to be happy about. Moreover, they were very confident in their current strength. Not to mention, GainsSuperman thought he could easily lift a tank and toss it aside. He believed that with such strength, even if they couldn't beat XuHong, they could at least tie with him if they all teamed up. Of course, if XuHong were to challenge them one-on-one, then he would consider that he never thought of it. The girls were equally looking forward to it, especially Reina. She had long wanted to teach XuHong a lesson. Anyway, she had already thought about it. Before the actual combat started, She would make it clear to XuHong that he couldn't use that method to control her like that day. Otherwise, if the battle started and XuHong controlled her directly, then what were they even playing at? They might as well just wait to die. Besides, XuHong could easily control her, but the enemies they would face in the future might not have that ability. Chapter 211. Actual Combat. 2. Instructor. Since this is actual combat, where will our training ground be? We can't do it in the academy, right? This group of people were super soldiers, strong in combat and destructive. If they really conducted actual combat in the academy, the entire place would be turned into ruins. Don't worry, I've already prepared the battlefield for you, and you'll be very satisfied. XuHong smiled slightly. Upon seeing XuHong smile, everyone felt a bit uneasy. But before they could react, the next second, the world changed. They found themselves in a strange space. The reason it was called strange was that the sky here was blue and purple. The sun in the sky was also purple. In sight, apart from mountains and rivers, there was not a single living creature. Of course, it was genuinely vast. The entire world seemed endless. This was none other than XuHong's inner world. The inner world had been growing along with XuHong's cultivation all along. The sun in the inner world was also simulated by XuHong. Compared to the real sun, it fell short by a lot, but as long as XuHong's strength continued to improve, one day it would become a true sun. At the same time, the space of the inner world was continuously exaggerating along with XuHong's increasing power. The current inner world was vast, roughly the size of 3 provinces. For insignificant beings, such size truly felt limitless. This place was the most suitable for practical combat training. After all, this was XuHong's inner world. No matter what was destroyed, he could restore it to its original state with a single thought, relying on his pure yang power. There was no need to worry about the battle causing too much destruction. The key point was that the inner world was sufficiently concealed. No matter how powerful Morgana was, she couldn't monitor the situation inside XuHong's inner world. XuHong was aware that ever since the demons invaded Earth, Morgana had been infiltrating the databases of various countries. Many top-secret pieces of information had already been obtained by Morgana. XuHong believed that his own data had long been exposed to her eyes. Perhaps this was also the reason why she dared not act rashly in the flower planting. The concern for XuHong was likely the biggest reason. Although Sun Wukong was also powerful, he was not enough to make Morgana wary. Only those stronger than her would instill that fear, like Kaisa and XuHong. In an instant, they arrived at a completely unfamiliar place, and everyone was increasingly amazed by XuHong's abilities. This guy might be even more powerful than they had imagined. The confidence they had just felt diminished significantly, especially Gu Xiaoluan, who became more certain that XuHong was indeed a celestial being. With a wave of his hand, he could change the world. Such abilities could only belong to a celestial being. Who else could possess them? Now, let's begin our first practical combat. Of course, before we start, I have to say a few things. Since this battle is our first practical exercise, I will go easy on you. How easy? I won't specify. Of course, during the battle, I won't use the same methods I used to control Reina against you. And you, yes, you, can use any means necessary. Your only goal is to leave a mark on me. If you succeed, then you will have won this battle. If you win, I will have rewards for you. Of course, this reward is a legitimate one, and if you manage to win, you will know what it is. The premise is that you must win. After speaking, a silver light emerged from XuHong's body. When the silver light dissipated, XuHong was already wearing a white robe, and his hair had turned black, hanging down behind his head. His appearance at this moment was more fitting to his face. Like a jade figure on the road, a young master unmatched in the world. There was nothing better than this. XuHong's disdain made the members of the Xiong Lian very displeased. But they knew it wasn't the time to be angry. Since XuHong dared to say such words, it indicated he was very confident. What they needed to do was think about how to leave a mark on XuHong. They donned their black armor and held their weapons tightly, focusing on how to attack XuHong. XuHong had deliberately changed into a snow-white robe. As long as they could hit him once, they would definitely leave a mark on him. Then they would be the victorious side. However, XuHong's confidence left them feeling uncertain. Now, the battle begins. I'll let you attack first. XuHong raised his hand, signaling everyone to go ahead. I'll go first. Zhao Xin charged forward, directly rushing towards XuHong. His speed was very fast. The other members of Xiong Lian hadn't even reacted yet. Zhao Xin was already rushing towards XuHong, thrusting his spear directly at him. Since it was a real battle, he naturally wouldn't hold back. Moreover, Zhao Xin didn't think his attack could directly kill XuHong. Zhao Xion's speed was indeed fast. After all, It was only a distance of a little more than 10 meters. He almost crossed it in an instant. Just when he thought he had struck XuHong, he discovered that his spear went straight through XuHong's figure. It turned out he had hit not XuHong, but the afterimage he left behind. What? Zhao Xian was shocked. He was very confident in his speed. During this time, he had already been able to easily reach speeds exceeding 4 times the speed of sound. And, at his limit, he could even reach the terrifying speed of 6 times the speed of sound. Zhao Xian knew that this was not his limit. He could go even faster. His recent burst of speed had been completely unleashed without holding back. At 6 times the speed of sound, he thought no one would be able to react. But XuHong was faster than him. He even suspected that XuHong had already left the spot while he was still speaking. Du Qiong with une surprise. She and T expected Zhao Xian to be so impulsive. Even though they hadn't fought yet, XuHong, being their instructor, was definitely a well-known powerhouse on the list. His level was certainly not low. How could Zhao Xian dare to rush in like that? Because he hadn't hit XuHong, Zhao Xian hesitated for a moment. But the next second, a gust of wind swept past him. Xingyi, be careful. Ye Xiaolun quoted. But Zhao Xian had no time to react. Bang! XuHong's whip kick struck its target. Zhao Xian flew out like a cannonball. Boom! With a loud crash, he smashed into a nearby rock wall. The entire mountain trembled. Of course, this kick seemed forceful, but in reality, XuHong had not used much strength. Soon, Zhao Xian emerged from the dust. Although XuHong hadn't used much force, the kick still injured Zhao Xian. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. But the injury was not serious. Compared to his physical fitness, it was like an ordinary person being scratched by a small knife, having little impact. However, it was definitely uncomfortable. After all, that kick had been very powerful. Xingyi, are you alright? Nonsense, you try to take a kick and see how it feels. Zhao Xin zipli evitabili. Don't chatter. It's not the time for that. That guy dares to let us go all out. Do you think it's bravery or stupidity to rush in like that? Reina stepped forward, rebuking. She was the captain of XuHong Lian, so it was naturally her responsibility to command the battle. Chapter 212, Practical Combat 3. Seeking flowers, Zhao Xian instinctively prepared to retort. But realizing that Reina seemed to be their captain and that he had indeed been a bit reckless, he suppressed the urge to reply. He stopped talking. Seeing Zhao Xian silent, Reina knew her words had taken effect. XuHong glanced at Reina with a slight surprise. It seemed that during this time, Reina had grown a bit. At least she was barely fulfilling her responsibilities as captain. Now, everyone listen to my command. I am very interested in the rewards that guy mentioned. Cheng Yaowen. Trap him. Cheng Yaowen didn't say anything, but he already understood what he had to do when Reina called him. The heart of the earth, the ability to control the power of the earth, is Cheng Yaowen's power. It's somewhat similar to the Earth Sovereign, but not as exaggerated. With a roar from Cheng Yaowen, he raised his hand. The entire ground began to tremble violently, and in the next second, the land beneath their feet seemed to come alive. A ferocious giant, mouth directly swallowed XuHong. Reina jumped up immediately, raising her right hand, with golden energy gathering in her hand. Reina is the goddess of the sun, not the goddess who controls the sun. Although her greatest ability is to harness the energy of the sun, she is essentially a massive wooden nuclear reactor. Her body contains immense energy, so even without the sun, she possesses considerable combat power for a short period, at least until her internal energy is exhausted. Moreover, the inner world is not without a sun, although this sun is powered by XuHong's pure yang energy. If XuHong is unwilling to lend Reina energy, she wouldn't be able to control the sun in the inner world at all. But XuHong has no intention of restricting Reina. The golden energy gathered in Reina's hands, and soon, a golden sphere appeared. Subsequently, energy blasts shot out from the golden sphere, targeting the swallowed XuHong. Cheng Yaowen only trapped XuHong, limiting his speed, but couldn't do anything more. The real attack still required them. Moreover, if they didn't let Cheng Yaowen limit XuHong, they might not even be able to attack him. Just now, Zhao Xian was a bit impulsive, but it allowed them to test XuHong's speed, which was very fast. The golden energy blasts were swift, almost instantly landing on the pile of stones. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of violent explosions rang out. It felt as if small wooden bombs were exploding. Terrifying winds swept all around. Some trees nearby were uprooted by the gales, while those further away swayed precariously. Sand and stones flew everywhere. The members of the XuHong Lian were all shocked by this scene, except for Du Qiangwei, who already knew Reina's abilities. For the others, it was their first time seeing Reina in action. No one expected Reina to be this powerful. She was like a humanoid, self-propelled artillery, and an extremely fierce one at that. Gu Xiaolun, Lu Chuang, Why are you two still dazed? Hurry up. Qilin, keep an eye out for long-distance sniping. Xiangwei, get ready. After they entangle that guy, you and Mingming go for a sneak attack while I provide long-range fire support. Du Kyungwei no did. Her ability is to control space. She can freely open dark matter void gates. She can teleport and store things. This also gives her the potential to become a super assassin. As for whether a sneak attack would be seen as unfair or not, she never even considered it. If assassins don't sneak attack, are they supposed to fight XuHong head-on? She wasn't that foolish. Rui Mingming was nervously gripping a large knife that was bigger than herself. Meanwhile, Ge Xiaolun and Lu Chuang had already charged toward XuHong, carrying the flying stones. Both understood their mission, which was to act as a meat shield for everyone. Ge Xiaolun rushed to the front, confident in his own toughness. However, sometimes confidence alone is not enough. Before Ge Xiaolun and Lu Chuang could charge into the sea of fire, XuHong suddenly walked out from a corner of the flames. She wouldn't do something so foolish. Still dressed in a white robe, a layer of light blue fluorescent armor enveloped him. The flames couldn't harm him at all. Ge Xiaolun and Lu Chuang were stunned. They exchanged glances. Then, wielding their large sword and axe, they charged toward XuHong. Charge! Courageous indeed. Seeing the two charging at him, XuHong smiled slightly. He didn't dodge. What he aimed to do this time was to strike at their inflated confidence, making them realize that they were not invincible yet. Only by keeping a sense of awe at all times could they face any enemy without being careless. Soon, a scene appeared that shocked everyone in Xiongbanglian. XuHong simply raised both hands, showing no signs of effort, and effortlessly caught the attack from Ge Xiaolun and Lu Chuang. XuHong's hands gripped their weapons. The two could not advance at all, nor could they retract their weapons. No matter how hard they tried, XuHong's grip was like an iron claw, firmly locking their weapons in place, preventing them from pulling them back. It is worth noting that Ge Xiaolun and Lu Chuang were among the strongest in terms of physical power, rapidly increasing their strength. Especially Lu Chuang, whose strength could toss a tank around. Yet, such power, when wielded, was easily caught by XuHong, and it appeared that the two had exerted all their strength but still couldn't retrieve their weapons. In the next second, XuHong suddenly exerted force. The two lost their grip on their weapons, and XuHong snatched them away. Before the two could react, XuHong threw their weapons aside, then kicked each of them like a soccer ball, sending them flying into the air. He and Ge Xiaolun couldn't even retrieve their own strength. The next second, XuHong's figure flickered, appearing where the two were flying towards, and he kicked them again. The two were kicked back and forth in the air like a ball. Qilin. Seeing this scene, Reina furrowed her brow. She knew she couldn't let XuHong continue like this. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Qilin, who had long been aiming at XuHong, pulled the trigger directly. A special bullet was fired at high speed towards XuHong. Unfortunately, the shot missed, because before the bullet could reach, XuHong was no longer there. Bang! 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 More gunshots rang out, but each shot failed to hit XuHong. Qilin helplessly stood up with her gun. After missing several shots, her confidence was completely shattered. She shook her head and looked at Reina. His speed is too fast. The speed of the bullets can't keep up with his speed. I can't hit him. It wasn't that Qilin's marksmanship was poor. Back at the police station, she was known for her excellent shooting skills. With her enhanced long-distance vision and dynamic vision, her sniping had improved by several levels. But it wasn't a problem of her marksmanship. It was that XuHong's speed was too fast, and after she fired, the bullet speed couldn't match XuHong's. Chapter 213, Practical Combat 4, Seeking Flowers. And Reina also couldn't attack XuHong. After all, Ge Xiaolun and Lu Chuang were too close to XuHong. If she conducted a wide-range bombardment, not to mention XuHong's speed is too fast, whether she can bombard XuHong is not the key issue. The critical problem is that Lu Chuang and Ge Xiaolun will definitely be affected, so he can't attack. The battlefield changes in an instant, and while Reina is still pondering what to do, XuHong on the other side has already finished the battle. Boom! Boom! Two loud noises. Ge Xiaolun and Lu Chuang fall to the ground. At this moment, there is not a single part of their bodies that doesn't hurt, and they can't muster any strength, feeling as if XuHong has broken all their bones. Especially at the end. XuHong even directly used Ge Xiaolun's great sword to turn the two of them into a gourd. The pain directly stimulates their brains. If it weren't for XuHong's devilish training during this time, just that kind of pain would have made the two faint. Now, although they Haven-T fainted, they would rather do so. XuHong is just too ruthless. Not only has he shattered all their bones, but he also directly turned them into a gourd with Ge Xiaolun's great sword. One word, brutal. It's just that the two of them are tough enough. With good physical quality, If it were anyone else, they would have been knocked out immediately. This also made the other members of the XuHong Lian feel a chill in their hearts, truly understanding what XuHong meant by real combat. This is real combat. The screams of Xiaoluan and Lu Chuang sound like a symphony, clear and ear-catching. But how could they not scream? Being pinned to the ground by XuHong, their miserable state alone is painful to think about. How could they not shout? XuHong didn't pay any attention to Lu Chuang and Xiaoluan's cries. He just wanted to teach them a lesson. When facing an unbeatable enemy, one must not charge in recklessly. Otherwise, one would end up pinned to the ground like now. In the original work during the Tianhe City battle, Xiaoluan was pinned down before. In the original version, Xiaoluan and Angel Yin went to Freljord and were also pinned by the Demonado. Being pinned to the ground is a common occurrence for the original Xiaoluan. XuHong doesn't mind letting him experience being pinned to the ground first. As for Lu Chuang, he can only count himself unlucky. However, with his physical quality, he might have slightly weaker recovery and toughness than Xiaoluan, but not by much. He won't die. With the two meat shields incapacitated, the XuHong Lian was suddenly at a greater disadvantage. Rose. Reina glanced at Du Qiangwei. Du Qiangwei's figure had already vanished from the spot, instantly appearing beside XuHong, Xiaoluan, and Lu Chuang. She grasped Xiaoluan's greatsword with one hand. The next second, the three of them disappeared along with the greatsword. Bang! Bang! Two muffled thuds, Xiaoluan and Lu Chuang hit the ground, both letting out a muffled sound. But the good news is that the great sword embedded in them is gone. They have been freed. Blood flows from their huge wounds as if it costs nothing. But their wounds are also visibly healing at a rapid pace. They believe it won't be long before they recover. However, both of their faces are somewhat pale, unsure if it's due to excessive bleeding or the pain from the wounds. Reina walked directly in front of the two and infused them with a surge of energy. The rate at which their injuries healed instantly increased several dozen times. And within a few breaths, their injuries had completely healed. The huge wounds on their chests had vanished without a trace. Only the damaged parts of their black armor couldn't be restored. This is one of Reina's abilities, charging, which can accelerate the healing of injuries and recovery of stamina. The injuries healed, the pain disappeared. Xiaoluan and Lu Chuang finally managed to recover. The gratitude and recognition in their eyes towards Reina increased. There is no need to look at me with such eyes. We are now whole. After saying this, Reina looked at XuHong again. She knew that, in reality, they had already lost, and it was a complete loss. With XuHong's earlier speed, he could have launched an attack against them that they couldn't even resist. But XuHong didn't do that. This might be related to what he initially said about going easy on them. Du Qiangwei saved Xiaoluan and Lu Chuang. XuHong also had the ability to intervene, but he still chose to go easy. And when she was healing the two just now, XuHong could have launched an attack, but he still didn't move. This is no longer going easy. This is completely letting them off the hook. It can be said that in this actual combat, they had long since lost. What follows will be their desperate struggle. This time, Reina did not go to command the others, because she knew that facing an opponent like XuHong, attacking him in a fixed manner would be of little use. Taking him by surprise is the only winning strategy. So she chose not to direct the other members of the XuHong Lian and instead charged directly at XuHong. Terrifying energy erupted within her. While running, she didn't forget to throw energy bombs at XuHong, like a high-speed moving cannon. Her speed may not match Zhao Xian, but as the light of the sun, possessing a second-generation divine body, the distance between them was not far. Thus, Reina quickly charged in front of XuHong. Upon reaching XuHong, she brought her hands together. A super large golden sphere appeared in her hands. The speed was not slow, at least the size of basketball. After the sphere condensed and took shape, Reina threw it out. Boom! A loud sound, earth-shattering. The nearby mountains were engulfed within it. A mushroom cloud rose up directly. In midair, Du Qiangwei and Reina hovered. Of course, it was Reina carrying Du Qiangwei flying. Du Qiangwei couldn't fly, but Reina could. At the moment of the explosion, Du Qiangwei opened a wormhole, reached Reina's side, and took her out of the explosion center. At the same time, Cheng Yaowen controlled the ground around them to raise high stone walls, containing the explosion within a certain range. The thick stone walls were shattered by the explosion shockwave, but also blocked a significant amount of the impact, preventing the members of the XuHong Lian from being too affected. When the dust settled, a massive, deep pit appeared in everyone's sight. The pit was at least several dozen meters deep, with a radius of 200 to 300 meters. It was clear how fierce Reina's attack had been, but strangely, they did not see XuHong's figure among them. The crowd felt a bit worried. Could it be that XuHong was blown to pieces? The explosion was decent, Powerful enough, but for me, it wasn't strong enough. Everyone saw XuHong, who had appeared in midair at some point, now hovering not far from Du Qiangwei and Reina. The two were taken aback. When did XuHong come here? Why didn't they notice at all? Of course, surprise aside, Du Qiangwei's combat awareness was still very strong. Realizing that things were not going well, she immediately prepared to open a wormhole to leave with Reina. XuHong's voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 214, Demon. But XuHong did not give her this opportunity at all. Even when it came to the two girls, Du Qiangwei and Reina, XuHong had no intention of holding back. One kick for each with great force. The two of them immediately crashed to the ground like two free-falling bombs. Due to the speed, Zhao Xin couldn't even attempt to catch them. Bang bang! With two loud sounds, both of them were embedded into the ground. Seeking flowers, but XuHong's actions did not stop. By now, this practical combat no longer held any meaning. XuHong had a rough understanding of the strength of the Xiong Lian members. There was certainly progress, but the gap in strength between him and them was too great, making it impossible for their abilities to be showcased. Their cooperation was also unable to exert any power. In the face of absolute strength, any schemes and tricks were useless. Under XuHong's overwhelming strength, their cooperation also failed to have any effect. Therefore, there was no need for this battle to continue. After XuHong came to this conclusion, everyone in Xiong Lian felt an invisible pressure on their bodies. This pressure forced them down to the ground. Compared to the gravity rings, this pressure was undoubtedly stronger and more difficult to resist. Even the two with the best physical condition and strength, Ge Xiaoluan and Lu Chuang, were directly suppressed without any resistance. Not to mention Zhao Xin, Rui Mengmeng, and Qilin. This powerful pressure even caused mental oppression. Everyone fell into a coma. When they woke up again, they found themselves back on the academy's playground. XuHong was standing not far away. At this moment, he had already returned to his military uniform appearance. It was as if everything they had experienced before was just an illusion. But the damaged black armor on them reminded them that everything that had just happened was not an illusion. Unfortunately, you lost your first practical combat. Seeing everyone awake, XuHong spoke. However, you don't need to be too discouraged. It was my oversight for forgetting the huge gap between us. Everyone, if you can't speak, then don't. Although what XuHong said might be true, it was still very frustrating. Your performance, while not satisfactory, at least didn't make me feel that your previous training was in vain. Next, I will tailor different training for each of you based on your individual situations. Finally, regarding your punishment, although I didn't mention it beforehand, since you lost, you must accept the punishment that comes with it. Put on the gravity rings and stand at attention. Upon hearing that they had to stand at attention, everyone let out a slight sigh of relief. Compared to running with gravity rings, standing at attention was considered easy. But soon, they realized that their relief was premature, because this time standing at attention was much more uncomfortable than they had imagined. They knew XuHong must have done something behind the scenes, but no one said a word. There was no choice. After all, they were the losers. No matter how many excuses they had, a loss was a loss, and they had to acknowledge it. Thus, they could only endure XuHong's punishment. All they could do was reach XuHong's level as soon as possible, or even surpass him. Of course, if they knew XuHong's true strength, they would probably despair immediately. They stood there until it was dark before XuHong finally let them go. After giving them some acceleration pills, he sent them to the cafeteria to eat. On Earth, in an unknown sea location. The Queen said, "The speed of demon assimilation is too slow. The angels have already discovered our presence on Earth. Angel Queen Kaisa's left-wing angel guard, Angel Yin, just descended to Earth 2 hours ago. She has already conveyed our situation on Earth to Kaisa. Kaisa will lead the angels to descend to Earth in no more than 3 days. The number of demons we have now is simply insufficient to engage the angels in a hard battle." What is the specific number? Over 400,000 in Europe, over 600,000 in America, 300,000 in South America, 1.8 million in Africa, 100,000 in Oceania, and 300,000 in Asia. Why is it only this much? Morgana frowned. Don't look at those hundreds of thousands as if they are a lot. But in reality, in interstellar warfare, the minimum troop strength is at least in the billions. When I fought Kaisa before, my number of demons in every battle was never below 1 billion. The Earthlings are too cunning. Without real benefits, our demonization is very slow. And most of these demons are low-level demons, with very few mid and high-level demons. I remember there aren't many Asians, right? Why are there only 300,000? Having 300,000 is already quite good. This is all developed in the land of the stick and the land of the stick. We haven't even touched the flower-planting people in Asia. This was clearly pointed out by you, the queen at that time, to not touch the flower-planting people in Asia. And Asia has the largest population of flower-planting people. Without demon assimilation of the flower-planting people, the numbers can't increase. Flower-planting people? Oh, I remember I mentioned they have a group called XuHong, and their S also a super soldier, Sun Wukong. Recently, another tough guy came out. What is his name? XuHong. Not long ago. The frontline troops of the tasting civilization were wiped out by him alone. I remember at that time, Carl even specifically asked me about the situation here. Liang Bing, Morgana, spoke. Just as XuHong had guessed, when Liang Bing first descended to Earth, she did not act recklessly as in the original story, wildly developing and assimilating humans into demons, because she discovered XuHong's existence. The super soldier Sun Wukong was one thing, but XuHong was truly ruthless. If it was just an earthling boasting, that would be fine. But she personally witnessed the battle outside Pluto. After all, such a huge commotion couldn't be detected by Earth's technology, but her Demon Queen ship could detect it. She could say that she was a first-hand witness to that battle. XuHong's towering figure still lingered in her memory. She did not want to face Kaisa while also having to confront XuHong as an enemy. Although it was strange why such a backward civilization like Earth would have a super powerhouse like XuHong, it was enough that he truly existed. As long as XuHong was there, she couldn't go to the flower-planting people to assimilate humans into demons. Sai, do you think I should pull XuHong in to fight against that bitch Kaisa together? What do you think? Why, Your Majesty, you can decide on this matter yourself. The demon said, shaking his head upon hearing Liang Bing's words. Liang Bing frowned. Useless, can't even give a bit of advice. Liang Bing felt helpless. The demons she created were loyal enough, but except for the high-level demons, the low and mid-level demons were not very bright. Most of the high-level demons in her hands are basically dead. Even if she wanted to resurrect them, there are currently no conditions for that. Just like GainsSuperman and the others, the super genes are not something that can be fused successfully with just anyone. The super genes of high-level demons also require a suitable host. Chapter 215. Angel, seeking flowers. However, if she could really win that guy over, it would indeed be possible to defeat that bitch Kaisa. Yes, this idea is completely feasible. Damn it, why didn't I think of this earlier? Morgana started to feel a bit discouraged. Low-level demons on the battlefield are equivalent to cannon fodder. No matter how many there are, they can't threaten Kaisa. At most, having more of them would give her a bit more confidence in facing Kaisa. What she really needs is high-end combat power. But so far, apart from Otto, she has no high-level demons available. The others are all mid-level demons. Against Earthlings, they are naturally overwhelming. But against the female angels under Kaisa, they are not enough. She is very clear about the strength of angels. After all, she used to be one of them. But how can I win that guy over to my side? After thinking for a long time, it seems that only a beauty trap would work. But how can I approach him and ensure he won't attack me? Forget it. That bitch Kaisa is about to chase me to Earth, and I don't have much time to consider. To break the deadlock, I can only win over that XuHong. It's definitely better than trying to win over that disgusting Carl. Speaking of Carl, Morgana's face was full of disdain. Don't be fooled by Carl's decent appearance. That guy's mentality is definitely perverted, especially some of the things he proposed back then. Morgana now feels a wave of nausea just thinking about it. So even though Carl had proposed the idea of teaming up with her early on, she had never considered it. Otherwise, if she had Carl's help, even if she couldn't defeat Kaisa, she wouldn't be chased all over the universe. At this moment, XuHong has no idea that someone on Earth is still thinking about him. He is currently in the conference room of the military district in the Grand Canyon City. This meeting is an emergency meeting. Apart from DKO, the old man Huang sent from above, Sun Wukong, and XuHong, there's also a special extraterrestrial guest, an angel. She's a female angel with golden hair, dressed in a red long skirt that reveals a pair of snow-white long legs. Silver armor covers her upper body, forming a tough silver battle suit. Her face is also exquisite. If XuHong's face can be considered perfect among men, then her face can be considered perfect among women. In addition, her figure is great, about 176 meters tall, with curves that are very alluring. At this moment, she is crossing her legs, making it hard for people not to want to peek under her skirt. Fortunately, everyone in the conference room is the kind of person who is not swayed by beauty. Otherwise, if GainsSuperman were here, he would probably have been staring under her skirt nonstop. But in reality, she is wearing safety shorts. The reason she wears a skirt is simply that it is more convenient for them to fight. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yin, and you can also call me the Archangel. I am the left-wing guardian angel of the Holy Kaisa. I have come to unearth because we have detected that demons are located on Earth. According to the information we have gathered, you are currently the strongest country on Earth, regarded as the leader of Earth civilization. I am here hoping that you can cooperate with us, angels, to conduct a trial against the demons on Earth. As soon as Angel Yan's words fell, both Huang and Takeo frowned. Sun Wukong's expression showed no change, still wearing a calm demeanor. He is a warrior, not a negotiator. The reason he is sitting here is to lend support, and there is no need for him to speak. XuHong's expression also remained unchanged. However, his gaze has been fixed on Yan. Don't get me wrong, he is not a pervert. He is just curious whether Yan was born this beautiful or if she gradually became this way. If the super genes of angels have a beautifying effect, it seems like he could give some of that angelic super gene to Bairu and the others. Not only for beauty, but they could also possess powerful physical qualities and a lifespan of at least 10,000 years. The power of the super god universe may not be considered the top tier, but the technology in this universe, particularly for extending life, is truly impressive. A lifespan of 10,000 years is not short at all. Even celestial beings in the celestial realm might not live beyond 10,000 years. After all, once they become celestial beings, they cannot escape the heavenly tribulations. Failing to survive means death. Having super genes means directly having a lifespan of over 10,000 years without worrying about heavenly tribulations, which is simply perfect. We have long received news about the demons descending to Earth, and we also know about the demons assimilating humans into demons on Earth. But we are not adversaries of the demons, Takeo said. The war between demons and angels is something that very few cosmic civilizations are unaware of. Takeo naturally knows this. Whether angels or demons, they are both super civilizations equipped with super technological civilizations. For Earth, distinguishing them by evil and justice is not very good. For Earth, the best approach is to remain neutral. Let the demons and angels fight it out themselves while they develop their own matters. That is the best option. The best stance is to take no stance. Both Takeo and Old Huang are very clear about this. In the past, Takeo would definitely not have had such thoughts. But after coming to Earth, he has changed too much. Yin, but demons represent evil. Takeo, but they have not harmed us. For Takeo, the two countries he acknowledges on Earth are one that has disappeared from history, and the other is the one he is currently in. The red they represent is the reason he stays on Earth. As for Europe and America, he doesn't care at all. A hero only exists in movies. In reality, they're all about doing bad things and pursuing profit, putting money above all else. Humanity and the future of mankind are not important to them. Everything they do is for themselves. Such forces do not even count as a country in his eyes, let alone a civilization. In Takeo's view, they're still stuck in primitive society. Although their technology is not bad, they have remained in a barbaric primitive state in terms of rationality. Compared to demons, these guys are more like demons. Morgana can go harm them. He doesn't care. Before the demons actively stand against the Flower family and pose a threat to Earth's safety, they will be foolish to take sides and choose angels standing against demons and then go to war with each other. Perhaps they would gain the help of angels. But history has shown that relying on anyone can lead to disappointment. Only they can rely on themselves. Chapter 2:16, The Child Seeking Flowers. So, there's nothing to talk about? If you don't agree to our terms, then we can only judge the demons ourselves on Earth. But doing so may cause inevitable casualties. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Yin began her threats. Yes, this can already be understood as a threat. How about this? I know you're organizing some kind of heroic unit, and we angels are interested in a few children in that unit. If possible, I would like to meet them. The civilization of Earth is not enough for the angels to take seriously, because the level of civilization on Earth is simply too low. They can't even leave the Earth at the moment. Perhaps with Takeo's help, they will soon be able to leave Earth. But even so, compared to angelic civilization, their civilization is still too low. The only thing that can catch their eye is the super gene seeds that Takeo brought from the Denner Star's 890 series to Earth. The War God of the North Star and the Time-Space Rose are both impressive super genes. One is part of one of the 3 major god-making projects, and the other is comparable to the 3 major god-making projects, the final technological crystallization of North Star, the Time-Space Rose. That's why Takeo named Dakari Rose. These two are not bad, but if we talk about what the angels value the most, it has to be the power of the galaxy. Of course, it can also be called the power of the Divine River. The power of the Divine River can be said to be the highest crystallization of Divine River civilization, even if it is not yet perfected, but it is still the highest crystallization of Divine River civilization. Angel civilization is also inseparable from divine river civilization. Therefore, the angel civilization understands what Ge Xiaoluan's power of the divine river represents. Although, in the original work, Ge Xiaoluan's only moment of shining as a protagonist was when he directly killed the gluttonous King XuHong. Aside from that, Ge Xiaoluan has been getting beaten up. But this does not mean that Ge Xiaoluan is weak. After all, his enemies are equally powerful. And Ge Xiaoluan's power of the divine river possesses the ability to directly rewrite reality. Simply put, in the later stages, Ge Xiaoluan is the type who can make things happen by just saying them. As long as it is something he determines, what is false will become true, and what is true will become false. Just like you are a fourth-generation divine body, at the atomic level, even a supernova explosion cannot completely kill you. As long as there is enough time, atoms will gather, and you will resurrect again. But with one word from Ge Xiaoluan, you are just an ordinary person, and he can rewrite everything about you, turning you from a fourth-generation divine body into an ordinary person. In terms of potential for growth, Ge Xiaoluan's power of the divine river is absolutely the greatest, and Angel Kasha is very clear about this. Therefore, she has been eyeing Ge Xiaoluan on Earth for a long time. This is also why, in the original work, Ge Xiaoluan is the only one qualified to negotiate with Kasha, because Ge Xiaoluan's future holds endless possibilities, surpassing angel civilization, demon civilization, and the civilization of the Sun Star is just a matter of time. XuHong did not resolve it immediately. He glanced at XuHong and noticed that XuHong was staring at Yin. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. That's fine, but the heroic unit is not under my control right now. It's under the responsibility of their instructor, who happens to be here as well. XuHong, you can speak next. As soon as XuHong said this, everyone's attention in the room turned to him. Sun Wukong, having witnessed XuHong's powerful abilities, had no objections to XuHong's arrangement. And Huang Lao had enough rank to know about XuHong's situation, understanding that he was someone even stronger than Sun Wukong. XuHong and the others speculated that it was unlikely XuHong was a time traveler. He was more likely to be an immortal from Legends on Earth. Although XuHong and Sun Wukong hadn't seen any immortals during the millennia on Earth, it doesn't mean that immortals don't exist. Perhaps XuHong had been hiding in some alternate space and only recently came out. As for why he claimed to come from the future, who knows? XuHong might have his own purpose, but none of this is important. What matters is that XuHong is one of their own, and that is enough. As long as he is one of them, they are willing to give him their utmost trust. Me? XuHong was somewhat surprised. Child, you seem very curious about me. I noticed you were staring at me just now. XuHong. To be honest, it was the first time someone called him child. Although he knew Yin was very old, over 1,000 years compared to him, he indeed had no difference from a child. But being called a child felt really strange. Even the likes of Tathagata and Jade Emperor would be polite to him. Not more like Yin. Yin clearly noticed the change in XuHong's expression. It wasn't that XuHong didn't know how to hide his feelings, but he simply didn't care what others thought of him. Right now, there was nothing or no one that could make him cautious. At least in the Super God universe. It was like that. Without any concerns, XuHong didn't mind what information others could glean from his face. After all, constantly hiding his expressions was quite tiring. Child, am I beautiful? Seeing XuHong silent, Yin smiled slightly, intending to tease him. This man is very interesting. Among the men she has seen, he is the most handsome. Not as effeminate as Sumali, but with more masculinity in his demeanor. To be honest, I find that title uncomfortable. But it doesn't matter. You asked me if you're beautiful? Honestly, yes, you are beautiful. As for you saying I'm curious about you, yes, I'm curious about you, or rather, I'm curious about the super genes within you. I want to ask, do you angels look this beautiful from birth? Or do you gradually become this beautiful? Moreover, if I remember correctly, you angels are divided into male and female angels, and male angels are your opposites. So, I'm very curious. How do you procreate? Can you answer these questions? Yin, you are quite bold, child. Do you know? You are raising questions to a higher civilization being, even some that might anger the other party. Aren't you afraid I might get angry and act directly? If you want, you can try. XuHong stut in dai fun. I never easily make enemies. But if someone becomes my enemy, they won't even have a chance to regret it. The atmosphere became somewhat tense. Except for Huang Lao, who was slightly nervous, XuHong and Sun Wukong's expressions remained unchanged, seemingly unconcerned. Yan's eyes were fixed on XuHong. The latter also looked at her with a smile, showing no signs of tension on his face. The kind of relaxed and free-spirited feeling is like lying on the grass, watching the clouds in the sky, and letting your thoughts drift away, completely unconcerned and indifferent to what is in front of you. Chapter 217. Response Request for Flowers. Yan's personality is very proud, but she is also very intelligent. XuHong is so calm. Surely he has something to rely on. Unlike Morgana, after she came to Earth, although she invaded Earth's database, it was not a comprehensive invasion. She knows about the existence of XuHong, but she does not understand XuHong. The confidentiality level of XuHong is extremely high. Although some information is recorded in the computer, it is very limited. Important information is recorded more in physical files. Therefore, Yan only understands XuHong from a one-sided perspective. She knows that XuHong is an instructor for XuHong, the instructor for those super soldiers. Besides that, it seems that XuHong is also a super soldier, but she does not know how powerful he really is. At the same time, she knows that XuHong is researching super genes, but to what extent he has researched and what he understands, she is not clear. Looking at XuHong, Yan suddenly smiled. I can answer the questions you asked, but in exchange, I want to meet those people you trained. How about it? Yan proposed her condition. XuHong glanced at Takeo. You decide for yourself. Takeo assured XuHong. Just as the country trusts him, he also trusts XuHong. All right, I can let you meet them, but you have to answer my earlier question first. Okay, Yan nodded. You asked me if I was born this beautiful or if I became this beautiful later. My answer is that I was born this beautiful, and of course, I have become even more beautiful later. As for how we reproduce, we do not need to reproduce. Our lifespan as angels is very long. Compared to you earthlings, living 1,000 years for us is equivalent to living 10 years for you. Normally, a high-level angel can live for 30,000 years, of course. This is without any accidents occurring along the way. From the time the divine Kaisar led us until now, only a little over 10,000 years have passed. Moreover, we possess epoch-making secondary biological technology at the atomic level. Even if we die in battle, we do not need to reproduce. Are you satisfied with my answer? Very satisfied. Let me ask one more question. XuHong nodded. How can we obtain your angel gene data? Logically speaking, I have no reason to answer that question. But you are very interesting, so I'm willing to answer you one more question. As long as the atomic cells are still there, they can be revived again. If you want to obtain the angel gene data, you only have one way, which is to convince Queen Kaisar. If she agrees, then you can obtain the angel gene data. If she does not agree, then you will never be able to obtain the angel gene data. All right, I have answered all your questions. Now it's time for you to take me to meet those warriors of XuHong. I always keep my word, follow me. XuHong nodded, stood up, and began to lead the way. At the same time, a thought of obtaining the angel gene data arose in his heart. Yan also stood up and quickly followed XuHong. After the two left, the conference room fell silent, because it had just been XuHong and Yan talking. The others had hardly spoken. I never expected that in my lifetime, I would see a real angel. After a moment, Elder Huang suddenly shook his head and spoke. In a sense, they're just higher-level life forms. Takeo explained. That being said, they came to Earth thousands of years ago and left legends here. So, to us, they are true angels. Forget it, I'm getting old. Let you young people worry about these things. Old XuHong, I'll take my leave. Elder Huang represented the higher-ups, and after he left the conference room, he would write a report about what happened there to the higher-ups. All right, Takeo sent off Elder Huang, and I'll take my leave too. After Elder Huang left, son Wukong also stood up. Aren't you going to take a look at those little guys? They will all be your teammates in the future. Son Wukong is also a member of XuHong and a formal member. As for Gus Shaolin and the others, they are not counted yet. They are still in the new recruit period, and only after passing XuHong's training assessment can they be considered formal members of XuHong. Not going. I'll see them later. I'm going home now, bye. After saying that, Sun Wukong directly left the office. On the other side, XuHong had already brought the Angel Yin to the Super God Academy. Although the Super God Academy is also within the military district, it is not in the center of the military district. The entire military district of Juxia City is quite large, and it takes about 3 to 4 kilometers to walk from the meeting place to the Super God Academy. However, neither XuHong nor Yin are ordinary people, so they do not need to walk. 3 kilometers can be covered by flying in the blink of an eye. In the dormitory, the members of XuHong did not rest. They had a real combat exercise with XuHong that afternoon. XuHong's powerful strength completely shattered their confidence, to the point that they had no mood to sleep. It also made them fully realize how strong the strong ones in this world really are. Especially Reina. She can be said to have the strongest understanding of XuHong's strength among them. After all, she already has a strong person by her side, Panjun. Reina does not know how strong Panjun's true strength is, But the fact that Liang Star remained safe and sound after her grandfather passed away is entirely because of Pan Zhun and has nothing to do with her. After all, her current strength is not even 1/10 of her grandfather's. She still cannot control her own strength. She cannot use things like solar flares or supernova explosions at all. It's not that she doesn't have the ability. Rather, Pan Zhun sealed those abilities, preventing her from using them. Because she cannot control these powerful abilities, if she uses them rashly, it would bring disaster to the entire Liang Star. Therefore, Pan Zhun simply sealed all her abilities, making them unusable. Unless her strength reaches a sufficiently strong level and she can perfectly control her own abilities, then the seals left by Pan Zhun in her body will also be automatically broken. This shows how strong Pan Zhun's strength is. XuHong gives her the feeling that even if Pan Zhun were present, he might not be able to defeat him. Mainly because when XuHong fought against them, that kind of invincible and contemptuous aura was too intense. XuHong might not feel it himself, but as an opponent, Reina can clearly sense it. This kind of aura is something even Pan Zhun does not possess. However, this is also normal. Since XuHong rose to power, he has never suffered defeat. So far, he has never been defeated by anyone. Although he never feels that he is invincible, many times this invincible aura naturally leaks out, as if he is always that confident. Chapter 218, a special guest, seeking flowers. The others are also unable to sleep. Du Qiangwei, Qilin, and Rumingming are all restless. Even though they had long guessed that they could never be a match for XuHong, they never expected to be so weak in front of him, to the point of having no ability to fight back. Especially Rumingming, who is the most conflicted. She barely contributed during the fight, not because she wanted to hold back, but because the nature of the battle didn't even give her a chance to confront XuHong directly. Because of Reina's bombardment on XuHong, if she rashly charged in, she would only risk getting hurt. Although they lost, it doesn't mean that Reina's bombardment was ineffective. In fact, Reina's bombardment is very powerful. It just doesn't show its effect against an opponent like XuHong. But if XuHong were replaced by the military forces of any nation on Earth today, Reina could easily sweep them away by herself. Qilin's confidence was also severely shaken. After all, as a top sniper, she didn't even hit XuHong once. She even began to doubt whether she really knew how to handle a gun. Although she knew it was because XuHong was too strong and too fast. It wasn't that she couldn't hit XuHong, but rather that the bullets weren't fast enough to reach him. Nevertheless, she still felt troubled. The boys' dormitory was similar. Gu Xiaoluan and Lu Chuang, having been pinned down by XuHong today, found that their previous atmosphere was not as bad as before. At least Gu Xiaoluan was now willing to talk to Lu Chuang. Lu Chuang was slowly integrating with them. However, their frustration was still significant. Remembering how they were pinned down by XuHong, they felt no shame, as the gap in strength was evident. But their confidence was indeed hit hard. Gu Xiaoluan and Lu Chuang had never imagined XuHong could be so ridiculously strong. His power completely crushed both of them, and the feeling of being pinned down by that big sword was something they truly did not want to experience again. However, compared to the girls' turmoil, the boys adjusted quickly. After all, they had only been training for a week. The time was still short. They still had time to grow stronger and close the gap with XuHong. Just because they couldn't do it now doesn't mean they won't be able to in the future. Everyone secretly made a resolution to train even harder in the future. At least next time they faced XuHong in a real fight, they couldn't lose so miserably, and perhaps even defeat XuHong. Just as everyone was unable to sleep and their thoughts were racing, XuHong's voice suddenly echoed in their minds, notifying them to come downstairs to meet a special guest. Everyone was puzzled, but faced with XuHong's order, they couldn't refuse. After all, XuHong was their instructor. Whatever he said was final. They quickly dressed and hurried downstairs. Upon arriving downstairs, their attention was immediately drawn to Yin. With her snow-white long legs, red long dress, silver armor, and a head of golden, smooth long hair, especially with a pair of huge, pure white wings behind her. She had a nearly perfect face, just like XuHong. Anyone who didn't know would think someone was cosplaying here. But everyone understood that since XuHong mentioned a special guest, the situation was definitely not as simple as cosplay. Standing there together, XuHong and Yin looked quite like a couple. After all, both of them had top-notch looks. After everyone came down, without waiting for XuHong to speak, they instinctively lined up in a row. Gu Xiaoluan's eyes couldn't help but stare at Yan's long legs. There was no way around it. Her legs were so white that under the light, they looked like white jade. What man could resist such temptation? Some surely could, but Gu Xiaoluan definitely was not one of them. Yin didn't mind. Her gaze swept across the members of the XuHong Lian. The secondary biological engine activated, directly scanning the data of several people. Finally, Yan's gaze landed on GuShaoluan, the force of the galaxy on Earth, but they preferred to call it the power of the Divine River. It is the most brilliant crystallization of the Divine River civilization, and it is also one of the main purposes of Yan's visit to Earth. Are you GuShaoluan? Yan's voice rang out. GuShaoluan was taken aback. He didn't expect this incredibly beautiful woman to suddenly call out his name. In his 20-plus years of life, he had been called out before, but it was the first time by a beauty, especially by a top-tier beauty like Yan. At this moment, he completely forgot about Xiang Wei. Yes, it's me. Do you know me? GuShaoluan appeared shy, leaving Zhao Xian and Lu Chuang beside him speechless. This guy, could he still be a virgin? In fact, the two were not wrong. GuShaoluan was indeed still a virgin. Just now he didn't know her, but now he did. Hello, E.M. Yan. From the Angel Civilization. Nice to meet you. They call you the power of the galaxy, right? Yan had a very good attitude towards GuShaoluan, which left him flattered. He had never been treated with such importance before, and it felt like a dream. Just call me by my name. You're an angel. No wonder you're so beautiful. Du Kyong Wei Honed, or Faz Darkening. It wasn't he that she was jealous. But GuShaoluan's behavior was simply too embarrassing for their XuHong Lian, making it seem as if he had never seen a woman before. Would you like to come with me? I have many beautiful angels over there. A male god like you is definitely their most desired partner. Yin spoke again, even trying to steal him away right in front of XuHong. But XuHong seemed to hear nothing and did not intervene, simply standing quietly to the side watching. GuShaoluan was stunned. Do all angels look this beautiful? Of course, each one of them is. In your words, they're breathtakingly beautiful. Am I really their most desired partner? Yes. The power of the galaxy. Your identity is worthy of anyone. Gitli Zhao. So, are you interested in coming with me? Just think about it. Being surrounded by beauties like me. How pleasant would that be? GuShaoluan was enchanted by Yan's description of the wonderful life. But soon, he came to his senses and shook his head. Forget it. No matter how many beauties there are, I still want to stay on Earth. I'm not interested in other places. Besides, my parents are on Earth. My relatives, my friends, they're all on Earth. I can't leave Earth. Yin was somewhat surprised, seemingly not expecting GuShaoluan to refuse so straightforwardly. She immediately lost interest in him. GuShaoluan possesses the super gene of the Divine River's power, and his future is undoubtedly bright. However, he is still too immature at the moment. Yan's earlier words were merely an instinctive attempt to pull him in. If it succeeds, it does. If not, it doesn't matter. She doesn't force it. After GuShaoluan's refusal, she naturally lost interest in him. Chapter 219. Yan's narcissism, seeking flowers. Her gaze then shifted to Lu Chuang and Du Qiangwei. Although these two are slightly inferior to GuShaoluan, one is part of the 3D Divine Creation Project, and the other can match the 3D Divine Creation Project, the final crystallization of civilization in Nuashing. So they're not bad. They have the potential to grow into beings on par with powerful figures like Sacred Kesha and Morgana. As for Reina, Yin completely ignored her. She knew Reina's identity, but there was no way to recruit the main god of the Sun Star, so she simply overlooked her. Aside from that, she didn't think much of the other super soldiers of the XuHong Lian, although their future achievements wouldn't be too low compared to GuShaoluan and Lu Chuang. Their potential was still lacking. The angel civilization was not short on super soldiers. There were many high-ranking angels like her. What they lacked were true super soldiers like GuShaoluan and Lu Chuang. However, she only glanced at the two before retracting her gaze. Lu Chuang looked at her without the kind of excitement and interest that GuShaoluan exhibited. As for Du Qiangwei, her expression remained unchanged, filled with displeasure. She already knew that speaking up would lead to failure, so why waste her breath? Compared to them, she was now more interested in XuHong. Just on the way here, she had scanned XuHong with her secondary biological engine to assess his strength. But the scanning data indicated that he was just an ordinary person. However, how could XuHong be an ordinary person? That guy just flown over with her and was even faster than her. Could someone like that be ordinary? But if XuHong wasn't an ordinary person, why did her secondary biological engine show him as one? Or was her secondary biological engine malfunctioning? She had doubted this, but after checking, she found that her secondary biological engine was functioning normally and there were no errors. So the problem lay with XuHong. Her conversation with GuShaoluan was not only an attempt to recruit him, but also a way to test XuHong to see if he would get angry and take action against her. Yet, XuHong had said nothing the entire time, just standing quietly there. If it weren't for the changes in his gaze, she would have thought he was in a daze. Well, aren't you going to look any more? If not, I will send them back. They have training tasks to complete tomorrow. If you're not looking anymore, let them go back, Yin said casually. Upon hearing this, the members of XuHong Lian could only return to their dormitory. Although they were speechless that XuHong had called them out just for Yin to see them, they had been completely convinced by XuHong, so they would unconditionally obey any orders from him. After all, they couldn't defeat XuHong. Even Reina, despite her displeasure, could only endure it because she couldn't win against XuHong. Once everyone from XuHong Lian had left, Yin did not leave either. XuHong looked at her and asked, "So, you've seen your people, aren't you leaving? You seem not worried at all about me recruiting your people." Yin replied without answering XuHong's question. "Because I know you can't recruit him," XuHong calmly stated. He had known Yan's intentions from the beginning. After all, he had super mind-reading abilities, and Yin had no idea that he was fully aware of her thoughts. XuHong also knew what GainsSuperman was thinking. Although that kid seemed dull and a bit foolish at times, XuHong knew GainsSuperman was the kind of person who would never betray his country or family. No matter how good Yan's conditions were, GainsSuperman would never leave with her. Money, status, power, and beauty held no allure for a person with beliefs. And GainsSuperman now had his own beliefs. This was also why XuHong wasn't worried about GainsSuperman being swayed by Yin. "You Earthlings are really interesting. Actually, I'm more curious about you than about GainsSuperman," Yin said. "Clearly, or you would have left already." Yin asked, "Aren't you curious about what I find interesting about you?" "Not curious. Of course, if you can take me to meet your Queen Kesha, I wouldn't mind going with you." "What did I say I would take you with me?" Yin retorted. "Aren't you curious about my strength? I can tell you the answer, but I can't demonstrate it on Earth. We need to go outside for that. However, you must first take me to meet your Queen Kesha." "You want the genetic data of angels," Yin said almost affirmatively. She was sure that XuHong's purpose in meeting Kesha was for this reason, as he had previously asked her how to obtain the genetic data of angels. That's right. XuHong did not deny it. After all, even if Yin knew about this, it didn't matter. His goal wouldn't change whether she knew or not. "The Queen Kesha is quite a distance from the Chiwu star system. I'll come to find you in 2 days, and at that time, I will take you to meet Queen Kesha. Also, man, I must tell you that you have successfully piqued my interest in you. But you should be careful not to fall for my beauty. Otherwise, without Queen Kesha's command, we are destined to have no possibility." After saying that, Yin didn't give XuHong a chance to respond. With a flap of her wings, she soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. XuHong. Although he had anticipated Yan's narcissism, he didn't expect her to be this self-absorbed. He thought about chasing after her, but after consideration, he decided against it. Even if he caught up and told Yin that he wasn't interested in her, she wouldn't believe it. A person pretending to be asleep cannot be awakened by others. Forget it. I might as well return to the Research Institute to continue studying the super gene and work on improving the success rate of the engine transformation technology to 100 as soon as possible. The next day, XuHong directly sent the members of XuHong Lian into the inner world and no longer cared about them. Inside, there were training partners created by him using mouse talismans targeting their respective weaknesses. Moreover, the inner world was completely under XuHong's control. In the inner world, XuHong was like a god. Throwing the members of XuHong Lian inside wouldn't cause any issues. Meanwhile, he immersed himself in the Research Institute. The situation of the batch of super soldiers that were modified earlier does not require XuHong to personally oversee it. Whether there are any side effects from XuHong's modifications or if they have caused any adverse reactions is not necessary for him to monitor. Finally, before nightfall, XuHong successfully cracked the Void engine technology. When he eliminated the advanced team of the Glutton, he actually had some spoils of war. However, he had kept it hidden all along. Subsequently, XuHong informed Du Cao of this news immediately and then released the members of the XuHong Lian from the inner world. Naturally, there were people watching them and recording everything they did to assess their situation. The released members of the XuHong Lian were already in a dire state. In their first actual battle, they were completely defeated. This time, they failed again. The members in the inner world were no match for the training partners created by XuHong. They were being hunted down relentlessly, struggling to hold on. However, this was to be expected, as the beings XuHong created were the 8 great demons. The combination of the transformation technique and the mouse talisman allowed XuHong to create these 8 great demons, whose strength was certainly inferior to the real 8 great demons. But these 8 demons were under XuHong's control, and multitasking was not difficult for him. Under his manipulation, the combined power of the 8 great demons was not inferior to that of the real ones. In this situation, GainsSuperman and the others were completely outmatched and were being suppressed throughout the battle. Reina's bombing power was not weak, but unfortunately, Those demons were also formidable. Bogan stood in front and absorbed all the damage. Shimu was unmatched in speed, and the current Zhao XN was not even worthy of carrying his shoes. He was simply toyed with. Ge Xiaoluan was tough, but he couldn't withstand the Holy Lord's flames or the gravity suppression from Zhuolan. In terms of strength, XuHong couldn't compete with the Earth Lord either. Qilan's bullets could hit targets, but it was useless. The demon's recovery ability was terrifyingly strong. Ruming Meng wielded a large knife against Basha, but was directly toyed with by him. Cheng Yaowen was left questioning his life by Zhong Sudian. At first, they could barely resist, but later, they were left with nothing but the desire to escape. They even doubted at one point whether XuHong was deliberately messing with them. Why were their opponents so strong and so abnormal? Couldn't they start with weaker enemies instead of facing a boss right off the bat? Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken. No one would dare to voice them, as it would mean they were conceding, admitting defeat, and giving up. But on the battlefield, there is no giving up, no compromise, and no surrender. After giving each member of the Xiong Lian a speed-enhancing drug and sending them to the canteen for a meal, XuHong dismissed them. The Xiong Lian was still too weak, and the fastest way for them to increase their strength was through real combat. The 8 great demons he created were good opponents at this stage, enough to wear them out for some time. As for the subsequent training plans, XuHong had already formulated them, but it was not yet time for implementation. After the Xiong Lian left, Du Cao arrived shortly after. This time, he couldn't hide his excitement. He never expected XuHong to have developed the Void Engine technology. He was a soldier, whether on Earth or Noxing, and not a researcher. His understanding of super genes was actually quite limited, and although he had tried to learn, it just didn't work. Some things, like mathematics, are simply not learnable without guidance. If no one teaches you how to solve problems, you will never know how. Du Cao was in this situation, without anyone to teach him. Even if he wanted to learn, he had no opportunity. The super genes possessed by Ge Xiaoluan and the others were ready-made products, so Du Cao could bring them to Earth and use them directly. Frankly speaking, XuHong being able to develop a lower-tier version of super genes for the so-called Super Soldier program was already surprising to Du Cao. He never expected XuHong to have also tinkered with the Void Engine technology. In the universe, this was also a groundbreaking technology. If super genes provided super soldiers with powerful kinetic energy, then the Void Engine technology equipped them with compatible weapons. Only with the Void Engine would their combat power significantly increase. It's like Wolverine having healing abilities but no bone claws. His strength would be greatly diminished. For super gene warriors, their best weapon would be the accompanying Void Engine. In this respect, Yin was a typical representative. Yin was a secondary biological engine. Similar to the Void Engine, but of a different kind. There were strengths and weaknesses and capabilities, but they both belonged to the category of engine technology. With the secondary biological engine, Yin had a portable supercomputer and superintelligence, capable of recording, searching, and calculating. The functionality was comprehensive. Additionally, the secondary biological engine allowed her to overturn the law of energy conservation, gaining almost constant infinite thunder power, enabling her to unleash thunder. This was why she held the title of Thunder God in Burer Zayod. The Void Engine technology was not inferior to the secondary biological engine. XuHong being able to research it truly surprised him. Of course, the Void Engine XuHong developed was still in its preliminary stage. The abilities it could provide were neither too weak nor too strong. XuHong still had considerable room for improvement in the Void Engine technology. However, even so, it was enough to make Du Cao happy. For example, Lu Chuang was a strength-type warrior with a thick health bar, but his speed was not fast. If XuHong equipped him with a speed-enhancing Void Engine, even if he didn't T-reach Zhao Xian's level of speed, a mere doubling of his speed to twice the speed of sound would greatly enhance Lu Chuang as strength. Similarly, for Cheng Yaowen, who controlled the power of the earth, if he were equipped with a fire-controlling Void Engine, he could manipulate magma while controlling the earth, resulting in a significant boost to his power. If an ordinary person were equipped with a Void Engine, even with poor physical attributes, they could become a superpower user. If Earth were to erupt into total war, this would greatly enhance their chances of survival. Therefore, XuHong mastering the research of the Void Engine was undoubtedly revolutionary. This time, Du Cao did not come alone. He brought others with him. Lianfeng and Liao Jie accompanied him. Like Du Cao, Lianfeng was also a Noxing person, so she understood what the Void Engine technology represented. This was a technology that the former Noxing had never mastered. Of course, this did not mean that Noxing's technology was inadequate. Rather, they had focused their attention on researching super genes. Their engine technology was quite average. which meant that even high-ranking military officials like her and Du Cao had not been equipped with engines. Aside from lifespan, Du Cao and Lianfeng were only somewhat stronger than ordinary people in terms of physical attributes. Has the technology been completely conquered? What is the success rate? As soon as Du Cao arrived, he found XuHong and asked the most critical question. Of course it's 100. I won't present immature technology. XuHong smiled slightly, his gaze falling on Liao Jie. So, how about trying it out? Your super genes are rather ordinary if you want to enhance your strength. You can only improve from the outside. But the Void Engine technology is different. It can directly grant you superpowers. Installing several engines with different abilities might just make you stronger than those guys in the XuHong Bing Lian. XuHong spoke with a smile. Chapter 221. Liao Jie's Choice, Request for Flowers. XuHong's words stirred Liao Jie. To be honest, he actually wanted to join XuHong Bing Lian. However, his super genes were really quite average, not as powerful as the super genes XuHong had previously injected into those 100 soldiers. With insufficient strength, joining XuHong Bing Lian would instead be a burden. He didn't want to join XuHong Bing Lian just to be a big liability. Thus, XuHong's words greatly tempted him. What abilities are there? Liao Jie wasn't foolish. The so-called Void Engine was probably just a name, and it could also be seen as a kind of super ability modification technology. Aren't there often superhero movies from Ugly Country about this? He had watched a few during his leisure time, so he wasn't completely clueless. XuHong smiled slightly. He had just been thinking about who to use as a test subject, and before he could find anyone, here someone had come to him. Come with me to room 673. After speaking, XuHong walked ahead, with Du Cao and the others following behind. The four soon arrived at XuHong's exclusive research room in the laboratory. This was XuHong's private research room, and without his permission, no researchers were allowed to enter. Trespassing would lead to a military court. This was not XuHong's demand, but a directive from above. After entering the research room, XuHong operated a computer, and a projection was immediately projected clearly. This is the first generation of Void Engine technology. Currently, I have developed a total of 12 abilities. I have named them Fireman, Iceman, Flight, Speed, Diamond, Recovery, Healing, X-ray Vision, Telekinesis, Water Control, Mimicry, and Bull Strength. Fireman, as the name implies, allows you to become a fire person and control flames without fear of being burned. Iceman, Bull Strength greatly enhances your power, allowing you to lift and toss an armored tank without difficulty. My current technology can allow you to have up to 2 engines in your body at the same time. More than that is currently not feasible. Forcing more would lead to incompatibility between the engines in your body, causing genetic chaos. And there's a high chance of your body collapsing directly. However, even just 2 is enough for you to use. Now, you can choose the abilities you want. The technology XuHong currently mastered, which developed 12 abilities, was already the limit at this stage. Of course, given him some time, he could develop more abilities. As for the compatibility of multiple engines in the body, that also required XuHong to continue his research. Although they were called engines, they had nothing to do with car engines. Essentially, the Void Engine was a kind of genetic technology that involved many considerations. Implanting too many engines into the body at once could easily lead to genetic collapse. Once genetic collapse occurred, a person would turn into a pile of mush. XuHong currently only had 100 confidence in implanting 2 engines into one person. Any more would leave him with only a 50 chance. The potential for genetic collapse occupied half, which was already quite dangerous. Liao didn't think too much. XuHong had made it clear that it was not feasible for now. This indicated that in the future, he might be able to implant more engines. But when that future would be was uncertain. It could be a few days, a few months, a few years, or even decades later. All of this was uncertain. So the initial choice of 2 engines was particularly important. Liao Jie looked at the 12 introductions on the screen, along with the descriptions of the abilities. In the end, he chose Diamond and Bull Strength. Diamond could make a person's body as hard as super alloy. While it couldn't withstand a nuclear explosion, it could ignore the fierce bombardment of large-caliber artillery. On the battlefield, having such an ability would allow you to dominate. Bull Strength, on the other hand, increased physical power. As a man, Liao Jie preferred that feeling of hitting hard, so he chose Bull Strength. In fact, Diamond would pair better with Speed, but he preferred Brute Strength. Moreover, XuHong had mentioned before that he could not temporarily allow a person to have 3 or more engines. Once XuHong could do so in the future, he could ask XuHong to add speed as well. As for Fireman and Iceman, those abilities were not bad, belonging to AoE attack abilities. But Liao Jie didn't like that kind of combat style. Besides, telekinesis and flight were also quite good abilities. But as always, he preferred close combat. Therefore, Liao Jie still chose Bull Strength and Diamond. Du Kaiyao and Lien Feng were also staring at the 12 abilities on the screen, their brains working quickly. If possible, they would also install a few engines for themselves. The range and destructive power were both impressive. So they were now thinking about which abilities would work better in combination. While 12 abilities seemed not many in their eyes, it was actually quite a lot. On the other side, XuHong had already brought Liao Jie to the testing platform. He was ready to install the 2 void engines that Liao Jie had chosen. The process was very simple, at least for XuHong, who had thoroughly understood this field. It was very simple. Liao Jie remained calm. He wasn't nervous during the installation. Of course, to say he didn't care at all would be untrue. Even though XuHong had said the success rate of the experiment was 100, he was still a bit nervous. Fortunately, the experiment was very successful. A few minutes later, XuHong informed him that everything was ready. The void engines had been installed. However, it would take half an hour for the engines to fully start. After being installed, the engines needed a break-in period with the cells. Only after the break-in period was completed could the engines be considered truly installed. So, they had to wait for another half hour. Du Kaiyao and Lien Feng also had to wait for half an hour. Luckily, half an hour wasn't long. Before long, the half hour passed. When the half hour was up, Liao Jie clearly noticed the changes in his body. He found that his body was becoming tighter and tighter. It wasn't just hard, it was more accurate to say it was tighter. The skin is still the same skin. It feels no different from an ordinary person's skin. However, if struck with a blunt object, the skin becomes very hard and resilient, with an exaggerated hardness. As for strength, he hasn't changed much. But when XuHong handed him a small dumbbell weighing 1,000 pounds, he easily picked it up without feeling much weight. XuHong claimed it weighed 1,000 pounds. And at first, he didn't believe it. Then he casually dropped the dumbbell to the ground. Bang! It sounded less like a dumbbell hitting the ground and more like a cannonball crashing down. The consequence, of course, was that he had to stay up all night helping XuHong fix the hole in the ground. Otherwise, he wouldn't be allowed to leave. Chapter 222. Loading the void engine after that. XuHong started testing Liao Jie's defensive abilities and current strength. Once the engine was installed, the most intuitive change for the loader was significant. Its plasticity was strong, and as the host's adaptability increased, so did their abilities. There was definitely a limit, but the upper limit was not low. The final test results showed that his maximum thrust with one arm reached 284 tons. Please send flowers. His body could withstand temperatures as high as 1,800 degrees Celsius, with hardness comparable to dark alloy battle armor. Even being hit directly by heavy artillery would leave him unscathed. Of course, if he were to take dozens of hits in succession, he would still incur damage. But as long as Liao Jie wasn't foolish, he wouldn't stand in one place to be bombarded by heavy artillery. Overall, this guy has become a superhero. With his current strength, he is fully qualified to join the Xiong Lien, at least in terms of practical combat. Among the entire Xiong Lien, no one except Du Qiangwei can compare to him. Du Qiangwei's less prominent performance in actual combat is entirely due to XuHong being too strong. Just like Lina, she is not bad, but in actual combat against XuHong, her usefulness is diminished under his overwhelming strength. Du Qiangwei's strength is actually quite impressive. Before the official establishment of the Xiong Lien, she had already joined the military. She can endure hardship and has talent. In the army, whether it's firearms, hand-to-hand combat, or operating various weapons like helicopters, tanks, and even fighter jets, she can operate them all and does it quite well. However, her current abilities and space have not yet allowed her to develop sufficiently strong techniques. Plus, her opponent is XuHong, so it highlights her limitations. In reality, Du Qiangwei has strong combat capabilities. If her opponent were different, not someone like XuHong, the super boss, or the 8 major demons created by XuHong, her strength would have much more room for display. Her micro-wormhole technology could provide the Xiong Lien with diverse attack methods. Unfortunately, her opponents in actual combat are too strong, preventing her from demonstrating her full potential. As for Liao Jie, he is quite satisfied with his current self. Normally, there should be an observation period next. Even if XuHong claims his success rate is 100, he can only guarantee that under the condition of 2 engines. There won't be any genetic collapse. But in research, there are no absolute certainties. However, Du Kaiyao has great trust in XuHong. Therefore, after Liao Jie's results were indeed impressive, Du Kaiyao also requested to help him load 2 engines. Not just him, Lien Feng made the same request. Du Kaiyao was a marshal on Nuwa Star, and after coming to Earth, He also became a senior officer. He has been on the battlefield quite a bit, but mostly in a commanding role in the rear. Only after the war ends does he truly step onto the battlefield. Otherwise, if the enemy attempts to carry out a decapitation operation against him and succeeds, the army would be left leaderless, and defeat would not be far behind. However, Du Kaio also very much wants to go to the front lines, but he knows he cannot. If his strength were strong enough, he could command troops in combat at the front lines. As for Lian Feng, her thoughts are similar to Du Kaio's. Moreover, anyone craves power. With an opportunity to gain strength right in front of them, the two had no reason to miss it. Lian Feng is also one of the few who truly understands XuHong's strength. The notion of 100 stability, when spoken by others, she is reluctant to believe. But with XuHong, she is willing to trust. In the end, Du Kaio chose restoration and telekinesis. Telekinesis, or psychokinesis, is also a decent superpower, with the advantage of being very practical and applicable in many areas. With telekinesis, Du Kaio would also gain the ability to fly, albeit not very fast. The drawbacks are also evident. Its destructive power is limited and cannot compare with the engine abilities of Fireman, Iceman, or Bullman. Restoration is a super recovery ability. With this ability, even if someone is bisected, they won't die and can recover quickly. The God-slaying bullet destroys the body's genes, but the engine's recovery cannot be affected by the God-slaying bullet. In other words, with the restoration ability, Du Kaio doesn't need to worry about being assassinated with a God-slaying bullet. As for Lian Feng, she chose the abilities of healing and Ice Woman. Of course, since Lian Feng is female, calling her Ice Woman is more appropriate. Ice Woman allows her whole body to turn into ice, greatly increasing her hardness. Additionally, she can create ice out of thin air to attack. Extremely high temperatures can melt objects, while extremely low temperatures can freeze materials brittle. Healing is a supportive ability. It can absorb the energy of sunlight to treat injuries and diseases. The efficacy depends on the amount of energy provided by the user. If there is enough energy, it can pull someone back from the brink of death. As for resurrecting someone who has already died, it can be done if the deceased has been dead for no more than a day. However, doing so carries significant aftereffects. The body will suffer damage, and the ability will be unusable for a period of time. Overall, it is also a decent ability. Once the engines were loaded, half an hour later, they began to take effect. Du Kaio and Lian Feng began testing. Both remained relatively calm and did not become overly excited. The test results also satisfied them. From the expressions on Du Kaio and their faces as they left, it was clear that this engine technology would soon be applied to that batch of super soldiers. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. The members of the 940 XuHong Lian were still sent into the inner world to fight the 8 major demons. However, this time, they had an additional member. Yes, this new addition is Liao Jie. After loading the King Kong and Bullman engines, his strength is no longer weak. Moreover, combat allows him to master himself more quickly and enhance the upper limits of the engine, making his abilities stronger and his strength increase. Even with Liao Jie's addition, the members of the XuHong Lian are still being variously bullied by the 8 major demons. They are being hunted down everywhere in the inner world. Meanwhile, Liao Jie gained a general understanding of XuHong's strength from the conversations with other members of the XuHong Lian. The reason it's said to be approximate is that the people of the XuHong Lian gave him 2 words: invincible. Although the 8 great demons are powerful, they at least have a chance to escape and can occasionally counterattack. However, facing XuHong, they are directly and unilaterally crushed. Compared to XuHong, the 8 great demons are nothing at all. On the other side, XuHong has also left the military district of Juxia City. Today a call came in, inviting him to meet. Very few people know his number, so receiving a call from someone with a name he recognizes doesn't surprise XuHong. The person who invited him is named Liang Bing, which is enough to prove that the other party's background is not simple. Chapter 223. Demon Queen Liang Bing, Seeking Flowers. XuHong naturally knows who Liang Bing is. He was still considering handing Liang Bing over to Kaisa and then trading for angel gene data. But XuHong suddenly remembered that Liang Bing is also an angel, and she might also have angel gene data in her hands. No, it should be said that she definitely has it. As one of the 3 kings, Liang Bing must also have control over angel gene data. Perhaps it can't compare to the 3rd-generation super genes in Kaisa's hands, and might still be at the 2nd or even the 1st generation of angel super genes. But for XuHong, the 1st-generation angel super gene data is already sufficient. What he wants is just the foundation for the tall building below. As for the tall building on that foundation, he can slowly build it himself. Therefore, XuHong readily agreed to Liang Bing's invitation and drove away from the military district. Shortly after leaving the military district, XuHong saw a woman on the road. He stopped the car. The woman was wearing a camel-colored trench coat over a black cheapao, with black stockings and black leather shoes. She had a strong, mature woman vibe. She had long black hair that looked very smooth and well-maintained. Her skin was very fair, with a hint of pink, resembling a newborn girl. She had a delicate and beautiful face, and the most exaggerated aspect was her stunning body proportions. In this regard, Du Qiangwei and Qilin couldn't compare to her. The woman was none other than Liang Bing. XuHong was not curious at all about Liang Bing appearing here. Liang Bing had a lot of advanced technology, and the small-scale micro-wormhole teleportation technology was a device built into her Demon Queen ship. It could teleport Liang Bing to wherever she wanted within a short distance at any time, or teleport her back directly to the Demon Queen ship from somewhere. Of course, this short distance is relative to the universe. For Earth, as long as Liang Bing is willing, she can teleport from the Demon Queen ship to any place on Earth at any time. She can also teleport back to the Demon Queen ship from any place on Earth at any time. So, XuHong was not surprised that Liang Bing would appear here. Liang Bing? XuHong's sudden stop surprised Liang Bing, especially since XuHong called her name. Logically, he should know her. But she quickly reacted. This XuHong might be even more powerful than she anticipated. Perhaps he had known about her existence from the very beginning, but just didn't have time to pay attention to her. It's me. How did you know about me? This is our first meeting, right? Perhaps it's not the first time. XuHong smiled slightly. Liang Bing was stunned for a moment, starting to ponder the meaning of XuHong's words. Get in the car first. Liang Bing came back to her senses, walked to the passenger door in her leather shoes, opened the car door, and sat down, seemingly unconcerned that XuHong might act against her. XuHong found it interesting. I said, you just got in without fear of me doing anything to you. You should have seen the battle on Pluto, right? Although XuHong was asking. The affirmation in his tone already indicated that he knew Liang Bing was aware of that matter. If you really want to act, what's the difference between being in the car or outside? Besides, how do you know you have me at a disadvantage? Liang Bing was also unyielding. She didn't have much confidence in fighting XuHong. With the weapons in her arsenal, she wasn't sure if they could break through XuHong's defenses. She really had no confidence in being able to defeat XuHong. But even if she couldn't win, as the Demon Queen, she wouldn't weaken her own momentum. Moreover, if she really couldn't win, could she not escape? XuHong smiled and did not continue the conversation. He understood what kind of woman Liang Bing was. He didn't want to hear her cursing, lest it ruin the beauty of her face. Before hearing her curse, XuHong felt that her face was still pleasing to the eye. Driving the car, XuHong navigated through the city. There are really a lot of people here. The streets are full of them. In the car, Liang Bing looked out the window and said, life is stable. Isn't it normal to have many people? XuHong replied, it's just a pity that this stability won't last much longer. Liang Bing seemed to imply something. XuHong smiled slightly. Do you think, with me around, that Carl's tasty army can move the battlefield to Earth? XuHong suddenly asked with a smile. Hearing this, Liang Bing frowned slightly. She didn't expect XuHong to know about Carl. That guy was far away in the Dark Nebula. P.S. The River Styx galaxy is named by Carl, but the place where Carl is located is called the Dark Nebula, similar to the Angel Nebula, which is Carl's true base. XuHong was on Earth, and the distance between them was unimaginable. Logically speaking, XuHong shouldn't know about that guy Carl. This XuHong was very unusual. Liang Bing felt increasingly that XuHong was dangerous. Perhaps XuHong and Carl were similar people, both powerful and cunning. She suddenly felt that personally coming to meet XuHong might not have been a good choice. But now that she was already here, she couldn't just run away, right? What would that mean for her face as the Demon Queen? How would she mix in the universe after this? Have you eaten Earth food? I've tried some. It's not that great. Liang Bing didn't understand why XuHong's topic could switch so quickly, but she still responded to him. In fact, she had never eaten anything on Earth. She had drunk some alcohol, but she had never eaten food. She was the Demon Queen, a super life form that didn't need to eat to convert energy for bodily functions. In the absence of necessity, why would she do such a meaningless thing? For her, preparing for battle against Kaisa was what she needed to do. Under such circumstances, why would she waste time eating Earth food? If she were to do that, it would have to wait until after she defeated Kaisa and removed that threat. That's a lie. How do you know I'm lying? I can see it. I have mind-reading abilities. Mind-reading abilities? Liang Bing looked at XuHong. Is that for real? This guy claims he can read minds. What a scam, Nua said. How can anyone in this world actually read minds? XuHong said he could analyze people's brain waves, and she found it easier to believe that. She has a similar technology, which could be considered an alternative mind reading. However, it doesn't work on higher beings. It still works on ordinary life forms, but it is useless against higher beings. Even low-level demons no longer emit brain waves, let alone the mid to high-level demons above them. Not to mention the top demon queen, which is her. Their brain waves simply don't leak out. So even if XuHong could analyze brain waves, it would be pointless. If she believed XuHong could read minds, then she would be a fool. Are you thinking that if you believe me, you're a fool? XuHong's voice suddenly rang out, filled with teasing. At this point, Liang Bing couldn't calm her heart anymore. Don't be deceived by her status as a demon queen and one of the 3 angel kings from long ago, having lived for over 10,000 years. Psychologically, Liang Bing was more like a rebellious girl who hadn't grown up. Chapter 224, Beauty Trap. Seeking flowers, she was really bad at controlling her facial expressions. Or maybe she never thought about controlling them. Happy was happy, angry was angry, displeased was displeased, and surprised was surprised. Therefore, XuHong immediately caught the look of surprise on her face. In this state, Liang Bing was oddly quite cute. Of course, XuHong's gaze subconsciously glanced lower. He then silently withdrew his gaze. To be honest, the capital was quite substantial. Liang Bing, surprised, didn't notice XuHong's gaze, because at this moment, she genuinely started to doubt whether XuHong could read minds. This guy was too mysterious, even more so than Carl, since meeting XuHong. Their conversations had been dominated by him. Liang Bing didn't know why. Although she was the demon queen, the initiative in the conversation should have been with her. But the initiative was currently with XuHong. In her heart, XuHong's status was no lower than Carl's. Of course, this was not a matter of fondness, but rather the strength of their abilities. XuHong and Carl were at least on the same level. If Carl told her he could read minds, Liang Bing might believe him because she understood what kind of person Carl was. He was a bit disgusting, but undeniably, Carl was very talented and powerful. As former students of the Super God Academy, Carl was definitely the most outstanding among them. Both she and Kesha were somewhat inferior to Carl. Liang Bing was sure of this, and XuHong might be even more remarkable than Carl. Perhaps he really could read minds. Just as Liang Bing was feeling suspicious, XuHong suddenly burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? His laugh immediately pulled Liang Bing back to reality. She looked at him, her face showing displeasure. You don't really think I can read minds, do you? This is just the simplest psychological speculation. How could anyone in this world actually read minds, let alone a demon queen, believe that? Liang Bing's forehead showed 2 dark lines. But Liang Bing felt more and more that XuHong could indeed read minds. But it didn't matter. Even if XuHong knew what she was thinking, so what? Kesha, that bitch, had already arrived at the Chiwu stellar system, which is the solar system. What she needed to think about next was how to deal with that bitch, Kesha. Anything else didn't matter. Even if XuHong really could read minds, it didn't matter. Facing Liang Bing's straightforwardness, XuHong didn't bother to say anything. Forget it. Let's just eat hot pot. It had been a few days since he last had it. Still the same old place, the same old spot. XuHong seemed to have a strong affection for hot pot. But what puzzled XuHong was that when he arrived at the hot pot restaurant, he found that the business was particularly good. Moreover, as soon as he arrived, quite a few people in the restaurant took out their phones to point at him. The scene made it feel as though a big star had arrived. With a change in expression, XuHong suddenly understood. He had become an internet celebrity. Because he was so handsome, videos featuring XuHong had gone viral without exception. As a result, many aspiring influencers camped out here almost every day, hoping to capture XuHong when he came. They didn't expect their luck to be this good today. XuHong actually showed up. Some even started live streaming on the spot, saying that as long as the viewers in the live stream sent gifts, they would go up and strike up a conversation with XuHong. As for XuHong's military uniform, they completely ignored it. In their eyes, XuHong was just there to eat, not to carry out a mission. Who goes on a mission with a beautiful woman by their side? For the sake of fame and money, these people were utterly unafraid. As soon as XuHong brought Liang Bing into the restaurant, a few bolder influencers ran over to him. XuHong frowned, and then turned around without hesitation to leave. He just came to eat hot pot, and wasn't in the mood to chat. As for being an influencer, he didn't care at all. He wasn't short on money. Back in the car, those small influencers still wanted to approach him, but XuHong just drove off with Liang Bing. It seems you're quite popular. I just checked, and your videos online have high view counts, Liang Bing said from the passenger seat. She was holding a phone, watching something, and she had already come across several videos of XuHong. They were all videos of him eating hot pot. Qilin, Reina, and Du Qiangwei had also been filmed in them. Clearly, they were from the last time XuHong took them out for hot pot. As the demon queen, Liang Bing naturally picked up how to use a phone quickly and was quite skilled at it. She even registered an account and posted a video online, of course including XuHong in it. XuHong didn't mind this. Instead, he found another hot pot restaurant and directly requested a private room. He didn't want a repeat of what just happened. The dishes were quickly served by the waitress. Once the broth was boiling, XuHong began to add the ingredients. It was Liang Bing's first time eating hot pot, and she found it unexpectedly good. In terms of food, Earth's culinary culture was indeed excellent. So, what did you want to discuss by asking me out this time? You say you can read minds. Why not just see for yourself? After saying that, Liang Bing focused on eating. XuHong, I can't read minds. XuHong denied it. Liang Bing raised her head and just looked at XuHong without speaking. XuHong was rendered speechless by her. Fine, I can read minds. I'm really impressed with you. If you wanted to help you deal with Kesha, that's impossible, but I can help mediate between you and Kesha so that she doesn't take action against you. Liang Bing was about to say something, but thought about it and realized she didn't have anything of value to offer XuHong to help her deal with Kesha, unless she uses her beauty as a strategy. And this thought of hers was read by XuHong's super mind-reading ability. XuHong's eyes suddenly lit up. The beauty strategy. This is something he likes. Well, he isn't someone who can be easily swayed by such tactics. As long as Liang Bing doesn't speak. Her looks and figure top-notch. A stunning beauty like her coming on to him. XuHong had no reason to refuse. The key point is that Liang Bing also possesses a lot of technology from the angels. She must also have the angel gene data. If he became her man, wouldn't her things become his? This is completely mutually beneficial. As for dealing with Kaisa, to be honest, killing Kaisa isn't difficult for XuHong. But XuHong believes that Liang Bing probably doesn't really want to kill Kaisa. She actually just wants to stay away from Kaisa. And getting Kaisa to stay away from Liang Bing is also quite simple. Words would definitely be useless. Kaisa's beliefs are deeply ingrained, making verbal persuasion ineffective. But as long as XuHong seals her powers, even if she wants to trouble Liang Bing, she won't be able to do so. Sealing Kaisa's powers is not hard for XuHong. Chapter 225. All for you. Please send flowers, of course, if you want me to help you deal with Kaisa. That's fine too. If you're willing to follow me in the future, that's also okay. XuHong spoke directly. Since Liang Bing herself plans to use beauty as a strategy, XuHong naturally doesn't mind accepting her beauty strategy. In the original story, Liang Bing once thought about recruiting warriors from the earth to help her deal with Kaisa, but it didn't succeed. In the end, with Carl's help, she first knocked Reina out using Zhao Xin, then directly controlled Reina with Carl's big clock, and finally blew Kaisa to atoms with Reina. It would take hundreds of millions of years for Kaisa to resurrect. But Liang Bing dislikes Carl very much and doesn't want to cooperate with him at all. However, Kaisa pressured her too hard, forcing her to cooperate with Carl. Simply put, Liang Bing is currently at a dead end. The demon army in her hands can't contend with Kaisa at all. In fact, Liang Bing is not inferior to Kaisa. But Kaisa is not alone. Behind her is the heavenly-based Wang He, while Liang Bing only has herself. Her demon arsenal is also inferior to Kaisa's. When she just left Angel Star and gave up the identity of the Apocalypse King, the gap between Liang Bing and Kaisa was actually not that large. But over tens of thousands of years of war, Liang Bing's demon arsenal gradually fell behind Kaisa's god-killing arsenal. The demon genes were gradually surpassed by the newly innovated angel genes, making her strength increasingly inferior to Kaisa, until now she has completely fallen behind. She is no longer a match for Kaisa. In fact, as sisters, the two of them fundamentally do not have much hatred. Blank. More novel resources are welcome to join the group. This group shares resources from Feilu, Suwomo, Pineapple Bun, and other online novels. Welcome to join the group. Novel Discussion Group. 102-211-5028. Dimension Discussion Group. 287716-717. Internal Novel Group. 2205-23149. Resources are sourced from the internet for learning and communication purposes only. The copyright of the novel resources belongs to the original author. The text is for personal study and trial reading only. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. If you like this resource, please purchase the original. Thank you for your cooperation. If this resource inadvertently infringes on your rights, please notify us in time for deletion. Click the link to join the group chat, Novel Discussion Group, https, JQ. Qualquer. Com. WV1027K D4 KZ9Ax. Blank. 6989. Foot 25-8. 50. The reason the two ended up on opposing sides is that Liang Bing believes that the angel civilization is not the most powerful civilization in the universe, and that the angel civilization should not impose any just sanctions. Doing so would only expose the existence of the angel civilization, putting it under even more terrifying voids. In Liang Bing's view, The angel civilization has only existed for 100,000 years, while the universe has existed for billions of years. But apart from the angel civilization, there is no other civilization in the universe that has surpassed 100,000 years. Liang Bing believes there's a reason for this. She thinks there should be more powerful civilizations in the universe that prey on strong civilizations, like the angel civilization. Therefore, in the known universe, aside from the angel civilization, there are no other powerful civilizations that exceed 100,000 years. Kaisa, on the other hand, believe that what Liang Bing thinks is just self-scaring. There is no so-called higher civilization in the universe. The angel civilization is the most powerful civilization. The so-called ultimate fear of the void does not exist. It is merely a lie from that guy Carl, aimed at scaring people. The two sisters had a huge argument over this and ended up parting on bad terms. Liang Bing felt that she couldn't persuade Kaisa, so she left Angel Star, abandoning the identity of the Apocalypse King. In Kaisa's view, Liang Bing was betraying her. Moreover, Liang Bing spread the fallen demon ideology everywhere, where the strong invade the weak, which is in direct opposition to Kaisa's just order of the strong protecting the order and maintaining it. The two sisters ultimately confronted each other. This fight lasted for tens of thousands of years. The conflict between them has reached an irreconcilable stage. Liang Bing also has her own beliefs. It is definitely impossible to make her soften to Kaisa. She would rather die now than soften to Kaisa. So she thought of finding XuHong as a helper. Whether facing Kaisa or the ultimate fear that might confront her in the future, Liang Bing feels she needs a powerful teammate. She looks down on Carl. That guy is too disgusting. But she is very satisfied with XuHong. XuHong looks aside. He is more perfect than those male angels. His strength is also very strong, perhaps not inferior to that guy Carl. Most importantly, he isn't stupid. Liang Bing knows about XuHong's research on supergenes, including his development of the Void Engine. After all, the information from Earth is like a delicious cake exposed in the air for her. As long as she wants, she can take a bite anytime, even finish it. Such a teammate is definitely what she dreams of the most. Therefore, she came up with a beauty strategy. Not everyone is qualified to be subjected to her beauty strategy. XuHong is the only one she has encountered so far who is qualified for her beauty strategy and the only male who does not make her feel disgusted. Good. As long as you can help me defeat Kaisa, I will be yours from now on, including everything about me, Liang Bing added. Offering everything about herself seems irrational, but in reality, this is Liang Bing's goal. Her demon army can deal with ordinary low-level civilizations, but it is completely ineffective against high-level civilizations. It's like facing an archangel. The demons in her hands, apart from a few high-ranking ones that possess the combat power of high-tier angels, can only be utterly defeated by high-tier angels. The others simply cannot compete. Not to mention facing higher civilizations that are even more terrifying than angelic civilization, like ultimate fear and the void. In this situation, what she needs is someone similar to her and Kaisa, a super powerhouse that ranks among the best in the universe. However, such superpowers are rare, and those she can recruit are even fewer. Compared to XuHong, her demon army is of no value. So even if she were to give her entire demon army to XuHong, she wouldn't care. Then it's settled. After dinner, take me to see your demon queen ship. By the way, you should have the angel's genetic data, right? Yes. Liang Bing nodded. Although she didn't understand why XuHong was asking her this, she still nodded affirmatively. As one of the former three kings of angels and Kaisa's younger sister, Liang Bing naturally had the angel's genetic data. Very good. Give it to me later. I need to study it. Also, remember to give me your entire demon gene database. Liang Bing. Okay, I'll give it all to you. Liang Bing nodded. Although she found a bit absurd that XuHong was asking her for things before even starting work, she would not go back on her decision. Moreover, judging by XuHong's demeanor, it seemed like it was too late for her to change her mind now. Outside Earth, a huge golden interstellar spaceship, resembling an inverted dart, was floating in the vacuum of space. This was an exceptionally large ship, at least over a kilometer long. The overall color was predominantly gold, with silver as a secondary color, and it looked like a shield from the front. Gorgeous and luxurious. The back of the ship featured a massive independent small island. The Tianra No. 7, the vehicle of the queen of the angelic civilization, the Holy Kaisa, was a gigantic and powerful interstellar ship. It possessed ultra-long distance, spatial teleportation capabilities, essentially functioning as a mobile teleportation device. Chapter 226, Kaisa, Seeking Flowers. The ship stopped some distance from Earth and did not directly enter it. Inside the ship, Yin, who had been waiting for Kaisa for a long time, met her immediately. He recounted everything he had seen and heard on Earth to Kaisa. including XuHong's request to meet her. Naturally, he also shared his own evaluations and opinions about XuHong. Overall, he was a very mysterious person. Although he was in a civilization on Earth that was not particularly advanced, he seemed quite extraordinary. He had seen many powerful individuals who disregarded the angelic civilization due to ignorance. But XuHong was the only one he had encountered who understood the angelic civilization yet did not take it seriously. He was curious about where XuHong's confidence came from. He also had a general understanding of XuHong's purpose in seeking an audience with Queen Kaisa. He wondered how XuHong would persuade Queen Kaisa to give him the angel's genetic data if she really agreed to meet him. XuHong, just a moment. Kaisa closed her eyes. She was using her knowledge repository to search for all information about XuHong on Earth. The knowledge repository was a celestial computer developed with the help of the heavenly base king He-She. This celestial computer recorded all of the angelic civilization's cutting-edge science and technology, as well as relevant data from various known cosmic civilizations, making it an extremely vast database. It could easily and accurately calculate and simulate the development process of a civilization in a star system, similar to the Milky Way, with stellar-level energy support, leaving no detail overlooked. It was a form of alternative omniscience. Yan's secondary biological engine was no comparison. For Kaisa, searching for information about XuHong only took a second. When she opened her eyes again, a look of surprise appeared on her face. The knowledge repository was a super celestial computer second only to the Great Clock, with very powerful functionality. Thus, she obtained all the information she needed. It is no exaggeration to say that although only a second had passed, she already knew everything XuHong had experienced since arriving in the super god world through the dimensional gate. This computational power was no longer as simple as that of an ordinary computer. Like the knowledge repository and the Great Clock, the massive data allowed them to illuminate reality. Even information that had not been recorded could be inferred. This was the perverse advantage of celestial supercomputers. Therefore, Kaisa learned something that Yin did not know. XuHong single-handedly exterminated a vanguard force of the gluttonous civilization. Compared to the angelic civilization, the gluttonous civilization was very weak. If Kaisa wished, she could easily wipe it out. However, that did not mean defeating them was simple for XuHong. Although he had a normal body size, he could instantly transform into a towering body tens of thousands of meters high, a capability Kaisa had never seen in her thousands of years of battling across the universe. In the universe, there were indeed large biological civilizations. She had seen life forms over 100,000 meters in size, but those beings were merely large and easy to deal with, unlike XuHong. XuHong's ability to disregard the attacks from the gluttonous fleet was telling. In that form, his defense was incredibly terrifying. Moreover, XuHong's speed also alarmed her. Angels were not slow flyers. Traversing the void was not difficult for them. However, their flying speed was still limited, with a significant gap to the speed of light. Even if their bodies were powerful enough, they could not move at light speed because their bodies could not withstand such speeds. But XuHong's speed had surpassed the speed of light. Such speed was very frightening, and the terrifying heat rays that could be unleashed from his eyes were also noteworthy. Her holy body was very powerful, but Kaisa believed that if she were to take XuHong's heat rays head-on, he could easily destroy her holy body. Of course, this merely surprised her. It did not instill fear. After upgrading her body to the fourth-generation divine body, or the holy body, she had already reached an atomic-level conceptual being. Every atom in her cells stored vast amounts of energy in all her data. In other words, even if her body were destroyed, as long as one atom remained, she could directly resurrect herself. Of course, there were significant drawbacks. She needed enough energy to resurrect. Due to the overwhelming amount of energy within her, planetary-level energy was no longer sufficient to support her resurrection. However, it was also not so easy to reduce her body to an atomic state. XuHong's heat rays could at most breach her defenses, but they did not possess the ability to kill her. Moreover, she was not foolish. Although XuHong's heat ray attacks were not slow, she would not just stand there and let him shoot her with heat rays. Moreover, her arsenal of god-slaying weapons is filled with various types of weapons, both offensive and defensive. She was merely surprised that someone like XuHong exists on Earth. Yin naturally noticed the surprise on Kesha's face immediately. Not just her, but all the other angels who weren't blind also noticed the surprise on their queen Kesha's face. When Kesha showed this expression, the other angels were also taken aback, including Yin. However, it wasn't a surprise about someone else. It was because they hadn't seen Kesha display surprise in many, many years. It should be known that Queen Kesha, as the top-tier powerhouse in known civilizations, could even be considered the strongest existence in the universe. Very few things could evoke emotional fluctuations from her. Kesha rarely showed excessive emotions on her face. Unless they won a war, Kesha would show a smile when she encouraged and rewarded them. At other times, Kesha mostly maintained a cold expression, exuding both majesty and dignity. It had been a long time since they had seen surprise on Kesha's face. "Queen Kesha, is it? Yin, prepare for war. It is coming." Kesha interrupted Yan's question. She had already seen the moment when Liang Bing and XuHong met, and she knew they had completed their transaction. In other words, regardless of her purpose for coming to Earth, they were already late. XuHong had already positioned himself against them. To be honest, she did not wish to see a strong ally appear on Liang Bing's side. But now it had appeared, and that powerful ally was XuHong. Of course, to say that Kesha was afraid would be an exaggeration. She was merely worried about the upcoming war, as it could lead to the deaths of many angels. Even with their biological technology, the fallen angels could be revived. However, their level of life did not reach her standard. Once revived, they would be entirely new beings. They would have no memories of their previous experiences. In other words, this could not be considered true resurrection in the real sense. Chapter 227. Obedient Liang Bing, Seeking Flowers. On Earth, XuHong felt something. He looked up at the sky. With his supervision activated, a massive golden spaceship appeared in his view. The spaceship looked like an inverted dart. It was large, magnificent, and beautiful. But XuHong recognized it at a glance. It was Kesha's vehicle, the Tianra No. 7. In the original story, after Kesha's death, this spaceship became the vehicle of the new Queen Yin, who later generously gifted it to GainsSuperman. GainsSuperman also used the power of the Divine River to influence reality for the first time aboard Tianra No. 7, defeating the gluttonous King XuHong. That was also the most impressive moment for the protagonist GainsSuperman in the story. So XuHong immediately recognized Tianra No. 7, knowing that Queen Kesha had arrived. No wonder he had just felt someone was watching him. It must have been Kesha searching for information about him with her celestial computing knowledge repository, and he sensed it. Although he hadn't reached the level where he could sense someone's presence just by mentioning his name, he was not completely oblivious to Kesha gathering information about him. His divine consciousness had long been vast enough to instantly envelop the entire Earth, with even some to spare. With such a vast divine consciousness, even if he had been keeping it contained and not projecting it outward, it was sufficient to affect the real world. How could he not sense anything when Kesha was gathering information about him? What is wrong? Liang Bing looked at XuHong, who suddenly raised his head to look at the ceiling, puzzled. To her, XuHong just seemed to be looking at the ceiling. But what was there on the ceiling besides a beautiful chandelier? Liang Bing did not have XuHong's abilities. Without any news from her underlings, she was unaware that Kesha had already arrived outside Earth. Of course, she knew Kesha had come to Earth only in the past couple of days. As for the exact time, she couldn't confirm it. After all, she couldn't locate Kesha's position. If she could really do that, Kesha would never find her. "Your sister is here." Liang Bing's face immediately darkened. "She is not my sister." XuHong chuckled, and didn't he reply, "Have you finished eating? If you're done, take me to your Demon Queen's ship." "How can you say that? Haven't you been eating this whole time?" XuHong. Indeed, a quiet Liang Bing was the best Liang Bing. "I'll go settle the bill first." After saying that, XuHong went to pay, as he had no habit of eating for free. After settling the bill, the two left the hot pot restaurant and drove directly toward the military district. Halfway to an unpopulated area, XuHong stopped the car. Liang Bing understood his intention. Without waiting for XuHong to speak, she contacted the Demon Queen's ship using her engine system. She instructed her underlings to open a micro wormhole to bring her and XuHong back to the Demon Queen's ship. The demons, although confused as to why Liang Bing would bring a human, regarded her words as absolute authority. Much like Kesha, both were absolute authorities in their respective factions. Their subordinates were very loyal and obedient, especially Liang Bing's top sycophant, Otto. However, that guy was still in gene status due to the lack of a suitable host. Liang Bing had not yet revived him. It could be said that Liang Bing currently had no usable high-level demons at her disposal. This might be one of the reasons she sought out XuHong. As soon as Liang Bing's order was given, XuHong sensed an energy acting on him, attempting to forcibly take him to another place. This energy was not strong. As long as XuHong wanted, he could easily break free. However, he did not resist and allowed the energy to guide him into another space. This was the micro-wormhole technology belonging to the Demon Queen's ship. With this technology, the assassination attempts by Liang Bing's demon army were essentially unavoidable. XuHong also understood space well, as he possessed several spatial abilities. The most representative ones were the universe in the sleeve and Buddha kingdom in the palm. In addition, he had traded for numerous spatial abilities from the Jade Emperor and the Tathagata. As the scene before him changed, XuHong found himself in a high-tech styled hall. Liang Bing was also by his side. However, at that moment, she had restored her deep V leather outfit and heavy makeup image. XuHong frowned immediately. To be honest, Liang Bing's heavy makeup was really unappealing. Or rather, heavy makeup did not suit her at all. Although she wasn't ugly, it completely lost the charm and allure she had with light makeup. Quickly change back to how you looked before. You look terrible now. XuHong's voice rang out, leaving Liang Bing momentarily stunned. You think I look ugly? XuHong nodded and said affirmatively. The surrounding demons were stunned. It was the first time they had seen someone dare to speak to Liang Bing like this. Although Liang Bing looked harmless, the lives in her hands were certainly not few. The civilizations she had destroyed were definitely numerous. The Demon Queen, what a grand title. Anyone who heard it would probably feel frightened. Yet XuHong directly called her ugly. What surprised them even more was that Liang Bing, although dissatisfied on her face, was soon enveloped in a flash of light and directly restored to the image XuHong had seen before. How about this? XuHong finally revealed a satisfied smile. This is good. Beautiful. I like you like this. Don't wear heavy makeup in the future. That kind of look doesn't suit you. Oh, as you say. Liang Bing nodded. Her obedient demeanor in front of XuHong left the demons dumbfounded. Was this still their demon queen? Why did she seem like a different person after going out once? In fact, Liang Bing herself didn't understand why she was so inclined to listen to XuHong. As soon as XuHong spoke, she subconsciously wanted to obey. It felt very strange. Not to mention her. Even XuHong was quite surprised. He could confidently say that he hadn't used any spells to influence Liang Bing's thoughts or subtly control her, because XuHong wouldn't deliberately control his woman. Although Liang Bing was currently only verbally his woman, she was still considered his woman, so he couldn't possibly control her. Liang Bing being so obedient surprised XuHong as well. What XuHong didn't know was that he possessed a kind of affinity that ordinary people found difficult to sense. As long as one sincerely recognized XuHong, his affinity would reach its peak, and they would follow his words. Liang Bing had actually already recognized XuHong from the bottom of her heart. After all, XuHong was a strong person just like her. Besides, XuHong's appearance and personality didn't disgust her. Moreover, as a dignified demon queen, how could she go back on her word? Although she claimed to be a demon, her version of a demon was more like a wise life form, a race rather than a purely evil entity. Chapter 228, Angel, Demon Super Gene, Request for Flowers. Take me to laboratory. I need a lot of data for reference. Liang Bing nodded. Then she pointed at XuHong and said to the group of demons, remember, he will be the Demon King from now on, my man. When you see him in the future, treat him as you would treat me. Understood? XuHong, the Demon King? What part of him looks evil? But XuHong didn't deny it. He simply nodded in greeting to those demons. The group of demons was startled, but they strictly obeyed Liang Bing's orders. Liang Bing said XuHong was the Demon King, so he was the Demon King. Therefore, the group of demons respectfully knelt down before XuHong. Get up. I don't like others kneeling to me. It makes me feel like a dead person. The group of demons instinctively looked at Liang Bing. Why are you all looking at me? Whatever my man says goes, Liang Bing said irritably. The group of demons quickly nodded in agreement. Then, XuHong followed Liang Bing to her laboratory. The Demon Queen's ship was not inferior to Kaisha's Heavenly Blade No. 7. You don't need to kneel when you see me in the future, XuHong spoke. The internal space of the entire spaceship was vast. Liang Bing's laboratory was located in the center of the ship and was very spacious. It was also where the Demon Queen's supercomputer was located. Liang Bing didn't have a celestial computer like Kaisha's knowledge repository. She only had a supercomputer. Liang Bing's battles against angels relied more on tactics, using the teleportation devices on the ship for assassination. In terms of computation, Liang Bing couldn't compare to Kaisha. After all, Kaisha was not a single person. She had the great scientist He helping her, while Liang Bing only had herself. Although Carl had offered to help her develop a ladder computer, Liang Bing had refused. She didn't want to see that disgusting guy Carl. So Liang Bing didn't have a celestial computer, but she did have a supercomputer. Although it was much inferior in computation to the ladder computer, it was sufficient for Liang Bing's needs. XuHong quickly obtained the angel gene data he wanted. In addition, he also got the demon gene technology, the highest crystallization of the Super God Academy. XuHong wasn't very interested in demon genes, but as a mature technology, it must have its merits. Even if XuHong couldn't use it, he could still study it. Besides, there was Liang Bing's god-slaying level weaponry. There were many high-level weapons of various kinds. What interested XuHong the most was naturally the demon claws that could compete with the sacred wings of the divine Kaisha. This was a void-level weapon, one rank higher than the god-slaying level. Liang Bing did not master the void engine technology. The demon army under her command had never relied on individual strength. She preferred to use tactics in battle. After all, her demon army had fallen behind after tens of thousands of years of war against the angels. Even if she didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. Her individual power was ultimately not comparable to the combined strength of Kaisha and He. Therefore, her battles were more tactical. Where her weapons and equipment were inferior, she would rely on tactics to fight against Kaisha. XuHong also directly studied the Angel S super genes aboard the Demon Queen S ship. Although it was only the first generation of super genes, it was sufficient. XuHong was no longer as ignorant of super genes as before. He now understood them very well. Coupled with the thinking ability of his super brain, he fully comprehended the super genes of female angels in just half an hour. If he wanted, he could now allow someone to possess the super genes of female angels and become a female angel. After understanding the Angel S genes, XuHong began to study the genes of demons. Liang Bing only had the first generation angel gene data, but she had 3 generations of demon data. The first generation of demons was ordinary demons, the second generation was intermediate demons, and the third generation of demon technology was developed by Liang Bing 3,000 years ago. She had been trying to research a 4th generation of demons. But 3,000 years had passed, and she still hadn't succeeded. After studying the genes of demons, XuHong discovered something very interesting. The genes of demons were more like the evolution of cells, while the genes of angels were more like the optimization of cells. The difference between evolution and optimization is that one is unregulated, while the other is directional. The second generation of demons was classified as regional demons. Unregulated means that during evolution, they become stronger in any way without any direction. Optimization, on the other hand, refers to a directed improvement with no negatives at all. The distinction is that one can change appearance while the other cannot. After a person transforms into a demon, they tend to take on a more hideous and terrifying appearance. Conversely, upon becoming an angel and gaining power, they also become more perfect. However, this perfection of angels comes with a drawback. In terms of power, high-level angels are somewhat inferior to high-level demons. In the original work, Otto once completely overwhelmed Yen. It is important to note that Yen is the left-wing guard of Kaisa and holds the title of the Thunder God of War, indicating that her strength is not weak. Yet, even she was defeated by Otto, although this was partly due to Kaisa being temporarily weakened after being manipulated by Liang Bing to kill Reina. At that time, Otto was not only facing Yen, but also Gu Xiaoluan. No matter how useless Gu Xiaoluan may be, he still assisted Yen to some extent. This shows that Yan's power is actually not on par with Otto's. Thus, it can be concluded that high-level angels cannot match high-level demons. In one-on-one situations, high-level demons are stronger than high-level angels. However, there are not many high-level demons in Liang Bing's possession, while Kaisa has many high-level angels. 2 high-level angels can easily take down 1 high-level demon. Moreover, not all evolutions of high-level demons are beneficial. When their body genes cannot withstand strain, they can collapse entirely. Therefore, Liang Bing does not have many high-level demons, and most of them have perished in the tens of thousands of years of war. In general, both demon genes and angel genes have their own advantages. After studying demon genes, XuHong has developed new ideas about super genes. By combining angel gene data, XuHong is now able to create even more powerful super warriors. Of course, in addition to these, XuHong has also researched the god-slaying weaponry in Liang Bing's arsenal. XuHong is also an expert in weapon manufacturing. After all, he is not only a master of artifact forging and talismans, but also a master of magic. With the combination of these 3 skills, the items XuHong can create are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. However, the super god universe is somewhat different. It is impossible for XuHong to fully unleash the power of these 3 aspects. But with XuHong's intellect, making some changes in this area is not difficult. Chapter 229. The Impatient to KO, Seeking Flowers. The weapons of Xiong Lian are all made of dark alloy. The so-called dark alloy is actually made by adding a bit of dark iron to the material. Dark iron is currently the best-known metal material in the universe, and is also the most expensive. It is extremely precious for some ordinary civilizations. They haven't even heard of dark iron, let alone acquired it. Kaisa's holy wings and Liang Bing's demon claws are primarily made of dark iron. However, they are not entirely made of dark iron. Aside from its rarity, there isn't much even in their possession, and the main reason is the unique properties of dark iron, which prevent even beings like Kaisa and Liang Bing from fully wielding weapons made entirely of dark iron. The dark alloy armor worn by XuHong and his companions is also made from dark iron brought by DKO from the Denua galaxy. However, the amount of dark iron added is minimal. In their armor, the dark iron content is less than 1%. Yet even so, the defensive capability of the dark alloy armor is already very strong. Ordinary artillery attacks cannot even break through its defenses. Non-flame level weapons cannot penetrate it. Even god-slaying weapons may not be able to break through. Although the level of god-slaying weapons is classified as flame level, that is because they can directly damage the super genes of super warriors, causing harm or even death. Therefore, the level of god-slaying weapons is above flame level weapons. However, some god-slaying weapons are not sharper or more destructive than flame level weapons. Most god-slaying weapons do not match the sharpness and destructive power of flame level weapons. Only a very few god-slaying weapons are exceptional. The greatest effect of god-slaying weapons is still to destroy the super genes of super warriors. This is why they are called god-slaying weapons. In terms of destructive power, most god-slaying weapons are inferior to flame-level weapons. But god-slaying weapons are the real weapons that can slay gods. The greatest strength of flame-level weapons lies in their destructive power. The angel swords used by Yen and her companions are all classified as flame-level weapons. The swords are very sharp and can conduct large-scale bombings. However, they do not possess one-hit kill capability. In the original work, DKO also died irreversibly after being hit by a god-slaying bullet, which destroyed the super genes in his body. In Liang Bing's weaponry, there are still a dozen pieces of dark iron. Each piece is about the size of a baby's fist, which may not seem like much. However, in reality, it is already a lot. XuHong naturally accepted these pieces of dark iron with a smile. His steel body does not require any armor for protection. However, the problem is that he is cool. When he was a child, he loved watching armored warriors, and his favorite was the Emperor Warrior in that series. As a child, he dreamed of becoming the Emperor Warrior with a full set of golden armor, looking exceptionally cool. Although he cannot become the Emperor Warrior, XuHong can design a stylish and practical set of armor for himself. Unfortunately, he has never found particularly suitable materials. During his time in the journey to the West World, he traded for a lot of materials from the Jade Emperor and Buddha, but the hardness did not satisfy XuHong. Dark iron, however, does not meet XuHong's requirements for metal hardness. Dark iron has an extremely low density. Although it is only the size of a baby's fist, it actually weighs dozens of tons. This extremely low density also contributes to its exceptionally high hardness. Additionally, dark iron can accelerate the absorption of dark energy. Although the increase is not significant, even a little bit is still beneficial. Over time, this adds up. Furthermore, it has self-repair capabilities. Both Kaisa's Heavenly Blade No. 7 and Liang Bing's Demon Queen have incorporated a lot of dark iron during their construction, giving both ships self-repair abilities. In addition, XuHong also plans to upgrade the dark alloy armor of the Xiong Bing Lian members. It can be said that the arrival of this batch of dark iron is very timely. After obtaining the dark iron, XuHong directly left the Demon Queen and returned to the military district in Juxia City. Liang Bing followed XuHong and left the Demon Queen, heading to the Juxia City military district. This was proposed by XuHong. Besides her strong abilities, what XuHong values most about Liang Bing is her intelligent mind. Although the demon gene technology originates from the Super God Academy, it is evident that Liang Bing is actually a very clever woman, at least in terms of research and development. As for other aspects, XuHong does not comment. Of course, XuHong did not forget to ask Liang Bing to change her appearance a bit. After all, this is a military district. Even if he does not mind her outfit, it may not be good for the influence. XuHong straightforwardly had her with a uniform of a female naval soldier. It must be said that it suited her very well. XuHong did not conceal this matter. After returning to the military district of Juxia City with Liang Bing, XuHong immediately informed DKO that the Demon Queen Morgana was now with him and was his woman. When DKO first heard the news that XuHong had tamed the Demon Queen Morgana, he was stunned. The civilization of the Dinner Galaxy is not older than that of the Angel civilization. When he became the Marshal of the Nockstar and led the Dinner army to battle across the universe, the war between angels and demons had already been ongoing for thousands of years. DKO had naturally heard of the name of the Demon Queen Morgana. In fact, he knew her quite well. He was very clear that both the Angel civilization and the Demon civilization were two powerful civilizations, not weaker than the Denner civilization, and might even be stronger. Unexpectedly, after 10,000 years, the Demon Queen was suddenly subdued by someone. If it weren't for XuHong telling him this news, and if he didn't know what kind of person XuHong was, he wouldn't believe anyone else who came to tell him. If he were to say he was happy, that would definitely be true. The inclusion of the demon civilization would surely accelerate the technological advancement of Earth. However, at the same time, they would also face a civilization. If demons became their allies, then angels would naturally stand on the opposite side. The war between angels and demons had always been happening in the universe, without interruption. XuHong could say with certainty that as long as Morgana was on Earth, the angel queen Kesha would definitely come to Earth to confront her. The war between two top civilizations might not be something Earth could withstand. The gastronomy civilization is at most a secondary civilization, just one level above Earth civilization. They still had a chance against the gastronomy civilization. But both the demon civilization and the angel civilization belonged to the third level. Once they waged war on Earth, it wouldn't just be a crisis for Earth, but a crisis for the entire solar system. At that time, no matter which side Earth chose, it wouldn't be a good option for them. This is also why when they met Yin before, XuHong and his team chose not to take a side. But now that Liang Bing was with XuHong and XuHong was on their side, it meant that Earth had sided with the demons. Therefore, after learning this news, XuHong rushed to find XuHong. By the time XuHong arrived at XuHong's laboratory, XuHong had already completed 2 sets of battle armor. From design to forging to assembly, XuHong took no more than half an hour. After all, he had dozens of design drafts in his mind, and the knowledge required for forging and assembly was not a problem for him. As for why there were 2 sets, one was for XuHong himself, and the other was designed and forged for Liang Bing. Liang Bing was currently at the 3rd generation of Divine Body, and the 4th generation technology had not yet been developed by her, because she had not obtained the key technology of the Dark Void engine from Carl, nor had she acquired the permission to use the big clock to develop her 4th generation Divine Body. So, Liang Bing was still at the 3rd generation Divine Body. And while her data was not lacking in any aspect, she was not as monstrous as Kesha's sacred body. There was still some distance from immortality. Moreover, XuHong's dark iron material was obtained from others. Now that Liang Bing was his woman, it was only reasonable for him to forge a set of battle armor for her. At first, Liang Bing refused. She didn't actually like battle armor. Ever since she fell out with Kesha and left the Angel Nebula, she hadn't donned armor again. Most of the time, she wore leather clothes. Besides her preference for the dark style, the main reason was that she didn't want to fight against angels. Yes, Liang Bing never had the idea of going to war with the angels. It was always Kesha who actively sought her out to start a war. Liang Bing's betrayal was always directed at Kesha, not the angel civilization. She still recognized her identity as the Harbinger King while she was an angel. She had never forgotten that she was once a member of the angels. The conflict between her and Kesha was due to their differing ideologies, not because she resented the angel civilization. In fact, her affection for the angel civilization was no less than Kesha's. Liang Bing didn't like war, but often had to engage in it, which is why she disliked wearing battle armor. However, after XuHong designed a set of armor specifically for her, she couldn't refuse anymore, because the armor designed by XuHong was completely different from her impression of battle armor. In her impression, the main purpose of battle armor was defense, and secondly, decoration to make oneself look more imposing. But XuHong's design was entirely different. First of all, it was beautiful. Yes, the battle armor designed by XuHong was very attractive, even for Liang Bing, who didn't like wearing battle armor. She felt an urge to try it on after seeing it. Secondly, it was comfortable. After putting on the armor, she felt no discomfort at all. Although it was made of metal, it didn't feel cold and hard. It felt just like wearing leather. Finally, there was functionality. XuHong would naturally not forget to inscribe formations on the armor. In addition, he also inscribed magical runes. This made the armor not only defensive, but also offensive, with a significant enhancement. Furthermore, it could automatically heal injuries and repair itself after damage, making it hard to completely destroy. Besides that, there were many small functions. There were over 100 auxiliary functions alone. It was simply a treasure chest of functions. The hardness of the armor was also extremely high. XuHong used not only dark iron, but also spirit ore, which was a good material used by the likes of the Buddha and the Jade Emperor to refine spiritual weapons. It inherently possessed spirituality, and after XuHong enhanced it with runes, it had some miraculous effects of turning decay into wonder. In short, it was both stylish and practical. XuHong was also very satisfied with his own battle armor. After completing the design, He directly put the armor on. When DeKo arrived, XuHong was admiring himself in the mirror, posing in various ways, leaving DeKo stunned. "Old dude, you're here." Upon seeing DeKo arrive, XuHong stopped his self-admiration. In the absence of outsiders, he called DeKo Old Dude, as DeKo had requested, saying it felt friendlier that way. "I had to come." DeKo shook his head. He glanced at Liang Bing. Liang Bing also glanced at DeKo, and then indifferent, shifted her gaze away. XuHong naturally understood the purpose of DeKo's visit. It was nothing more than the so-called team alignment issue. For Earth, the best way to align was to not take a side. Now that Liang Bing was with him, and he was on Earth's side, it equated to Earth siding with the demons, standing against the angels. This was not a trivial matter. DeKo's coming over is quite normal. To be honest, XuHong is somewhat at fault here. But XuHong has his own considerations. Before agreeing to Liang Bing's beauty scheme, XuHong had already thought about this aspect. However, in XuHong's view, agreeing to Liang Bing is a good thing for Earth. Relying on parents is not as good as relying on oneself. Firstly, he has already started the Super Soldier program. Although the super soldiers in his program cannot compare in physical quality to demons and angels, XuHong is very confident in himself, especially after studying the genes of angels and demons. He has a considerable plan. In terms of super soldier modification, he already has new ideas and can definitely create stronger super soldiers. Additionally, XuHong's void engine technology can also bring a batch of super warriors to Earth. Earth is not lacking in soldiers. In other words, even if Earth faces demons and angels, it can still fight back. What they lack is the asymmetry in weapons. However, now that demons belong to their side, Earth is no longer too far behind angels in terms of weaponry. After all, Liang Bing's god-slaying weapon arsenal is not much inferior to Kaisha's. Moreover, Earth also has his super combat power. XuHong is not too concerned about Kaisha. Kaisha's divine body is very powerful, and others may not be able to kill her, but that doesn't mean XuHong can't. Not to mention XuHong's world-destroying flame from his third signing. Just XuHong's powerful soul power can directly extinguish Kaisha's soul, and Kaisha has no power to resist. Even though her physical body is strong, Kaisha's soul is still not strong enough, at least not compared to XuHong. Killing Kaisha is not difficult for XuHong. He just doesn't like to kill indiscriminately. When it comes to a real fight, he is not afraid of Kaisha at all. Therefore, even though DeKo hurriedly came over, there was still no sign of panic on XuHong's face. "Old dude, I know what you're worried about, but in fact, you don't need to worry about these things. I have it under control." DeKo's expression showed hesitation. He didn't know what confidence XuHong had, but such major issues couldn't be clarified with just a few of XuHong's words. Seeing DeKo's expression, XuHong understood that simple reassurances wouldn't put him at ease. Chapter 231. Why should I listen to you? Seeking flowers. So, XuHong came up with an idea. That is to negotiate with Kaisha in advance. XuHong also doesn't like war. After all, he dislikes killing. He has the ability to take down Kaisha, but he has no intention of doing so. He has no enmity with her, so why would he want to kill Kaisha? Kaisha's righteous order is indeed worthy of the term justice, as she truly fights for the weak civilizations in the universe that are being invaded. Although Liang Bing curses Kaisha, she actually doesn't want to kill Kaisha unless necessary. It's not because of lingering sisterly feelings. After all, they have fought for tens of thousands of years, and saying that neither side has fought fiercely is false. Under such circumstances, how long can those sisterly feelings last? Moreover, they have only been sisters for a few hundred years. The depth of their feelings is not as deep as imagined. The reason she doesn't want to kill Kaisha ultimately comes down to her not forgetting her former identity as an angel. From the beginning, Liang Bing's request from XuHong was only for him to help deal with Kaisha, not to kill her, regardless of whether XuHong has that ability. At least until she was not pushed to a dead end by Kaisha, she never thought of killing Kaisha. Therefore, XuHong had already decided on this negotiation from the start. He originally planned to wait for Kaisha to come to him. After all, she was already outside Earth. Entering Earth was just a matter of time. Unexpectedly, before Kaisha arrived, DeKo came first. XuHong knew that if he didn't bring DeKo to negotiate with Kaisha, he wouldn't be able to settle down. So this negotiation had to be moved up. Since you were so worried, let's go meet her first. As soon as XuHong finished speaking, DeKo noticed the surroundings changing, and they had already arrived in the vacuum of space outside Earth. Having experienced it once, DeKo was not too surprised this time. However, Liang Bing, experiencing XuHong's instantaneous travel technique for the first time, was also quite astonished. Her Demon Queen ship could also teleport over short distances, but it couldn't teleport directly to another place like XuHong did. After all, She had to go through the Demon Queen ship as a transit point to reach her destination. Moreover, she didn't even realize when XuHong made his move. But that's normal. XuHong used divine powers, consuming magical energy and pure yang power, rather than dark energy. So it was understandable that Liang Bing couldn't sense the energy fluctuations. In front of the three, a huge interstellar spaceship was hovering. It was Kaisha's Heavenly Blade No. 7. As soon as the three arrived, a pair of angelic guards flew out from Heavenly Blade No. 7 and surrounded the three of them. These angels wore red long dresses, donned silver armor, and wielded flame-level angel swords, their gazes firmly locked on XuHong and the others. The leader was none other than Yin. Beside her was a short-haired female angel, and XuHong recognized her at a glance as Zhao Xian's future guardian angel. I am here to see your queen. I have matters to discuss with her. Looking at Yin flying over, XuHong directly spoke up. You brought Morgana, wearing battle armor? Are you here to negotiate? Yin fixed her gaze on XuHong and said coldly. After that, her gaze shifted to Liang Bing beside XuHong. As Kaisha's left-wing angel, she naturally couldn't fail to recognize Liang Bing, even though Liang Bing's current appearance was completely different from her usual one. Both XuHong and Liang Bing were in battle armor, and those who didn't know would really think they were there to fight. It wasn't that XuHong did this on purpose. It was just that the battle armor looked so cool that one didn't want to take it off. I generally don't waste words before I make a move, XuHong said. He didn't care about Yan's tone and attitude, but Liang Bing was different. Her temper couldn't tolerate Yan. Moreover, many of her demons had died at Yan's hands. What's wrong? The little girl beside Kaisha. Have you forgotten how you fled in embarrassment before me back then? Liang Bing directly mocked. Kaisha, and she had fought 4 wars already. Yin had been on the battlefield more than once, and it wasn't the first or second time she had fled in embarrassment after being defeated by Liang Bing. Upon hearing this, Yan's expression turned colder. Yin let them in. At that moment, Kaisha's voice came from inside the spaceship, immediately easing the atmosphere between both sides. Yin shot a cold glance at Liang Bing, but still made way for XuHong and the others. As for DKO, he was completely ignored throughout, making him feel quite awkward, but he didn't mind. It's just being ignored by others. With his ability to cultivate calmness, he wouldn't get angry over this. Moreover, he was well aware of XuHong's main purpose for bringing him here. This negotiation concerns the future of Earth, and it's not the time for him to throw a tantrum. Under Yan's guidance, XuHong and the others quickly met their target aboard the Tianra No. 7, Kesha. Kesha had golden hair and a small, exquisite face, which, compared to Liang Bing, was slightly less attractive. However, the queenly aura she exuded was even more imposing. She wore light golden armor that looked both magnificent and noble. At that moment, she was seated on her throne. When XuHong and the others entered, her gaze first fell on Liang Bing, who also looked back at her. The two locked eyes in standoff, neither willing to back down. After a moment of mutual scrutiny, Kesha's gaze shifted to XuHong. As for DKO, he was merely a follower this time, and no one paid attention to him. XuHong, to be honest, I didn't expect to see you by Liang Bing's side, Kesha said to XuHong in a calm voice. XuHong smiled slightly. I think you can guess my purpose for coming here. Are you planning to side with the demons? No, you've got it wrong. It should be the demons siding with us on Earth. It's no longer a matter of angels versus demons, but rather Earth versus angels. We don't want war on Earth, and your conflict with the demons should end here, XuHong stated directly. In Mandarin, XuHong was also a strong-willed person, and he disliked beating around the bush. He was too lazy to use euphemisms and stated his purpose outright. Why should I listen to you? Kesha rested her chin on her hand, unfazed by XuHong's words. Because of strength, XuHong replied succinctly. You are not my opponent. You have no choice but to listen to me. I apologize for my arrogance, but it is the truth. Moreover, there is something else I need to tell you. What? The void is real. Fear does exist, and angels are not the strongest civilization among known civilizations. XuHong understood the background of the super god universe. The ultimate fear. The void indeed exists. It is a far more powerful civilization. How powerful exactly? XuHong wasn't entirely sure, as they had never appeared in the original work. However, they had obliterated the mighty Pangu civilization. Dingahe, the creator of the God River civilization, came from the Pangu civilization. The Pangu civilization predates the God River civilization and was even more powerful than the Angel civilization, with countless super warriors. Yet in the end, the Pangu civilization was destroyed by the Void, and Dingahe was the only survivor of the Pangu civilization. Chapter 232, Successful Negotiation, Seeking Flowers. A survivor of one civilization created the God River civilization, which eventually gave rise to the three civilizations of angels, dinner, and the Sunfire Star. The strength of these three civilizations is inseparable from the God River civilization. Thus, even though XuHong never truly appeared in the original work, one can imagine the power of the void. This time, Kesha's expression was no longer as indifferent as before, her beautiful brows furrowed tightly, her eyes like torches, fixed intently on XuHong, seemingly trying to detect any lies. XuHong calmly met her gaze, not backing down in momentum. "Why should I believe your words?" Kesha was somewhat stubborn in her character. She did not believe in the void because, in the universe, there was no evidence proving its existence. As for the so-called Pangu civilization, due to its ancient nature, she didn't believe it either. In her view, even if the Pangu civilization did exist, it wouldn't have been destroyed by some void, but rather by their own actions. It was like an atheist surrounded by people insisting that gods really exist, citing various gods and their immense powers, and how they punish the disrespectful. Yet, any rational person would find it hard to believe such claims without direct evidence. Because they had never seen it for themselves, people found it hard to imagine that gods truly existed. Those claiming gods existed could not provide proof, making it even less credible. Therefore, Kesha did not believe in the so-called ultimate fear. To her, it felt more like a lie, an attempt to undermine their courage. She even suspected that this was a scheme by Huaja to sow fear. So, even though XuHong didn't seem like he was lying, she still chose not to believe him. "I don't need you to believe me. I'm just telling you that the void truly exists. That's all. Besides, I have one more thing to tell you. Liang Bing is now my woman. The grievances between you two are now my responsibility. If you want to judge her, you must first judge me, provided you have that capability." Oh, Kesha was genuinely surprised this time. She directly omitted XuHong's last statement. Compared to that, she was more interested in the fact that her sister, Liang Bing, had indeed chosen XuHong and not a fake. This surprised her. She hadn't expected Liang Bing to ever seek out a man. From XuHong's words, Liang Bing didn't refute him, and Kesha realized that Liang Bing was likely serious this time. She didn't quite understand what charm this man, XuHong, had to captivate Liang Bing. As for the notion that XuHong conquered Liang Bing with his strength, Kesha thought that if being stronger than Liang Bing was enough to win her over, she would have conquered Liang Bing long ago. Sometimes, to conquer someone doesn't require immense strength, but rather a significant personal charm. Just like how Liang Bing, without lifting a finger, managed to conquer the Kunsa civilization purely through her own charisma. Liang Bing, I didn't expect you to have a day where you seek a man to rely on. Kesha's gaze fell on Liang Bing. When she spoke, the previously tense atmosphere instantly relaxed. From her words, it was clear that she had abandoned any thoughts of taking action against Liang Bing. Kesha didn't actually dislike Liang Bing. She had always regarded her as a sister. What she sought was Liang Bing's ideology, that kind of unprincipled notion within degeneration. This was what Kesha detested. To her, civilization should have rules and order, not act like demons who do whatever they want, without a distinction between right and wrong. The strong should protect the weak. This was Kesha's belief. Meanwhile, Liang Bing viewed all of this as nonsense. This is also the real point of divergence between the two sisters. But now it's different. Liang Bing has started to rely on men. This indicates that her ideals are gradually being abandoned. Perhaps Liang Bing hasn't consciously chosen to abandon her ideals yet, but she will eventually. Such a Liang Bing no longer needs her to take action against her. No one likes war. Even Kaisa feels the same way. There is no need for unnecessary wars. No one will fight them, and no one is willing to do so. Liang Bing does not wish for the demons under her command to suffer excessive sacrifices. And Kaisa similarly does not want her angels to suffer because of war. Although sometimes sacrifices are necessary, it is best if there can be none. When Liang Bing heard Kaisa's words, she initially wanted to refute them. But after thinking for a while, she just looked at Kaisa and said nothing. Because she couldn't refute Kaisa's words. At first, she just wanted to ally with XuHong. She didn't really plan to use her beauty to seduce him. But after meeting XuHong, she found he was different from other men. If she had to say what made XuHong special, she couldn't quite articulate it. But she just felt that he was a very special person, whether it was his handsome appearance or the tone of his voice. It was very different from the men she had encountered before. This difference made Liang Bing not dislike XuHong. In fact, she began to like him a little. So much so that now, she couldn't even bring herself to refute Kaisa's words. It seemed that she was changing because of XuHong. Half an hour later, XuHong returned to Earth with Liang Bing and Takeo. Also returning with them was Angel Yen. She was sent by Kaisa under the guise of helping XuHong. But in reality, she was sent to monitor XuHong and Liangbing. XuHong and Kaisa reached an agreement. The angels would no longer proactively wage war against demons. And the demons would also cease their wars of invasion, assimilation, against weaker civilizations. Liangbing did not oppose this. She had developed the demons to face the ultimate fear that might arise in the future. But now, with XuHong, she no longer needed to massively assimilate new demons. Moreover, through XuHong, she learned that the strength of the Void civilization does not come from having a large number of demons. Quality is more important than quantity. Therefore, she had no objections to the agreement between XuHong and Kaisa. As for Yin, sent by Kaisa, she cared even less. Both she and XuHong knew why Yin was sent. But could Yin really monitor her and XuHong? Her presence was actually Kaisa's way of telling them, "I will always be watching you." So the addition of Yin did not bother them. Takeo also breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the moment for Earth to take off had arrived. Chapter 233, Strengthening Qilin, Seeking Flowers. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Since XuHong and Kaisa completed their negotiations, Earth had settled into a state of tranquility. Originally, apart from the flower family, there were occasional incidents of people falling into demons in other countries. After Liangbing followed XuHong, she stopped the development of demons. Although the demons did not understand why, they firmly remembered one thing: for the queen. Therefore, as long as it was Liangbing's order, they would execute it, no matter what kind of command it was. A month was enough to change many things. For example, XuHong gained a deeper understanding of super genes. The angel super genes are special. Kaisa was the first to discover the genetic code, which is a conceptual data in the universe. It is vast, but Kaisa still recorded it. Thus, the second generation of angel super warriors was born. Their genes are completely different from the first generation, more vibrant and stronger in life force. And, similarly, their power is greater. The angel genes Liangbing gave to XuHong were from the first generation, lacking the genetic code. However, XuHong discovered the genetic code himself because it had always been hidden in the universe. This also meant that he could create the second generation of angel super warriors. But XuHong was not in a hurry. Compared to this, upgrading the members of the heroic brigade became his current priority. After a month of practical combat, the members of the heroic brigade made significant progress. After all, being chased every day made it hard not to improve. From the initial time, when they were hunted down by the 8 great demons in the inner world, now everyone in the heroic brigade had grown to varying degrees. They had already developed to the point where they could fight evenly with the 8 great demons. Their mastery of their own abilities and strength had also become more proficient. For example, Zhao Xion's speed had increased by at least 20 times over the month. His strength and physical fitness had also improved significantly. Gu Xiaolun's health bar was thicker, and his strength had become more formidable. Lu Chuang was the same. Even Reina had made notable progress in her use of energy. If there was anyone who made the least progress, it might be Qilin. In terms of physical fitness, she couldn't compare to the other warriors in the heroic brigade. Her strength depended on the weapon in her hand, not on herself. This matter had caused Qilin a lot of worry. XuHong, on the other hand, had always paid special attention to Qilin. There was no helping it. She was his favorite female character when he watched Super God Academy. This was also why he stared at her when he first met Qilin. Compared to other female characters like Tianji Wang, He Shi, Tianqi Wang Liangbing, Angel Yin, Du Qiangwei, Reina, and Su Xiaoli, none of them were unattractive. All were top-notch beauties. But if XuHong had to choose his favorite, it would still be Qilin. Because of the Super Soldier program and XuHong's development of the Void Engine technology, the heroic brigade was no longer the only Super Soldier team. The initial 100 participants in the Super Soldier program had been divided into 10 small Super Soldier teams, each with 10 members. In terms of hard power, these super soldiers were still significantly weaker than the heroic brigade, but they were not weak either. With their super physiques and the Void Engine, each of them possessed strength that ordinary people could hardly imagine. Logically speaking, XuHong had completely mastered the super gene, and it was time to usher in the era of universal super genes. However, the country was not yet prepared. Therefore, the plan for universal super genes was still in preparation. After all, with such a large population, there are all kinds of people. If some individuals were to gain super genes and develop criminal thoughts, it could lead to significant chaos. Even the Super Soldier program, after confirming that there were no major side effects, had not yet undertaken a second round of modifications. XuHong's current main task was also focused on weapon research. After the heroic brigade managed to hold their ground against the 8 great demons, XuHong did not throw the members of the XuHong Lian into the inner world for real combat. Instead, he gave him a 3-day break. After a month of practical training, even the most mentally resilient individual could not withstand it. If they were not given a break, even super soldiers would likely go insane. Especially Reina, who came to Earth for fun, but now found herself in daily combat training, being chased like a dog. If it weren't for her pride, Reina would have considered quitting the XuHong Lian. After receiving their vacation, GainsSuperman and the others immediately left the military district to explore the city. Although only a month had passed, with every day filled with either rest or combat training, they felt as if a year had gone by. Without the opportunity to touch the outside world, they were sure to go mad. Qilin's home was in Juxia City. She first went home to have a meal with her parents, and after receiving a call from XuHong, she rushed back to the military district. The XuHong Lian was different from regular troops. As long as they had vacation time, they could leave the military district and go home at any time. Of course, they could not reveal anything about the XuHong Lian, even to their families, who only knew that they had joined a special unit, but nothing more specific. When Qilin received the call from XuHong, she was quite surprised, as she did not expect him to call her. Upon learning that XuHong wanted to enhance her super gene and was asking if she was willing, Qilin did not hesitate to agree. Qilin was not someone who pursued power, but in the XuHong Lian, she realized that her role had not significantly improved. Without the right weapons, her effectiveness was very limited, which made her feel quite frustrated. Therefore, when she learned that XuHong could enhance her super gene and boost her strength, she agreed without hesitation. When Qilin returned to the military district, XuHong immediately upgraded her super gene. This upgrade was comprehensive. Qilin's super gene was not weak. As long as she had the right weapons, she could exert considerable strength. However, the problem was that her weapons were not up to par. Thus, XuHong's enhancement targeted not only her super gene, but also the battle armor and weapons he specifically designed for her. The enhancement of the super gene was quick, as XuHong was already well-versed in gene codes. For XuHong, enhancing Qilin was not a difficult task. After the enhancement, Qilin saw great improvements in all aspects: strength, speed, vitality, healing ability, and her innate abilities. Additionally, XuHong equipped Qilin with 3 engine abilities. Over the past month, XuHong had already mastered the ability to install 3 engines within a single person's body without causing genetic collapse. Chapter 234, Overall Enhancement, Seeking Flowers. Moreover, the number of engine abilities had expanded from 12 to 18, adding 6 new engine abilities. Given her uniqueness, Qilin ultimately chose 3 abilities: speed, element, and gravity. Both element and gravity were new engine abilities developed by XuHong. He categorized these engines by strength and capability into 3 levels: Level 1, Level 2, and Level 3. Level 1 was the lowest, and Level 3 was the highest. Abilities such as flight, healing, X-ray vision, and water control were classified as Level 1 due to their lack of destructive power. The water control ability could be powerful in combat where there was a lot of water, but became weak in dry environments, leading XuHong to classify it as Level 1. Abilities like Diamond Skin, Mimicry, Berserk Bull, Fireman, Iceman, Recovery, Telekinesis, and Speed were designated as Level 2, possessing light destructive power and slightly higher potential. The 6 new abilities, Element, Gravity, Dragon Flame, Child of the Earth, Child of Nature, and Life Rewind, were classified as Level 3. Each of these 6 abilities had a very high ceiling. If developed sufficiently, they could be world-ending. Even if they were not as strong as GainsSuperman or XuHong, they would not be too far behind. If someone possessed 2 of the 9 abilities, even at their final growth stage, they would be comparable to XuHong or GainsSuperman. The element ability allowed the user to transform into elemental forms: light, fire, wood, and ice, each with distinct characteristics. Light was fast, had flight capabilities, and was immune to physical attacks. Fire had a high temperature capable of melting most materials and was also immune to physical attacks. Would transform the body into hardwood, with a hardness exceeding that of diamonds. Ice allowed the body to turn into an ice form, capable of freezing everything and again immune to physical attacks. All 4 forms were powerful. Gravity involved controlling gravitational forces. This ability was created by XuHong based on Zhuolan's powers and had a high development potential. If developed sufficiently, creating black holes would be trivial. It was a super weapon with immense growth potential. Dragon Flame was similar to the fire form and element, but with higher temperatures and the ability to control flames. The flames could explode, with instantaneous heat reaching tens of thousands of degrees, resulting in immense destructive power. Child of the Earth was similar to the abilities of the Earth Spirit, with a high potential for growth. Child of Nature could instantly sprout a towering tree for attack or defense and could control various plants, similar to the Wood Shield in Naruto. Life Rewind was akin to an indestructible cockroach. In severe injuries, it could recover in an instant. Even if the cellular genes were damaged, it would not be affected. With this ability, it would be practically impossible to die, unless completely annihilated physically. However, Life Rewind not only enhanced the user's regenerative capacity, but also strengthened their defense. As long as they were not standing still to be killed, it would be difficult to die. Each of the 6 engine abilities was incredibly powerful. If XuHong had not upgraded Qilin's super gene and integrated gene codes along with angelic gene data into her, making her body exceptionally strong, comparable to GainsSuperman and XuHong, her body would not have been able to accommodate 2 level 3 engines and 1 level 2 engine simultaneously. Human bodies have limits. Even though XuHong could allow them to possess multiple engines without causing genetic collapse, if their physical quality was insufficient, even with his help, they would not be able to use 3 engines at once. Forcing it would lead to either genetic collapse or physical explosion. In addition to enhancing Qilin, XuHong also upgraded her weapon. He added an automatic tracking capability to her weapon and introduced a form-changing feature, allowing her weapon to switch from a sniper rifle one moment to a longsword the next. The choice of sword was made because it suited Qilin better. Soon, the members of the Xiongbinglian began to return one after another. XuHong also upgraded their equipment and enhanced their genes. At the same time, he installed void engines for each of them, significantly boosting their strength. Even Reina's genes were enhanced by XuHong. Logically, Reina's super genes didn't need enhancement. But seeing that everyone else, including Gu Xiaolin and Lu Chuang, had been enhanced while she, as the captain, had not, Reina felt that XuHong was deliberately targeting her. She insisted on having XuHong enhance her. Seeing Reina come to him voluntarily, XuHong did not refuse. He had wanted to explore Reina's super genes for a long time. After all, his main purpose for coming to the Super God world was the Sunlight Divine engineering project. Although he could eventually deduce the basic data of Sunlight Divine, even if Reina didn't come to him, it would take time. Reina's willingness to come forward would save him a lot of time. Since Reina had already come to him, XuHong naturally had no reason to refuse. As for Panjun, XuHong didn't care at all. If he dared to cause trouble, XuHong would make him regret it. He would be slightly more polite to women, but with men, he wouldn't hold back. If they dared to provoke him, he would just beat them up. After obtaining Reina's genetic data, XuHong enhanced her genes, significantly improving her strength, defense, and recovery. At the same time, her control over her strength became more proficient. It could be said that her power had greatly increased. She was also equipped with 3 level 3 engines, making her the strongest in the Xiongbinglian. Previously, she was not considered the strongest since she might not have been able to defeat Sun Wukong, but now that was no longer certain. After XuHong installed 3 level 3 engines for her, Sun Wukong might not even be her opponent. Just as XuHong finished enhancing the members of the Xiongbinglian and upgrading their equipment, preparing to study Reina's super genes and design his own Sunlight Divine engineering project, Liang Bing found XuHong and told him that the main forces of the tasting civilization had repaired their space transmission device and were currently stationed outside Pluto. It wouldn't be long before they launched an attack on Earth. These guys had completely different goals from the angels and demons. Liang Bing had come to Earth to escape Kesha, while Kesha was pursuing Liang Bing. Neither side had any malicious intent toward Earth. However, the tasting civilization was different. They were coming to Earth on the orders of Karl, with the purpose of causing slaughter to please their god, Karl. They were coming with malicious intent. Chapter 235, The Arrival of the Tasting Civilization, the Eve of War, Seeking Flowers. When XuHong received this news, he was not surprised. After all, he had only eliminated the vanguard forces of the tasting civilization, not the entire tasting series fleet. These guys viewed death as their home and were not afraid of it. Therefore, the complete destruction of the vanguard forces would not make them abandon the idea of attacking Earth. Their appearance in the solar system had long been anticipated by XuHong. He just didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. It should be noted that during the first battle of Tiana City, the Xiongbinglian had trained for at least 3 months. But XuHong had only trained them for just over a month, and the tasting main forces had already arrived in the solar system, which was faster than in the original story. However, it made sense. He had destroyed the enemy's vanguard forces, and the tasting forces were likely in a hurry to come to Earth for revenge. Those guys were not afraid of death. They were probably seeking it. However, the battlefield could not possibly take place on Earth as it did in the original story. Even if it did, it couldn't happen on the territory of Huaxia. If possible, it could take place in Korea or in various places in the old Three Kingdoms or in countries where life was going well. During the battle, he could help clear out some unnecessary toilets. With these thoughts in mind, XuHong took out his phone and directly called Du Cao. 2 seconds later, Du Cao answered the call. Du Cao always answered XuHong's calls quickly because he knew that XuHong usually wouldn't call unless it was for something important. This is Du Cao. What is the matter? Well, Du, I have good news. What good news? Upon hearing XuHong say it was good news, Du Cao's face involuntarily broke into a smile. Since XuHong joined, the strength of the Super God Academy had expanded rapidly, especially after Liang Bing followed XuHong. The technology brought by the demons benefited Huaxia greatly. The main forces of the tasting civilization have arrived in the solar system and are currently outside Pluto. On the other end, Du Cao was clearly taken aback. Is this good news? Of course it is. The Xiong Lien has been training for over a month now. Don't you want to see their current strength? Moreover, this is a great opportunity to promote super genes and shut up some of those jumping clowns. What a great opportunity. I'm at Xing, just come over directly. This matter is quite significant, and we need to hold a meeting. Okay, I'll come over right now. Give me a few seconds. Xing. Hearing XuHong's words, Du Cao instinctively looked up at the sky. A streak of light flashed by. The next second, XuHong had already appeared in front of him. Du Cao, you really came quickly. When does the meeting start? I still need to report to the higher-ups, and then they will notify people to come for the meeting, probably in about half an hour. I'll go eat something outside first, and come back later. After saying that, XuHong had already disappeared. Liang Bing did not come with XuHong. XuHong was eager to study the Sunlight Divine Engineering Project, but he did not have the corresponding technology. All he had was Reina's supercells. XuHong assigned the task of preliminarily analyzing Reina's supercells to Liang Bing. Liang Bing was also a researcher and belonged to the top tier in the universe regarding research. Therefore, she did not resist when XuHong handed this task to her. The research was still based on the Sunlight Divine Engineering Project from the Super God Academy, which she was very interested in. Thus, Liang Bing did not accompany XuHong. When XuHong finished eating and returned, he found a conference room where Du Cao was already filled with people. Unlike the meeting held in Juxia City, this time the conference at Beiji Star was much larger in scale, with over 20 participants. Each one of them was a big shot in their own right. Both number 2 and number 3 were also present. Among the group, XuHong looked the youngest, while the others all appeared to be at least in their 40s. The entire meeting lasted 3 hours, which was a bit long, but it might have taken even longer without XuHong's presence. After all, it concerned the survival of the nation, and holding a meeting for several days or even half a month would be considered normal. However, they did not have that much time for discussions this time, and it was not a crisis for them either. It could be described as an opportunity. In the end, the meeting decided to set the battlefield on Earth. There had originally been thoughts of waging war in the space station, but currently, the spacecraft of the Flower Country was still under construction. Although it could fly, many of its systems were not yet operational, and flying into space would only serve as a target for others. Thus, the battlefield was ultimately set on Earth, specifically in the well-off Benzi country. As for why this location was chosen, don't ask. It was simply the most suitable place for a battlefield. This war would be broadcast live on television in the Flower Country. The existence of the Xiong Lien, heroic soldiers, no longer needed to be concealed. Although there have been no incidents of people falling and becoming demons in the Flower Country, such occurrences were not uncommon in other nations. Rumors of alien civilizations invading had long spread around the world. There was no longer any point in hiding. Now was the time to make it public and let the citizens of the Flower Country understand that they had a powerful super soldier team, the Xiong Lien. By showcasing the combat capabilities of the Xiong Lien, the era of nationwide genetic enhancement could begin. Directly enhancing everyone into super soldiers was certainly unrealistic. Even with the Xiong Lien, a situation could easily arise if everyone became too powerful too quickly. Therefore, enhancements would focus on healing and slightly improving physical attributes for the time being. Subsequent enhancements could be gradual without needing to achieve everything at once. At the same time, it would also be a good opportunity to make a public appearance on the world stage. The global landscape was ready for change. There were 3 people responsible for this war: Du Cao, XuHong, and a man named Zhong Jiangwo. Du Cao was in charge of commanding the operations. XuHong was responsible for frontline command and ensuring everything went smoothly, while Zhong Jiangwo handled logistics and other minor matters. Although the Xiong Lien was the main combat force, they would not be the only ones participating in this conflict. The 10 enhanced squads would also join the battle. However, Regular troops would not participate this time, as they were not fighting on their own territory. Regular troops would not be sent in. As for how to lure the tasty civilization to invade Earth and designate a well-off country as the battlefield, that task naturally fell to XuHong. This was not difficult for him. Thus, a grand play was about to unfold. Super God Academy. After 3 days of vacation, everyone was still immersed in the excitement of enhancements and acquiring stronger and more impressive weapons. They had no idea that their first true war was about to arrive. Chapter 236, Sun Wukong joins the team. At this moment, GainsSuperman and his group were still discussing how to defeat the 8 great demons during their next practical training session. It was no wonder they were so confident. Even before their enhancements and equipment upgrades, they could already hold their own against the 8 great demons created by XuHong. Now that they had undergone a super gene enhancement and upgraded their equipment, their strength had at least tripled. It wouldn't be too much to say they could easily deal with the 8 great demons, right? After being chased for over half a month, they only managed to barely compete with them later on. It would be a lie to say they weren't holding back their frustrations. GainsSuperman and the others were constantly thinking about getting revenge on the 8 great demons and defeating them. Unfortunately, their strength still fell short. If it weren't for XuHong giving them a super gene enhancement and upgrading their weapons, it would have taken them at least another month to defeat the 8 great demons. As for completely overpowering them, that would take even longer. Regardless, the members of the XuHong Binglian were filled with confidence, just waiting for the next practical battle to defeat the 8 great demons. Unfortunately, they might not have to wait long for that, as they soon received XuHong's orders. All members of the XuHong Binglian were to gather on the playground of the Super God Academy. After receiving the order, GainsSuperman, Lu Chuang, Zhao Xen, Cheng Yaowen, Liao Jia, Reina, Du Qiangwei, Rui Mengmeng, and Qi Lin quickly assembled on the playground, waiting for XuHong's arrival. However, to their surprise, XuHong was not alone this time. A young man wearing a hat was accompanying him. The young man looked very young, probably in his 20s. The members of the XuHong Binglian were puzzled, not understanding why XuHong was accompanied by a young man at this time. Was he yet another new member joining the XuHong Binglian, like Liao Jia? Only Liao Jia recognized the identity of the young man. Before joining the XuHong Binglian, Liao Jia had been with the national security, dealing with many incidents. He was also a trusted subordinate of Du Kaio and had a close relationship with him. It was precisely because of this that Liao Jia had encountered Sun Wukong a few times by chance and was aware of his identity. To be honest, Liao Jia was quite shocked when he first learned that Sun Wukong truly existed. After all, he was a character familiar to the Flower Country's mythology. Who would have thought he was a real person and not a myth? Although Liao Jia already knew that Sun Wukong was also a member of the XuHong Binglian, he had not trained with them due to his unique circumstances. He never expected XuHong to bring Sun Wukong today. This also made Liao Jia realize that the real war was coming. He understood very well what it meant for XuHong to bring Sun Wukong here. Let me introduce you to your new teammate, the victorious fighting Buddha, Sun Wukong. I'm sure you are not unfamiliar with him. The first sentence was directed at the members of the XuHong Binglian, while the latter was clearly spoken to Sun Wukong. Although XuHong and Sun Wukong had not spent much time together and did not know each other for long, they had a good relationship and were friends. Sun Wukong had even shared barbecue and drinks with XuHong. Therefore, there was no need for them to be polite with each other. Moreover, XuHong, as the instructor of the XuHong Binglian, would be present on the battlefield as a safety net during this war. Although he would not take action unless the XuHong Binglian could not handle the tasty civilization's Tianlang troops. Otherwise, XuHong would only act as an observer and would not intervene. Yes, Sun Wukong nodded. Then, under the gaze of everyone, his appearance changed dramatically. A suit of silver-black chainmail appeared on him. The dark alloy armor on the members of the XuHong Binglian complements each other. As a formal member of XuHong Binglian, Sun Wukong's equipment was naturally upgraded by XuHong. However, XuHong did not enhance his super genes, mainly because he currently lacks that capability. Unlike GainsSuperman, Lu Chuang, and Reina, Sun Wukong's strength has already reached its limit. Even compared to the already enhanced members of XuHong Binglian, Sun Wukong is definitely the strongest in a one-on-one fight. XuHong currently cannot enhance his super genes unless he makes further advancements in super gene technology. He has only just begun to touch on gene codes and can only use them at a preliminary level, not yet reaching the level of Kaisa. His enhancements to the other members of XuHong Binglian are already his limit, and to enhance Sun Wukong, he needs to advance further. Sun Wukong's transformation surprised everyone in XuHong Binglian. Even Du Qiangwei was momentarily stunned. She had no idea that Sun Wukong actually existed. Although she is the daughter of DKO, her time working with Liao Jie in the National Security Agency has not been long. Before joining the National Security, she served in the regular army. It was only later that DKO transferred her to the National Security. Gu Xiaoluan, Zhao Xin, and Lu XuHong were completely dumbfounded. No one expected that the legendary figure Sun Wukong really existed and was now standing right in front of them. Sun Wukong is a national idol, beloved by children, adults, and the elderly alike. Who hasn't dreamed of being the carefree Monkey King? Who doesn't like the Buddha of fighting, who saves the suffering and subdues demons? This is a true idol. What the heck? Monkey King is actually our teammate. The Buddha of fighting. If the Monkey King exists, does that mean the Heavenly Court exists too? The members of XuHong Lian were all excited to see Sun Wukong. This is quite normal. After all, who would be thrilled to see their idol? Sun Wukong was already used to it, given that Journey to the West is deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. As the protagonist of Journey to the West, he has been looked at with excitement more than once or twice. All right, everyone quiet down. Wukong, please introduce yourself before joining the team. Due to the interruption from everyone, Sun Wukong was unable to enlist immediately. XuHong thought for a moment and decided to let him introduce himself first. Sun Wukong gave XuHong a speechless glance but said nothing. Okay, then let me introduce myself. My name is Sun Wukong. You all must be familiar with me. Yes, I am the Sun Wukong, but there are some differences. I never caused chaos in the Heavenly Palace, nor was I ever trapped under the Five Elements Mountain. But I did marry the scriptures, and Tang Sanzang is indeed my master. I have fought many monsters, and according to your current terminology, those monsters are all extraterrestrial beings. I have lived for over 1,000 years, so I am much older than most of you. From today on, I will join XuHong Lian, and in the future, we will fight together as teammates. Upon saying this, Sun Wukong smiled. However, he still glanced at Reina in the crowd. As for Lu XuHong, under XuHong's modifications, his previous bad habits have long disappeared. Sun Wukong has no ill will towards him now, of course. He doesn't have any good intentions either. Instead, he quite likes that kid Gu Xiaoluan. Chapter 237, War is Coming, Seeking Flowers. The reason for looking at Reina is naturally due to the grievances with the Liang star from 1,000 years ago. Reina probably doesn't even know that Sun Wukong knows Panjun, who came to Earth 1,000 years ago and once wanted to take control of it, only to be defeated by him. However, at this moment, Sun Wukong had no intention of bringing this up. He just glanced at Reina and then withdrew his gaze. Reina, however, had little interest in Sun Wukong. She didn't care much about a monkey. Although that monkey looked quite handsome as an extraterrestrial being, she couldn't really feel the excitement that Gu Xiaoluan and the others had upon seeing Sun Wukong. Compared to this, she was more interested in their instructor, XuHong. XuHong did not disclose the matter of Liang Bing, so the members of XuHong Lian were unaware that the demon queen Liang Bing had already joined XuHong. Although they had all seen Liang Bing, she had helped XuHong while enhancing the members of XuHong Lian. They did not know that Liang Bing was the demon queen Morgana. Sun Wukong's joining served as a shot of adrenaline for the members of XuHong Lian. After all, he is the Buddha of fighting, and his strength is naturally unquestionable. At the same time, it also made everyone realize that something significant must be about to happen. Otherwise, why would Sun Wukong join them at this particular moment? After Sun Wukong enlisted, XuHong spoke again. You must have guessed that Wukong joining at this time certainly indicates that something major is about to happen. Indeed, there is a significant event coming up. A civilization that worships a being who calls itself the god of death has arrived in the solar system, and their target is Earth. Because they worship the god of death, they fear nothing about death and wish to bring death to please their deity. Our enemy this time is them. Reina knew that XuHong was referring to the tasty civilization under Carl. This civilization was completely disregarded by the Liang star. For Earth, the tasty civilization is a powerful interstellar civilization. Defeating them is not impossible, but it will be challenging. Have they already reached the solar system? So, are we going to fight outside Earth this time? Do we have a spaceship to take us out? Or is the battlefield on Earth? Gu Xiaoluan and Zhao Xin, the two most talkative ones, immediately began discussing after hearing XuHong's words. They had no experience in fighting in space. Instructor, Lu XuHong, haven't studied much, so I don't understand many things, but just tell me who to chop, and I will chop whoever you say. Du Qiangwei and Qilin remained relatively silent. It wasn't that they had nothing to say, but they were too lazy to speak. At the same time, they understood that with XuHong backing them, there was no need to worry too much. This time, The battlefield is on Earth. They want to be fighting extraterrestrial civilizations in space. As for the location, it will be in a country where life is quite decent. XuHong smiled slightly. In the blink of an eye, time moved to the next day. Outside Earth, a massive fleet was openly floating in space. On Earth, various countries had already discovered the enormous Tasty fleet. Because it was the main fleet, this time the number of ships was much greater than that of the advanced team. There are hundreds of super-large warships that are thousands of meters long, and thousands of medium-sized warships that are at the kilometer level. The smallest small warships, which are hundreds of meters long, number in the tens of thousands. Fighter jets and small combat spacecraft are even more numerous, with the total military force being at least in the hundreds of millions. For civilization, having hundreds of millions is quite normal. Due to the previous annihilation of their forces, even though they are wary of the demon civilization and the angel civilization, the gluttonous civilization has no time to worry about that anymore. After all, the losses are theirs now. Therefore, upon reaching the solar system, King Gluttonous XuHong immediately issued orders to attack Earth. Of course, a conventional entry into Earth is definitely out of the question. Even though the level of civilization on Earth is not high, the information they gathered indicates that there are also super warriors on Earth. In addition, Earth possesses the not-so-weak MUA bombs. The technological level of this thing, compared to their weapons, is still somewhat lacking. They primarily use MUA for energy rather than as a weapon. For a civilization of their level, using MUA energy as kinetic energy is more useful than using it as a weapon. However, due to having abandoned their physical forms, the gluttonous civilization has also lost its future. Since Carl left the Mingi star system thousands of years ago, their technology has not progressed. Although their power remains relatively strong after thousands of years, it has never grown. Therefore, they cannot push through to Earth directly, especially with the presence of super warriors on Earth. They are also aware that the most difficult to deal with on Earth is the country of Hua, which has super warriors. As for other countries on Earth, the gluttonous civilization does not take them seriously at all. Thus, after considering the long-term impact of their attack plan on Earth, King Gluttonous XuHong decided to refrain from attacking the Hua country for the time being and instead target other countries on Earth. They would first conquer other countries and then focus on the Hua country, particularly the nearby country of Benzi, which is doing quite well due to its geographical location. Once they conquer this country, they can build an interstellar fortress there, enabling them to wage a long-term war against the Hua country. Moreover, the country of Benzi is not too close to the Hua country, with a buffer zone in between. The location is ideal for constructing an interstellar fortress. After King Gluttonous XuHong issued the attack order, the gluttonous fleet opened small-scale wormholes and instantly entered Earth from space, appearing simultaneously in the airspace of various countries around the world. At this moment, apart from the Hua country, the leaders of other countries on Earth were still waiting for their senior officials to convene a meeting for decision-making. Before they could even start the meeting, reports came in stating that massive interstellar warships had suddenly appeared above them. Whether they were hundreds of meters or thousands of meters long, these were not small objects. A warship thousands of meters long flying in the sky could completely block out the sun, not to mention several super-large warships thousands of meters long, along with dozens of medium-sized warships at the kilometer level and hundreds of small warships hundreds of meters long. Anyone with eyes could not overlook these suddenly appearing interstellar warships above their countries. In an instant, the world was in shock. People all over the world began to panic. No one expected the alien invasion to come so suddenly. Although countless movies about alien invasions have been made on Earth, most people considered aliens to be fictional and non-existent. But today, the facts tell them that aliens do exist and they have invaded Earth. Panic quickly spread throughout the world. Chapter 238, The Unlucky Benzi Request for Flowers. Panic spread almost instantaneously across the globe. Major news media websites were flooded with reports and videos of the alien invasion. Even the Hua country began to panic. Even though there were no alien warships above the territory of the Hua country, they understood the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Ordinary citizens who knew nothing began to worry. Even though no alien interstellar warships were seen above their territory, many citizens rushed to official media to ask what to do. However, the Hua country was well prepared, and the higher-ups had made sufficient preparations in advance. To be honest, the fact that the gluttonous civilization's interstellar warships did not appear above the Hua country made them even more amazed by XuHong's abilities. After all, this was a task assigned to XuHong. However, XuHong himself was somewhat stunned at this moment because he had not yet had the chance to take action. He did not expect the gluttonous civilization to be so considerate as to not launch a war against the Hua country immediately. But this did save XuHong some effort. Otherwise, changing the battlefield would have been quite troublesome for him. The higher-ups were still quite surprised. Of course, it was only a matter of inconvenience, not difficulty or impossibility. Because they were prepared, the official Hua country also quickly released a message to the public, assuring them not to worry, as they had made thorough preparations long ago. Smart people could easily discern from the release statements that the Hua country's officials seemed to have known about the impending alien invasion and had prepared for it. Meanwhile, the Brave Legion also made its first appearance to the general public. All formal members of the Brave Legion, including instructor XuHong, had their appearance information released immediately. Of course, there were also videos of the Brave Legion's combat training. This was specifically requested by the officials from XuHong. XuHong directly released the combat videos of the Brave Legion and the 8 Great Demons. As for why it was the Brave Legion and the 8 Great Demons, rather than videos of XuHong's combat, he certainly could not release videos of the Brave Legion being completely defeated by him. As for how XuHong obtained these videos, in the inner world, he is like a god. Even without the cooperation of the Brave Legion members, creating scenes is not difficult for him. Even if XuHong were not a god in the inner world, he still has means similar to scene recreation. After all, he is a cultivator and a cultivator with great powers. Once the official videos were released, the entire population of the Hua country was shocked. They even doubted whether the officials had used footage from some movie to deceive them. But then they thought, this is a video released by the official media. How could it be fake? When they saw the super warriors of the Brave Legion demonstrating their earth-shattering power, even the massive demons could not gain the slightest advantage against them. The citizens of the Hua country felt much more at ease. Soon, their attention shifted to the members of the Brave Legion, especially when they noticed that among the members was the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Everyone erupted in excitement once again. Sun Wukong, this figure is truly an idol of the entire nation in the Land of Flower. It's hard to find anyone in the Land of Flower who doesn't tea like Sun Wukong. There are countless stories about Sun Wukong. After seeing him as a member of the Heroic Legion, the public felt even more at ease. They even began to have the leisure to discuss the members of the Heroic Legion. Among them, of course, were former classmates, friends, colleagues, and relatives of the members. Naturally, the most attention was on Sun Wukong, some female members of the Heroic Legion, and instructor XuHong. Although Xiaoluan and the others are not bad-looking, especially after their super genes were activated, each could be considered handsome, but they still fall short compared to XuHong. XuHong's charm is truly unique. Whether in terms of appearance or temperament, he surpasses those male stars in movies by a considerable margin. But soon, people were surprised to find that XuHong was also a popular internet celebrity in Jusha City, appearing in many videos made by online influencers. Although these were all secretly filmed, it didn't take long for countless girls from the Land of Flower to claim they wanted to marry XuHong. Of course, the female members of the Heroic Legion also attracted attention. The second-generation Heroic Legion warriors like Su Xiaoli, Li Feifei, and Wang have not yet joined the Heroic Legion. Currently, among the female members of the Heroic Legion, apart from Captain Reina, there are only 3 others: Rui Mengmeng, Qilin, and Du Qiangwei. In total, there are 4 female members, each of whom is a goddess-level beauty. Even Rui Mengmeng, after going through dozens of real battles, has grown significantly. She now appears much more mature and composed. The childishness on her face has faded considerably, replaced by determination. Although her face is not as exquisite as the other 3, it is not lacking either. In terms of body proportions, only Du Qiangwei and Qilin are better than her among the 4. After all, Du Qiangwei and Qilin have particularly good body proportions. Only Liang Bing has a more exaggerated figure than them. It would be hard to find anyone with a figure more perfect than theirs. Rui Mengmeng ranking 3rd is already quite good. Women pay attention to men, and naturally, men pay attention to women. Compared to women, the men in the Land of Flower are evidently more numerous. Initially, they were discussing which of the 4 goddesses was stronger. But gradually, it turned into a debate about which goddess was more beautiful. After all, each of the 4 has their own fans. Everyone's aesthetic preferences are not entirely the same. While people in the Land of Flower are still arguing about which member of the Heroic Legion is the most beautiful, the world as other countries are already in dire straits, especially for the country that has been living well. As a transit point for the devouring civilization targeting the Land of Flower, the devouring army is very focused on taking over this country. The number of warships sent out exceeds that of other countries by a bit. Clearly, the country that has been living well has a small territory to begin with. Therefore, At the same time, cities and even rural areas across the country are being attacked. The devouring team, equipped with the simplest aircraft and flying cannons, has weapons that are sufficient to destroy fighter jets on Earth in seconds. In just a moment, the self-defense forces of the country that has been living well were completely wiped out. As for the troops from the ugly country stationed there, they also only managed to hold out for a brief moment before being completely defeated. The entire capital fell into ruins in just half an hour, resulting in countless casualties. As for the so-called toilets, they were completely obliterated by a single shell from the devouring army. P.S. I was too tired from exercising yesterday, and when I got home, I really didn't want to do anything, so I updated 2 chapters yesterday. My chapter 239, The Battle of Dongjing, Seeking Flowers. The officials of the country that has been living well, including Cabinet Minister Asu Rokaru and other officials, were already anxious like ants on a hot pan. No one expected the alien invasion to come so suddenly and violently. They were completely unprepared and caught off guard. The devouring army first destroyed their communication equipment and then launched a large-scale attack on their military. Following that, they occupied the cities. It can be said that they were directly stunned. By the time they reacted, they had already lost all their troops. The news of the public being slaughtered by aliens occasionally appeared in the news. Yes, although the devouring army destroyed the communication equipment of the country that has been living well, it could still access the internet and even upload videos online. As for the reason behind the devouring army's actions, there is certainly a rationale. In the words of the commander, this is psychological warfare. They want the people of Earth to experience the cruelty of war and understand that their enemies are beyond their capacity to deal with, instilling a sense of despair. When people are desperate, they will cling to even the smallest straw. Their resistance mentality will diminish until it disappears. The commander is skilled in conquering civilizations. After all, Earth is not the first civilization he has conquered with his devouring wolf fleet. He has fought such wars hundreds of times and has exterminated and conquered hundreds of civilizations. While Earth is a tougher nut to crack, it is not impossible. Moreover, he has lost a vanguard fleet here, which he finds hard to swallow. Therefore, he is determined to conquer Earth. At this moment, the officials of the country that has been living well have gathered as many as they could, and those who could not come are participating in the meeting via video call. This emergency meeting is to discuss how to deal with the invading alien civilization. At the beginning of the meeting, the timid surrender faction was the first to speak up, and their numbers were not small. The blitzkrieg of the devouring army had directly drained their courage. At this moment, every minute and second sees civilians dying at the hands of the devouring army. Their own safety is also not guaranteed. Under such circumstances, many people have developed thoughts of surrendering. In their words, surrendering means survival, and who knows, this might even be an opportunity for them. After all, if they surrender quickly enough, they could be the first country to surrender to aliens and might receive considerable benefits, potentially profiting from it. Goodness, if the Gallic Rooster were present, they would surely exclaim that this is taking away their jobs. Of course, there are both the timid surrender faction and the war faction that wishes to fight the aliens. Unfortunately, the latter is pitifully few in number. After all, their military has already been defeated. Even if they wanted to resist the aliens, they currently lack the capability. Right now, they're more focused on how to stop this disaster. For the time being, surrender is undoubtedly a good option, but it also carries great uncertainty. What if the aliens refuse to accept their surrender and want to exterminate them completely? So, a group of people discussed for half a day, but couldn't come up with even one effective solution. Just then, someone suddenly burst in from outside, saying that troops from the Flower Nation were coming over. Although there were still grievances against the Flower Nation, over 90 of the people present didn't like them. However, at such a time, hearing that the Flower Nation had sent people over still made them quite happy. Regardless, at least they still had a card to play, even if it didn't belong to them. But when they learned that the Flower Nation had only sent a dozen people, the group was dumbfounded. Winter Capital. Due to the attack by the gluttonous army, it had already turned into a wasteland. There was hardly a complete building in sight. It was completely a ruin after being bombarded. As for living people, not a single one could be seen. The gluttonous wolf fleet came to Earth to create death and please their god Carl, so they didn't need or want prisoners. Anyone they saw was shot dead on the spot. Because they used electromagnetic guns, the high temperature could even vaporize a person, leaving nothing but a pool of blood on the ground. They didn't even need to spend time disposing of the bodies. When the members of the Brave Legion were teleported over by XuHong and saw the devastation in Winter Capital, even those who had a bad impression of the little country felt their scalps tingle. After all, this was the capital of the little country winter capital. Now it had directly turned into a massive ruin, with not a single living person in sight. It was worth noting that only a little over half an hour had passed since the gluttonous army invaded Earth. In such a short time, hundreds or even thousands of people had already died. Even GainsSuperman and the others, who thought it was better if more people from the little country died, felt a shiver run down their spines. If the war had been in Great Canyon City, they couldn't even imagine. Of course, Sun Wukong's expression was relatively calm. He was the guardian of Earth and protected the humans on Earth. But if they weren't human, he wouldn't care. Moreover, he wasn't worried about the gluttonous army directly appearing above the Flower Nation. With that guy XuHong around, such a thing was impossible. At this moment, the skies above Winter Capital were also filled with gluttonous warships. The appearance of the Brave Legion was immediately discovered by the gluttonous fleet. King, the Brave Legion of the Flower Nation has appeared. Should we attack them? These people are super soldiers and not easy to deal with. A gluttonous soldier said to the gluttonous king, XuHong, aboard a super battleship in space. They're coming for us. Let them attack the Brave Legion. I want to see the strength of these super soldiers, XuHong replied. On Earth, in Winter Capital, there were 4 super battleships around 6,000 meters long, 18 medium battleships around 1,000 meters long, and 64 small battleships around 100 meters long. There were countless small airships and fighter jets. The one speaking was Du Qiangwei. She was also equipped with a level 3 void engine and gravity. The gravity, combined with her void abilities, allowed her to sense many things over a large area, somewhat similar to divine consciousness. Therefore, she quickly assessed the military strength of the gluttonous side in the little country, and the numbers were quite significant. Lele didn't think much of the numbers. Next, the Brave Legion split into 3 small groups to fight separately. Reina was the captain of the Brave Legion, so she arranged the tasks. Sun Wukong had no intention of competing with Reina for the position of captain. Qilin, Huimongmeng, Du Qiangwei. You 3 form one group and be responsible for the 4 super battleships, Reina ordered. The 3 nodded in response and flew towards a chosen super battleship. Zhao Xian, Gu Xiaoluan, Lu Chuang, Cheng Yaowen, you 4 are responsible for those 60-odd small battleships, she continued. The 4 responded as well. Usually, when interacting with Reina, they would joke with her due to her carefree personality, but now they were on the battlefield participating in a war, so they had to be serious. Xiaoluan, how about we compete to see who destroys more battleships? Zhao Xian suggested confidently, glancing at Gu Xiaoluan and the others. Brother Xian, your speed is so fast. We definitely can't compare to you, Gu Xiaoluan replied with a smile. Forget it, you're the one who's fast, Zhao Xian retorted, clearly picking up on the ambiguity in Gu Xiaoluan's words. But he also knew it was wartime. Anyway, whoever destroys the least battleships will treat the others when we get back. I'm off. After saying that, Zhao Xian grabbed his spear and instantly turned into a blur, disappearing from sight. This guy was already fast, and during a month of practical training with XuHong, his speed had improved significantly. After being enhanced by XuHong again, he was even faster. Then he was equipped with a rapid engine, which made his speed soar. Plus, with XuHong upgrading his equipment, there was no way he wouldn't be able to vent his frustrations on the aliens. After all, Zhao Xian was now full of confidence in his strength. Aliens are nothing, he thought, not taking them seriously. It wasn't arrogance. He had become a veteran after a month of actual combat in XuHong's inner world. He was confident but not arrogant. After all, the opponents XuHong created, the 8 great demons, didn't hold back at all when fighting against them. They were completely intent on killing them. Running slowly could really get someone killed. Several times, they had barely escaped with their lives, all severely injured. If it weren't for their special physique and the super genes within them, they might have already died at the hands of the 8 great demons. Therefore, Zhao Xian had reason to be confident. Brother Xian, wait for us. Gu Xiaoluan and the others hurriedly followed. Sun Wukong, Liao Jia, you 2 work with me to destroy the enemy's medium battleships while also handling those small airships and fighter jets. Reina assigned tasks sensibly. Zhao Xian and his group had strong maneuverability and were numerous, so they were responsible for the greatest number of small battleships. Du Qiangwei controlled space and had a level 3 engine with gravity and dragon flame. Qilin had both gravity and elemental engines. Rumingming was a child of nature plus life regression, along with her own god-slaying weapon. The 3 worked together, and the super battleships were no challenge for them. Moreover, due to Du Qiangwei's spatial abilities, the stellar energy shields of the super battleships were completely useless before her. Du Qiangwei could be said to be a natural counter to super battleships. Additionally, both she and Sun Wukong possessed the ability for wide-area attacks. Liao Jia is responsible for the charge. He has two engines, King Kong and Barbarian Bull. When the Xiong Lian was being enhanced overall, XuHong also strengthened his genes and added a level 3 engine life recovery for him. He is now tougher than Xiaoluan and harder to kill. He's the best meat shield. With the acceleration armor provided by XuHong, Liao Jia is definitely a good hand at clearing minions. In a 10,000-meter high sky, XuHong stands in the void, watching the battlefield below. The tasting army has not noticed him. XuHong is here merely as a backup. At the same time, he has another task, to live stream the battlefield to the whole world. The main focus is on the performance of the Xiong Lian. Although the official release from the Flower Planting Country has shown videos of the Xiong Lian in actual combat, there are still people worried that they are no match for the aliens. Therefore, this booster shot is needed again, and this live broadcast is another booster shot. When the battlefield footage is broadcast, not only the citizens of the Flower Planting Country, but also people from all over the world who are still alive and able to see the broadcast, especially when they witness alien battleships being destroyed in coordination with the Xiong Lian, feel shocked. The super soldiers of the Xiong Lian seem like deities, wielding the power to destroy heaven and earth. Alien battleships are annihilated at their hands. The battle is almost one-sided. Everyone feels a sense of awe. Of course, XuHong's broadcasting skills are also very high. Only he can do it, otherwise ordinary people wouldn't even have the qualification of broadcast. The atmosphere in the Flower Planting Country is naturally one of excitement. The performance of the Xiong Lian appears even more formidable than in the promotional videos. However, this is normal. After all, the performance of the promotional videos was before they were enhanced and their weapons upgraded. Now they have been strengthened and their weapons upgraded. Compared to the Xiong Lian during the Tian's City battle in the original work, they are more than 10 times stronger. In terms of experience, they have gone through dozens of actual battles. Surviving life and death is not a one-time occurrence. While they may not have extraordinary experience, they are certainly veterans. Gu Xiaoluan, Zhao Xin, and Lu Chuang perform exceptionally bravely. After all, one of them is well-read and quick, and the other two have astonishing resilience. On the battlefield, the tasting soldiers appear weaker than infants in front of them. After Cheng Yaowen loaded the Child of the Earth engine, his abilities became even more terrifying, making him the largest combat force among the Xiong Lian. He can summon hundreds of meters of earth spikes, stone walls, or giant stone hands and dragons, stirring excitement among viewers. In a short time, countries around the world are shocked and rush to send rescue requests to the Flower Planting Country. Of course, some weaker countries are exceptions. Due to their extreme weakness, they hardly have the capability to send out any rescue requests. Their entire nations are basically devastated. Half an hour later, the battle ends. The tasting fleet above the little noteboat country has been completely cleared. If it weren't for the excessive time spent clearing the ordinary tasting soldiers, this battle could have ended even faster. In this battle, the Xiong Lian achieved a great victory. Many people feel a sense of unfulfilled longing because their opponents didn't even put up a serious fight before being wiped out. This also makes them realize that they seem to have truly become very strong. Subsequently, XuHong and the others headed to the second battlefield. They could skip the distant, ugly countries and the others on the continent, but they had to help some nearby countries out of humanitarianism. After all, one cannot allow others to enjoy peace while they are in trouble. So help was definitely required. 3 hours later, the battle completely ends. XuHong's live broadcast also concludes. Due to the strength of the Xiong Lian, the tasting forces chose to withdraw from Earth to avoid unnecessary casualties. This battle ends with Earth as the winning side. Of course, for Earth, this is a tragic victory. But for the Flower Planting Country, it is a resounding success. Because not a single member of the Xiong Lian was injured. Yes, throughout the entire battle, not even one member of the Xiong Lian was hurt, let alone killed. However, the casualty rates in other countries are quite large. The invasion by the tasting civilization was so sudden that countries were completely unprepared. Even those who were somewhat prepared suffered tremendous losses in the face of such a huge power disparity. Especially in the little notebook country, the casualty rate reached 48. Nearly half of the population perished in this war. This is largely thanks to the timely support from the Xiong Lian. Otherwise, their casualties would have been even greater. Other countries also suffered severe losses, with an average casualty rate of around 20. Of course, the Flower Planting Country had 0 casualties. If there is dissatisfaction, the 947 definitely has some. Other countries are furious about the Flower Planting Country's failure to report, which led to their heavy casualties. International condemnation of the Flower Planting Country has been coming in one after another. However, No one cares about this condemnation. In fact, years ago, when DKO planned to establish the XuHong, the possibility of an alien invasion a few years later was communicated to other countries by the flower planting country. Unfortunately, they did not believe it. Instead, they thought it was a conspiracy by the flower planting country to strengthen their military and invest more money into military affairs. But this wasn't a good thing for their economies. Moreover, whether the public agreed was also a major issue. After all, many Western countries are democratic and fundamentally different from the flower planting country. So now, facing the condemnation from various countries, the flower planting country simply does not care. They had warned in advance. If you didn't believe it, what could they do? Furthermore, now they can only express their discontent in words. The strength of the XuHong has been seen by the whole world through XuHong's broadcast. If they can't even handle the aliens, how dare they provoke the flower planting country, which has the XuHong capable of driving aliens off Earth? After experiencing this defeat, the tasting forces also left Earth and stationed near Pluto. Faced with the XuHong, their current strength is completely inadequate. They initially thought that XuHong was the only strong one on Earth, but they never expected that the super soldiers of the XuHong were also so powerful. In this situation, they only have two choices. One is to leave the solar system directly and no longer seek trouble with Earth. The other is to contact Carl to see if they can get his help. As the god of the Dark Nebula, Carl certainly has more civilizations under his command than just the tasting civilization. It is worth noting that the tasting civilization ranks outside the top 10 among the civilizations under Carl, because the technological power of the tasting civilization all comes from Carl. Their bodies are replaced by machinery, and their brains are replaced by electronics. They have gained an alternative way of immortality, but has also caused them to lose an infinite future of possibilities. Their technological power has not progressed since Carl left. It remains the same. Therefore, the strength of the Gorman civilization is not particularly strong. Carl still possesses more powerful civilizational forces in his hands. However, these forces, like the Gorman civilization, are also invading other civilizations. They spread death like a plague, constantly expanding its reach. If they seek help, Carl might send other civilizations to assist them, but there is also a possibility that he won T. Regardless of whether he does or not, they must prepare to try something. Otherwise, they can only leave or go to Earth to die. They do not fear death, but a meaningless death is not what they desire. Leaving aside the Gorman civilization. On Earth, after the Battle of Winter Capital, the performance of the Heroic Brigade has elevated their fame significantly. It is no exaggeration to say that they are now more famous than even the top stars. After returning, those who have family and friends receive calls from them almost immediately. Yes, after the war, they could be considered true warriors, so XuHong returned their phones to them. Their families are worried about them, but also proud of them. Their friends feel honored to be associated with them. After all, knowing someone from the Heroic Brigade provides ample conversation material. At the University of Giant Gorge City, Zhang Huaibin and Ma Xiaolong, who have yet to graduate, posted photos of themselves with Xiaolun and XuHong. The two had been roommates with XuHong and Xiaolun. XuHong was a short-term roommate, but Xiaolun had been their roommate for nearly 2 years, and their friendship was quite good. When Xiaolun and XuHong suddenly disappeared, the two knew they had gone to join the military. However, they never expected Xiaolun to become a member of the Heroic Brigade, while XuHong became an instructor. Although XuHong did not participate in this battle, as an instructor of the Heroic Brigade, he surely performed well. Lu Chuang's younger brothers were shocked to see their former big brother now a super soldier in the Heroic Brigade. Zhao Xian's friends and family, Qi Lin's colleagues and family, and Rui Mengming's teachers, classmates, and family were all surprised, delighted, and proud. Especially Lu Chuang's father, who was overjoyed after learning about his son's performance. In addition, the internet was filled with topics and news about them. In no time, the members of the Heroic Brigade became national idols. At this moment, the Heroic Brigade had returned to the Super God Academy. XuHong gave them half an hour to make calls and receive calls before calling them to assemble. After all, they needed to call home to ensure their safety. One cannot lack humanity entirely. Half an hour was already quite a lot for them. Half an hour later, the members of the Heroic Brigade gathered on the Academy's playground. This time, there was an additional Sun Wukong. XuHong glanced at the crowd and spoke. What do you want to say about this battle, or perhaps summarize it? The crowd exchanged glances, but did not speak. Now, do you want to hear my feedback on you? The crowd remained silent. My feedback is too slow. The battle at Winter Capital took half an hour to end. The entire battle took you 3 hours. To be honest, I'm not satisfied with this time. as I believe it could have ended faster. The crowd did not speak, as they also felt they could have performed faster and with more effort. Of course, this time, you are heroes, and your performance was good enough to satisfy me. Now, go back, rest well, take a good shower, and sleep. Tomorrow, dress nicely and handsomely. The crowd looked puzzled. Yes, dress nicely and handsomely, because you all will be on television tomorrow, including me. All right, dismissed. Chapter 242. After the war, seeking flowers, XuHong called everyone down. Although he only said a few words, his purpose was clear. He wasn't just idly passing time. He could have let the heroic brigade rest directly. However, it was also necessary to call them down. Firstly, although this battle took 3 hours, it posed no pressure for the current heroic brigade. XuHong couldn't let them become too arrogant, so appropriate pressure was necessary. Secondly, he needed to inform them to prepare for appearing on television. Yes, the heroic brigade will collectively appear on television tomorrow. Due to the special circumstances, the heroic brigade needs to go on television. Only by letting them appear on television can the public better understand them, leading to greater social stability. After all, in this war, apart from the flower country, other countries suffered casualties, and the losses were not insignificant. Even though the heroic brigade won this battle, there was still panic. After all, the strength of the aliens is unknown. What if the next aliens are more numerous and stronger? Can the heroic brigade hold them off? Smart people can think of many things, but you cannot expect billions of people to all be smart. The higher-ups are well aware of the strength of the heroic brigade and have some understanding of the Gourmand civilization. With XuHong, a top-tier powerhouse, stationed, they're not too worried. However, the general public is not clear about this. Therefore, it is very necessary for the members of the heroic brigade to appear on television. The television station will naturally be CCTV. Although the broadcast is scheduled for tomorrow, CCTV has already announced the news on their official blog, and it will be a live broadcast. This announcement shocked the entire flower country. After all, discussions about the heroic brigade online were at a peak. It was unexpected for CCTV to directly announce that the heroic brigade would be on television, which naturally caused a sensation. More than 80 of the nation began to look forward to the live interview the next day. The citizens of the country were very curious about the heroic brigade. They were curious about how they became super soldiers, how powerful they truly are, their past, and what they would do next. In any case, anything related to the heroic brigade is now hot news. Several people connected to the heroic brigade took advantage of this momentum to gain a significant number of followers on short video apps. Ma Xiaolong and Zhang Huaibin were among them. The two had been roommates with GainsSuperman and XuHong, and they had photos as proof. With this solid evidence, they started a live stream and attracted a large number of viewers, even receiving tips asking them to call XuHong. The two also had XuHong's phone number, given that they were former roommates, but they had never called him before, as their relationship was generally average. As for GainsSuperman, the three of them have been roommates for almost 2 years, and their relationship is quite good. At the request of the audience in the live broadcast room, the two finally called GainsSuperman. They originally thought the call wouldn't go through, but to their surprise, it was connected. On the other end of the line, GainsSuperman's voice was heard. This caught the two off guard and made them very excited. However, the audience in the live broadcast room had never heard GainsSuperman's voice, and some people didn't believe it. In the end, they simply switched to a video call. When GainsSuperman received their call, he was also a bit stunned. He wasn't aware that he was already very popular online at that moment. After all, they had just gotten their phones back not long ago. Moreover, due to the battles, they didn't have time to pay attention to their phones. After returning, they had been busy answering calls from family, relatives, and friends, so they had even less time to go online. Therefore, GainsSuperman was unaware of how popular they were online now. When he learned that the two were live streaming, GainsSuperman was taken aback. To be honest, although only a little over a month had passed, he felt like he had been out of society for several years. After all, his daily routine consisted of sleeping and eating, along with practical training. He hadn't touched his phone at all and hadn't followed any other happenings outside. Suddenly hearing from his two good friends left him stunned. Xiaolun, who are you talking to? Your girlfriend? Zhao Xin, Lu XuHong, and Chen Yaowen, who shared the same dormitory, also noticed GainsSuperman's movements. Liao Jia was now living in this dormitory too. There was nothing special about it. After all, for the convenience of training, it was best for him to stay in the dormitory. However, he just took a glance and then looked away. He was much more aware of the situation online than GainsSuperman and the others. He had previously been with the national security, so he understood this aspect far better than them. Xinya, don't joke around. I don't have a girlfriend, GainsSuperman laughed. They're my university roommates and good friends. They seem to be live streaming and mentioned that they were very popular now, with all sorts of news about them online. Is that true? Let me see. Zhao Xian also appeared in the video. On the other side, Ma Xiaolong and Zhang Huaibin quickly greeted Zhao Xian. They hadn't expected this to be a buy-one-get-one-free situation. With Gu Xiaolun and Zhao Xian showing up, the heat in the live broadcast room surged dramatically. The app officials also noticed their live stream and directly featured it on the homepage cover. After all, the XuHong Binglian was currently a hot topic of discussion online. The popularity was unprecedented. Popularity means traffic, and traffic means money. Although XuHong had let them come back to rest. Upon hearing that they would be on TV the next day, combined with just having experienced a major battle, everyone was actually quite excited. None of them could sleep. As for the aftereffects of war, it was completely irrelevant. After all, this battle was fought to protect Earth. They were safeguarding the planet. There were no psychological barriers at all. Moreover, they were fighting against extraterrestrial civilizations, which didn't count as humans. After this battle, the 290 members of the XuHong Binglian actually felt quite relaxed. There was no pressure at all. At this moment, being overly excited naturally made it impossible for them to sleep. On the other hand, XuHong had returned to the lab, working with Liang Bing on studying Reina's super genes. XuHong aimed to work on the Sunlight Divine Engineering project, which was not difficult, but not simple either. Time would definitely be required. The next day, XuHong received a call from Duca AO just as he was leaving the research institute. He had spent the whole night researching with Liang Bing. After all, both of them were extraordinary beings and didn't need rest. Staying up late was completely trivial for them. If it weren't for Duca AO's call, XuHong would have probably continued to stay at the research institute. He was still wearing his army uniform and hadn't changed. XuHong's body does not metabolize, so sweating was not an issue for him. The invisible dust in the air would naturally be blocked by XuHong's aura. In this case, as long as XuHong didn't intentionally dirty his clothes, they wouldn't get dirty or have any odor, and he wouldn't need to wash them. The members of the XuHong Binglian had already changed into their gear and gathered on the playground. Of course, unlike XuHong, who wore military uniforms, they were dressed in stylish attire. The orders came from Duca AO. Moreover, the members of the XuHong Binglian were more willing to wear black armor. After all, wearing black armor made them look more imposing and handsome. The heavy black armor gave a sense of security. Chapter 243, on TV. New team members, please send flowers. The members of the XuHong Binglian, along with Duca AO, boarded a large bus and headed to the Central TV station's branch in Juxia City. This time, Duca AO was also going to be on TV. After all, he was the one who formed the XuHong Binglian and was its highest authority. He certainly had to go along. When the bus arrived, the area outside the TV station was already crowded with reporters and some ordinary citizens. They had all come to see the XuHong Binglian. As the Central TV station's official account had announced that the XuHong Binglian would be participating in a live interview today. So these people had come early to wait. Of course, there were already police officers on site maintaining order. Qi Lin saw some of her colleagues among the crowd. When they noticed Qi Lin looking at them, they smiled and nodded in greeting. The reporters didn't dare to approach, but only took a few photos from a distance. After all, the interview's focus was the XuHong Binglian, which belonged to the military, not some celebrity. They couldn't act recklessly. Soon, the members of the XuHong Binglian, led by the Central TV station staff, arrived at the recording area. XuHong maintained a smile throughout, appearing quite calm. Walking side by side with Duca AO at the back, leaving the spotlight for the members of the XuHong Binglian. The expressions of the XuHong Binglian members varied. The girls were relatively calm, especially Du Qiangwei, who wore her usual indifferent expression, showing no smile at all. Qi Lin also had little expression on her face. The boys were different. Gu Xiaolun, Zhao Xian, and Lu Chuang were all very excited. Before joining the XuHong Binglian, they were all ordinary people at the bottom of society and had never imagined they would one day appear on TV, let alone directly on the Central TV station's live interview. This was a chance to become famous nationwide and globally. The three were quite thrilled. As for Cheng Yaowen, he felt little about it. After all, he didn't care much about this. Sun Wukong and Liao Jie felt similarly. They had no interest in being on TV. If it weren't for the upper management's mandatory requirement to attend, they wouldn't have wanted to come at all. The live broadcast quickly began. The topics mostly revolved around the members of the XuHong Binglian, discussing how they became warriors, their training routines, how tough it was, and so on. Additionally, they shared some of their thoughts and interests, among other things. Let the people across the country understand a bit about the XuHong Binglian. So, the purpose of this interview has been achieved. The live broadcast lasted a total of 3 hours. During this time, even though XuHong pretended to be invisible, the host still managed to find him and asked a few questions. There was no way around it. After all, he is an instructor of the XuHong Lian. Instructor Su, there are currently 10 members in the XuHong Lian. I want to ask, in the future, will there be more super soldiers joining the XuHong Lian? XuHong glanced at Du Ka Ao beside him and replied, yes, and new super soldiers will join the XuHong Lian very soon. Of course, to become formal members, they will need to pass my test first. Instructor Su, the audience has another question. As the instructor of the XuHong Lian, are you also a super soldier? The members of the XuHong Lian were all taken aback when they heard the host's question. XuHong is not just a super soldier. He is the super soldier among super soldiers. A month ago, they were crushed and defeated by XuHong, and even now, they had no confidence in being able to beat him. Just XuHong's speed was enough to give them headaches, not to mention his strength. They were certain that XuHong had held back significantly a month ago, given the extent to which he had held back. The fact that he could still easily defeat them speaks volumes about his strength. Yes, I'm also a super soldier, but generally I won't take action, XuHong said with a smile. Generally? Both the host and those watching on television clearly caught the phrase generally from XuHong. Doesn't that mean XuHong's strength is even above the formal members of the XuHong Lian? Soon, the 3-hour live broadcast came to an end. XuHong and the others returned to the Juxia City Military District. After returning to the military district, Du Ka Ao decided to give the members of the XuHong Lian a 3-day break. While the others were unaware of the situation with Tao Can, they knew that Liang Bing was on their side. Although there were no spaceships on Earth, thanks to Liang Bing, they were actually aware of the situation with Tao Can. After losing the battle yesterday, Tao Can didn't even dare to linger outside Earth and directly fled back to the Pluto region, where they had newly constructed spatial teleportation devices. If XuHong and the others pursued, they estimated that they would use the spatial teleportation devices to escape the solar system. Under these circumstances, Du Ka Ao was well aware that Tao Can would not launch another attack on Earth in the short term. Moreover, the super soldiers of XuHong Lian were mostly from Juxia City. Even if they were given a 3-day break, in case of special circumstances, they could be called back immediately. Even if they couldn't be called back, there was still XuHong. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed quickly. The members of the XuHong Lian returned to the Super God Academy after their holiday. Of course, some had never left the Super God Academy from the very beginning. After the members of the XuHong Lian returned, XuHong did not continue to train them through actual combat. Next, he would teach them cultural lessons, especially Ge Shaolin, whose abilities could influence reality in the later stages, even to the extent of making his words come true. Therefore, he had a lot to learn. In addition, there was Du Chongwei. Her understanding and application of space did not satisfy XuHong. The same went for the others. The application of power, how to run faster, and how to increase destructive power. These were all things XuHong needed to teach the XuHong Lian. Of course, in addition to this, there was also the enlistment of the second batch of XuHong Lian members, which required XuHong to personally invite them. Originally, this task was meant for the members of the XuHong Lian, but since they needed to train, Du Ka Ao assigned this task to XuHong. This time, Du Ka Ao provided XuHong with a list of 6 people, 3 men and 3 women. The 3 women were Wei Ying, Li Fei Fei, and Su Shaoli. The 3 men were Li Xian, Shi Wei Long, and Zhang Guolong. XuHong had already anticipated the 3 women, as they had appeared in the original work. The 3 men were different. These 3 had not appeared in the original work, especially Shi Wei Long, who seemed to be a monk. The invitation went smoothly. Upon learning that XuHong invited them to join the XuHong Lian and become super soldiers to defend their country, all 6 were very excited. After all, the current XuHong Lian was a national idol. Naturally, they were willing to join. The only one who had a different response was Su Shaoli. She joined the XuHong Lian purely because of XuHong's face. XuHong didn't mind this at all. After all, as long as they were recruited, that was enough. Chapter 244, Stellar Radiance, Seeking Flowers. After the 6 were recruited, XuHong's first task was to help them activate the super genes within their bodies. Only then would he train them. After activating the super genes within the 6, XuHong handed them over to Liao Jie, asking him to temporarily train them in his place. Given Liao Jie's current strength, training those who had just activated their super genes was not difficult for him. He was the only one in the XuHong Lian who did not need to enhance himself through learning. There was no way around it. His super genes did not come with powerful abilities. Just the power of the Void Engine did not require him to learn knowledge. Practical combat would actually enhance him more as a Void Engine warrior. As for XuHong, he had his own matters to attend to, namely researching the Sunlight Divine Creation Project and upgrading Liang Bing's divine body. Liang Bing's divine body was currently only the third generation, although it was already very strong. It was still inferior to Kaisa's fourth generation super divine body, the divine sacred body. Reaching Kaisa's level, it was nearly impossible to truly kill her using physical means. Liang Bing had made significant progress on the fourth generation divine body. After XuHong joined, her progress quickly reached 383. The materials needed were already on Liang Bing's Demon Queen ship. After all, she was the Demon Queen and had conquered countless civilizations. The variety of materials in her possession was overwhelming. It had left a few days ago. After all, it was boring to keep an eye on XuHong every day. Ultimately, after expressing her wishes to Kaisa, Kaisa agreed to her departure. Kaisa was also on Earth now, with the Tianren 7 hovering tens of thousands of meters above Juxia City. However, it had employed optical invisibility, making it undetectable by satellites. Helping Liang Bing upgrade her divine body went smoothly and only took XuHong a few minutes. Liang Bing was upgraded to the fourth generation divine body, on par with Kaisa's divine sacred body, or even stronger. After all, XuHong had incorporated some of his insights into it. From the outside, Liang Bing's changes were not significant, as her figure had already reached the perfect limit of humanity. A little more fat or a little less weight, long legs, and a perfect face. Absolutely the most beautiful woman XuHong has ever seen. But in reality, Liang Bing's strength has greatly increased. At least now, in a one-on-one bad situation against Kaisa, she is not weaker than Kaisa, and may even be stronger. Besides Liang Bing's improvement, XuHong has also gained a deeper understanding of the Solar Light Project. Time has passed in the blink of an eye, and half a month has gone by. The devouring civilization has not appeared on Earth again. However, the cities destroyed by war remain in ruins. If it were just a small area, it would be manageable. But most countries have entire cities destroyed at a moment's notice. Rebuilding in just a month is simply impossible. Even in 2 or 3 years, it will be difficult to rebuild. The food issue has become a major problem. Now, apart from the flower country, other countries are struggling to find food due to the war. A large number of granaries were destroyed in the conflict, leading to a temporary food shortage. Out of humanitarian concerns, the flower country donated a significant amount of food. However, instead of gratitude, they received a lot of condemnation and insults. Thus, they decided to ignore it and let those people fend for themselves. On the border, there are also many more illegal immigrants. Now the whole world knows that the flower country, with its powerful military, is the safest place on Earth. As a result, a large number of wealthy survivors from various countries have begun to immigrate to the flower country. Unfortunately, obtaining identification from the flower country is not easy. Even if you have money, it doesn't help. During wartime, currency depreciation is inevitable. Moreover, due to the war, their country's international influence has significantly decreased, and their currency has also depreciated drastically. Many wealthy individuals have seen their fortunes shrink as a result. Initially, the flower country accepted some people. But as the number of people coming to the flower country increased, they simply closed international channels, restricting foreigners from entering. In normal circumstances, other countries would be very dissatisfied with the flower country's actions and impose sanctions. But the flower country is extraordinarily powerful now. In terms of energy, XuHong obtained controllable nuclear fusion technology from the demons, allowing the flower country to build dozens of energy stations. Now, the flower country is not lacking in energy. They don't even need to cultivate oil or natural gas. As for food, the flower country has always been self-sufficient, so there's even less need for imports. Furthermore, with the global food shortage, even if they wanted to import food, there is nowhere to import it from. Economically, sanctions are impossible. As for military threats, the flower country, with its powerful military, is not concerned about threats from other countries. Even if they were to launch wooden bombs, the flower country would not worry. Of course, they wouldn't dare to do that anyway. XuHong has also finally made substantial progress in the Solar Light Divine Engineering Project. In fact, he has already designed a preliminary version of his own Solar Light Divine Engineering. After all, he has spent almost a month in the Research Institute, with Liang Bing assisting him. It would be impossible to say he gained nothing. Although it's called preliminary, XuHong's design is already quite perfect. It is at least not much worse than Lena's Solar Light Divine Engineering. However, XuHong has high standards, so, in his view, this is just a preliminary design. But for XuHong at present, it is already sufficient. The Divine Engineering Project is actually a form of gene enhancement. XuHong himself has a superhuman lineage, and his genes are already strong enough. Therefore, his gene enhancement cannot be the same as that of ordinary people. For this, XuHong prepared for 3 days before he began to enhance himself. The enhancement was very successful. To distinguish it, XuHong named his gene enhancement Stellar Radiance instead of continuing to call it Solar Light. In XuHong's view, Solar Light does not suit him. Stellar Radiance fits him better because he is not just the light of the sun, but the sun itself, that star. After successfully achieving Stellar Radiance, XuHong left Earth and ventured into the vacuum of space. Upon arriving in space, XuHong discovered that he could freely manipulate the energy of stars, or directly trigger solar storms, solar flares, and even supernova explosions. However, XuHong did not do so. If he had, the entire solar system would likely suffer. Previously, XuHong had considered entering the sun, but he thought about the extremely high temperatures inside the sun. Even if he wouldn't die, it would be very uncomfortable. So he had never attempted it. But now, with the Stellar Radiance body, XuHong felt he should be able to enter the sun with ease. After all, controlling stellar energy also includes controlling temperature. Temperature, which is heat, is itself a form of energy. Chapter 245, Entering the Sun's Interior, Seeking Flowers. The closer one gets to the sun, the higher the temperature. Even XuHong, with his powerful physique, felt an intense heat. But he did not stop. Instead, he continued flying towards the sun. Under his control, excess heat was kept at bay. XuHong's speed was fast, and soon he reached the surface of the sun. The surface temperature of the sun is extremely high, reaching 5,000 degrees. But this temperature is nothing to XuHong. At most, it just feels a bit warm. However, entering the sun's interior is another matter. The temperature inside the sun is at least hundreds to thousands of times higher than that of the surface, and at the core, it is even tens of thousands of times higher. Next comes a real test. Without hesitation, XuHong entered the sun's interior. The temperature skyrocketed in an instant. Even XuHong felt a bit uncomfortable. Of course, this was a result of relying solely on his physical constitution. By enveloping himself in a layer of magical membrane, that intense heat sensation immediately dissipated. XuHong continued to fly deeper into the sun. The surrounding environment made XuHong feel as though he had entered a realm of flames. All he could see were flames. There were violent explosions occurring, some small ones comparable to the explosion of 100,000 tons of TNT. To put this in perspective, the atomic bomb little boy dropped by the US on Hiroshima, a city that was once prospering, had a yield of only 15 kilotons, while larger explosions can exceed tens of millions of tons, even reaching over 100 million tons. However, this is normal, as it is the interior of the sun. The sun itself relies on continuous nuclear fusion to provide massive amounts of light and heat energy. If it weren't so massive, this thermal and light energy wouldn't reach Earth. The distance from the sun to Earth is not short. For celestial bodies, this distance is naturally not short, but for humans, it is a distance that cannot be crossed in a lifetime, at least without any tools. XuHong's speed was fast. So even though the sun is enormous, he soon reached the sun's core. Here, the temperature is the highest in the sun. Moreover, at every moment, countless nuclear fusion explosions occur, each with a power equivalent to at least hundreds of millions of tons. Each explosion releases energy and heat capable of destroying a person hundreds or thousands of times over. XuHong's magical shield simply cannot allow him to stay here for long. XuHong feels that even with the support of pure yang energy, he can at most remain for half an hour. This is because the absorption cannot keep up with the rate of consumption. Almost every second, more than half of his pure yang energy is consumed. Even though solar energy can be replenished at any time, it cannot match the consumption. Moreover, his body is not a machine. It also has its limits. Half an hour is already the longest time he can stay inside the sun. However, the stellar radiance soon began to exert its effects. The stellar radiance allows XuHong to easily control the light energy, and thermal radiation of the star. Next, XuHong will use the stellar radiance to rapidly absorb light energy, and thermal radiation. Even though he has already entered a super growth phase, his growth rate is still not considered fast. Gaining several thousand tons, or tens of thousands of tons of power in a day, is something ordinary people would not even dare to imagine. But for the current XuHong, this little increase really isn't much. He wants to accelerate his growth rate. So after arriving in the Super God universe, XuHong immediately focused on Reina's solar light deification project. With the help of the solar light deification project, combined with his understanding of genetics and the cosmic genetic code, the stellar radiance is crucial for XuHong's rapid growth. He removes the magical shield surrounding him and immediately finds himself in temperatures reaching tens of millions of degrees. Such high temperatures are simply unbearable for any human. XuHong feels an extreme pain in an instant. while at the same time, his body is flooded with energy, developing a super gene unique to him. It seems that in the next moment, he is about to explode. XuHong directly uses the energy of the stellar radiance to isolate the excess energy, keeping his body in a state of fullness. The super gene within XuHong is also storing energy. The stellar radiance will also store energy to enhance his physical qualities. Of course, this requires dark energy to cooperate. However, XuHong has long mastered the means to connect with the dark dimension. He can have as much dark energy as he wants. Under the simultaneous consumption of the two super genes, the energy that once gave XuHong a fullness feeling is quickly absorbed and digested by his cells. XuHong can clearly feel himself becoming stronger. After all, his spiritual sense is extremely powerful. Even the slightest change in his body is detectable to him. Just this short amount of time has given him more growth than a month of normal sunbathing. With energy surging within him, XuHong directly activates the Law Avatar world, beginning to consume the energy in his body. This time, the Law Avatar world he activated is even larger, reaching a size of 100,000 meters, 10 times larger than before. The consumption rate is also 10 times greater. The energy within him is consumed very rapidly. XuHong, using the energy from the stellar radiance, while consuming, continues to absorb energy. His spirit, senses, power, body defense, recovery speed, and various abilities are all continuously improving. Soon, 3 days have passed. XuHong has stayed at the core of the sun for 3 days. In these 3 days, his growth is roughly equivalent to what would normally take 30 years of sun exposure. This means that while Clark took 10,000 years to reach the silver super level, XuHong only needs 27 years to reach the same level. This speed is incredibly faster by an unknown number of times. Moreover, with the enhancement of his physical qualities and the growth of his super genes, XuHong's speed of energy absorption will be even faster. His recovery will also be quicker. He will reach the silver super level even faster. If he reaches the silver super level, XuHong feels that even in the Hongwong world, he could mix in there. After all, the silver super level is already considered to be at the multiverse level. Even in Hongwong, at the very least, he should be a Deluo Golden Immortal. Of course, compared to a true Deluo Golden Immortal, he would still be lacking. After all, a Deluo Golden Immortal transcends the timeline. But XuHong is still cultivating. As long as he doesn't act recklessly, even in the Hongwong world, it wouldn't be that easy for him to die. However, even if he truly reaches the silver super level, if he is really sent to the Hongwong world, he wouldn't go. Even though the Hongwong world is filled with treasures. For XuHong, he wouldn't take risks without complete confidence. Even if he really wants to go to the Hongwong world, he must at least be at the Golden Immortal level in cultivation, and his physical body must reach the Deluo Golden Immortal level. After all, at higher realms, battles rely more on magical treasures and supernatural powers, which precisely depend heavily on the cultivator's realm. After all, if the realm is insufficient, the power of the supernatural powers displayed will be greatly reduced. Chapter 246. Strength Surge 3 days is not a long time. As long as XuHong is willing, he could actually stay inside the sun and grow rapidly. However, there are still some matters to handle back on Earth. He is still the instructor of the Xiong Lian, and while he can leave the training of the second team to the first team, he still has to personally oversee the daily training of the first team. Others cannot do it. After all, they don't have the ability to teach them. Moreover, XuHong has plenty of time and is not in a hurry for this little bit of time. At least in the Super God world, XuHong is almost invincible. Even against the Void, who have never appeared before, XuHong is not worried at all. He himself is not even clear on how strong he has become. This time, XuHong also broke through in his cultivation realm. He is currently in the late stage of the fusion realm. He had already broken through to the transformation realm before, and he is just one step away from the tribulation crossing realm. However, XuHong plans to undergo tribulation in other worlds because this world does not have the concept of heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation is more about tempering the body. The real tempering is from magical power. After crossing the tribulation and entering the great ascension stage, the magical power in the body will be refined into a denser form by the lightning tribulation. Only when you break through to the scattered immortal realm can you convert magical power into immortal power. Then, when you break through to the heavenly immortal realm, you can completely convert all your magical power into immortal power. Immortal power and magical power are two different levels of energy. If a strand of magical power is rated at 10, then a strand of immortal power can reach 100 million. The two are completely incomparable. As soon as he returned to Earth, XuHong saw Du Cao. Although XuHong had informed Liang Bing to relay the message to Du Cao about his 3-day disappearance, Du Cao was still somewhat uneasy, mainly because he didn't understand what could cause XuHong to be absent for 3 days and be completely unreachable. Due to the installation of the Void Engine, even from a considerable distance, one can directly contact through the Dark Void dimension, just like making a phone call. However, no one, not even Liang Bing, can get in touch with XuHong. It's strange that Du Cao is waiting here for XuHong, but that's normal, considering XuHong had been inside the sun all this time. It's understandable that they can't reach XuHong. Old Du, waiting for me on purpose? Is there something you need? XuHong smiled when he saw Du Cao. Du Cao is also a smart person. When he saw XuHong, he felt relieved. It's nothing, just that I couldn't reach you. Kaisa over there said she wanted to see you again, but I couldn't contact you for the time being. Even Kaisa couldn't capture XuHong's figure. This is normal, not to mention his ability to traverse XuHong's spatial powers directly. With his speed, no one can easily track his movements, especially since he had been at the core of the sun. In this world, he is probably the only one who can stay at the core of the sun. Kaisa and Liang Bing can't do that. Even though she is the light of the sun, Kaisa wants to see me? What does she want to see me for? I don't know whether to go or not. You decide. Also, regarding the issue with the glutton, they're still outside Pluto, not leaving the solar system. From the looks of them, they won't give up easily. You need to prepare a bit. As for the second squad of the XuHong Lian, I checked them, and their overall quality and strength have improved quite a bit. Liao Jie can no longer train them. Next, you should come personally. Liao Jie has already told me about this several times. Anzai, XuHong note that I'll visit Kaisa. XuHong roughly guessed why Kaisa wanted to see him at this moment. Just because he doesn't care about the void doesn't mean others don't either. If Kaisa truly didn't believe in XuHong at all, that would definitely be a lie. After all, Kaisa's secondary biological engine was developed based on research on the void. How could she possibly not believe in the void? She just doesn't believe that the void is that powerful. Kaisa wanting to see him is likely also related to the void. However, since XuHong just returned, he didn't plan to meet Kaisa directly. Kaisa is not someone he is close to, so it's natural that he wouldn't just go to her because she wants to see him. After returning, he should first see Liang Bing. The next day, the second squad of the XuHong Lian was already lined up early on the academy's playground. The second squad consists of the second batch of people who joined the XuHong Lian, while GainsSuperman and his group belong to the first squad. The second squad currently has 6 members, and no more have joined yet. The first squad's GainsSuperman and his group are currently training mainly in the classroom, and they're no longer living in the Super God Academy dormitory. Instead, they've been assigned their own independent villas. Their daily training is not as urgent anymore. After all, they are formal members now, and their combat power has improved. Naturally, they don't need to be trained by XuHong as strictly as before. But the second squad is different, because they are not trained by XuHong, although Liao Jie has acted as their opponent and conducted several real battles. Their progress is very limited compared to the first squad. However, this can't be blamed on XuHong. After all, he has his own matters to attend to, and he can't do everything himself. If he didn't spend every day in the Research Institute, the Stellar Radiance project wouldn't have made such quick progress. Even with XuHong's superbrain, it wouldn't work. After all, whether it's the light of the sun, the power of the divine river, or Lu Chuang's Nockstar God, they all stem from thousands or tens of thousands of years of technological accumulation from civilization, ultimately yielding results. XuHong's ability to create stellar radiance in such a short time is mainly due to his superbrain, along with following in the footsteps of predecessors and with Liang Bing assisting him. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to create his own god-making project, Stellar Radiance, in just over a month, on the playground, even though there were only 6 of them, thanks to Liao Jie's previous training. The second squad's Su Xiaoli and the others stood straight and remained in military posture. They had received news that starting today, their instructor XuHong would personally train them. They had learned from Liao Jie of the first squad that their instructor XuHong is very strong, extremely strong. Even the entire first squad of the XuHong Lian combined wouldn't be able to match him. Moreover, the reason the first squad is so strong is largely due to XuHong. Currently, they're wearing black armor, which is completely different from the first squad's black armor. The first squad's black armor has been upgraded by XuHong, not only looking cooler, but also being more powerful. Their black armor was designed and manufactured by the Giant Canyon City Research Institute. It doesn't compare to the first squad's black armor in terms of appearance, defense, or functionality. To be honest, they are very curious about XuHong. Aside from the first time he recruited them, they haven't seen their instructor again. The deepest impression XuHong left on them was his stunning looks that overshadowed other men. As for his strength, to be honest, None of them have seen it, and they don't quite believe that XuHong is that strong. They feel that Liao Jie's words seem more like a way to intimidate them on XuHong's behalf. But they still have expectations for XuHong. They also feel that the current training methods allow for limited progress each day. As super soldiers, they don't think they are much worse than the first squad. They all want to catch up with the first squad as soon as possible. They don't need to surpass the first squad. Just catching up is enough. After all, while they're making progress, the first squad is also improving, so just being able to catch up with them is already quite good. Wanting to catch up with the first squad is basically impossible. The six stood on the playground for over half an hour, but still did not see XuHong's figure. However, they're all super soldiers with excellent physical fitness, so even standing all day wouldn't affect them. Standing in military posture tests physical fitness, willpower, and endurance. Just as the six were wondering why XuHong had not shown up yet, a military vehicle suddenly drove into the academy. It quickly stopped in front of them on the playground. The six instantly perked up, knowing without a doubt that XuHong had arrived. Sure enough, as the car door opened, XuHong in military uniform appeared before the six. XuHong's gaze also fell on the members of the second squad. Li Feifei and Wei Ying could barely be considered acquaintances. Su Xiaoli was familiar, but XuHong had no impression of the other three male team members. They should be characters who haven't had a chance to appear in the original story yet. XuHong has already reviewed the information of the six individuals. Their abilities vary. Li Xian, a master swordsman, is the oldest among them at 43 years old, with a daughter who is already 18. Shi Weilong, a disciple of Shaolin Temple and a skilled martial artist, has competed in Sanda and won 2 championships. He is 32. Zhang Wulong, a gaming enthusiast, is 28 years old, with the ability to blend into darkness, possessing a very low presence, making him a natural assassin. Li Feifei, a former gymnast, is 23 years old, highly flexible, with the ability to create fatal vulnerabilities. Wei Ying, like Qi Lin, was a police officer before joining the heroic squad and is also skilled with firearms. Su Xiaoli has a high level of charm, easily captivating others. She is very beautiful and works as a popular streamer online, coming to the heroic squad mainly to find handsome guys. XuHong assessed the 6 individuals, and their gazes fell upon him as well. Previously, they had not had the chance to carefully observe XuHong, as they couldn't just stare at him all the time. But now the opportunity had arrived. They were standing face to face, allowing them to scrutinize each other closely. XuHong's height and appearance were simply perfect. Any man would envy him. However, his strength was difficult to gauge. Attendance: Su Xiaoli, present. Li Feifei, present. There were only 6 of them, so attendance was quick. I am your instructor, XuHong. You have seen me before. The reason you didn't see me earlier is that I was busy and didn't have time to train you. And you were too weak to warrant my training. Now, after a month of training, you have barely improved enough for me to consider you less weak. Therefore, I will arrange a practical combat session to assess your growth over the past month. As XuHong finished speaking, the second team of the heroic squad was directly pulled into his inner world. Due to XuHong's tremendous increase in strength, his inner world was now more than 10 times larger than the entire Earth, gradually evolving towards a true cosmic space. It was incredibly vast. The sudden transition of environment stunned the members of the second team, but they quickly realized this was likely XuHong's technique. They were deeply shocked, as they could clearly perceive that everything around them was not an illusion, but a genuine reality. This indicated that they had been brought into a completely different spatial world without any ability to resist against XuHong. It further demonstrated the vastness of XuHong's methods. A purple sun and a blue sky were present, with mountains and rivers, but no living beings could be seen. They found it hard to imagine what kind of space this was. However, before they could think too deeply, XuHong began the practical combat session with them. The opponent was still XuHong, but compared to the first team, even though the second team had trained for over a month, their strength had not improved significantly compared to when Xiaolin and the others first arrived. This was to be expected. After all, the first team had 4 members from the Super God Creation Project: Xiaolin, Lu Chuang, Reina, and Du Qiangwei. Cheng Yaowen, as a prince of the Xing Guang Dun family, also had an impressive creation project. Zhao Xian was slightly weaker, but not by much. The only relatively weaker members were Rui Mengmeng and Qi Lin. However, after XuHong's enhancement, Qi Lin's strength had surpassed that of Xiaolin and the others in a short time. They would likely not be able to catch up in the near term. In this situation, the second team was naturally powerless against XuHong's overwhelming strength. It was known that even when the 6 of them worked together, Liao Jie was no longer their opponent. This was why Liao Jie always sought out Du Kao, hoping he would let XuHong train the second team himself. No one likes to lose, and Liao Jia was no exception. His strength had been enhanced twice. Alone, he could potentially defeat the former first team, provided that Sun Wukong was not present. As for Reina, she was not much of a problem. In front of XuHong, she had no ability to fight back. The second team finally understood why XuHong was their instructor, which dampened their previously inflated pride. Currently, they were not strong enough. XuHong was not satisfied with the strength of the second team. With their current abilities, if he released the 8 great demons to spar with them, they would likely perish immediately. XuHong could only enhance them once more. Each person was first equipped with 2 engines, and then he left them, throwing them into the inner world to engage in daily combat with the 8 great demons. Practical combat was the fastest way to improve strength. In the face of life and death situations, human potential is immense. Furthermore, under the shadow of death, their ability to master their skills would accelerate. Each day, they would receive a dose of acceleration medicine. The strength of the second team was rapidly increasing. Meanwhile, there had been no movement from the Tatsuzen side. However, there were no concerns on Earth. They would deal with any threats as they came, no matter when Tatsuzen might strike again. Earth had the heroic squad and was not afraid of them. Moreover, the Mengshuo Mountain spacecraft was already more than halfway through repairs. At the latest, within a month, the Mongli Mountain spacecraft will be ready to leave Earth. This was the first spacecraft manufactured by Huajia, with technology provided by Du Kao. And, of course, after Liang Bing joined XuHong, she also contributed some technology. The Mongli Mountain was absolutely capable of fighting against other civilizations in space. Within a month, even if Tatsuzen did not come, they would proactively strike and attack Tatsuzen. Chapter 248, Practical Combat in Cosmic Vacuum. After XuHong developed the Stellar Radiance Creation Project, he became less busy. He felt that the Stellar Radiance Creation Project was not yet perfect. However, it was impossible to perfect it in a short time. From now on, he could only rely on time to gradually improve it. Nonetheless, XuHong was not in a hurry, as the current Stellar Radiance had already provided him with immense assistance. After placing the second team into the inner world, XuHong's attention turned to the first team of the heroic squad. The period of rapid improvement had passed. Not everyone could improve their speed like XuHong, who got faster the more time passed. Qilin and the others had reached a relatively high level of strength. It was like building muscle through fitness. The further along you go, the harder it gets, and the less improvement you see. Qilin and her team were experiencing the same situation. Their strength was no longer improving as quickly, and what they could do now was to engage in slow, steady practice. This was a drawback of the Super God Universe Super Gene. It only had a brief period of rapid enhancement. Gradually, over time, the pace of improvement would slow down. So the top powerhouses in this world have basically all lived for tens of thousands of years. Whether it's Kaisa, Liang Bing, Carl, or Pan Zhun, they're all beings that have existed for tens of thousands of years. For the training of Qilin and the others, XuHong still adopts a practical approach. However, this time the practical training will no longer take place in the inner world, but in the vacuum of space. In the future, interstellar warfare will be the mainstream, and battles in the vacuum of space will become a norm. XuHong is not worried about their combat abilities on Earth, but in the vacuum of space, they have yet to fight against others. Moreover, the current Xiong Lian, after his enhancement and weapon upgrades, finds that the 8 great demons he previously created are no longer their opponents. Furthermore, the 8 great demons now have new sparring partners. The sparring team can only be led by XuHong himself. For this battle, the members of Team 1, including Reina, have actually been looking forward to it for a long time. Sun Wukong actually does not want to participate. He has witnessed XuHong's true strength. It's not about boosting others' confidence while diminishing his own. Knowing he can't win, any normal person would probably not want to fight. It's like having a strength of 100 pounds, but knowing you can't lift something that weighs 1,000 pounds, yet you still insist on trying to lift it. Sun Wukong really does not want to participate in this practical training. Going means being beaten up. But there is no choice, after all. He is also a member of Xiong Lian. They are a whole, and Xiong Lian cannot do without him. Compared to Sun Wukong's reluctance, the others are mostly quite excited. After learning a lot from the system, everyone in Xiong Lian has a deeper understanding of their own abilities. While their physical fitness may not have improved significantly in a month, their control and application of their abilities have definitely increased greatly. This has boosted their combat power several times compared to their battle in Dongjing, leading them to feel that the gap between them and XuHong has narrowed. After all, they are now much stronger than when they first fought against XuHong by more than dozens of times. This huge improvement has also given them immense confidence, especially Reina. She hasn't forgotten the time she was crushed and defeated by XuHong. This has hit her hard, as she always thought of herself as very strong. As the main god of the Sun Star, she couldn't even defeat a human from Earth, which is quite embarrassing for her. Fortunately, this is Earth and not the Sun Star. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't even dare to go out, as it would be too humiliating to be a main god who can't defeat an Earthling. GainsSuperman, Zhao Xan, and XuHong are also eager to try. Back then, these three were considered the key individuals that XuHong took care of. They also have thoughts of getting back at XuHong. Therefore, they are also looking forward to this practical training. The only troublesome part is that this battlefield is in the vacuum of space. This is their first time fighting in space. They don't need XuHong to take them. They can follow XuHong out of Earth on their own. Each member of Team 1 in XuHong is equipped with 3 void engines, giving them the ability to fly on their own, and their speed is not slow. Leaving Earth's gravity is not difficult for them. Of course, in terms of speed, they cannot compare to XuHong at all by the time they fly out of Earth. XuHong has already been waiting for them in the vacuum of space for quite a while. However, no one is surprised. They already know that XuHong is fast, so it's nothing unexpected. In the Tianren number 7, XuHong's return to Earth cannot be hidden from Kaisa. XuHong did not meet her immediately, and she didn't mind. For someone who has lived for tens of thousands of years, waiting a few days or months is the same to her. She believes XuHong will come to see her. However, she didn't expect that before XuHong came to see her, he would first have a practical training session in space with XuHong. Kaisa is actually looking forward to this practical training. She is very curious about XuHong's strength. The current XuHong already has the capability to threaten her. To be honest, if she were to face XuHong alone, even she wouldn't dare to say she would win for sure. Not to mention Sun Wukong and Reina. Even GainsSuperman and XuHong have become much stronger due to XuHong's training, along with the void engines XuHong equipped them with. They are now much stronger than they were in the later stages of the original story when Liang Bing entered the black hole, especially under XuHong's guidance. GainsSuperman has already gained a preliminary understanding of what anti-void is, what material void is, and what material definition is. With this knowledge, he has long researched the void weapons from the original story, which has greatly increased his strength. Additionally, XuHong has also helped him obtain the Qian Kuan celestial computer in advance. Now, GainsSuperman has already gained the ability to influence reality. He can already make some simple things come true with just his words. Although XuHong is slightly weaker than GainsSuperman, the gap is not too large. Other members of XuHong have also seen a significant increase in strength after being equipped with XuHong's engines. The third-level void engine can be said to be a very powerful weapon, far stronger than Kaisa's secondary biological engine. However, this is normal. Although the void engine developed by XuHong is named a void engine, it actually incorporates both magic and runes. Whether it's magic or runes, both represent new systems of power, each possessing the ability to turn decay into the miraculous. This has made the power of the void engine extremely strong, a fact that others are unaware of. Even Liang Bing does not know this. But this is understandable, as no one could have imagined that XuHong is not a person from this world. Chapter 249, Kaisa's True Purpose, Seeking Flowers. The outcome is similar to what Sun Wukong expected. At first, he just wanted to go with the flow, but XuHong kept targeting him, forcing him to bring out all his strength. The members of XuHong were completely stunned. They had never thought Sun Wukong would be so strong. The techniques like clone technique, metamorphosis, 3 heads and 6 arms, star shifting, and law of heaven and earth were all incredibly powerful. Yet, the result was that even with all his means, he still couldn't inflict any substantial damage on XuHong. The other members of XuHong combined also had the same outcome. The powerful gravitational suppression had no effect on XuHong. In the previous battle in Dongjing, Qilin, Du Qiangwei, and the others' gravitational suppression rendered those ordinary soldiers utterly helpless. Even those wearing powerful armor were crushed into pieces. Now, they have developed even more powerful skills. For example, directly pulling things from space to smash XuHong. Under terrifying speed, those meteors, even if each is only the size of a shipping container, unleash energy equivalent to at least a 100,000-ton nuclear explosion. Another example is warping space with gravity to create localized collapses, akin to a vortex in flowing water, making it difficult for people to move and effectively limiting XuHong's speed. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful their skills are when they unleash 840 shots, they have little effect on XuHong. Among them, XuHong's most formidable opponent is undoubtedly Reina, as she discovers that XuHong can manipulate both light energy and thermal energy. Moreover, his mastery over these energies far surpasses hers. In this situation, her combat power is reduced by 90%, completely turning her into a burden. The other members of the Xiongling are also in a dire state. Strength, speed, endurance. Every aspect is crushed by XuHong. Even Gu Xiaoluan's truth by speaking is utterly ineffective against XuHong and cannot influence him at all. Under these circumstances, the Xiongling suffers a crushing defeat, and it is a disastrous one. Of course, the most shocking is Yin and the group of angels. Kaisha is not too surprised by XuHong's strength. It is expected that he possesses such power. Otherwise, how could he have spoken so confidently before her that day and managed to retreat successfully after negotiating terms? Kaisha seems to have anticipated XuHong's strength. However, Yin and the other angels did not expect that in a place like Earth, there would be such a super strong being as XuHong. The strength of the Xiongling is certainly not weak. From their performance, even Kaisha might find it difficult to defeat the first team of the Xiongling. Of course, if the angels joined forces, victory would definitely be theirs, but it would undoubtedly be a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, they would absolutely not be able to annihilate the Xiongling. At most, they could take down a few members. Their strength is not to be underestimated if they're determined to escape. Even the angels might not be able to catch up with them. It is precisely the difficulty of dealing with the Xiongling that highlights XuHong's power. The battle itself does not last long, and it is evident that XuHong initially was not taking it seriously, then became serious, and directly crushed the Xiongling. The entire fight lasts only about 5 to 6 minutes. Such a short time is something they would never dare to imagine. In previous battles, a few days and nights would be considered brief. In prolonged conflicts, a war could last decades or even hundreds of years. For example, their war with the demons basically lasted for hundreds of years, sometimes even extending into thousands of years. Even if they do not want to admit it, it is certain that XuHong's strength may have already surpassed that of the Holy Kaisha. No, it should not be may have, but rather he has indeed surpassed her. Because anyone can see that even though he defeated the Xiongling with overwhelming force, XuHong did not use his full strength from start to finish. This guy definitely has more to hold back. In fact, Kaisha is somewhat shocked deep down. To be honest, she had considered the possibility of there being beings stronger than her in this universe. But from XuHong's performance, it is clear that he might be not just a little stronger than her, but vastly stronger. Yin and her group can only see that XuHong did not use his full strength. But Kaisha knows that XuHong likely did not even use 1/10 of his true power. After the battle, the dejected Xiongling returned to Earth to go into seclusion. Their confidence once again shattered. Everyone feels miserable, but they have to endure it. What they can do now is to improve their strength. Defeating the 8 major demons of the inner world is no longer their goal for progress. Defeating XuHong, no, they do not believe they can defeat XuHong. What they want is at least not to be defeated so badly in front of him. They must have some capacity for resistance. Their current goal is simply to hold out a little longer in front of XuHong. They cannot say too much, but they hope to last at least an hour. However, XuHong has no intention of playing along with them. Taking advantage of his free time, XuHong visited Kaisha's Tianren number 7. She wanted to see XuHong. And as he guessed, it was indeed about the void. At first, she did not believe that the void really existed, but after starting to engage with it, she discovered that the void does exist. However, they do not exist in the primary biological world, but rather in the secondary biological world. Yet, they will eventually invade the primary biological world. Once they start invading, the civilizations of the primary biological world will be destroyed one by one. Whether it is angel or demon civilizations, they are not considered strong. After all, even the more powerful Pangu civilization, which surpasses the divine river civilization, was destroyed at the hands of the void. Thus, Kaisha feels that their strength is still insufficient. In the first, second, and third Angel Demon Wars, perhaps Kaisha truly wanted to capture Liangbing. But by the fourth Angel Demon War, it had become a training exercise for her. She knows very well that only under pressure can people become stronger. Therefore, she launched another war against the demons. What she wants is not only the strength of angels, but also the strength of demons, as well as that of other civilizations. When executing justice in the universe, even if Kaisha defeats the invading powerful civilization, she will not destroy their civilization. Instead, she will exert immense pressure on them to force them to grow stronger. To be honest, before seeing Kaisha again, XuHong never thought she would contemplate so much. It is no wonder she so easily gave up on judging Liang Bing before. Perhaps she never really intended to kill Liang Bing. This is something Yin and her group do not understand. Perhaps only the Celestial King, she knows this. Kaisha sought out XuHong to reach a technical exchange. She can authorize her god-slaying weaponry to XuHong, and even her wisdom repository, the celestial computer, can be authorized for his use. This includes all recorded technologies and genetic techniques of the angels. In exchange, XuHong also needs to provide his technology to them. After hesitating for a moment, XuHong chose to agree to this request. The reason is simple: to complement each other as strengths. Chapter 250. Return to the world of Dahua. Seeking flowers. Technical exchanges are ultimately beneficial. In Kaisha's hands, she possesses not only the technology of the angel civilization, but also a vast array of technologies from other civilizations. While they may not be cutting-edge technologies, if they can provide XuHong with some inspiration, that would be a significant gain. As for the technology he holds, although it is also impressive, XuHong's true strength lies more in the abilities granted to him by the system. The Superman bloodline is beyond discussion. Its upper limit is frighteningly exaggerated. This is far stronger than the God creation project of the Super God universe. After all, the Silver Super begins at the multiverse level, once reaching that point. Not to mention instantly destroying a solar system. Even annihilating an entire galaxy or universe would be a simple task. This is something the God creation project of the Super God universe cannot compare to. Ultimately, it boils down to the difference in setting. Moreover, the Dimensional Gate gives XuHong endless possibilities, and the Flame of Annihilation is definitely a super weapon in XuHong's hands. Even if he goes to the Honghuang realm now, he can still establish a foothold with the Annihilation Flame. Of course, if someone plots against him, he can only consider himself unfortunate. However, the destructive power and annihilation capability of the Annihilation Flame are beyond doubt. After exchanging technology with Kesha, XuHong immediately had many ideas for enhancements. Reinforcing the genes of the members of the Xiong Lian again is not a problem. As for himself, he can optimize a bit, but it's limited. After Kesha obtained the technology from XuHong, she was also very surprised, especially after receiving XuHong's technology regarding stellar radiance, which shocked her even more. Unlike the light of the sun, stellar radiance transforms oneself into a sun. Furthermore, the potential for growth in stellar radiance is immense. Compared to Gu Xiaoluan's divine river power, it has even greater prospects. XuHong's design is to transform oneself into countless stars, rather than just one. The stellar radiance he developed, once it reaches its limit, is equivalent to at least dozens of stars. How terrifying is the energy of stars? The simultaneous explosion of dozens of stars can affect a large galaxy. Any civilization would become extremely vulnerable in the face of a stellar explosion. In addition, XuHong's void engine technology also amazed Kesha. It is no exaggeration to say that XuHong's void engine technology is even more powerful than her secondary biological technology, which has already reached its current limits. XuHong's void engine technology is still quite simple, and simplicity means it can continue to incorporate more elements and become even more powerful. The future of void engine technology looks very promising. After exchanging technologies, XuHong returned to Earth and created a vast cave world in Juxia City. With Kesha mastering extremely advanced spatial technology, after obtaining this spatial technology, XuHong immediately applied it to create a massive cave world in Juxia City. Although the world within the cave cannot compare to XuHong's inner world, it is still large enough to encompass several provinces combined. This serves as an excellent training ground. XuHong can fully place the 8 great demons in the cave and let the members of the second team of Xiong Lian train there. As for whether the 8 great demons will escape from the cave, there is no need to worry at all. These 8 great demons are not the real ones, but are creations made by XuHong using the transformation technique. They are completely controlled by XuHong and have no freedom of their own. As long as XuHong does not allow it, they will never leave. Without XuHong's permission, they cannot even control their own thoughts. So there's no need to worry about these guys escaping. After some time, XuHong also plans to return to the journey to the West World. After exchanging technology with Kesha, XuHong thoroughly understood the genes of the female angels and made further upgrades based on that. It is definitely unrealistic to reach the level of Kesha or Liang Bing in one step, but it is not difficult to reach a level just below them, above the high-level angels. XuHong turned these enhanced genes into potions to bring back to Bairuru and the others. By the way, he plans to find a world to break through to the tribulation period, passing all the tribulations at once and directly reaching the Mahayana period. With his current physical strength, tribulations are no different from mere tickling. He can pass them whenever he wants. Moreover, his divine soul is also incredibly powerful. Although he is currently at the integration period, his divine soul surpasses even those in the celestial and golden immortal realms. After all, his divine soul also strengthens along with his physical body. This might be a point that makes him more special than Clark. After arranging everything, XuHong returned to the journey to the West World through the dimensional gate. This time, he did not take Liang Bing with him, as he still needs to return to the Super God World later. Besides, Earth now needs a strong force to be stationed. Even without him, Liang Bing can defend Earth. After XuHong upgraded and reinforced her, she is no weaker than Kesha. With the multifunctional black armor and some special weapons crafted by XuHong, along with the Xiong Bing Lian, they could even contend with Kesha, let alone if Carl personally brought people to Earth. Moreover, XuHong also passed on the technologies traded from Kesha to Liang Bing. With Liang Bing's clever mind, she will quickly grasp those technologies and make progress. Furthermore, his departure this time will not be too long. In the journey to the West World, as XuHong returned through the dimensional gate, he immediately felt himself enveloped in spiritual energy. That feeling gave XuHong a sense of nostalgia. The Super God World is a place devoid of spiritual energy, and it has been several months since he last felt such an abundance of spiritual energy around him. As for magical power, he has always been fine. After all, he has a lot of spiritual herbs that Bairuru and the others eliminated. They won't help him improve his cultivation level, as his realm is already quite high. Even 1,000-year spiritual herbs cannot enhance his cultivation. However, they are more than enough for restoring magical power, due to the difference in the flow of time. Only a little over a month has passed in the journey to the West World since XuHong left. After seeing the girls, XuHong first took out the gifts he brought from the Super God World, various clothes, delicacies, and cosmetics. There were many types of items, and a lot of them were taken from Liang Bing's Demon Queen ship. XuHong simply built a modern building in the journey to the West World for the girls to live in. After all, this is just a matter of using his thoughts. Then, he helped the girls inject angel genes. The super genes require dark energy to be activated. Although the journey to the West World is related to immortals, it also has dark dimensions and dark energy. It's just that no one knows how to connect to the dark dimensions, extract dark energy, and utilize it. The injection of angel genes went smoothly. With XuHong's help, the injected super genes were directly activated. Once the super genes were activated, the girls' physical conditions improved significantly in a short time, reaching near immortal levels. The recovery ability brought by the angel genes is even more perverse than Wolverine's super healing. Any injury can be healed in an instant. At least in terms of physical strikes, it has become very difficult to kill them. In addition, there are enhancements in strength, defense, and speed. Even due to the improvement of their physical bodies, the girls' cultivation levels also advanced several small realms consecutively, especially by Ruru, Zixia, and Qingxia. The three with the highest talents have all broken through to the initial stage of fusion. The women's physical qualities have improved, and the happiest person is definitely XuHong. After all, before this, due to his overly strong physical condition, he had never really enjoyed himself. In the Super God World, he had a few enjoyable moments with Liang Bing. However, Liang Bing's physique couldn't withstand XuHong, and every time it ended halfway. This time, XuHong felt that it should not be difficult for him to have some fun. After spending 2 months in the journey to the West World with the women, XuHong opened the dimensional door again. This time, the energy he input into the dimensional door was slightly more than what he had initially input for the journey to the West World. The goal was to open a world that was slightly higher than the journey to the West World, but not too high. Ideally, it would be a fantasy world, so he could undergo the heavenly tribulation. The reason he wouldn't undergo the tribulation in the journey to the West World is that there is no heavenly Tao in that world, nor is there any concept of heavenly tribulation. The journey to the West World is an incomplete world. In this world, even gods use magical power, not celestial power. Without experiencing the baptism of heavenly tribulation, it is impossible to refine magical power into celestial power. In other words, in the journey to the West World, one does not have to worry about heavenly tribulation because one can still become immortal without undergoing tribulation. However, the downside is that after becoming immortal, one still uses magical power. In terms of combat, there is a huge gap between magical power and celestial power. At the same level, one is bound to lose. Even if the opponent's realm is lower than yours, you might not be able to defeat them. The disadvantages are too great. Therefore, XuHong would never choose to undergo tribulation in the journey to the West World. After passing through the dimensional door, XuHong found himself in a huge crowded plaza the next second. Surrounding him were blonde-haired, blue-eyed people. XuHong's sudden appearance caused a huge stir. This was the first time the dimensional door had opened directly in a populated area. XuHong was also a bit stunned, but in the next second, he directly flew into the sky. At the same time, he activated his super hearing and supervision. In this world, XuHong did not feel much spiritual energy, but it was not too little either, only about 7 or 8 times higher than in the end of the magical era of the Ninth Uncle world. It couldn't be compared to the journey to the West world at all. Tony Stark, Nick Fury, S.H.I.E.L.D., Spider-Man Peter Parker. This is Marvel. Alright, it's the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Upon seeing Tony Stark's face, XuHong knew he must have arrived in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, also known as the Avengers. He shook his head. This was not the world he wanted to come to. Shaking his head, the dimensional door appeared again. After inputting energy, the dimensional door opened a new world passage, and XuHong walked in without hesitation. The Infinity Stones in the Marvel world were okay, but they were not what XuHong pursued. Moreover, the movie world could not be compared to the comics at all. In the movie version, Purple Yam could be easily defeated by either GainsSuperman or XuHong, either of whom could easily outmatch Purple Yam. The movie version of Marvel, whether it is villains or superheroes, has been significantly weakened. Even the 6 Infinity Stones have also been diminished. Rather than fighting for the Infinity Stones, XuHong would rather think more about how to perfect his stellar radiance. On the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, Level 9 Agent Hill pushed open the door to the director's office. Sir, I think you should take a look at this. Hill handed a tablet to the one-eyed black egg. The one-eyed black egg was looking at a pile of information. Hill's sudden intrusion made him frown, but he did not say anything. He trusted Hill, and besides, he believed that Hill was in a hurry to see him because something important had happened. Could it be something happened in Mexico? No, it's Times Square. You can take a look at the situation first. The black egg raised an eyebrow and picked up the tablet. After tapping the tablet, the pause video immediately started playing. The scene in the video was clearly Times Square. That was a place he often visited. After all, shopping there was quite pleasant, and you could basically buy anything you wanted. In the video, a colorful portal suddenly appeared out of thin air. The black egg's previously indifferent expression instantly turned serious. The next second, the door opened, and a man walked out from inside. The man wore a strange white robe that looked somewhat like Eastern attire. Judging by his face, he was undoubtedly Asian. He looked very young, probably in his 20s, and he was quite handsome, even though he was of a different race. The black egg could feel the handsomeness of the man's face. After the man glanced around at the crowd, he suddenly soared into the sky amidst the crowd's exclamations, disappearing in an instant. The colorful portal also vanished. Where did he go? The black egg quickly asked. Hill raised her hand and tapped a few times on the tablet, pulling up another video. This is the footage our satellite captured at the same time. In the video, one could vaguely see a man standing on the clouds. Even though it was not very clear, it could still be inferred that the man was the same Asian man from the first video. This is footage taken by our satellite from over 100,000 meters in the air. As Hill spoke, the man had once again passed through the colorful portal and disappeared. Now, the black egg could no longer remain calm. Is it possible for a person to suddenly appear at tens of thousands of meters in the sky? Even Carol wouldn't have such speed, would she? Hill, I need to know more information about this man. 2. He is an Asian. You can start your investigation from this aspect. I will have Hawkeye assist you. Also, I need to understand the function of that colorful door. If it is a weapon, then we will have a huge problem. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Hill hesitated for a moment, but still accepted the task. All right, you can go now. After Hill left, the black egg picked up his phone and made a call. Natasha, it's me. Yes, the plan is canceled. Arrange a meeting with Tony directly. I want to see him in person. Don't worry, he will meet with me. XuHong never expected that because of his sudden intrusion, this world would already be changing. Of course, even if he knew, XuHong would not care. At this moment, after failing to traverse 3 times in a row, he finally arrived at a world that satisfied him. Chapter 252. Who is your master? Seeking flowers. In his line of sight, the colors were vibrant, with clear mountains and beautiful waters. What a beautiful paradise. High mountains and flowing water, a babbling brook, and the sound of birds chirping, crisp and pleasant. XuHong had walked for a long time, but in terms of scenery, what he saw at this moment was definitely the most beautiful scenery he had ever encountered. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was also quite rich. It is no less than the world of a Chinese Odyssey, and even more intense. In addition, XuHong also sensed the presence of heavenly tribulations, because as long as he cultivates, he can vaguely feel a hint of danger. This indicates that once he enters the tribulation phase, he will have to endure the heavenly tribulations. Raising his head, he looked through the clouds toward the heavens above. XuHong could clearly see a huge golden palace wrapped in golden rays of light, as well as other large buildings bathed in various colors of light. It goes without saying that this must be the heavenly court. In the heavenly court, XuHong sensed many powerful auras. He was unsure if they were stronger than him, but their cultivation levels were definitely beyond his. XuHong didn't look for long. After 2 or 3 seconds, he withdrew his gaze. The existence of the heavenly court indicated that this world was not simple. Although XuHong was not afraid of death, he did not want to stir up trouble. He came to this world to break through his current realm and had no need to create more issues. XuHong quickly found a relatively flat area, close to a small creek and waterfall, to build a thatched hut. He also planted 2 apricot trees and several peach trees nearby. Using the spirit transformation technique to help them grow, XuHong began to sit under the trees every day to cultivate. Due to it being spring, in just a few days, the peach trees were already covered in blossoms. The pink peach flowers looked exceptionally beautiful. Perhaps because XuHong used the spirit transformation technique on the peach trees, the fragrance of the peach blossoms was particularly aromatic. Thus, XuHong began his cultivation journey. Speaking of which, he had never cultivated as seriously as he was now to improve his cultivation level. Previously, his cultivation was entirely by chance, treated like a job. This was the first time he was truly serious about it, because his realm was sufficiently high, and due to his unique nature. Although XuHong was only at the fusion stage, the commotion during his cultivation was greater than that of a great ascension stage cultivator. When XuHong began to cultivate, a massive vortex of spiritual energy would form around him. The spiritual energy within a radius of several dozen miles would be drawn toward him, absorbed by XuHong. In just a few days, the place where XuHong was cultivating had become the most concentrated area of spiritual energy nearby. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The few peach trees XuHong planted had already borne large fruits. Each peach was 2 to 3 times the size of an adult's fist. The top was red and the bottom green, looking very tempting. XuHong picked 1 or 2 to taste. The flavor was excellent, both crisp and sweet. Moreover, because he applied the spirit transformation technique to the peach trees every day, the peaches produced were not ordinary. They had no effect on XuHong, but for ordinary people, they were definitely miraculous medicines for strengthening the body and prolonging life. After all, they were almost equivalent to spiritual medicines that had aged for hundreds of years. Due to the denser spiritual energy in the world and XuHong's higher cultivation, the effects of the spirit transformation technique were even better. Although only 10 days had passed, the results were astonishingly good. XuHong increasingly felt the abnormality of the spirit transformation technique. Perhaps what limited the spirit transformation technique was never humans, but the world itself. The same spirit transformation technique, when executed by him and by Jiang Tianyang, produced effects that seemed like 2 different spells. One day, XuHong was sitting cross-legged under the apricot tree, eyes closed in meditation. His whole body was relaxed, looking as if he were asleep. Suddenly, a sound of something falling to the ground broke the silence. The sound was not loud, but it startled XuHong from his meditation. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a large white rabbit, about the size of a dog, staring at him with wide eyes. XuHong could clearly sense the panic and fear in its eyes. On the back of the large white rabbit, he saw 3 large peaches, and in front of the rabbit, there was another large peach. Without thinking, he knew that the earlier sound was definitely from that peach hitting the ground, waking him up. The rabbit didn't think twice and immediately turned to run, leaving the peaches behind. In an instant, it transformed into a white shadow, moving extremely fast. XuHong chuckled. It turned out to be a thief. But since it had been discovered by him, did it think it could simply escape? With a slight gesture, an invisible force erupted from XuHong. In the next second, the large white rabbit, which had already run several hundred meters away, suddenly found itself unable to move, as if an invisible hand had grasped it, pulling it towards XuHong. Soon, it was dragged in front of him. XuHong examined the large white rabbit closely. Its fur was snow white, looking beautiful, and it was larger than a normal rabbit, appearing quite cute. XuHong could clearly see human-like emotions in its eyes. "Master, spare me. Master, please spare me. Don't kill me." Upon realizing it couldn't escape, the rabbit immediately pleaded for mercy. "Master? Who is your master?" XuHong smiled as he looked at the talking large white rabbit. Its voice was clear, like silver bells, very pleasant to hear. coupled with its current appearance. What it said seemed quite amusing. This was XuHong's first encounter with a true demon. He had never seen one in the world of 9 uncles. As for the white-boned spirit and spider spirit in a Chinese odyssey, could they be considered demons? In XuHong's view, they seemed more like humans. This large white rabbit in front of him was, in XuHong's impression, the most objective and the most demon-like. Demon. Please, master, spare me. I didn't mean to steal the peaches. They were just too fragrant, and I couldn't resist. What is your name? My name is XuHong, given to me by Sister Bailing. XuHong is my nickname, the large white rabbit said. You could transform? XuHong continued to smile. My cultivation is low. I can't transform yet. The white rabbit replied. Low cultivation? I see you can speak and seem quite clever, XuHong remarked. The white rabbit showed a human-like grievance in its eyes. I only gained intelligence by chance. A few years ago, I met Sister Bailing and learned to cultivate from her. It hasn't been 10 years since I started cultivating, so I can't transform at all. At this point, the large white rabbit's eyes turned, and it continued. However, if Master wants to see me transform, just let me eat those peaches and refine them in my cultivation, and I will definitely be able to transform soon. Then I can serve by your side, Master. XuHong was completely unaware that XuHong could see through her little schemes. After all, he possessed super mind-reading abilities. XuHong was very clear about what this rabbit demon named XuHong was up to. P.S. The new world begins with white origins. Chapter 253, Rabbit Demon Transformation, Seeking Flowers, just a few peaches. If you want to eat them, go ahead. I won't stop you, XuHong smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, the large white rabbit was overjoyed, seeing that XuHong did not seem to be joking. At the same time, she discovered that XuHong's confinement on her had disappeared, and she had regained her freedom. Seeing XuHong so easy to talk to, she was no longer as panicked as before. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. XuHong was not someone who lacked manners, or rather, a demon. Seeing XuHong agree to let her eat peaches, she stood on her hind legs, offered her front paws in gratitude, and bowed to XuHong like a person. However, her appearance looked quite comical and adorable. XuHong was also puzzled where this big white rabbit had learned human etiquette. Either she had seen humans do this, or someone had taught her. Perhaps it was her so-called elder sister, Bai Ling. She should also be a demon, but he didn't know what kind. Seeing XuHong saying nothing and close his eyes to practice again, the rabbit demon, XuHong, became bolder. She directly revealed her big front teeth and began to gnaw on the several peaches she had picked earlier. The fragrant and sweet fruit was delicious, and the spiritual energy overflowed between her lips and teeth. In no time, she had completely swallowed one spiritual peach. The rich spiritual energy circulated in her belly, and she didn't even need to absorb it herself. The energy would automatically merge into her body, making her feel indescribably comfortable. One was not enough. She immediately fixed her gaze on the second spiritual peach. Crunch, crunch. In an instant, the crisp sound kept ringing. Before long, the rabbit demon had already eaten several spiritual peaches. These spiritual peaches were grown by XuHong using transformation techniques, and their spiritual energy was not weak at all. Moreover, due to their special nature, once eaten, they required little absorption. The spiritual energy inside would automatically integrate into the body of the one who swallowed it. This was much faster than normal cultivation. After a few spiritual peaches were downed, the rabbit demon suddenly felt a pain all over her body. She was initially startled, but then overjoyed, because she knew that she was about to transform. Although XuHong was in the midst of cultivation, he could still see the situation of the rabbit demon. When he saw the rabbit demon suddenly fall to the ground, with white light appearing on her body, XuHong understood that the rabbit demon was about to transform. Sure enough, in no time, the white light had completely enveloped the rabbit demon. She transformed to a size as big as a wash basin. When the white light completely dispersed, a cute-looking little girl, appearing to be about 8 or 9 years old, emerged. As soon as the little girl appeared, she exclaimed because she realized she was wearing nothing. She quickly jumped up the apricot tree, picked dozens of apricot leaves, and wove herself a dress made of leaves. Her agility did not match her appearance at all. Her skin was very fair, with a hint of red, looking like a child who had just been born not long ago. Her face was delicate and adorable, even though she was still small. It was evident that this girl was destined to be a beauty when she grew up. Her eyes were like pearls, black and white, very beautiful, with a small cherry-like mouth. At this moment, XuHong also opened his eyes. The rabbit demon looked quite adorable after transforming, making one unable to help but like her. Seeing XuHong looking over, the rabbit demon, XuHong, immediately hopped towards him. When she reached XuHong, She bowed to him. "Thank you for the gift, my lord," which allowed XuHong to transform. Creatures like her, before transforming, could have intelligence but could not cultivate. At most, their physical qualities were slightly better than their kind. Once they transformed into human form, they could cultivate, learn spells, seize the world's creations, and it wasn't impossible to become immortals in the future. It could be said that transformation was like a carp leaping over the dragon gate for them. Transformation was also transformation into a dragon. Only through transformation could they have a future. However, transformation was not that simple. A demon with intelligence could transform in a few decades if lucky. But if unlucky, it might take hundreds of years. Moreover, these intelligent demons were the favorites of the already transformed great demons. Not only could they be made subordinates to help run errands, but when they were hungry, they could also serve as ready-made food, simply too good. In the demon world, the hierarchy was also very strict. Ordinary little demons had no status at all. XuHong helping her transform was not a small favor, but a great one. If what she said before was just to please XuHong so he wouldn't kill her, then what she said now was sincere. "What? You still call me my lord? You really want to follow me, don't you?" If my lord doesn't mind, XuHong is naturally willing to follow my lord. "I'm just afraid my lord will dislike me." XuHong looked at XuHong with her watery big eyes, appearing pitiful. Her expression was so pitiful that it made people feel sorry for her. XuHong couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a rabbit demon, she had already learned how to attract people right after transforming. If a rabbit demon was like this, how charming would a fox demon, known for its allure, be? XuHong couldn't help but become curious. His expression remained unchanged, with a faint smile on his face as he looked at XuHong without saying a word. Feeling XuHong's gaze, XuHong felt a bit uneasy. She was not stupid. She had been here before. But there had been no spiritual peach trees here before, and now there were several. It was obvious that these spiritual peach trees were brought and planted here by XuHong. XuHong was either an immortal or a great cultivator. Regardless of which, he was a solid backing. If she followed XuHong, even if she couldn't achieve the Tao, at least she would have someone to protect her, and she wouldn't have to worry about safety. Moreover, XuHong surely couldn't eat all the peaches from these few trees by himself. If she followed XuHong, would he not let her eat? By then, her cultivation would likely catch up to that of Bai Ling's sister easily. "I don't mind you, but what can you do?" "XuHong can do everything. XuHong can help my lord massage shoulders, knead feet, wash clothes, and help with bathing." XuHong laughed directly at this. "I am an immortal. I don't need you to help me bathe or wash clothes. How about this? You come and help me massage my shoulders and knead my feet. And if your technique is good, I will let you stay." "Really?" XuHong was instantly overjoyed upon hearing this. "I wouldn't lie to you, a little demon. But you can't dress like that." XuHong waved his hand. XuHong found that the leafy clothing on her body had disappeared, replaced by a long blue dress adorned with many shiny decorations, looking very beautiful. "Thank you, my lord." XuHong said nothing. He pointed to the void, and a rattan chair suddenly appeared out of thin air. XuHong then lay back on the rattan chair, resting his feet lightly. XuHong immediately stepped forward, took hold of XuHong's feet, and began to knead them. Don't mention it. This girl may be a bit clumsy with her skills, but her hands and feet are nimble, and it feels quite good to pinch. Chapter 254, Bai Ling, Request for Flowers. Blank more novel resources are welcome to join the group. This group shares novel resources from Feilu, Hedgehog Cat, Pineapple Bun, and other platforms. Welcome to join the group. Novel Discussion Group. 102-211-5028. Dimension Discussion Group. 2877-16717. Internal Novel Group. 2205-23149. The resources are sourced from the internet and are for learning and communication purposes only. The copyright of the novel resources belongs to the original author, and the text is for personal study and preview only. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. If you like this resource, please purchase the genuine version. Thank you for your cooperation. If this resource inadvertently infringes your rights, please notify us to delete it promptly. Click the link to join the group chat, Novel Discussion Group, https, JQ. Qualquer. Com. WV1027K D4 KZ9AX blank 69 89 25 8 5 0. In order to further improve reading quality, the author is revising this chapter. Please read this chapter after 24 hours, or check the next chapter, or choose other books.